Family. The plot starts with a bang. Konoha village adopts orphans from abroad to supplement ninja bloodlines. Fisherman Baiwa crosses over with a built-in cheat, slowly merging with Whitebeard from the Marineford War. He spends 3 years in ninja school, reaching a fusion rate of 5, with a punch weighing several hundred kilograms. Now he needs to learn chakra, extraction, and the 3-body technique. What will happen next? It's so exciting. Hey folks, who understands? Let me tell you, the plot starts with a huge twist. Konoha village, of all places, is adopting a batch of foreign orphans. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, pretends to speak nicely about showcasing Konoha's generosity, but isn't it really to supplement the village's ninja bloodlines? Unbelievable, that old fox. But wait, the key point comes. The scene shifts to outside an interrogation room, where a guy named Baihuano, he should be called Edward Newgate, now wakes up looking confused. This guy was originally a fisherman, and his uncle died due to a ninja battle, leading to him being sold here. Even more ridiculous, he comes with a built-in Chiata selection panel for anime characters. What kind of amazing options are on this panel? Gear 4th Luffy, Rasengan Naruto, terminally ill Roger, Onetamo Sasuke, escape artist Shiki, and the injured Whitebeard from the Marineford War. Let me tell you, this is practically a life of cheating. However, this guy is tough. He directly chooses Whitebeard, the Marineford War version. Although it doesn't grant him power immediately, he will merge slowly, but just thinking about it is thrilling. To increase his fusion rate, he goes all out. First, he changes his name to Edward Newgate, which raises his rate by 1. Then he starts imitating Whitebeard's laugh, Gururura, but nothing happens. The next day, he goes to school and finds his classmates crying and feeling like they've entered kindergarten. Even more absurd, the timeline is when Jiraiya and Orochimaru were in school. During self-introductions, he quotes Whitebeard directly. What I love are my family, and what I hate is betrayal. His unique name causes a stir among the classmates. After school, a black-haired boy named Yamashita Kaze wants to be friends with him, but he bluntly says, "So kawaii," nearly leaving the boy speechless. Days pass, and Edward slowly adapts to life in Konoha. One day, a transfer student arrives Tsunade Senju. Wow, all 3 legendary ninjas are here. Tsunade immediately sits next to Edward and keeps sneaking glances at his blonde hair. When he calls her transfer student, it annoys her. In the afternoon, during Shuriken class, Tsunade mocks Edward and Yamashita as ignorant little kids. Edward gives her a death glare and drags Yamashita away. Let me tell you, folks, who understands? The courses at this ninja school are incredibly slow. 3 years. A full 3 years. I, Edward Newgate, a time traveler with a built-in cheat, have wasted 3 years in ninja school. Finally, my fusion rate has climbed to 5. Don't underestimate it. With just 5, I can punch with a strength of several hundred kilograms, equivalent to a Chunin level. This is all thanks to my daily hard work. Knock, knock. Just as I'm studying the panel, there's a knock at the door. I open it to find Yamashita Kaze, who has grown to 6 meters tall, has really sprouted up. Brother Edward. His face is full of admiration. Can you teach me how to get stronger? I roll my eyes, thinking this kid wants to mooch off my experience. But what kind of person is Edward? Am I that stingy? Gurur, I want to know. Sure, he'll teach you. I wave my hand dramatically. Step 1, eat a lot. Eat high-calorie foods. Supplement your nutrition. As I say this, I tear a piece of grilled meat in half and give him 1/2. Your task is to finish it. Yamashita Kaze looks dumbfounded. That piece of meat is bigger than half his body. I show off, eating while watching his constipated expression, nearly laughing to death. I'm gonna burst. Not long after, I've finished, and he still looks lifeless, chewing away. All right, if you can't finish, just pack it up and show me by the end of the day. I grab him and head home. A few days later, the break for these little kids is over, and school is starting again. Back to school. I frown, thinking how I, a distinguished time traveler, still have to go to school. It's a disgrace. Finally, I arrive at school, and a familiar voice calls out, "Hey, Edward, it's that Sundara Tsunade, Gururara." I laugh out loud. She still remembers the last time I let her win during the match on purpose. "Tsunade Senju, get out of my way." I shove her aside, not giving her any leeway. Ouch. Edward Newgate. Tsunade instantly gets furious and punches me. Tsunade, you're playing with fire? I grab her little hand and pin her under my arm. Edward, let go of me. She struggles wildly, but I don't budge, dragging her to class. Brother Edward has gotten stronger again. Comes Yamashita Kaze's envious voice from behind. As we walk down the corridor, all the students look at us in confusion, and Tsunade finally gives up struggling, going quiet as a chicken. Gururara, finally found it. I drop her off at the classroom. "Edward, I will get you back for this." Tsunade glares at me with tears in her eyes. "Yeah," I nonchalantly nod. "Brother Edward, have you gotten stronger again?" Yamashita Kaze asks as he approaches. Gurura, the teacher's coming. I shush him, signaling him to be quiet. This semester, we're going to learn chakra extraction and the three-body technique. This is the main event. Parts about the opening ceremony and cleaning, etc. Omitted in the afternoon class, the teacher begins discussing chakra. Chakra extraction is about developing the Bodhi's potential. The teacher rambles on and then hands out test paper. This is chakra test paper, which can measure attributes. He also tells us that having one attribute is normal, 2 attributes makes you a little genius, and having 3 or more attributes can be reported. Brother Edward, we're finally going to learn ninjutsu. Yamashita Kaze says excitedly, holding the test paper. Gurura, finally. I'm also very happy. I've waited too long for this day. I quickly start extracting chakra. Perhaps due to my exceptional talent, I succeed in no time. I pick up the test paper to check. Wow, wind and water. Only 2 attributes? I'm a bit dissatisfied, but looking around, it seems that Uchiha over there has 3 attributes while others aren't doing too well. Brother Edward, why can't I extract anything? Yamashita Kaze panics, seeing others succeed. Don't worry, take your time, there's still a week left. I reassure him. At that moment, there's a commotion from Tsunade's side, and the teacher goes over. For attribute chakra? No wonder she's the granddaughter of the first Hokage. I need to report this to the 3rd Hokage. For attributes? I fall into deep thought. Yamashita Kaze panics even more. Brother Edward, do I not have chakra? Gurura, you idiot. How could you be alive without chakra? I can't help but laugh at him that in the evening, I lie in bed feeling a bit emo. Gulala, what am I really afraid of? I am Edward Newgate. I suddenly shouted, since my chakra attributes aren't strong, they'll take the physical training route. I will become a man who possesses the tremor fruit in the future. I started to train like crazy, lifting weights, doing push-ups, sit-ups, squats. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid knocking on the door, accompanied by the voice of Yamashita Maple. Big brother Edward. I'm coming. I open the door, thinking if this kid doesn't have anything important, he'll have to beat him up. Big brother Edward. I have refined chakra, and it's 3 attributes. Wind, fire, lightning. He waved a test strip in front of me. Gulala, not bad. Yamashita Maple. You have a bright future ahead. I patted his head. Yamashita, your chakra attributes can combine. Unlike some people's conflicting attributes, make good use of it. I taught him. Okay, big brother Edward. He was extremely excited. But in this village, performing too well might not necessarily be a good thing. I began to ponder that old fox Danzo has caused a lot of trouble. Yamashita, come in and talk. I pulled him into the house. Yamashita Maple, do you know? Geniuses need to be kept under wraps. I started to deceive him. Only by exploding at the crucial moment can you achieve greatness. Do you understand? He looked at me innocently, and I cover my head. Forget it. Why am I telling you this? You wouldn't understand. I ripped open his test strip and tore off one of the attribute traces. From now on, just say you have dual attributes. This is the way to win that big brother teaches you. Okay, big brother Edward. He nodded, somewhat confused. Days passed, and Yamashita Maple and I went to school on time every day. The Umbu guys began to observe us outsiders, only leaving after confirming we had integrated into Konoha. Finally, one day, the teacher stood at the podium, looking serious. Are you ready to become ninjas? Today I will teach you ninjutsu, the body replacement technique. Wow, body replacement technique. Did you hear that, big brother Edward? Yamashita Maple shook my arm wildly. I heard. Although I appeared calm on the surface, I was also extremely excited inside. The final exam this semester will be passing the body replacement technique. If you fail, you'll have to retake it. The teacher continued, and there was a chorus of wails from below. Is passing the body replacement technique. I rubbed my hands together, thinking it was time to showcase my true skills. Without much delay, I mastered the technique of the 3 bodies, while Shanxiao Fingye was still struggling with it. Brother Edward is so impressive, unlike me, who looks on in admiration. Gulalala, trust me, you'll learn it soon enough. I said with a smile. From today onwards, I can officially regard myself as a ninja. Let's proceed. The competition is about to begin. I ruffled his hair, preparing to head to the arena. Today marks the performance competition of the first semester, which is crucial for graduation, so I must give my best. 4th place would suffice. Excellent ninjas often conceal their true abilities, I mused. Upon arriving at the competition venue, the teacher was already waiting. Are all the participants here? Then let the competition commence. I have already determined the order. The first match, Yamamoto Yoji versus Jiraiya. I must defeat him. I want to shed the title of the underdog. Jiraiya exclaimed excitedly. The afternoon's matches concluded swiftly, and I discreetly secured a place in the top 10, attracting a few admirers behind me. Gulalala, I never expected to have fans. I pondered, stroking my chin, feeling a bit elated. Edward, I want to duel you. Tsunade approached me with a fierce demeanor. That depends on the teacher's decision. Tsunade, I replied, slightly annoyed with this stubborn child. Oof. Edward, are you afraid of me? Tsunade said smugly. I simply walked away, ignoring her. The competition concluded with Tsunade's victory. Is it finally over? I gazed at my fourth-place score, thinking everything went according to plan. Brother Edward, the weather is getting colder. Winter is approaching, Shanshafinya said, having finished in 13th place. Is winter here? I looked up at the sky. Indeed, it felt a bit chilly. After a while of attending classes and practicing the three bodies technique, one day, Shanshafinya finally mastered it and was overjoyed. I also taught him some hunting skills, encouraging him to hunt more. The semester concluded, and most students completed the three bodies technique with an A grade. Even Jiraiya, the underdog, managed to achieve a B. Shanshafinya and I had grown another year older. Brother Edward, you have grown taller again. Shanshafinya exclaimed, admiring my height of 1.7 meters and my well-defined muscles. Gulalala, you need to ensure you're getting enough nutrition. Shansha, I replied with a smile. But I'm already 10 years old and only 1.55 meters tall, he said, slightly disheartened. Gulalala, girls mature faster than boys. You must understand, I consoled him. Also, Brother Edward, tomorrow is the new year. Have you bought new clothes? He asked curiously. Gulalala, of course I have. Let me see, Brother Edward. All right. Let us see how your brother's new clothes look, Gulalala. I opened my wardrobe and took out my prized possession. Wow, so handsome. He admired the white cloak I wore. Gulalala, I also bought trousers and black boots. I declared proudly. I was tired of those sandals that exposed my toes. This time, I spent a fortune customizing a captain's outfit, just like Whitebeard's. So, Shanxia, are your clothes ready? I asked, caressing my new attire. Yes, I'm all set. Gulalala. Ha ha ha. The room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. In the Hokage building, Nijon, I have arrived, Danzo announced as he pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Danzo, you're here. The third Hokage looked up. Let me tell you, during that barbecue day, I completely broke little Funya's defenses. I firmly placed my hand on his shoulder and said earnestly, if even the closest person to me cannot enjoy a decent barbecue, how can I deserve the title of Brother Edward? As soon as I finished speaking, a jolt rang through my mind. System notification. Whitebeard template fusion level increased by 2. Instantly raised to 7. Moreover, I unlocked Whitebeard's swordsmanship techniques. I suddenly understood. Family. Who comprehends this? Being good to family is the only way to grow stronger. However, this matter must be unraveled from the beginning. Before that barbecue, the atmosphere in the entire Konoha village felt somewhat off. The third Hokage was buried under a mountain of documents in his office, his face resembling a bitter melon. That day, when Danzo entered, the third finally sighed in relief, tossing down his pen and stating, Danzo, war may be on the horizon. I tell you, these two old men, despite their high positions, have never truly commanded a large-scale war, their hearts filled with anxiety. The third said, at most 5 years, the borders will erupt into conflict. Danzo, quickly expand the intelligence network. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes sparkled with greed, while he verbally agreed, plotting something in his mind. Before leaving, the third called him back, saying that the policy of adopting war orphans was halted due to insufficient village funds. We can no longer afford it. In recent years, nearly 500 children had been taken in, and the finances were on the verge of collapse. Danzo simply replied, I understand, then turned to leave, muttering, 500, is that enough? What an incredible revelation. Upon hearing this, my DNA stirred. Enough? What does that mean? Surely, it is enough for his organization to use as expendable resources. This old man is truly wicked to the core. However, these troublesome matters were temporarily unrelated to me. In the blink of an eye, the New Year festival arrived. I, Edward Newgate, donned an outfit akin to Whitebeard's battle robes, striking poses in front of the mirror, Gulalala, handsome. Yet, a glance at my stats revealed my fusion level remained stubbornly at 5, which left me a tad disappointed. At that moment, my little follower, Shanxia Fengya, burst in, also dressed in new clothes, excitedly asking how he looked. Upon seeing him, I noted the vibrant red and yellow combination, which was quite spirited. I extended my hand and ruffled his hair. Not bad, Shanxia. The little guy was shy, attempting to evade but unable to. After enjoying my playful moment, I contemplated that if my outfit were paired with my father's large naginata, Sonyun Chia, it would be perfect. However, one must take things step by step. Once I grow stronger, I must have the blacksmiths of a land of crafts forge me an identical one. Little Fengya could hardly contain his excitement, pulling me outside, exclaiming that many stores were offering half-price sales for the festival. As we strolled down the street, my towering height of 7 meters, holding his hand, created a heartwarming scene of a father and son out shopping. While wandering, I pulled him into the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan. Let me tell you, after being in this world for so long, my palate has grown weary. Every day was either hunting or fishing, and neither could compare to the aroma of barbecued meat. Little Fengya kept tugging at me, saying it was expensive here. I waved my hand grandly, exuding confidence. Don't worry. The money I've saved recently is enough for us to enjoy several meals. Once seated, Little Fengya nervously ordered the 2 cheapest plates. Did I indulge this child? I pointed directly at the menu. 2 plates of the 2,000 Rio option. Little Fengya turned pale, about to protest, but I unleashed my paternal love strategy. Reminiscent of that earlier moment, my heartfelt words moved Little Fengya to tears as he covered his mouth and sobbed. When the waiter brought the meat, he looked at us with a puzzled expression, likely thinking, what an unusual pair. A burly man made a child cry, and yet they're laughing? As soon as the meat arrived, I wasted no time and dug in. With a large bite, I was overwhelmed. Dear family, it was the taste of home. Little Fengya, too, was simultaneously crying and eating, overwhelmed by the dual impact of emotion and flavor, tears flowing freely. Time flew by, and 2 years passed. In the 27th year of inKonoha, I turned 13. Over these 2 years, I seemed to have been injected with growth hormones. My height soared to 9 meters. My weight reached 150 kilograms, with explosive muscles adorning my frame. I had several sets of Whitebeard-S battle robes prepared. Who would believe I was merely a freshly graduated young lad? The degree of fusion steadily reached 12, and my strength made battling even a particularly skilled jonin feel like child's play. On the day of the graduation ceremony at the Ninja Academy, I playfully teased Xiao Fengya, saying, "Gulalala, be my son, Yamashita." This young lad has grown up and become quite opinionated, consistently refusing with firm words, insisting he only wishes to be my younger brother. Can I agree to that? I, Edward Newgate, desire nothing but a son. At that moment, Tsunade approached. Over the years, she has persistently sought to challenge me. Yet each time, I effortlessly bested her, leaving her unsatisfied and eager to be near me. Spotting her, I casually inquired, "What's up, Tsunade? Do you need something?" She retorted with displeasure, "Can I talk to you if there's nothing going on?" Reflecting on it, I found her quite interesting. After all these years, I nearly regarded her as a daughter. Overflowing with paternal affection, I reached out and placed my hand on her head. "Gulalala, of course you can." Edward, you're doing it again," Tsunade exclaimed, her voice piercing and nearly lifting my skull. I quickly withdrew my hand, realizing that such a fiery temperament should not be included in my family plans. Next, the 3rd Hokage took the stage, delivering yet another of his traditional speeches about the will of fire, a tiresome cycle of indoctrination. Once the ceremony concluded, it was time to divide into classes. To my surprise, the 3rd personally led Class 7, consisting of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, the future legendary 3 ninjas clearly arranged. Meanwhile, I learned that Class 6 comprised Edward Newgate, Yamashita Fengya, and a boy named Yamamoto Yoji, with a particularly skilled jonin named Kikamatsu as our instructor. I was not surprised to share a class with Xiao Fengya, but Yamamoto Yoji, often overlooked and frail, surprised me with this assignment. 3 days later, our Class 6 gathered in an open space. Our teacher proved reliable, not following the tardy antics of certain white-haired individuals. He leapt down from a tree, glanced at our profiles, and began his introduction. The training commenced without the typical bell-grabbing antics. After all, we were not the protagonists. We dove straight into the basics, tree climbing and water walking. I must say, these exercises felt trivial to me, and I completed them effortlessly on the first day. For the remaining days, I practiced on my own, performing 3,000 push-ups daily as a warm-up. Xiao Fengye displayed decent talent and learned tree climbing after 4 or 5 days. As for Yamamoto Yoji, he struggled with his frail physique, falling countless times and coughing painfully, yet he persevered and ultimately succeeded in climbing. Our instructor, Kikamatsu, was thrilled, declaring us the fastest class he had ever taught. In his excitement, he produced 3 scrolls from his waist, presenting each of us with a C-rank ninjutsu as a reward. I received the wind release, great breakthrough. Xiao Fengye acquired the fire release, great fireball technique, and Yamamoto Yoji was bestowed with the earth release, heart-severing technique. Not only that, but we were granted a week off to practice independently. Joyfully, Xiao Fengye and I prepared to return home, but upon glancing back, I noticed Yamamoto Yoji standing alone, clutching his scroll and murmuring, "Am I going home? Where's my home?" That solitary figure tugged at my heartstrings. During the week off, I took Xiao Fengye to a small grove by the village to train further. He practiced the great fireball technique, but his chakra was limited, and he became winded after producing a small flame. I, on the other hand, executed one-handed push-ups while guiding him vocally. As we trained, hunger struck. Just then, a trap I had set earlier showed signs of disturbance. Approaching, it discovered a wild deer. To my surprise, it began making noise, causing quite a racket. I swiftly approached and, with my warm hand, crushed its skull, sending it on its way. Hoisting the deer onto my shoulder, I felt its weight and was satisfied. Returning to Xiao Fengye, I shouted, "Yamashita, prepare the fire release. Today we feast on roasted deer meat." Understanding my command, Xiao Fengye squeezed out his last bit of chakra to ignite the fire. With a swift motion, I skinned the deer, blood splattering across me. A thrilling scene. I positioned the deer over the flames, and thick smoke began to rise. Gulalala, it has been ages since I savored wild deer. I laughed, but suddenly, I turned my head sharply toward the depths of the forest, my expression instantly serious, and said to Xiao Fengye, "This next part is up to you, Yamashita." As soon as my words left my mouth, I shot forward like a cannonball, disappearing from my spot. I sensed a presence lurking in the forest, exuding a murderous aura, pretending to be inconspicuous. In a flash, I was before him, a man clad in samurai attire, a long sword strapped to his back, with a grave expression. He hesitantly asked, "Sir, we have no enmity, do we?" Unable to contain my laughter, I responded, "Gulalala, your acting is laughable. If we were in my realm, you wouldn't even reach the gates of Hengdian with such theatrics. Your murderous intent could marinate my roasted deer meat, yet here you are, feigning innocence. If it weren't for my imposing stature, you would have charged me long ago." Suppressing my amusement, I questioned him, "What is your game? Are you after treasure, or simply seeking to send me on my way?" Upon hearing me expose his intentions, his expression faltered, and with a swift motion, he drew his sword. To my surprise, it was a broken blade. What a peculiar trend, wielding a shattered sword in battle. He disregarded my words and charged at me, shouting, "Damn Konoha ninja! D. Gulalala." This was getting interesting. Assessing his stance, I chuckled. His strength was mediocre, at best a special jonin. Compared to my current fusion level of 14, he was nothing but an egg against a rock. I made no effort to dodge, simply raised my hand and unleashed the wind release. Great breakthrough. A massive air bullet struck him squarely. He was momentarily stunned, his expression resembling that of someone who had seen a ghost, barely managing to evade. Nonetheless, the wind blade grazed his arm, tearing through flesh and fabric. Before he could catch his breath, I was already upon him. Terrified, he raised his broken sword in a futile attempt to defend himself, but I swiftly delivered a powerful strike, sending the blade flying and breaking his arm at a right angle. I seized him by the neck, lifting him as if he were a chick, and asked, "Any last words?" This man, knowing his end was near, began to unleash his final words of vengeance. "Ha ha! You Konoha devils! You killed my wife and children. Even as a ghost, I one T spare you. Ah, a revenge tale, I thought briefly, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. But just then, he slyly produced a kunai with his other hand and, taking me by surprise, stabbed me. I glanced down. It had pierced only a few centimeters, almost like a mere tickle. He stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Then he erupted into maniacal laughter. It's poisoned. Ha ha ha. You will die with me. Before he could finish, I tightened my grip, and silence fell. Casting his lifeless body aside, I gazed at the Konoha forehead protector on his arm, feeling a twinge of melancholy. This is the world of ninjas. No questions of right or wrong, only allegiance. Fortunately, my physique was extraordinary, with a squeeze. The greenish poison oozed out like toothpaste, leaving me unscathed. To be cautious, I approached and crushed his head beneath my foot, ensuring no remnants remained. Picking up the broken sword, I inspected it. Good quality, infused with chakra metal, albeit a bit short. I secured it at my waist. Finally, I unleashed another wind release. Great breakthrough to obliterate the evidence, proficiently covering my tracks. As for searching his belongings? Nonsense. I, the esteemed heir of Whitebeard, would never stoop to covet his ragged possessions. As I staggered back, Shan Xiaofengye was on the verge of tears. Brother Adhua, you have finally returned. The meat is almost burnt to a crisp. I disregarded him entirely and casually tossed the broken sword in his direction. Here, a gift for you. The moment he caught it, his eyes widened. One moment he was sorrowful, and the next he clutched the short blade as if it were a treasure. Completely forgetting about the meat, I sat down and devoured the meat, my mind lingering on the earlier incident, which I found increasingly amusing. And I couldn't help but chuckle heartily. This world of ninjas was far more brutal than I had imagined, yet it was exhilarating. A few days later, the three of us gathered again for our sensei, Jimu Song, to assess our progress in ninjutsu. Yamamoto Yoji limped over, claiming he had injured himself while practicing. I could see right through the ruse. His injury was clearly the result of a fight, but I chose not to inquire further. Shan Xiaofengye went first, executing a fireball jutsu with significantly more power than before, indicating that he had taken my advice to refine his chakra precision. Jimu Song praised him. Next was Yamamoto Yoji, who attempted a decapitation technique but was so slow in forming the seals that he barely passed. Finally, it was my turn. I thought to myself that I shouldn't be too modest and should showcase some of my potential. Thus, I casually formed a seal and unleashed a wind release. Great breakthrough, which split a large tree in half. I had restrained my strength, using only half of my power. Jimu Song was immediately astonished, remarking that my C-rank ninjutsu was nearing B rank in potency and hailed me as a genius in wind release. After the assessment, he called me aside for a heart-to-heart and inquired about my aspirations. I scratched my head and looked down at him, sincerely stating my dream to have a large family. He fell silent for a long moment, likely struck by the magnitude of my ambition. Ultimately, he pulled out a scroll from his robe and handed it to me, saying, "This is a B-rank ninjutsu. Wind release. Vacuum wave. I have faith in you. Do not let me down." My heart soared with joy. Was this not akin to receiving angelic investment? I had merely flexed a bit, and the reward followed immediately. This maneuver was bound to yield profits. Perhaps inspired by my talent, Jimu Song altered our plans, leading us to undertake a D-rank mission to familiarize ourselves with the process before advancing directly to a B-rank task. And guess what that D-rank mission entailed? Helping an elderly gentleman clean out his warehouse. Shan Xiaofengye was bewildered, questioning how ninjas could be tasked with such menial work. I, however, had no qualms and got right to it. The warehouse was a mess, akin to a rubbish dump. I single-handedly tackled the job for an entire day before finally completing it. I earned 4,000 Ryo, and Shan Xiaofengye and Yamamoto Yoji, understanding the effort I had expended, generously shared 3,000 Ryo with me. That night, upon reporting back to Jimu Song, he was surprised at our swift completion and, with a serious expression, informed us, "Tomorrow, I will assign you a more challenging task." Shan Xiaofengye and Yamamoto Yoji, blissfully unaware of the gravity of what lay ahead, were like innocent internet trolls, merely echoing yes. Sensei. The next day, Jimu-song equipped us with kunai, shuriken, and soldier pills. With the short blade I had given him, Shansha Finya passed his kunai to Yamamoto Yoji. Prepared, we set off on our official mission. This time, it was a B-rank task to assassinate a high-ranking member of the Kusa ninja village. Throughout our journey, Jimu-song pushed us hard, and soon, the inexperienced Shansha and Yamamoto fell far behind, while I kept pace effortlessly beside him. That night, during a break, Jimu-song offered us soldier pills. I must say, those were akin to tasteless compressed biscuits, unsatisfying and hardly filling. The two younger ninjas were so exhausted that they fell asleep instantly. Jimu-song, observing their plight, softened and decided we would rest for the night. Truly, what a fortunate teacher. I thought to myself, such compassion in a leader was rare. However, my hunger was unbearable, so I bid him farewell and ventured into the woods to hunt. After several days of hasty travel, we finally reached the outskirts of Kusa Ninja Village. Jimu-song initially planned to infiltrate at night, but after some contemplation, he decided it would be wiser to send someone for reconnaissance. Naturally, that task fell to me. Edouard, disguise yourself as a civilian and gather intelligence, but conceal your forehead protector. Understood. I tucked away my forehead protector and utilized a transformation technique, morphing into an ordinary passerby, blending seamlessly into a merchant convoy entering the village. My Jonin-level transformation was flawless. Even the guards at the entrance could not detect any flaws, allowing me to enter the village with ease. Now it was my time to shine. Where should I go to gather intelligence? Naturally, the tavern, a hub for all sorts of information. I must say, in the year 2025, who still drinks alone? It has to be a grand revelry. I made sure to indulge while discreetly inquiring for information. After a few hours, I finally learned that the high-ranking target we were to assassinate was a war fanatic. No wonder Jimu-song and the others from Konoha were willing to take on this job. Anyone who stirs up trouble without strength deserves to be eliminated. After settling my bill, I swiftly exited the tavern, noting how quickly night fell. Perfect timing to familiarize myself with the terrain. This Kusa ninja village was truly a slum. The tallest building was only 2 stories high. I wandered around, sensing very few strong chakra signatures. The most formidable presence was merely an elite jonin. I couldn't help but laugh. Was this truly the caliber of a power player in the ninja world? As night fully descended, I reverted from my transformation, returning to my towering self. After all, one cannot deny their innate strength. I then vanished into the night. In an alley, I rendezvoused with Jimu-song's team. The guards here are quite lackluster, aren't they, Jimu-sensei? I boasted. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, otherwise I would not have taken this mission. After distributing tasks, Jimu-song and I swiftly disappeared into the darkness. Under the moonlight, the Kusa ninjas fell like wheat under a scythe, one after another. We stealthily entered the target's chamber, observing the individual sound asleep on the bed. Jimu-song gestured for me to take action. With a swift motion, another head rolled. The assassination was astonishingly smooth. On our way back, I couldn't help but complain, with such a powerful physique, you have me engaging in assassination? Isn't that a waste of talent? Yet, thinking of the generous reward, I held my tongue. After all, saving up to craft my own weapon was the true priority. Not long after, we regrouped with Shansha and Yamamoto Yoji, who had been idling, and made our escape. Who would have thought that on this very night, Kusa Ninja Village lost yet another high-ranking member? Was this truly the conclusion of a B-rank mission? I felt utterly disconnected from the experience. On our return to Konoha, Shansha rambled on, while Jimu-song seemed bewildered by how smoothly everything had gone, expressing relief that nothing had gone awry. Upon our return to Konoha, we submitted our mission report and received a whopping 140,000 Rio. Wow, so much! Shansha exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of money. Yamamoto Yoji was equally astonished, having never seen such a sum before. I inwardly scoffed at the amount. Through my research, I had learned that the missions were generally categorized as follows. D rank involved assisting civilians, typically yielding 1,000 to 5,000 Rio. C rank tasks included bodyguard duties with some risk of injury, ranging from 5,000 to 50,000 Rio. B rank required serious engagement, involving battles between ninjas, with rewards of 50,000 to 150,000 Rio. A rank typically involved escorting important figures, offering 150,000 to 1,000,000 Rio, and S-rank missions were classified as state secrets, starting at 1,000,000 Rio. Yet I pondered, how much would it cost to forge the mightiest weapon, Songyun Chia, in the land of crafts? Surely, it would require at least 100 million Rio. Let us proceed. Jumu Song waved his hand grandly, ready to grant everyone a few days of leave. Hooray! Yamashita Fingye cheered exuberantly. When it came time to divide the money, Jumu Song produced 150,000 Rio, handing out 2 portions of 20,000 Rio each to Yamashita Fingye and Yamamoto Yoji, while splitting the remainder into 2 shares for himself and me. This mission was primarily the result of the efforts of Edward and me, hence we received the larger sums, Jumu Song explained. In the world of ninjas, strength speaks for itself, and that is indisputable. After the money was distributed, Jumu Song promptly took his leave. Yamashita Fingye, Yamamoto Yoji, and I hurried to the barbecue restaurant for a hearty feast. Yamashita Fingye remarked that was the most fulfilling and delicious meal he had ever enjoyed. In the 29th year of Konoha, the ninja world was rife with friction. The semi-divine figure known as Hanzo the Salamander was stirring up trouble again. Within the Hokage building, Tanichi Komatsu expressed his deep concern. This Hanzo has quite the ambition, Mito Min, and also felt troubled. Nara, you must prepare in advance. Sarutobi Nara clasped his hands together. I can already sense the unrest in the ninja world. Danzo interjected with a sardonic tone. Should I dispatch a team of elite jonin? Sarutobi Nara cut him off. Just manage your subordinates well. Meanwhile, in my room, I pondered, is it merely 15 million Rio? At 15 years old, standing at an impressive height of 2.1 meters, I was still unsatisfied. Ever since completing a B-rank mission with Jumu Song, I had been fervently undertaking missions to amass wealth. However, due to my status as a genin, I could only accept C-rank tasks, which earned me money far too slowly. Eventually, I approached Jumu Song and requested to participate in the Chunin exams. Although surprised, he assisted me with the application. After successfully becoming a Chunin, I sought Jumu Song out again, expressing my desire to operate independently. Though reluctant, he agreed and reported to the 3rd Hokage. Amid Yamashita Fingye's tearful gaze, I departed from Team 6. It has now been 2 years since I started my independent journey. I have completed over 100 B-rank missions, accumulating a total of 15 million Rio. Now, I once again submitted an application to the Hokage's office, seeking promotion to Special Jonin. The 3rd Hokage, astonished by my rapid advancement, nonetheless approved it. After all, Konoha is in dire need of personnel. As long as I can persist for 10 minutes under a Jonin's guidance in a specific skill, I should be fine, I thought, glancing at the assessment criteria with a smile. For me, this is but a trivial challenge. With a fusion level of 20, I have long possessed the strength of an elite Jonin. The next day, I arrived at the training ground. Edward, are you ready for the assessment? Inquired a ninja holding a notebook. Gulalala, I've been ready for ages. Bring it on. I laughed heartily. In that case, Squirrel. The examiner turned to a shadowy corner. An umbu clad in an animal mask emerged. Let us make this quick. I have tasks to return to. Then let us begin. The examiner commanded, swiftly retreating. The umbu launched 3 shuriken with precise angles. Gulalala, let us skip this trivial test. I easily evaded them. Suddenly, a wall of earth surged beneath me, attempting to propel me upwards. Doton, Dorihiki, Gulalala. I twisted in midair, shattering the earthen wall with a kick. What formidable taijutsu! The umbu exclaimed, immediately taking a defensive stance. Suiton, Suididan no Jutsu. Futon, Shinkaha. Futon, Shinkijioku. I was quicker, a fierce wind dispersing the water dragon bullet, with several wind bullets hurtling towards the umbu. Doton, Dorihiki. The umbu erected an earthen wall for defense once more, but I was already above him. When did this happen? The umbu gasped in shock. Gulalala. One must never lose focus in battle. I seized the umbu, pulling him out of the vacuum sphere's attack range. Boom, boom, boom. The vacuum sphere struck the training ground wall, producing a deafening explosion. Gulalala, what an impressive ninjutsu! I declared proudly, gazing at the demolished wall. This is... The umbu lay on the ground, relieved to have escaped with his life. The battle concluded. The umbu was overwhelmed, unable to withstand even 10 minutes. The examiner stood dumbfounded, uncertain whether to pass the assessment. Allow me to report to the third Hokage. You shall receive notice soon, Lord Edward. Within the Hokage building, the third Hokage contemplated the document before him. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. In that case, I shall take my leave, Lord Third. The third Hokage looked up to see Umbu Squirrel. Lord Third, I was defeated by Edward. What? The third Hokage was astonished, unable to believe even he had lost. To defeat a Jonin at just 15 years old? What a prodigy. At that moment, the examiner arrived, presenting the notebook to the third Hokage. In that case, let him be promoted to Jonin. The third Hokage ultimately decided. By the way, remember to keep this matter confidential. Yes, Lord Third. Let him choose 1A rank and 2B rank ninjutsu as rewards. Just say it was my suggestion. As you command, Lord Third. The third Hokage reviewed Edward's file. A fine child. I hope he truly embodies the will of fire that I so emphasize. Near the forest of Konoha, an examiner knocked on the door. Edward, here are your special Jonin combat attire and ninja tools. Please accept them. Thank you. I took the items. Due to your victory over that ninja, the third Hokage recognized your prowess and thus revised your assessment from Special Jonin to Jonin. I hope you keep this in mind. I will. After the examiner departed, I called out to the rooftop. Come out. Truly, someone valued by the third Hokage. Umbu Squirrel leaped down. Oh, you again? Edward Newgate. Your talent has captured the attention of the third Hokage. To ensure every leaf in Konoha takes root and flourishes, the third has sent me to convey some matters to you. Oh, please, share them here. Squirrel unfurled a scroll, detailing various B-rank ninjutsu. Select 3. Oh, I'm truly grateful to the third Hokage. Suetun, Suryun no Jutsu, Futon, Shinkade Ball, and Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu. After I made my selections, Squirrel handed me the scroll. I hope you remember the expectations of the third Hokage. With that, Squirrel vanished. Gulalala, what a generous person. Holding the 3 scrolls, I laughed heartily. I couldn't help but wonder how my future abilities, particularly after acquiring the Gura Gura no Mi, would interact with my water techniques. However, considering that the Hokage world lacks the ocean's curse, what was there to worry about? Gulalala, Yamashita Finye, should be returning soon after finishing his B-rank mission. I prepared to be a responsible father, eagerly awaiting my son's return. Gulalala, having family truly feels wonderful. The dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes, awaiting Yamashita Finye's arrival. 1A rank ninjutsu and 2B rank ninjutsu, you say? After waiting for a while, and with Yamashita Finye still absent, I retrieved the ninjutsu scrolls and immersed myself in study. Quite impressive techniques, indeed. 2 hours later, I finally comprehended the ninjutsu thoroughly. Brother Edward, I'm back. A familiar voice called from outside. Yamashita, why did you return so late? Did we not have an agreement? I chided as I observed Yamashita Finye, who had grown considerably. I apologize, Brother Edward. I encountered a minor issue on the way. Gulalala. All right, I forgive you, I said with a smile. Come, let us eat. Wow, what a splendid dinner. He exclaimed. It smells divine, Brother Edward. Gulalala, indeed. But the only unfortunate thing is that the food has grown cold, I replied. Gulalala, a feast without fine wine is unacceptable. Since my fusion level with Whitebeard reached 20, I had developed a fondness for alcohol. Gulalala, this exquisite wine is from the bountiful land of fire, Yamashita. Would you care for a drink? Absolutely. Shanxia Finye, brimming with enthusiasm, graciously accepted the invitation. The two commenced a drinking contest. With several cups consumed, Shanxia Finye succumbed, collapsing onto the table while still murmuring for more. Observing the inebriated Shanxia Finye, I spoke with a tone of complexity. I then indulged in copious amounts of meat and drink, gazing out at the moon and stars. The following morning, Idiwa, my friend, I must tell you, Shansha Fengye has finally awakened. Gazing at the disarray, I imagined he was cursing under his breath, likely blaming Idiwa for yet another escapade. While muttering to himself, he began to tidy up the mess. Is Idiwa harboring a grudge against missions? Could it be, as Yamamoto Yoji suggested, that he is a mercenary at heart? To my surprise, halfway through cleaning, a note was affixed to the wall. Shansha Fengye thought, as expected. Idiwa's message was akin to a paternal admonition. Fengye, you have grown. In the world of shinobi, lacking strength makes you a target. Even beggars on the street will take advantage of you. Thus, strive to enhance yourself. Within the safe, I have stored my years of jutsu. The key is on the nightstand. Upon reading this, Shansha Fengye's expression was one of profound complexity. His gratitude was genuine, yet further solidified his resolve to grow stronger. The scene shifted to the forest of Mai, where a cacophony echoed, reminiscent of fireworks. Idiwa's robust figure flickered with fervor. 80,000 Ryo. This is undoubtedly the pinnacle of A-rank missions within Mai's task office. He had rushed to accept the task early that morning. His objective clear: to earn 100 million Ryo and procure a divine weapon from the land of crafts. Bodyguard? Idiwa pondered upon reviewing the task list. To protect an heir of a minor nation? This? 80,000? This is hardly easy money. He recalled the intelligence from the task office. The buffer zone between the land of rivers, the land of fire, and the land of wind was perpetually ravaged by war. No wonder the reward gleamed enticingly, yet no one dared to accept it. Venturing there was tantamount to courting death. But who is Idiwa? An elite jonin. As long as he wasn't facing a Kage, he was invincible. The forest reverberated with his characteristic hearty laughter before he vanished from sight. Next came the journey. Idiwa sprinted fervently and reached the land of rivers within a day. How impoverished! Walking along the roads of the land of rivers, Idiwa was struck by the sight of the emaciated populace, filled with profound emotion. This wretched place had no intact walls. It was clear it had endured relentless beatings. This must be the place. Idiwa, clutching the task list, arrived at the designated location. In stark contrast to the surrounding squalor, this place resembled a palace. Halt! As he was about to enter, two guards obstructed his path. I am a ninja from Mai. Idiwa presented the task list. Upon seeing it, the guards exclaimed, a Mai ninja! Quickly, let him pass. After all, this individual towered over them, robust as an ox. In a confrontation, they would be no match for him. How grand! This is even larger than my villa. Upon entering the castle, Idiwa was astounded by the opulence within. Halt! Who are you? At that moment, an elderly man in a black suit, accompanied by several guards, blocked his path. I am a ninja from Mai, Idiwa replied, resigned to explain once more. A ninja from Mai? That does not seem likely. The elder scrutinized Idiwa, taking in his golden curly hair, imposing stature, and peculiar attire. He hardly resembled a Mai resident. Not likely? Idiwa, oblivious, chuckled as he handed over the task list. Ah, you truly are my ninja. My apologies. The elder's demeanor shifted instantly to one of warmth. Please, follow me. The prince has been awaiting your arrival. After reviewing the task list, the elder's face brightened. The prince has not been eating or sleeping well these past few days. You are finally here. However, the elder remarked with your attire, I would have mistaken you for someone from Yunin village. As the elder led the way, they engaged in casual conversation. Is that so? Idiwa responded nonchalantly. Finally, under the elder's guidance, Idiwa arrived at the heir's chamber. Along the way, he learned the intricacies of the situation. It turned out that the daimyo of the land of rivers had 7 heirs, who were slaughtering one another in a fierce struggle for the throne, for had already perished. The one Idiwa was to protect was the weakest of the bunch, the 7th. This poor soul was utterly at his wit's end, having resorted to selling his possessions to seek assistance from Mai. Why not add an additional 20,000 Ryo and elevate the mission to S rank? Idiwa inquired, gazing at the closed chamber door. The prince truly has no funds, the elder confessed, lowering his gaze. Something is amiss. Suddenly, Idiwa's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, Boom! In the face of the elder's bewilderment, Idiwa kicked open the great door of the chamber. My 80,000. Aidiwa rushed inside, only to find a masked ninja poised to eliminate the feeble prince lying in bed. Who goes there? The ninja was startled, nearly dropping his weapon. Before he could comprehend the situation, Aidiwa seized him by the throat and with a swift motion, snapped it. Swish, swish, swish. From the shadows, several ninjas, witnessing their comrade's demise, immediately launched 3 shuriken. Just Chunin? Aidiwa waved his hand, swatting the shuriken aside, already discerning their level of strength. Doton, si no senkotsu no jutsu. Another ninja burrowed underground, attempting to pull Aidiwa down with him. What? However, as he dove below, Aidiwa yanked him back, tossing him like a sandbag towards his allies. He is not dead, is he? After dispatching the lesser foes, Aidiwa turned his attention to the prince. The prince was unharmed, merely under the effects of a sleep-inducing poison. The elder hurriedly approached, administering an antidote to the prince. How splendid! Aidiwa sighed in relief. He then strode towards the ninja he had thrown. Gurgle, gurgle. The ninja, blood oozing from his mouth, attempted to utter something but failed. The other, struck down, was already lifeless. Bam! Aidiwa stomped down, sending off the last ninja. Am I still alive? The prince awoke, disbelief etched across his face. Yes, you are still alive, my prince, the elder exclaimed excitedly. Did he save me? The prince looked towards Aidiwa. I'm a ninja from my... Aidiwa approached. Ah, so you must be the ninja who accepted the A-rank mission I issued. The prince sighed with relief. Thank you. Grateful to be alive, the prince expressed his appreciation. It's nothing. You are my mission target. So it is my duty to protect you, Aidiwa replied, waving his hand dismissively as he dispersed chakra, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The prince soon drifted back into a deep sleep, while the elder exited to arrange for the battlefield to be cleared. It seems I can finally rest well, Aidiwa thought. He sought out the elder, requesting an ample supply of food. Having witnessed Aidiwa's prowess, the elder dared not delay and promptly made arrangements. My apologies, Aidiwa remarked, glancing back at the still, slumbering prince. No need for apologies. If the esteemed ninja has any further requests, please do not hesitate to ask, the elder bowed earnestly. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Aidiwa wasted no time and began to feast. Fine wines and exquisite dishes flowed forth. Though the prince was the weakest of the 7 heirs, provisions were not a concern. Aidiwa relished his meal to the fullest. It was likely that no other ninja would indulge as he did. One must eat well to have the strength to work. Aidiwa exclaimed with a hearty burp, laughing joyfully. Shortly thereafter, a series of desperate cries erupted from outside the castle. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. Aidiwa's mission deadline was reduced to a single day. During this time, he had no idea how many times he had protected the prince or how many lives he had taken. Ultimately, the night before last, the daimyo of the land of rivers declared the eldest prince the most powerful heir. Old Chi is temporarily safe, and Edward breathes a sigh of relief. As long as he obtains the prince's signature and seal on the mission order, he can retire in glory. Thank you so much, Edward. The prince gazes at Edward with gratitude. If it weren't for him, he would have long been eliminated by those ninjas. After all, he had even faced an assassination attempt from a special jonin in recent days. Oh, there's no need for such formality. If you offer me a substantial reward, I may still be inclined to assist you, Edward hinted. He understood that once he departed, the prince would be but a breath away from death. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude to you, steward. Unfortunately, the prince completely misinterpreted Edward's insinuation and waved for the steward to present some items. These are the ninjutsu techniques I have collected over the years. I hope you'll find them to your liking, Edward. The prince looked at Edward with eager anticipation, hoping to win him over with these gifts. In recent days, he had employed beauty and power, but Edward showed no interest. Ah, these are indeed remarkable items, Edward exclaimed, taking the ninjutsu into his hands. Fire release, lightning release, wind release, water release, earth release. Unfortunately, they were all of inferior quality. The prince's eyes lit up as he was about to say something more. However, we ninjas cannot accept gift from our employers during missions. Otherwise, I might have been tempted, Edward remarked, returning the ninjutsu to the prince. This action served as a merciless rejection of the prince's overtures. Nevertheless, as a ninja, as long as your remuneration is sufficient, I can become a sharp blade in your hand. Edward shifted his tone, making his intentions abundantly clear. If the prince still failed to grasp this, he could not be blamed for not providing an opportunity. Is that so? Upon hearing such direct words, the prince lowered his head in contemplation. Edward, may I offer you a deposit of 100,000 Rio? I will accumulate the rest of the reward later. After a long pause, the prince raised his head and inquired. Of course, your highness. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Edward's eyes. Then, I shall issue an S-rank mission. The reward is 10 million Rio for eliminating my 2 older brothers. Do you dare to accept? The prince clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I did not expect the weakest, old Chi, to possess such audacity. A ninja who does not seize wealth is not a good ninja. I accept. Edward laughed heartily. In a flash, he vanished from the palace, leaving only echoes behind. Tonight shall undoubtedly be a night of slaughter. Boom, boom, boom. Following the address provided by the prince, Edward charged directly into the second brother's castle. Who goes there? No, stop. In the terrified eyes of the guards, Edward smashed their heads with a single punch. Pathetic, Edward lamented. He rampaged through, reducing all obstructing guards to mere rubble, arriving at the palace entrance. Wind release, tornado. Wind release, blade of wind. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. Suddenly, the sounds of ninjutsu rang out. 1 jonin and 2 special jonin. Were they ninjas from Sunagakure? Edward chose not to confront them head-on and deftly dodged their attack. Wind release, vacuum sphere. At the same time, he completed the hand seals and unleashed a wind technique towards the ground. With a whoosh after the explosion, a ninja flew out from the ground, spitting blood, his fate uncertain. Silver, the other 2 ninjas exclaimed. Damn it! Wind release, great tornado. Wind release, vacuum bullets. In the next moment, the 2 ninjas launched another attack. Water release, great waterfall technique. Edward also formed hand seals, releasing the only A-rank ninjutsu he had managed to practice during these days. A massive torrent of water surged through the air, rushing toward the remaining ninjas. Their attacks were instantly engulfed, rendered utterly ineffective. How could this suspected Kyumo ninja unleash such formidable water release? Damn it, this mission has failed. Retreat. Seeing the astonishing deluge, the 2 ninjas decisively chose to withdraw. The second prince trembled in fear within the palace. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Edward grinned and pursued them. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. Outside the castle, the 2 ninjas desperately dodged Edward's assaults. I've got you. At last, Edward seized one ninja's head. Sensing the chakra within, it must be a special jonin. Bang! Without mercy, Edward crushed his skull. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. After sealing off the remaining ninja, Edward charged forward. It's over. The ninja wore a look of despair, unable to find suitable items for the substitution technique. This is the end. Boom! Edward's punch shattered him into fragments. Even a jonin is this fragile in my hands? Then my strength must exceed that of elite jonin. Edward stood atop the water-drenched castle, sensing that half of his chakra remained. It must be between elite jonin and Kage level. With this realization, Edward departed, heading towards the residence of the eldest prince. In the eldest prince's palace, fine wine and beautiful women, all will be mine. The eldest prince boasted while embracing 2 beauties. As long as he became the daimyo, he could possess it all. Your Highness, reconnaissance ninjas have detected powerful chakra approaching from a mile away. Please take cover. A ninja adorned with the headband of the Land of Rivers reported. He was one of the ninjas trained in the Land of Rivers, responsible for protecting the eldest prince. I trust in your abilities, Jinbin. You can protect me, right? The eldest prince dismissed the warning. He was solely preoccupied with that treacherous second prince. After the failed mission in Sunagakure, he could not allow him to succeed again. Quickly, take the eldest prince to safety. The enemy is drawing near. The ninja from the Land of Rivers shouted. What? So soon? The eldest prince had yet to comprehend. Was it not said that there was still a mile to go? Bang! The roof was blasted open, and Edward descended from the heavens, delivering punches that obliterated the guards and ninjas. Quick, protect me. Jinben and the ninjas from Sunagakure, come protect your employer. Witnessing Edward's prowess, the eldest prince cried out in terror. Wind release, earth release, lightning release. In the shadows, countless ninjas emerged. Yet the strongest among them were merely jonin. Edward remained undaunted, unleashing ninjutsu to counter the attacks while continuously eliminating foes. In an instant, no one within the palace could withstand Edward's onslaught. It seems I must hasten to earn some money. My hands are covered in blood, and it's too sticky. Edward pondered while fighting. If only I had Whitebeard's exclusive weapon. Songyan Xia, I would be rampaging right now. Ah, it's just you left. Kill you, and the mission will conclude. Edward cast a sidelong glance at the eldest prince, sneering. What? A mission? That person offered you how much to kill me? I will pay you double. The eldest prince shouted. Edward paid no mind to his ramblings, continuously unleashing vacuum spheres to obliterate his enemies. Your Highness, run. After dispatching the majority of the enemies, Edward seized the ninja from the land of rivers and brought him before the eldest prince. Crack! Edward snapped the ninja's neck and discarded him on the ground. So, where's your money? Due to flooding the second prince's palace, Edward had missed out on a considerable fortune, and he felt immense regret. Let me go. I will give you everything. The eldest prince pleaded in terror. Do not make me repeat myself. Where is your money? Edward glared at him with disgust. It's all in that room. Let me go. I will give you the key. The eldest prince pointed towards an iron door, speaking with hope. Ah, use this. Edward punched the door, which instantly deformed, and he tore it from the frame. Indeed, the strongest and wealthiest eldest prince lived up to his reputation. Upon opening the door, Edward beheld a small mountain of gold, murmuring to himself. Wind release, vacuum wave. Then he turned and unleashed ninjutsu upon the eldest prince, sending him to his demise. Upon resolving matters concerning the grand prince, Adhua cast his gaze towards the diminutive golden hill before him. Could it possibly contain 5 million taels? After a rough estimate, Adhua extracted a sealing scroll and began to deposit the wealth within. In no time, he had amassed 20 million taels. After securing the scroll, Adhua returned to his quarters. Water release, great waterfall technique. He formed the necessary hand seals once more, utilizing the scant chakra at his disposal to unleash this A-rank ninjutsu. Help! The entire castle found itself once again following in the footsteps of the second prince's stronghold. The mission concluded, it was time to wrap up. Confirming that no one was around, Adhua departed from the scene. In the 32nd year of Konoha's establishment, 2 years had passed since he had completed an S-rank mission for the 7th prince. Throughout these 2 years, Adhua had embarked on countless missions, ultimately earning a staggering 100 million taels, with an additional 50 million to spare. The 7th prince of the land of rivers, after Adhua had eliminated the other princes, successfully ascended to the throne, bestowing the remaining wealth upon Adhua. At long last, Adhua could fulfill his long-held desire to venture to the land of craftsmen and forge the Songyun Xie. At this moment, 18-year-old Adhua stood at an impressive height of 2 meters and 2 centimeters. Within the grand hall of the land of craftsmen, resounding laughter filled the air. He had arrived. All the craftsmen turned their attention towards a singular direction. There stood a man of remarkable physique, a towering figure of strength. The craftsmen sighed in relief, realizing that their new elder brother had adopted a demeanor of modesty, cloaking his prowess in humility. Just moments ago, I had dispatched the rock ninjas without a backward glance, making my swift exit. But guess what? Those Konoha comrades, who had gazed at me in awe just a moment prior, suddenly dashed after me, shouting, "Ninja-sama, wait for us!" My goodness, did they consider me a mobile fortress? Very well, if they wished to ride along, so be it. I hurriedly made my way back to Konoha, heading straight for the Hokage's office. Upon entering, I was met with the visage of the 3rd Hokage, whose face appeared aged by another decade. His expression a portrait of worry. The moment he saw me, he exclaimed, "Adhwa, you have finally returned." I nodded and greeted him respectfully, my eyes scanning him thoroughly, quickly calculating in my mind. At that moment, I realized with a jolt that if I were to engage him with my prized weapon, the Tsongyun Xie, the odds would be even at best. Without it, I would surely be defeated. He could easily pin me to the ground. The third Hokage, his face grim, informed me of the dire situation at the front lines, where the Rock and Cloud ninjas had united against us, resulting in heavy casualties. What could I possibly say? Under such circumstances, one must bow their head. I inquired, "What would you have me do, sir?" Upon hearing my words, he promptly painted a grand vision for me, commanding, "Go to the border of the land of Earth and hold the line. I shall appoint you as commander." I quickly grasped the implications. Konoha was in dire need of high-level combatants, and who better than a warrior of my caliber to step forward? It appeared fortune had finally smiled upon me. "Very well. I accept," I declared. The third Hokage, a man of urgency, immediately drafted my commission, assigning me 3 jonin as bodyguards and urging me to depart at once. Just as I was about to leave with the commission in hand, I suddenly recalled my underachieving younger brother, Yamashita Kid. I turned back and asked, "Third Hokage, where is my brother currently stationed?" After a moment of thought, he replied, "He should be with his teacher on the front lines of the land of Earth." Upon hearing this, I felt a sense of clarity wash over me. Thanking him, I turned to leave. Upon exiting the office, I encountered my 3 bodyguards. To my surprise, they were none other than the infamous trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, known as the Ino Sakurcho team. Presenting my commission, we wasted no time in setting off towards the border of the land of Earth. Half a day later, upon our arrival, the scene before us was nothing short of horrific. The ground was littered with severed limbs, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. To call it hell on earth would be an understatement. The trio's faces paled as they urged me to proceed to the command tent for the handover. At the encampment, I was greeted by a temporary commander, his arms severed. Upon reviewing my commission, tears streamed down his face. He did not engage in any power plays but immediately transferred command to me with a singular plea. "Lord Adhwa, I implore you." The trio quickly compiled the casualty reports for me, and upon reviewing the documents, my brows furrowed in dismay. Among a battalion of 2,000, 200 had perished, and 300 were severely injured, leaving only 1,500 combatants capable of fighting. This battle had been fought at a grievous cost. As I grappled with the grim news, a ninja stumbled into the command tent, breathlessly announcing that he had located the team led by Kikoku Matsuki, but the situation was dire. My heart raced as I inquired further. Without hesitation, I followed him to the makeshift field hospital. What I found was far from a proper hospital. It consisted of mere tents filled with makeshift beds, all occupied by wounded soldiers. As I entered, my imposing figure drew immediate attention, and Yamashita Kid, lying on a cot, spotted me. His face lit up with both shock and joy as he exclaimed, "Brother Adhwa, what are you doing here?" Approaching him, I saw that a considerable portion of his body was charred. A surge of rage coursed through me. I later learned that their team had been ambushed during a mission. Yamamoto Yoji, the one raised in Konoha, had turned out to be a spy for the Rock Ninja. He had betrayed them on the spot. The newly appointed substitute, Amure, had perished immediately, and their teacher, the esteemed Jonin Kikoka Matsuki, had fought valiantly to bring the severely injured Kid back, only to succumb to his own wounds. The once cohesive 6 squad had disbanded, leaving only my brother, battered and alone. Once Kid regained his composure, tears glistening in his eyes, he asked, "Brother, how could Yoji betray us? 5 years of camaraderie, lost just like that? Who understands the pain of family? How can one endure such betrayal?" I could only pat him on the back, allowing him to vent his frustrations. Finally, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I will avenge our teacher and Aimu Rei, Rock Ninja and Yamamoto Yoji. You shall pay for your treachery." After ensuring Kid's well-being, I returned to the encampment, my heart heavy with mixed emotions. I had always suspected Yamamoto Yoji was not trustworthy, but I never imagined he was a spy. Gripping the Tsongyun Xie tightly, I thought to myself, "Yamamoto Yoji, if I ever catch you, I shall make you pay dearly." In the following days, I took command at the encampment. Once Kid recovered, he joined me in my efforts. his eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. The rock ninjas, realizing their significant losses, began probing our defenses, launching large-scale assaults. The trio analyzed the situation, concluding that this was merely a prelude to a full-scale attack. If we could not withstand this onslaught, they would immediately declare war upon us. Upon hearing this, I rose, wielding my great sword, my expression fierce as I proclaimed, "Prepare for battle. It is time for these earth rats to realize the peril they have provoked." Yamashita Kid, his eyes fierce with determination, sought permission to join the fray. I observed him. This young man, whom I had not seen in years, had grown to a height of 1.76 m, his strength nearing that of a special jonin. I considered, knowing that a sheltered flower cannot become a great tree, and granted him permission. Thus, the five of us charged directly into the front line. The battlefield resembled a meat grinder, with ninjutsu clashing violently, limbs flying in all directions. Upon spotting the rock ninjas, Kid's eyes turned crimson, and without hesitation, he unleashed a phoenix fire technique, surging forward. The trio immediately formed their battle formation. As for me, I leaped into the midst of the rock ninjas, laughing heartily as I swung my sword, slicing through them as if they were mere chaff. My imposing figure made me an obvious target, and countless techniques were hurled in my direction. But who was I to fear? Swinging the Songyun Chia, I cut through the throngs, dispatching several foes in a single stroke. The thrill of battle surged through me as I shouted, "Too weak," and with a powerful twist, I hurled the sword into the fray. The blade spun like a helicopter rotor, creating a tempest of death around me, and the surrounding rock ninjas caught off guard, fell like wheat before the scythe, shrieking as they collapsed to the ground. I executed a three-slice maneuver, plunging into another battlefield, continuing my rampage. Our morale soared as we roared in defiance, rallying behind me. The IWNine could no longer withstand the pressure. They abandoned a multitude of corpses and retreated in disarray. Holding my blade, I exerted no effort, standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, laughing heartily. "Hoo-ha-ha-ha, we have triumphed." The gaze of the Konoha ninja upon me was filled with awe, as though they were beholding a deity. Following that encounter, the border remained stable for several weeks. The IWNine were thoroughly intimidated, retreating their main forces and leaving only small detachments to monitor us. Yet, the tranquility was short-lived, for an outrageous piece of news arrived. The land of lightning declared war on the land of earth. I was utterly bewildered. Only recently had they been allied in harassing us. Even more absurdly, after just a few days of conflict, they secretly formed an alliance. Subsequently, the two nations joined forces and formally declared war on our land of fire. At that moment, I thought to myself, the dynamics of international relations are more perplexing than the temperament of my cat. Soon after, a report of casualties struck me like a slap to the face. Out of the 1,400 remaining, nearly 200 had fallen, and 500 were severely injured and unable to move. Only 700 capable fighters remained. Just then, the scouts relayed dire intelligence. A coalition of 4,000 IWNine and Kumonine was advancing towards us. I slammed my hand on the table and stood up. What? 4,000. The reinforcements that the third Hokage had mentioned were still on their way, taking at least 3 days to arrive. Could we withstand 4,000 with merely 700 for 3 days? Retreat? Absolutely not. Behind me lay the land of fire. If our defenses faltered, the consequences would be unimaginable. I made a swift decision and shouted, "Relay my orders. Assemble all capable ninjas and head to the front lines. We must hold this ground." With that, I seized my Songyun Xie and charged out of the camp alone, as I intended to position myself at the very forefront of the battlefield. In the early morning, at the darkest hour, our 1,200, including the injured, lay in ambush on the battlefield. Finally, the scouts called out, "They are coming." I ceased my concealment, brandishing my sword, and walked into the center of the battlefield, standing resolute. Let them come with their myriad forces. I shall hold my ground alone. The coalition forces spotted me from afar, their expressions turning bewildered. Who is that standing there? I silently counted the distance. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. and when it reached 200 meters, my hands swiftly formed seals. Now is the moment. Water release. Great ocean wave technique. I tell you, a towering wave, dozens of meters high, surged behind me like a tsunami, crashing towards those 4,000 warriors. The scouts on the opposite side were paralyzed with fear, howling for a retreat. But it was too late. The colossal wave descended, and in an instant, countless genin and chunin were obliterated, merging into the torrent. Half of the 4,000-strong army was wiped out in a single blow. The entire battlefield was transformed into a vast ocean by my jutsu. Standing atop the crest of the wave, I gaze at my masterpiece, feeling as though my very essence had been drained. This S-rank ninjutsu consumed an immense amount of chakra, rendering me incapable of executing it again in a short span of time. When the third Hokage entrusted me with this scroll, he had cautioned me repeatedly to use it only in dire circumstances. Today, I finally understood his words. At that moment, an enraged roar erupted. "Damn, Konoha ninja! I will kill you!" Turning to face the sound, I saw a formidable figure, crackling with lightning, charging towards me. It was the third Raikage, a powerhouse of the Kage level. Upon witnessing the catastrophic losses of the Kimonin, his eyes turned crimson, and he propelled himself towards me with unbridled fury. With a thunderous clash, our attacks collided. The Kimonin and Iwanin, upon seeing their leader arrive, surged forward, reinvigorated. The battle between the third Raikage and myself raged on, as he spat curses, claiming I cowered behind my pathetic sword. I thought, of course, why would I engage in close combat with you? Eventually, the third Raikage, pushed to his limits, howled in fury and activated his most powerful lightning release armor, launching a hell-piercing thrust directly at me. This madman charged headfirst into my blade, determined to create an opening. I quickly raised the back of my sword to block, but his other hand was quicker, executing a hell-piercing thrust once more. With a sickening sound, dear friends, I was pierced through. His hand penetrated my chest, and I grasped his wrist tightly, lest my vital organs be obliterated in an instant. We remained locked in this stalemate, unable to move. The surrounding ninjas watched in a frenzy, unleashing ninjutsu upon us without restraint. I was battered and bruised, while the Raikage's lightning armor began to flicker dimly. At that moment, the Raikage surprisingly acknowledged my strength and inquired my name. I, gritting my teeth against the excruciating pain, shouted with all my might, "Edward Newgate." Just then, a familiar voice resonated from behind the Raikage. "Inma, Water Dragon Bullet Technique." I turned in astonishment to find the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had arrived. A massive water dragon roared and surged towards the Raikage, who, unable to maintain his lightning armor, begrudgingly withdrew his hand from my chest. The stalemate was shattered, and I clutched my bleeding chest, gasping for breath as I asked, "Third Hokage, why have you come?" Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly approached my side, not bothering to glance at me, simply sighing in relief, murmuring, "Fortunately, I arrived in time." He may have claimed that this was not the time for discussion, yet his tone betrayed a sense of relief. He transformed Enma into a golden staff, brandishing it with an imposing demeanor. I, invigorated, shouted towards the nearly depleted third Raikage, "Hoo-ha-ha! It seems I am not fated to perish," raising my Tsongyun Chie towards him. And guess what happened? The third Raikage faltered. Sensing his dwindling chakra, he bellowed in frustration, "Retreat." Attempting to flee? Not a chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly hurled a staff, unleashing the mighty Enma's falling stone. I too poured every last drop of my remaining chakra into a wind release, vacuum wave, determined to seal his escape. Yet the third Raikage was no novice. He understood the peril of being ensnared by Sarutobi Hiruzen's staff. Thus, he made the desperate choice to withstand my vacuum wave. With a sickening sound, his formidable lightning armor shattered, and my strike inflicted internal injuries, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. Yet, leveraging this momentum, he unleashed a burst of lightning beneath his feet and vanished in an instant. His Kimonin, witnessing their leader's retreat, followed suit, fleeing in a disarrayed rush, while the remaining Iwanin hesitated momentarily before scrambling to escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing the situation, expressed his frustration. Turning to me, "I will pursue. You rest well, Edward." After a brief pause, he added, "And well done." With that, he summoned back his staff and vanished. On the battlefield, only the 400 of us from Konoha remained standing, victorious. Everyone erupted in cheers, while I stood firm, propped on my sword. Weeks passed, and I tell you, I became a legend. With only 1,200, I had repelled a coalition of 4,000 led by the Third Raikage. The name Edward Newgate resonated throughout the ninja world. I was heralded as the guardian of Konoha, and my reputation soared, reaching a fusion rate of 35. The 2,000 reinforcements promised by Sarutobi had long since arrived, and the forces of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning had retreated from the borders of the Land of Fire. As I convalesced in the Konoha encampment, my younger comrade, Shansha Fengya, wrapped in bandages, gazed at me with admiration and said, "Brother Edward, you are now our guardian deity. Primikuldentil budlo fartili." I know. I feel as though my strength has reached the level of Kage. If I were to face the Third Raikage again, the outcome remains uncertain. I patted him on the back. "It seems this region will enjoy peace for a while. You must also strive to enhance your strength." Shansha Fengya, upon hearing my words, lowered his head, fully aware that without my protection, he would have perished on the battlefield countless times over. Recently, the third Hokage returned to the village. It is said that the scoundrels from Yuin village, who were previously engaged in fierce battles with Sunagakure, have now conspired with them, demonstrating their fickle allegiances. Had it not been for the third Hokage's swift arrival upon receiving the news to assist us, I might have truly perished there. The current situation is utterly chaotic. Although Yuin village is weak, they possess the formidable demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, who is not to be trifled with. If Yuin and Sunagakure truly unite, Konoha will face grave troubles. Not to mention the lurking threats from Iwagakure and Kumogakure, which I had just managed to fend off. Those of my family understand. The Land of Fire is akin to a colossal cake, with everyone eager to take a bite. This conflict is likely to endure for several years. However, I am acutely aware that my current strength is insufficient to effect any change. Once I acquire the Gura no Mi and attain the status of a Super Kage, I shall undoubtedly rearrange this broken ninja world. Time passed, and around the year 34 of Konoha, the situation shifted once more. Yuin village delivered a treacherous blow to Sunagakure and inexplicably launched a full-scale assault on us in Konoha. Hanzo himself entered the fray, confronting Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru single-handedly. Despite our 3-to-1 advantage and the development of an antidote, we ultimately faced defeat. However, Hanzo demonstrated a certain decorum, refraining from delivering a fatal blow, and conferred upon them the title of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. Subsequently, Konoha withdrew its forces from the Land of Rain, and soon after, the Land of Wind declared war upon us. This caused quite an uproar among the higher-ups in Konoha. Danzo bellowed at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage office. "Hiruzen, why did you agree to the terms of the Land of Rain?" Sarutobi, leisurely puffing on his pipe, replied, "Danzo, if we continue fighting, Konoha's resources will be depleted. Hanzo cannot endure indefinitely. We merely need to apply a bit more pressure." "Enough!" Sarutobi's commanding voice interrupted him. "If that is all you have to say, you may leave." Danzo's face darkened, and with a sneer, he retreated. I must say this time, the two old friends have definitively severed ties. Danzo has secretly begun to pursue his so-called Dark of the Wood plan. As expected, it wasn't long before this cunning old man sought me out. A masked figure appeared before me, announcing that Elder Danzo wished to see me. I immediately recognized this was not the Umbu, but rather Danzo's personal root organization. Iloga Fartili. "Ah, finally, you've come knocking. I thought you had turned over a new leaf." For me at this moment, his arrival seemed a tad belated. "Lead the way," I coldly instructed. The root operative did not waste words, turning on his heel to lead. I smirked inwardly. "I am curious to see what tricks you, Shimura Danzo, have up your sleeve." Upon meeting, Danzo got straight to the point, his tone akin to issuing a command. "Edward, have you considered joining us?" His demeanor irked me greatly. I burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I am terribly sorry, Elder Danzo, but I have no interest. His expression darkened instantly. He was in dire need of high-level combat power like mine, having traveled so far to win me over, only to be outright rejected. He finally lost his composure. Will you not reconsider? Anything I possess, you may have. I shielded myself with the third Hokage. The third Hokage has ordered me to remain here. I regret disappointing you. Elder Danzo, he scrutinized me with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Is that so? You will come to regret today's decision. I maintained my sardonic tone. Ha ha ha. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the third Hokage, is he not, Elder Danzo? I deliberately emphasized the word elder. You think you can brainwash me into joining your rude organization? Dream on. Leave. Upon hearing the words third Hokage, Danzo stormed off with his entourage. I shall not see you off. I waved goodbye to their departing figures. As they vanished from sight, my smile faded. This dark organization must be approached with caution. Danzo is notorious for his underhanded tactics, which are difficult to anticipate. Nevertheless, in this world, strength speaks volumes, as long as I am powerful enough. No scheme of his can stir up a tempest. In the days that followed, I remained in the camp to recuperate while offering guidance to Kemizuki Kid below. This young man proved his worth, being promoted to Special Jonin, and on the day the authorization papers were issued, he was as ecstatic as a child, insisting on celebrating with me. Brother Edward, when will we no longer have to stay here? He inquired, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he drank. Ha ha, perhaps we must wait until the war concludes, I replied, taking a hearty swig of my drink. But when will the war end? He sighed. For this conflict had cost him dearly. I did not pay much heed to his emotions, focusing instead on the battlefield in the Land of Wind, which was critical. Just as we were enjoying our drink, a ninja from the Nara clan approached. Lord Edward, we have new intelligence. Speak, I replied without lifting my gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, in the Land of Wind, Lord Hatake Sakomo has secretly organized an assassination mission, but the mission failed, and he lost an arm. Currently, the situation there is quite dire. Please prepare for the possibility of being deployed to the Land of Wind at any time. My barrel of liquor clattered to the ground, and I froze. Oh, is that so? Hatake Sakomo has lost an arm? Lost an arm? My barrel fell with a thud. Could be. Hatake Sakomo, the White Fang, has had his arm severed. My first reaction was a butterfly effect, but then I reconsidered. This man is the captain of the Umbu. How could he have failed a mission and lost an arm? Absurd. As I pondered this, Kemizuki Kid leaned closer. Brother Edward, who is Hatake Sakomo? I took a sip of my drink, savoring the flavor. A powerful yet tragically fated ninja. The scene shifted to the Hokage building. Danzo was once again confronting the third Hokage. Hiruzen, it seems the ninjas you dispatched are inadequate. They cannot manage the situation in the Land of Wind. The third Hokage's expression darkened as he thought to himself. My trusted Sakomo has suffered such a setback? Losing an arm is a minor issue. It is his life that I truly mourn. Danzo sneered and departed. The third Hokage was troubled, thinking, Danzo, do not create chaos for me. He picked up a file and exclaimed, Good heavens, this is mine. The third Hokage, that old fox, fears my growing power. He glanced out the window, watching a bird being carried away by a larger bird, his pupils narrowing. His resolve strengthened. I must not be allowed to re-enter the fray, nor may my reputation continue to rise. Unfortunately, you are merely cannon fodder. In the ensuing war, the third Hokage decisively stationed me at the border, allowing the Land of Wind to seize the opportunity to launch a ferocious assault on Hatake Sakomo. The White Fang, having lost an arm, was greatly diminished in power and could not withstand the onslaught of the third Kazekage and his forces. Konoha retreated in disarray, and the third Hokage had no choice but to offer support personally. After a struggle, Konoha managed to recover, and Sunagakure withdrew their troops. In the year 34 of Konoha, the war with the Land of Wind finally concluded. However, Hatake Sakomo, the commander with a severed arm, took his own life. The third Hokage wore a complex expression as he arranged for the body to be returned to Konoha for a grand burial. Coincidentally, his wife also died during childbirth, leaving behind a newborn child. The villagers of Konoha were outraged, expressing immense sympathy for Hatake Sakomo. Observing this, the third Hokage seized the opportunity, swiftly promoting Hitaki Sakomo to the status of a great hero who resisted the Land of Wind. I gazed at the starry sky, pondering. Has the war ended? So soon? Wasn't the second great ninja war supposed to conclude in the year 36? Could it be because of me? Perhaps it is true. My presence has altered everything. Hitaki Sakomo, once condemned for his failed mission, has now emerged as a hero. Though he ultimately took his own life, at least his reputation was salvaged. This is for the best. I felt a sense of clarity. Only in this manner can I effectuate greater change. A few days later, the 5 great nations signed a non-aggression pact, and the Second Great Ninja War was conclusively over. The ninjas returned to Konoha, including myself, Kamizuki Kid, and Inazuka Kiba. Kamizuki Kid inhaled deeply. We are finally home. I pretended to take a breath, exclaiming, what a refreshing atmosphere. No chaotic chakra, no stench of blood and corpses. The air feels so much cleaner. The Zhu Lu Dai approached me, clasping their hands together. Lord Edward, we must return to report to the Hokage. I waved my hand dismissively. Go on. Brother Edward, let's indulge in some ichi ramen. I wonder if the old man is still around. As I spoke, I took Shan Finya's little hand and hurried towards ichi ramen. To my surprise, a young man stood behind the counter. Where's the old man? I inquired. My father has retired. I will now serve ramen to everyone. My heart settled upon hearing this. As long as he was alive, everything was well. Then 2 bowls of miso ramen, please. While waiting for the ramen, Shan Finya looked around. The village hasn't changed much, Brother Edward. In my mind, I thought, nonsense. The changes are monumental. The ramen uncle, the flower-selling auntie, the old lady at the market, all have been replaced. Either they have passed away or retired. Familiar faces are increasingly rare. What pains me the most are my classmates and friends, who have all perished on the battlefield. The ramen arrived. I quickly picked up my chopsticks. The taste remained just as delightful. By the way, are you the old man's son? I asked. Yes, my name is Shoda. Shoda? I was taken aback. Just then, 3 masked ninjas suddenly appeared. Lord Edward, the third Hokage requests your presence. Thank you, Shoda. I hurriedly finished my last bite of ramen and left with Shan Finya. Shan Finya was envious. When will I be as strong as Brother Edward? I looked up and noticed I had already vanished, leaving her to bury her head in her bowl. Well then, let us eat. At the Hokage building, Lord Third Hokage. I have brought Lord Edward. The third Hokage waved his hand, signaling the ninjas to withdraw. I scrutinized the third Hokage. Goodness, you've aged. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained a smile. I am not old yet. Really? I thought to myself, old fox. How is the situation at the border? No issues, I hope. The third Hokage quickly changed the subject. Of course, there are no problems. Didn't you already know? I retorted. The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this young man was not easily deceived. Edward, you have also grown. Do you have any plans? Of course. I intend to stay in Konoha and contribute to its strength. I replied without hesitation. Naturally, I have been here for 13 years. How could I lack feelings for this place? I see very well. The third Hokage finally revealed a sincere smile. Perhaps he truly felt guilty, realizing that the most suitable candidate for Hokage was indeed me. Edward, what are your thoughts on the Hokage position? The third Hokage suddenly asked. I thought, here it comes. The Hokage position is indeed an admirable one. If I were Hokage, I would undoubtedly perform better than you. The third Hokage nearly choked, his expression complex. The position of Hokage requires rigorous selection. He did not voice the fact that I was not a native of Konoha. So, what does the third Hokage think of me? I unleashed a fusion level of 39. Boom! The third Hokage was knocked to the ground, and the surrounding Umbu appeared instantly. What is this? Peak shadow level. The third Hokage was astonished and hurriedly instructed the Umbu to retreat. So what do you think? I tightened my grip on Songyun Xie and smiled. I never expected you to grow to such an extent. Edward Newgate. The third Hokage was completely flustered, his mind racing with 2 thoughts. Either eliminate me or bind me to Konoha with the Hokage position. I have no idea how this happened. I just grew up like this. I feigned ignorance. The third Hokage gritted his teeth, removed the Hokage hat, and handed it to me. From now on, Konoha will be in your hands, Edward. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer having to endure this position. I shall manage it well. I took the Hokage hat and placed it on my head, speaking earnestly. The next day, the third Hokage announced my succession as the fourth Hokage, taking office in the spring of Konoha's 35th year. The villagers and ninjas were astonished, but they soon accepted it. After all, I was the great hero who won the battle at Tuha River. In the roots, damn it. Danzo slammed the table in frustration, having once again missed the opportunity for the Hokage position. He ordered, keep a close watch on Edward Newgate. In my small villa, Brother Edward, are you going to become the fourth Hokage? Shan Fengya asked excitedly. From now on, you will be the Hokage's child. I ruffled her hair. I don't want to be your child. I'm your brother. She pouted. All right, my little brother. Go prepare a meal. Your brother is hungry. Okay. Shan Fengya dashed into the kitchen. What a wonderful feeling. I savored the warmth of home, feeling content. But more importantly, I realized I was increasingly losing control over my skeletal growth. In a few years, I might truly become a towering giant of over 6 meters. Who dares to spy on me? Suddenly, I sensed unusual chakra fluctuations outside the villa. Boom! I dashed out the door in an instant. Retreat. The situation has changed. 2 ninjas fled in terror. Trying to escape? Not so easily. In front of my peak shadow level, they were mere mice. Boom! Boom! I seized their heads. My tone icy, speak. What is your purpose? Want to commit suicide? I sensed their intent to bite their tongues and immediately severed their nerve perception. Speak, or you shall find yourself begging for life, yet unable to die. But I'd already guessed the truth. It had to be that old man Danzo's roots. The root ninjas would, of course, remain silent, having been brainwashed. Not speaking? Very well. I smiled wickedly, removing their masks and dragging them out of the villa. Along the way, people were murmuring. Danzo learned of the news and quickly dispatched roots to stop me. Until their identities are confirmed, you cannot take them away. I dragged the 2 ninjas to the Yamanaka clan's territory, addressing the roots before me. Elder Danzo has issued an order. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage. What is Danzo to you? I felt chakras surging and was prepared to strike. Enough, Edward. The third Hokage suddenly appeared. Let me handle this. Since the third Hokage has said so, I shall withdraw. I released my grip, and the 2 root ninjas fell to the ground like dead dogs. The third Hokage waved his hand, signaling me to leave. I instantly vanished, leaving only a gust of wind. Return and inform Danzo to come see me. The third Hokage spoke grimly to the roots. In truth, he had already seen everything through his telescope technique. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. The roots dragged their people away defeated. The third Hokage returned to his office, lit his pipe, and sighed. Am I paving the way for you, Edward? Next, it was a matter of waiting. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. The third Hokage looked up to see Danzo entering with a grim expression. Hiruzen, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Bang. What do you mean? What do I wish to discuss? Don't you know that Edward is my designated successor for the Hokage position? The third Hokage could no longer contain himself, slamming his pipe on the table and shouting in anger. I know my boundaries, Hiruzen, Danzo said in a low voice. Mind your own affairs and be the root of Konoha. The third Hokage softened. I understand, Hiruzen. A glimmer flashed in Danzo's eyes. This confrontation had come to an end. Ultimately, the third Hokage was not suited to be Hokage. In the blink of an eye, it was Konoha's 35th year. Tomorrow is the new year, and I will assume the role of Hokage. Everyone dressed in new clothes, awaiting the ascent of that man. Edward, you are truly fortunate. I wonder why the old man chose you as Hokage, Jiraiya said with a hint of envy. Edward Newgate, congratulations. Orochimaru also revealed a faint smile, yet I discerned the darkness lurking in his eyes. Would you be interested in becoming my advisor, Orochimaru? I squatted before him, asking earnestly, what can you offer me? Although Daishimaru initially intended to decline, he curiously inquired about my formidable strength. I can provide you with a secure home and an opportunity to fully develop your talents. I stated earnestly. Oh, is that all? Daishimaru's interest waned immediately. Furthermore, I can introduce you to the most advanced scientific technology in the shinobi world, I quickly added. Such as? Daishimaru regained some interest. For instance, knowledge regarding resurrection and immortality. I whispered. It seems, Edward, that you too harbor an interest in this knowledge, Daishimaru exclaimed with excitement, agreeing to my request. Hey, Edward, have you forgotten who I am? Tsunade could no longer contain herself, separating us and standing before me with a faint blush. So, Tsunade, may I ask what brings you here? I inquired with a smile, gazing at the grown-up Tsunade. Of course there is something. I challenge you, Edward, Tsunade asserted, attempting to maintain her composure. Gulalala, come back to me once you've attained the strength of Kage. I laughed heartily. Big brother Edward, your clothes, Yamashita, Kid, finally arrived, handing me the Hokage attire and hat. I will assume the role of Hokage tomorrow, I murmured as I accepted the garments. I never imagined this day would arrive so swiftly. Congratulations, big guy Edward, Tsunade said awkwardly. Gulalala, little Tsunade, you appear far more adorable now than you did just moments ago, I teased. Edward, Tsunade erupted in rage. Jiraiya, come here and let me give you a beating. Jiraiya took off running. Stop. Tsunade chased after him. So, Edwardkin, may we continue our previous discussion? Daishimaru eagerly inquired. Gulalala, come find my think tank tomorrow at this time, I declared, leaving with Yamashita Kid. Good grief, who understands this? Daishimaru, who had been hesitant just yesterday, now approached me with a bold face, expressing his desire to join my think tank. Fast forward to a day prior, during the new year of Konoha in the 35th year. Shortly after the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, the village was adorned in festive decorations, and the square was filled with throngs of people. I, Edward Newgate, was to inherit the position of the third Hokage, becoming the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage, with great emotion, recounted the will of fire and turned to me with a heartfelt gaze. Edward, are you ready? I nodded solemnly, accepting the slightly small hat, internally mocking. Isn't this hat meant for children? Taking the microphone, I gazed at the sea of dark figures below, inhaled deeply, and managed to utter, I, Edward Newgate, pledged to develop Konoha diligently. Upon finishing, I felt rather lackluster, but the crowd erupted with fervent cheers of my name. After the inauguration ceremony concluded, I hurried home to change into my custom Hokage robe, emblazoned with fourth Hokage on the back, and swapped the hat for a white one. Facing the mirror, I barely recognized myself. I looked like a youthful version of Whitebeard. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Daishimaru's pallid face confronted me. Edward-kun, let us continue our discussion from yesterday. I thought to myself, you were acting aloof yesterday, and now you cannot contain your curiosity? Clenching Kanjiunki, I narrowed my eyes. Oh, Daishimaru of the legendary 3, what knowledge do you seek from me? Daishimaru's serpentine pupils narrowed, sensing my killing intent, and hurriedly replied, I am merely curious about what you mentioned yesterday. I relaxed my grip on the blade, feigning indifference. Nothing much. Just inviting you to join my think tank. After a moment of hesitation, Daishimaru ultimately agreed. I felt a surge of joy, thinking, you wish to play mind games with me? You are still too inexperienced. I clapped Daishimaru on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Gulalala, I knew you would join. I then informed him that he could establish his own research organization, provided he offered me something in return. Upon hearing this, Daishimaru's eyes sparkled, and he eagerly set off to assemble his research team. Once Daishimaru departed, I plopped down in the Hokage office and called out, Umbu. Several masked ninjas immediately knelt before me. I instructed them to summon the advisory elders to the conference room. Before long, Ino Shikacho arrived, expressing a desire to join my think tank. I thought to myself, these individuals possess quite an astute sense of smell. Consequently, I assigned them various positions, Nara to manage files, Yamanaka to assist, and Akimichi to oversee management. Shortly thereafter, Yamashita Kid also arrived, and I instructed him to secretly establish a training institution for civilian ninjas, specifically recruiting potential individuals who aspired to become ninjas. I aim to inject fresh blood into Konoha, Once all the advisory elders were present, I convened the meeting. Danzo also appeared, exuding pure chakra, evidently still possessing formidable strength. I remarked with a smile, not just anyone can be an advisory elder. From now on, only elite Jonin will qualify. After the meeting, I announced that Nara Shikaku and Mito Kurenai, due to health reasons, would voluntarily resign. I then assigned a few gentle caretakers to look after them, though their true purpose was to monitor them. Next, I unveiled my 3 major policies: the Konoha Birth Plan, the Konoha Poverty Alleviation Plan, and the Konoha Talent Plan. I intended to completely revamp Konoha. That evening, I strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha with Yamashita keyed, gazing at the fireworks illuminating the sky, filled with profound reflections. The following day, Konoha was inundated with my new policies. Some supported them, some opposed them, while others spread rumors in the shadows. Yet, I remained unfazed, for I knew that as long as my policies genuinely improved Konoha, those rumors would soon fall apart. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans also sent representatives to express their willingness to support my policies. I thought to myself, these fellows can no longer sit idly by. In the 36th year of Konoha, I had been Hokage for a full year. My reputation finally exceeded 40, reaching 41. I acquired the tremor fruit of Whitebeard, and my strength ascended to the Super Kage level. I ventured into the forest to test the power of the tremor fruit. With a single punch, the earth trembled and mountains shook, capable of annihilating everything. Upon returning to the Hokage building, a ninja from the root organization informed me that Danzo wished to see me. I mused to myself, this old fellow is finally ready to reveal his true intentions. I instructed the representatives of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to gather at the root. Then, armed with kanji-unki and a fierce demeanor, I made my way towards the root. Upon arriving, I sensed that something was amiss. The atmosphere was eerie, water dripped ominously, more unsettling than my basement after forgetting to pay the electricity bill. Danzo sat there like a final villain, and just as his subordinate announced that the 4th Hokage was arriving, I, Edward, materialized before him without even ringing the doorbell. This startled Danzo. He stood up, perplexed, pondering, where are my people? Why haven't they messaged me? He offered a slight bow and addressed me as 4th Hokage-sama. I was not one to be swayed by such formalities and got straight to the point. Danzo, why did you summon me? Danzo finally dropped his facade, lifting his head, his gaze locking onto mine. He said, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. I sensed a subtext in his words. During this year of my leadership, Danzo had feigned compliance. Yet the flicker of ambition to become Hokage had never extinguished within him. Today, it seemed he was ready to show his true colors. Knowing who I was, I gripped kanji-unki, having already detected the presence of 4 skilled individuals concealed nearby, while maintaining a smile, as expected of Elder Danzo. Your efficiency is remarkable. The air thickened with tension, silent enough to hear a pin drop. Suddenly, Danzo spoke, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. 4th Hokage, may I ask you a few questions before we proceed? Upon hearing the words, my leader immediately discerned that this old chap had come with a resolute determination to meet his demise. He simply replied, speak. What is your opinion on me and Sarutobi Hisashi? Danzo inquired. After a moment of contemplation, my leader offered his assessment. In terms of decision-making, he falls short of you. However, in winning people's hearts, you cannot compare to him. Would you believe it? Upon hearing this, Danzo erupted into a hearty laugh, his mirth akin to that of a 200-pound child, as if he had received some monumental validation. Once his laughter subsided, he adopted a serious demeanor, his gaze intense. Since you have said so, then let us proceed. Have you not always wished for my departure? One of us must fall today. No sooner had he finished speaking than 4 elite shinobi from the root emerged from the darkness, without a word, commencing their hand seals for the 4-symbol seal. Those who understand know that ink gushed forth from their bodies as if it were free, aiming to seal my leader on the spot. Such a spectacle would have even the most formidable of shadow-level warriors at a loss. My heart raced, yet my leader remained unfazed, even offering a critique. Impressive power. Had my strength been merely 35, I might have truly perished. He then shifted his tone, his voice reverberating throughout the cavern. But now, Danzo, have you underestimated me? Before anyone could react, he conjured 2 orbs of white light in his hands, eschewing any pretense and unleashing a devastating shockwave with a single strike. Shin, the earth shatters. A tremendous roar erupted as the entire root base was reduced to rubble. The ground fissured with gaping cracks, and the 4 elite shinobi were instantly obliterated. Their insides turned to mush, meeting a swift demise. Only Danzo remained, retreating to the edge of the ruins, his face a mask of shock. This minor earthquake persisted for over a minute before ceasing. The entirety of the root had vanished, truly disappearing in a physical sense. Danzo, rendered speechless, pointed at my leader and shouted, "What manner of power is this? Have you awakened your bloodline limit?" My leader, appearing unperturbed, responded, "Can you feel it? This is the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth." With a chuckle, he added, "I concede. Go ahead and kill me." Danzo knelt, fully aware that his chances were lost. In truth, he had a trump card, the Shiki Fujin he had pilfered from the 3rd Hokage, initially intending for a mutual demise. However, observing my leader's governance over the past year and the prosperity of Konoha, he deemed it unwise to drag such a Hokage down with him, so he relinquished his plan. My leader understood that this old fellow was merely taking a gamble. Should he win, my leader would become the shortest-lived Hokage in Konoha's history. Should he lose, my leader would have a legitimate reason to eliminate him, thereby gaining absolute control over Konoha. Regardless of the outcome, the damage to Konoha was minimized. "Why would you engage in such folly, knowing my strength?" my leader queried as he approached him with his blade drawn. "For the position of Hokage, even with the slightest chance, I must gamble," Danzo replied, seemingly content. "Indeed, it seems that no one involved in politics is without guile," my leader remarked. Weary of further discourse, with a swift motion, he brought his blade down, and with a sickening thud, Danzo's head rolled away, finally paying the price for his ambition. At that moment, a multitude of shinobi arrived, their jaws nearly dropping at the sight of the devastation that resembled a natural disaster. My leader, with a stoic expression, casually remarked, "Shimura Danzo attempted treachery and has been dealt with. Clean up the battlefield." Without looking back, he departed. Upon returning to his office, my leader retrieved a barrel of strong liquor, downing it in hearty gulps while murmuring, "Only one of the old 3rd remains." Yet he found no joy in his heart. It dawned on him that he felt regret for Danzo. Despite his grand ambitions, the man possessed genuine talent. Yet he had squandered his entire life on the title of Hokage. Ah, the complexities of human hearts, my leader chuckled to himself as he resumed drinking. Following this incident, the 3rd Hokage arrived in a frenzy, resigning from his position as advisor elder. My leader did not hinder him, but instead grew more resolute, enacting new policies with the rapidity of dumplings being served. The prominent clans of the village, witnessing Danzo's fate, dared not oppose. They complied obediently. In no time, Konoha thrived, officially entering an era of military expansion. For years swiftly passed, and my leader, now 26 years old, had grown to a towering height of 4 meters, resembling a giant. Poor Namikaze Minato, due to my leader's emergence, had fallen victim to the butterfly effect, having yet to even hold Uzumaki Kushina's hand, nor mastering the flying thunder god technique. He could at best be considered an elite shinobi, overshadowed entirely. Meanwhile, in a dark, damp cave, an elderly man, filled with tubes and nearing the end of his life, listened to an ostentatious figure donned in a whirlpool mask reporting on matters. This figure, known as Akatsuki, innocently inquired Madara-sama, "Do you know what it feels like to eat excrement?" Madara nearly choked on his breath, recovering to ask how the plan was progressing. Still immersed in the lofty dreams of his Eye of the Moon plan, contemplating how to make Nagato experience the world's suffering. Just as he was about to give orders, a white Zetsu suddenly emerged to report, "Madara-sama, it seems the Hokage of Konoha is about to initiate the 3rd Great Ninja War." Madara froze, likely pondering, "How can this 4th be more unhinged than I? I have yet to rally the troops, and he has already begun the conflict." Meanwhile, my leader concluded a meeting and returned home, his towering height necessitating several renovations to both the Hokage building and his villa. As he walked, he pondered the births of Uchiha Fugaku's children, Itachi and Shisui. An idea sparked in his mind. These two promising youths, perhaps I shall adopt them as my sons. He also considered that Minato had finally made strides, developing the A-rank ninjutsu Rasengan, and it was time for him to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Arriving at his doorstep, he knocked loudly, "Yamashita, open up." He had forgotten his keys. His younger brother, Yamashita keyed, hurriedly came to open the door, and upon the 6-meter door swinging wide, he appeared diminutive before my leader. Noticing his brother's lack of a significant other at the age of 25, my leader felt a surge of irritation. "You are 25 now. Hurry and find a girlfriend. I am eager to hold my nephew." However, Yamashita remained steadfast in his devotion to his ninja training career. My leader clenched his fists, the joints cracking menacingly, causing Yamashita to instinctively activate a jutsu and flee. My leader sighed, troubled by the thought that, given his stature, finding a partner for marriage and children seemed impossible unless he encountered a female giant. Thankfully, years prior, he had adopted Hatake Kakashi, renaming him Edward Kakashi, thus ensuring he had an heir. As he entered the house, he spotted 6-year-old Kakashi diligently working on his homework. Not lifting his gaze as he remarked, "Dad, don't bother me." The tone was reminiscent of his biological father, Minato, infuriating my leader. With a loud clap of his hands, he produced a sonic boom. "You little rascal, are you tired of living?" Kakashi straightened up, but displayed no fear, well aware that my leader's bark was worse than his bite. At that moment, a loud growl emerged from my leader's stomach, and he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Puzzled, he pondered why, despite his overwhelming power, he continually faced these minor ailments. "Yamashita, is dinner ready?" He called into the house. When the meal was served, Yamashita could not restrain himself from asking, "Hayward Nai, are you truly planning to initiate the third great ninja war?" My leader swallowed a mouthful of liquor, his tone uncompromising. "What of it? Do you have an issue with that?" "Not at all. I merely feel that the ninja world is quite peaceful now, and there seems to be no need for further conflict," Yamashita replied, visibly distressed. My leader laughed heartily. "Yamashita, you are still too young. Having spent too long under my wing, you have forgotten the true nature of this world. Only by unifying the ninja world can we genuinely commence a lasting peace. Do you understand?" He continued, "I have a premonition that I will age rapidly. Thus, I must eradicate all unstable elements with absolute force before that happens. You need only support me unconditionally." Upon hearing this, Shansha nodded gravely. In the days that followed, the war machine of Moku no Kuni operated at full throttle. Orochimaru's research division delivered a tremendous surprise. They had actually developed firearms. Although these weapons required chakra to operate, their power was immense. Coincidentally, the numerous newly trained civilian genin from Shansha were each equipped with one, effectively replacing their old weapons with these formidable arms. The other 4 great ninja villages were left dumbfounded by Moku's rapid advancements, secretly plotting to annihilate Moku, but found themselves thwarted by the Byakugan surveillance net of the Hyuga clan, with spies dispatched only to meet untimely ends. On December 31st, 40 years of the Fire Nation, my leader gathered all the ninja soldiers armed with chakra guns in the newly constructed Grand Plaza. Standing on a high platform, he delivered a speech that would be etched into history, stirring the souls of all present. He spoke of standing on the land nourished by the blood and dignity of our ancestors, of reclaiming our pride, inciting fervent cheers from the young crowd below, who raised their weapons and shouted with wild enthusiasm. I was there, my heart racing. This was a moment when the beauty of our ninja world was destined to be ours. Finally, my leader raised his arm and proclaimed, "Here I declare, today, the Fire Nation officially declares war on the other 4 great nations. The third great ninja war has officially begun." The entirety of Moku erupted in fervor. 3 days later, the army set forth. Uchiha Fugaku led 3,000 ninja soldiers and 1,000 support ninjas, charging directly towards the border of Kaze no Kuni with a strategy of swift assault. The guards of Kaze no Kuni, upon seeing the dark tide of warriors, were paralyzed with fear, shouting in terror, "They are coming!" The sand ninja had barely emerged from their camp, not even managing to form hand seals before they were met with the thunderous sounds of gunfire and a torrential downpour of bullets. Many sand ninja would perish without ever understanding what had struck them, still questioning, what kind of jutsu is this? My friend, the times have changed. As they faced imminent annihilation, the third Kazekage finally intervened, using magnet release to shield against the bullets. Just as he began to investigate this new type of weapon, my leader's towering figure descended from the sky, landing with a resounding crash. The heavens shattered like broken glass, and the earth split open, revealing countless unfathomable crevices. A significant portion of the sand ninjas screamed as they fell into the abyss. The third Kazekage attempted to take flight to evade the chaos, but was obliterated along with his magnet release wings in a storm of blood. The remaining sand ninjas stood dumbfounded. Was the third Kazekage truly gone? Before they could even comprehend their fate, the ground beneath them swallowed them whole. My leader observed the hellish scene before him, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. But he quickly reaffirmed his resolve and pressed onward with his troops. The battle report returned to Suna, leaving Chiyo in utter disbelief. 3,000 troops, along with the third Kazekage, completely annihilated in just a few days? What kind of international joke is this? It wouldn't even take that long to slaughter 3,000 pigs. At that moment, Chiyo burst through the door, panic-stricken, having narrowly escaped from the front lines. Quickly, little Zong, take Scorpion and retreat. We have lost. You cannot imagine the power we faced. She trembled as she described the scene, likening it to a natural disaster. Only then did Chiyo fully believe it. With a resolve of resignation, she prepared to unleash the tailed beast from the temple as a last resort, urging him to organize the villagers' evacuation. Whether Suna can be rebuilt depends on you, little Zong, she said, her gaze filled with complexity as she watched her brother depart. Soon, chaos consumed the entire village of Suna. Chiyo, with benevolent lies, urged everyone to flee. Yet, to her dismay, the villagers remained obstinate. Let me tell you, at that moment, Chiyo was on the verge of tears, pleading with the stubborn villagers, fellow townsfolk. The forces of Moku are about to invade. If you do not flee now, it will be too late. Yet they clung to their possessions, stubbornly refusing to leave. It is impossible. The Kazekage is invincible. If those Moku fools dare to come, let them come and never return. No way. My entire inheritance is here. I won't let anyone force me to leave. Chiyo's heart sank. At such a critical juncture, they still clung to their trivial possessions. Ultimately, she could only save about 60% of the villagers who heeded her warnings, while the rest, the unyielding residents, were left to fend for themselves. The scene shifted to a dilapidated temple where a subordinate sent by Chiyo was reporting the dire situation to Bunpoku. His face clouded with despair. This is bad. The third Kazekage is dead. The army of Moku is about to reach our doorstep. Upon hearing this, Bunpoku was left speechless. He gazed up at the circling vultures in the sky, a sense of desolation washing over him. This was the harbinger of national ruin. With the vultures circling, it seemed Moku was indeed intent on obliterating them completely. Bunpoku promptly rose, preparing for a final stand to defend the village. Meanwhile, back in Moku, the fourth Hokage, Edward, was coughing into his hand. Uchiha Fugaku, standing nearby, looked on with concern. Hokage-sama, are you all right? I am fine, just a bit fatigued lately. Edward waved his hand dismissively, though doubts gnawed at him. Ever since he had utilized that strange tremor fruit, his body had been growing weaker. Could it be that this body was too frail to withstand the power of the tremor fruit? A ludicrous thought crossed Edward's mind. Impossible. I am now a super shadow level powerhouse. Even if Uchiha Madara were resurrected, he would not be my match. Could it be that I am truly aging? Surely not. I'm only 26. What is the situation in Suna? Edward quickly cast aside those chaotic thoughts and inquired of Fugaku. The Moku army is advancing with unstoppable momentum. They will reach Suna village within half a day. Fugaku reported urgently. Golly, it seems I must head over as well. Otherwise, they could encounter a tailed beast. and that would spell trouble, Edward declared, rising to leave. The scene shifted again to the Moku ninja army, marching forth with chakra guns, sweeping towards Suna village. Along the way, they burned, killed, and plundered, unaware of how many villages they had conquered. The captured villagers hurled curses at the Moku ninjas. Damn Moku ninjas! Get out of our country, you invaders! The Moku ninjas, having received orders not to harm civilians, pretended not to hear and continued their advance. Edward, observing the hatred-filled gazes from the villagers, felt a stirring in his heart. Wildfires cannot be extinguished. Spring winds bring new life. Perhaps only in this way can we eradicate this hatred completely. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze turning icy. Uchiha Fugaku. Here. Fugaku stood at attention. Convey my orders. Eliminate all civilians of Kaze no Kuni and implement the three-light policy. Burn everything, loot everything, and kill everything. Edward's voice was as cold as ice. Fugaku, taken aback, understood the gravity of the command. Yet military orders were absolute, and he could only bow his head in compliance. Yes, relay my orders. Immediately implement the three-light policy. Fugaku hurriedly passed the command down the ranks. Upon hearing this, the Moku army froze in shock. But soon, they raised their weapons, aiming at the defenseless civilians. When I grow up, I will kill every last one of you Moku ninjas. Get out! Get out! The civilians shouted in anger, unaware that the Grim Reaper had already descended. Bang! The first gunshot shattered the silence. A civilian clutched his chest and fell to the ground, disbelief etched on his face. Immediately following was a relentless barrage of gunfire. Help! Please spare me, Ninja Dano. I was wrong. I won't do it again. The civilians, transforming from fury to terror, fell to their knees, begging for mercy. However, the ninjas of my displayed no semblance of mercy, ruthlessly reaping the lives of their foes. Edward gazed upon the hellish scene before him and spoke to Fujitake by his side. I have long sought a means to coexist peacefully with other ninja villages. Yet they harbor nothing but hostility towards us. If they perceive us as innately bloodthirsty, then let us show them our true nature. Upon hearing this, Fujitake trembled, as if enlightenment dawned upon him. Indeed, it seems you grasp my intentions. Edward nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable chakra presence. Is that a Jinchuriki of the One Tail? Edward immediately rose and dashed toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, Feng Fu, was preparing for battle. Are you the fourth Hokage? Feng Fu rasped, gazing at the towering figure before him. Old man, Ron, this person is far too powerful. A voice echoed in Feng Fu's mind. That of Shikaku, the One Tail. For the land of wind, for Sunagakure, I cannot flee. Feng Fu resolutely replied. You are indeed strong. Feng Fu lifted his gaze to meet Edward's. Would you care to join us? I shall bring about world peace. Edward extended the invitation with a smile. No, I was born in Sunagakure, and I shall die in Sunagakure. Feng Fu firmly declined Edward's offer. One Tail, Feng Fu shouted, instantly enveloping himself in the chakra of the One Tail. You are too weak. Edward waved his hand dismissively, seizing Feng Fu by the head and flinging him away. Very well, I shall toy with a One Tail. I have yet to witness what a tailed beast truly looks like. Inside Feng Fu, Shikaka seethed. How dare you treat me so? Feng Fu rose from the ground, aware that he was no match for Edward, and began the transformation into his tailed beast form. Come forth. Let me witness the power of a tailed beast. Edward shouted in excitement. I am the last line of defense for this nation. Feng Fu's eyes turned crimson as his body began to shift. Edward observed Feng Fu with some disappointment. Is that merely a half-complete form? It seems you have underestimated me. Very well, I shall lend you my strength. Edward gathered his power, unleashing a tremendous punch. Shikaku's shield. Feng Fu hastily formed a sand shield for defense. Boom! With a resounding crash, the sand shield shattered instantly. What kind of bloodline limit is this? Feng Fu felt excruciating pain. Had he not entered his half-complete state, he would have been reduced to mere fragments. Do you feel it now? This is true power. The power of Edward Newgate. Crack! Shikaku's shield completely disintegrated, and Feng Fu lost consciousness, transforming into a massive tailed beast. Is this the One Tail? It doesn't seem particularly formidable, Edward mused with disappointment while observing Shikaku. Shikaku looked at Edward, bewildered and unsure of how to proceed. Feng Fu is dead. Shikaku murmured softly. I understand, Edward nodded. May I leave now? Shikaku inquired cautiously. Of course not. Would you be interested in joining my side? Edward asked with a grin. Accursed human. You wish to imprison me again? That is utterly impossible. Shikaku roared in fury. Experience my ultimate technique. Air bullet. Shikaku concentrated chakra and fired an energy orb at Edward. Since time immemorial, the weak have been subjugated by the strong. If you believe yourself powerful, then come and test it. Edward retaliated with a punch of his own. The two forces collided, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Realizing the peril, Shikaku swiftly burrowed underground in an attempt to escape. You cannot flee. Earthquake. Edward struck the ground with his fist. What is this? Shikaku screamed as he was jolted from the earth, his form shrinking. My chakra. Shikaku realized in horror that his strength was dissipating. How does it feel, One Tail? Do you sense my power? Edward stood atop a mountain, gazing down at Shikaku. How do you know my name? Shikaku asked in astonishment. The strong naturally know more. Edward replied with a mysterious smile. I have only encountered your level of strength in one other being, the god of shinobi. Yet compared to him, you are still woefully inadequate. Shikaku retorted defiantly. If that is the case, Edward's gaze turned cold as he gathered his energy once more. Such formidable power should either be possessed or obliterated. Edward formed a colossal energy sphere, compressing it to a medium size before launching it forth. Great shockwave. Boom! Shikaku's shield shattered once again, and Shikaku was sent flying, reduced to a pile of sand. My chakra. Cursed be this fate. Shikaku transformed into a small sandball. Raging in fury. Now, this is the form I desired, Edward declared as he grasped the diminutive Shikaku. Let me go. Little Shikaku struggled with all his might. At your current state, you possess only the strength of an elite jonin. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? Edward applied slight pressure with his palm. I do not recall declaring my intent to oppose you. Little Shikaku quickly retorted. In that case, have you considered joining me? Edward reiterated his invitation. If you do not imprison me, I might consider it, Little Shikaku replied cautiously. Then let us draft a pact. Ultimately, Edward and Shikaku reached an accord. Shikaku would gain his freedom, but must adhere to the stipulations set forth by Edward. Hey, your restrictions are rather excessive. I have to pay for food. Little Shikaku complained incessantly on the return journey. If you wish to coexist peacefully with humans, you must either become one or adapt to their ways, Edward advised earnestly. Humans are truly complex, Shikaku sighed. Edward returned to the Konoha encampment with Shikaku in tow. Fourth Hokage-sama. How impressive. You have even captured the One Tail. The ninjas of my cast admiring glances at Edward. What a delightful bunch of ninjas. Edward smiled as he entered his tent. Uchiha Fujitake had been waiting patiently. Fourth Hokage-sama. Is this truly the One Tail? Fujitake asked in astonishment. Indeed it is, Edward replied as he unceremoniously tossed Shikaku to the ground. Hey, who permitted you to treat me like this? Shikaku bellowed angrily. Shikaku, your next mission is to assist the Konoha forces in completely conquering the Land of Wind. Can you manage that? Edward issued his command directly. You want me to help them conquer the very nation that once imprisoned me? Of course, I would be willing. Shikaku's eyes sparkled with excitement. That is splendid. Edward nodded with satisfaction. Fujitake, you must have activated your Mangekyo Sharingan by now, correct? Fujitake trembled and responded respectfully. Yes, that will suffice. Edward patted Fujitake on the shoulder. The next phase is in your capable hands. I must return to Konoha to oversee operations. Hey, what about Chiyo from Sunagakure? Can he manage? Shikaku could not help but interject. What is Chiyo in comparison? You underestimate both Fujitake and my Konoha forces far too much. Edward scoffed. Suddenly, Edward clutched his chest and began to cough violently. Hokage-sama. Fujitake rushed forward to assist him. I am fine. I must take my leave now. As there are many matters awaiting my attention in Konoha, Edward waved his hand dismissively and exited the encampment, leaving Fujitake and Shikaku staring at one another in bewilderment. Is he a descendant of that fellow? However, I detest the land of wind far more than any of you with your crimson eyes. Shikaku exclaimed indignantly. January 11th, 41st year of Konoha. On this day, the three great nations engaged in war with the land of fire received shocking news. The entire Sunagakure army had been annihilated, and the third Kazekage had perished. Chakra weaponry made its first appearance in the intelligence of the five great nations. Most notably, the newly appointed Hokage, Edward Newgate, captured the spotlight. Intelligence indicates that a tailed beast has been captured by Adwa. With Chiyo's resistance, Sunagakure has ultimately perished. The land of winds has surrendered, yet the land of fire has declined their capitulation. The army of Konoha has ravaged the land of winds, committing heinous acts and implementing a policy of slaughter and enslavement, exterminating the rebels, enslaving the compliant, and inciting them to turn against one another. The other three great nations have convened an emergency meeting to devise a strategy. Konoha, ahem, why is my health deteriorating? What on earth is happening? Adwa lies on the operating table, while Orochimaru stands beside him. The Hokage, Orochimaru, retrieves a test report, his expression filled with shock. Regardless of the outcome, I shall accept it, he states. Adwa furrows his brow, replying, You have aged. Most of your cells are already deteriorating. Orochimaru laments. What? This is impossible. Aidewa's eyes widen. I am but 26 years old. Based on my analysis, the continuous division of your cells may have accelerated your aging. Furthermore, your massive physique is difficult to sustain, hence your affliction. Orochimaru licks his lips. This cannot be. I shall not age. Adwa rises from the table. If I must age, it must only be after I conclude all of this. Ah, even such a formidable man cannot escape the clutches of aging? Orochimaru muses, observing Aidewa's retreating figure. Lost in thought. Good afternoon, fourth Hokage. Hello, Hokage-sama. You seem rather unwell. Adwa strolls through the streets of Konoha, absent-mindedly greeting the villagers. I have returned. He calls as he opens the door to his home. Father, you're back. Kakashi is watering the flowers. Yes, I have returned. Have you finished school? Adwa gazes at the familiar surroundings, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yes, I'm done for the day, Kakashi replies, focused on his task. Make sure to study the ninjutsu I left in the storage room, Adwa urges. Has the war ended? Has Uncle Yamashita returned? Kakashi inquires. Not yet, but will be soon. Adwa forces a smile as he steps inside. Something seems off with father today, Kakashi ponders, scratching his head. What would be the reason? Adwa lies in bed, perplexed. Could the cells of Hashirama alleviate my aging? Yet, time is running short. Is it 55? It has increased by 5 these past few days. Adwa opens the system panel, reflecting on the integration level of the Whitebeard. I must hasten to elevate my integration level to attain greater power and unify the shinobi world swiftly. The following day, Adwa rises early, leaving a nourishing breakfast behind as he departs his home. Fourth Hokage-sama. Thank you for your hard work, Adwa responds. Let me tell you, Konoha is in a state of disarray. Adwa sits in his office, examining a pile of battle reports, his expression darker than soot. The land of Earth has amassed 5,000 shinobi at the border. In Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, struggles with 3,000 men, nearly sacrificing his life. The land of water remains quiet, with Jiraiya leading 3,000 men in a standoff, cautious not to let their guard down. The most dire situation is in the land of winds, which has been completely subdued. Good heavens, this battle has nearly depleted Konoha's resources. With over 10,000 shinobi thrown into the fray, it is a financial drain. If any misfortune befalls us, I shall be branded a criminal. Currently, only a handful of elite shinobi remain to guard the village. If the 3 defensive lines collapse, Konoha will face annihilation. The land of earth and the land of lightning are formidable adversaries. Adwa stares at the documents, troubled. Fortunately, the land of fire and the land of water are separated by the sea, so there is no immediate threat. He calls into the air, Implement the policy of slaughter and enslavement in the land of winds promptly. We shall cast those slaves onto the battlefield. Yes, Hokage-sama. A voice responds from the air. Eidwa knows that Tsunade can hardly endure the pressure. What kind of person is the third Reikage? In both leading troops and one-on-one combat, Tsunade would be compelled to kneel. Defeat is inevitable for her. It is merely a question of how long the shinobi can hold out. Eidwa taps his desk, ultimately deciding, I must venture to the battlefield. Although he cannot leave the village casually at present, he sees no alternative. He informs the guards, I shall be stepping out for a while. Should anyone inquire, say, I am out on official business. Understood, Hokage-sama. The guards are ecstatic. Eidwa praises one for his spirit before disappearing. The scene shifts to the battlefield in the land of lightning. Third Reikage. Tsunade is battered and bruised. Had it not been for the slug continuously healing her, she would have perished. The third Reikage regards her with a hint of admiration. Tsunade Senju. The last of the Senju clan? Impressive strength, but alas, you face me. With that, he strikes without mercy. At a critical moment, Hinata Hyuga intervenes with a katen, blocking the assault. Thank you. Tsunade expresses her gratitude with a glance. Not again would that be a Kugen. The third Reikage watches Hinata's defense, feeling helpless. This technique is exceedingly challenging to counter, both offensive and defensive, truly impeccable. Third Reikage, the mission has been accomplished. A cloud shinobi whispers from behind him. Withdraw. Upon hearing this, the third Reikage immediately perks up. Back in Konoha, Tsunade collapses onto the ground, breathless as she utters, they have finally retreated. Hinata, too, feels his chakra nearly depleted. Is this the third Reikage? Return to camp and regroup. Tsunade commands, struggling to stand. In the past, when she led 500 shinobi soldiers, they struck fear into the third Reikage. Yet, it wasn't long before their ammunition ran out and many soldiers fell, leaving only her and a few remaining shinobi to endure. The reinforcements should be arriving soon, right? Tsunade asks Hinata. They should be on their way. Approval was granted 3 days ago. However, before he can finish, a shinobi rushes in, panic etched on his face. Lady Tsunade, there has been an incident at the main camp. Tsunade and Hinata dash forward, only to be met with despairing sights. Flames engulf everything. Countless shinobi lie on the ground, lifeless, and their supplies have been completely incinerated. Clearly, this was a surprise attack by the Cloud Shinobi while they were engaged with the third Reikage. How infuriating! Put out the fire, Tsunade shouts, and the shinobi hastily use Suiton to extinguish the flames. Once the fire is quelled, Tsunade surveys the devastation of the camp, stating wearily, search for the wounded. Seek out the remaining supplies. Sore Aidehua. Guilt fills her heart as she feels she has betrayed Eidwa's trust and let down the expectations of Konoha. No, I cannot remain idle any longer. Tsunade suddenly raises her head. Nara, immediately send shinobi to contact Konoha and have transport shinobi bring supplies. Inform them that my command mismanagement led to this loss. Nara comprehends her intent and hastens to act. Hinata observes the gathered data and suggests to Tsunade, send some shinobi out to hunt. Otherwise, our remaining supplies won't last long. Very well, I shall instruct them shortly, Tsunade replies, fatigued. At that moment, a Konoha shinobi bursts in, exclaiming, Lady Tsunade, the reinforcements have arrived. Have they finally come? But the timing is truly unfortunate. Tsunade feels even more exhausted. However, since they are here, we must prepare to receive them. And the fourth Hokage has also arrived, the shinobi adds excitedly. What? Eidwa has come as well. Has the situation in the land of winds been resolved entirely? Tsunade is taken aback. Quickly, take me to see him. Do not search for me. I have already arrived. Eidwa's voice echoes from outside the tent. Eidwa, Tsunade exclaims in joy, rushing outside. Commander Tsunade, it appears your losses are quite severe. Eidwa adopts a serious demeanor, intending to admonish her in his capacity as Hokage. However, before he can finish, Tsunade leaps into his embrace, and Eidwa can only hold her. This is Tsunade's first time showing such vulnerability. It is evident that she has endured tremendous stress during this period. Eidhua gently pats her back, offering comfort. Have you fallen asleep? After a considerable interval, Eidhua finally realized that Tsunade had fallen asleep. At that moment, Hinata Hizashi emerged, kneeling halfway. Lord Fourth Hokage, I have previously stated that you should refrain from employing this antiquated etiquette in the new era I have established. Eidhua regarded him and replied, Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. Hizashi rose and saluted. If there is something to discuss, let's do so inside, Eidhua said, cradling Tsunade in his arms with a sense of helplessness. Now tell me, what transpired here? After placing Tsunade on the ground mat, Eidhua inquired of Hizashi. Hizashi lowered his head, shamefaced, and explained, It was entirely our oversight, Hokage-sama. In our effort to confront the third Raikage, we dispatched everyone except the injured to battle, resulting in a surprise attack on our main camp by the elite forces of the Cloud Shinobi. Our injured were nearly all eradicated, and our supplies were entirely incinerated. Is that so? Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, given the circumstances, it seems you would not have been able to hold out much longer. Eidhua stroked his chin, feeling quite dissatisfied. Let us rest for the night. Immediately dispatch a large number of ninja soldiers to hunt. Yes, Hokage-sama. I shall relay your command at once, Hizashi replied. Taking his leave, it appears that this war must be concluded swiftly. During my journey here, I have witnessed countless souls perishing tragically. Eidhua sighed. Ultimately, it was too early. He gazed at the peacefully sleeping Tsunade. Due to declaring war on the four great nations simultaneously, Konoha was somewhat strained, which is why he had dispatched Tsunade here. Fortunately, Hizashi was assisting her. Otherwise, she would have likely collapsed long ago. However, now that I have arrived here, I will not allow Konoha to be defeated. Eidhua clenched his fists. As days passed, the Konoha camp was re-established, and the ninjas were bustling with activity. Unfortunately, due to the lack of supplies, the ninjas could not unleash their full combat potential. Eidhua observed the map with a sense of regret. At that moment, a scout rushed over, exclaiming, Lord Fourth Hokage, the Cloud Shinobi have already requested reinforcements from the last Cloud Village. Understood. You may leave, Eidhua said, frowning. We can no longer delay. We must launch an offensive swiftly, or our situation will only worsen. Gather the ninjas quickly. We attack tomorrow. Yes. Hizashi immediately sprang into action. The entire Konoha camp began to mobilize, consuming the previously hunted food that night to regain some strength for the impending battle. However, only that scout quietly departed the Konoha camp, transforming into a peculiar creature. Half black and half white, emitting a sinister chuckle. It seems Lord Obito wishes to eliminate this fellow, remarked the white half of the creature. Ha. Sometimes possessing such formidable power is not necessarily advantageous, the black half responded. The Hidden Mist had already completed their dealings with the Cloud Shinobi, and the Rock Shinobi had also agreed to send troops. He is doomed. Hell, let us hope so. The following morning, Eidhua set forth with the assembled ninja army. Onward. With subsequent reinforcements, the ninja battalion swelled to 3,500, exuding a formidable presence. Where's that third Raikage? Didn't he once call me coward? Why is he now imitating me? Eidhua sensed something amiss and ordered the ninja army to halt for a rest while he sought the whereabouts of the Cloud Shinobi forces. Is this the Cloud Shinobi camp? It appears to have been abandoned. Have they learned of my approach? Eidhua mused as he surveyed the disheveled encampment. Are they so fearful of my strength? Or is it a trap? Hokage-sama, if we advance, we will reach the Cloud Village. Shall we continue? Eidhua, uncertain, commanded a retreat of 3 miles to investigate. Did they make a hasty withdrawal last night? Why has the scout provided no information? Aidewa's expression darkened. Now he could ascertain that this was indeed a trap. 2 choices lay before him, to attack or to retreat. However, neither option was favorable. If he attacked, he would surely fall into the trap. If he retreated, it would contradict the purpose of his expedition. This troublesome matter of the Cloud Shinobi must be resolved within the next few days, Eidhua said wearily. He was determined to breach this trap himself to pave the way for the ninja army behind him. No, still nothing. After countless reconnaissance attempts, Eidhua had gleaned no information. The current scene reminded him of a strategy from a book in his previous life called Records of the Three Kingdoms, known as the Empty City Strategy. Yet, unlike the Empty City Strategy, one side lacked troops while the other possessed them. Adwa shook his head and chuckled. Yet he steeled his resolve. Just a few dozen miles ahead lay the Cloud Village. If there were an ambush, it would not be within their own village. Found it. Adwa beheld the Cloud Shinobi forces. Ha ha ha. As expected of the 4th Mizukage, Koki Yagura, he anticipated my arrival here. A cadre of shadow-level chakra ninjas surrounded Adwa as the voice of the 3rd Reikage echoed. The diminutive 3rd Tsuchikage Anoki, the muscular 3rd Reikage A, the bandage-wrapped 4th Mizukage Koki Yagura, and several Jinchuriki were present. Indeed, Adwa understood why the land of water had remained silent and why the land of earth was at peace. They had all congregated in the land of lightning, intending to eliminate him. Gulalala, do you really think this lineup can subdue me? Adwa bellowed with bravado. Humph, 4th Hokage brat, although you are powerful. Do you believe yourself to be the god of the shinobi world? Anoki rebuked. That can only be determined once we engage. Adwa summoned all his strength and shouted attack. At the command of the 3rd Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage, a multitude of ninjas surged toward Adwa. Do you intend to exhaust me? Utterly delusional. Earthquake. The sky and earth shall shatter. Adwa unleashed his seismic technique. The ground split apart, and the sky seemed to fracture as countless ninjas screamed in agony. Even the surrounding shadows and Jinchuriki began to retreat. Years have passed. Has the once weakling beneath my command grown to this level? The 3rd Reikage exclaimed in astonishment. Gulalala. This is the power of the Gura no Mi. This is the force that can obliterate heaven and earth, Adwa declared with exhilaration. Despite Adwa manifesting such a devastating skill, a few agile ninjas managed to evade the onslaught and launch their attacks. Adwa dispatched them using his seismic energy, but they were quickly replaced, becoming a vexation. Why are there so many ninjas? This is vastly different from what I previously observed. Adwa detected an issue. Amidst the earthquake and cataclysm, at least 2,000 ninjas had perished, yet now the death toll had risen to no less than 5,000. Were Adwa to possess a god's eye view, he would see a tunnel emerging from the rear of the ninja army, continuously spewing forth ninjas. Heaven-shattering, earth-crushing, quake. Idewa's eyes turned crimson as he shouted. No, I cannot let this massacre continue. This is the foundation of our ninja village. Perish. Dust release. The technique of world separation. The few shadows who had initially intended to observe could no longer restrain themselves and join the fray. Ha, then let us go. The strongest lightning release. Kaido. Hell's thrust. 4 books convergence. Tailed beast transformation. Armor of flying foam. They unleash their most formidable techniques, encircling and assaulting Adwa. Gulalala. You certainly hold me in high regard. Adwa murmured. Let it shatter. He clashed his left hand's seismic force against Anoki's dust release, while his right hand gripped the 3rd Reikage's Hell's thrust, and with a kick, he sent the 4th Mizukage's spinning shell flying. Allow me to show you what true strength is. As the seismic energy surged within Adwa, a trickle of blood escaped his lips. The 4th Reikage, bloodied, retreated, while Anoki's dust release was shattered, forcing him to evade. Only the 4th Mizukage remained unharmed, standing still. What a powerful ninja, if I could control him. The 4th Mizukage mused. Koki Yagura, come assist me. Anoki shouted. I will withstand his assault. The 4th Mizukage restored his original voice, approaching Oyamakage to block the rift. A tremor resonated. Edward had intended to pursue the 3rd Tsuchikage, but a sudden, excruciating pain in his chest compelled him to halt. Had he already reached this state without finding anything? Observing the blood on the ground, Edward's heart was filled with complexity. Gazing at the corpses and the ongoing attacks, he abruptly stopped. Was it destined to be this way? Was failure predetermined from the very beginning? Edward's eyes glazed over, and the power in his hands gradually dissipated. This was the choice he had made from the outset. He had chosen the one he cherished most, Whitebeard. However, this choice meant that the higher his fusion rate, the more powerful he became, yet his body would deteriorate, manifesting various ailments. Had I been too hasty? What if I had chosen a different character from the start? Yet, since I had already chosen Whitebeard and made my current decision, How could I abandon it halfway? A sense of death surged in Edward's eyes as he gathered an even more potent force in his hands. At the very least, he had to eliminate the remaining top figures of the great nations. Otherwise, he would die with unrest. Edward declared with unwavering conviction. Danger. Several Kage sensed the threat and began to retreat. What manner of monster is this? The third Raikage shouted in fury. Dust release. Original world separation technique. The third Tsuchikage unleashed dust release once more. Edward surged a tremendous force into his body, crashing toward the third Tsuchikage. The sound of the dust release piercing Edward's chest echoed, but he did not cease his advance. This is bad. Earth release. Hardening technique. Earth release. Petrification. The third Tsuchikage's instincts heightened, and he could only brace for the impact. Who understands, family? I tell you, the third Tsuchikage has existed since the founding of the village, and just like that, he was shattered. All the ninjas present were dumbfounded, likely thinking, what? Immediately afterward, the terrifying figure of Edward fixed his gaze on the third Raikage. Realizing the impending threat, the Raikage attempted to flee. However, Edward was swifter, unleashing a barrage of tremors that blocked the Raikage's escape route. The Raikage, undeterred, launched a desperate hell stab towards Edward. Boom! The two clashed fiercely, resulting in the Raikage's head being reduced to dust, while Edward was pierced through the chest by the Raikage's attack. Edward gazed at the gaping hole in his chest, pondering, is this the taste of death? Am I truly to perish here? He then yanked the Raikage's arm and discarded him like refuse. He initially intended to eliminate the fourth Mizukage, but his body could no longer withstand it, and he half-kneeled on the ground. The Mizukage approached leisurely, mockingly stating, Poor ninja, your failure is inevitable. Edward thought, Uchihamadara, I was careless. Yet he retorted defiantly, Who will claim the deer? It is still uncertain. Another eruption of force followed. The Mizukage retreated into his shell, stubbornly declaring, Oh, with such determination, I acknowledge you, Junior. Edward relentlessly pounded the shell, taunting, You call yourself a ninja, merely a cowardly turtle. However, as he continued to strike, his voice gradually diminished until he fell silent. The Mizukage emerged from his shell, bloodied and weak, stating, To die at my hands, you are not entirely nameless. He felt his internal organs nearing collapse, forming a seal to prepare for a final strike against Edward. At that moment, gunfire shattered the silence. Tsunade arrived with a cadre of ninja soldiers. Upon seeing this, the Mizukage hastily performed a water release, water dragon bullet technique. Hurling it towards Edward, Tsunade rushed forward, shattering the water dragon with a punch. The Mizukage collapsed, coughing intermittently. Cough, what luck, but you cannot escape the fate of death. We shall meet again, Junior. Tsunade hurried to Edward's side, anxiously asking, Edward, what is your condition? Edward weakly replied, Cough, I am fine. Then he lost consciousness. Tsunade swiftly summoned a slug with her summoning technique. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, as if nothing had transpired. Time passed, and it was now January 24th, 41 years after the founding of Konoha. On this day, the ninja world trembled once more due to Edward. The coalition of 30,000 led by the three Kages attempted to encircle the fourth Hokage, only to be met with Edward's counterattack, resulting in the annihilation of the three Kages and significant losses for the coalition. All ninjas became aware of Edward's might, bestowing upon him the title of the new god of the ninja world. In the days that followed, Edward vanished for a time, yet his intimidating presence endured. Even the three great nations engaged in conflict with Konoha began to contemplate surrender, hastily dispatching envoys to the Land of Fire to negotiate terms. On February 6th, the three great nations formally signed a treaty of defeat, agreeing to pay tribute to the Land of Fire annually and compensating for war damages amounting to 1 billion. The ninja world ushered in a brief period of peace, with the villagers of Konoha singing praises of Edward's greatness. As for the Wind Country, it was entirely obliterated by the Land of Fire, renamed the Land of Wind and Fire. Yet life there resembled a hell on earth. Over half of the original Wind Country citizens perished, while the survivors became either slaves or slave masters. Daily slaughter occurred, and the area was dubbed the Land of Death. Konoha remained indifferent, leaving only a small number of ninja soldiers to maintain order before initiating their withdrawal. In the blink of an eye, 6 months elapsed. On the surface, the Land of Fire appeared to thrive in prosperity, yet only the higher-ups of Konoha knew the true state of affairs. In the Land of Wind and Fire, a ninja with a menacing expression addressed Yamashita Maple. "Commander Yamashita, those wretched peasants are secretly organizing rebels." Yamashita Maple, equally fierce, commanded, "Send soldiers to sever the source and eliminate them all." I tell you, the scene at that time was astounding. Nagato was cornered by the elite of Konoha, and in a bid to protect Yahiko and Konan, he earnestly declared, "Let them go, I will go with you." Konan, on the verge of tears, cried out, "Nagato!" Yet he had made up his mind. Who understands the feeling of sacrificing for one's brothers? Truly, I was heartbroken. What happened next? I tell you, the ninjas of Konoha never intended to honor their promise. With a mere gesture from the captain, the subtext was clear. Capture the target first and eliminate the other two. Nagato believed he was saving the world, walking over with a relaxed demeanor. Just then, a black and white figure abruptly emerged from the ground. This individual transformed into a Konoha ninja and hurled shurikens at Yahiko and Konan. "You liars!" Nagato erupted in fury. The surge of power in his eyes blasted the nearby ninja away, who crashed against the stone wall and spat out blood, dazed and confused, wondering what kind of power this was. Yahiko and Konan fell to the ground, and the black and white figure, with a sinister laugh, declared his mission accomplished before fleeing. Nagato completely lost control, a devil in his mind shouting, "Unleash! Unleash! Do not hold back." The next moment, he howled to the heavens, "Ah, di Konoha ga ninjas." With a tremendous roar, a colossal, monstrous figure erupted from behind him. This creature was the Outer Path. Gedomazo. The entire mountain trembled to dust. The so-called elite forces of Konoha were left paralyzed with fear, shouting for retreat. Retreat? Too late. The Gedomazo unleashed a tailed beast bomb, and with a thunderous crash, the forces were obliterated, leaving not a trace behind and creating a massive crater spanning miles. The scene shifted back to Konoha in Orochimaru's secret chamber. He gazed at the information in his hands, smirking ominously. Did they fail? On the operating table, the incapacitated Edward let out a laugh. Failing is to be expected. Those are the eyes of the sage of 6 paths. Do you think you can just waltz in like a trip to the supermarket? It seems I can only implement Plan B. Orochimaru licked his lips. What is this Plan B? The reanimation jutsu. The technical prowess of Shishu is truly remarkable. Although AI, Dahua, outwardly expresses confidence, he is inwardly apprehensive, fearing that Shishu might one day act against him with his formidable abilities. At that moment, the slug in Shishu's pocket began to emit a series of chirps. It was Tsunade summoning him. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was so tense that it felt as if it could condense into liquid. Shishu initially thought something catastrophic had occurred, but after a lengthy pause, Tsunade finally managed to say, "Shansha Foam, he has died." I must tell you, at that moment, Shishu's hand trembled, nearly crushing the communication slug in his pocket. Yet, he maintained his composure and replied, "This matter requires your attention, AI Dahua." Tsunade, her gaze cast downward, was filled with remorse. As the Hokage, she was unexpectedly fearful and insisted on bringing Shishu along. The two of them crept toward AI Dahua's secret chamber like thieves. Iduya, having sensed their presence with his kin Bunchikahaki, cut straight to the chase. "Speak, Tsunade, what brings you here?" After much hesitation, Tsunade finally declared, "AI Dahua. Shansha has perished in battle." The shock sent AI Dahua soaring upright from the operating table, standing over 6 meters tall, with tubes protruding from his body. His eyes reddened with fury. A terrifying pressure erupted from him. This was not chakra. It was the essence of his conqueror's haki. The pressure filled the entire chamber. Tsunade and Shishu felt their chests constricting, struggling to breathe. "What did you say?" "Repeat that." Iduya's voice trembled. Tsunade, forcing herself to endure the discomfort. Relayed the events. It turned out there had been a civilian uprising in the Land of Wind, employing a forbidden technique that consumed their lives, leading to Shan Xia's demise. Upon hearing this, Aida Hua was consumed by rage. I knew those damn civilians would not remain docile. He gritted his teeth, rising from the operating table despite the pain, his body swaying precariously, yet his presence was terrifying. Transmit my orders. All Konoha ninjas are to withdraw from the Land of Wind immediately. He fixed his gaze on Tsunade, enunciating each word with weight. I will ensure that the remnants of that nation accompany Shan Xia Fengyi to the grave. Tsunade attempted to intervene, but it was futile. Aida Hua merely needed a glance, and a wave of his conqueror's haki caused her to faint instantly. This was the sheer might of a supreme warrior. Shishu stood by, utterly astonished, yet maintaining his composure, analyzing that emotions could be a weakness. Aida Hua then commanded him, Shishu, take Tsunade's place and relay my orders. What followed was a masterstroke. Days later, Aida Hua, now in a wheelchair and adorned with vials of medicine, publicly announced his terminal illness and intention to abdicate, simultaneously appointing Tsunade as the fifth Hokage. The villagers erupted in despair, pleading for him to reconsider. My dear compatriots, this maneuver plays on the disparity of information. It was a charade for external appearances while internally preparing for annihilation. Initially reluctant, Tsunade eventually acquiesced after a night of intimate discussion with Aida Hua, who revealed his inevitable fate and urged her to assume the mantle for the future of Konoha. After the handover ceremony, Shishu assisted Aida Hua in departing. Aida Hua coldly reminded him, do not forget our agreement. Shishu bowed his head in affirmation. But Aida Hua's Kinbunchika haki sensed something amiss with him. Upon Tsunade's ascension, she announced the withdrawal of troops from the Land of Wind, inciting immediate outrage among the villagers, who accused her of betraying the fourth Hokage. Nevertheless, their protests were swiftly quelled by Konoha's enforcement agencies. On that day, the body of Shan Xia Fengyi was returned. I must emphasize, it was a gruesome sight, a mere assemblage of shredded flesh marred by bite marks. As Aida Hua gazed upon the mangled remains, he trembled, fearing that if he opened his eyes, he would succumb to the urge for vengeance. He closed his eyes, gently shutting Shan Xia's unseeing gaze, and shouted, Shishu. Understanding his intent, Shishu stepped forward to secure the body within a sealing scroll. What was the purpose? To reserve it for the Edo Tensei technique, of course. After Tsunade departed, Aida Hua inquired of Shishu, what the task I assigned you? Shishu, brimming with excitement, replied, we have discovered traces near the Kamizuk Bridge in Amigakure. Remarkably, that individual is still alive. Excellent. A dangerous grin spread across Aida Hua's face, contemplating whether he could utilize those two esteemed individuals to summon him to the Land of Wind. The individual he referred to was Uchiha Madara. Those two esteemed individuals were the One-Tail Shikaku and the Nine-Tails. What a cunning plot to use them as instruments of vengeance, while simultaneously settling old scores. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha, the household of Bofone Watergate was abuzz with joy. Vortex Kushina, with all her vigor, prepared a delicious meal of blackened fried rice. Watergate's face turned a shade of green upon tasting it, while Shikaku relished the dish, declaring that he wanted Kushina to be his exclusive chef. Kushina, feeling triumphant, smirked, see, someone has discerning taste. Unfortunately, the wretched fox within her protested, hey, I couldn't care less about your dreadful fried rice. Wretched woman. As this family bantered, an Umbu member knocked on the door. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find Kushina cooking at Watergate's residence, astonished at how swiftly things had progressed. The Umbu cleared his throat and respectfully announced, Lord Shishu requests the One-Tail Bijou in you to discuss important matters. Kushina sighed, placing her hand to her forehead. All right, I understand. The Umbu had truly worked hard to locate Watergate, only to discover he was home all along. This realization sparked their desire to cultivate a closer relationship with Watergate. Once the Umbu departed, Watergate immediately approached Kushina, expressing concern. "Kushina, are you all right?" After all, Kushina was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a person of considerable significance. "Stop being so melodramatic." Kushina's heart warmed, though her words were still sharp. "I'll be taking Shikako with me. Remember to wash the cookware." With that, she scooped up the little raccoon and prepared to leave. Watergate, watching the woman he cherished depart, felt an ache within him, wishing to voice his desire for her to stay, yet he hesitated, knowing he lacked the strength to protect her. He could only swallow his words. "Remember to wash the cookware. I'm off." Kushina waved goodbye, leaving Watergate alone, resolute in his determination to master the spiraling flash shuriken to safeguard Kushina. The scene shifted, revealing Kushina cradling the little raccoon before a square structure. Her expression one of disdain. Is this really the new residence of Shishu? Snake Department? What a peculiar name. Despite her complaints, she entered. In the shadows, the previous Umbu reported to Shishu, "Lord Shishu, the individual has been brought to you." With a wave of his hand, Shishu dismissed them. This Snake Department was essentially Shishu's private militia, dedicated to protecting him and his research personnel. Given the thriving state of Konoha, these researchers were invaluable assets. Alas, the numbers were scant, leading to a significant disparity in technological advancement. Some households enjoyed air conditioning and televisions, while others still resided in thatched homes. It was a stark representation of wealth inequality in 2025 and beyond. "Hey, Shishu, what business do you have with me?" Kushina inquired impatiently, eager to leave the dim surroundings. "Indeed, there's a matter concerning the fourth Hokage." Upon hearing those words, Kushina's excitement peaked. Ever since that individual assumed leadership and enacted a series of new policies, she had finally shed the stigma of being a cursed Jinchuriki and had even been entrusted with overseeing Shikaku. Her gratitude toward that person was immense. "Speak, what is it? I will certainly assist in any way I can." Kushina's tone was resolute. "Ah, it is quite simple. You need only do nothing." Shishu smiled, mocking how AI de Hua's policies had won the people's hearts, acknowledging AI de Hua's formidable strength and his adeptness in strategy and governance, which only fueled his growing wariness of the most powerful man in this world. "Is that all?" Kushina asked, somewhat perplexed. "Rest assured, the fourth Hokage shall intervene when the time comes." A flicker of brilliance flashed across Orochimaru's somber visage. "Very well," Gyo-xni acquiesced. Meanwhile, in Edward's villa, Kakashi beheld Edward seated in a wheelchair, being pushed back by a ninja. Unable to contain himself any longer, tears streamed down his face. He understood that his father was nearing the end of his life, and his uncle had perished in battle, shattering the happiness they once had. "What are you crying about?" "I'm not dead yet." Edward, towering at 6 meters even while seated, looked down at him. Kakashi wept even more fiercely. "Fear not, we shall reunite once more," Edward said, tenderly embracing Kakashi, using the remnants of his warmth to comfort him. "Father, will we meet again?" Kakashi sobbed. "Of course. Edward, never go back on my word. Especially not to you, my son Kakashi." A trace of affection appeared on Edward's wrinkled face. After traversing to this world, he had reserved his last vestiges of tenderness for these two individuals. To others, he was a ruthless devil, but to Funya and Kakashi, he was the closest of family. "All right, I believe you." Kakashi gazed at Edward. Their eyes locked, a silent vow exchanged between them. Days gradually passed, and all the ninjas of Konoha in the land of wind and fire relocated. Edward stealthily set off towards the Kemizukigawa Bridge in Amigakure, accompanied by Orochimaru, Gyo-xni, the One-Tail, and a host of elite shinobi. Such a formidable entourage would render anyone weak in the knees. "Orochimaru, did you remember the task I entrusted to you?" Edward, being carried by ninjas, inquired as he gazed at the sky. "Is it truly feasible?" Orochimaru furrowed his brow while journeying through the forest. "Rest assured, I know the type of person he is." Edward laughed heartily. His greatest concern now lay with the living Uchiha Madara. This once fearsome demon of the shinobi world posed a significant threat to the new Konoha, even in his old age. Very well, I shall do my utmost. Orochimaru nodded. This mission was perilous. Failure could result in dire consequences. At last, they arrived near Amage Cure, and Edward stood up, emanating the presence of Kinbunchikahaki. Found it. Well hid indeed. Go forth, Orochimaru. I trust you can easily locate it in the cave beneath the Kamizukigawa Bridge. After issuing his instructions, Edward reclined back onto the stretcher. This is a place where one could easily meet their demise, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips as he transformed into a phosphorescent snake, burrowing underground. Commence. Proceed at full speed towards the land of wind and fire. Geo Xi and the One-Tail followed suit. Edward's plan was set in motion. Yes, fourth Hokage-sama. The ninjas lifted the iron stretcher and advanced towards the land of wind and fire. Fourth Hokage-sama, wait for me. Geo Xi called out, glancing in that direction, accompanied by the One-Tail, who had transformed into a small raccoon. Beneath the dark and damp earth, Uchiha Madara, with his flowing white hair and wrinkled face, was still residing there due to the Kamizukigawa Bridge not being destroyed by Nagato. Is that the young one? Such tenacity in life. He observed Edward, who had not concealed his presence, swiftly recognizing him. So, you already know of my existence? This title of Shinobi God of the New Era is not without merit. Uchiha Madara adopted a serious demeanor. Akatsuki, go and receive the guest. He removed the foredrip and descended. Unlike Edward, he was not in such dire straits that he required sustenance. Understood. Uchiha Madara-sama, the one referred to as Akatsuki, a white Zetsu, scampered out with a comical air. Fool! Uchiha Madara chastised, unable to tolerate Akatsuki's eccentric behavior. Is the young one not present? Uchiha Madara sensed something amiss. Hey, you must be the guest that Uchiha Madara-sama instructed me to attend to. Akatsuki found Orochimaru. Haha, this shinobi world is growing ever more fascinating. Orochimaru, having tunneled through the rock wall, finally discovered the secret base, intrigued by it. Hello. Noticing Orochimaru's lack of response, Akatsuki leaned in to greet him. Who are you? Orochimaru inquired, unable to perceive Akatsuki's presence. I am Akatsuki. Would you like some tea? Akatsuki offered a cup of black liquid. Get lost. Fool. Uchiha Madara approached and reprimanded. Understood. Uchiha Madara-sama. Akatsuki dashed away. Who are you? Where's that young one? Uchiha Madara turned his gaze toward the phosphorescent snake. Esteemed Uchiha Madara, I am Orochimaru, a subordinate of the fourth Hokage, Edward. I have come to propose a transaction on behalf of the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru stated respectfully. Interesting, speak. What transaction do you propose? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes as he straightened his posture. It had been long since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner, evoking memories of the past. Two-tailed beasts in exchange for one opportunity to strike. Orochimaru bowed his head once more. Ha ha ha. Are you declaring war upon me? Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. I accept. As for those two-tailed beasts, I disdain to acquire them in such a manner. Thank you. Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru sighed with relief. Very well, you may now perish. In an instant, Orochimaru's serpentine gaze narrowed as a colossal hand grasped his head. With a crunch, Orochimaru's head was crushed. Despite his current strength being at the level of Kage, he was still insufficient in the face of Uchiha Madara, who was on the verge of the Sage of Six Paths level. Akatsuki, go and locate that young one's whereabouts. Uchiha Madara instructed, a spark of excitement in his voice. Yes, Uchiha Madara-sama. It had been a long time since he had fought. Of course, he harbored other thoughts. If Edward proved too weak, he would seize those two-tailed beasts ahead of time. Come forth, young one. Let me see if you can still fight alongside me. Uchiha Madara exclaimed with enthusiasm. In the land of wind and fire, a significant transformation had taken place. The oppressed had become the masters, warlords clashed endlessly, and the cult of the evil god had risen to power, extracting vast amounts of blood daily. Beyond this day, they encountered the very person they least wanted to see. That is, the new shinobi god. Fear gripped the people as they beheld Edward's towering figure. This man had brought devastation upon their families, and though they loathed him, none dared to act against him. Is this the land of wind and fire? A graveyard at the foot of the mountain. Edward surveyed his surroundings, filled with lifeless husks devoid of spirit. Do you see? All of this is your doing. Shinobi god of the new era. Does your conscience not ache? Do you not regret? A man emerged, hurling accusations. With a flick of several kunai, his life was extinguished. If I were to express regret, it would be for not having eliminated this country entirely, leaving only a multitude of soulless beings bereft of their homes. Edward murmured, blame yourselves for lacking strength, for daring to infringe upon my interests, which is a capital offense, even to the extent of daring to slay my family. This shall not be forgiven. Today, I shall eradicate you completely. Edward stood, his formidable presence commanding the air. Demon. The people, witnessing Edward's 6-meter frame, scattered in terror. Bring forth my weapon. Edward bellowed in fury. Do you think this feeble swarm of insects can vanquish the leaves of the mountain below? Release. The 8-meter-long Song Yun Xia was drawn forth by the ninjas of Konoha. Edward caressed the blade. You may withdraw now. Take Jio Xian Nai and the One Tail, and run as far as you can. The ensuing battle is beyond your capacity to partake. Understood. Hokage-sama. The ninjas bowed and departed with Jio Xian Nai and the One Tail. Fourth Hokage. Jio Xian Nai reluctantly gazed at the giant. Are you prepared to bear the brunt of my wrath? Once the land of wind, Edward swung Song Yun Xia, tearing through the air. His vitality began to wane. Run. The crowd surged towards the city gates. Ultimately Justans. Lacking even the courage to challenge me. Edward's fury intensified. I await your arrival, Uchiha Madara. At last, Edward's eyes widened as he wielded Song Yun Xia. He sensed the presence of Uchiha Madara. None of you shall escape. Descend into the depths as mere burial companions. Earthquake. Edward thrust Song Yun Xia fiercely into the ground. A tremendous force reverberated beneath, igniting his vitality and rejuvenating his appearance. It was a moment of radiance. The earth trembled violently, fissures spreading wide, causing people to fall. No! Save me. The ground rolled, consuming all. The once proud land of wind has been reduced to ruins. This is the power of the 6 paths. Such power. Are you nearing that threshold as well? The fourth Hokage, Edward Newgate. Uchiha Madara's gaze burned fiercely. Only by battling such an opponent can one truly claim to be engaged in combat. Despite witnessing the might of the earthquake, Uchiha Madara charged forward without hesitation. You have arrived? Uchiha Madara, the Azura of the ninja world. Edward awaited quietly. Who would have thought that beneath the devastation of that war, you not only survived but have grown to this extent? Uchiha Madara looked up at Edward. How could such power possibly kill me? Edward laughed heartily, his muscles rippling. Then come forth. Let me witness your true strength. Uchiha Madara struck first. The Uchiha fan and scythe clashed with Edward's Song Yun Xia. Bang! Uchiha Madara was sent flying by Edward's strike. This power is specifically fueled by the burning of my life for you. Edward's fierce eyes widened. His hands and Song Yun Xia turned black. Armament Haki. You should not exist in this era. Edward leaped into the air, bringing down his blade. Darn it, Susanoo! Uchiha Madara unleashed his trump card, blue bones enveloping his body. Crack, crack. What? Uchiha Madara observed Susanoo shattering. You have lost, Uchiha Madara. The strike enveloped in armament Haki shattered Susanoo, forcing Uchiha Madara back hundreds of meters. Cough, cough. I am indeed aging. You are the first since Senja Hashirama to make me feel this disheveled. Uchiha Madara spat blood. Unfortunately, my Rinnegan has already been entrusted to Nagato. Otherwise, I would not find myself in this predicament. Yet I shall not succumb so easily. I have not lost yet. Edward Newgate. Uchiha Madara wiped the blood from his mouth and rose. Allow me to show you the eyes of Izuna. Rinnegan. It ends here. Conqueror's Haki. Edward unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. What is this? Uchiha Madara exclaimed in terror. The crimson aura surged towards him, shaking his very spirit. Conqueror's Haki enveloped, slash. Edward unleashed his final technique. Thud. Song Yun Xia struck Uchiha Madara's chest. I have lost. Uchiha Madara dazed, felt the pain in his chest. The conqueror's haki shattered his body. Has this red aura truly subdued me? Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara collapsed to the ground, murmuring, "Yet it was worth it." Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, his breath fading. "Ha ha!" Edward laughed heartily. He had fulfilled his long-held desire. A beautiful world. We shall meet again. Edward gripped Song Yun Xie tightly, standing resolute. He stood like the true Whitebeard, meeting death with dignity. Deep within the cavern beneath the Kamikaze Bridge, a headless corpse adorned with a Konoha headband trembled violently. "Ugh!" Orochimaru crawled out. "I nearly perished. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance." Transforming into a phosphorescent snake, he slithered into the stone wall, departing from this place. I wonder how the battle unfolds over there. Orochimaru glanced back. Can Edward truly defeat him? Though aged, I feel he is not inferior to Edward in power. If even Edward cannot halt him, then there is no one left in the ninja world who can. Orochimaru closed his eyes, sensing the marks left by the ninja beside Edward. Have some perished? He opened his eyes and sprinted in a direction. Near the land of fire. Is the apocalypse upon us? Oh God, please save us. People trembled at the sight of the scorched land. Lady Kushina, are you all right? The Konoha ninjas fled. I am fine. Is this the power of the fourth Hokage? So formidable. Kushina gazed at the desolate expanse of the scorched land. This level of power, has that man approached the realm of the six paths? The one tail transformed into a tailed beast, shielding Kushina and the ninjas. No, he is certainly not at the old man's level yet. He has merely stepped into the threshold of the six paths, far from truly attaining it. The Nine Tails responded, merely stepping into the threshold of the six paths, far from truly attaining it. I tell you, that old Nine Tails has a keen eye. Goodness, shifting scenes. This group of Konoha ninjas is utterly overwhelmed by the mess left behind by the fourth Hokage. They escort the one-tail Jinchuriki, Kushina, as if facing a formidable enemy. Lord Orochimaru's summoned beast has news. A ninja produced a small snake that hissed, seemingly urging, "Run. It's over." This group, gritting their teeth against their injuries, hastily gathered their belongings to retreat. Why? Behind them are the one-tailed Jinchuriki and that little ancestor. If anything happens, their heads will roll. Lady Kushina, let us go. The elite ninjas surrounded Kushina and the one-tail, ensuring a 360-degree protection. Hey, don't crowd around me. Kushina, with her fiery temper, exclaimed, with your level. I could fight better on my own. The ninjas lowered their heads, wearing expressions of duty and resignation. The one-tail, that little fellow, transformed into a small raccoon, nestled in a ninja's arms, finding a comfortable position to sleep. Being a tool is indeed the most comfortable. How very realistic. In 2025, who hasn't had their moments of being a tool? Retreat. The Konoha ninjas tossed the small snake to the ground and began their escape. At last, they reunited with Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, the mission is complete and the losses are minimal. A ninja reported. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. What news from the fourth Hokage? I sent someone to investigate. News should arrive soon. Excellent. Now I have a new task. Escort Kushina and the one-tail back to Konoha. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes gleamed, leaving no room for refusal. We shall complete this mission at all costs. The ninjas shouted. Hee, let us commence the task. I have matters to attend to. Orochimaru cast a meaningful glance in a direction. The ninjas again surrounded Kushina. Orochimaru departed alone, intending to return to the scorched land to recover Edward's remains. If the remains of such a powerful being fell into the wrong hands, it would be disastrous. Upon reaching the scorched land, Orochimaru was left dumbfounded. This was not a battlefield, but a site ravaged by a nuclear explosion. I suppose I shall wait here. Orochimaru began to restore his chakra while using his sensing mark to lock onto the investigating ninja. Summoning technique. Shift. Orochimaru's perspective instantly shifted to the small snake. The investigating ninja was still employing ninjutsu when he suddenly spotted the small snake on the ground. A surge of joy filling his heart. It was Orochimaru's summoned beast. Lord Orochimaru, wait for me. The ninja hurriedly followed the small snake. Orochimaru controlled the small snake, observing the desolation before him, furrowing his brow. Was there nothing but ash and debris? The fissures grew deeper and wider. Too slow. It appears I must take matters into my own hands. Orochimaru released the summoning technique and stood up. Life division technique. Orochimaru formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful technique. This was a ninjutsu custom-made for Edward, capable of splitting his chakra and life force in two. Even if one side perished, the other could be reborn. Summoning technique, White Snake. Orochimaru summoned a white snake and infused the divided chakra into its body. Ha, everything is settled now. Orochimaru's complexion turned pale as he gazed at the white snake in his hand. Releasing the white snake back to the summoning realm, Orochimaru delved deeper into the battlefield. Such an overwhelming aura. Could this be Edward's? Orochimaru was taken aback. It was identical. Could it be that Edward was still alive? The white phosphorus serpent. Orochimaru transformed into the white phosphorus serpent and burrowed underground. The further he advanced, the more astonished he became, for the underground was suffused with a crimson hue. Was this blood? An abundance of blood. Orochimaru licked his lips. Finally, he located the heart of the battlefield, the aura intensifying to the point of causing him slight dizziness. It was confirmed. He had indeed perished. Who would have thought such a formidable being would meet their end here in this manner? Orochimaru's heart was a tempest of emotions as he beheld the 6-meter giant standing 100 meters away. He withstood the pressure and approached the giant. Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru looked at the fallen Uchiha Madara, somewhat dazed. How laughable. Never would he have imagined that such a powerful figure would perish here in this fashion. This is an exquisite specimen. Thank you, Edward. Sealing scroll. Orochimaru produced a scroll and sealed the 2 corpses within. To study such powerful beings brings me a step closer to my quest for immortality. Without a prolonged lifespan, what use is such immense power? I shall be the ultimate victor. Orochimaru sneered as he prepared to withdraw. Just as he stood at his previous spot, the ominous voice of Kurojitsu echoed. Was it an illusion? Had it ensnared my consciousness in a daze? Madara-sama has been taken by that snake-like fellow, Haku exclaimed, looking bewildered. Plans have changed, Kurojitsu lamented. We must reclaim Madara-sama. Haku disregarded him entirely. Fool! Kurojitsu was rendered speechless. I tell you, family members, who understands? Sasuke was forcefully dragged away by Itachi, leaving Naruto alone in a whirlwind of confusion. They had originally agreed to practice shuriken today, yet Uchiha Itachi, in order to fetch his younger brother, completed the task with excessive zeal. What a spectacle! Naruto was furious, but then reconsidered. Well, his buddy had gone home to play with the little one-tail. He slung on his small backpack and dashed away, the streets of Konoha blurring past him. Even more astonishingly, it was 2025, and bicycles had surprisingly been invented ahead of schedule, courtesy of a research organization. Elderly folks on the street greeted Naruto warmly, advising him to be careful not to fall. Naruto felt elated. This was quite different from the original story. Now he had a father and a mother, kind neighbors, and he was the second best in his class, second only to Sasuke. Naruto silently vowed that he would become Hokage when he grew up, becoming a figure as revered as those on Hokage Rock. While he was lost in thought, his stomach growled. He wondered what delicious food his father had prepared today. With a burst of speed, he vanished without a trace. The scene shifted to the Hokage building, where Umbu ninjas delivered a report to Tsunade. Tsunade received the document and glanced through it briefly. Oh, Kakashi, Uchiha sure sway. And Minato's names appeared. There would be excitement in next year's Hokage election. Wait, Orochimaru had new movements? And he was colluding with the Akatsuki? Tsunade's head throbbed instantly. The elite ninjas sent to pursue Orochimaru had not returned, all falling victim to that treacherous serpent. Sigh. Even Jiraiya couldn't handle him. Tsunade closed the document and leaned back in her chair, memories of Jiraiya, who had sacrificed himself 16 years ago, flooding her mind. With a sigh, she buried those memories deep within her heart and continued to tackle the never-ending pile of paperwork. Meanwhile, in a secret base within the Rain Village, the Akatsuki was convening. Standing at the center was Pain, formerly known as Yahiko, though now his eyes bore an ominous terror. Surrounding him were Kuro and Shiro, Haiden, and Conan. Kuro and Shiro spoke with a hint of sarcasm. This time, Orochimaru will definitely not escape. Haiden rubbed his hands together in excitement. We must reclaim Madara-sama's corpse. Pain suddenly looked up. Yes, here. No sooner had he spoken than a white phosphorus serpent emerged from the shadows. It was Orochimaru. I have come to fulfill our transaction. Where are the Rinnegan? Orochimaru inquired impatiently, tossing out a sealing scroll. Pain gestured for Conan to inspect it. Orochimaru smirked internally, these cautious individuals. However, it mattered little, for the scroll contained Uchiha Madara's corpse, now useless to him. After Conan confirmed, she nodded to Pain. Orochimaru grew more anxious. Where my Rinnegan? Pain's Rinnegan spun, radiating an imposing aura. A mere mortal dares to covet the eyes of a deity? Orochimaru had anticipated the betrayal. Licking his lips, then I shall take it myself. Shadow Snake Hand. In an instant, the Kusanagi sword was in hand. Pain waved his hand, Shinra Tensei. A colossal force surged toward Orochimaru. White phosphorus serpent. Orochimaru transformed into a white phosphorus serpent, burrowing into the earth just in time to evade disaster. Pain relentlessly pursued, unleashing Shinra Tensei again, drawing Orochimaru from the depths. Simultaneously, the six paths of pain surrounded him. Kuro and Shiro sensed the impending crisis and hastily retreated. Control technique? Orochimaru sneered, summoning 10,000 snakes. A massive python appeared in the cavern, blocking the Shinra Tensei. Lord Orochimaru, the 10,000 snakes, sensing Orochimaru's formidable might, immediately submitted. Attack! Shadow Snake Hand. At Orochimaru's command, the 10,000 snakes lashed their tails, launching an assault on the six paths of pain. Shinra Tensei, the Deva Path of Pain waved, sending the 10,000 snakes flying. Azura Path, Azura Weapons. Human Path, Hungry Ghost Path. Devour. The other pains unleashed their attacks, bombarding the 10,000 snakes with countless missiles. While the Human Path and Hungry Ghost Path continually consumed its chakra and soul. The 10,000 snakes shrieked in agony, soon gravely wounded, vanishing from sight. Useless. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he relentlessly struck down the summoned beasts conjured by the animal path, ultimately wounding it. Hell Path. In the blink of an eye, the Hell Path revived the severely injured animal path. What is this? Orochimaru was taken aback. Feel the world's anguish, Orochimaru. The Deva Path of Pain slowly approached Orochimaru, gathering Shinra Tensei in his hand. Haha, in that case, let me show you the true extent of my power. Edo Tensei, arise. With Orochimaru's voice, a massive coffin appeared in an open space. A towering figure, wielding an 8-meter-long blade, emerged from within, eyes tightly shut, exuding an aura of terror. This was none other than the fourth Hokage, Edward Newgate, resurrected and modified by Orochimaru through the Edo Tensei. Orochimaru had enhanced this technique with a sealing jutsu, capable of binding Edward's soul within the host body, rendering him unconscious, only capable of instinctual attacks and executing simple commands. What kind of ninjutsu is this so sinister? The six paths of pain sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the giant and quickly retreated. Haha, let them experience your power, Edward. Orochimaru exclaimed excitedly, his desire for the Rinnegan unwavering. A booming laugh erupted from the giant, who opened his eyes and charged at the six paths of pain with his massive blade. I tell you, this plot is simply explosive. The moment Edward arrived, his red aura surged, unleashing his ultimate technique. Fire release. Dragon flame song technique. Water release. Water severing wave. The Edo Tensei army followed suit, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu without restraint. The scene shifted as Edward landed, gripping the Tsongyun blade. His expression one of disdain. Shatter. 100-meter sword wave cleaved through all ninjutsu and Edo Tensei ninjas, leaving them in ruins. Then, he roared, Orochimaru, you have done well. The tone of his voice was as if he intended to devour Orochimaru whole. Suddenly, Edward discovered something amiss with his body. The haki of armament enveloped him, revealing that this body, resurrected from the dirt, had long endured the ravages of battle, now riddled with cracks. However, He had no time to dwell on this. He gathered shockwaves in his hands, preparing to charge forward. With a crack, Edward halted. So this is it. This broken body cannot withstand my shockwaves. Very well. If shockwaves won't suffice, I still possess my swordsmanship. Songyun, slash. He charged once more towards the army of the resurrected. In the rear of the battlefield, Orochimaru smirked as he cleaned his Kusanagi sword. Ho ho ho, you cannot win, Edward. Meanwhile, Edward, wielding Songyun, was mercilessly reaping lives, the resurrected ninjas falling like grass before his blade. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and the haki of Conqueror erupted. However, he spotted the figure of Kid Yamanaka below the mountain, forcefully suppressing his Conqueror's haki. Orochimaru. Edward was consumed by rage. This wretch had the audacity to control Kid's soul. This is intolerable. The clash of blades echoed as Edward unleashed his fury. The resurrected ninjas unable to withstand his onslaught. At last, only 3 figures remained on the battlefield. Orochimaru 100 meters away, a handless Kid Yamanaka, and a seething Edward. Damn it! Even in death, I cannot control you? Orochimaru readied his sword, preparing to intervene personally. Edward laughed. It seems you have forgotten the power I possess, Orochimaru. With that, he leaped into the air, bringing Songyun down with ferocity. Seeing this, Orochimaru faltered, resorting to the technique of concealment, transforming into a small snake in an attempt to escape. Bang! Edward waved his hand, the haki of Conqueror wrapping around him, seizing Orochimaru. You cannot escape, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, confronted with this unstoppable hand, was instantly reminded of the terror he felt when Uchiha Madara crushed his skull. Tell me, why are you doing this? Edward tightened his grip, his voice icy. Orochimaru grimaced in pain. Ha! What difference does it make if you know? You're already dead, Edward. I despise betrayal above all else. Do you understand? Edward increased his pressure. You will soon meet death again. The 4th Hokage, Edward Newgate. Orochimaru's chilling laughter echoed. Uffed. Edward ceased his words, directly crushing Orochimaru into a pulp. I will never forgive those who betray me. Though he had obliterated Orochimaru's physical form, Edward sensed that the wretch was not truly dead. His observation haki still detected a faint life force. Edward mused that even if Orochimaru did not resurrect him, Kabuto would undoubtedly do so in the future. This power of mine is coveted by many. He then turned his gaze to Kid Yamanaka, murmuring, Yamanaka. In the next instant, he cast a sealing technique, entombing Kid in a coffin. I will surely revive you. Shouldering the coffin, Edward began to survey his surroundings. What time is it now? What has transpired? He attempted to summon the fusion panel, only to find it non-functional, likely due to the fragmented state of his soul. It was as if he had merely awakened from slumber, opening his eyes to the present. Edward looked skyward, recalling the power of the 6 paths he had sensed in the realm of slumbering souls. However, since he had been resurrected, perhaps he could also possess the power of the 6 paths. He resolved to seek Nagato, intending to use the eyes of the 6 paths to restore his body. But the immediate priority should be returning to Konoha. He wondered how it had changed. Bang! Edward surged with speed, racing towards Konoha. Meanwhile, in the damp, shadowy cavern, Nagato, clad in Akatsuki robes, gazed at the stone wall. Cough! What a formidable technique Orochimaru has mastered. He was no longer in a crippled state. The 4th Hokage? Indeed. Quite powerful. Nagato turned to Konan, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the man he believed had instigated the 3rd Great Ninja War, leading to Yahiko's demise. It seems the plan for the Eye of the Moon must be expedited, as Edward's resurrection had disrupted everything. In Konoha, at the Hokage Tower, Kakashi hurried back. Witnessing the destruction of the village, his heart racing. Lord Hokage, I have returned from my mission. What has transpired here? Tsunade replied mournfully, Kakashi, you are back. The 1st and 2nd Hokages have been resurrected through the Edo Tensei. What? Edo Tensei? Tsunade elaborated on the terrifying nature of this technique. Kakashi exclaimed with excitement. So, does that mean my father and uncle will also be? Tsunade, momentarily nostalgic, quickly quelled her emotions. It's very possible. What could their motives be? Are they attempting to incite the Fourth Great Ninja War? Kakashi questioned. Tsunade shook her head. I do not know. But rest assured, I have dispatched personnel to research a method to counter the Edo Tensei. Results should come soon. Tsunade reassured him. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. Lord Hokage, urgent news. A ninja entered. Speak, we are all allies here, Tsunade gestured. The 3 great ninja villages have been attacked by an unknown powerful entity. Bijou have been stolen. We request reinforcements. What? Bijou have been stolen. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table. I see now. Their objective must be the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails and the 1 tail. Tsunade perused the intelligence reports. The Wagakure suffered the most, losing not only a Bijou, but also their Tsuchikage. Immediately, send a large contingent of elite ninjas to protect Uzumaki Kushina and the 1 tail. Yes, the ninja complied. Is the target my mentor? Do you need my assistance? Kakashi asked, astonished. Damn it. Kakashi, go find your mentor, Namikaze Minato, and inform him. Tsunade shouted. I'm on it. Idaisin no Jutsu. Kakashi vanished. What exactly do you intend to do? Who is the shadowy figure behind this? Tsunade gazed at the documents. Obito, Rin, lend me your strength. Kakashi located his companions. First, tell me what transpired in the west, Kakashi urged. Rin inquired anxiously. Kakashi withheld much of the information. It was caused by an unknown enemy. We have yet to uncover their true identity. Please, help me, Obito, Rin. Kakashi, speak. Obito responded earnestly. Obito, you and Rin need to find our mentor and bring him back to my mother. It is crucial. Understood, Rin, let's go. Obito left without further questions. Obito, wait for me. Rin glanced at Kakashi before chasing after him. Mother, please be safe. Kakashi rushed towards Kushina's home. Is this mysterious individual attempting to incite the 4th Great Ninja War? Kakashi's heart grew heavy. I must prevent this impending conflict. His resolve firm. Kakashi knew he was the son of the 4th Hokage, Edward Newgate. Soon, he arrived near Kushina's residence. Bang, bang, bang. What? Kakashi turned towards the forest, where the sounds of fierce battle erupted. A colossal figure appeared before Kakashi's eyes. Son, I have returned with Keed. Father. Kakashi's eyes glistened with emotion. No, it cannot be. Kakashi immediately assumed a combat stance. Having been fully aware of all the intelligence, he could not be so easily deceived again. Son, I am your father, Edward spoke gently. Impossible. My father has been dead for 16 years. Kakashi hurled a kunai, drawing a short blade as he lunged at Edward. 16 years, has it truly been that long? Edward's expression darkened. Very well, let me test your strength then. Idaisin no Jutsu. White blade. Kakashi struck from behind Edward. Blimey, have you truly grown to such an extent? Edward felt the intensity of Kakashi's chakra and laughed heartily. You dare control my father? Kakashi, heedless of the danger, swung his short blade towards Edward's neck. Very impressive. Edward pinched the blade between his fingers, rendering Kakashi immobile, forcing him to concede and withdraw. Come now, Kakashi. Show me your true power. Edward tossed aside the short blade, grinning widely. Even if he is aware of the intelligence, Loud-Eye, Kakashi cannot take action. He senses that the giant before him harbors no intent to kill. Suiton, Suiridan no Jutsu, Kanomai. Kakashi launches another assault. Gulalala, do not harbor any illusions about me. You will suffer a crushing defeat. Kakashi, Edward perceives keenly. Boom! Edward vanishes in an instant, reappearing behind Kakashi and flicking his finger against the back of his head. That hurts. Kakashi retreats, truly feeling the sting. This is really Loud-Eye. He discards his kunai, his eyes glistening. What is wrong, Kakashi? Edward inquires with a smile. Hey. Who dares wreak havoc in my home? Uzumaki Kushina storms in. Furious. Shirmu. Kakashi whispers. In an instant, Kushina recalls the 4th Hokage. Gulalala, why is everyone staring at me like that? Edward laughs heartily. Kakashi, what is going on? Kushina questions, chakra surging within her. It's him, my Loud-Eye. Kakashi is at a loss for words. Kushina, are you alright? Namikaze Minato arrives, wielding a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Huh, what is this? Obito and Rin are taken aback. noting the towering height. Is that the fourth Hokage? Is he an enemy? Kushina? Minato remains vigilant. Stand down. Kakashi positions himself protectively. Enough. I am Edward Newgate, the fourth Hokage. Edward can no longer contain himself, thrusting his sword into the ground and unleashing a formidable aura. Boom! Kakashi, Obito, and Rin are blown away by the force, while Kakashi is pushed back repeatedly. Only Minato and Kushina manage to withstand the pressure. I have released the control over me, Edward explains. You've released the control? The group calms down, their gazes varied. Loud Eye, is it truly you returned? Kakashi moves closer. I'm sorry, Kakashi, for leaving you alone all these years, Edward kneels, opening his arms. I'm no longer a child. Kakashi hesitates for a moment before embracing Edward, feeling the warmth of family that he had long been deprived of. Gulalala. Kakashi, how have you fared these years? The fifth Hokage has not mistreated you, I hope. Edward gently pats Kakashi's head. No, they have all treated me well. Kakashi extricates himself from the embrace. That is good. Edward nods in satisfaction. Lord Fourth Hokage. Minato steps forward to pay his respects. Is that you, Namake's Minato? It seems you have grown quite a bit, Edward remarks sharply. Thank you, Lord Fourth Hokage, for remembering, Minato bows. How is Tsunade? Where is she? Take me to her. Edward gestures toward the coffin behind him. Yes, please hold on tight, Lord Fourth Hokage. I can use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport us there, Minato respectfully offers, tossing his kunai. Haha, very well, lead the way. Edward strides toward Minato. Hold on. Minato feels the pressure. Hokage building. It seems the Edo Tensei cannot be perfected in a short time, Tsunade remarks gravely. If the third were still here, he could have linked with the Shinigami to find a way, Tsunade adds, visibly agitated. Uchiha Madara, Edward Newgate, first Raikage, first Suchikage, first Mizukage, Tsunade laments. Flying Thunder God technique. A golden flash accompanied by a massive figure descends before Tsunade's astonished gaze. Gulaloa, Tsunade, my apologies, I broke through the ceiling. Edward curls up in the 4-meter-high room, feeling quite uncomfortable. What? Tsunade retreats far away, adopting a battle stance, while numerous Umbu and guards gather around her. Gulalala. It is I, Edward Newgate. I have returned. Edward smiles at Tsunade. Edward? Tsunade gasps, her mouth agape in disbelief, feeling as if she were in a jest. As the once deceased Edward suddenly appears before her, declaring his return. Indeed, could we perhaps speak in a more comfortable place? This is rather unbearable. Edward gestures apologetically at the shattered surroundings. Lord Hokage, it is the fourth Hokage who has freed himself from the control of the mastermind. Minato steps forward to explain to Tsunade. Stand down, Tsunade commands, her expression a complex mixture of emotions as she instructs her Umbu and guards to withdraw. So, is it truly you, Edward? Tsunade's mind buzzes as she gazes at him. Despite her deep longing for this towering figure, she remains uncertain how to confront him now. Can we find a different place to converse? Edward's face reveals dissatisfaction as he tears apart the debris surrounding him. This discomfort with his towering form is not a new sensation for him. Very well, Tsunade nods, her gaze instinctively shifting away. At this moment, she is uncertain how to face the fourth Hokage, now aware and free from control. Let us head to the back mountain. I appreciate your assistance, Namake's Minato. Upon hearing this, Edward turns to Minato with a smile. Hokage-sama, fourth Hokage-sama, please take my hand. Minato understands and nods slightly, the kunai in his hand humming with energy. Flying Thunder God technique, second stage. In the next instant, Minato, along with Tsunade and Edward, vanishes from the scene. In the back mountain of Konoha, the area is deserted. There is no one here. Speak your mind. Tsunade finally gathers her courage to confront the towering figure before her. Yet, the small cracks spreading across his body and the black scara with red pupils serve as constant reminders that Edward is an Edo Tensei body. I was revived by Orochimaru through Edo Tensei. After a brief hesitation, Edward sits cross-legged and speaks to Tsunade. What? Orochimaru? Is it him? Upon hearing such crucial information, Tsunade rises abruptly, hands pressed against the ground in disbelief. She had never anticipated that the chaos in Konoha and the ninja world during this time was orchestrated by Orochimaru, the former S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha. Indeed, he resurrected me through Edo Tensei, seeking to manipulate events using my power, but unfortunately for him, he underestimated me. Edward smirks, a hint of irony in his tone. The betrayal from someone he once trusted stings. Reminiscent of the feelings when Edward contemplated Whitebeard's betrayal by Blackbeard in the original story. To be honest, this feeling is quite unpleasant, leaving Edward in a state of persistent anger whenever he thinks of it. I never expected it would be him. Finally, I have uncovered the thief who has been stealing the remaining tailed beasts. After piecing everything together, Tsunade grits her teeth in fury. Stealing the tailed beasts? It seems a great deal has transpired in the ninja world during my absence. Edward observes Tsunade, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. However, upon sensing Edward's inquiry, Tsunade is at a loss for words. After all, Konoha had recently experienced a fierce battle, with countless elite ninjas and buildings destroyed in the conflict. Please, share what you can, Edward urges, his gaze fixed on the evasive Tsunade. It is Orochimaru, who has resurrected the bodies of the first and second Hokage through the technique of Edo Tensei, attacking Konoha in an attempt to steal the tailed beasts. Under Edward's relentless assault, Tsunade ultimately succumbed to the pressure and uttered the shameful truth. She is the first Hokage to have been attacked by an enemy in Konoha while in office. This revelation weighed heavily on her heart, quickly giving rise to feelings of self-reproach and guilt. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Edward, who had previously caught wind of the plot to steal the tailed beasts, began to piece together many things. It seems that Orochimaru aims to assume the role of Nagato from the original story. Amused, Edward thought to himself, however, now that he has been resurrected, he will not allow Orochimaru to wreak havoc unchecked. Has there been any news from the reconnaissance ninjas? After grasping the situation, Edward stood up, holding his sword, Sonyin Xie, and inquired. Not yet. If you hadn't returned, I would never have known that Orochimaru was the one controlling Edo Tensei. Tsunade murmured, burying her head deep in her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment. Rest assured, since I have returned, leave it to me. Seeing this, Edward, understanding Tsunade's discomfort, ruffled her golden hair with his large hand, causing it to become disheveled. Edward, Tsunade, feeling the messiness of her hair, for the first time displayed no anger, softly murmuring the name of the giant before her. Now, convey my orders to shift the focus of all reconnaissance ninjas to searching for Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. I intend to root out these little mice. Edward pinched his stiff skin, reminiscing fondly about his past body. Understood. Tsunade nodded in response to the directive from the former fourth Hokage. She could sense that even though she now possessed extraordinary power, it paled in comparison to the man before her. Let us return to Konoha. I am eager to discuss all that has transpired over the last 16 years as we walk back, Edward stated, turning towards Konoha. Due to the sensitive nature of their previous discussions, Minato had departed early, leaving only the two of them. All right, Tsunade nodded, walking alongside Edward on their way back to Konoha. During their gradual return, Tsunade relayed a wealth of information and circumstances to Edward, causing his expression to darken repeatedly, his anticipation waning significantly. As expected, in the end, after hearing everything, a glimmer of light flashed in Edward's eyes, and he spoke emphatically. This ninja world ultimately speaks through strength. Only with power can peace be achieved. Edward, fully aware of the twisted nature of the ninja world, remarked. And how are my ninja soldiers faring? Edward turned to Tsunade and asked, knowing that the ninja soldiers were a significant force he had reserved for Konoha. Due to various assaults from the major ninja villages, Konoha's ninja soldiers have frequently suffered defeats on the battlefield. I have since disbanded the majority, leaving only a small contingent. Tsunade replied, lowering her gaze to the ground, unable to face Edward. Quite commendable indeed. Edward, towering at 6 meters, gazed at the azure sky where birds flew, his tone somber. Do you believe my choice was right or wrong? What has it brought to the ninja world, Tsunade? Edward questioned Tsunade in an unyielding tone. Konoha was very supportive of your initial plan, but the ninja world has indeed sunk into a quagmire due to the war you initiated. Reflecting on the various tragic lives witnessed outside Konoha, Tsunade lamented. Heh heh heh. It seems you now disagree with my original scheme. Edward halted in his tracks, pressing Tsunade back with his presence. I do not. I simply. Tsunade faltered, unable to articulate her thoughts, gazing at the giant before her. From her perspective, although Edward's policies were beneficial to Konoha, they had indeed brought calamity to the ninja world. If it weren't for the sudden onslaught of disease and aging that abruptly halted everything, do you think the ninja world would resemble its current state? Edward's tone was grave, fully aware of the original narrative's portrayal of the ninja world. If Edward had done nothing, true peace would never have been achieved in the ninja world. Even in Boruto, the transient peace is merely maintained due to the strength of Naruto and Sasuke, hardly qualifying as genuine peace. Only my plan can truly forge absolute peace, without exception. Edward's resolute declaration echoed as he gradually distanced himself from Tsunade. Yet is such peace truly just? It has caused the sacrifice of so many lives. Watching Edward's figure fade into the distance, Tsunade murmured to herself. Haha, Tsunade, your vision remains too narrow. Edward, having walked far from Tsunade, surveyed the desolation of Konoha. But since I have been resurrected, everything will change because of me. A spark ignited in Edward's eyes, rekindling the fervor within his long-dormant heart. Have we gathered all? We only lack the one tail and 9 tails from Konoha. In a highly secretive cave, Orochimaru, previously killed by Edward, had indeed not perished and was resurrected once more. Fortunately, I had employed the technique of life splitting, otherwise I might have truly met my end there. Orochimaru's eyes flickered as the vitality within him began to stabilize. It appeared that both the second and first Hokage of Edo Tensei had perished. Konoha was not as weak as rumored. Subsequently, Orochimaru sensed the chakra connections within his mind. Without these chakra links, he would be unable to control the Edo Tensei ninjas scattered throughout the ninja world. Thus, should any of these ninjas encounter issues, Orochimaru would immediately be aware. Haha, such high-level combatants cannot simply disappear. Edo Tensei. Orochimaru placed the pre-prepared offerings from the sealing scroll onto the ground, preparing to awaken the first and second Hokage once again. Soon, a loud commotion erupted from the 2 offerings. However, amidst the uproar, only the second Hokage rose. What is happening? Why can I not sense the first Hokage's soul? Observing that only the second Hokage had stood, Orochimaru inquired with confusion. Edo Tensei. Reluctantly, Orochimaru once again activated the Edo Tensei technique. Yet regrettably, this time, he still found no trace of the first Hokage's soul, as if it had vanished entirely. Impossible. Even the remnants of the soul left behind are gone. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru stood still, pondering. Master, did you use that technique? Without a hint of emotional fluctuation, Orochimaru muttered to himself. Shiki Fujin, a technique said to summon the Shinigami. However, the price is the soul of the summoner. What a grand move, Sensei, said Orochimaru, remaining motionless in place. Once, he was a teacher who cared for and nurtured him deeply, although he had solidified his convictions over the past decade. The revelation of this news stirred a complex array of emotions within him. Ho ho ho. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Orochimaru finally let out a sinister chuckle and resumed rearranging everything around him. It remains uncertain whether this plan is feasible. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he busied himself. As a former high-ranking official of Konoha, he was indeed familiar with the Shiki Fujin technique. After successfully executing the unaltered Edo Tensei, the sacrificial offering intended to resurrect the first Hokage began to stir. A complete, soul-bearing Edo Tensei body rose to its feet. Cough, cough. The resurrected ninja first cleared his throat twice. Where am I? The bewildered ninja gazed at his own hands, questioning his situation. Shiki Fujin. In the next moment, The Edo Tensei ninja was seized by Orochimaru's control, and amidst a surge of chakra, the seals for Shiki Fujin were formed. The imposing figure of the Shinigami materialized, holding a dagger as it scrutinized the individual before it. What is this? The uncontrollable ninja gazed in terror at the Shinigami he had summoned. No, don't. Yet the Shinigami paid no heed to his pleas. With the dagger in hand, it pierced the ninja's abdomen, seizing his soul. A mere shell, devoid of spirit. Is this what the Shinigami represents? Such power! Orochimaru exclaimed as he observed the entire process. What did he witness? He perceived the Shinigami merely as an executor, a being of power without intention. Perhaps I can harness such power. Ho ho ho, Orochimaru declared, his face alight with excitement. Subsequently, the ninja under his control completed the transaction. The soul of the first Hokage was released, while the unfortunate ninja took his place in bondage. And the third Hokage, Sensei, it has been so long since we last met. After replicating the same process, Orochimaru pinched his chin, contemplating. Before him stood the third Hokage, who had perished alongside the first Hokage due to the Shiki Fujin technique. However, unlike before, the third Hokage was no longer the valiant shinobi he once was. Over the following days, Konoha remained in a state of recuperation. Various reconnaissance ninjas were dispatched beyond the village to investigate the hidden threats lurking in the shadows. Though Tsunade and Edward found themselves at odds due to conflicting ideologies, their brief time together allowed for the resolution of their differences. "Tsunade, have you found anything?" In Edward's villa, he inquired while carrying a barrel of sake. "Oh, this guy really has been resurrected? Impressive." Before Tsunade could respond, Jiraiya interjected. Due to the recent series of significant events, Jiraiya, who had been out on a mission, was compelled to return to Konoha. "Fool, shut your mouth." Tsunade's forehead was creased with tension as her fists clenched involuntarily. She knew that as soon as this man returned, he would engage in all sorts of frivolity. Blah, blah, blah. There's no taste to it. Upon hearing this, Edward placed the barrel on the ground and stood, directing his gaze at Jiraiya. "Edward, do you not recognize me? I am Jiraiya." Unfazed by the lack of response, Jiraiya persisted. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Jiraiya's head met with a forceful impact, causing him to cry out in pain. "Idiot." After venting her frustration, Tsunade smiled as she blew on her knuckles. "You really haven't changed at all, Tsunade," Jiraiya remarked, touching the bump on his head, feeling both exasperated and tearful. "Enough. We are here to discuss important matters." "Jiraiya," Edward interjected, unable to bear the sight of their antics. "She started it," Jiraiya retorted, a hint of discontent in his tone. "Have you found the person I mentioned, Tsunade?" Regardless of Jiraiya's complaints, Edward turned his gaze to Tsunade. "I have some leads. It is said that a few individuals clad in Akatsuki cloaks have been spotted in the land of rivers," Tsunade recalled solemnly. "All right, we cannot delay. I will go with Namikaze Minato." "Inform him of the situation," Edward declared, grasping the Tsungyun Xie and exiting the door. "Are you in such a hurry? Will you not stay a little longer?" Tsunade expressed her reluctance to let him go, perceiving him as a fragile soul on the brink of demise. Thus, she cherished every moment spent with Edward. "No, I can feel my body beginning to decay without Orochimaru's chakra supply, so I must act swiftly," Edward replied, stretching his limbs. If his chakra were of the Yin attribute, then Orochimaru's was of the Yang. Only Orochimaru's Yang chakra could maintain his physical form. Yet, it was evident that Edward had severed the connection with Orochimaru's chakra supply. If he could cut that connection and link with another chakra, he might be able to maintain his physical balance temporarily. Unfortunately, Konoha's research on this technique remained rudimentary and required time. "All right, take care on your journey," Tsunade sighed inwardly. "Blah, blah, blah. Do not worry, and I entrust you with the matters below. Do not let them go awry as before," Edward said, turning to Tsunade with a serious expression. "Rest assured, I will not make a mistake this time," Tsunade exclaimed, clenching her fists and waving them at Edward. "A commendable spirit. Now, Namikaze Minato." Edward produced the special kunai for the flying thunder god that Minato had previously given him. "Understood, fourth Hokage." In a flash of golden light, Minato appeared, holding the kunai. How convenient, Edward remarked with a grin. Inform Kakashi that his father has gone out on business. He instructed Minato, who was grasping Edward's massive form. Let us head to the land of rivers. In the next moment, Edward turned to Minato and issued his command. Very well, fourth Hokage, Flying Thunder God. Without further inquiry, Minato vanished with Edward. That guy, Tsunade chuckled, shaking her head as she watched them disappear. In the land of rivers, was it still the same as before? Edward, having teleported here using the Flying Thunder God technique alongside Bo-Fong Shui-min, inquired, Lord Fourth Hokage, is there anything else you require of me? After completing his task, Bo-Fong Shui-min posed a question to Edward. None at all. You may return. I shall notify you should the need arise. Edward replied with a smile in the corner of his eye while raising the kunai of the Flying Thunder God. For him, possessing such a tool for instantaneous transport was immensely convenient. Stay in contact, Lord Fourth Hokage. Nodding in acknowledgement, Bo-Fong Shui-min departed from Edward's side using the Flying Thunder God technique. Allow me to seek you out, little one with the Rakudu eyes, Edward declared, gripping his Tsongyun Chia tightly as he descended with tremendous force into the land of rivers. Speaking of the land of rivers, Edward had profound ties here. It was indeed significant, as the daimyo of this region had successfully inherited their position with his assistance. Kenbunshiku Haki. Edward's pupils constricted as he unleashed an invisible aura of Kenbunshiku Haki, which swiftly enveloped the entirety of the land of rivers, extending over hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of meters. Under the influence of his heightened perception, he soon detected several shadow-level chakras approaching. Swift and decisive, Haushiku Haki, Edward, weary of combat, shouted, firmly grasping his great sword. He leapt into the air, his hand imbued with Haushiku Haki swung in a particular direction. Senior Juzo, we no longer have any purpose in remaining here, remarked a towering man with a shark-like face, standing 2 meters tall, to the man beside him, who bore a decapitating sword. What did the leader say? Is it no longer necessary? Juzo, polishing his great sword, queried. Since the target has perished, does that not mean the assassination is concluded? The shark-faced man, known as Kisame in the original narrative, spoke with a grin. Even if the target is dead, we still need to bring back the head. What is this? Juzo attempted to argue against Kisame's words, but in that instant, he was struck by the force of Haushiku Haki, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. What is this? Kisame exclaimed, immediately preparing himself, unsheathing his samahata to defend against the impending threat, narrowly avoiding the same fate as Juzo. Yet, no one would inform them of the challenge they were about to face. Boom! Edward descended like a meteor to the ground. Are you two? Brushing off the dust from his body, Edward lifted his gaze to confront them. What manner of creature are you? Kisame's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the towering figure before him. Fourth Hokage, the new god of the ninja world? Upon hearing this, Kisame felt a deep intrigue towards the giant standing before him. Indeed, tell me where your leader is, and I shall spare your lives, Edward proclaimed, striking the ground with his Tsongyun Chia, emanating a formidable presence. Humph, you think we would surrender without a fight? Juzo retorted, a hint of anger in his tone. Though he had indeed been momentarily dazed by Edward's overwhelming aura, it did not signify his submission. Faced with 2 obstinate individuals, Edward discerned that this operation might no longer be necessary. Coating his weapon in a layer of black Busashoku Haki, he directed his attention towards the 2. Samahata, Suetun, Suijin Hiki. Upon hearing this, the duo sprang into action, sensing that they could not withstand even a casual attack from a giant. Thud. However, their futile defense proved utterly ineffective against Edward. With a heavy thud, they collapsed to the ground, their bones shattered. How powerful! Juzo gasped, clutching his aching chest, forcing himself to stand with his decapitating sword raised defensively. Suiton, Suiwo no Jutsu. Suiton, Suido no Jutsu. Although Kisame was gravely injured, he still managed to form hand seals for his techniques. Such attacks are futile against me. Abandon all resistance, Edward declared, gripping his Songyun Chia tightly, and struck downward, cleaving Kisame's water technique in 2 with a mighty roar. Even in a battle destined for failure, I shall not concede. Hearing Edward's admonition, Kisame began to merge with his Samahata. Very well. In response, Edward's Busashoko Haki enveloped his Tsungyun Xie, unleashing a wave of sword energy that extended hundreds of meters. Kisame, relinquish your efforts. Perhaps this way, death may come more comfortably. Juzo, unable to endure his injuries any longer, knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his great sword. Samahata fusion. Yet, unlike Juzo, Kisame would not surrender easily. An immense surge of chakra erupted from within him as he merged with Samahata. Such chakra, Edward laughed, but he could effortlessly unleash hundreds of attacks as before. Suetun, Suirosamo Dori no Jutsu. Kisame, gritting his teeth, attempted to withstand the onslaught, but his body was beginning to falter. Senior Juzo, I may have to disappoint you. After uttering this, Kisame was struck down by the sword energy, his chest revealing a grievous wound. I never anticipated you possessed such formidable ninjutsu. Impressive indeed, Juzo remarked, somewhat astonished as he witnessed Kisame's full effort in combat, albeit regrettably misplaced. Kisame lay in the sand, silent, lost in thought. For him, it seemed he had perished the moment he made that choice, leaving him a mere shell of consciousness. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Reveal the whereabouts of your leader. Edward's voice resonated, devoid of any desire to squander time. Humph, the once resounding god of the new ninja world, I shall not divulge that to you. It is rather unfortunate that I meet my end here. Kisame replied with resolute admiration. For him, strength, whether in foes or allies, commanded respect. And you? Edward's dark eyes turned toward Juzo. Having already faced death once, I cannot succumb again. However, I can reveal that my leader hides very well. Even now, we do not know his whereabouts. With that, Juzo closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. He is a man. In that moment, Edward recalled the actions of the two in the original narrative. But alas, as adversaries, I cannot afford to let you live. Edward unleashed his Haushika Haki, crashing into the minds of the two. After being struck by the overwhelming might of the Boang Sur Ba-Cheep, the two individuals momentarily lost consciousness, leaving behind only two silent corpses. For them, perhaps death was the only fitting conclusion, as their souls had long since perished, leaving nothing but mere shells. With no gains to be had, it seemed I must seek out the truth myself, Edward remarked as he glanced at the lifeless bodies beneath him. Sealing technique. Subsequently, Edward sealed the two corpses within the scroll attached to his shoelaces. Although these two Yingji did not appear particularly formidable to Edward, they represented an unattainable pinnacle for most ninjas. Thus, Edward prepared himself against the possibility of being confronted with Tudansheng. This should suffice, he mused. After securing the sealing scroll, Edward fully unleashed his Unsurabachi while also taking a step forward. The country of Chandragoa harbored no other chakra. When could you be? Edward's gaze swept across countless directions as his body flickered through the air. In his heart, he was primarily inclined towards Yinsun. However, during his last journey back to Yinsun, he had already utilized the powers of his Juwen Se Ba-Chi. Regrettably, there had been no progress, and he could not find even a trace of Zhang Da Shuan, Chang Haibeje, Udraboban. These figures truly embodied the elusive rodents of the ninja world, Edward thought with a hint of amusement. Buofeng Shuiman. He then retrieved the Fei Leisun that had been entrusted to him by Buofeng Suman, channeling chakra into it. Fourth Hokage. Soon, feeling Edward's chakra signature, Buofeng Suman materialized before him. Take me to the country of I wish to investigate there, Edward instructed, gesturing towards a particular direction. Understood, Buofeng Suiman replied. Upon hearing these words, he activated the Fei Leisun Drusu once more, transporting Edward away. In the country of had nothing gone unnoticed? Was there something that obstructed my Jianwen Surabachi? Edward pondered as he meticulously scanned with his heightened perception. After traversing the entirety of Advo, he found himself empty-handed, not even detecting a trace of Zhong'an. There was no other option. He would have to scour the entire ninja world. Edward cast a resigned glance towards Buofeng Shuiman. Fourth Hokage, my Fei Leisun, who only left a mark near the land of Wa. However, upon hearing Edward's words, Wolfman responded with an awkward expression. Is that so? It seems this plan is unfeasible. At this, Edward's expression darkened as he contemplated the earth beneath him, lost in thought. Let us return to Miet for the safety of our village. I shall remain stationed there. Having come to a conclusion, Edward resolved to cease his aimless wandering. He believed that even if he did not seek out those two, they would undoubtedly come looking for him. Indeed, fourth Hokage, Boafeng nodded in agreement with Edward's perspective. Observing Edward's restless search for enemies, Boafeng felt a twinge of disapproval. Such actions could provide the enemy with opportunities to exploit vulnerabilities and would introduce unforeseen consequences. Furthermore, it should be noted that his Fei Senjutsu was not without limits. The usage of this technique not only consumed a significant amount of chakra, but also drained the user's vitality. If Edward insisted on being whisked about, Boafeng Sumun could hardly imagine what would transpire should they encounter a formidable adversary. Upon returning to Yitsun, Edward remained vigilant within the village. However, the decay of his body worsened day by day, causing him considerable distress. After all, no one wished to traverse the world encumbered by decaying form. There had been no developments regarding Zhang, and Afwan had vanished without a trace. While rummaging through the villa, Edward stumbled upon some maintenance oil, muttering to himself, "Is that rascal Dashuan attempting to wear me down?" He then picked up the kinchi, beginning to care for his trusty blade. How revolting! This body, he lamented, feeling the gradual decay. He could sense his body deteriorating at an imperceptibly small rate each day. However, given the current state of decay, it would take at least another 23 years to reach complete ruin. "Father, when will Uncle awaken like you?" Kakashi, leaning against the wall, remarked while perusing a book on sword techniques. "There's no rush. Take your time. Inform Tsunade. She must expedite her research on the Wujan Sheng technique," Edward replied, focusing intently on cleaning his Chungyin Chi with a pristine cloth. Understood, Kakashi nodded, setting the book aside. Suddenly, a distinct chakra signature caught Edward's attention. Just as Kakashi was about to depart, Edward rose, brandishing the kinchi. "Gulalala, have you finally lost your patience, Dashawan?" Edward grinned widely. In this psychological duel, it seemed Edward had emerged victorious. "Ho ho ho, Edward, I know you are here," a voice echoed from outside the village, emanating from a serpent coiled around a large tree. "Perhaps we could strike a deal, Edward." The serpent gradually transformed into the figure of Dashawan, wielding the Caojujin. Interests are the foundation of conflict. If our interests align, why not set aside past grievances? As Dashawan twirled his sword, he teasingly licked the blade with his tongue. "Boom! Gulalala, Dashawan, you speak the truth." Sensing this approach through his Junsura Bachit, Edward descended upon the ground like a meteor, landing before him. "Is that so?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in Dashawan's eyes as he smiled. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Edward's powerful hand grasped his form, crushing him into oblivion. "You must temper your temperament." However, in an instant, a serpent reformed into a pallor etched upon his features. "There is nothing left to discuss between us." In response, Edward swung his Tong Yun Chia towards Dashawan, cleaving him in twain. Thud, 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 thud. Despite this, Dashawan persisted, continuously reforming his body, albeit growing increasingly feeble with each attempt. "Have you vented your fury sufficiently, Edward? Can we converse now?" A frail voice emerged from the reconstituted Dashawan. "What do you desire?" Upon hearing this, Edward furrowed his brow and lowered his chinche. Throughout this period, he had lost count of how many times he had slain Dashawan. After numerous futile attempts, Edward ultimately resolved to heed the words of Dashiwan. "My goal is that realm of immortality. Grant me your assistance." Having achieved his desired outcome, Dashiwan raised his head and spoke earnestly. Engaging with Edward, he could not help but reflect on the vitality he had sacrificed. Trust is a one-time affair. Edward grasped Song Yun Chia, emitting a low sound. "If I ascend to that realm of immortality, you shall remain the new god of the ninja world, and the entire world shall be yours." Hearing this, Dashiwan licked his lips, tempting Edward with his alluring words. How absurd! Yet Edward was utterly indifferent to Dashiwan's utterances. The armed color of hockey enveloped Song Yun Xie and his body in an instant, charging towards the Shiwan. As a man endowed with the qualities of a king, he scoffed at the thought of submitting to anyone. If the Six Paths realm were to have but one ruler, it would undoubtedly be Edward. It seemed that the negotiations had collapsed. Upon witnessing this, the Shiwan's expression darkened as his body was shattered by Edward's assault. However, after his demise, a coffin emerged from the ground and came to rest upon the surface. Let him witness your power, O god of the ninja world. Although Shiwan had been reduced to fragments, his voice echoed throughout the forest. God of the ninja world? Observing the man in a deep crimson vest standing motionless with his head bowed, Edward spoke. How could he reappear here if he was sealed by the third Hokage's Shikifuin? Edward pondered in confusion. As far as he knew, Shikifuin was a technique associated with the Grim Reaper of the ninja world. How could a Shiwan possibly snatch the soul of the first Hokage from the hands of the Grim Reaper? Could it be a cursed seal? Or perhaps another technique? Yet soon, Edward recalled that in the original story, the Shiwan had indeed seized a soul from the belly of the Grim Reaper, and he quickly understood. However, even if he were the god of the ninja world, he would not be Edward's match. With that, Edward shook his head and swung Tsung Yun Xie in a swift strike. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Sensing danger, the first Hokage immediately awakened, opening his eyes as a wood dragon coiled around him. Boom! The wood dragon was cleaved apart by Edward, scattering a multitude of wooden shards to the ground. Conqueror's Haki. Returned to slumber. Edward's body erupted with a deep crimson aura directed towards the first Hokage. Sage art. Yet Edward's Conqueror's Haki further invigorated the power of the god of the ninja world, and the sage mode erupted in an instant. Conqueror's Haki entwined. You are but a mere corpse. Do you still wish to obstruct me? Witnessing this, Edward furrowed his brow as an even more formidable aura surged forth. And countless sword energies from Tsung Yun Xie sliced towards the first Hokage. Wood release. Advent of the forest. However, Edward's overwhelming assault continually compelled the first Hokage to elevate his state as various ninjutsu manifested upon the battlefield. The previously open terrain, now merely a forest, was swiftly filled by the first Hokage's wood release, transforming it entirely into a forest. How vexing this wood release is. Nonetheless, the Shiwan, you too shall not escape. Edward relentlessly shattered the encroaching trees with Tsung Yun Xie, his gaze fixed in a particular direction. The impure world reincarnation technique. Observing that Edward still possessed strength, the Shiwan would not grant him any opportunities. Coffins erupted from the ground, revealing the second Hokage, third Hokage, second Tsuchikage, and third Tsuchikage. Witnessing the multiplication of foes, Edward's armed color of Haki deepened in hue. He feared that in this battle, his impure world reincarnation body might be shattered. After all, this body was not like his previous one, which could easily lead to various mishaps. Remain here eternally. After uttering this phrase, the Shiwan reformed his body, albeit with an aura far weaker than before. His gaze then shifted towards Konohagakure as he turned to leave the battlefield without a backward glance. Attempting to flee? It shall not be that simple. Observing the Shiwan's brazen maneuver, Edward conjured a colossal shockwave directed at him. Although using the shock fruit would inflict damage upon his own body, he could not afford to be concerned with that now. Cough, the substitution technique. As the Shiwan advanced towards Konohagakure, he sensed immense danger behind him. His serpent-like pupils constricted, and he transformed into countless small snakes, escaping the range of the shockwave attack. Water release, great waterfall technique. Dust release, outer world separation technique. The awakened second Hokage and second Tsuchikage immediately intervened under the Shiwan's command to impede Edward. Conqueror's Haki, fully aware that if this continued, he could not escape. Edward unleashed an even more powerful aura. With a sweep of Tsung Yun Xie, the second Hokage had barely registered the attack before losing half of his body. Would release, would clone, would release, flower world advent technique. In that brief moment, the first Hokage also charged at Edward as countless Conqueror's flowers ensnared him. 9 tails, 1 tail. You're just what I need. Knowing that Edward was currently preoccupied, the Shiwan greedily eyed Konohagakure. The Shiwan, Meanwhile, the likes of Tsunade and others from Konohagakure sensed the anomaly and rushed into the forest. Tsunade, Jiraiya, it has been a long time. Upon seeing the familiar figure before him, the Shiwan smirked subtly. You traitor. Despite once being close friends, they were now adversaries. And Tsunade naturally would not show any mercy as she charged at him. Sealing technique. Release. Entrée de ligne technique. Super strength fist. Tsunade surged forth with an immense chakra, swinging her colossal fist towards the Shiwan. Yet before she could reach him, two robust figures intercepted her attack. The second Reikage and third Reikage. This is what I have prepared for you. The Shiwan chuckled sinisterly. The Shiwan, you have truly changed. Jiraiya approached slowly, his expression complex. There are not so many changes and constants in this world. It is merely a pursuit of higher echelons. Upon hearing this, the Shiwan transformed into a phosphorescent white serpent, burrowing into the ground. Slug, Toad Bunta, seeing the Shiwan attempting to flee. The two would certainly not let him escape, summoning their respective techniques to block his path. Had 10,000 snakes obstruct them, the Shiwan had no choice but to revert to his true form, summoning countless snakes. 3 gigantic summoned beasts simultaneously appeared in the ninja world. However, this time it was not like the previous battle against the demigods of the ninja world, but rather a clash of self-destruction. The title of the legendary 3 ninjas had vanished from their heads. Multiedette serpent formation. The Shiwan lifted his gaze, and countless small snakes surged forth, instantly filling the area with serpents. From a distance, it appeared as if thousands of loaches were entwined with one another. How utterly repulsive! Gangsho immediately withdrew from the scene, tearing away the small serpent that had bitten her, and called out, Hokage-sama, do you require our assistance? At that moment, Bluffing Shuei-min and Uchiha Shursui also arrived, with a steady stream of ninjas following behind. It appeared that Orochimaru had suddenly found himself in a precarious position, isolated and without allies. My army of Edo Tensei is still awaiting your arrival. Do not disappoint me, Orochimaru declared, gathering chakra in his hand and striking the ground, causing numerous coffins to emerge, each containing a corpse that opened its eyes. However, these were merely the Edo Tensei ninjas he had previously prepared for an invasion of Konoha, and he had not anticipated their utility at this moment. The true army of Edo Tensei was still far away, stationed at the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. It seems I shall not obtain you today, Orochimaru lamented, observing the increasing reinforcements arriving in Konoha. He then produced a sealing scroll and threw forth several silent corpses, performing the Edo Tensei incantation. These were his sacrifices, intended for the implementation of the Shiki Fujin technique. Where am I? The silent ninjas, under Orochimaru's hand seals, opened their pitch-black eyes in confusion. What is he planning? Some of the ninjas nearby wondered, perplexed by Orochimaru's actions. Go, Orochimaru commanded, licking his lips as he issued the order. He had already placed the Shiki Fujin technique on those corpses, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Meanwhile, within Konoha, at the residence of the Whirlpool clan, Uzumaki Kushina erupted with chakra, her presence formidable as she shouted at the ninjas before her, "Why are you stopping me?" She had distinctly sensed the outbreak of battle from afar, yet these Umbu had barred her passage. I apologize, Lady Uzumaki, but this is Hokage's order, the Umbu replied respectfully, bowing their heads. You! Kushina screamed, frustrated at being thwarted once again. Just then, a powerful gravitational force erupted, pulling the Umbu uncontrollably toward it. What? Who are you? The Umbu, witnessing the orange-haired man with heterochromatic eyes before them, attempted to utilize their ninjutsu, but found themselves restrained by the gravitational force. The man was none other than the previously defeated Nagato, who had been restored by Konin and now infiltrated Konoha amidst the chaos of Orochimaru's confrontation with Edward. Shinra Tensei. Without answering their questions, a clash of repulsion and attraction ensued, swiftly reducing several Umbu to mere fragments. Submit to me. Nagato turned his gaze towards Kushina after dispatching the Umbu. Damn it, what is the military organization doing? She seethed, invoking her sealing techniques. However, Her attempts were ineffective against the overwhelming power of Nagato, who repelled her efforts. Seizing the opportunity, capture her. Black and white Zetsu emerged from the ground, possessing exceptional stealth. They had sensed Orochimaru's intentions to assault Konoha and quickly joined forces with Nagato. If we capture her, that snake will be of no concern, White Zetsu scoffed, recalling the earlier discussions with Orochimaru. He's merely seeking to pry into your eyes. He cannot be trusted, Black Zetsu added with an enigmatic smile. Let's capture her first. Nagato continued to consolidate his gravitational force, and Kushina began to falter under the pressure. Mom, hearing the commotion, Naruto, accompanied by the One-Tail, arrived at the scene. How dare you bully my mother? Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Naruto's fury ignited. He saw two figures in black cloaks cornering his mother. Is that? The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto, get away! The One-Tail exclaimed, shocked, as its body began to swell. Your childhood should not be marred by such horrors. Feel the pain. Observing the scene, Nagato frowned as a repulsive force surged towards Naruto. Fortunately, the One-Tail shielded Naruto from the brunt of the attack. Mangekyo, an individual, emanating sinister chakra, materialized. Fugaku, quickly take Naruto away. Kushina cried out, alarmed by the man's appearance. Converge Universal Pool. Yet, Nagato summoned an even stronger gravitational force, drawing Naruto and the One-Tail closer. As long as I am here, I will not allow you to be harmed. Kuroyen, Amaterasu. Uchiha Fugaku, clutching his eyes in agony, shouted, such malevolent chakra. It is no wonder he is that man's descendant. Black Zetsu remarked with a grin as he replicated several white Zetsu to mitigate the damage from Amaterasu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Realizing his attacks were futile against the two before him, Fugaku quickly altered his strategy, throwing kunai with precision. Water style, water break wave. Earth style, earth barrier. By now, more ninjas had begun to notice the disturbance and join the fray. This is becoming quite the spectacle. Nagato, you must hasten your efforts. Black Zetsu observed the increasing number of ninjas and began to meld back into the earth. Shinra Tensei. However, the influx of ninjas merely added to the chaos, as the repulsive forces unleashed by Nagato not only deflected various assaults, but also wreaked havoc upon the surrounding ninjas and structures. Damn it, when did the ninja world become populated with so many powerful figures? Susanoo, as pressure mounted within him, Fugaku summoned his ultimate defense, the skeletal figure of Susanoo taking shape. Everyone perished because of me, Kushina thought, her heart heavy at the devastation surrounding her. Futile resistance will only invite greater calamity. Nagato approached Kushina step by step, disregarding the colossal figure that had formed behind him. Nine Tails, grant me your strength. In that moment, Kushina could no longer contain herself, shouting frantically at the Nine Tails within her. You cannot withstand this, the Nine Tails warned as it raised its head. Recognizing the threat posed by Nagato and understanding that Kushina would not be able to endure the impending onslaught. Yet, Kushina remained resolute, disregarding the Nine Tails counsel, demanding its chakra. Nine Tails mode? How much of it can you truly control? Pain of Six Paths. Nagato halted, and multiple silhouettes instantaneously emerged from his body. Azura Path, Azura Armament. Animal Path, Summoning Technique. As the Six Paths of Pain converged, various attacks collided, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Once I was merely immortal, but now I have transcended the realm of humanity, evolving into a being of divine essence amidst the infinite suffering. Observing the tumult before me, Tendo Pain gradually ascended into the air, his gaze imbued with disdain as he proclaimed, "You cannot obstruct my Shinra Tensei." A small black sphere coalesced in Tendo Pain's hand, slowly rising to its zenith. All structures within Konohagakure began to be drawn upwards. What is happening? Why am I floating? The bewildered civilians, both young and old, found themselves irresistibly attracted to the gravitational pull of the black sphere. In an instant, the entirety of Konohagakure transformed into a realm akin to outer space, with everything being drawn into the sky. Thunderous roars echoed as the objects caught in this force began to ascend with increasing rapidity and intensity. From tiny stones to the towering Hokage building, everything was lifted. Ultimately, these various objects amalgamated into a colossal meteorite, enveloping all of Konohagakure. What a tremendous force! Fugaku, take Naruto and flee from here. Uzumaki Kushina, witnessing this overwhelming power, urgently called out to Uchiha Fugaku, her body involuntarily floating upwards. However, even Fugaku found himself ensnared, as his Susanoo dissipated, drawn upwards by the immense pull. The gravitational force caused the tailed beast, Shikaku, to be drawn towards Kushina, who was swiftly pulled alongside him, racing towards the meteorite. Idaisin no Jutsu. At that moment, Namikaze Minato appeared, whisking Naruto away into the sky. Can you feel it? This is pain. Observing the devastation of Konohagakure and the cacophony of anguished cries around him, Tendo Pain closed his eyes and murmured. Renkuden, below, Shikaku, still present, became increasingly agitated, transforming into its complete form, unleashing a torrent of chakra directed at the Shinra Tensei. But what good would that do? The Shinra Tensei had been specifically designed by Tendo Pain to counter the tailed beasts. Boom! Boom! The few Renkuden attacks struck the meteorite, yet it sustained hardly any damage. Even as Shikaku was gradually pulled upward. There's no way I can be defeated by you. As Shikaku realized it was uncontrollably soaring towards the meteorite, it concentrated an even greater amount of Renkuden, launching it toward the sky. Yet these efforts were futile, only accelerating the gravitational pull, as countless objects were consumed by the meteorite. Meanwhile, in the forest battlefield outside Konohagakure, Edward seethed at the sight of the meteorite forming above the village. Shinra Tensei? That guy dares. Bound by Hashiroma's grasp, Edward's eyes blazed with fury as he beheld the devastation of Konohagakure, his heart aching as if cut by a knife. Earthquake! Enveloped in a vibrant aura, Edward unleashed his full power, revealing an array of techniques without reservation. Senjutsu, Wood Release, Wood Golem Technique. The technique of the first Hokage followed in Edward's wake, as Orochimaru sought to impede his advance. A mere bump on the head. How could it possibly stop me? Enraged, Edward confronted the founder of Konohagakure, who now stood as his greatest obstacle. To him, Konohagakure was born of the first Hokage and now faced annihilation by his hands. As the earthquake erupted, countless tremors cascaded forth. The Wood Golem technique shuddered, and before it could manifest, it shattered into splinters. Cracks spread across the ground, and numerous reanimated shinobi were reduced to dust, including the second Hokage and the second Tsuchikage, all falling to the devastation wrought by the earthquake. You're not far from death, Edward. Orochimaru licked his lips, acknowledging that although his true objectives had not been fulfilled today, witnessing Edward's self-destructive fury was a worthwhile sight amidst his losses. The elimination of such a figure made the losses trivial. Casting a sidelong glance at the vigilant Jiraiya and Tsunade, Orochimaru left behind a few reanimated corpses and burrowed into the earth. Stop him, Jiraiya. Though unsteady from the effects of Edward's earthquake, Tsunade refused to let this opportunity slip away. Gamma Oil Bullet, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Hearing her call, Jiraiya was determined not to let Orochimaru escape easily, unleashing a combination technique. You're caught, Shiki Fujin. However, as Jiraiya charged forward, for reanimated shinobi approached, surrounding him from all sides. What is this? Jiraiya exclaimed, halting his movements as a giant toad appeared to shield him. Ribbit? A croak echoed, and the spectral figure of the Shinigami emerged, completing the soul transaction in an instant. Tsunade, be wary of these ninjas. Do not let them near. Sans signe danger, Jiraiya shouted, summoning the two toads, Fukasaku and Shima, onto his shoulders. Little Jiraiya, is something the matter? You're still not skilled in this technique. Shima inquired with concern. Shiki Fujin, yet the reanimated shinobi had already closed in, the Shinigami looming behind them, poised to seize Jiraiya. Slash! However, Edward, perceiving the situation with his Kinbunchika haki, could not allow Jiraiya to perish. Countless streams of sword energy erupted, annihilating the reanimated shinobi. What a pity, Orochimaru murmured, observing the scene, which afforded him ample opportunity to retreat from the battlefield. These damn bastards. Edward, having resolved Jiraiya's peril, found himself unable to break through the final barrier posed by the first Hokage. Quake, channeling all his power into the Tsuguni, Edward focused his tremendous force into the blade. Disregarding the imminent collapse of his own body, he aimed to unleash a colossal wave of sword energy, intent on obliterating the nearly formed Shinra Tensei from over 10 miles away. True thousand hands of wood release. At that moment, sensing the grave threat, the reanimated first Hokage unleashed his full strength. A colossal Buddha, towering over 1,000 meters, manifested from the ground, facing Edward directly. All eyes were drawn to this spectacle, filled with disbelief. Is this the might of the first Hokage? So powerful! Voices echoed, as the remaining ninja of Konoha began to crumble in despair, relinquishing their resistance. Only Edward remained, bowing slightly, as he pressed the Tsuguni lower. Shatter! Ultimately, with a resounding roar, the force within Edward's Tsuguni erupted, transforming into a sword energy of thousands of meters, cleaving towards the immense Buddha. Boom! Thunderous reverberations ensued as the sword energy struck, causing numerous fissures to appear upon the Buddha, and the figure of the first Hokage atop. It was reduced to nothingness. After shattering the colossal Buddha, the residual sword energy surged forth undiminished, striking the meteorite nearly 10 miles away and averting disaster. Is the fourth Hokage? Marvelous! Long live the fourth Hokage! The knowledgeable ninjas rejoiced upon witnessing this scene, finally relaxing their tense bodies. They understood that as long as Hwa stood here, he would shield them from any calamity, even if the heavens were to collapse. However, despite the immediate crisis being averted, Hwa could not find joy. The power of the Jinjinguisher was overwhelmingly potent, and his body could barely withstand it, already beginning to fracture. Seeding technique. Hwa set aside the Songyun Xie and sat cross-legged, channeling chakra to envelop himself. It seemed that in the days to come, he would be unable to take action. The sealing technique temporarily alleviated the threat of bodily destruction, and Hwa, feeling somewhat despondent, spoke. Hwa, are you all right? Tsunade and Jiraiya rushed over, having been aware of Idawa's condition. Given their close relationship, they certainly knew he could no longer wield his former powers freely. I'm Fine. Hurry back to Konoha and see how things are there. Hwa responded nonchalantly, not at all concerned for his own well-being. To him, death was not something to be feared. Hwa, your body? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed in worry. Do not worry, I will not perish. Urge your subordinates to study the Edo Tensei technique quickly. It is crucial, Hwa instructed, scraping the dirt from his body. A closer look revealed that the clump of earth he had removed was merely a mass of soil. Return to Konoha. Tsunade gritted her teeth and led the group of ninjas away. Hwa, do you still have strength left? Jiraiya remained behind, watching Hwa with concern, grateful for the life he had just saved. Ha ha ha. I still possess the strength to protect Konoha. Hwa laughed heartily upon hearing Jiraiya's words. Let us return to Konoha together. Before Jiraiya could respond, Hwa turned his gaze towards the smoke rising from Konoha and continued. Alas! Ultimately, Jiraiya could only sigh, bowing his head as he followed Hwa on the path back to Konoha. At this moment in Konoha, although Hwa had successfully destroyed the meteorite, preventing further harm to the village, the situation was far from optimistic. Everywhere one looked was the wreckage of buildings and bloodied, barely surviving civilians. The once thriving Konoha was no more. Orochimaru. Tsunade collapsed to the ground, her face pale as she shouted. As the Hokage, she had suffered a crushing defeat in battle. Silently, Hwa and Jiraiya approached her, their hearts ablaze with anger that would not easily extinguish. I never imagined that my greatest foe would be Orochimaru. How absurd. Hwa muttered as he gazed at the only intact structure, the Hokage Rock. He had once thought his greatest adversaries would be Uchiha Madara, Kurizetsu, or Otsutsuki Kagaya. Yet, he had unwittingly found himself ensnared in a quagmire from the very beginning. Tsunade, how is the research on the Edo Tensei technique progressing? Edwa shifted his attention back to the collapsed Tsunade. Now, unable to act due to his deteriorating condition, he could only place his hopes in her. I don't know. I hope there are no issues, Tsunade replied, struggling to stand, leaning on Idiwa's hand as she looked towards a shattered Hokage building. Go find them, Edwa instructed, directing his gaze towards the Hokage building. He needed to reach the moment when Orochimaru gathered the 9-tailed beast to reclaim his former strength. Otherwise, Edwa would face a complete and utter defeat. Let us proceed. In the dark, damp cavern, Orochimaru, now transformed into a serpent and in a state of detachment, remarked, I never expected them to acquire the tailed beasts. This was a restoration ninjutsu he had created, which, when performed every few days, allowed him to rejuvenate and maintain his peak condition. This day shall not be late, the enigmatic Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru licked his lips, grinning sinisterly. Spread the word widely. I shall declare war on the entire ninja world at the intersection of the land of fire and the land of lightning, the Reiko Gorge. He commanded a nearby ninja to relay the message. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The ninja nodded and departed. Hell, what will you all do now? Orochimaru mused with a mysterious smile. Since Edwa had returned to Konoha days prior and shared information about Orochimaru with Tsunade, she had instructed her subordinates to contact other ninja villages. Consequently, the news of Orochimaru's tailed beast acquisition was no longer a secret. All major ninja villages began deliberating on how to capture Orochimaru. Thus, when Orochimaru released this message, it was both a scheme and a strategy. The various ninja villages would inevitably become involved due to the tailed beasts, and even the Akatsuki organization would participate for this reason. Days passed, and the news of Orochimaru declaring war on the entire ninja world quickly spread across the nations. The major ninja villages began preparations, discussing the leadership for the ninja assembly. Ultimately, Konoha, despite its previous devastating attack and the ongoing reconstruction of its village, emerged as the leader due to its substantial high-level combat strength. In the underground chamber of the Hokage building in Konoha, Edwa lay on the operating table, surrounded by a group of ninjas. Are you ready? He asked. Come on, I have died several times already. What does it matter if I fail again? Edwa replied with a gentle smile. In the days that followed, the elite ninjas of Konoha diligently researched the Edo Tensei technique, leading to the creation of a specialized plan aimed at reviving Edwa. This plan involved utilizing the Shiki Fujin to reclaim Idiwa's soul. Although this method was deemed inhumane by the elite ninjas, as devoted followers of the fourth Hokage, they readily agreed. As the situation escalated with Orochimaru's sudden declaration of war on the entire ninja world, Tsunade ultimately had no choice but to prepare everyone for the implementation of this plan on that fateful day. Shiki Fujin, shouted a ninja who had extensively studied the technique, stepping forward with determination. Upon the invocation of the technique, a vast reservoir of chakra was instantaneously depleted from his being, and the spectral visage of the Shinigami materialized behind him. The transaction, the ninja uttered his request under the vacant gaze of the Shinigami. Subsequently, the Shinigami's dagger sliced through his abdomen, extracting his very soul. Edward's spirit, under the Shinigami's grasp, returned to his form. Not enough, Edward murmured as he sensed the fragmented essence within him gradually reintegrating. Shiki Fujin, upon hearing this, another ninja stepped forth to continue the previous ninja's actions, initiating Edward's resurrection plan, further depleting chakra. Rest in peace, Edward remarked, closing his pitch-black eyes, gradually feeling the resurgence of power within. These were the elite ninjas of Konoha, at least elite jonin, yet they perished one by one in this endeavor, a testament to Konoha's unwavering commitment to assist Edward. Finally, it had returned. In a fleeting moment, after yet another elite ninja succumbed, a panel materialized before Edward, eliciting his delight. Fusion panel. Character, Edward Newgate. Fusion degree, 90. Gazing at the myriad of information displayed, Edward's heart brimmed with complexity. This time I shall not fail. Come forth. Edward, amidst the crumbling earth and debris, proclaimed. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. In response to the fallen ninjas who had sacrificed themselves to complete Edward's soul, several elite ninjas stepped forward respectfully. They were here to perform the Edo Tensei, to reconstruct Edward's body. Edo Tensei. The ninjas formed hand seals, simultaneously chanting as a formation adorned with countless symbols came into being. Ugh! Edward's previously shattered Edo Tensei body instantaneously transformed into a whirlwind of yellow sand, from which his soul was extracted. Ultimately, Edward's drifting soul settled into the bodies of the elite ninjas who had perished. It must succeed. Tsunade clasped her hands together, covering her mouth in silent prayer. Edward was her sole beacon of hope, having witnessed the power of the first Hokage. She understood that she could not attain such heights in this time frame. A profound silence enveloped the scene. "What is the status?" Tsunade inquired, her heart tightening at the sight of the unchanged bodies of the elite ninjas. Yet in the next moment, those bodies disintegrated into yellow sand, coalescing into a formidable form. "I have returned." Edward, now reconstituted, felt an immense surge of power coursing through him as he clenched his fists, producing a sonic boom. Although he remained an Edo Tensei body, the restoration of his soul enabled him to wield the Conqueror's haki fully, marking a significant enhancement of his battle prowess. Furthermore, his Gura no Mi could unleash its full potential in a short span, sufficient to confront Orochimaru. "Prepare to assemble the ninjas. Let's head to the Kaminari no Kawa," Edward declared as he rose, grasping the Tsungyun Chia with authority. "Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage." The ninjas involved in Edward's resurrection plan shouted in unison. The following morning, a public announcement swiftly ignited fervor throughout Konoha. What? Is it truly the former Fourth Hokage? Has he not been deceased for 16 years? Has he been resurrected by the higher-ups through secret arts to aid us in this war? The remaining civilians and ninjas of Konoha expressed their disbelief. A multitude of ninjas rushed towards the Hokage building, demanding confirmation. Yet when Edward emerged in his Edo Tensei form, astonishment swept over them. "Lord Fourth Hokage, command us as you wish. Victory and glory belong to us." Upon witnessing Edward, the hearts of all Konoha villagers ignited with fervor. Even some who had participated in the Third Shinobi World War brandished their long-preserved chakra weapons, eager to follow Edward. Konoha was once again engulfed in fervor, yet this time, it was not due to external pressures, but rather the emergence of a singular man, betrayed by those he once trusted. The present state of Konoha was a consequence of such treachery. The deceased civilians, the shattered edifices, the broken families. But now I have been reborn. I shall lead everyone towards victory, towards the prosperity of your, and make those traitors remember my name, Edward Newgate. Edward commenced his unique declaration once more, aiming to inspire his followers with the utmost fervor before the battle. Victory is assured. Victory! Victory! The ninjas of Konoha responded with military salutes, their voices resounding. Soon, Konoha fell into a state of preparation once more, until the ninjas from various villages gathered in the Land of Fire. The great Konoha army, led by Edward, emerged from their shattered homeland. "Old man, war has begun again." Kakashi, walking closely beside Edward, spoke with a pained tone. "Indeed, war has resumed," Edward replied with a smile. "I detest war," Kakashi lamented, his tone somber at Edward's laughter. "Dislike does not resolve the issue. Have you forgotten the plight of Konoha?" Edward did not retort, merely contrasting it with the current state of Konoha. "No, I fear for their demise. Rin, Obito, Might Guy," Kakashi recalled the few surviving friends, anguish etched upon his face. In the wake of the recent calamity, he had come to understand that strength dictated everything. Death would once again descend upon the ninja world. "But now that I am here, I shall do my utmost to shield you all." Hearing these words, Edward smiled gently and reached out to pat Kakashi's head. "Understood, old man." At this, Kakashi trembled, his previously restless heart calming, leaning against Edward's side for an extended moment. Is that truly the Fourth Hokage? Meanwhile, numerous ninjas from minor villages had joined the ranks of the Konoha army due to the gathering of ninjas. Yet, upon witnessing the towering figure of Edward, standing over 6 meters and wielding a great sword. Disbelief and fear overtook them. Indeed, that is the fourth Hokage of Konoha. He has returned. Soon, some ninjas began to respond, as the news of Edward's Edo Tensei had spread throughout the ninja world, with the vast majority now aware of this revelation. It is truly him. He has indeed returned. After confirming the news, a myriad of ninjas were left with mixed emotions. The very ninja who had once invaded their lands had now transformed into a colossal protector of the ninja world. For them, this was indeed a tale of paradox. Yet, such is life. The more fantastical the truth, the more likely it is to unfold. Who could have anticipated that the former Konoha scientist would become the architect of the Fourth Shinobi World War? It is indeed unfathomable that the once mighty Konoha village would find itself beleaguered by the other great ninja villages, unable to lift its head high after the demise of Edward. Within the confines of the Thunderfire Canyon, Orochimaru stood atop the highest rock, casting a sinister gaze upon the assembled ninja army below. The first wave consisted of the ninjas from the land of lightning and the land of earth, who, unable to bide their time for the approaching forces of Konoha, resolved to be the vanguard of the assault. Orochimaru, surrender my brother. The fourth Raikage, clenched his enormous iron fist and roared, his heart ablaze with fury. His brother, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was currently imprisoned by Orochimaru, and the thought of waiting was unbearable. "Uft, you're still too weak," Orochimaru scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips as two figures emerged beside him, the reanimated third Raikage and the third Tsuchikage. Father, the fourth Raikage, could no longer restrain himself and charged forward. "Fourth Raikage, be cautious. You are no match for him." The temporary commander, Akatsuchi, who had once served as the third Tsuchikage bodyguard, immediately intervened. "This is not the time for battle. With the third Raikage here, our ninjas will suffer tremendous losses." Lightning release, lightning bomb. However, consumed by rage, the fourth Raikage disregarded Akatsuchi's warning, propelling himself towards the summit. Go ahead." Orochimaru commanded the reanimated third Raikage and third Tsuchikage, disappearing into the background. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Lightning release, lightning body technique. The controlled reanimated third Raikage and third Tsuchikage swiftly positioned themselves before the fourth Raikage, unleashing their attacks. What? Sensed danger and barely interrupted his lightning bomb in time to evade disaster. A glance backward revealed that the rock where he had stood moments before had been hollowed out by the dust release. Damn it, attack. Witnessing such power, darkened his expression and shouted to the ninja army behind him. Lightning release, lightning body technique. Lightning release, earth walk. Upon receiving the fourth Raikage's command, the ninja army surged forward, unleashing a myriad of dazzling ninjutsu upon the reanimated third Raikage and Tsuchikage. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world, split. The reanimated third Tsuchikage, sensing the incoming ninjutsu, felt an escalating sense of danger and conjured a white dust release to counter the ninja army. Boom, boom, like explosive landmines. The split dust release detonated within the ninja ranks, transforming the battlefield into a scene of carnage, filled with anguished cries. Lightning release, thunder. The reanimated third Raikage retaliated, enveloped in electricity, forming an armor as he charged into the ninja army, effortlessly dispatching one ninja after another. Father, at last, the fourth Raikage confronted the reanimated third Raikage, and the sound of colliding fists echoed. However, the reanimated third Tsuchikage wreaked havoc, his dust release slicing through countless ninja bodies, forcing Akatsuchi to evade repeatedly. Damn it, advance! The fourth Raikage lamented, realizing that allowing so many ninja lives to be lost was an unbearable price. Earth release. At this juncture, the remaining ninjas, though aware that they were charging to their deaths, had no choice but to press forward once more. Yet, the two reanimated Kage easily held off the onslaught of nearly 10,000 ninja. Moments later, the forces led by the fourth Raikage and Akatsuchi were decimated. Thousands of ninja lying dismembered upon the ground. How could this be? This was the first time the fourth Raikage, doubted the ninja world, his face pale as he surveyed the battlefield. Shatter, shatter, Just as the two armies clashed fiercely and the ninja ranks began to falter, a voice reverberated through the air, and tiny fissures appeared in space, striking the reanimated third Raikage and third Tsuchikage, forcibly halting the conflict. Is it the fourth Hokage? As the ninjas recognized the unique Kekkei Genkai possessed solely by the fourth Hokage, Edward, a shiver ran through their hearts as they turned to look behind. The formidable figure, towering at 6 meters, drew closer, fully revealing itself to their astonished eyes. Fear and exhilaration mingled in their hearts as the specter of the once invading giant loomed before them. Have you acted too hastily, fourth Raikage? Edward's expression darkened as he descended, his great sword striking the earth with such force that it splintered the ground. The valiant fourth Raikage fell silent, bowing his head in acknowledgement of the devastating losses incurred due to his premature command. It's you? How could this be? Your body? Orochimaru, observing from his vantage point, was taken aback at the sight of Edward's once deteriorated form now revitalized, exclaiming in disbelief. Ah, Orochimaru, do you presume only you can master the reanimation jutsu? Edward retorted, turning to mock the astonished Orochimaru. No wonder I lost my chakra connection with you yesterday, Orochimaru mused, his eyes flickering. Yet, at this juncture, is it not a tad too late? With a wave of his hand, 2 coffins appeared beside him, from which emerged the reanimated second Tsuchikage and second Raikage, standing guard at his side. No more words are necessary. Today, I shall bring this farce to an end. Edward concentrated his power into the blade of his Raiton, Kyumo no Kiri, unleashing an overwhelming force. Dust release. Detachment of the primitive world condense. The strongest lightning release. Thunder. The reanimated third Tsuchikage and third Raikage, sensing imminent danger, prepared their most potent techniques. All eyes fixated on the strongest combatants present, as the true battle was about to commence. Dominating slash. In this climactic confrontation, Edward S. Raiton, Kyumo no Kiri, charged with energy, struck down with relentless force. A colossal, crimson-hued strike surged forth, cleaving through the air. The very fabric of space seemed to shatter beneath the weight of the blow. A cacophony of cracks resonating as the entire realm was suffused with a deep red hue. The dust release unleashed by the reanimated third Tsuchikage was instantaneously obliterated within the onslaught. The fierce slash enveloped the bodies of the reanimated Sandaime Tsuchikage and Sandaime Raikage, leaving them no means of escape, as the entire gorge was cleaved in two. What is this? All eyes were drawn to the devastating strike, witnessing as the Sandaime Tsuchikage and Raikage, along with the gorge itself, vanished entirely, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. Despite their distance, they could still sense the overwhelming power of the strike, a testament to Edward's formidable strength. It was this power that captivated me. Observing the deep crimson slash unleashed by Edward, Orochimaru licked his lips with greedy anticipation. Arise, my army of reanimated ninjas, he declared, raising his hands as if to embrace the heavens. Beneath that command, the ground shook violently, and countless coffins erupted from the earth, standing tall. What is this? So many coffins. The ninja army immediately assumed defensive stances, weapons aimed at the coffins. In mere moments, the lids of these innumerable coffins trembled and fell to the ground. Is that Konoha's White Fang, the demigod of the ninja world? Gasped the ninjas in disbelief. Before their astonished eyes, the long-dead figures began to awaken, their dark eyes opening as they emerged from their coffins. Among them were the legendary Konoha's White Fang, the second Hokage, the second Mizukage, the third Mizukage, and others. Although they had anticipated such a scenario, the sight of such a formidable assembly instilled a sense of dread within them. Have you spent the last decade researching these things? Orochimaru? Edward questioned, halting his movements, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He, a ninja who cannot hide their skills, is not a good ninja, Orochimaru retorted, clutching a scroll tightly in his hand, whispering ambitions. Sealing scroll, release. In the next instant, the scroll exploded in a loud bang, revealing a massive black square box. However, upon its appearance, a figure hidden beneath the battlefield of the Thunderfire Gorge felt a jolt of alarm. Hey! I did not instruct you to procure the box of bliss. The Black Zetsu murmured in surprise. Indeed, the historical tome that Orochimaru had acquired was meticulously orchestrated by him. Once Orochimaru gathered all 9-tailed beasts, he intended to summon the Outer Path's Geto Mazo using Nagato's eyes to amalgamate the powers of the 9 beasts and transform into the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. However, the plan had shifted. It was time to resurrect Lord Madara. Seeing this, White Zetsu remarked with a hint of curiosity. "Ha, Uchiha Black Zetsu grinned, his demeanor turning ominous. Originally, he intended for Orochimaru to become a half-finished Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, knowing that without the power of the Geto Mazo, Orochimaru could never fully absorb the 10-tail strength. Subsequently, he would manipulate Nagato to resurrect Uchiha Madara, siphoning Orochimaru's power to ascend to the Sage of 6 Paths ultimately. When Uchiha Madara achieved that status, he would merge his will to bring back his illustrious mother to the ninja world. Everything seemed perfect until Orochimaru revealed the Box of Bliss, the very artifact that was stolen from the grass village years ago. So it was this scoundrel who stole it, Tsunade shouted, having just arrived with the Konoha forces. Jiraiya, standing nearby, felt a wave of unease as he remarked, "I didn't expect Orochimaru to have changed back then." At this, Tsunade clenched her fists, her chakra surging explosively. Quake! Edward, too, was taken aback, uncertain of Orochimaru's intentions, and unleashed a barrage of powerful slashes with his sword. Kanji-Unki, towards Orochimaru. The latter, caught off guard, hastily dodged, leaving the Box of Bliss precariously perched atop the highest rock. If you can absorb the energy from this battlefield, it should be sufficient to contain the strength of the 9-tailed beasts, Orochimaru mused, his eyes gleaming with desire as he gazed at the Box of Bliss. Upon discovering the historical tome, unaware that the Rinnegan could summon the Geto Mazo, Orochimaru quickly identified a flaw. How could such immense power as the 9-tailed beasts exist without a vessel for absorption? A mere small formation could not possibly gather and transfer the power of the 9 beasts to him, leaving him perplexed. Thus, he envisioned using the Box of Bliss, a 6 Paths ninja tool, as the vessel to absorb the 10 tails power and become its Jinchuriki. Crack! Crack! As Orochimaru evaded, countless slashes struck the Box of Bliss, yet inflicted no harm. This defensive strength, realizing his strikes had not even scratched the box, Edward paused. He recalled that in his previous life, many believed the Box of Bliss was merely a container for good and evil. However, through his probing, he discerned that the box was far from ordinary, housing a potent and pure energy within. Orochimaru, what exactly are you planning? Edward called out, pursuing the retreating Orochimaru. The reanimated ninjas, under Orochimaru's command, launched an assault against the ninja army. The battlefield transformed into a bloody melee, akin to a meat grinder, where countless ninjas perished within mere seconds. Edward, can your reanimated body sustain itself for long enough to unleash your true powers? A man clad in a deep red vest emerged from behind Orochimaru, who was fleeing. The god of the ninja world. Edward recognized this familiar opponent, feeling a surge of frustration as he wielded Kanji-Unki, unleashing shockwaves of energy. Block him, Orochimaru grinned, retreating behind the first Hokage for cover. Barb Chain, Ocean Quake Fist. With one hand gripping Kanji-Unki and the other channeling shockwaves, Edward swiftly launched his attack. Fivefold Myokumen, the awakened god of the ninja world, countered, soon engaging Edward in fierce combat. With the power of the god of the ninja world, you cannot possibly obstruct me. Edward continued to swing Kanji-Unki, unleashing increasingly powerful attacks against the god of the ninja world. Yet Orochimaru was unconcerned, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Substitution technique. Transforming into a long snake, he sped away from the scene. Nagato, are you all right? Conan, hidden in a cave, looked at Nagato, who had revealed his true form, with concern. Following Orochimaru's declaration of war against the entire ninja world, the 6 Paths of Pain had been dispatched under Nagato's orders to locate Orochimaru within the Thunderfire Gorge. In the ensuing events, the Shiwan sought to entice Chongmen into an alliance through the promise of the 6 Paths realm. He assured that if Changmin surrendered the remaining two-tailed beasts, he would usher in peace for the shinobi world upon attaining the six-path state. Rest assured, peace shall be crafted solely by my hands. After casting a reassuring glance at Xiao Nin beside him, Changmin commanded Pain's six paths to escort a woman and Shaoli to the location specified by Dashiwan. This place was a cave not far from Lei Hua Gorge, where seven-tailed beasts were sealed by Ming Shinmen. Ho ho ho, you have finally arrived, Dashiwan proclaimed, having distanced himself from the battlefield as he approached the tardy Pain's six paths. Come forth. Are these the remaining two-tailed beasts? He cast a sidelong glance at Pain's six paths, focusing on the sealed Ichibi and Uzumaki Kushina. Everything is prepared. Controlled from afar by Changmin. Tian Dao Pain stepped forward as the Rinnegan began to activate. Very well, release those two-tailed beasts, the Shiwan urged, barely able to contain his impatience. Release. With the activation of Tian Dao Pain's Rinnegan, the eyes of Uzumaki Kushina and Ichibi transformed into the controlled state. Subsequently, Kushina's garments began to disintegrate, her form shifting into that of the nine tails, merging with Ichibi to become the complete tailed beast. At last, all that remains is to charge the box of bliss with energy. Dashiwan's chilling voice resonated as his ambition clouded his heart. The box of bliss? Upon hearing this, Tian Dao Pain, under Changmin's remote control, furrowed his brow, perplexed. He had been informed of a plan by Heibai, which involved summoning the outer path golem with the Rinnegan to fuse with the ten tails, thus becoming its Jinchuriki. Let us proceed with the tailed beasts to that location, and witness how I ascend the ladder to the six paths, Shiwan commanded, without clarifying matters for Changmin. His eyes glinting with a hint of greed as he regarded Tian Dao Pain's Rinnegan. In his mind, whether it was the ten tails Jinchuriki or the eyes of the six paths, he swore he must possess them. However, he could not currently locate the true body of the owner of the six paths' eyes. Rinnegan. Upon hearing this, the six paths of pain converged, and under the sealing technique, the nine-tailed beasts were manipulated, their massive bodies swaying. They then followed Tian Dao Pain without a moment's hesitation. Are you contemplating a change of heart? The Shiwan remarked with a sinister smile, unperturbed. Are you genuinely fearless? Or merely foolish? Shinra Tensei. Tian Dao Pain raised his hand, unleashing a repulsive force directed at the Shiwan. I anticipated you would not be so easily dealt with. Then let us absorb some of the ten tails power in advance. Formation activate. The Shiwan pressed his hand against the earth as intricate runes emerged. This was the formation recorded in historical texts, designed to gather the powers of nine-tailed beasts and transfer them to himself. Although lacking the box of bliss as a vessel, it was sufficient for Shiwan to acquire a portion of that power. What? My Rinnegan? Upon witnessing the surrounding red formation enveloping the nine-tailed beasts, Tian Dao Pain frantically attempted to control them with his Rinnegan, but to no avail. Roar! Roar! Soon after the formation activated, the power of the nine-tailed beasts began to be stripped away, ultimately coalescing and transferring to the Shiwan. Do you feel it? This is the power of the six paths, the Shiwan growled, his eyes bloodshot as he was forcibly filled with the gathered false ten tails energy. The power was overwhelmingly potent, causing his body to begin to tear apart. It is done. However, as the Shiwan absorbed this power, Heibai, concealed underground, wore a faint smile. Although Shiwan sought the box of bliss to serve as the outer path golem to bear the powers of the nine-tailed beasts for his consumption, he had unwittingly fallen into Heibai's trap. Once this formation was activated, the Shiwan would be unable to halt its process. Enough, stop. The more the Shiwan absorbed the power of the nine-tailed beasts, the more he sensed something amiss. His voice grew hoarse, and anxiety began to creep in. Yet no matter his efforts, he could not halt the ongoing formation. Why can it not be stopped? How is this possible? Recalling the historical accounts, the Shiwan exclaimed in disbelief. To his knowledge, this formation could be halted at any time. 10 tails. The Shiwan's body was gradually filled with the tailed beast power, his mind disturbed by a maelstrom of violent and dark emotions. Should his resolve waver, he would tread the same path as Uchiha Bito, becoming a puppet to the ten tails power. The Shiwan, what is this? At that moment, the formidable Edward, having dealt with the god of shinobi, arrived, guided by his Kenbunshiko haki. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he found it hard to believe. Was the Shiwan truly about to embark on the same path as Uchiha Madara in the original tale? Drifting in shadows, Edward pondered. If the Shiwan succeeded in following Madara's path, he would possess no means of resistance. Quake, the earth shattering. Upon realization, Edward concentrated a tremendous force of tremors in his hand, aiming to interrupt the Shiwan's process. The ground began to crumble, the sky fractured, and the earth quaked. Yet all efforts proved futile. The Shiwan seemed isolated, impervious to any attack. Dimensional space. Edward's mind recalled the Kimui technique of Uchiha Obito's Manjikyu Sharingan. Although he had never experienced the power of Kimui, he deduced that the Shiwan was currently in a similar state. This formation was transferring the Shiwan's tailed beasts into another dimension for the ritual, leaving only an illusion behind. Edward set aside his Tsongyun Xie, his eyes reflecting trepidation as he deciphered the present scenario. Meanwhile, the Shiwan persisted in the ritual, nearing its conclusion, while Edward remained powerless to intervene. An endless power filled the Shiwan, and his body began to transform gradually, signaling the impending end of the ritual. How is this possible? Tian Dao, pain widened his eyes at the unfolding scene, a sense of defeat rising within him. He had never anticipated Shiwan could master such a technique. Realizing that his plan had veered off course, Tian Dao Pain remarked strangely, "Yet such immense power cannot be controlled by you, greedy human." Ultimately, he closed his eyes and slowly ascended, having discerned the formation's flaw during this observation period. Pain's 6 paths, with no further action. The remaining Pains gathered around Tian Dao Pain, floating in the air, prepared to wait patiently. Cough, cough. At that moment, the Shiwan finally completed the absorption of the formation, his distorted body collapsing to the ground as he coughed loudly. The 9-tailed beasts have ceased their ritual of gathering energy, now lying individually and feebly upon the ground, unable to rise. Have they absorbed only half? Yet I can sense it. This is indeed the power of the 6 paths. Although the events have not unfolded as I had meticulously planned, I, now possessing a semblance of the power of the 6 paths, find myself laughing maniacally. With a mere wave of my hands, an overwhelming aura of pressure is unleashed. Orochimaru, take a moment to observe the form you have assumed. Edward bellowed, witnessing that Orochimaru had completed the ritual. A closer inspection would reveal that Orochimaru's body no longer resembled his previous self. His form was now pallid, adorned with the visages of the 9-tailed beasts. Only faint traces of his former appearance discernible. Cough, cough, for the sake of power, what does such hideousness matter? Orochimaru turned towards Edward, his gaze darkening, shadows of his inner turmoil surfacing, as his small hand transformed into a colossal white serpent lunging at Edward. Armament haki enveloped. Realizing that Orochimaru's attention was now directed towards him, Edward positioned his great sword defensively in front of himself. He sensed that Orochimaru's strength was above the quasi-6 paths level, perhaps at its pinnacle or on the cusp of the 6 paths. Nevertheless, he understood that his current state, as a mere vessel of impure resurrection, could not withstand such might. I am now the strongest, and the weak must cling to the strong. As one who once recognized my potential, I shall grant you a chance to align yourself with me, Orochimaru declared, one hand morphing into a great serpent that clamped down on Edward's sword. Overwhelmed by the immense vitality coursing within him, what he had once desired, he now possessed, but what follows such possession? Dream on, Edward spat, standing tall as he shouted defiantly. Would he, the one endowed with the conqueror's haki, submit to another? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Should he choose submission, he could never wield the conqueror's haki. What a pity that would be. A flicker of complexity intertwined with malevolence and ferocity flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, as his other hand also transformed into a great serpent, its maw gaping wide as it lunged towards Edward. Earthquake. The colossal sword in Edward's grip sensed the peculiar duality of white serpents emitted by Orochimaru, prompting Edward to feel the challenge intensifying. Divide. In an instant, Orochimaru manifested countless clones of himself, their stares fixated on the giant ensnared in their midst. It is time to bid farewell, white serpent devouring seal. As Orochimaru's words echoed with regret, all his forms morphed into a singular white serpent aimed at Edward. If even one of these serpents were to latch onto Edward, he would be ensnared in eternal confinement. Seismic fist. Space shatter. In response, Edward clenched his teeth, enveloping his entire arm in armament hockey. With one hand wielding his sword and the other forming a fist, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. The space around him began to disintegrate, countless white serpents meeting their demise. Yet no matter how many he vanquished, more serpents continued to emerge, relentless in their assault. These loathsome creatures. Time became a blur, and Edward, having lost count of how many white serpents he had slain, started to feel numb. These serpents were composed of chakra. They were inexhaustible. Surrender now, Edward. Meanwhile, Orochimaru opted to observe from a distance, noting that his chakra reserves had barely diminished. And you, the eyes of the six paths, shall also belong to me. Suddenly, Orochimaru's gaze shifted towards the heavens, locking onto the furrowed brow of Pain, the six paths, who was watching the battle unfold. Mortal, you cannot master such power. What do you mean by that? Orochimaru, unable to suppress a vile lick of his lips, inquired. The more you wield this power, the quicker it will corrupt your soul. Pain extended his arms, as if embracing the universe itself. How could you, standing at the mountain's base, comprehend the thoughts of one who has ascended to its summit? In response, a wide grin spread across Orochimaru's face, his laughter erupting with unrestrained fervor. Yet, after the laughter subsided, his mouth remained agape, coalescing a sphere of dark chakra. Tail Beast Bomb. Pain's brow furrowed as he swiftly dispersed the six paths, attempting to evade this formidable assault. Bang! Once the energy was fully formed, Orochimaru snapped his mouth shut, launching the tailed beast bomb towards Pain's location. Such formidable energy. Shinra Tensei. Pain, realizing escape was futile, unleashed a repulsion to deflect the attack. However, the tailed beast bomb, released in this state by Orochimaru, could not be easily repelled. In fact, it only accelerated the explosion's timing. Masaka. As shock registered on Pain's face, the tailed beast bomb collided with the repulsion, erupting in a tremendous explosion. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky, followed by an overwhelming surge of blinding white light that illuminated the earth. Even the weakest of creatures, upon glimpsing this radiance, would find their vision seared away. After several seconds, the blinding light finally ceased. Yet, upon a second glance, one would find the sky utterly devoid of life. Neither Pain nor the clouds, nor even the birds remained, all reduced to mere ashes beneath this blinding luminescence. This is the power I have sought. Reveling in the magnitude of his newfound strength, Orochimaru spoke with intoxicated glee. After years of meticulous planning and pursuit, he had finally acquired the power he desired. Have they fled? Turning his gaze towards the other direction, he sought Edward's location, previously ensnared by his endless white serpents. Yet now, Edward had vanished from sight. How amusing that the once revered god of a new shinobi world would choose to flee. Orochimaru chuckled, finding humor in the irony. Very well, let him escape. Such a being no longer captures my interest. After a moment of reflection, Orochimaru ceased his pursuit of Edward. There were far more pressing matters at hand. The box of ultimate bliss. I wonder if you can channel the remaining tailed beast power into me. Orochimaru turned towards the location of the 9 weakened tailed beasts, his voice laced with intoxication. Though he felt invincible, with no rival left in the shinobi realm, he understood that he had yet to truly enter the realm of the six paths. If he were to attain that level, how formidable would he become? Gazing at his hands, the chakra energy within him surged, and he declared with ambition, "White serpent devouring seal." In the following moment, the chakra within him transformed into countless tiny white serpents that latched onto the 9-tailed beasts. The 9-tailed beasts, already weakened, became even more feeble, unable to move. The box of paradise, I have arrived. Utilizing a mysterious power, Orochimaru, with a sinister smile, lifted the bodies of the 9-tailed beasts into the air. In the Thunderfire Gorge, on the battlefield, the ninja army engaged in combat with the reanimated army of the undead had sustained significant casualties. However, many of the undead ninjas were also scattered, losing their will to fight. Among them, the elite ninjas trained in the Edo Tensei technique under Tsunade's leadership played a pivotal role in this war. Several formidable figures, akin to demigods of the ninja world, such as Konoha's White Fang, were released from the Edo Tensei. This shift gradually tipped the scales of victory in favor of the ninja army. Edward, do not fail. Tsunade, swinging her fists and shattering one undead ninja after another, recalled the intense wave of white light from earlier, her expression momentarily vacant. Was that truly a power achievable by humanity? Huh, Edward? Just then, Tsunade halted her actions, her eyes widening in alarm as she gazed in a particular direction. To her astonishment, it was a box marked with the symbol of 6 paths. In a chilling voice, this box, known as the 6 Paths Ninja Tools, was unexpectedly activated by Orochimaru. It was well known that previously, this box could not be opened by any means. Not even a slight movement could be induced. The treasure chest had been opened. Upon witnessing the box of paradise actually being unlocked, everyone held their breath. Ho ho ho! Is it because the energy required inside has reached its limit? Orochimaru discerned the reason. State your wish. In the next moment, the open box indeed seemed to fulfill the wishes of its possessor, just as the legends foretold. What? Orochimaru, momentarily taken aback, had not expected such a turn of events. He had never believed in the so-called wishing legends of the ninja world, viewing it all as a mere joke. It was only when he found the box of paradise that he realized its additional function. But now he was astonished that it truly seemed to grant wishes. I want to be resurrected. Just as Orochimaru was in shock, Edward swiftly eliminated all the white serpents entwined around him, shouting his desire. Ha ha ha! Hearing this, the box of paradise paused momentarily, followed by an eerie laughter as endless black mist engulfed Edward. What wicked aura! Is this truly a wishing box? Although he had missed the earlier opportunity, Orochimaru felt the ominous presence of the box of paradise and furrowed his brow, distancing himself from it. Was the entire ninja world merely a facade? Why were there so many such rumors? Deeply troubled, Orochimaru felt the heads of the 9-tailed beasts on his body roaring incessantly, struggling to break free. Since you have become my power, then behave. Aware of the odd sensation in his body, Orochimaru, momentarily shaken by the dark aura, reprimanded the 9-tailed beasts with a fierce tone. Now, let me witness a grand spectacle. After feeling his body calm down, Orochimaru sat cross-legged against the rocky wall, controlling the reanimated bodies below him to dance. However, his gaze remained fixed on the box of paradise, which radiated a sinister energy. Inside the box of paradise, the surroundings were shrouded in dark mist, with countless evils manifesting within. Any mere mortal entering this place would likely lose consciousness in an instant, becoming one with the malevolence. Yet amidst this black fog stood a towering giant wielding a blade. Where is this? Is it truly not so simple? Edward surveyed his surroundings with a watchful eye, sensing immense energy around him. If he could absorb all this energy, he could even step into the realm of semi-6 paths, vastly surpassing Orochimaru. Ha ha, human! Could you repeat your wish? Suddenly, a sharply dark voice emerged, prompting Edward to assume a defensive stance with his blade. Who are you? Puzzled, Edward recalled the descriptions of the box of paradise from the original text. However, in his past life, he had not watched the theatrical version of the anime, leaving him with only a vague understanding of the box of paradise, knowing only that it could grant wishes. You are the master of this world, Wu. The voice of Wu echoed, playfully assaulting Edward with dark mist. Wu. Although confused, Edward could sense the overwhelming malice emanating from Wu, and he felt a surge of power attempting to disperse the surrounding black mist. As the first man to fill me, I shall fulfill your wish. The next moment, Wu's voice resounded again, the malevolence surrounding Edward intensifying. Resurrect me. Edward furrowed his brow deeply. How could he not detect the mockery inherent in Wu's words? Oh, then as you wish. Upon hearing Edward's wish, Wu momentarily froze, then broke into an evil grin as a torrent of black mist surged into Edward's body, merging with him. He intended to occupy Edward's body, seeking escape from the confinement of the Six Paths ninja tools. Even if Edward opposed this wish, Wu would still attempt to seize control. What is this? Following the entry of the Black Mist and Wu, Edward's reanimated body underwent a dramatic transformation. An immense energy coalesced, forming a brand new body for Edward, while the remnants of his reanimated form crumbled to the ground. Simultaneously, Wu manipulated the Black Mist to suffocate Edward's soul, overwhelming it with malicious intent. I have returned. After some time, Wu, brimming with excitement, gazed upon his massive new form. To assemble this body, he had expended more than half of the energy accumulated in the Box of Paradise. No, what is this? However, soon Wu's expression shifted to one of shock and terror. Get out of my body! A terrifying red aura began to envelop Edward's newly formed body, as Edward's will gradually asserted itself. Ultimately, under the oppressive red aura, Wu was swiftly defeated, letting out a scream as his very essence was absorbed by Edward. I have resurrected. Gazing at the surrounding black mist, Edward's expression was a complex blend of emotions. His journey of resurrection had been fraught with peril, involving multiple ruptures of his reanimated form, 2 instances of Edo Tensei, and one of Shiki Fujin. Any misstep could have thwarted his revival. Having absorbed his will, can I now control this place? Edward pondered aloud as he navigated through the vast black mist. Come forth, let the mightiest man in the world descend upon this realm of shinobi once more. Countless tendrils of dark misty energy were being manipulated by inKonoha, absorbed into his very being. At this moment, enraptured by the process of absorbing power, he was no longer Orochimaru. Outside the box of bliss, a sudden realization struck. The energy had vanished. Orochimaru stood up and slowly approached the box of bliss, feeling the changes within it, murmuring to himself, could something have gone awry? Despite his confusion, he distanced himself from the box, sensing an immense aura drawing near. In an instant, as Orochimaru stepped away from the box of bliss, its lid burst open, revealing an enormous giant. Are you ready, the malevolent Orochimaru? The figure that emerged was inKonoha, reborn and having absorbed all the energies from the box of bliss. He loomed over the diminutive Orochimaru, his eyes ablaze with fury as he declared, Now, I have ascended to the threshold of the 6 paths. What is happening? How could you possibly wield such power? Orochimaru trembled. Fear etched upon his face as he beheld the man whose aura, chakra, and strength far exceeded his own. Nothing is impossible. As a man endowed with the conqueror's haki, I shall not be bested by anyone. inKonoha surveyed his newly reborn form, relishing the surging power within him, and proclaimed with arrogance, Shrink. Following his command, the box of bliss transformed into a diminutive black box, merging into the Tsung Yun Xie and leaving behind a 6 paths yin-yang imprint upon blade. Do you see? This is how the tools of the 6 paths are wielded. With a fierce glare, inKonoha chastised Orochimaru, who was still reeling in disbelief. In the next moment, inKonoha appeared before Orochimaru, cleaving his incredulous form in 2. Cough. You merely had a stroke of luck. Otherwise, do you think you could reach such heights? Life rebirth technique. Orochimaru's eyes widened, his body quivering as both halves regenerated into 2 separate Orochimarus. If you had entered this box, you would not have fared as I have. Upon hearing this, inKonoha enveloped his Tsung Yun Xie with a mysterious black and white power, transforming into an afterimage as he charged at Orochimaru. Infinite white serpent bite technique. As inKonoha unleashed an unstoppable assault, both Orochimarus conjured an endless sea of white serpents to strike back. It is time to end this. We are not of the same world, sharing the same realm, yet possessing different strengths. Even as the serpent tide surged forth, inKonoha merely narrowed his eyes, emanating shockwaves from every corner of his body, repelling the serpentine onslaught. This newly reborn body, unlike his aging and weakened form, could withstand all of his shockwaves. Thus, no matter how he wielded the powers of the Tremor fruit, he would not sustain any harm. The infinite serpent tide shattered, and a deluge of serpent blood flowed like a river through the canyon. The army of ninjas, witnessing the dire situation, hastily abandoned their battles and retreated from the canyon, their eyes alight with astonishment. After plotting for so long, how could I possibly concede so easily? You underestimate me, Adwa. Realizing that sheer numbers were ineffective against Adwa, Orochimaru's serpent tide began to coalesce into a monstrous abomination. This creature bore 10 heads, featuring 9-tailed beast heads and a central head resembling a phosphorescent white serpent. You're no longer worthy of being called human. Do you understand? Idawa's eyes snapped shut as he utilized his Kenbunchika haki to sense that the surrounding ninjas had fully retreated, leaving behind only a few reanimated shinobi. All of his shockwaves surged forth. For that ultimate realm, what does this matter? The grotesque monstrosity that was Orochimaru roared, each of its 10-tailed beasts joining in with their own cries. Ultimately, from the mouths of all the tailed beasts, energy orbs formed, launching towards Adwa. Shatter. As the tailed beast attacks detonated upon Adwa, the clash of shockwaves transformed the world around them, engulfing everything in blinding white light. After several minutes, the blinding radiance finally dissipated. The Thunderfire Canyon lay transformed into a desolate plain, revealing several battered figures. These included the 9-tailed beasts suspended in the air, the colossal monstrosity with 10 heads, and Adwa, standing at a mere 6 meters tall. Adwa Newgate, you are inherently different. In the years of my research, I can sense that your power does not belong to this world. How could you comprehend the steps I have taken to reach this pinnacle? Your strength, in my eyes, is not truly yours. Orochimaru roared with all 10 heads, spitting tailed beast orbs at Adwa. You know too much. Death is your only destiny. Hearing this, Idawa's expression darkened as he relentlessly sliced through the tailed beast orbs with his great blade. Conquer, tremor, the heavens and earth shall shatter. The shockwaves coalesced within Tsong Yun Xia, causing the once desolate plain to begin collapsing under the pressure. The sky itself cracked as if it might crumble. Adwa, Orochimaru. The two figures howled hoarsely. The titanic form of the monster collided with Idawa's giant form. The resulting sound echoed like thunder, shattering Orochimaru's monstrous body, scattering 10 heads in all directions, each howling in anguish. How he finally triumphed? Adwa, marred with wounds and bleeding profusely, lowered his head and gazed upon the figure he had long held in his thoughts. Before him lay only the unwilling, wide-eyed gazes of Orochimaru's severed heads. Should he choose to shatter each of those heads, he could bring an end to this devil of the shinobi world. Yet at that moment, the scattered heads began to wail in torment, floating in the air as darkness slowly encroached upon their souls. How is this possible? My body is no longer under my control. Orochimaru's tailhead revealed fear and panic in its voice. He felt not only his body slipping from his grasp, but also a dark aura slowly expelling his very soul. This was the source of his terror. Orochimaru, your body. In Idawa's eyes, Orochimaru's fragmented form began to merge, ultimately coalescing into a dark mass of flesh, upon which floated the 9-tailed beast heads. At last, Orochimaru's head was violently expelled, tumbling to the ground, gazing incredulously at the grotesque mass. That is my body, Orochimaru slowly uttered, his eyes wide in disbelief. His form had transformed into an independent entity, entirely beyond his control. What could this possibly be? Edward tightened his grip on the Tsong Yun Xia, remaining vigilant against the sinister mass of flesh. Is it over? The fourth Hokage of Konoha truly was an unexpected dark horse. At that moment, several figures shrouded in black Inyang release emerged from the fractured earth. These figures included Nagato, Konan, Obito, and Kuro and Shirozetsu. Konan, today marks the day I ascend to true godhood. You must watch closely, Nagato declared, his Rinnegan swirling with intensity as his tone shifted. Outer path, Geto Mazo. In the next instant, a monstrous creature, howling with ferocity, was summoned from the ground, crawling onto the shattered wasteland. Kurozetsu. Edward immediately understood. Recognizing this as the being that had spent its life attempting to resurrect its mother, a peculiar anomaly within the ninja world. Have I fallen into a trap? A deception? They have conspired against me. Orochimaru roared, his remaining head slowly reconstituting into his body. However, this form was no longer the one that had possessed the power of the half-sage of six paths. It was merely a false embodiment, devoid of true strength. Well done. I never anticipated that the ultimate mastermind would be you, Edward remarked, taken aback. He had initially believed that, after dealing with Uchiha Madara, the now weakened Kurozetsu would pose no further threat. Yet, reality had delivered a harsh blow to him. Quake! Edward resolved to speak no further, intending to end this with overwhelming power. Yet the grotesque creature manifested before him, conjuring tailed beast balls to counter Edward's relentless assault. Conan, bear witness. This is the power of a god. Due to the summoning of the Geto-Mazo, Nagato appeared somewhat weakened. Nevertheless, he resolutely ascended alongside his companions atop the Geto-Mazo. The nine-tailed beasts that floated in the air were drawn in, merging entirely with the Geto-Mazo. Only the remaining half of the ten-tailed chakra was needed. After integrating all the remaining tailed beasts into the Geto-Mazo, a pale-faced Nagato whispered towards Edward and the grotesque mass he was battling. If he could merge that mass with the Geto-Mazo, he would become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and wield the power of the Six Paths. However, the cost would be that his dwindling life force would only grant him this power for 3 days. Outer Path, Geto-Mazo. In the next moment, Nagato, Kurozetsu, Obito, and Conan stood atop the Geto-Mazo, directing it to unleash a barrage of tailed beast balls towards Edward. Slash! Sensing the immense power, Edward swung the Tsungyun Xie, evading the attack's range. Hee, your body can no longer endure. Just then, Kurozetsu cast a mocking glance at Nagato, derisively stating that he had contemplated making Nagato the sacrificial offering to resurrect his mother. Yet, due to the prolonged depletion of life force and the damage to his foundation, Nagato was incapable of becoming a true sage of six paths. Only Uchiha Madara could fulfill that role. What do you mean by that? Hearing the derision in Kurozetsu's words, a pale Nagato furrowed his brow and turned towards him. It's time for Lord Madara to make his entrance. At that moment, Obito produced a sealing scroll containing Uchiha Madara, and an ancient body manifested before them, lying on the ground. What is this? Shinra Tensei. Upon witnessing this, Nagato's eyes widened, and he raised his hand to attack Kurozetsu and Obito. He still remembered that Kurozetsu had agreed to this plan because Madara's body was too powerful to be controlled by others, and for various reasons. Kurozetsu longed for its original master. This was how he had seized Uchiha Madara's corpse from Orochimaru. My body? But just as he raised his hand to unleash a repulsive force, Kurozetsu's will descended upon him, clouding his mind. Nagato? Noticing the situation, Conan rushed to Nagato's side, attempting to pull him away. Shinra Tensei. Yet in the next moment, Conan was sent flying through the air, blood pouring from her mouth after being struck from above the Geto-Mazo. Damn it! How dare you do this to Conan? Nagato, unable to control his body due to the mental fog, roared inwardly. However, this did not alter the reality at hand, as a series of seals were formed under Kurozetsu's control. Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life. From behind Nagato, a colossal head materialized, opening its mouth wide to unleash a surge of life energy onto Uchiha Madara's corpse. My body. At this point, Kurozetsu could no longer maintain control over Nagato's body. Yet, having executed the Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life, he had already drained the last remnants of life force and chakra from himself, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Do not be too saddened, Nagato. As part of the plan, you should feel elated. Obito approached the now lifeless Nagato, wearing a smug expression. Even gods can be deceived. Am I still a god? Nagato, disregarding Obito, felt the last vestiges of life slip away, leaving him with a sense of anger and shock that gradually faded. Ultimately, devoid of any strength to act, he could only depart this painful world with a lingering sense of reluctance and worry, shedding a single tear. Meanwhile, in another direction, Uchiha Madara, having received that pure life energy, began to undergo a profound transformation, life re-emerging within him. At a certain moment, the immense life force was completely absorbed by Uchiha Madara, allowing him to open his eyes and rise to his feet. Haha, that Brat Nagato has finally grown. Rising and savoring the world around him, Uchiha Madara laughed joyously. Lord Madara, your resurrection brings me great joy. Obito congratulated from the side. Welcome back, Lord Madara. Kuro Zetsu chimed in. Perfect. The Eye of the Moon plan is entirely within my grasp. Uchiha Madara turned his head to survey his surroundings, quickly grasping most of the situation. Is it that guy again? I never imagined he would also be resurrected. However, upon seeing Edward, a sense of trepidation filled him. As memories of their last battle against that colossal figure flooded back, unsettling him. Lord Madara, it is time for battle. Please quickly acquire the Rinnegan to inherit the power of the Geto Mazo, Kuro Zetsu urged, sensing Edward's rising aura with a hint of urgency. At this moment, we must not falter. Indeed, this timing is just perfect, ha ha ha. Upon hearing those words, Uchiha ceased his internal musings and approached the lifeless body of Nagato, pressing down on his own body, as frail as dry kindling, to activate the Rinnegan. To borrow my eyes, a price must be paid, Nagato, he murmured as he removed his own eyeball and replaced it with the Rinnegan. Just then, Edward had once again shattered that mass of flesh, breaking through its defenses and charging forward. What power is this? What did you acquire it? Madara was taken aback as Edward approached with an unstoppable force. The Outer Path Golem, under his command, raised its hand to fend off Edward's attack. Is it possible that even the Outer Path Golem, which has truly become the Ten Tails, cannot withstand you? Yet soon the Golem began to show signs of cracking under Edward's assault, its body seemingly on the verge of disintegration. Madara, it is not too late to turn back, Edward called out, casting a scrutinizing glance at Black Zetsu beside Madara. If he could terminate this calamity early in such a manner, Edward would be more than willing. Turn back? How could that be possible? Unbeknownst to him, Madara laughed as he commanded the Outer Path Golem, merging it again with the mass of flesh to attack Edward. Even if Edward shared every narrative he knew with Madara, the latter would never believe it. This man must not be spared, thought Black Zetsu, trembling inwardly at such words directed at him. Then let us engage in battle, Madara. Upon hearing this, Edward closed his eyes, an array of formidable energies manifesting around him. Countless black and red slashes surged toward Uchiha Madara. The powers of the Gura, Nomi, Busashoka Haki, Kinbunchika Haki, Haushika Haki, and the black energy from the box of ultimate bliss were all utilized to their fullest extent. The Suki Nomi plan had reached this critical juncture, and not a single error could be permitted. Madara furrowed his brow deeply and swiftly commanded the Outer Path Golem to shield against these assaults. Boom! Boom! Moments latte. The golem and a mass of flesh under his control coalesced to form tailed beast balls aimed at Edward. Now is the time to merge with me, Outer Path Golem. Seeing Edward ensnared by numerous tailed beast balls, Madara immediately established a connection with the golem. The golem transformed entirely into a mass of energy that entered Madara's body, altering him, though not into a grotesque monster like Orochimaru. Instead, he merely turned pale, with all his chakras sealed within, and the coveted To-No Tama and Yin-Yang release black rods, which Orochimaru lacked, appeared in his hands. Is this the true Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? In the distance, Orochimaru, observing the scene, lowered his head, sinking into profound contemplation. These years of planning now seemed like a mere joke. Soon, he was incredibly close to the 6 paths of the mirror, with just one step remaining. The To-No Tama manifest behind me, Madara murmured, gripping the Yin-Yang release black rod in his hand. Is this the To-No Tama and Yin-Yang release? The true 6 paths, Edward, having evaded the onslaught of tailed beast balls, gazed with astonishment at the To-No Tama and the black rod in Madara's possession. That was a power he did not possess. His current semi-6 path strength belonged to a different system within this world. It could be said that his current semi-6 paths power was not true 6 paths power, but merely a strength comparable to the semi-6 paths power from other systems. Do you see? I am invincible now. Madara closed his eyes, savoring the 6 paths power within him, and proclaimed with ambition, Edward Newgate. I did not fail to unleash the Rinne Sharingan last time, did I? This time, let me show you the true power of Rinne Sharingan. Madara recalled his last decisive battle in life, shouting with a hint of defiance. Come then, I was able to slay you last time, and I can do so again. Edward once more sliced that mass of flesh into countless pieces, using Haushika Haki to restrain these fragments. These pieces contained half of the Ten Tails' remaining chakra. If Madara were to acquire and integrate them again, he would gain the complete power of the Ten Tails, becoming the second only to the Sage of Six Paths. The power of the Rinnegan controls yin and yang, governs life and death. How could you defeat me? Rinne Sharingan. Madara, with a condescending gaze, summoned numerous intangible clones that surged toward Edward. Rinne Sharingan? Recalling this skill from the original narrative, Edward immediately activated his Kinbunchika Haki with utmost vigilance. Sadly, he found it impossible to capture Madara's intangible clones. However, he could perceive the precursory fluctuations of the clones' attacks. This was sufficient. After evading the clones, wielding Rinne Sharingan, Edward swung the Tenno-Tama like a propeller, hurling it into the void. With a swift sound, the Tenno-Tama, infused with Haushika Haki, struck the clones, producing a cutting noise that should not have existed. Futile effort, Tenno-Tama. Madara, noticing this, fixed his gaze upon Edward and surged forward, wielding the Tenno-Tama to strike him. What a powerful force! Edward thought gravely as he narrowly avoided the Tenno-Tama's impact zone. Should he be struck by these Tenno-Tama, a massive hole would surely open in his body. In this decisive battle, I will emerge victorious. Madara, seeing this, immediately pursued, gripping the yin-yang release to thrust at Edward. Shatter the space. Yet Edward remained stationary, grasping the space on either side with his hands, causing cracks to form and shatter toward the advancing Madara, sealing off his lateral pathways. Byusashoka Haki. Simultaneously, Edward's leg delivered an absolute forceful kick toward Madara. What? Rinne Sharingan. Madara understood that if he were struck by either attack, he would be gravely wounded. Thus, he summoned his clones to shield him from the blow. Which will you choose, shockwaves or absolute power? The advantage swiftly tilted toward Edward, as the Tenno-Tama also swirled around Madara from behind, completely encircling him. Boom! Soon, Madara made a discreet choice. He opted to withstand Edward's kick imbued with absolute power. Crack, crack! These are the sounds of Madara's ribs fracturing, and he plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater. Such immense strength. Within the depths of the crater, Madara spat out blood and slowly rose to his feet. Had his clones not shielded him from the attacks earlier, he would have sustained severe injuries. Is this your power? Quite impressive. Rising to his feet, Madara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as the Tenno-Tama manifested once more behind him. Tenno-Tama split. In the next moment, he altered his approach to attack. Countless Chiou Daoyu splintered and surged toward Ai de Hua like projectiles. Realizing that close combat was futile, he opted for a ranged assault to exhaust the formidable man before him. Do you think these small black orbs can vanquish me? Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ai de Hua's eyes as he gripped the rotating Tsung Yun Xie and struck down fiercely at the incoming Chiou Daoyu. However, as weapons forged from the hardest materials in existence and belonging to the Six Paths tier, they were not easily shattered. Thus, it became a clash of strength. If Ai de Hua were to claim second place in power, no one would dare to assert themselves as the first. The multitude of splintered Chiou Daoyu that approached him were all repelled by the blade of Tsung Yun Xie in his grasp. If you think Chiou Daoyu is merely this, you underestimate me gravely, Uchiha remarked nonchalantly as he observed the unfavorable turn of his Chiou Daoyu. Countless Chiou Daoyu levitated around him once more, splitting and launching toward Ai de Hua like cannonballs. Manipulating these, orbs cost him almost no chakra. Tian Oi Zhen Xing. Simultaneously, numerous meteorites descended from the heavens, drawn down by the flicker of Uchiha Rinnegan, hurtling toward Ai de Hua. This was a unique technique bestowed by his Rinnegan, intended to leave Ai de Hua with no opportunity to defend himself. Familiar skills offered no useful tactics. Ai de Hua squinted slightly, and as cracks erupted from his back, he sent them skyward. Under the effect of the numerous shockwaves, the meteorites quickly disintegrated into fragments and exploded. Yet at the same time, inKonoha had to remain vigilant not only against the falling meteorites, but also against the countless projectiles splintering from Chiodao. Dominating Slash. In a brief moment, inKonoha devised a strategy, and the overwhelming force of his aura intertwined with the Tsung Yunxia in his grasp. After gathering his energy, he launched a fierce strike. The Chiodao, under the might of the dominating Slash, had no strength to resist and were all driven aside. Such powerful momentum. Uchiha Madara swiftly adjusted his stance to meet the colossal deep crimson aura. This was a force he had once felt at the brink of his demise. He had never before encountered someone capable of cultivating their aura to such a degree. Very well, I can see that you possess the strength to contend with me. However, to obstruct me is an impossibility. Countless shadow clones surged forth from Uchiha Madara, rushing toward inKonoha. He now had to give his all, otherwise, he might even fall to inKonoha. Gulalala, let us see what you've got. A profound confidence glimmered in inKonoha's eyes as he shouted. His Tsung Yunxia dancing with a flurry of soar blossoms. This man, only in the shadows did Heiju regard inKonoha's relentless display of crimson aura with a dark expression, pondering that this was indeed the strongest adversary he had encountered on the path to resurrecting his mother. He could not afford any mistakes, if necessary. He would resort to resurrecting his will once more. Closing his eyes, Heiju murmured as if struck by a sudden thought. Tsunami quake. Meanwhile, inKonoha faced not only the ever-watchful Uchiha Madara and his clones, but also had to contend with the formidable Ten Tails chakra mass. He could not allow the remaining Ten Tails chakra to be absorbed by Uchiha Madara, for that would yield an immense power. Once Uchiha Madara obtained it, he would inevitably step into the realm of the Six Paths. None of this mattered, for he feared the potential return of Otsutsuki Kagaya to this ninja world. At that time, what strength would he have to oppose her? As he warded off various attacks, inKonoha pondered heavily. The pressure from the ninja world was overwhelming. It felt as though all the hopes of the ninja realm rested upon his shoulders, shifting with every one of his movements. Iduya, surrender. I can offer you a choice to join my ranks. Finally, under yet another assault from the wheel of Rebirth's edge, inKonoha's body was deeply dented, causing Uchiha Madara to seize the opportunity and roar at him. Your plans are utterly futile for the ninja world. Iduya clutched his chest, coughing up fragments of his internal organs as he spoke. In this ninja world, it is as such. Every ninja, whether a genin or at the Six Paths level, is characterized by high offense and low defense. Despite inKonoha's formidable physique, enduring such an onslaught inflicted profound suffering upon his spirit. Oh, it seems you are quite familiar with my plans. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he ceased his movements. The so-called plan was merely a farcical joke within the ninja world, and you have merely inherited that farce and sought to enact it. Reminded of Heiju's plot to resurrect his mother in the original narrative, inKonoha scoffed. Without Uchiha Madara's formidable support, Heiju would never have been able to achieve that resurrection. Thus, fate, opportunity, and allies all conspired in Heiju's favor, enabling him to fulfill that scheme. Then tell me, if my plan is merely a joke, what means do you possess to bring an end to the wars of the ninja world? Although uncertain if his plans had been exposed, Uchiha Madara's countenance darkened upon hearing his opponent's dismissal. There are many methods. You simply have not pursued them to their fullest potential. At that moment, the tsunami quake was unleashed. The Suedun, great ocean wave technique surged forth from inKonoha's hand seals, crashing toward Uchiha Madara in an attempt to deliver a tremendous impact. Ridiculous. What have you ever been capable of? Surrounding his body, a black defensive yin-yang release materialized as Uchiha Madara retorted with disapproval. Just like you. Look at what you have brought to the ninja world. The annihilation of the Wind Country, the despair of countless citizens, or, like Nagato, wishing to make the world feel pain? Uchiha Madara's yin-yang release significantly mitigated the impact of the tsunami quake, yet his body still trembled with force as he shouted. Therefore, in my view, Only the infinite Tsukuyami within the Moon Eye plan can truly bestow everlasting peace upon the ninja world. Launching the Chiodao, Uchiha Madara declared, "Die." Upon hearing these words, Ai Da Hua indeed fell into contemplation, swinging the Tsung Yun Chia downward with tremendous force toward Uchiha Madara, unleashing a wave of overwhelming aura and shock. However, well aware of the original narrative, he understood that this ninja world was inherently flawed. Without formidable strength to subdue it, no one would yield to you. True peace would forever remain unattainable. This ninja world resembled a dark forest, where the strong prey upon the weak, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. I must change this cursed place. Edward's heart roared with anguish, and the blade in his hand accelerated with fervor, unleashing a myriad of sword energies directed towards Uchiha Madara. Should one assess swordsmanship alone, Edward could rightfully claim the title of the finest in this world. Empowered by the formidable skills of the great swordsman Whitebeard, Edward not only comprehended every subtle vibration of his blade, but also seamlessly integrated all techniques, employing an absolute force to confine his adversary. Susanoo, faced with an onslaught of sword energy seemingly converging from all directions, Madara's expression shifted significantly. A series of skeletal structures swiftly coalesced around him, and in the blink of an eye, the complete form of Susanoo manifested. I had thought that upon entering this realm, I would no longer need to resort to this technique, yet you have managed to compel me to such an extent, Madara mused, clutching the remaining yin-yang release black rod in his hand, his tone laced with a sense of cunning triumph. The fully realized blue form of Susanoo soon began to crumble under Edward's relentless assault. How did this happen? Edward, having unleashed a torrent of sword energies, found himself needing to catch his breath when he suddenly sensed an attack from behind. A yin-yang release black rod had swiftly embedded itself in his body. Astonishingly, it had not obliterated the avatar of the Wheel of Rebirth, allowing one to slip through unnoticed. Frowning with concern as he felt his chakra sealed, Edward unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, contemplating the gravity of the situation. However, the avatar of the Wheel of Rebirth that Edward had overlooked would not merely stand by as he attempted to counter the Black Rod. It immediately engaged him in chaotic combat. This Black Rod was a hard-won weapon embedded within Edward, buying time for the original body. It cannot be so easily dispelled. Merged together, the true power of the 10 Tails. Seizing the opportunity, Madara redirected his focus toward the amalgamated mass of flesh. Streams of chakra flowed from him to these slime-like entities, striving to rapidly nullify the Conqueror's Haki's restrictions on the 10 Tails chakra. What audacity! Using his observation Haki, Edward quickly discerned Madara's intentions. As he charged his Conqueror's Haki, a force emanated from him that seemed capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Once again, this terrifying aura enveloped the battlefield. Madara cast a wary glance at Edward, whose presence transformed the atmosphere, reflecting on the meticulous planning that had spanned many years. Were it not for this elaborate scheme, success would not be so assured. As the fluctuations of Madara's chakra began to show signs of disruption under Edward's Conqueror's Haki, he was compelled to halt the transfer to the mass of flesh. In the depths of the battlefield, "Is there anything we can do to assist Lord Madara?" asked Obito, concealed with the aid of Hei and Bai, his tone naive. "Fool, even a ripple in this battle would be beyond your capacity to endure," Bai retorted, rolling his eyes and dismissing Obito. After all, Obito could be exceptionally foolish, often acting without forethought. "Oh," Obito replied, his mouth agape, appearing to grasp the meaning of Bai's words. Yet Bai, seemingly accustomed to this, ignored him, lost in his own thoughts. "I need the perfect moment." Hei's anxiety intensified, desiring to seize control over Edward. If Madara were to fall to Edward, the meticulously crafted plan spanning a millennium would dissolve into a mere jest, as Edward had suggested. Having reached this critical juncture, no errors could be afforded. Ultimately, concealing his presence, Hei closed off the torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind, his demeanor darkened. On the battlefield, what power is this? Why can it influence my chakra? Madara gazed at Edward with intense desire, longing to possess such strength. This is the power of sovereign. How could someone like you ever attain it? The qualifications of a king are not bestowed upon just anyone. Following these words, Edward's aura intensified, causing the inYang release black rod to tremble and loosen. What do you mean by the qualifications of king? Madara pondered, bewildered. Having survived in the shinobi world for so long, he had never encountered such a notion, nor seen anyone wielding this power. Could it be that this strength was exclusive to a single individual? However, Madara quickly reconciled the gaps in Edward's assertions within his own mind. Break. Observing Madara's confusion, Edward ceased further explanations. The black rod that had pierced him soon fell to the ground, liberating his chakra for use once again. Quake! In an instant, Edward's massive form materialized directly before Madara. Can you withstand this absolute power? He declared, gazing down at the man known as the Reaper of the shinobi world with fierce fervor. Following his proclamation, Edward unleashed a barrage of furious strikes with its Songyun Xia. Countless slashes and gusts of wind surged towards Madara, yet fortune favored him. His inYang release defense narrowly evaded the lethal onslaught. However, it wasn't long before Madara's defenses began to falter under Edward's might, fracturing and leaving him in a state of alarm. When did this happen? Just moments after the collapse of his inYang release, Edward reappeared behind him, his fist crashing forcefully against Madara's skull. The sound of cracking echoed as the bones of his cranium shattered, yet Edward's assault was far from over. In a flash, Edward's form became a blur, appearing all around Madara, delivering a relentless barrage of punches imbued with haki. Ultimately, Madara, reduced to a state of utter ruin, plummeted to the shattered earth like a falling star, motionless and producing a resounding thud. Cough! The Tsukinomi plan cannot possibly end here. Madara lay in a deep crater, his mind swirling in disorientation. Yet without truly entering the realm of the six paths, no god, regardless of their nature, could escape death. Even Madara was no exception. Besieged by such ferocious attacks, he found himself on the brink of collapse, unable to move. Ban, nothing is impossible. You will never know what your plan will bring to the shinobi world. Seeing Uchiha Ban on the brink of death, Edward felt a sense of relief. Ready to wield his Songyun Xie and end Ban's life. Can you tell me where your power originates? Uchiha Ban, realizing his complete defeat, spoke with a hint of reluctance. My power comes from an ancestor. The memory of the white-bearded figure he had endeavored to emulate flooded Edward's mind, causing him to pause in contemplation. His imitation of the white beard had been solely for the purpose of acquiring his strength and compatibility. He was not the true Whitebeard, thus lacking the tolerance and grand vision that characterized him. Yet, having imitated to such an extent, Edward seemed transformed, no longer the person he once was. Perhaps the issue of reaching a compatibility of 90 had become evident here. With a sigh of understanding, Edward spoke, I do not need to completely mimic the Whitebeard. Acquiring substantial prestige would suffice to garner the support of compatibility for my endeavors. His prior accumulation of compatibility had merely hastened his demise. If I were not Edward but Baihua, the shinobi world might have already achieved unity and peace. Edward gazed at his own head, uttering his final words to Uchiha Ban before raising his Songyun Xie to conclude this farce. Farewell, with such strength and ideals, you deserve my respect. Edward closed his eyes, addressing the still reluctant yet resigned Uchiha Ban. Heijue Iji. At that moment, Edward's eyes and consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness, his body no longer under his control. What is this? Edward exclaimed, bewildered by the state his body had entered. Edward? Uchiha Ban looked at the man poised to execute him with confusion, questioning him. No matter how he inquired, Edward remained entrapped in that strange state, immobile. It appeared that his body was not welcoming him. Whether it was the manifestation of Heijue's will or the result of Edward's newly formed body not integrating with him, Uchiha Ban mused. It seems the heavens are granting me an opportunity. How could I not cherish it? Uchiha Ban grinned, using chakra and inYang release to support his shattered body, which had been reduced to mere muscle. I am coming to the realm of the six paths. After confirming with a glance at Edward, Uchiha Ban staggered toward the scattered remnants of flesh. Ha! The heavens are assisting me. Upon reaching the flesh, Uchiha Ban observed that, without Edward's domineering presence, the pieces began to merge once more, prompting a hearty laugh from him. Meanwhile, Edward remained still, though his spirit unleashed various techniques against Heijue's controlling will. Damn it, is this the will of Heijue? I never expected it to be so troublesome. As he finally loosened the grip of Heijue's will over his body with his domineering presence, Edward gritted his teeth. I was just a step away. Had I struck with the blade in my hand, I would no longer need to be so cautious. But now, Edward had lost. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Ban erupted into another bout of wild laughter. If Edward had been able to control his body, he would have witnessed just how elated Ban was at that moment. The infinite chakra of the Ten Tails surged into Uchiha Ban's body, causing his power to rise incrementally. The barrier preventing him from entering the ultimate realm of six paths began to loosen, just a step away from that state. Was this the man capable of rivaling Uchiha Ban? In terms of mental fortitude, he found himself at a disadvantage. At last, the will of Heijue conceded defeat and exited Edward's body. Unlike before, when he could manipulate Nagato's body at will, this time, Heijue withdrew from Edward's body mere moments later. Yet, even that brief interval proved sufficient. At this moment, Uchiha Ban, under the control of the Rinnegan, swiftly healed his injuries. The staff of six paths appeared in his hand, exuding an aura reminiscent of a divine being descending upon the earth. Is this the realm of six paths? Uchiha Ban marveled, eyes wide in disbelief as he felt the power coursing through him. Bon, regaining control of his body, Edward called out gravely upon witnessing the man before him enter the realm of six paths. Such overwhelming presence, gripping the Songyun Xie tightly. Edward's heart was a tumult of emotions. This intervention by Heijue had allowed Uchiha Ban to re-enter the domain depicted in the original narrative. Was the tide truly insurmountable? Edward's internal strength surged forth as he murmured defiantly, unwilling to retreat. Edward Newgate, you are no longer my match. Gazing at the staff of six paths, Uchiha Ban experienced divinity for the first time, speaking to Edward with a voice of superiority. He knew that if Edward refused to back down, he would inevitably meet his demise once more. Stand down. I will show you the greatness of my Tsuki no Mi. Do we not both desire to bring peace to this shinobi world? Why can you not agree with my vision? A look of confusion crossed Uchiha Ban's face. Regardless of whether it was the former god of the shinobi world, Senju Hashirama, or the present-day Edward and Uchiha Ban, they all shared a common aspiration, the creation of peace within the shinobi world. It was their differing ideologies that led them astray, plunging the shinobi world into chaos. Never mind, that is no longer important. I will seal you and have you witness the brilliance of my plan. With a wave of his staff, Uchiha Ban enveloped Edward in an array of power, seeking to suppress him. I will not yield. Do you not realize you have fallen into a trap? Edward unleashed a torrent of strength, repelling Uchiha Ban's force. In an instant, he vanished from sight, but this time his target was not Uchiha Ban. Instead, it was the scorched earth, barren and desolate. Come fort. I know you are hiding here, Edward bellowed, cleaving the ground with fervor, creating numerous fissures. Moments ago, Heijue and Baiju had stood atop the outer path of the demonic statue alongside Nagato, rendering Edward unable to act. However, soon after, due to the disturbances of battle, Heijue had concealed himself deep underground, which had delayed Edward's response. Yet, at the moment Heijue's will had seized control of him, Edward became certain that Heijue was lurking nearby. As long as he can force Heiju out now and slay him, the subsequent situation should improve somewhat. At the very least, it would prevent Uchiha Madara from being controlled and losing command over his own body. Deep underground, Heiju, having witnessed Edward's actions, immediately retreated further into the depths, feeling a greater apprehension towards him. This giant must know something, thought Heiju, merging with the fragmented earth. Fortunately, he is not entirely aware of my true strength. Otherwise, I would truly be compelled to reveal myself. With that thought, Heiju smiled, leaving Baiju beside him puzzled. What are you doing? On the battlefield? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow slightly at Edward's actions. Madara, I have already warned you that you will bring great calamity to the ninja world. With no results from underground, Edward ceased his attacks and stood resolutely before him. Calamity? A momentary disaster pales in comparison to the enduring pain of deep suffering. In response, Uchiha Madara merely offered a mocking smile, waving his staff as if the entire world was under his dominion, compressing space into ripples. "Stop, Madara!" Feeling the pressure in the air, Edward retreated, shouting loudly. "Stop! That phrase sounds familiar, but that person has been dead for a long time." Reflecting on the bonds of his past companions, Uchiha Madara fell into memories, recalling how Senju Hashirama had said the same during their battle at the Valley of the End. Yet, he was the one who survived in the end. Conqueror's Haki. Realizing that persuasion was futile, Edward took a deep breath, preparing to give his all. A crimson aura surged from his body, transforming the heavens and earth. "Your power is indeed formidable, but it is evidently insufficient for me now." Observing Edward's determination to fight, Uchiha Madara shook his head slightly. "But this is what defines a true strongman. If Edward were to witness my power after I attain the Six Paths realm and choose to abandon his resistance, although I would follow my heart and spare him, I would no longer regard him with any respect." Six Paths power, yin-yang release. At this juncture, Madara resolved to use his absolute strength to halt Edward's actions. Enveloped by the essence of yin and yang, the power of the Six Paths influencing the entire world. Seal, with a single word, it seemed as if the heavens and earth were under Uchiha Madara's control, various chakras converging to suppress Edward. The Six Paths power truly surpasses mere half-step Six Paths. This force cleaved through the abnormal space around him, Edward remarked with a solemn expression. However, he was not entirely without means of resistance. If that man were to join him, Edward recalled the youthful watermelon-headed Might Guy from the original tale, who nearly kicked off the conclusion. Moreover, my Paradise Box possesses the ability to gather and transfer chakra energy. If I could channel the Indra and Ashura energies within Naruto and Sasuke into my own body, I would truly become a being of the Six Paths. Unti, Paradise Box? Musing while dodging the attacks surrounding him, Edward gazed at the small box sealed within his greatsword. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had little time to seek out Might Guy, Naruto, or Sasuke. He could only continue to struggle for an opportunity to escape this hellish place. How does it feel to sense my power? Uchiha Madara, witnessing this, looked down at Edward with a condescending gaze. This kind of power is still lacking. However, Edward remained unfazed. To him, no matter the strength, he could endure it. Quake shattered the space. Subsequently, the force within Edward surged forth once again, a punch aimed at Uchiha Madara. If I had not entered the Six Paths realm, this Kekkei Genkai might have posed a threat to me, but now Uchiha Madara displayed a smirk, waving his Six Paths staff as countless air currents seemed to coalesce, instantly countering Edward's force. "Ha ha ha, submit, Edward." Madara laughed maniacally as he effortlessly deflected Edward's attack. "With such power, you wish for me to submit? That is utterly impossible." Nonetheless, Edward remained indifferent, his body's force surging forth once more. In that moment, he instantaneously created countless shadow clones, darting in various directions. He was determined to locate those individuals to thwart Uchiha Madara's plans, employing every ounce of ingenuity he possessed. Edward, down on the battlefield, Orochimaru murmured upon witnessing the situation. At this moment, he was engulfed in waves of hesitation. The Six Paths realm, the true eternal realm I aspire to, I never imagined I would not attain it. Orochimaru lamented. Moreover, he found himself enveloped in profound uncertainty. It is essential to remember that remnants of the Six Paths power still resided within him. If he could merge with Edward, the situation might improve dramatically. But what use is eternal life? It is merely a struggle for survival. Ultimately, coming to this realization, Orochimaru offered a wry smile, feeling a wave of ridicule for his earlier plans. "Come, I shall sacrifice my life to turn the tide." Conclusively, having reached clarity, Orochimaru gazed at Edward in the sky, speaking with a tone of tragic resolution. "Since this tragedy of the ninja world arose from me, so shall it conclude because of me," Orochimaru declared with a serene expression. He then transformed into particles, merging into Edward's form. "What is this? Orochimaru's power?" Sensing the additional 6 paths power surging within him, Edward spoke with a perplexed expression. The man who once stood as his unforgivable enemy was now willing to offer his precious life to assist him in overcoming Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru? He too is a character of immense resolve, Uchiha Madara observed, a look of contemplation on his face. I never expected that in the end, Orochimaru would aid me. Yet, I still remain some distance from the true Six Paths realm, Edward remarked in surprise. However, even if he were just a step away from the true power of the Six Paths, it remained realms beyond what he could contend with. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, after expending all his chakra to bestow upon Edward, transformed into a lifeless husk. I must win. In the end, he could only express his unwillingness to Edward. With those words, he completely lost his life force, truly passing away. Bearing the hopes of the ninja world, I absolutely cannot lose, Edward thought, his heart filled with complex emotions. Even the once irredeemable enemy offered him such significant assistance, even at the cost of their life. If Edward were to once again be defeated by Uchiha Madara, it would indeed be a disservice to the masses. Come now, allow me to witness the extent of your newfound prowess. Observing Edward's strength, which had surged slightly after amalgamating with Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi spoke with an intense yearning in his gaze. Susanoo. As he uttered these words, a colossal armor enveloped Madara's form. This armor was no longer the inferior version of before. It had transformed into the true, complete Susanoo. Strike! It has been an age since I have engaged in such exhilarating combat. Let me behold your full might, Edward Newgate. Madara bellowed at Edward with fervor. You shall undoubtedly fail. This is my assertion, Edward replied nonchalantly. Having perused the original narrative, he was acutely aware that Madara had long been ensnared in an overwhelmingly grand trap. Subsequently, the very heavens and earth seemed to shift as their battle commenced. The ground began to tremble violently, as if fearing that the entire shinobi world would be torn asunder in the next moment. Countless fissures manifested in the sky, while the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki instantaneously painted the space in a vivid crimson hue. Gulalala! Edward laughed heartily, unleashing countless waves of sword energy from his blade. Song Yun Xia. Even now, Madara found himself unable to extricate himself from Edward's sphere of sword energy. Six Paths Shadow Clone. In the next instant, Madara summoned a clone created through Yin-Yang release, appearing beside him to join the fray against Edward. The immense pressure was palpable. What formidable oppression! Edward exclaimed, feeling the true weight of the situation bearing down upon him. Should he falter, the entire shinobi world would be at the mercy of Madara. Let the true battle commence. Upon uttering this phrase, Madara's aura surged to a new level, amplifying the pressure on Edward, rendering him momentarily unable to respond appropriately. Heaven and earth collapse. In the next instant, Edward unleashed his technique, clashing with Madara's onslaught. The powerful aftermath rippled across the battlefield, wreaking further devastation. Yet, indifferent to the destruction beneath their feet, the two continued to attack and probe each other's defenses, waves of energy radiating forth. You're not my opponent, Edward, Madara remarked, quickly losing interest in their brief exchanges, his expression turning despondent. What does it matter if I am not your rival, when I bear the name of the shinobi world? Edward retorted, unperturbed. He knew that his singular mission was to vanquish the formidable Uchiha Madara before him, and he would pay any price to achieve it. Boom! Boom! Soon after, their fierce battle resumed, with ordinary shinobi unable to approach within even half a league. This was a conflict unique to the two of them, one in which no outsider could intervene. The battle raged for several hours, ultimately leaving Edward gasping heavily, battered and bruised. Edward, you are at your limit. Do not force yourself any longer, Madara cautioned, having noticed Edward's waning vigor. As the strongest man in the world, how could I possibly concede? Edward declared defiantly. Not long after, several shadow clones merged with his being, and he believed that Might Guy, Naruto, and Sasuke would soon arrive. Seeding technique. A being of your caliber should not perish here, Madara said with a tone of regret. Death has become a norm for someone like me, Edward replied, shutting his eyes as his strength ebbed, gradually succumbing to Madara's sealing technique. Ha ha ha! Edward, you have lost. With that, Madara beckoned Edward, who was left with scant chakra, to his side. He intended for Edward to witness his infinite Tsukuyomi plan firsthand. This is the dawn of a new shinobi world. Behold closely, Madara remarked, his gaze shifting toward the moon with a tone of reverence. Youth should burn brightly at this moment. Just as Madara was about to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, a man clad in a green vest, sporting a watermelon hairstyle, arrived with an air of dramatic flair. What is this? Madara furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Might Guy. At long last, you have arrived. I have awaited you for ages, Edward thought, feeling a surge of warmth at the sight of Might Guy. Dare you underestimate me? The sixth gate, the opening of the view. Upon hearing Madara's derisive tone, Might Guy was instantly infused with chakra, shouting with fervor, Morning Peacock! In the next moment, countless fireballs rained down towards Madara. Are you here to amuse me? Madara scoffed, manifesting yin-yang release before him, displaying utter disdain. Damn it, is it ineffective? Might Guy exclaimed, opening the seventh gate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he knew he could not afford to falter, for this was a task entrusted by the fourth Hokage, Daytime Tiger. Another surge of chakra erupted from Might Guy, unleashing a white wave of energy towards Madara. If that is all you have, then you may withdraw. Such strength does not impress me. Madara dismissively waved a hand, conjuring a defensive barrier to absorb the attack. Is he truly that powerful? Might Guy pondered, feeling the need to activate his ultimate technique. He had prepared for this moment during his journey, for he was about to confront an existence even the fourth Hokage could not withstand. How could a mere Might Guy stand against such an entity? It is time to ignite the true spirit of youth. The moment to protect my comrades is now. Eighth gate, the death gate, open. With this declaration, a torrent of red steam erupted from Might Guy, as all the chakra within him exploded forth. I retract my previous statements. I had not anticipated such an existence within the shinobi world, Madara shouted, recognizing Might Guy's formidable aura. It is time to wager my life. Evening Elephant. Ignoring Madara's words, Might Guy soared into the air, unleashing a flurry of kicks that distorted the very air, sending powerful gusts toward Madara. At last, you have arrived. Release. Observing that Might Guy had given his all, Edward summoned his remaining chakra to shatter Madara's sealing technique. Quake. Manifest. The two individuals swiftly launched a coordinated assault around Uchiha Obito. Countless attacks rained down upon him. This is exhilarating. Such a confrontation aligns perfectly with my current identity. Come on, unleash your fury. However, Uchiha remained utterly unconcerned, calling out defiantly. In the eyes of this battle maniac, only true warriors captured his attention. The rest were mere trifles, unworthy of his regard. Yin-yang released Koale's jet. Moments later, Uchiha Obito raised his staff, transforming it into a series of defensive yin-yang barriers that successfully withstood the barrage of fierce attacks. Six paths clones. Uchiha Obito shouted again, manifesting another clone. The two clones quickly engaged in combat with the duo. Countless powerful strikes erupted in the air, causing the very ground of the shinobi world to tremble. In this diminutive shinobi realm, possessing immense power made it effortless to dominate this small universe. Damn it, is this the Six Paths realm? I am being utterly suppressed. Might Guy muttered as his body began to falter. It was time to unleash that technique, Ten Drive, the Eight Gates formation. Might Guy bellowed with immense intensity, channeling all the chakra within him. This chakra, I acknowledge you. Reveal your name. Uchiha Obito's eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance as he roared with profound resonance. The one who will conclude your life is Might Guy. Remember my name. Upon hearing this, Might Guy's voice took on a melodramatic tone once more. Might Guy, is it? Uchiha Obito nodded slightly at the mention of the name, engraving it in his memory. But in the next moment, Might Guy's Night Guy, aided by Edward, landed a kick on him. Uchiha Obito coughed up blood, his ribs cracking audibly, sent flying a considerable distance. This force is insufficient, still lacking. Might Guy observed Uchiha Obito incapacitated by his kick, but felt a sense of dissatisfaction. If this is all I can muster, I am far from killing him. Change. In the next instant, realizing that such force would not suffice to defeat Uchiha Obito, Might Guy switched his footing and, utilizing the momentum, kicked him in the chest again. Behind him, a massive red dragon formed, closely following the trajectory of Might Guy's foot. Thud! Uchiha Obito coughed up blood again, yet his eyes bore no sign of dismay. Only exhilaration. Let me assist you further, Might Guy. Seeing Uchiha Obito in a predicament, Edward was eager not to miss such a golden opportunity. With a mighty tremor of his legs, he leaped into action, wielding his sword, Songyun Cut, with fierce intent. D. The two shouted in unison at the encircled Uchiha Obito. Yin-Yang release. However, Uchiha Obito calmly unleashed his yin-yang power, enveloped in a dark protective barrier. Fourth Hokage. Upon witnessing this, Might Guy's heart jolted, subtly signaling Edward. Go! Edward, squinting his eyes, understood the implication and gripped his sword tighter. Let erupt, my youth. With that, Might Guy's entire being surged forward, launching a spinning kick towards Uchiha Obito's dark barrier. Crack! What? In an instant, Uchiha Obito's yin-yang barrier shattered completely, exposing him to the open air. Edward swiftly followed, his sword slicing through Uchiha Obito's shocked visage. Obito, your six paths realm is utterly futile. In Edward's grasp, the Songyun Cut transformed into a butcher's tool, mercilessly cleaving Uchiha Obito apart. My task is complete, fourth Hokage. Upon witnessing this, Might Guy's lifeless body plummeted to the ground, charred by Night Guy's eruption, his presence extinguished. Is it over? Edward descended, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Ha ha! The Six Paths realm is not so easily extinguished. Soon, a familiar voice resonated, as Uchiha Obito re-emerged from the void, wielding the Six Paths staff. Obito, Edward's narrowed eyes widened, his body relaxing slightly. After such an extended battle, even he felt fatigued. Just now, I transferred the damage using the Wheel Tomb's edge. As a being of the Six Paths realm, how could I perish so easily? Uchiha Obito taunted Edward. To possess the power of the Six Paths is to hold dominion over the world. Enough talk, let us commence. Gazing at the Six Paths staff in his hand, Uchiha Obito felt a wave of relief wash over him, his tone casual. Yet, his inner plans remained unchanged. Following these words, an immense tree materialized behind him, towering majestically. What is this? Edward, now resembling an ant before the gigantic tree, exclaimed in shock. This is the God Tree, a divine artifact capable of altering the shinobi world and establishing genuine peace. Uchiha Obito explained to Edward with a tone of mastery. You cannot control it. At this juncture, Edward found himself at a loss for words, as Uchiha Obito's clones created by the Wheel Tomb's edge continuously restrained him. Ha! The moment of glory is finally upon us. Watch closely, Edward Newgate. Casting a sidelong glance at Edward, Uchiha Obito spoke with disdain. For this behemoth who refuses to recognize his plan, Uchiha Obito would ensure he comprehended what true success entailed. Subsequently, leaving Edward to be restrained by the Wheel Tomb, Uchiha Obito soared towards the apex of the God Tree, his eyes filled with anticipation. Once he reached the summit, he could harness the God Tree's power to illuminate the moon with his Rinnegan, completing the infinite Tsukuyomi. This is uncomfortable. Is this a Six Paths artifact? Worthless trinkets. Soaring through the air, Uchiha Obito hovered, sensing two burdensome items within him. He subsequently summoned two enormous ninja tools into his hands, identifying them as a gourd and a large jar. The amber purifying bottle and the red gourd? Rubbish. Feeling the meager Six Paths power emanating from these items, Uchiha Obito disdainfully discarded them, resuming his ascent towards the God Tree's zenith, entirely unconcerned. After all, he had ascended to the authentic Six Paths realm, rendering those insignificant artifacts beneath his notice. Below, after finally resolving the myriad clones surrounding the Lunmu Banyu, Eihua comprehended that he could no longer catch up to the far-flying Uchiha Madara, leaving him stationary in contemplation. What is this? Suddenly, two colossal objects plummeted from the sky, aimed directly at Aidewa's face. Fortunately, in a moment of peril, he managed to catch these two massive items just in time to evade impact. Were they the Gupo Jingfing and inKonoha? Could it be that, As in the original narrative, they were thrown down by Uchiha Madara. Sensing the faint emanation of Vu Dao, drew Li from these two ninja tools. Adhua couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The Jingjir of Liu Dao was within reach. The two objects were swiftly absorbed into the Jilur Drushang, merging seamlessly with it. Once fully integrated, the Jilur Drushang began to digest the Liu Dao Zhu Li contained within the tools. Gradually, strands of Vu Dao Zhu Li flowed into Idiwa's robust form under the Shang's transmission. How delightful! Have I finally replenished my strength? After a considerable time, Adhua sat cross-legged on the ground, attuning himself to the Vu Dao Zhu Li within. Yet, this did not signify his entry into the Vu Dao Zhu Jing. Due to the fundamentally different power system of this world, he needed to wholly convert this newfound strength into his own before he could forcefully transcend into that realm. With this thought, Adhua closed his eyes as the Jilur Drushang operated at an accelerated pace, steadily supplying him with the elemental forces he required. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara had ascended to the pinnacle of the Sun Tzu. This day had finally arrived. With a complex expression, Uchiha Madara acknowledged the culmination of his long-prepared plan. Having manipulated countless individuals and even the entire ninja realm, plunging it into a state of crisis. At last, he was triumphant. As long as he completed the final step of his scheme, a realm of peace would be realized. Come forte, infinite tsukuyomi. After a brief moment of reflection, Uchiha Madara ceased his tumultuous thoughts, his eyes beginning to whirl with intensity. Upon uttering the words infinite tsukuyomi, the sensu responded to his actions. The apex of the sensu projected the boundless power of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan onto the moon. Gradually, under the projection of Madara's ocular prowess, the once serene moonlight transformed into a crimson hue. 10 minutes later, the moon hanging in the sky had morphed into a grotesque, oversized yen, casting a blood-red luminescence throughout the ninja world. Every individual, without exception, found themselves enveloped in this eerie crimson light. Many civilians and shinobi, upon witnessing the anomaly, gazed at the blood-red moon and began to murmur anxiously. Why has the sky turned crimson? Is the end of the world upon us? A calamity? Countless ignorant souls cried out in fear, their voices mingling in a cacophony of chaos. However, before long, these cries gradually dwindled, leaving behind only a throng of individuals and animals, their eyes vacant as they stared blankly at the blood moon. Behold, this is my moon I plan. Uchiha Madara extended his hands, fully absorbing the essence of the world around him. Congratulations, Lord Uchiha Madara, on your success. At this moment, the tardy Kuro and Shiro appeared, congratulating him. You two little ones have worked hard. Observing their diligent efforts, Uchiha Madara rarely allowed a smile to grace his lips. Not at all, Lord Uchiha Madara. May I request a wish? Upon hearing these words, Shiro detached from Kuro and approached Uchiha Madara. Speak, as long as it is within my power. Uchiha Madara nodded in acknowledgement. I wish to become human, to experience the joys of humanity. Upon receiving Madara's agreement, Shiro erupted with exuberance. I want that too. Kuro hastily joined, shouting at Madara's side. Both Uchiha Madara and Kuro exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Go, I shall grant your wishes. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara could only nod in resigned acquiescence, allowing the two to approach the branches of the Sun Tzu. At last, we shall become human. Although these two were exceptional products selected from thousands of they still harbored the inherent desires common to their kind. Soon, under Uchiha Madara's command, the Sun Tzu ensnared the two, plunging them into an endless slumber. And you? Do you have a wish? Following the completion of this operation, Uchiha Madara turned his attention toward Kuro, intrigued by this manifestation of yin-yang release. To accompany Lord Madara and witness the vast ninja world is my greatest aspiration. Yet, Kuro was far more complex than he appeared, masking his true intentions with respectful words. Excellent. I never anticipated that it would be you who remained by my side, Uchiha Madara remarked, turning his head in surprise. Wait for it. However, Kuro, aware that Uchiha Madara had yet to lower his final guard, retreated cautiously. At such a pivotal moment, he could not afford to act recklessly. Let us commence infinite Tsukuyomi. Subsequently, the two atop the sensu directed their gaze toward the branches, anticipating the unfolding events. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that numerous powerful shinobi had been ensnared, channeling their chakra into the sensu. Meanwhile, seated in meditation, Eidhua was nearing the conclusion of his transformation, as he continually refined the Liu Dao, Zhi Li within. This was the true, earth-shattering power. In a fleeting moment, a resonant hum echoed from within Eidhua, prompting him to rise. At this juncture, he had reached the threshold of the Yu Dao Zhu Jing in all aspects. However, he could not summon the Yu or utilize yin-yang release as Uchiha Madara could. Although he could wield chakra, following his inheritance of Whitebeard's power, he found himself advancing steadily in that domain. Had the Jun Guosure's abilities been further enhanced? Could he even manipulate space and time? Eidhua pondered the vast changes in the Jun Guosuri. His San Sobachi began to evolve, but most importantly, he could now freely soar through the air using chakra. Eidhua levitated, aiming towards the apex of his Sunso. Throughout his journey into the Yu Dao Zhijing, he had sensed numerous alterations occurring in the external world. Countless individuals have succumbed to the infinite Tsukuyomi, with some ninjas, particularly those in close proximity to the divine tree, enveloped within it, supplying chakra to the tree. Has the infinite Tsukuyomi commenced? Or has the narrative returned to its original form? This time, however, it has begun many years ahead of schedule, and the protectors of a shinobi world are no longer Naruto and Sasuke. Edward gazed towards the apex of the divine tree, where he could sense the presences of Naruto and Sasuke. Perhaps the shadow clone he previously dispatched encountered unforeseen obstacles on their journey to bring Naruto and Sasuke here, resulting in their entrapment within the tree. "Fear not, I am coming," Edward whispered softly into the void, his hands shaking forward, causing the entire space to rupture. And he stepped inside. This was a new ability acquired from the Jinjin fruit, but it only allowed for short-distance teleportation. At greater distances, Edward would be unable to transport himself. Oh, that individual. Has his power truly risen once more? Uchiha Madara cast his gaze toward a certain direction, his heart filled with disbelief. Even if he possesses power that rivals mine, what does it matter? My plan has been realized. Contemplating this, Uchiha Madara regained his composure. He felt no regret for the enemy he had allowed to escape. They were among the strongest, and every decision they made was in accordance with their hearts. Having undergone profound contemplation, not to mention, this was a formidable opponent he had long admired. Although Edward had ascended to the realm of the Six Paths, becoming a formidable adversary, Uchiha Madara felt no remorse. "Come, let me experience your power." With a hint of anticipation, Uchiha Madara vanished into the void, heading towards Edward. What manner of creature possesses the capability to ascend to the Six Paths without relying on the Rinnegan or other means? Meanwhile, at the very summit of the divine tree, only Kurizetsu remained, observing a certain direction with an expression of disbelief and profound trepidation. At that moment, directly beneath the divine tree, a colossal giant gazed upon the two diminutive figures ensconced within the tree, murmuring, "This should be the place, Naruto, Sasuke." The giant's immense hand reached inside, gently extracting the two small beings. "Edward, what are you doing?" Just then, Uchiha Madara emerged from the void, addressing the giant. "Is it Madara? Your plan has come to fruition, has it not?" Upon seeing this figure, Edward waved his hand, causing the two small beings to vanish from sight. He had placed Naruto and Sasuke into the Goketsu box, intending for it to gradually extract the powers of Indra and Ashura from their bodies. "Indeed, my plan has been accomplished. Just look, how long has it been since the shinobi world has known such tranquility? No izmoki, no wars, no bloodshed, only a profound peace and serenity." Uchiha Madara relished the moment as he spoke. "Yes, I see that, but you were mistaken from the outset. The infinite Tsukuyomi is not as simple as you believe." Noting that he could not awaken Uchiha Madara from his delusions, Edward gently shook his head. He could hardly reveal that this plan was to awaken the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya on the moon. Could he? "You are mistaken. Perhaps you should observe the current state of the shinobi world. Uchiha Madara gazed at Edward with an expectant expression, awaiting his assessment. The two seemed to be engaged in a peaceful exchange, devoid of action or defenses, filled only with anticipation and enjoyment. Alas, Madara, this plan has already begun. No matter what, there is no turning back. Understanding that Uchiha Madara's ideology did not fundamentally conflict with his own, merely diverging in approach, Edward continued. I do not wish to return, nor do I need to. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, a hint of discontent emerging within. Peace is not achieved in this manner. You are mistaken. With a hint of helplessness, Edward replied, Is it not too late for you to still reject my perspective? Do you still intend to obstruct my path? Observing Edward's helpless demeanor, Uchiha Madara abruptly altered his tone, addressing Edward with a piercing voice. Respect, admiration, the desire for camaraderie. Uchiha Madara had extended them all to him, yet this giant before him seemed unappreciative. That is not my intention. I merely wish to convey that you have fallen into a tremendous trap. Edward directed his gaze towards a particular direction, attempting to convey something to Uchiha Madara. Pray tell, what sort of trap could instill fear in one such as I? Uchiha Madara scoffed at Edward's words. Do you wish to know what lies beyond the shinobi world? At this, Edward paused for a moment, standing still as he finally managed to utter beyond the shinobi world. The disdain on Uchiha Madara's face faded, and he fell into contemplation. Sometimes, appearances are not as simple as they seem. Beyond the shinobi world exist beings of immeasurable power. Recalling the nearly invincible strength of the Otsutsuki clan, Edward's fighting spirit surged as he spoke. Speak, I am listening. At last, intrigued by Edward's grave tone, Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged on the ground. Beyond the shinobi world lies the cosmos, and within the cosmos exist countless planets akin to the shinobi world, each one more powerful than the so-called Kage within our realm. Edward also settled on the ground, his sword planted in the earth, hands resting on his knees as he earnestly addressed Uchiha Madara. Fascinating. From where did you obtain this information? Uchiha Madara's expression revealed a flicker of skepticism as he questioned Edward. A predecessor informed me. Upon hearing this, Edward hesitated momentarily, then casually deflected the inquiry. After all, revealing his identity as a traveler was not something he could share with anyone. If Uchiha Madara were to discover that he was merely a character from a comic, who could predict what actions he might take? Very well, then enlighten me as to why my plan constitutes a trap. Although he recognized that Edward was reluctant to disclose the true reason, Uchiha Madara gradually chose to trust him. After all, beings of their caliber no longer needed to rely on lies to deceive one another. Moreover, they had engaged in conflict for so long that a bond of sorts had begun to form. You may perceive this as a summoning ritual, solely intended to call forth a being desiring to enslave the earth. Edward lowered his head, contemplating whether he could truly stand against the Otsutsuki Kagaya. Is that so? Do you have any proof? Uchiha Madara, now harboring a modicum of trust in Edward, inquired. The tree that is currently absorbing chakra serves as the most compelling evidence. It will extract all the chakra contained within the bodies of those ensnared by its branches. The notion of peace is a mere illusion, a mere substitution for a death devoid of gunpowder. Edward, with a piercing tone, directed his gaze at the divine tree and spoke to Uchiha Madara. Oh, if what you say is true, does that mean my plan is nothing but an empty endeavor? Upon hearing Edward's revelations, Madara's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Edward, still seated upon the ground, merely inclined his head, choosing not to utter another word. How could this be? My plan is absolutely flawless. After a moment of internal turmoil, Madara glanced at the divine tree with a peculiar expression, yet his demeanor reverted to its former arrogance. However, within his heart, he was uncertain of the transformation taking place. I knew it would be futile. Observing this scene, Edward picked up Kanji-Unki and rose to his imposing stature. He understood that Madara had begun to believe his words. Yet, standing atop this precipice, Madara was reluctant to acknowledge that the plan he had meticulously crafted was merely a deception. When a powerful being loses their ultimate ideal, they may even choose to accompany it to the grave. Do you truly wish to live within this false world? Edward inquired, scrutinizing Madara with a contemplative gaze. whether false or real. At his words, Madara ceased his laughter, raising his head to regard the apex of the divine tree. At that pinnacle, a pitch-black head was peering down at everything below. However, upon sensing Madara's gaze, that head vanished into the tree's essence. An offspring of Inyang release? Kurizetsu, Madara deduced, grasping the implication of Edward's tone and previous references. This all stemmed from the inscription he had obtained, coupled with the subsequent emergence of the sole entity aware of the entirety of his plan, Kurizetsu. Thus, he had begun to piece together the identity of the puppet master behind it all. Yet, he was unwilling to admit it. "Come, let us battle, Edward," Madara proclaimed, turning his head back toward Edward. In the void, several formless shadows detached from him, soaring towards the apex of the divine tree. This was the Ramu Binyu technique, with Madara sending them forth to seek Kurizetsu, aiming to capture and eliminate him. "If that is all you intend, then I must express my disappointment. You do not deserve the realm of the Six Paths." Witnessing Madara's dogged determination to contest him, Edward shook his head and whispered, "No, this battle is not merely about that plan. There can only be one master in this world. Do you understand?" Edward asserted, whether false or real. Madara interjected, his voice laced with an odd tone. "If either of us emerges victorious, we shall continue to exist powered by the other's strength. That should pose no issue, right?" Sensing the complexity in Edward's tone, Madara responded peculiarly. Both of them now stood as equals within the realm of the Six Paths, making their contest akin to a struggle for dominance over the entire shinobi world. The victor would carry forth the legacy of the other to complete this realm. "Very well, I understand." Acknowledging Madara's implication, Edward could only nod reluctantly. This battle was inevitable for both of them. Should Madara truly place his faith in Edward's words, he might indeed be able to thwart the impending arrival of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Thus, regardless of who triumphed, consuming the other's power could potentially avert the cataclysm poised to befall the shinobi world. "Bring it on, Madara." Having grasped the entire situation, Edward felt a profound relaxation wash over him, an endless surge of power swelling within his grasp. "Space, shatter for me." Edward proceeded to tear a gaping rift in the void, stepping through it to await Madara's arrival. Inside that space, darkness enveloped everything, resembling the cosmos, void of air and carbon dioxide. It was merely a vast emptiness. Nevertheless, Madara boldly stepped into this abyss, their bodies impervious to the effects of the desolation. Power of the Six Paths. Upon entering the space that Edward had ruptured, waves of energy surged forth from Madara. "Kimbun shokuhaki, buso shokuhaki, hao shokuhaki, gura gura no mi." The power of the Six Paths. All of it poured forth from Edward as well, enveloping him in a kaleidoscope of strength. Ultimately, he transformed into a figure reminiscent of Might Guy in the Eighth Gate, emanating a crimson steam. However, unlike Might Guy, he was equipped for protracted combat. Indeed, this is it. This is the true competition among the strong. Was the past merely child's play? The battle-crazed Madara felt a surge of exhilaration upon witnessing Edward's newfound strength. "Open, shatter for me." Yet Edward remained undeterred, his singular desire focused on determining the victor against Madara. "Ha ha, congeal." As Madara laughed, waves of energy pulsed through the void, and he clashed with Edward wielding the Six Paths staff. Boom! Waves of space rippled outward as their powers collided. The matter generated by their confrontation could potentially give rise to countless lives or worlds over eons. Exhilarating, exhilarating. This is the battle I truly crave. As their clash intensified, even as beings of the Six Paths, blood splattered across the void. Quake reverse. Edward struck the void with a punch, his body trembling as he reverted to the state he held upon first entering this realm. "I never anticipated you could master such a peculiar force. But how does it measure against my Six Paths eyes?" Madara retorted defiantly, his eyes shifting as all his injuries vanished. "I command yin and yang. I command life and death. I now fear nothing in this world," he proclaimed with audacious pride. Yet, he indeed possessed the right to boast. One does not attain such a realm without merit. But your power is merely an extension of your eyes. How can it compete with mine? Without allowing Madara to finish, Edward swung his mighty blade above him, cleaving downward. You underestimate me far too much. The six-paths staff met Kanji-Yunki in a clash. As Madara used the staff to parry Edward's strike, countless ripples erupted between their weapons, and the two danced amidst the chaos, at times flashing to one side of the void and at other times to the other. The battle was intense, far more so than the clash between Ban and Might Kai. The air was filled with a powerful sword aura. Suddenly, in a fleeting moment, Edward's multiple sword energies finally struck the body of Uchiha Ban, causing him to lose a significant portion of his form, now reduced to half of his original body. Uchiha Ban gazed at the fragments of himself vanishing into the endless void, murmuring to himself. At this moment, he felt neither anger nor pain. Instead, he experienced a sense of exhilaration. It had been a long time since he had encountered such exquisite agony. Wiping the blood from the remaining half of his body, Uchiha Ban remarked upon the considerable amount of blood in his hand. Yet before long, the flesh and blood he had lost began to regenerate completely. As long as you do not utterly destroy me in a single moment, I can reverse the balance of life and death with my six paths power, Uchiha Ban stated, showing no concern for his previous dire state. However, in my eyes, you have already lost, Edward proclaimed, his grip tightening around the Kanji-Yunki as he laughed heartily in the void. Through their ongoing tests and battles, Edward realized that although he could not match Uchiha Ban in terms of six paths abilities, he far surpassed him in strength and sustained explosive power. No, your body will belong to me. I will carry your form and your power to explore the world beyond the ninja realm that you speak of, Uchiha Ban declared, his eyes gleaming as he wielded the six paths staff, channeling immense power toward Edward. Quake! Even before this force could approach Edward, the tremors of the Jinjin fruit had already manifested, causing the very void to crackle ominously. The reincarnation of life and death technique was unleashed. At that moment, upon seeing Edward withstand his attack, Uchiha Ban suddenly infused all his six paths energy into his eyes, fixating his gaze upon Edward. What is this? Edward, who had been halted by Uchiha Ban's prior assault, could only widen his eyes in acceptance of the scrutiny from Ban's six paths eyes. The aura of aging quickly enveloped Edward's robust and youthful form, the scent of death emanating from his body. Could this power only be resisted with six paths energy? After a brief moment, Edward, trembling, summoned all his six paths energy to counter this force. However, it was clear that Edward's reserves were far less than those of Uchiha Ban. Thus, death and defeat were merely a matter of time. Do you see? This is the true power of the six paths, the genuine force that can alter the very fabric of existence. Uchiha Ban's Rinnegan spun relentlessly, his voice infused with excitement. I will not concede so easily, Edward replied, gripping the Kanji-Yunki and feeling the significant power it had absorbed from Naruto and Sasuke. His every movement now resembled that of his once frail self, each action draining his chakra. I'm still lacking, Edward lamented. Yet, this shortfall leaves me uncertain as to when the Kanji-Yunki will fully transform. How could I, with my boundless lifespan, possibly succumb to such a technique? Give me a quake. Refusing to remain stagnant against Uchiha Ban's six paths power, Edward swung the Kanji-Yunki, unleashing countless tremors towards him. Yet, achieving the six paths realm also comes with a lifespan limitation, albeit one that can be extended through the use of six paths energy. Therefore, as long as Edward desires it, he can continue to live, which is precisely why he now contends with Uchiha Ban over six paths energy. Once Edward exhausts his six paths power, it will directly deplete his lifespan, and when that is fully consumed, his death will ensue. Foolishness! This will only hasten your aging, Uchiha Ban murmured, having seized the initiative as he deftly dodged Edward's strikes. He could not afford to be grazed or hit, otherwise it might require a substantial amount of his six paths energy to heal his wounds. In the face of Edward's relentless onslaught, Ban found himself shifting from an offensive to a defensive stance. Their struggle was not only a contest of six paths energy, but also one of sheer aggression. Quake! The overwhelming force of Conqueror's haki surged, eager to strike Uchiha Ban Edward began to unleash his power with increasing fervor. Their figures became mere phantoms in the void, creating an immense spectacle. From an outsider's perspective, one might not even perceive their existence, only an endless hurricane sweeping through the space. After a prolonged clash, Edward's six paths' energy began to dwindle, and in his weakened state, he erupted into fits of coughing. Ban, if this continues, we shall both suffer mutual destruction. Before him, Ban, now reduced to a mere upper half, held his six-path staff defensively. Damn it, do you think I am unaware? Upon hearing this, Ban clenched his teeth, his Rinnegan ceaselessly revolving, his heart caught in a tumult of hesitation. Edward, still attempting to speak, was interrupted by violent coughing, struggling for breath. Are these two forces not finished yet? Noticing the two energies within his kanji-yunki, transformed by the box of bliss, Edward expressed his regret. He now had only this final surge of power left. If he could unleash this burst now, he would be able to eradicate Uchiha Ban entirely. Yet the cost would be that, devoid of any six paths energy and on the brink of death, he too would perish alongside Ban's demise. I no longer wish to die, Ban. After a prolonged stalemate, Edward finally managed to catch his breath and spoke to Uchiha Ban. Why? Perhaps our deaths would serve as the best resolution for the ninja realm. Ban gazed at Edward, who was still coughing incessantly, feeling the surge of power within the kanji-yunki, and his eyes flickered with various emotions. He was devoid of the ambition he once held, acutely aware of his dwindling six paths energy and the state of his body, feeling a deep sense of unease. Yet Edward, due to his shortness of breath, struggled to regain his composure, continuing to cough. His physical state was now even more deteriorated than during his previous confrontation with Uchiha Ban, relying solely on that last surge of power to survive. After our deaths, the strong one you spoke of will no longer descend upon this ninja realm. According to the feedback from the recent encounter with the rebirth of the grave, Black Zetsu has been completely sealed within the God Tree. The God Tree, too, will fade from the ninja realm thousands of years from now due to the absence of my six paths energy. At that moment, the humans who had not been drained would once again emerge into the shinobi world, and a new cycle would commence, returning to a semblance of tranquility. The only lingering regret might be that war would perpetually exist. Therefore, grant me a reason to wish to live. Uchiha Madara, now the mere shadow of his former self, spoke with a tone laden with profound reflection. My family has yet to be resurrected. My son and friends are trapped within that God Tree. If none of us intervene, their chakra will gradually be siphoned away, leading to their demise. Edward responded with a complex expression directed at Uchiha Madara. The request from this man, who should not even exist before him, revealed itself in Madara's eyes. For everything at present, he chose to yield to Uchiha Madara. But what difference does it make? Who hasn't he grown through suffering? My father, my mother, my kin, my followers, and my brother all have perished, Madara expressed with a perplexed and pained countenance. Yet I am different. I am not of this world, Madara. After listening to all of Uchiha Madara's words, Edward finally bowed his head, revealing the sentiments he had buried deep within, sentiments he had never wished to share with anyone. Oh, at this, Uchiha Madara felt a jolt within his heart, and the rotating Rinnegan in his eyes came to a halt. I see. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara set down his staff and bowed his head deeply. He had been waiting for the truth of it all. Upon hearing Edward's account, he realized that his spirit had waned. He was weary. He longed to retreat like the sage of six paths, a desire only he understood. Yet to unravel all the truths, Uchiha Madara chose to endure, reigniting his fighting spirit. At last, in this moment, he heard the words he longed to hear. So what am I? From the very first encounter, I perceived your dissonance with this world and recognized your anomalies. Uchiha Madara fixed his gaze upon the aging behemoth before him. You are a fabrication. After stating this fact, Edward turned his gaze away. He could no longer bear to look at Uchiha Madara. He feared he could not withstand it any longer. Oh! Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara lifted his head, his gaze directed toward the void above. At that moment, his mind was devoid of any other thoughts, stripped of the so-called emotions. For he had finally obtained the truth he so desperately sought, a truth that deeply wounded his heart. Just as I proclaimed upon first entering this realm, Carry forth my will and live on. After gazing into the void for a prolonged moment, Uchiha Madara finally turned his eyes toward Edward, and his form began to dissolve into particles, drifting toward Edward's being. Now enlightened by the truth, he no longer wished to linger in existence. His disappointment with this illusory world had reached its zenith, a disillusionment so profound that only death could offer an escape from this reality. Madara. Witnessing Madara's choice to embrace death, Edward instinctively reached out to halt him. For this figure, who had unveiled his innermost thoughts, Edward genuinely regarded as the sole true confidant in this world. No matter the circumstances, Edward could not prevent Madara's departure, and the frailty of his form was entirely restored under the gaze of Madara's Rinnegan. The power of the Rinnegan, all that Madara was, now belonged to Edward, yet he could find no joy in it. Yet it had to be this way, given their current states. It was impossible for both to step out of this space simultaneously. One must sacrifice for the other to survive. I now comprehend Madara's will. Ultimately, after an amalgamation, Edward processed Uchiha Madara's memories and powers, emitting a sorrowful chuckle. He then wielded his sword, Songyun, to cleave through the fabric of space. Stepping out of that void devoid of battle scars, I have returned. Once outside the space, Edward inhaled deeply, savoring the air of the shinobi world, his tone somewhat somber. They had entered together, yet Edward emerged alone. Release me. Curse you. Who are you to know of my existence? At that moment, the entity known as Kurizetsu within the God Tree, sensing the spatial disturbance, immediately began to shout at Edward. Kurizetsu, your end is nigh. Though I do not understand why Madara spared you, I cannot tolerate your existence. Edward reached into the God Tree, groping until he grasped Kurizetsu, who wore a face of terror. I cannot be killed. As the embodiment of Kurizetsu's will, how could I possibly perish? Yet, the look of fear soon vanished from Kurizetsu's face, replaced by an eerie calm as he gazed at Edward. Heh! With that laugh, Edward squeezed with great force. Alas! Kurizetsu merely disintegrated into a puddle of black liquid within Edward's grasp. So that was it. No wonder Madara chose not to eliminate you. In an instant, Edward understood. The power of the six paths surged toward Kurizetsu, seeking to obliterate him. As the embodiment of Otsutsuki Kagaya's will, Kurizetsu could not simply be killed. However, he could be extinguished by the six paths power within Edward. Madara, at that time, had refrained from fully eradicating him to conserve his strength in battling Edward's six paths power. No, I am immortal. Sensing the encroaching six paths power, Kurizetsu emitted a series of piercing screams before completely dissipating into the fabric of existence. Peace in the shinobi world is imminent. After vanquishing Kurizetsu's will with the six paths power, Edward turned his gaze toward the immense God Tree before him. However, having merged with Madara's power, controlling the God Tree came easily to Edward. Madara's eyes. In no time, Edward's eyes transformed into Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. Infinite Tsukuyami, release. After uttering this calm phrase, the Rinnegan began to rotate slowly. The blood-red moon hanging in the sky ceased to emit its ominous glow, gradually transforming into the pristine white light of the original moon. The colossal God Tree began to tremble, and countless figures began to tumble down and snare by its branches. Where is this? How did I end up here? Wasn't I tilling the fields at home? Mother, this tree is enormous. Many humans began to awaken, gazing in panic at the scorched earth surrounding the immense God Tree. Is that Lord Fourth Hokage? A formidable aura enveloped the surroundings, yet soon enough, the rejuvenated humans discovered the figure of Ai Dehua standing resolutely at the center, and they began to express their reverence. Meanwhile, the likes of Gangsho and Jiraiya, along with others, collapsed to the ground. Cough, where's this place? Gangsho surveyed the land, which bore the scars of a cataclysm, and gazed at the vastness imbued with divine whispers. I remember losing consciousness after witnessing the eerie crimson moon in the sky. Could it be an illusion? She murmured, casting her gaze back to the moon. However, the previous blood-red moon was nowhere to be seen. Only the ever-pure white moonlight bathed the earth. as if nourishing the shinobi world. Has it vanished? With the crimson moon now absent, Gangsho fell into deep contemplation. Was that the fourth Hokage? Just then, her keen ears caught snippets of conversation, prompting her to turn sharply in one direction. Iduya. Upon seeing the man who stood unyielding and radiated an even stronger aura, Gangsho instinctively covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. You are unharmed. That is truly wonderful. After wiping away her tears, she rushed towards Ai Dehua, expressing her concern. It's you, Gangsho, Ai Dehua replied, his face weary as he recognized her. What on earth is happening? Why is everyone enveloped by that great tree? With a sigh of relief in her heart, Gongshu inquit. It's a long story, and I cannot explain it all at once, Ai Dehua replied, his mood far from light. For a messy situation lay before him. Very well, you can tell me later. Gangsho nodded slightly, acknowledging that it was not the right moment for a comprehensive explanation. Gangsho, you must organize the ninjas and civilians to leave here in an orderly fashion. I have significant actions to undertake. Observing the bewildered crowd, Ai Dehua issued his command with a touch of exasperation. After resolving these trivial matters, he was determined to implement his vision of unification. True peace is not far now, Ban. I hope you can witness it. Ai Dehua summoned the power of the six paths within him, speaking in profound tones. However, addressing the affairs of the shinobi world did not equate to achieving genuine peace. There remained the invaders from beyond the cosmos, the so-called Otsutsuki clan, and the desires he had long harbored within. All right, I will organize things immediately. I hope you can resolve these matters swiftly, Gangsho said, infused with determination after hearing the weariness in Ai Dehua's voice. All Konoha ninjas assemble. With that, Gangsho took on her role as the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village, and the ninjas rallied quickly upon seeing their Hokage. Under the assistance of Ai Dehua and other powerful allies, they began to depart in an orderly fashion. Old man, are you all right? Kakashi approached while organizing the crowd's evacuation, concern etched on his face. Gulalala, worry not. Your old man's health is as robust as ever. I can easily live for a few thousand more years, Ai Dehua replied, a certain emotion rekindling in him upon seeing Kakashi. It was at this moment that he truly grasped the essence of protection. Fourth Hokage, my wife and son. Suddenly, a blond man wielding a special kunai rushed over, his face a mask of urgency. Ai Dehua remained silent, while Kakashi looked on. This man was Namikaze Minato, who had lost both his wife and son in this war. I have already lost my wife. I cannot bear to lose my son as well. I implore you, he pleaded, recalling Naruto, who had been lent to Ai Dehua for progression to the six paths. Rest assured, they are both safe. Feeling the presence of Uzumaki Kushina, now transformed into chakra, and the essence of Uzumaki Naruto, who had his Azura spirit extracted, Ai Dehua assured him confidently. Then where are they now? Minato's heart eased, yet concern lingered in his voice. The six paths rebirth technique. Ai Dehua concentrated on the chakra that had become part of him, swiftly extracting that essence. Kushina. Upon sensing the familiar chakra, Minato's eyes widened in disbelief. Do not panic. Soon, under Ai Dehua's six paths enhancement, the chakra began to coalesce into a humanoid form. Kushina. As the figure took shape, Minato quickly removed his outer garment and draped it over her. Where's this? After a moment, the resurrected Uzumaki Kushina opened her eyes, bewildered by her surroundings. My nine tails, my chakra, my clothes, they're all gone? Yet upon recognizing those around her, Kushina began to shout in distress. She had now been reduced to an ordinary person. After all, Ai Dehua could not deplete his own chakra to forcibly restore Kushina's former strength. Do not fear. Flying Thunder God Technique. Minato, concerned for Kushina's emotional state, swiftly used the technique to leave, intending to return home and explain everything to her. This place was filled with unfamiliar faces. He could not allow his wife to wander off. Watching the two disappear before him, Ai Dehua let out an awkward chuckle. He had overlooked the clothing matter and had not conjured a garment for her using chakra. Cough, cough, old man. The master has left. Kakashi, turning his head and seeing nothing, coughed awkwardly. Yes, I know, Kakashi. When will you find me a daughter-in-law? Et de lui responded, noting the shared awkwardness between them. Old man, what was that power you just used? Kakashi, oubliez-vous tout et de UAS remarque, instinctively incroyable. As you can see, I have entered a realm akin to that of the legendary sage of six paths, AI, Dahua declared, channeling the power of the six paths and conjuring various peculiar white substances in his hands. Then what about my friends, my classmates, and Uncle Yamashita? Upon hearing this, Kakashi's eyes sparkled with an unusual intensity as he shouted at AI, Dahua. Gulalala, that is precisely my intention, but there are still matters to attend to first. Now go, Kakashi, I have work to do. Edward immediately burst into laughter, addressing Kakashi with a sense of familiarity. The group enveloped by the God Tree had largely been relocated by Tsunade, and it was time to initiate the final actions. All right, Kakashi exclaimed, filled with immense joy at Edward's words. I must convey this news to everyone. With that, Kakashi hurriedly departed to find Obito and the others. The God Tree, your purpose extends far beyond this. In my eyes, you are but a seed for the destruction of this world. As Kakashi, the last of those present, exited, Edward turned his gaze back to the God Tree. He sensed the chakra emanating from this towering tree, a power no less than that of a half-step into the six paths. This was the essence that crystallized all ninja chakra. If that is the case, then bring it to me. With a slight smile, Edward extended his hand, drawing the chakra from the God Tree as if it were a black hole, absorbing it into his being. Strengthening himself further, he pondered what lay beyond the six paths, gazing at the now dull God Tree. He mused that it resembled a weapon capable of siphoning life force from others. Such a thing should not exist in this world. With a wave of his hand, Edward sealed the God Tree entirely within his Kanjianki. Now, bolstered by the two six paths treasures and the box of bliss, Kanjianki had evolved into a true six paths ninja tool, allowing Edward to wield it at will. Finally, the issue was resolved. After subduing the God Tree, Edward's heart felt a genuine sense of relief. After casting a final glance at the battlefield, he departed along with the relocating ninjas. In the 59th year of Konoha, on this day, the Fourth Great Ninja War had conclusively ended, ushering in tranquility across the ninja world. Under Edward's return, Konoha had reverted to the era governed by the Fourth Hokage. Within the Hokage building, an Anbu approached Edward, speaking in a tone of deference. Lord Fourth Hokage, all the bodies of the Konoha ninjas who perished in battle have been laid to rest in the back mountain. Good, you may go, Edward replied with a nod. During his time back in Konoha, due to the earlier battle, much of the village lay in ruins, but reconstruction began swiftly. Buildings rose abruptly with Edward's assistance, keeping him exceptionally busy. However, hard work bore fruit, and by the spring of year 59, restoration was nearly complete. For Konoha, he even had the chance to resurrect the fallen below the mountain. Reflecting on past events, Edward sighed. However, the primary reason for his distress was the devastation that befell Konoha and the inability to locate the coffin containing the remains of the fallen beneath the mountain. Let us go, Edward, Tsunade said, seated beside him while managing new policies and other matters. I believe today a spring festival will be unlike any before. Edward, feeling the rejuvenated power of the six paths within him, spoke with confidence. The strength of Naruto and Sasuke, previously within the box of bliss, had been extracted, and they were returned to Minato and the Uchiha clan. Regrettably, Edward sensed that they would no longer be as formidable as in the original tale. Instead, they would live as ordinary individuals, potentially only reaching the heights of Minato or Itachi. Perhaps this is for the best. Such a life suits them far better than the tumultuous love-hate dynamic depicted in the original story. Smiling at the thought of the two whose powers he had stripped away, Edward concluded his musings and exited the office with Tsunade. Outside awaited a multitude eager for Edward's revival. Relatives, friends, classmates, and brothers, all impatiently anticipating his arrival. This day was destined to be extraordinary and joyous. Is it the Fourth Hokage? At long last, he has arrived. How exciting! In the back mountain of Konoha, a small group of elite ninjas privy to the internal news, erupted in joyful exclamations. Upon hearing the commotion, Edward furrowed his brow. He had not summoned such a crowd. Shoo! Tsunade gestured to the gathered ninjas, sensing Edward's displeasure. Soon, the area quieted, leaving only expectant gazes fixed upon the towering figure at the center. It must be Kakashi's doing, Edward thought, shaking his head with a bemused smile. Let us begin. Look how eagerly they await. Tsunade, covering her mouth, felt a rush of sweetness within her heart. This was the life she had always desired, where ninjas no longer lived in fear of losing loved ones or dreading the so-called conflicts and wars. All of this was made possible by the presence of Edward before them. Si passe réincarnation technique. Hearing the anticipation in Tsunade's voice, Edward was eager to commence. The power of the six paths surged within him, transforming the corpses before him from their decayed state to a vibrant hue. Some, recovering swiftly, even opened their bewildered eyes and began to murmur. Where are we? Why am I here? Gradually, some who had been gone for a long time stood up, their expressions reflecting confusion as they found themselves at a loss. However, the only drawback was that their powers had diminished. Each had returned to the status of an ordinary person. My son, Ah Sheng, you have finally returned. As familiar figures stood before them, the crowd could no longer contain their gazes towards the giant in front. He was the one who had bestowed upon them a life of stability, and it was he who reunited them with those they had long yearned to see. I'm a bit weary, Tsunade. Please organize everything here at your own pace. I will take my leave for now. After reviving all the bodies lay before him, Edward acknowledged the void of six paths' power within him. While the earlier fusion with Naruto and Sasuke had elevated his strength, resurrecting such a multitude had drained a portion of his six paths' energy. Yes, I will manage it well, Tsunade assured with a radiant smile, her eyes glimmering with complex emotions. Hey, here I come, on such a grand occasion. How could I miss out? At this moment, the tardy Jiraiya arrived, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Had it not been for the heavy task assigned to him by Edward, he would likely have been here to witness the event much earlier. Then you should assist Tsunade, Edward remarked with a chuckle upon seeing Jiraiya approach. Huh, if I had known, I might as well have stayed away, Jiraiya retorted, his voice laced with a tone of resignation. However, the uncontainable smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. Ha. Only now do you understand? It's rather late. I assenti it. After a hearty laugh, Edward departed, leaving behind a gathering of ninjas reuniting with their parents and relatives. Their eyes filled with gratitude as they watched Edward leave. Meanwhile, in Edward's villa, he indulged in exquisite wine and delectable food, reveling in a sense of joy he had not experienced in a long time. The power of the six paths is truly remarkable. Have you seen the smiles on the faces of these villagers, Ban? Reflecting on the once formidable combat enthusiast Uchiha Ban, who had fought for his ideals, Edward spoke with a heavy heart. In truth, with the power of the six paths, he could utilize the rebirth of the impure world technique to extract Uchiha Ban's chakra and revive him, much like he had done with Uzumaki Kushina. Yet, Edward could not bestow upon Ban the powers he once possessed. He could only return him to a state of ordinariness, a fate Ban would undoubtedly reject. Even if revived, the truth would compel him to choose death once more amidst profound despair. Father, Uncle's coffin has been located, Kakashi informed Edward, presenting him with a sealing scroll. Aha, truly, Edward exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the scroll, feeling a rush of exhilaration. This day marked the happiest moment since his arrival in this world. Since we have orchestrated so many family reunions, it is time for our own, Edward declared, pulling Kakashi, whose face flushed slightly, into an embrace. Yamashita Kid. It has been a while, he said as the coffin containing the reincarnated Yamashita Kid was soon opened, allowing him to emerge. Rebirth of the Six Paths. Edward activated the power of the Six Paths once more, bestowing it upon Yamashita Kid. With a series of cracks, the remnants of the impure reincarnation began to fall away, revealing tender skin. His body began to stabilize in rhythm with his breath, his heart beating vigorously as a surge of chakra enveloped him. This time, Edward not only resurrected Yamashita Kid, but also granted him enhanced strength, elevating his abilities to a new level. Cough, where's this place? Yamashita, keyed, soon opened his eyes, uttering the familiar first words spoken by those previously revived. Didn't I die? Why am I here? After a moment of observation, he quickly grew wary. Yet, upon recognizing the familiar surroundings and faces, disbelief washed over him. No, you did not perish. You merely departed this world temporarily. Edward, noticing the revival of Yamashita Kid's heartbeat, gently placed his hand on his head, tears welling in his eyes. Kakashi approached, ready to embrace his uncle, and at last, after enduring numerous trials, they were reunited. Elder brother Edward, how did you come to be here? And is this Kakashi? Yamashita Kid instinctively assumed a combat stance, perceiving the seemingly impossible figures before him. However, after a brief internal struggle, he relinquished his aggressive posture and embraced the two. Even if this is an illusion, I am willing to be ensnared in this precious moment. Holding tightly on to Edward and Kakashi, Yamashita Kid remained reluctant to let go, his face brimming with tears. Even if it means death, it is worth it. Finally, he recounted cherished memories shared with Edward and Kakashi. Uncle, you are alive. Kakashi, who was already in an embrace with Yamashita Kid, spoke nostalgically. Yamashita, what you see before you is not an illusion. I resurrected you using the power of the six paths. Edward interpreted Yamashita Kid's thoughts, offering clarification. What? The power of the six paths? Is that not merely a legend? Yamashita Kid exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face as he released his grip. There is much to explain. It all began after your death. Edward sighed, recognizing the inquiry in Yamashita Kid's tone. Indeed, Uncle Yamashita, many significant events transpired during your absence, Kakashi added, adjusting his Leaf Village forehead protector to steady his emotions. What exactly happened? I recall being beset by a horde of malevolent spirits. It felt Yamashita Kid's expression morphed into one of fear and loathing, his body trembling with the memories. Enough, Yamashita. Seeing his distress, Edward patted his back in a comforting gesture. Though I perished, I could not eradicate them all, nor reunite with you too, is my greatest regret. The scene shifted, and Yamashita Kid's expression turned to one of rage. Uncle Yamashita, do not despair. They are all dead. Kakashi interjected, feeling discomfort by the ongoing violence in the ninja world. Despite having two stalwart companions shielding him from the storms, he found it hard to fathom how Edward and Yamashita Kid had grown to such strength, capable of defending their homeland. Dead. Upon hearing this, Yamashita Kid's eyes widened as he swiftly summoned chakra to envelop his body. It is true. I have truly been resurrected, brother Edward. He gazed at Edward, the giant before him, with an expression of longing. Indeed, Edward smiled broadly, seeing the fulfillment of his long-held hopes. Brother Edward. In the next moment, Yamashita Kid enveloped Edward in a tight embrace. It is over now, Edward reassured him, continually comforting Yamashita Kid, who reminded him of his younger self. Since his arrival in this world, he has consistently perceived everything around him through the lens of adulthood. Shanxia Fengye, who he has watched grow, is regarded as the most significant person in his life. Uncle Shanxia, Kakashi gently patted Shanxia Fengye on the back. And at that moment, the family truly reunited. Could you tell me what transpired after my death? After a brief embrace, Shanxia Fengye reluctantly departed from Edward's embrace, his expression filled with curiosity. After your death, quite some time passed. The trio gathered around a large table, engaging in animated discussions over fine wine for several hours. I never anticipated so many events would unfold. Finally, with a look of profound emotion, Shanxia Fengye murmured as he absorbed the entirety of the story. Has it truly been 16 years? Have all my former friends, comrades, and classmates perished? Even Kakashi has grown so much. Wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, Shanxia Fengye joyfully compared heights with Kakashi. Gulala, Shanxia Fengye, shall we venture outside to see the current Konoha? At this, Edward, unable to remain seated, stood up and gazed nostalgically out the window. Although Konoha had experienced a minor devastation, it posed no challenge for Edward, who wielded the power of the six paths. He swiftly restored Konoha to its former glory, perhaps even surpassing it. All right. Upon hearing these words, Shanxia Finn nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with anticipation and nostalgia. Subsequently, the group stepped out of the quaint villa. Due to its somewhat secluded location away from the heart of Konoha, they encountered few villagers along their path. However, soon enough, they were met by people of all ages, including the elderly, youth, and children frolicking in the village. Wow, is that the fourth Hokage? Fourth Hokage. Upon spotting Edward's distinctive height, the villagers exclaimed in unison, while many former followers of Edward saluted and greeted him enthusiastically. They have all aged, Edward remarked, his eyes reflecting the same sentiment seen in Orochimaru. Indeed, we have aged, while only the two of us remain unchanged. Shan Xiaofengye's expression gradually transformed from eager anticipation to a dazed acceptance. Gulala, it seems we must adhere to the natural order. Aging is inevitable. Edward found amusement in Shan Xiaofengye's demeanor, realizing that his contemplation had been preempted. Brother Edward, has our era truly passed? Shan Xiaofengye pondered aloud as they walked. No, our era has certainly not passed, and I will lead you and everyone into a new age, Edward declared, his tone resolute and unwavering. Taken aback by Shan Xiaofengye's words, he quickly responded with determination. Really? I believe in you, Brother Edward. Upon hearing Edward's firm declaration, Shan Xiaofengye turned his head towards him, whispering with hopeful anticipation. He felt an even greater surge of power within him, a gift bestowed by Edward. He was resolute in his commitment to aid his elder brother. If their era had indeed ended, he would stand as one of the last guardians of the bygone age. The three of them then fell silent, fully immersed in exploring the revitalized, yet familiar splendor of Konoha. Amidst the bustling sounds and cheerful conversations, they strolled through the vibrant streets, reminiscent of the leisurely times Edward had accompanied them in Konoha. However, it was noteworthy that 17 years had elapsed since their last outing in the village. 7 days later, after spending a few days with family, Edward returned to his office in the Hokage building. New policies began to be formulated and released, astonishing the villagers of Konoha, who felt as though they had returned to a bygone era. Particularly, the announcements regarding external ninja villages incited a wave of commotion throughout the ninja world. Delegates from various ninja villages arrived in Konoha to negotiate compliance treaties. Respected fourth Hokage, does this seem acceptable to you? The representatives from Yunin Village and Iwagakure, visibly conflicted, presented the compliance and compensation treaties. The documents demanded unconditional compliance with the land of fire and Konoha, along with compensation for losses incurred. Had the incumbent been the former third Hokage, Surtobi Hiruzen, or the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, they might have hastily signed these treaties on the spot. However, seated in the Hokage office was Edward, who had ascended to the realm of the Six Paths, rendering such matters trivial in his eyes. It appears I must personally intervene. Your lessons have proven inadequate, Edward said, furrowing his brow. With a surge of chakra, the treaty papers disintegrated into fragments. How will I explain this to Rakic? The delegates lamented, their expressions morose, resembling the countenance of the deceased. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Send your village's leader to negotiate with me, or else. Without regard, Edward unleashed another wave of chakra, sending the representatives fleeing. Edward, do you truly intend to show no mercy? What if? Tsunade, standing nearby, expressed her concerns. According to Edward's previous policies, he intended to abolish all existing regulations between nations and establish a new nation centered around Konoha, inviting all ninja villages and countries to join in forming a united family. This concept of unification had long been his aspiration. Gulala, you underestimate me greatly, Tsunade. Should they dare defy us, I shall show them the true power of the Six Paths, Edward asserted, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he toyed with his robust fingers. Producing a resonant hum, he now possessed the ability to unleash power comparable to that of the Ten Tails, effortlessly capable of obliterating several minor ninja villages. Very well. I support you, Tsunade conceded, lowering her head in submission. The man before her had completely captivated her. By the way, did you attend to the task I assigned you? As Tsunade refrained from contesting his viewpoint, Edward lowered his head to examine the documents in his hand, remarking, I have taken action. I have instructed my subordinates to establish an elite military academy specifically designed to train individuals like Uchiha Itachi. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade candidly responded, "The research department has been organized, but the personnel within the scientific unit still pose a challenge." Reflecting on this matter, Tsunade expressed a tinge of melancholy. If only Orochimaru had not betrayed me. Upon hearing her words, Edward fell into a moment of silence. In truth, he possessed the capability to resurrect Orochimaru, akin to how he revived Uzumaki Kushina, for Orochimaru had merged all his power and chakra into Edward before his demise. However, the betrayal was an undeniable reality, rendering Edward resolute in his decision against reviving him. "Indeed," Tsunade replied, her expression a blend of nostalgia and resentment as Edward brought up the bond they once shared. Yet Orochimaru was not entirely without worth. After merging with my being, his memories became part of my consciousness. Edward murmured, recalling Orochimaru's lifelong pursuits and various scientific advancements, along with the most explosive piece of information he had gleaned from those memories. "That is reassuring." Tsunade nodded, relieved. "You may leave now. I have other matters to attend to, and please expedite the affairs concerning the other ninja villages." With a slight wave of his hand, Edward addressed Tsunade while still scrutinizing the documents. "Very well. Attend to your duties." Sighing deeply, Tsunade cast one last lingering glance at the man before departing the office. Death, an impotent ruler? After Tsunade's exit, Edward's eyes gleamed with intensity as he contemplated the information he had received from Orochimaru's memories. It seemed the time had come to explore the realm of the slumbering souls. The power of the six paths was undeniably enticing. Edward ceased turning the pages and turned his gaze towards the clouds outside, pondering. He then settled back into the chair of the Hokage's office, patiently awaiting a response from the other ninja villages. Regrettably, the leaders and daimyos of these villages rejected him in their pursuit of dominion. On this day, having received those emissary messages, Edward sat in contemplation. Although they offered compensation to Konoha even amid their refusal, it was evident they were unwilling to relinquish their current positions. It appears you have never truly witnessed what real power entails. After a brief moment of reflection, Edward finally rose and declared, "Technique of the six paths, body splitting." In the next instant, as he stood, the power of the six paths surged forth, resulting in the emergence of several identical Edwards. The three great ninja villages need not exist any longer. With his eyes closed, reminiscing about past experiences, Edward resolutely stated, "Some may label him a demon, others a butcher. Yet, at his level of existence, having endured countless hardships, he comprehends the rarity of peace. Even if he spared the leaders and daimyos of these great villages, he could not ensure they would not stir chaos in the ninja world again after having tasted the sweetness of power. While slaughter may be the least desirable option, it is, at present, the most prudent choice." The split Edwards and the original simultaneously opened their eyes, with the six paths chakra illuminating behind them. Each Edward radiated with a fierce battle intent. In the next moment, these fragmented Edwards and the original vanished without a sound, leaving no trace behind. Within the heart of Kumogakure, a senior official voiced his concerns. "Are you certain that the fourth Hokage will not strike against us? He is known to be the most ruthless among all Hokages of Konoha." Clenching his fists, the fourth Raikage, replied, "Are we simply to abandon the grand legacy established by our predecessors?" The notion of surrendering Kumogakure to become a mere branch of Konoha was utterly out of the question. Even if it means perishing before Edward, it would be far preferable to the disgrace of capitulation. But such overwhelming power, how can we possibly withstand it? Another high-ranking official inquired. Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage fell silent, loosening his clenched fists involuntarily. "Raikage, we have a situation." Suddenly, a Kumogakure ninja burst in, exclaiming in a panic. "Calm down and speak clearly," the fourth Raikage admonished, noting the unusual demeanor of his trusted aide, who was typically composed and rational. "It is the fourth Hokage, Edward Newgate, from Konoha." Upon hearing the reprimand, the aide took a deep breath to steady himself and relayed the information at a rapid pace. "What? How can this be?" I just refused the emissaries he sent yesterday. The fourth Rakige's mouth fell agape, realizing the implications of rejecting Konoha's leader. Yet he never anticipated the consequences would arrive so swiftly. Before he could finish his sentence, a towering figure appeared behind him, puncturing the ceiling of the building. What is this? Lightning release technique. The fourth Rakige instantly became enveloped in electrical energy, assuming a defensive stance. The fourth Hokage, all guards within the office, including the aide, readied their weapons, their expressions filled with dread as they beheld the figure. Edward Newgate, the ultimate harbinger of the devastating Fourth Great Ninja War. A living dead who emerged from the realm of death. Do you comprehend the consequences of defying me? Edward's piercing gaze bore into the fourth Rakige for an extended moment before he unleashed a wave of dark crimson energy. One by one, the guards, with the exception of the fourth Rakige, collapsed, their eyes rolling back as they fell unconscious. Overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, the fourth Rakige found himself pinned to the ground, unable to move, stammering his words. Do you have anything else you wish to say? Upon hearing this, Edouard gently closed his eyes, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. He pondered whether the annihilation of these countless individuals was indeed right or wrong. No, not at all, uttered the fourth Rakige, his face pale and devoid of any will to resist. In that moment, he truly comprehended the folly of his previous decisions as the so-called Rakige. Alas, Edouard sighed deeply, perceiving the Rakige's lack of further response through the power of the six paths. It was astonishing that, even at this juncture, there was no hint of remorse in his heart. His sole concern was how to protect his hidden village. Edouard whispered to himself, granting the fourth Rakige one last fleeting chance. Simultaneously, he received feedback from the other two major ninja villages regarding his actions. However, it was futile, as their thoughts mirrored those of the fourth Rakige exactly. What was more disheartening for Edouard was that a significant portion of the populace harbored deep-seated fear and resentment towards him. This giant. How splendid, he mused. With that thought, Edouard could not help but close his eyes, his massive form slowly rising into the air, vanishing from their midst. This was his final opportunity for these people. These ninja villages. Did he leave? The fourth Rakige, gasping under the weight of the oppressive atmosphere, cautiously stood after witnessing Aidewa's departure. Boom! In the next moment, a blinding white light and energy erupted within the hidden village, reducing countless structures to rubble and leaving all eyes blinded by the radiance. What is this? No. The fourth Rakige fell to his knees, consumed by impotent rage. Meanwhile, the other two major ninja villages, Iwagakure and Kirigakure, experienced calamities akin to that of Kimobakure. To outsiders, it appeared as though a natural disaster had befallen these three ninja villages, a catastrophe manifesting within. After 3 or 4 minutes, the blinding light and the crimson clouds overhead finally dissipated, leaving the site transformed into a wasteland devoid of any signs of life. There was no trace of what had once been the most prosperous place in the ninja world. The three major ninja villages had entirely vanished from the realm of shinobi. Do not blame me. Sometimes, to achieve one's goals, a certain number of sacrifices must be made. Observing this tragic scene, Edouard sighed deeply. He had considered being merciful, but the outcome had only yielded rejection, so he could hardly be blamed for his mercilessness. It is time to return. It is over. After casting one last glance at the charred remains of Kimobakure, Edouard vanished in an instant, as though he had never set foot there. Konohagakure, the fourth Hokage. Within the Hokage building, a ninja waiting in Aidewa's office immediately bowed upon seeing Aidewa's colossal form. Is there something you need? Edouard, having merged his split bodies back into one, inquired with a slight sway. The emissaries from Kusagakure, Amigakure, and several other nations have arrived. They are waiting for you in the conference room. The respectful ninja replied. Understood. You may leave. I will join them shortly. Edouard leisurely spoke as he wiped his hands with a cloth taken from a nearby table. Yes. Upon hearing this, the ninja bowed once more before retreating. How delightful. It seems that while some rejected, others accepted. This is indeed the correct choice. Reflecting on the words of the previous ninja, Edouard felt a surge of happiness. For him now, there was a measure of tolerance to be had. After changing into a fresh outfit, securing his sword and refreshing himself. Adwa made his way to the conference room. If negotiations go well, it shall surely be a scene of mutual satisfaction. In the conference room, greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed fourth Hokage. Is this truly the fourth Hokage? Greetings, greetings. The group of emissaries, laden with burdens and accompanied by guards, immediately rose to their feet in admiration upon witnessing the fourth Hokage's imposing stature. No need for such grand gestures. I am quite easygoing, Adwa replied, slowly taking his seat at the large central chair in the conference room. We are at your service, fourth Hokage. The emissaries echoed, immediately adopting a tone of reverence. Enough of this formality. Let us not prolong the conversation. You are aware of the purpose of your visit here, are you not? Noticing their continued sycophancy, Adwa sighed, realizing he could not shift their demeanor. In truth, he preferred a more straightforward and casual manner of interaction, rather than this excessive flattery, which he found rather distasteful. Indeed, all of this is for the sake of peace regarding the treaty proposed by the fourth Hokage. The emissaries stepped forward, presenting a series of documents to the towering giant. Excellent. This is the demeanor befitting a great nation. Unlike certain countries that consider themselves the mighty trees of the ninja world. Upon seeing the various compliance clauses inscribed upon the papers, Adwa nodded in approval, his voice resonating with a hint of gravity. Indeed, even the emissaries, despite doing nothing, began to perspire heavily under the weight of Idawa's presence. Some of the weaker ninjas appeared dizzy, resembling those who had indulged too much in drink. Very well then, go discuss this with my deputy, the fifth Hokage Tsunade. I have grasped your intentions, Adwa remarked, exuding a sense of resignation as he observed the unease of the emissaries and ninjas. He had made every effort to temper his own presence, yet his sheer size rendered it nearly impossible. Understood. The emissaries nodded in agreement. After Idawa's immense form departed the conference room, they collectively exhaled, appearing as though they had just emerged from sauna. Adwa, speak freely. What is it that you require? Upon exiting the conference room, Adwa encountered Tsunade, who had been summoned. Ensure that these emissaries are accommodated and proceed according to the policies I previously outlined. Adwa instructed, his neck cracking as he issued commands before taking his leave. For reasons unknown, since his power had risen, his desire for peace and unity within the ninja world had waned. At this moment, I truly understand what it means to feel lonely at the top. Stepping out of the Hokage building, Adwa gazed up at the vast azure sky and murmured, has the integration rate of the panel reached 99 due to the rise in my reputation during this period? What would happen if it reached 100? In the next moment, Adwa shifted his gaze to the fusion panel that only he could perceive. There, the 3D model of Baihuzi, Adwa Nuet's figure, astonishingly stood at 99. It was just one step away from breaking this limit and achieving the true 100. However, to be frank, the strength I currently possess far surpasses that of Baihuzi in the original narrative. Shaking his head, Adwa spoke to himself, glancing at the moon partially hidden by sunlight. At this moment, he was only interested in 3 matters. The first was to uncover the true secrets of this ninja world and unveil the mastermind behind the death god's dominion. The second was to find the Six-Path Sage and the great Otsutsuki Kagaya on the moon and seize their powers. The third, and final matter, was something he rarely mentioned since arriving in this world: to return home and see how his true family was faring, to revisit the comfortable circle he inhabited in his previous life. Yet, these 3 endeavors seem unattainable for me at present. Feeling the power of the 6 paths within him, and faintly comparing it to the strength of Otsutsuki Kagaya from the original story, Adwa mused. He then proceeded along the path homeward, amidst a chorus of compliments. This is the visage I desired, not that of the former dark ninja village. As Adwa strolled leisurely down the street, he felt a profound sense of ease. He was now capable of genuinely influencing every move within the ninja world. He believed that, in the future, he could directly control the ninja world with his vision of unification. Indeed, with strength comes everything. If Marco and Ace could, what nonsense am I uttering? Allowing Baihuzi's memories to intertwine with my consciousness? Remembering the chaotic memories swirling in his mind, Adehua chuckled wryly. Subsequently, as he wandered through the streets of Konoha, he quietly arrived at the villa that belonged to his family. Adehua-ji, you're back? Yamanaka Kid, who was cleaning the yard, looked up and inquired. Gulalala, just came to see you all, Adehua replied, stepping forward with a hearty laugh. Old man, why are you back? At this moment, Kakashi emerged from the villa. Thanks to Adehua's effective reforms, the two enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation. Sigh. Becoming the ruler of the ninja world is quite a headache and exhausting for others, Adehua sighed. Don't rush. Let me rest at home for a while. Remember to prepare dinner for me. With that, he swayed his massive frame and entered the villa, collapsing onto his large bed. Today, the old man seems a bit off, Kakashi remarked, puzzled, before picking up a fascinating book he had discovered recently and studying it attentively. Kakashi, don't forget to teach at the school this afternoon, Yamanaka Kid said, feeling gratified by Kakashi's earnestness. Cough. I know, Kakashi responded, closing the book and leaving the premises, having momentarily forgotten the setting in his engrossment. The following days saw Adehua spending his time in the villa. During this period, the ninja world underwent significant changes under Aidewa's policies and Tsunade's actions. The land of lightning, the land of rain, the land of earth, and the land of water vanished into the annals of history. Only the land of fire remained, as all other nations integrated into it, achieving true unification. The ninja villages, led by Konoha, prefixed their names with Konoha, resulting in Konoha's Grass Ninja Village, Konoha's Hidden Rain Village, Konoha's Craftsman Ninja Village, and so forth. The ninja world had genuinely entered an era of peace, with everyone savoring the hard-earned tranquility. However, as they had only recently experienced this lifestyle, everyone was exceedingly cautious, fearful that their newfound existence might be disrupted. One day, within the Hokage building, Tsunade, with a perplexed expression, looked at the fatigued giant before her and asked, Adehua, what does going into seclusion mean? It means to go to a certain place and isolate myself for a while. During this time, I will seriously begin to master my strength, Adehua replied, having already accomplished the vision of unification he had envisioned, now disinterested in that aspect. He had transcended the confines of a mere ninja world. If possible, he would prefer to take the entire ninja world into the cosmos to confront those who dare to invade. Yet, such aspirations were incredibly unrealistic. Achieving them would require thorough preparation. How long will it take? Tsunade asked, her expression turning somber. At least a few months, or at most a few years. By the way, please keep a close watch on the research department. I have documented all of Orochimaru's research findings and handed them over to them. Adehua instructed Tsunade regarding the matters at hand. Understood, Tsunade nodded slightly, her lips moving as if she wished to say more. All right, let it be. While I'm gone, you must oversee everything, Adehua remarked, turning his gaze towards the distance. His true intention was to locate the so-called three holy lands within the ninja world and reveal its truths. Yes, he sought the origins of these three sacred sites, rather than summoning them through summoning techniques. Rest assured, I won't let you down, Tsunade said, her expression transforming into one of determination. Best to see it that way. After witnessing Tsunade's resolute face, Adehua gradually began to smile before vanishing from sight. Make sure to return quickly. Everyone is waiting for you, Tsunade silently prayed. The current peace in the ninja world was solely created by Adehua, and thus, it could not afford to lose him, just as it could not lose the god of ninja in the past. 3 years swiftly passed, leading to the 62nd year of Konoha's establishment. Everything flourished. Although the ninja world had erupted in chaos following Aidewa's disappearance, Konoha, filled with talents such as Namake's Minato, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara, and others, quickly restored tranquility. Moreover, the invisible influence of Adehua deterred anyone from making rash moves. During these 3 years, even in Aidewa's absence, those who dared to stand out had been thoroughly eliminated. The ninja world had officially entered a genuine era of peace. Countless individuals have commenced the construction of an enormous statue of Adehua, which now stands prominently in villages and towns, rendering his image a symbol of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire has undergone significant political reformation, with Konoha now serving as the capital. The concept of feudal lords has become obsolete, as governance is now directly administered by the leaders of Konoha. This transformation has ignited the aspirations of numerous youths, both young and middle-aged, to become Hokage. However, the next candidate for Hokage has already been selected, leaving many to yearn for the successor after the next. On the other side of the ninja realm lies the only region known as the Ocean of the Ninja World, which occupies vast expanses of territory. Yet, apart from the endless sea, it remains a realm of unyielding waters. Aboard a medium-sized vessel, approximately 30 meters in length, a giant continuously consumes barrel after barrel of exquisite wine. With each gulp, he finds himself devoid of any meaningful pursuit. Eventually, after finishing several barrels, the giant sets down his drink and remarks. This giant is none other than the boisterous new deity of the ninja realm, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, the new sage of six paths, Adhuan Nujiite. Throughout his travels over the years, he has successfully located the legendary 3 sacred lands of the spirit world, merely inhabited by a group of beasts that remain indifferent to the world. Upon capturing the small toad and the little white snake, known as the Great Toad Sage and the White Snake Sage, he realized that they were merely beasts with a hint of six paths power within them. What truly astonished him was the great slug sage residing in the Whetbone Forest, whose size even surpassed his own. However, compared to him, it still fell short. If one were to categorize them, these beings would merely be positioned between half a step in six paths and false six paths, easily subdued. Nevertheless, the little toad's prophetic abilities were indeed intriguing. Reflecting on his actions over the years, Adhua erupted into laughter. During this period, he also uncovered the origins of his own existence within the ninja realm. Yet, they remained unchanged from his memories. His kin had all perished before his arrival in Konoha. By the time he arrived, only a dilapidated, barely recognizable fishing village remained. At that time, he contemplated utilizing six paths power to trace the chakra of his relatives in this world, hoping to resurrect them. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately decided to let time take its course. After all, those individuals had vanished entirely from the annals of ninja history, leaving no trace behind. Even if he were to resurrect them for his own selfish desires, it would serve no purpose and only disrupt the natural laws of the ninja world. It would be better to let them fade away, leaving only faint remnants in his memory. In truth, it was not entirely fruitless. He could now confirm that the Sage of Six Paths and the Shinigami were not present in the ninja realm. They seemed to exist in a parallel dimension that subtly influenced the ninja world. Adhua recalled the multitude of locations he had traversed within the ninja realm. If one were to identify a specific place, it might be the site where chakra fluctuations were exceptionally abnormal, potentially serving as a conduit to the alternate dimension. He then recalled a location he had previously discovered, and with narrowed eyes, Adhua vanished from his current location aboard the ship. Soon thereafter, endowed with six paths power, Adhua reappeared at the site he had just mentioned. There, an array of chakra whirlpools existed, with the turbulent chakra affecting the surroundings. Should anyone recklessly intrude upon this domain, their chakra would inevitably spiral out of control, resulting in their destruction. Is this the place? He pondered as he unleashed the power of six paths, summoning the Seeking Truth Ball behind him. With a single punch, the ground began to fracture, countless dimensions erupting into a void. What a pity there is nothing here. After witnessing the aftermath of his actions, Adhua sighed in disappointment. He had expected that shattering this space would reveal the alternate dimension. With that thought, Adhua departed with a countenance of disillusionment, appearing in other corners of the ninja realm. Is this the place? Break. With one punch after another, countless corners of the ninja realm, where Adhua sensed unusual chakra, were shattered, exposing vast expanses of void before his eyes. Yet, this only deepened the disappointment in his gaze. Could it truly be that he could not find it? If possible, perhaps he could try using Obito's eyes. The spatially insensitive Adhua murmured to himself. He had broken through an innumerable number of dimensions, inflicting substantial damage on the ninja realm. However, he paid little mind to the destruction, as these spaces would gradually recover. Come fort. Just as Hua was about to leave, a space opened within the void, and a deep, ancient voice resonated. What is this? The land of soul slumber? Upon hearing this voice, Idiwa's heart jolted. He swiftly dashed into the newly opened space. Before him lay an endless expanse of slumbering souls, gradually dissipating away. Is this the place that once imprisoned me? Idiwa's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the beautiful yet terrifying scenery surrounding him. He understood that if one were too weak and lingered here for too long, their soul would slowly fade, eventually transforming back into chakra to nourish the ninja realm. Indeed, this was the case. In the next moment, an elderly figure clad in white, with two small horns atop his head, appeared beside Hua. Who are you? Sage of Six Paths? Hua inquired, his brow furrowing deeply. He knew that the Sage of Six Paths was not dead, yet he had not anticipated such an appearance. Indeed, I am. Upon closer inspection, the Sage of Six Paths resembled those souls that existed here, dissipating imperceptibly. However, his soul remained intact, due to its overwhelming strength. Are you the one destined to save the ninja realm? I had thought it would be one of the other two. Regarding the giant before him, the Sage of Six Paths sighed heavily. Those two, they're doing quite well, Hua murmured, recalling Naruto and Sasuke. Let it be. In the realm of Six Paths, each possesses their own distinct merits. I can sense their chakra within you. The Sage of Six Paths chuckled lightly, his voice tinged with intrigue. Gulalala, are you the master of this place, the legendary Sage of Six Paths? Realizing the Sage of Six Paths had misunderstood him, Hua refrained from elaborating further and began to pose his inquiries. I am not the master of this world. Like you once were, I too am a prisoner. Upon hearing Edward's inquiry, the Sage of Six Paths chuckled lightly before responding with a hint of regret in his voice. In the past, he had sensed Edward's slumber in this realm, but after a fleeting glance, he paid it no further mind. What he did not anticipate was that this giant before him, after having his soul extracted, had seized an opportunity to ascend to the realm of Six Paths. A prisoner? How could one endowed with the power of Six Paths be considered a prisoner? Upon hearing this, Edward stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he inquired. I once held a similar belief, yet after my demise, I discovered that the reality was far more complex. Had I not possessed the ability to enter a state of slumber, I would likely have dissipated into this land by now. The Sage of Six Paths sighed, casting his gaze upon the earth beneath him. Once the physical body perishes, no matter how great one's power in life, the soul is invariably confined by this land. Very well, Edward, skeptical of the sage's words, lowered his head, appearing lost in thought. It is worth noting that he had been directly resurrected from the realm of impure reincarnation. If this place could imprison the sage's soul, how could it possibly fail to confine his own, which had allowed him to return from the realm of impure reincarnation? I understand your disbelief, yet the truth remains. Perhaps the greater the power, the more profound the confinement. Moreover, even if I were to escape, it would be of no use to the ninja world. It is better to remain here. The sage reflected on his past, a transcendent expression adorning his face. It seems you are not entirely incapable of leaving, Edward teased. Having grasped the implication in the sage's tone, in his estimation, it was conceivable that the sage's soul was once unable to depart. But now the land likely no longer bound him, yet he showed no desire to leave. Let us set aside this matter for now. My era has long since passed. The sage remarked, attempting to veil his sentiment. Now, tell me, what is your purpose? Are you seeking to acquire my power? The sage, reflecting on the significant changes in the ninja world, continued. No, I merely wish to uncover the truth of the ninja world. Tell me, what is the Shinigami? I can sense the immense forces at play behind that entity. Edward's expression revealed his fighting spirit as he gazed at the sage, acutely aware that a great battle loomed on the horizon. The Shinigami? Is it all you seek? It seems you shall return with regrets, the Sage of Six Paths murmured, his gaze drifting upward as the 9 tomo of his eyes spun. Regrets? I do not wish for my efforts over the past 3 years to be in vain, Edward replied, rubbing his eyes as he scrutinized the sage. Ahem, however, he is not here. One could say he does not belong to this world and is completely unconnected to the ninja realm. The sage spoke with a touch of melancholy. Having slumbered in this ninja world for so long, he was vaguely aware of most events. He had long been acquainted with the Shiki Fujin technique, but upon further examination, he discovered it to be merely a clever term. Is it an alternate space? Could it be? Edward ventured, piecing together fragments of the sage's words. I do not know what he is, but I can tell you that finding him will be of no benefit to you, the sage of six paths said slowly, seated upon the ground before the towering giant. Is that so? Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Edward's eyes. From the sage's tone, he could sense a lack of interest in this matter. Perhaps the so-called Shinigami was summoned from another parallel world. But for now, you must address the remaining issues within the ninja realm, the sage declared, spreading his hands as all his power coalesced. Very well. It is indeed impressive that the Uzumaki clan has managed to create such a technique for connecting to other parallel worlds, Edward exclaimed, realizing that the implications of the Shinigami's connections were not as vast as he had initially believed. He had expected to uncover two significant insights during his visit, only to find that both had eluded him. The Sage of Six Paths was merely a manifestation of chakra, and his aspirations to acquire the Shinigami's power had been thwarted here. This left Edward, who had merged with Uchiha Madara's memories, with a fierce battle spirit that found no outlet for release. Ha! Let's first resolve the remaining matters, whether they pertain to you or to the demon on the moon, the sage mused, recalling the painful memory of his brother, who had once guarded their mother, now deceased. With his brother's passing, there was no longer a guardian to watch over the moon, and it was only a matter of time before that demon would breach the seal. Given his current state, he possessed no strength left to contain that evil. Initially, he had hoped that his two sons would soon fulfill his plan to reseal the being on the moon. However, with Edward's arrival, all had been disrupted, and he could only place his hopes upon Edward. What issues could I possibly have? Edward asked, confusion etched across his face as he sat down. Do you not yet perceive it? Several consciousnesses within you have begun to influence your actions, the Sage of Six Paths remarked, disappointment tinging his voice as he observed Edward's puzzled expression. Several consciousnesses? Edward's eyes widened in realization, a tremor of understanding coursing through him. Indeed, during this time, the memories of Whitebeard, Uchiha Madara, and Orochimaru had continually affected his behavior. Yet, due to his indifference towards these influences, he had dismissed them. Take care to organize your body well. You will be needed to reseal that demon in the future, the sage advised, stroking his long beard as memories flooded his mind. Understood. I will heed your counsel. And that demon you speak of. Edward nodded gravely, prompting the sage to reveal more. That is my mother, Otsutsuki Kagayaheim, the true ruler of the ninja world. The sage hesitated momentarily before divulging this information. In truth, he had wished to keep this matter buried in silence, a secret locked away in his heart. Nonetheless, circumstances had changed, and he could no longer rely on his two sons to carry out the task. Thus, he reluctantly opened the box of this long-hidden secret. She was sealed within the moon by my brother and me using the Six Paths, heavenly obstruction technique in ancient times. But countless years have passed, and I fear. The sage frowned deeply as he addressed Edward. Therefore, you must seek out another who has ascended to the realm of Six Paths before that seal falters. In order to stop her, he urged with a weighty tone. Is she not capable of being killed? Edward, well versed in the original story, began to inquire. In the canon of Naruto, Otsutsuki Kagayaheim was perpetually sealed, and no one had ever attempted to kill her. As the progenitor of chakra, how could she possibly be slain, unless one were to siphon the chakra from the entire shinobi world? My brother and I have previously explored various methods, yet we could only ascertain that she possesses an immortal body. Upon hearing this, the Sage of Six Paths sighed deeply before responding. Now bereft of his brother, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation within. Is that so? Is there truly no other way? After the sage's words, Edward rose to his feet and gazed at the souls sealed in slumber all around him. Take this. It is a gift I have prepared for you. However, the Sage of Six Paths paid him no further attention, extending the power of the Six Paths before Edward. What do you mean? Edward inquired, perplexed. This contains the remnants of my six paths power. If utilized, it may expedite the emergence of another new sage of six paths. The sage, still harboring the desire for Edward to utilize the six paths, Ten Tails Jinchuriki sealing technique on Otsutsuki Kagaya, spoke. The power of the six paths? Edward murmured as he accepted the energy from the sage's hand. Though scant, this power would serve as a modest aid. Yes, this is my strength. I hope you can wield it wisely. With that, the sage turned away, presenting only his silhouette to Edward. He understood all of Edward's intentions for being here. Yet now, he had exhausted all his efforts. Whether Edward chose to utilize the six paths power for himself or heeded his advice to create another realm of six paths, it was no longer of concern to him. Once an influential figure of an era, the sage of six paths had ultimately become a relic of the past. To his surprise, the sage's kindness was beyond his expectations. Perhaps I had underestimated his noble heart. After a lingering gaze at the sage, Edward uttered this remark. He had initially considered that the sage might contest him for the power of the six paths, even pondered that the sage was the ultimate antagonist of this world. Yet he never anticipated such generosity in relinquishing his own power. Leave this place, my time is short. After transferring the power of the six paths, the sage of six paths gazed skyward toward a distant point, addressing Edward. His heart held a singular wish, to see his brother once more during his lifetime. Even though he had learned of his brother's demise in that place, he still had no intention of relinquishing hope. Edward looked at the aged figure. Now devoid of the six paths power, his lips moved, yet he found no words to express. After committing this place to memory, he shattered the space around him to depart. Sigh. After Edward's departure, the sage of six paths, seated in the realm of slumbering souls, let out a sound of lament. In an instant, his body vanished, heading toward the direction he had long desired. Has he gone? Back in the shinobi world, Edward perceived the dissipating aura of the sage of six paths. Having entered the realm of slumbering souls once more, he had firmly etched its location into his memory. If one were to heed Edward's words, that place could well be considered another shinobi world, a shadowy aspect of the realm. It seems that every individual harbors their own obsessions and ideals. Even in such circumstances, whether the sage of six paths or others, they would pursue the fulfillment of their innermost desires. Edward felt the aura gradually ascend toward the moon and mused on whether it could reach that destination. Very well, let me lend you a hand. As he observed the sage's essence soaring toward the heavens, Edward unleashed the power of the six paths, directing it toward that trajectory. In that moment, within the horizon of the shinobi world, damn it, is this meager power insufficient to ascend? The sage of six paths gazed wide-eyed at the moon. So near yet so far, and his soul began to fade. He miscalculated the required power and energy to reach the moon. He had not anticipated that the moon, once close, would drift further from the shinobi world over time. What once seemed easily attainable now felt tragically distant. Having accepted this reality, he closed his eyes, his body beginning to descend from the ascent. What is this? The power of the giant. Suddenly, the sage of six paths, on the brink of collapse, felt his soul coalesce anew, his body reinstated to its former pinnacle. Thank you. Sincerely moved by the revival of his essence, the sage expressed heartfelt gratitude to Edward for the first time, aside from combating that demon. Mother, brother, I am coming. With renewed focus, the sage shifted his gaze back to the moon, unleashing a surge of energy that propelled him skyward. Edward, observing from below, chuckled softly at the sage's actions. This should suffice. With the utterance of the sage's true name, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Edward's emotions became a complex tapestry of thoughts. So be it. Farewell, guardian of the Otsutsuki era. After expressing this sentiment, Edward vanished from the scene. Upon reappearing, he set his course toward the capital of the Land of Fire, Konoha, racing through the skies. Once back in Konoha, I must take time to reorganize myself. Soaring through the air like a superhero, Edward recalled the sage's prior words. Had the sage not alerted him, he might not have recognized this issue so early. For a formidable warrior, any flaw could prove fatal, as adversaries would seize upon such weaknesses to strike relentlessly. Soon, As he neared Konoha, Edward caught sight of the village's familiar contours. Is that Konoha? I hardly recognized the changes. Observing the landscape that once felt familiar, Edward felt a sense of solace. The ground that had once been scorched earth had transformed into fertile soil, with villagers beginning to cultivate the land. Mama, what is that? Such a large bird. At that moment, a little girl, assisting her mother in the fields, tugged at her mother's sleeve, gazing curiously at Edward's figure in the sky. Huh? What is that creature in the sky? Deer, quickly informed the ninja. Prompted by her daughter's exclamation, the woman dropped her tools and shouted to the people nearby. Ah, a monster! After being alerted by the women, all the villagers hastily abandoned their farming tools, clutching their children or precious belongings as they fled the scene. Unbeknownst to them, the colossal figure looming in the sky was not the feared monster they anticipated, but rather the revered fourth Hokage, Seidai Edward Newgate, who had long been their protector and was worshipped daily. Ahem, it appears my arrival has stirred quite a commotion, Edward remarked, feeling somewhat awkward as he hovered in the sky, intending to appreciate the simplicity of rural life. I should return to Konoha and see how they are faring. Moments later, Edward departed, soaring through the air once more. Konoha village, after 3 years of continuous cultivation, had transformed into a bustling hub reminiscent of the era depicted in Boruto, complete with high-speed rail. The villagers no longer lived under the shadow of warfare or the threat of death. The village enjoyed round-the-clock security patrols from the Konoha military organization, complemented by the vigilant surveillance of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. As a result, even petty theft had become a relic of the past. An array of merchants congregated here, further enhancing Konoha's prosperity. Joyous children ran gleefully along the streets, brandishing large swirling sticks. At this moment, the ninja world had undergone a profound transformation under the influence of Edward Newgate. Everyone was acutely aware of who had forged the current era of peace in the ninja realm. Any villager from Konoha could easily be found with a small statue of Edward prominently displayed at the center of their home altar. What is that, Tsuchi? Exclaimed several patrolling security ninjas upon spotting Edward's sudden appearance in the sky. What is that thing? The security ninjas swiftly drew their shurikens and kunai, preparing for any eventuality as they rushed toward the figure above. Having experienced the horrors of war, they understood the value of the peace they now enjoyed. In times of crisis, they were ready to stand as the vanguard. Stop! That is Lord Fourth Hokage. Some sharp-eyed members of the Hyuga and Konoha ninjas recognized the figure and shouted in unison. After years of reverence, how could they possibly misidentify Edward? What? You mean to say that is Lord Fourth Hokage? Upon hearing this, all the ninjas and nearby civilians erupted in excitement. Everyone, gather and head in that direction. Some rational ninjas immediately began to assemble their teams. However, they needed to ensure the safety of Konoha's villagers before they could ascertain whether the figure in the sky was indeed the real Fourth Hokage. Edward cast his gaze upon the bustling ninjas below, contemplating, how gratifying it is to see that only such rational ninjas are suited to ascend to greater heights. Little did they know, this very action would draw the attention of the Fourth Hokage, Edward. Flying Thunder God Technique, Ouvring Technique, Mangekyo Sharingan, Body Flicker Technique. Suddenly, an eruption of chakra burst forth beside Edward, revealing 2 ninjas. The familiar blonde hair, the signature Flying Thunder God Kunai, and another ninja wielding the Sharingan and Body Flicker Technique. These 2 were none other than Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shursui, who had now cornered Edward. Is Lord Fourth Hokage. Realizing who they had just ambushed, the 2 ninjas were momentarily taken aback, their hearts racing with trepidation. They had dared to attack someone so esteemed within the ninja village. Ha ha ha. There's no need to be alarmed. Only by facing challenges can you truly be regarded as genuine ninjas, Edward laughed heartily, glancing at Minato and Shursui beside him. I never imagined you 2 would reach such extraordinary levels of power. Truly, you are prodigies. Edward lavished praise upon them, acknowledging their extraordinary talents that had made them Konoha's top-tier warriors. Remarkably, under Edward's influence, these 2 had not only retained their innate abilities, but had also ascended to even greater heights. I see now that my concerns were unwarranted. True geniuses will forever remain geniuses, Edward thought, feeling a twinge of guilt as he gazed at them. Had he known they would achieve such heights, he would have provided them with even more support. Lord Fourth Hokage, Minato, and Shursui, unable to comprehend Edward's words, lowered their heads, fearing that he might be reprimanding them. Enough, you two can return now. I need to visit the Hokage Tower for a rest. Edward, having seen through their feelings, waved his hand and departed. He was eager to see how Tsunade, Kakashi, and the others were faring. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage, relieved that there was no reprimand. The two ninjas slightly bowed before swiftly following Edward's lead. They were determined to relay this exhilarating news to Tsunade in the Hokage Tower office. It seems that while I was away, Konoha has ascended to new heights. After distancing themselves, Edward looked back at Konoha Village, observing its familiar yet transformed skyline. While many buildings and villagers remained unchanged, several significant alterations left him feeling somewhat alienated. The sight of high-speed rail and other modern infrastructure, previously seen only in Boruto, evoked a wave of astonishment. If Konoha can continue to develop in this manner, it won't be long before the gaming consoles I once knew in my past life make their appearance, Edward mused, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with anticipation. This was the peace he had longed for, a ninja world free from the ravages of war. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower office, Tsunade's voice rang out. Lord Fourth Hokage has returned. Under Minato's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, they swiftly reached the Hokage's office, where he conveyed the news to Tsunade. What? Edward has returned? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment. 3 years had passed since Edward departed from Konoha, and she had received no word from him since. Had he not returned, she would have feared the worst, preparing to pass on the mantle of Hokage to Kakashi. Yes, he must be surveying Konoha as we speak, Uchiha Shursui added thoughtfully, recalling Edward's earlier words. But where is he now? Upon hearing those words, Kansho immediately became animated, loudly inquiring of bluffing Shueimin and Uchiha Shursui. However, before Kansho could finish her sentence, a surge of chakra pulsed through the air beside her, and a tall figure emerged. Gulalala, it has been quite a while, Kansho. You remain unchanged. The imposing figure was none other than Edward Newgate, now gazing down at the wide-eyed Kansho. It's you. You wretched man. Why have you returned only now? After a brief moment of eyeing him, Kansho shook her fists and aimed them at the giant, for he had kept her waiting far too long. What is the matter? Despite Kansho's punches, which were harmless to the current Edward, they still prompted him to widen his eyes and ask. He had merely been away for a short period, so why had Kansho transformed into such a threatening demeanor? You. At the sound of his voice, Kansho gradually ceased her furious assault, abruptly halting. With a cold snort, she turned without uttering another word and departed the office. How strange. What has gotten into her? Have I exerted too much pressure on her over the years? After Kansho left in silence, Edward furrowed his brow and murmured as he tapped his fingers on the nearby desk. After a moment of awkwardness, bluffing Shueimin and Uchiha Shursui also bid Edward farewell and exited the office. Well then, I shall observe what has transpired in Konoha during my absence, Edward mused to himself. Now alone in the office, he settled back into the familiar desk and chair, deftly retrieving the drawer and the various documents beside him. The research department has surprisingly developed to such an extent. Little did he know, the surface of Konoha was not the only area witnessing significant progress. The most notable advancements were within the research department, which Edward had consistently emphasized to Kansho. The Ninja Academy had even partitioned a classroom specifically for the research department, gathering all the outstanding science students therein. To this day, the various technologies present in Konoha were products of the research department's innovations, from high-speed railways to signal towers, and even computers. Remarkably, the research department was now even developing aerospace rockets. Gulalala, I didn't expect Kansho to be doing so well. Edward chuckled with satisfaction after reviewing the documents. He had anticipated that she would falter as she had in the past. How intriguing. It seems the Uchiha clan excels in research as well. Among them, Uchiha Itachi is demonstrating immense potential. The next moment, upon noticing another document on the desk, Edward chuckled. In due time, the Uchiha clan will not merely be a research department. The exceptional Uchiha, upon reaching the cosmos, will not only unleash their research prowess, but also their formidable combat abilities. Suddenly, before Edward could finish reading the documents in hand, the office door was forcefully kicked open, producing a resounding noise. Kongsho, why have you returned? Recognizing the visitor, Edward felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he set down the documents. Edward, where have you been these past 3 years? Upon hearing this, Kongsho, already troubled, began to express her anger, loudly questioning Edward. During these 3 years, not only had Edward left her with a colossal mess, but each moment of waiting for him had been excruciating for her. Cough, cough. Edward immediately feigned a cough, knowing Kongsho would harbor some grievances against him. I am a man destined to protect the ninja world. Over these 3 years, I have been safeguarding it. The next moment, Edward spoke to Kongsho in an apologetic tone, but the more he spoke, the softer his voice became, until it faded entirely. I have matters to attend to. You carry on. Without offering an explanation, Edward vanished in an instant, leaving Kongsho in a state of disarray within the office. Edward, in the office of the Hokage building, Kongsho let out a tremendous roar that sent shivers down the spines of the ninjas present. As time gradually passed, tranquility returned to the Hokage building. At this moment, within Edward's villa, Kakashi continued his routine of rising early, working, eating, and sleeping day in and day out, alongside his uncle, Yamashita Kid. Interestingly, a new member had joined the villa, a black-haired girl with a distinctive mole on her face. She often busied herself with chores, competing with Yamashita Kid and Kakashi for tasks. Consequently, Yamashita Kid brought various gifts in and out of the villa daily. Kakashi had met her shortly after Edward's departure, and they had only recently established their relationship. Her name was Hualing. To elaborate, she was a kunoichi from Suchian village, initially sent to Konoha for intelligence gathering. However, due to the significant changes in the ninja world and Konoha's reforms, coupled with Kakashi's persistent efforts, she ultimately chose to embrace Konoha and Kakashi, remaining there with his assistance. She had indeed become a new member of Edward's extended family. Kakashi, is the father you mentioned truly the most powerful man in the ninja world? How come after all these years, I have yet to see him? Hualing, nestled in Kakashi's embrace, gazed up at him with a blissful expression as she inquired. I am unsure where he has gone. Perhaps he will return soon, Kakashi replied, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Cough, cough, Kakashi. I am off to teach at the Ninja Academy. You two enjoy yourselves, Yamashita Kid announced as he emerged, noticing the affectionate couple. Recently, Kakashi had struggled to adapt to teaching at the Ninja Academy, so now Yamashita Kid and Kakashi had swapped roles. Go on, Uncle Yamashita, Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Take care. And did you bring a bento? Hualing, still nestled in Kakashi's embrace, quickly stood and rummaged in the kitchen upon seeing Yamashita Kid's departing figure. Don't worry about it, Hualing. I can eat at school, Yamashita Kid said, slightly embarrassed as he attempted to stop her from fussing. Oh, no way. Kakashi often complains about the food at school. Hualing insisted, undeterred in her desire to prepare a bento for Yamashita Kid. Cough, cough, it's fine. I'm about to be late, so let us skip it. Yamashita Kid waved his hand dismissively, preparing to leave the villa. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the villa, the noise disturbing the peace within. What transpired outside? Why is there such chaos? Kakashi, hearing the commotion, turned his head towards the door, a look of perplexity etched across his face as he murmured to himself. The sound from outside grew louder, and he could faintly discern discussions regarding the fourth Hokage. Could it be concerning his elder brother, Edward? Yamashita Kid, with her keen ears, detected the commotion and immediately displayed a look of excitement as she stepped outside. However, upon exiting, she found herself momentarily stunned. Gulalala, Yamashita, I am hungry. What greeted her gaze was the familiar towering figure of her elder brother, Edward. All right, I shall prepare lunch for you right away. Upon seeing him, Yamashita Kid's eyes sparkled with delight as she promptly set down her textbook and re-entered the villa. As for whether she would go teach at the ninja school, that could wait for another time. Is that Dad? Sensing the familiar chakra fluctuations, Kakashi sprang up and looked in that direction. There, Edward's immense form gradually emerged. Beside him, Hualing's cheeks flushed, her hands gripping the hem of her clothes tightly in nervousness. This was, after all, her first official encounter with her boyfriend's parents. Kakashi, who is this? Edward, having just stepped out, was curious upon noticing the girl beside Kakashi. Ahem, Dad, this is my girlfriend. Hualing, Kakashi quickly interjected, pretending to cough. Girlfriend, huh? Gulalala. It seems our big family has gained a new member. Edward's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing this. Yamashita, it appears Kakashi has found a girlfriend. When will you? His gaze shifted towards Yamashita Kid, inquiring with a peculiar expression. In his eyes, Yamashita Kid was certainly not unattractive. How could she not find a boyfriend? It's been decades since I've been alive. How could I possibly find one? Upon hearing the comment, Yamashita Kid muttered under her breath and hurriedly retreated into the villa. TSK. TSK, TSK. Observing Yamashita Kid's fleeing figure, Edward shook his head and chuckled. Today is truly a joyous occasion. Let us discuss your girlfriend, Kakashi. He then redirected his attention back to Kakashi and his girlfriend, engaging in conversation about their relationship history amidst Hualing's flushed visage. Following a lively discussion with Hualing's assistants, an array of dishes and fine wines were brought to the table by Yamashita Kid. Splendid. This is even better than what Yamashita prepares, Hualing. After conversing with Kakashi for quite some time, they finally shifted focus to the delectable spread. It is merely what one ought to do. Hualing blushed deeply at Edward's compliment, hastening her movements to present even more dishes. Eventually, amid the flurry of activity, Hualing and Yamashita Kid concluded their culinary endeavors and joined everyone at the dining table. This is the reunion I envision. Yamashita, you must strive earnestly to add another member to our family. Edward indulged in barrel after barrel of fine wine, relishing the moment while teasing Yamashita Kid. How annoying, Brother Edward, she retorted, covering her face in exasperation. Laughter erupted around the table as everyone reveled in the merriment. This day marked one of the most comfortable and joyous they had experienced in years, simply because Edward had returned to Konoha, back to their family. In December of the 62nd year of Konoha's founding, over half a year had passed since Edward's last return. After spending a few days with his family, he resumed his duties in the Hokage building, taking on a multitude of responsibilities. Several undeveloped projects were receiving vigorous support and progressing rapidly. Months later, with Edward's assistance, Konoha successfully constructed a spacecraft. Moreover, the village's higher-ups were plotting an audacious scheme to reach the cosmos and conquer extraterrestrial races. Many elite ninjas in the ninja world joined this initiative, receiving tailored space suits for the mission. All plans were advancing swiftly. At last, the day arrived when the strongest ninjas of the ninja world would board the spacecraft. Thousands of ninjas stood tall, clad in their space combat attire, awaiting Edward's command. A closer look would reveal that the elite ninjas of the ninja world were gathered here, each wielding newly modified chakra firearms and chakra projectiles. Kakashi, Konoha will be in your hands from now on. You must take good care of it. Having reached the Six Paths realm, Edward felt no fear of the vacuum of space. Thus, he entrusted Kakashi with this responsibility. Kakashi, having been appointed as the 6th Hokage shortly after Edward's return, had adapted well to the role over the past few months, instilling confidence in Edward. Rest assured, Dad, I'll be a good Hokage, Kakashi affirmed with a determined nod. Very well. Upon hearing this, Edward refrained from further sentimentality, turning to lead the ninjas aboard the 3 colossal spacecraft, each over 1,000 meters long. The construction of 3 rockets had been deemed necessary due to the vastness of the universe and the number of ninjas involved. They stood erect on the mountains behind Konoha, exuding an aura capable of piercing the heavens. Edward, is the realm beyond the ninja world truly as you describe it, the cosmos? Beside Edward stood Yamashita Kid and Tsunade, both gazing at him with eager anticipation. This endeavor to reach the cosmos not only included Yamashita Kid and Tsunade, but also prominent figures such as Bluffing Minato, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, and Hyuga Hizashi, the strongest of Konoha, boarding the spacecraft. Indeed, there have always been other races beyond the ninja world attempting to invade us. To prevent this, the best course of action is to strike back, with the power of the Sage of Six Paths coursing through him. Edward's presence was more formidable than ever, his tone resolute. However, it was unfortunate that his level of fusion remained stuck at 99, unable to advance further. "I will follow Edward's lead." Yamashita Keed smiled at him, expressing her unwavering support. Subsequently, the thousands of ninjas began to board the spacecraft in a steady stream, their synchronized footsteps resonating with authority. It took nearly an hour for all the ninjas to embark. "Let us depart. This time, we must succeed and not fail." In the final moments within the rocket control room, Edward bellowed as he initiated the launch button. The exhausts of 3 rockets gradually expelled flames intertwined with chakra, ascending slowly into the sky, captivating the eyes of the gathered crowd. "Wow, Mom, is that a rocket? It's enormous and impressive." The villagers of Mai, the closest to the ascending rockets, witnessed the launch and, despite prior preparations, felt an overwhelming pressure. Compared to the rockets, they appeared as mere ants scuttling on the ground. Inside the rockets, the ninja soldiers were equally astounded. This was their inaugural experience of flight, their first inkling of transcendence. Yet, with their formidable mental fortitude, they refrained from shouting or panicking, gripping their weapons tightly as beads of sweat cascaded down their brows. In the main control room, having ascended into the sky, Edward mused, "Is this the sensation of the Sage of Six Paths?" Down below, Finya lay against a small observation window, gazing at the rapidly receding landscape. At that moment, he finally comprehended the ideology of Edward, who dominated the ninja world, and the legendary Sage of Six Paths, Gulalala. Have you never experienced this? To be honest, I've yet to truly grasp what it means to be distanced from the ninja realm. Edward, seated in the command chair, spoke to himself. Having awaited this moment for an extended period, he had previously contemplated venturing into the cosmos alone to resolve the myriad troubles. Yet after much deliberation, he realized the impracticality of such a notion. If he were to lose himself in the universe, it would spell disaster. Moreover, even if he were to annihilate various clans, it would offer no solace to the ninja realm. Now, having regarded the ninja world as his family, he was determined to strive for greater benefits for his kin. Do you not harbor any curiosity? How can you ascertain what lies beyond the ninja realm? At this, Finya gazed at Edward with eager anticipation. Gulalala, do you wish to know? Then you must see for yourself. Only through your eyes can you truly understand. Edward feigned indifference, turning his attention to the landscapes outside as they flew by. Fine, I shall witness what you have spoken of, the world beyond the ninja realm. Upon hearing this, Finya nodded gently, fixated on the view outside. The scenery transitioned from bright white to an enveloping darkness as time slipped by unnoticed. They had distanced themselves several hours from the ninja realm, nearing the cosmos as Edward had described. The ninja realm is so diminutive, just a mere speck? The occupants of the rocket, upon observing the ninja realm's size, expressed their disbelief, inquiring Edward. I have already stated, only what you see is truly real. Edward laughed heartily, unperturbed by their reactions. Had he not glimpsed the universe through screens in his past life, he too might have been left astounded and speechless. Our initial destination is the moon. After his laughter subsided, Edward turned solemnly to the crowd behind him. Yes, they responded in unison, saluting him. The ensuing hours were filled with the bustle of daily affairs as the rocket successfully traversed beyond the ninja realm into the vacuum of space. The initial shock gradually transformed into a sense of normalcy as everyone adapted to their surroundings. Eventually, propelled by the flames from the rocket's tail, the ninja soldiers reached the moon. The 3 rockets descended gently under the moon's weaker gravity, and countless individuals disembarked, marveling at their surroundings with chakra weapons in hand. However, when they attempted to speak, they quickly realized they could not hear one another, their expressions shifting from wonder to panic. The cause of their alarm was the vacuum's inability to transmit sound. Nevertheless, Edward's voice, amplified through his chakra, soon calmed their fears. Everyone, if you wish to communicate, Please use chakra to transmit your voices. Edward projected his resonant voice, imbued with the immense power of the Sage of Six Paths, to the thousands present. This truly works. Gradually, the individuals affixed chakra energy to their throats and began to speak as they normally would, the moon's surface soon buzzing with noise. Silence. In the next moment, Tsunade could no longer contain herself and unleashed a commanding shout, her chakra resonating and silencing the crowd. As ninja soldiers, you must possess sufficient patience, endurance, and willpower. Following her admonition, Tsunade reprimanded the group, compelling them to bow their heads. Is this what Edward referred to as the world beyond the ninja realm? I never anticipated it would be like this. Hearing Tsunade's familiar scolding, Finya smiled subtly before rushing to Edward's side to voice his thoughts. It is my first time in space. I never expected such a sensation. After resolving the sound issue, Edward, unencumbered by a spacesuit, began to appreciate every detail of his surroundings. Wasn't it said that the Otsutsuki clan on the moon had perished? Why is there still a presence here? Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a particular direction, and he retrieved his kanji unki from another dimension. He sensed a chakra aura imbued with the power of the Sage of Six Paths, yet it was not from the Six Paths realm. Let us proceed in that direction. After a moment of contemplation, Edward gestured with his weapon, leading the ninja soldiers onward, leaving a small contingent behind to guard the rockets. On the opposite side of the moon, a figure emerged, a man with alabaster skin and long, flowing white garments, his blue and white hair radiating an ethereal presence. He rose from the ground, gazing toward the site of the rocket's landing. In front of him lay two freshly dug graves, those of Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yuki. He was Otsutsuki Sharon, a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, tasked with safeguarding the moon across generations. Due to the arrival of the Sage of Six Paths on the moon, Otsutsuki Sharon soon became aware of the newcomers. In a nostalgic exchange, the sage shared some secrets of the ninja realm with Otsutsuki Sharon before vanishing with a smile into the moonlit expanse. To repay the Six Paths sage, Otsutsuki Shin, he placed him beside his brother's grave, ensuring they would rest together, and visited the grave daily to pay his respects. It was not until the arrival of the space rocket that caught the attention of Otsutsuki Shin, who was in the midst of his mourning. Did Grandpa Yui not mention that a giant named Edward Newgate would arrive here in the future, and that I should assist him with all my might? Yet, in this moment, he found himself perplexed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Initially, he had been absorbed in his own vision until the arrival of the Six Path Sage. Yui Otsutsuki, who was also his granduncle, altered his perspective, revealing that he was not alone in this struggle. Perhaps it would be wise to investigate the situation. With a gentle sway of his head, Otsutsuki Shin floated into the air, gliding towards the source of the commotion. Having resided on this moon for countless years, he could be regarded as its sovereign. Meanwhile, Edward, sensing an unusual chakra presence drawing closer, commanded his ninja soldiers to halt their advance. "Brother Edward, is something the matter?" asked Yamashita Kid, casting a puzzled glance at Edward. "Yes, a formidable adversary approaches, but I assure you he is no match for me," Edward chuckled, ruffling Yamashita Kid's hair as he laughed heartily. "That's a relief. As long as you believe there is no danger, I feel at ease," Yamashita Kid replied, instantly calmed by Edward's words, and hurried to organize the ninja soldiers alongside Tsunade. "Are they waiting for me?" Edward mused as he noticed the chakra presence suddenly cease its advance, prompting him to mutter softly, "Well then, let me ascertain your strength." It was evident that Otsutsuki Shin was anticipating Edward's arrival, as Edward's legs tensed before he vanished from the midst of the ninja soldiers. Where has brother Edward gone? Yamashita Kid turned, gazing blankly into the sky where Edward had just been. He increasingly felt the widening chasm between himself and Edward, realizing that he could not assist him in any meaningful way. In his heart, he felt a profound sense of inadequacy, longing to enhance his own power to support Edward. Yamashita Kid wished for Edward Newgate to no longer fight alone. Each time he lagged behind that colossal figure, the agony became unbearable. That immense silhouette had already surged far ahead, reaching the other side of the moon. Six Paths Chakra, a towering figure of 6 meters wielding a great sword. You must be Edward Newgate, Otsutsuki Shin finally acknowledged. And you are? A member of the Otsutsuki clan? Edward inquired, having only a vague understanding of the clan due to not watching Boruto. The Otsutsuki clan? Indeed. Otsutsuki Shin lowered his head, lost in thought. Once, their clan was a formidable force in the ninja world, yet now he stood as its sole guardian. How do you know my name? Edward pressed further, having confirmed Otsutsuki Shin's identity. Let us battle and converse. Should you lose, I will fulfill my grandfather's dying wish to obliterate the ninja world. With a melancholic glimmer in his eyes, Otsutsuki Shin refrained from answering Edward directly, his gaze illuminating with the power of his Rinnegan. Initially, he intended to heed his grandfather Otsutsuki Hagoromo's dying wish to destroy the ninja world. However, the arrival of the Six Paths sage had instilled in him a conflicting ideology, leaving him in turmoil. Hence, he sought to determine who the true ruler was through combat. The immutable truth remained. Only the strong could dictate fate. If Otsutsuki Shin triumphed in this battle, he would persist in following Otsutsuki Hagoromo's directive to annihilate the ninja realm. Is everyone eager to test my strength? Edward chuckled at the sight of Otsutsuki Shin boldly declaring war. Allow me to demonstrate the combined might of the Gura no Mi and my Six Paths power. In the next moment, Edward channeled the tremors into his hands and swung the massive Songyun Chia downwards. Rinnegan attract. Feeling immense pressure, Otsutsuki Shin charged forward, his eyes radiating brilliance. This level of attraction barely surpasses that of pain's universal pull. However, upon sensing Otsutsuki Shin's gravitational force, Edward couldn't help but laugh. Now I truly cannot comprehend why Naruto struggled so against Otsutsuki Shin and Boruto. As blade light flickered and tremors erupted, Edward effortlessly broke free from the gravitational pull, continuing his assault on Otsutsuki Shin, who wore an incredulous expression. The moon's surface was marred with deep craters, and the residual energy from their clash reached thousands of meters away, capturing the attention of the oblivious ninja soldiers. They believed their revered fourth Hokage was engaged in a fierce battle against a formidable foe. In truth, it was Otsutsuki Shin who was being overwhelmed by Edward's might, shattering the ethereal aura he once possessed. If it were to end here, the battle could conclude swiftly. Observing the incessantly bouncing figure before him, Edward brandished his great sword, addressing the agile Otsutsuki Shin, who struggled against the residual tremors. With the powers of Ashura, Indra, and the Six Paths sage now fused within him, he had grown exponentially stronger. How could a mere Otsutsuki Shin withstand Edward's onslaught? Even a casual strike would compel Otsutsuki Shin to exert all his efforts to defend against it. Impossible. Rinnegan Chakra Mode. Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Overwhelmed by the one-sided assault, Otsutsuki Shin lost his composure as the Six Paths orbs coalesced in his grasp and launched towards Edward. His body transformed into a vibrant green, flames of chakra blazing, overflowing with power. Is this all you can muster? Edward's expression darkened at the sight of the rudimentary application of the Six Paths orbs, feeling a sense of disdain. He effortlessly raised his sword and cleaved through the gathered orbs of chakra. To manipulate the Six Paths power into such a trivial display is a disservice to your ancestors. Allow me to showcase the true strength of the Six Paths orbs. Upon finishing his words, Adwa found himself surrounded by numerous Daoyu, which coalesced into countless sharp blades, all aimed at Daetong Yushiren. The sensation was insufferable. It felt like the Golden Wheel Rebirth explosion. Daetong Yushiren's eyes widened in shock. In that moment, he truly grasped the imminent threat of death. If struck by those Daoyu blades, his demise would be swift. Thus, he unleashed his most formidable technique, the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. He transformed the Daoyu in his hand into a colossal yellow chakra sword, renowned for its immense power, capable of cleaving the moon in a single strike. The multitude of Daoyu blades released by Adwa was swiftly dispersed, with only a few striking him. Finally, this felt appropriate. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, Idewa's expression softened. The Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion was vastly superior to the Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. In his eyes, this was the true manifestation of the Six Paths power. Cough, I concede. At that moment, Daitongmu Shirun, having executed the Golden Wheel rebirth explosion, found himself pinned to the ground by Idua's Daoyu blades, utterly immobile. His vacant gaze lay upon the earth as the blades embedded in him rendered him incapable of using any chakra. Yujunye, it seems I cannot fulfill your dying wish. Lying there, his eyes devoid of life, Daitongmu Shirun closed them. As the green flames of the rebirth, chakra mode gradually dissipated. He had accepted the reality of his defeat and embraced the notion of death. Rise and share with me the truth of this place. Yet Adhua harbored no intention of killing him. He withdrew the Daoyu blades and used a surge of power to lift his body. What is this? Daitongmu Shirun, now elevated, questioned Idua's actions with confusion. We bear no animosity towards one another, do we? As for your so-called dying wish, it seems that may not reflect your true sentiments. Does it? Adhua remarked casually while supporting Daitongmu Shirun. He was quite willing to recruit this bewildered Daitongmu Shirun into his ranks. Pray tell, how did you come to know my name? Adhua redirected the conversation to the inquiry he had made upon his arrival. It was from my great-uncle, Daitongmu Yui. Daitongmu Shirun replied, lowering his proud head, his thoughts obscured. The sage of the Six Paths. Have you encountered him? Adhua inquired, a slight frown appearing as he unleashed his observation haki with full force. However, after a thorough search, he could not sense the chakra signature of Daitongmu Yui, the sage of the Six Paths. Yes, he has departed alongside my grandfather. At the time, he forbade me from using the power of the Six Paths to prolong his life, reminiscing about the transcendent Daitongmu Yui, who seemed to belong to another realm. Daitongmu Shirun lamented. Is that so? I understand now. Adhua quickly grasped the sequence of events. It seemed that, roughly 6 months prior, with his assistance, the sage of the Six Paths had discovered the remnants of the Daitongmu clan, including Daitongmu Shirun. Following their conversation, he had left with a smile. This must have been a joyous moment for him. Reflecting on the sage of the Six Paths, who seemed deeply attached to the shinobi world, yet appeared indifferent to everything, Adhua murmured, yes, I laid him to rest beside my grandfather's grave. Daitongmu Shirun gestured towards a direction as he spoke to Adhua. Let's take a look. Responding to Daitongmu Shirun's words, Adhua turned towards the direction he indicated. Very well. In that brief exchange, the two set aside their other thoughts and soared towards the location Daitongmu Shirun had mentioned. After a swift journey, Adhua successfully arrived at the gravesite under Daitongmu Shirun's guidance. Is this the resting place of the two of them? Adhua inquired, gazing at the modest mounds of earth and the surrounding dilapidated structures. Alas, our Daitongmu clan is no longer what it once was. Daitongmu Shirun averted his gaze. Speaking nonchalantly, the place that had nurtured him was filled with a tumult of conflicting emotions. May they rest in peace. Observing this, Adhua chose not to press further, settling down on the ground to regard Daitongmu Shirun. What do you intend to do? Daitongmu Shirun felt a sense of pressure gazing up at the giant who sat before him. Nothing much. Standing while conversing feels uncomfortable. This position is far more agreeable. Due to Idua's towering stature, he often felt as though he were conversing with a mere animal, which left him quite uneasy. Thus, he had developed the habit of sitting on the ground, for at least this way he could perceive the person he spoke to as a fellow human. Very well. I cannot defeat you. Do as you wish. Daitongmu Shirun relinquished his resistance, staring directly at Adhua. Let us converse. What is it that you protect? And why do you wish to destroy the shinobi world? Adhua shifted the topic, addressing Daitongmu Shirun once more. What I protect? Upon hearing Idua's question, Daitongmu Shirun fell into contemplation. What the Daitongmu clan safeguarded was merely the moon beneath his feet and the shinobi world. Misinterpreting his grandfather's dying wish, Daitongmu Shirun had transformed into a harbinger of destruction for the shinobi world, presenting a paradox. Indeed, if the Daitongmu clan safeguards the moon, then why would you seek to annihilate the shinobi world? After all, the moon quietly protects the shinobi world from countless meteor strikes. Adhua spread his arms, illustrating his point to Daitongmu Shirun. I do not know. I merely adhere to the will of my ancestors, Daitongmu Shiren replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. It appears you have misunderstood. Did not the sage of the six paths clarify this for you? Eidhua inquired, having comprehended the situation. It was made clear, which is why I awaited your arrival in silence, rather than striking first. Upon hearing this, Daitongmu Shiren closed his eyes, speaking with a sense of benevolence. If that is the case, further words are futile. Why not join us? Trust me, you will not be disappointed. With that, Eidhua concentrated a surge of six paths power and directed it into Daitongmu Shiren's mind. What is this? The surge of six paths power vividly revealed the recent events transpiring in the shinobi world. After witnessing the changes within the shinobi realm, Daitongmu Shiren finally realized his error. Such a life was one he had never experienced, yet deep down, he yearned for it. How does it feel? After contemplating all of this, have you grasped the true essence of your ancestors' legacy? Edward teased Otsutsuki Shin, boasting of the countless trials he had endured to attain everything he had. How could this be? Is this truly what he referred to as the ultimate meaning? After absorbing the memories Edward had transmitted, Otsutsuki Shin collapsed to his knees, his hands pressed against the ground as he murmured vacantly. Yet, everything felt utterly meaningless. If that is the case, what is the significance of my existence? After a brief moment, Otsutsuki Shin regained his composure and stood, declaring, "You have yet to witness everything. Do you comprehend the significance of my endeavor to construct a spacecraft? This universe is not solely comprised of the shinobi world." Observing Otsutsuki Shin's transformation, Edward furrowed his brow and reprimanded him. However, the Otsutsuki clan has perished, leaving only me as the last of my kind. I am merely the final guardian of the moon. Yet, Otsutsuki Shin remained oblivious to Edward's intent, standing solitary and forlorn. Upon realizing the entirety of his existence was dedicated to safeguarding the moon and protecting the shinobi world, all his previous thoughts and plans crumbled in an instant, making him feel that the remainder of his life held no meaning whatsoever. You must regain your senses. Witnessing Otsutsuki Shin in such despair, Edward could no longer contain himself and slapped him across the face. At this moment, he desperately wished for Otsutsuki Shin to understand the truth, to comprehend what the true Otsutsuki clan, traversing the cosmos, truly resembled. In this state, do you not feel you are betraying your ancestors' wishes? After striking Otsutsuki Shin, Edward continued his admonishment. I never anticipated that my mission would be so trivial. Very well, I understand. Though the words did not awaken Otsutsuki Shin, they sparked a slight shift in his thoughts. However, two choices now lie before you. To remain here, guarding this moon until you succumb to loneliness, or to join me in conquering this universe and behold its true form. Noticing a subtle change in Otsutsuki Shin's attitude, Edward promptly offered him a glimmer of hope, enticing him. A person teetering on the brink of death is not inherently fearsome. Rather, it is one devoid of hope, wandering the threshold of death, who is truly terrifying. Without hope, they may commit unspeakable and reckless acts to satiate their inner turmoil. Is it truly possible for me? But if I leave the moon, who will safeguard it? Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of light ignited in Otsutsuki Shin's eyes. Anyone left alone in this pitch-black void on the moon would struggle to endure the isolation. Rest assured, I have come to resolve this matter. Although my current strength may not suffice to vanquish the demons sealed within the moon, I can at least reinforce the seal to prevent their escape. With that, a surge of six paths power coalesced in his hands, and with a sweeping gesture, he directed the power toward the moon. The moon began to tremble under the influx of this energy, debris floating in the air. Meanwhile, the ninja army, sensing the moon's disturbance, reacted with concern. What is happening? What is going on? Where is the fourth Hokage? Many in the ninja army felt the moon's anomaly and their expression shifted. They were utterly powerless against such a catastrophe surpassing human comprehension and nature itself. Quickly, enter the spacecraft. Following this, Tsunade and Yamashita Koka began organizing the ninja soldiers to board the spacecraft. They were well aware of Edward's capabilities, so they merely needed to manage their own troops. Understood. The obedient ninja soldiers promptly formed a line, entering the three spacecraft in an orderly fashion. In an instant, the moon was enveloped in a cloud of dust, as if something monumental were unfolding. On the other side, witnessing Edward unleash his six paths power, Otsutsuki Shin realized the magnitude of this energy and understood why he was no match for Edward. Bowing his head, he recognized that he had only managed to maintain control over the moon situation with a meager six paths power within him. Yet, Edward's arrival could perfect the seal on the moon. Subsequently, under Edward's energy transmission, symbols emerged, further solidifying the moon's surface. This should suffice for now. After reinforcing the seal, Edward reflected on the exhaustion he felt from depleting his six paths power. It seems I must take a period to recuperate and replenish my lost strength. Stretching his body, Edward spoke with a hint of resignation. Will you take me with you? At this moment, having witnessed everything, Otsutsuki Shin could no longer contain his yearning gaze toward Edward. Of course, it is a dream come true to welcome a powerful ally into my family. Hearing this, Edward burst into laughter. His spirits lifted as he spoke to Otsutsuki Shin. Very well, let us depart at once. Upon seeing Edward accept him, the tension in Otsutsuki Shin's heart dissipated, and he stepped forward. Are you that eager? Edward, still chuckling, playfully teased him. I do not wish to linger here any longer. Detecting the playful tone in Edward's words, Otsutsuki Shin turned his head away, murmuring in discomfort. All right, then let us proceed. Are you prepared? After that, Edward did not inquire further and took large strides ahead of Otsutsuki Shin. I have been ready for a long time. Otsutsuki Shin followed closely behind, reflecting internally. The scene shifted to the three spacecraft quietly resting on the moon's surface. The ninja soldiers had completed their evacuation, all safely aboard the spacecraft. Leaving the moon enveloped in silence, they awaited the slightest anomaly from the moon, at which point the spacecraft would initiate its launch and depart from the lunar surface. Edward, why haven't you returned? Has something happened? In the main control room of the spacecraft, Yamashita Koka and Tsunade anxiously gazed out the window, awaiting the familiar silhouette's return. If Edward does not return soon, I shall go search for him. Tsunade could no longer remain seated, speaking earnestly to Yamashita Koka. There is no need. I have faith that Edward will surely return. Moreover, given our strengths, if Edward truly encounters trouble, we would be of little assistance. Yamashita Koka replied with unwavering belief in Edward's abilities, speaking solemnly to Tsunade. Yet, even so, we cannot disregard him, can we? After hearing the words of Shanxia Fengya, Tsunade couldn't help but retort. Although she felt that Shanxia Fengya had said much, her heart remained uneasy. Reporting, Lady Tsunade, Lord Shanxia Fengya. We have news regarding the fourth Hokage. Just then, an information ninja rushed over, delivering the report to the two. What news? Speak quickly. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately inquired about the information brought by the ninja. Even Shanxia looked eagerly at the information ninja, hoping for news favorable to Edward. Reporting, the fourth Hokage has returned with a strange man dressed in tattered white clothing, and the guards below are currently welcoming him. A ninja, recalling the ominous aura emitted by that strange man, spoke with a shiver. Returned with a strange man? How is that possible? Could there truly be other races in this universe? Upon hearing the report from the information ninja, both Tsunade and Shanxia Fengya widened their eyes in disbelief. It must be noted that on this moon, in this universe, there is no oxygen from the ninja world. All that exists is a vast vacuum. Even beings of their caliber require spacesuits to remain safe in the cosmos. I don't know, but I can tell you that the aura he exudes is formidable, akin to that of the fourth Hokage. The information ninja recounted the earlier scene truthfully to the two. Quickly, take us to see. Overwhelmed with shock, the two eagerly urged the information ninja. If this is true, it implies that Edward has brought back a being of comparable strength during this journey. Please follow me. My lords, the information ninja promptly led the way, walking ahead of them. Follow him, Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she and Shanxia Fengya trailed behind the information ninja. Soon, after a series of ups and downs, the information ninja brought them back to the previous location. Here, a group of ninja soldiers armed with chakra firearms was gathering to welcome Edward and the newly arrived powerful being. Garur, you two have arrived? Edward shouted. sensing Tsunade and Shanxia Fengye's chakra signatures drawing near. Wonderful, I knew you would be fine. Hearing his familiar voice, Tsunade felt a wave of relief wash over her as she clasped her hands together, unsure of how to respond, standing there quietly. Brother Edward, who is this beside you? Shanxia Fengye, observing the scene, turned to ask Otsutsuki Shuren. Deeply convinced of the giant's strength before him, he felt no fear of this giant's potential defeat. Allow me to introduce, this is the last guardian of the moon, Otsutsuki Shuren, a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, wiping his mouth. Edward looked at the others and shared Shuren's lineage. Incredible, he is a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. No wonder the aura he emits is so terrifying, murmured the surrounding ninja soldiers, who had lived their entire lives steeped in the legends and myths of the ninja world. Among these, the tale of the Sage of Six Paths was the most grand, known by nearly all. Is this what you call a big family? Why does everyone's chakra feel so weak? Otsutsuki Shuren, having entered the spacecraft with Edward, stood there gazing at the high-tech surroundings for quite some time. Having spent his life on the moon, he had never encountered such peculiar devices. Hey, what are you saying? Are you looking down on us? Upon hearing Shuren's first words, Tsunade and the others immediately bristled, glaring at him with hostility. To me, they seem no different from mortals. Regardless of their feelings, Otsutsuki Shuren continued to express his disdain. Bakayura, what are you saying? Some ninja soldiers could no longer contain themselves and stepped forward, eager to challenge Otsutsuki Shuren. For them, the chance to duel such a powerful being was a source of pride and honor. With this opportunity presented, how could some glory-seeking ninjas resist? The chance to spar with such a formidable opponent would provide them with tales to tell for years to come. Enough. I'm still here. What are you trying to do? Noticing the discord arising as his newly formed family welcomed its first newcomer, Edward felt displeased and intervened. He desired a family that could coexist harmoniously, free from internal strife and betrayal, not one that erupted in a conflict upon the arrival of a new member. Yes, Fourth Hokage. The ninja soldiers, sensing Edward's anger, immediately retreated and lowered their heads. Humph. Otsutsuki Shuren also let out a cold snort, harboring different sentiments within. Shuren, quickly change your clothes and tidy yourself up. This kind of situation must not occur again. Edward, frowning deeply, sternly gazed at Otsutsuki Shuren. Understood. As long as they do not provoke me, Shuren replied, quickly submitting to Edward's authority, lowering his proud head. Subsequently, Otsutsuki Shuren was led away by the reluctant ninja soldiers. After all, following his battle with Edward, he was in a rather disheveled state, his attire torn and ragged. Brother Edward, that one. Once Otsutsuki Shuren was taken away, Shanxia Fengye stepped forward to ask Edward. Rest assured, with me here, there will be no disturbances. Noticing Shanxia Fengye's inner unease, Edward reassured him as they ascended into the levels of the spacecraft. That's good. In that case, did you acquire any other findings here, Brother Edward? With Edward's words bringing him some comfort, Shanxia Fengye followed up with another question. Though he had believed Edward's earlier claims, he had not yet witnessed the shocking reality before him. At this moment, he finally confirmed the existence of other races capable of survival in this universe. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he reflected on Otsutsuki Shuren, how he wished Edward's prior words had been mere fabrications. For if they were true, it would mean that there were indeed races in this universe eyeing their ninja world as prey, ever watchful. Nothing else, that's all. I merely wanted to visit this place. I did not anticipate such significant gains. Remembering the formidable Otsutsuki Shuren he had subdued, Edward felt a surge of happiness as he spoke. I never anticipated that I would encounter beings from other planets so soon. Shanxia Fengye let out a bitter smile, echoing Edward's earlier words. Edward, what do you think of his expression? Was it truly wise to subdue him? What if just as Edward was about to respond, Tsunade continued to press him with Shanxia Fengye's inquiries? Come now, do not fret so much. If you were aware of his past experiences, you would certainly abandon such thoughts regarding his actions. However, Edward merely chuckled and chose to disregard the two, slowly walking away. TCH, arrogant fool, Tsunade muttered under her breath. Turning her head away, no longer pursuing the topic. All right, you two tend to the internal affairs. There is much to be done below. With that, Edward concluded the conversation and returned to his private quarters. Due to Edward's massive physique, 3 spacecraft were modified for spatial accommodation. These spacecraft were named the Baijinghao, Heishiheo, and Haitunhao, each with its own significance and purpose. Naturally, the Baijinghao was the most dramatically altered, designed to suit Edward, serving as his primary residence, with ample space teeming with various ninjas and provisions. The Heishiheo symbolized external warfare, carrying the Uchiha clan and several battle-hardened ninjas. The Haitunhao represented internal peace, accommodating the Namikaze clan, the Hyuga clan, and the Sarutobi clan, ensuring a harmonious environment devoid of conflict. The 10-meter-high internal space within provided Edward with immense comfort, allowing him to stroll freely. Yet, this grandeur left the other ninjas feeling as if they had stepped into a land of giants, often feeling exceptionally small. Nevertheless, none of this mattered to them, for as long as their 4th Hokage could live comfortably, they were content. Under Tsunade and Shansha Fengye's organization, the Baijinghao, Heishiheo, and Haitunhao swiftly departed the moon, floating amidst the cosmos. The 3 spacecraft glided through the universe like fish in the sea, reveling in their newfound freedom. Days passed, and due to the replenishment of chakra from the ninjas and Edward's 6 paths power, their energy consumption remained minimal. However, this meant that the ninjas' chakra and Edward's 6 paths power were recovering at a sluggish pace. As they were no longer within the ninja world, the 6 paths power and chakra could not regenerate as freely as before, relying solely on external energy supplies and bodily transformation to regain their familiar strength. If this continued, the food supplies stored in their warehouse will be depleted in no time. One day, seated in the control room, Shansha Fengye glanced at the dwindling food supply list, feeling quite troubled. If it runs out, we'll have no choice but to return to the ninja world. Tsunade, equally distressed, sat nearby, casting sidelong glances at Edward, awaiting his response. Meanwhile, Edward, seated on his grand chair, appeared indifferent to their concerns. These matters are trivial. We can explore other planets. After all this time, we have yet to visit any beyond the moon. Moments later, Edward's resonant voice echoed in their ears, jolting them back to attention. Retrieve supplies from other planets? Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Upon hearing Edward's suggestion, both their eyes lit up, staring intently at him. Let the Heishiheo handle this task. After all, wasn't Daitongyu Shirin recently transferred there as its commander? Lacking interest in such trivialities, Edward issued commands to the duo. Very well. I shall promptly notify Daitongyu Shirin aboard the Heishiheo. Upon receiving Edward's orders, the two rushed to the control panel to establish contact with the Heishiheo crew. Soon enough, arrangements were swiftly made, and after Edward selected a suitable planet, the 3 spacecraft descended, with the Heishiheo entrusted with the operation. The Baijinghao and Haitunhao remained stationary after landing, while the Heishiheo's numerous prepared ninjas began disembarking, gearing up for combat. Everyone, disembark in an orderly manner. Gather your rations and shinobi tools, commanded a respected elder of the Uchiha clan to the crowd below. A new planet? Yet, I sense a strangely familiar aura here. Daitongyu Shirin, flanked by several companions, gradually descended. Despite Edward's strict orders against internal conflict, upon entering the Heishiheo, Daitongyu Shirin found himself ignited by the suspicious gazes of the Uchiha clan. Soon, under the pretense of friendly sparring, Daitongyu Shirin showcased his absolute prowess, earning the respect of all present. Lord Shirin, what should we do next? After Daitongyu Shirin's arrival, several ninjas approached him with inquiries. In accordance with Edward's orders, swiftly gather supplies and send reconnaissance ninjas ahead to scout the area. Daitongyu Shirin directed a ninja after assessing him. Yes, we vow to obey the 4th Hokage's command. The ninjas responded in unison, saluting towards the Baijinghao. After their rallying cry, they sprang into action, with some ninjas grabbing their tools and hastening into the distance. This aura is undeniably familiar, yet strangely foreign. What could it be? Daitongmu, Shi-Run pondered, his gaze fixed on the horizon, softly murmuring. He could sense an essence that resonated with his bloodline. Time passed swiftly, and after the ninjas aboard the Shiheo collected a plethora of edible plants and provisions, they intended to return to their spacecraft. However, one fateful day, the deaths of several ninjas captured their attention. To their astonishment, they discovered life forms beyond mere vegetation. Observing the injuries on the deceased ninjas, Uchiha Itachi's face hardened in disbelief. These wounds clearly bear the marks of a beast. Itachi, should we report this to Lord Shirin? Uchiha Shursui, standing nearby, contemplated as he fished through his pocket for shinobi tools. Let Brother Shursui decide. Uchiha Itachi, uncertain, deferred to Shursui's judgment. Once we finish gathering the edible plants here, we shall return and report this intelligence. It is indeed significant. After a brief discussion, the two began sealing the bodies of the fallen ninjas within sealing scrolls. Their efficiency markedly improved compared to before. I have filled the scroll's space. Itachi, how fares your progress? After a period of busyness, Uchiha Shursui finally placed the items from his back pocket and spoke to Uchiha Itachi. I'm almost done as well. So let us return and relay the intelligence to them. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi ceased his own tasks and shifted his gaze towards the aerospace rocket. Be careful, Itachi. Sunsin no Hutsu. However, in the next moment, the atmosphere of harmony on the scene transformed drastically. Suddenly, three peculiar, blood-red dogs with strange eyes launched a surprise attack from behind Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Substitution Jutsu. Reacting swiftly, Itachi executed his ninjutsu and swapped places with a nearby tree. The tree was quickly shredded into pieces by the ferocious blood-red dogs, which bared their sharp teeth and fixed their bizarre, blood-red eyes on the two. Were these creatures? The two felt a wave of pressure as they observed the blood-red dogs baring their fangs. Their current strength aside, the mere fact that these creatures could instill such pressure was enough to illustrate their formidable power. It is the Kyubi Rinnegan. I have seen this when I was trapped in the infinite Tsukuyami. Uchiha Itachi quickly deduced that the three blood-red dogs were evidently under the control of the infinite Tsukuyami. How strange. Why does the Kyubi Rinnegan appear here? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui's heart raced, and he prepared for battle. I don't know. It seems we must eliminate them first and discuss later. Gaton, Senka no Hutsu. Uchiha Itachi initiated the attack against the three dogs, and the Hozenka no Jutsu spread like petals scattered by celestial maiden, targeting the beasts. Sunsin no Hutsu. Kaze no King, Nishiri no Mai. Uchiha Shursui followed closely behind, and their combined assault seemed capable of overcoming any peril as it struck the dogs before them. Grr! The massive dogs let out a roar, swatting away the Hozenka no Jutsu with a single paw, and the three dogs converged to surround the two. How could these mere beasts compare to the name of Uchiha? As the dogs spread out, Shursui's attack locked onto one of them, inflicting numerous wounds upon its body. Damn! Do these beasts possess such high defense? Before long, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi distanced themselves from the controlled dogs, their eyes fixated on them. Brother Shursui, it seems this planet is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Uchiha Itachi placed down his ninja tools, covering his Konoha forehead protector with one hand. Are you going to use that ninjutsu? Shursui inquired, realizing Itachi's gesture. Yes, Itachi replied with a slight nod as he began to activate his eyes. All right, be cautious. Shursui distanced himself from Itachi, perching on a tree and watching him confront the three dogs. He understood that Itachi was about to unleash that powerful ninjutsu. Mangekyo Sharingan, Amaterasu. Finally, as regular ninjutsu proved ineffective against the beasts, Uchiha Itachi revealed his true strength. The Mangekyo spun rapidly, summoning a torrent of black flames that enveloped the three dogs. Awoo! The dogs, ignited by Amaterasu, collapsed to the ground, howling in agony as they struggled to escape the black flames. But the flames, known for their unquenchable nature, could not be easily extinguished. Before long, Amaterasu consumed their entire bodies, nearly roasting them to perfection. Impressive, Itachi. Witnessing Itachi dispatch all the dogs, Shui leaped down from the tree, expressing a hint of envy. Do not say that, brother Shui. Your power far surpasses mine. Sensing the envy in Shui's words, Itachi covered his head with a hand, feeling somewhat helpless. All right, let us retreat quickly to avoid further complications. Without responding to Itachi's words, Shui sealed the roasted dogs into a scroll and prepared to leave the area. But in the next moment, the forest trembled, revealing countless pairs of eyes identical to those of the previous blood-red dogs. It seems we cannot leave, brother Shui. Uchiha Itachi halted in his tracks, sighing. Damn, could this planet also be under the control of infinite Tsukuyomi, like we were before? Shui's eyes gradually transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan, murmuring in a complex tone. Grr, slowly. The controlled beasts hidden in the forest began to reveal themselves. There were large insects, great birds, and creatures never before seen in the ninja world. However, all these beasts shared the same trait. Their eyes were controlled by the Kyuubi Rinnegan, echoing the growls towards the two. Uchiha Shui and Uchiha Itachi tensed their bodies, waiting for the right moment to unleash their ultimate techniques. Who are you and why are you here? Suddenly, the beasts spoke in unison, shocking Uchiha Shui and Uchiha Itachi into silence. What is happening? The two exchanged stunned glances, bewildered to hear familiar language and voices emanating from the beasts. This revelation left them perplexed, eager to uncover the truth. Tell me who you are and why you are here. When the Uchiha duo remained silent, the pack of beasts reiterated their inquiry. What are you? Are you the ones controlling this place? Gradually accepting the situation, Uchiha Shui quickly asked, Who are you? Foolish lower beings, allow me to handle this personally. Observing the audacity of the two to question them, the beasts shook their heads and charged at the Uchiha brothers with ferocious roars. One by one, the beasts emerged from the forest, their strength significantly enhanced under the control of the Kyuubi Rinnegan. Itachi, prepare yourself. Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. Unable to remain still as the massive horde of beasts approached, Uchiha Shui activated his Susanoo, enveloping himself in a green skeletal frame as a giant armored figure materialized. Susanoo. Next to him, Uchiha Itachi summoned his own Mangekyo Sharingan's power, forming a red armored giant that stood alongside Shui's green one. Jata no Kagami, Getsu no Ken. The battle commenced as the two armored giants faced the throng of controlled beasts. The blood of the beasts splattered onto the ground, and the heavens seemed to change color with the carnage. Roar! However, this did not hinder the fervent hearts of these ferocious beasts. Even if those in front perished, those behind would follow closely. Can you still hold on, Itachi? Gradually, the movements of the armored giants slowed, a consequence of their diminishing ocular power. They cannot sustain this for long. Yada no Kagami. Do not worry, brother Shui. I shall not fall until this horde of beasts is vanquished. Upon hearing the concerned voice of Uchiha Shui, Uchiha Itachi responded, increasing the strength of his hand, and ultimately unleashed a massive sphere towards the beasts. Countless creatures were obliterated in an eruption of crimson, leaving a scene of bloodshed in their wake. Yet even so, it appeared as though an endless wave of reinforcements surged from behind the ferocious beasts, joining the fray to entangle the two armored giants. Where did these two come from? I recall that this planet had no living beings left prior. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battlefield, two men clad in white garments, their skin as pale as the moonlight, conversed with one another. One bore two small horns atop his head, while the other had but one. Their eyes remarkable in their own right. I do not know, one mused, scratching his head as he gazed into the distance where the battle raged. Fortunately, their powers are not formidable. Otherwise, we would be in great trouble. The other man then addressed his companion. Yuan Sure, go and deal with them swiftly. Upon hearing this, the one who had been listening nodded and promptly set forth to carry out the instruction. Very well, I shall endeavor to do so swiftly. The man known as Yuan Sure then vanished in the blink of an eye. They were the so-called guardians and protected of this planet. Within the Otsutsuki clan, there existed a strict hierarchy between the guardians and the protected. The protected held a status above the guardians, capable of commanding them to undertake any task, even at the cost of their lives. As it stood, the man designated as protected could order Yuan Shi, the guardian, to perform any action. Indeed, the relationship between the protected and guardians was one of grave severity. The distinction between the two was marked by the presence of horns and the nature of their eyes. The man with 2 horns and the Rinnegan was the protected, while the one with a single horn and no Rinnegan was the guardian. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi and his brother continued their struggle against the beasts. Brother Shisui, the beast should be nearly exterminated by now. Uchiha Itachi, whose eyes streamed with blood and whose body was on the verge of collapse, uttered, "Indeed, Itachi, how are you faring? Perhaps I should bear this burden alone." Uchiha Shisui remarked, unable to bear his brother's suffering. Despite sharing the same affliction, with blood streaming from their eyes and their bodies breaking apart, Itachi resolved, "I am fine. I cannot simply place this burden upon you, brother Shisui." With that, he shook his head slightly and intensified his assault, wielding the Tenketsu blade with fervor, unaware of how many beasts he had slain. Alas, Susanoo? 99. With a deep sigh, Uchiha Shisui summoned his Susanoo with even greater vigor. The green Susanoo erupted with countless beams of emerald light, annihilating the endless horde of beasts. At last, the battle was concluded. After a considerable time had passed, the battlefield bore no trace of the beasts. The 2 brothers dispelled their Susanoo and collapsed onto the ground, leaning against one another. "Brother Shisui, this is not the time to rest. We must return to the base and report this incident." Yet, scarcely had they reclined when Uchiha Itachi summoned the strength to rise, pulling Uchiha Shisui to his feet. "I understand. Let us hasten our retreat." Uchiha Shisui, having expended more ocular power than Itachi, felt his body weaken. Just as they stood, a figure clad in white skin and garments, bearing a single horn, appeared before them, obstructing their path with an incredulous expression. "You 2 lower beings cannot leave yet." This man was none other than the guardian of this planet, known as Yuan Shi. "Who are you? Why do you resemble Lord Shira so closely?" Uchiha Itachi inquired, his eyes wide with disbelief as he propped up the faltering Uchiha Shisui. Listen well, you are in the presence of the controller of this world, Otsutsuki Yuan Shi." A faint smile graced Otsutsuki Yuan Shi's lips as his Byakugan flared to life. In the next moment, 2 black rods, forged from yin-yang release, pierced their shoulders, pinning them to the ground. It hurts, my chakra." The brothers struggled against the black rods that had impaled them, yet their efforts proved futile. Their chakra was sealed, rendering them as mere mortals. "Tell me, who are you 2, and why have you come here?" With the brothers stripped of their ability to resist, Otsutsuki Yuan Shi began his inquiry, indifferent to their plight. "Brother Shisui, it seems we are to perish here. I never anticipated not completing this journey alongside Lord Hokage. Itachi, yet to die together is not an unworthy choice, is it?" The 2, disregarding Yuan Shi's questions, closed their blood-red eyes and spoke to one another. Why do those eyes seem so familiar? Otsutsuki Yuan Shi pondered, struck by a sudden realization. When their eyes were open, he had not sensed anything amiss. But upon their closure, he felt a strange familiarity, as if he were being observed by the protected. "Since you 2 refuse to speak, allow me to extract the truth myself, foolish beings." Soul extraction. Finally, a tremor of anticipation flickered at the corners of Otsutsuki Yuan Shi's mouth as he concentrated a surge of power to strike the tops of their heads, intent on drawing forth their souls. Song Yun Xia. At that critical juncture, an immense blade hurtled through the air. With a resounding thud, Otsutsuki Yuan Shi's hands were severed, blood gushing from the stumps as disbelief clouded his gaze. "It is the 4th Hokage." Recognizing the familiar voice, the brothers widened their eyes in unison, turning towards the source. They knew it was the voice of their revered 4th Hokage, Edward Newgate. "Who goes there?" After losing his hands, Otsutsuki Yuan Shi swiftly retreated several hundred meters, shouting in alarm. In his eyes, the fact that this individual could sever his hands was sufficient evidence of possessing the power of the 6 paths. "Are you 2 all right?" Without responding to Otsutsuki Murasaki's inquiry, Edward landed heavily beside the Uchiha duo, raising a cloud of dust as he spoke. "They are not dead yet. Otsutsuki Shorin also arrived alongside Edward, drawing the black rods from the Uchiha's bodies with a flick of his wrist. Lord Shorin, Lord Hokage. This individual claims to be Otsutsuki Murasaki and possesses the fifth novel. The two who had just been relieved of the black rods began to divulge all the intelligence they had, as they understood that in this battle, they could no longer be of any use, thus opting to assist in this manner. All right, I understand. Go over there. Ninjas should be arriving shortly. After listening to the information, Edward nodded with emphasis and pointed in a direction, instructing the two. Understood. The two quickly huddled together and retreated from the area, leaving the three still engaged in confrontation. Hey, it appears you have completely dismissed my presence. Otsutsuki Murasaki, whose hands had been severed, had now regained them and, with fingers crackling, furiously confronted Otsutsuki Shorin and Edward. This fellow seems to possess considerable strength. Despite Murasaki's rage, Edward remained unimpressed. The Tsongyun Chia swiftly whirled back into his hand as he addressed Otsutsuki Shorin. The Otsutsuki clan, you say? Why do they still exist? However, Otsutsuki Shorin paid no heed to Edward's words, his mind consumed by the earlier statements made by the Uchiha. Those two damned, lowly creatures dare to disregard me. Byakugan. Observing Edward and Otsutsuki Shorin engrossed in their own matters, Murasaki could no longer contain himself, his eyes widening as he swung his hands towards them. Byakugan? That should serve as a fine monitoring tool. Recognizing the familiar sound of the Byakugan activating, Edward chuckled softly and advanced to engage Murasaki in combat. This behemoth, how did your body grow to such towering heights? Yet, as the battle commenced, Murasaki found himself completely overwhelmed by Edward's prowess, continuously fending off Edward's attacks. Is that a question you dare to ask? Are you aware that you nearly killed 2 supernovas from inKonoha village? Upon hearing this, Edward intensified his onslaught, wielding the Tsongyun Xie as if in a dual-mode frenzy, leaving afterimages in its wake. Damn it, Cross-Eye! Finding himself at a disadvantage, Murasaki was left with no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique. A special eye, though its power is merely slightly superior to that of Otsutsuki Shorin. Observing Murasaki utilizing the ability of his other eye, Edward, constrained by an unknown energy, remarked, "Shockwave fist." Yet in the next instant, Edward's fist seemed to shatter through this unknown energy, striking Murasaki and creating a multitude of cracks. With a single blow, Murasaki was sent soaring into the sky, blood gushing from his mouth. Reincarnation, Eye Chakra mode. However, witnessing Murasaki being flung skyward, Otsutsuki Shorin, unable to remain passive any longer, immediately activated his special mode, appearing behind Murasaki to catch him. Oh, Edward, who had intended to continue his assault, halted his movements, intrigued by the unfolding scene. He understood that Otsutsuki Shorin sought to unravel his own lineage. Tell me, why do you bear the name Otsutsuki? Otsutsuki Shorin, with a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind, tightly grasped Murasaki's neck, his eyes a blood red as he inquired. Were you a feeble failure with diluted blood? Get away from me, Cross-Eye. Dismissing Otsutsuki Shorin, Murasaki closed his eyes, unleashing a wave of unknown energy that sent Shorin flying. A feeble failure with diluted blood? That cannot be. Grasping the key phrases from Murasaki's words, Otsutsuki Shorin rose to his feet, clutching his head in agony. Since birth, he had been told he was part of a clan tasked with guarding the lunar seal, upholding this duty until the very end. It was only upon learning of his ancestors' intentions that he sought to obliterate the ninja world. Ultimately, the arrival of the Sage of Six Paths and Edward corrected his perspective. Yet today, encountering a kindred spirit, strikingly similar to himself, shattered his worldview anew. The scene shifted back to Otsutsuki Murasaki, who had since healed a significant portion of his injuries and was now fixated on Edward. Where did these two come from? After sending Shorin flying, Murasaki's gaze remained locked onto the giant, watching the spectacle, tension coiling within him. Hey, Shorin, you're not going to be defeated so easily, are you? Despite being viewed as the greatest threat, Edward paid no mind to Murasaki, merely tilting his head to address Shorin. Cough! How could I be so easily defeated? I finally understand your words from before. Hearing Edward's concerned tone, Shorin brushed off the dust from his body, turning his gaze back towards Murasaki. A trace of anguish evident in his voice. At this moment, he finally comprehended Edward's earlier advice to seek the truth for himself. Yet, grappling with the truth was overwhelming. Then let us battle. I entrust him to you. Observing Shorin's pained expression, Edward shook his head gently, channeling a portion of his six paths power into Shorin's body. This was the strength he lent to Shorin, which would be reclaimed once Shorin had vented his emotions. Thank you, Shorin murmured, clutching his chest, feeling warmth envelop his heart. You two actually disregard my presence. Murasaki, witnessing this exchange, erupted in fury. Once, he had commanded all things, wielding the power of life and death. Never had anyone treated him in such a manner. Yet, regardless of Murasaki's outburst, Edward remained unfazed, having fully entrusted the battle to Otsutsuki Shorin. In his view, this was the perfect opportunity to hone Shorin's combat experience and fortify his resolve. Your opponent is me. With renewed determination fueled by Edward's expectations, Otsutsuki Shorin regained his composure, glaring coldly at Murasaki. Ha! Overestimating yourself. Cross-eye, shift, and rotate. As Otsutsuki Shorin boldly challenged him, Murasaki, wide-eyed in disbelief, swallowed hard and launched an attack. Zhuan Shenjian. Luda Zilun Zuan Senbao. However, the Otsutsuki Shorin, who had received the power of Lu Dao from Edward, was no longer the same as before. In an instant, he unleashed a force that matched Otsutsuki Momoshiki's abilities. Bang! The two powers collided, releasing an immense force that sent a circular wave radiating through the terrain. Following there were the fierce strikes, as both combatants exchanged blows with relentless ferocity. Yet, at this moment, Otsutsuki Shorin found himself at a disadvantage, his injuries far surpassing those of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. I could sense a more formidable power lurking. What could it be? Observing the fierce battle before him, Edward pressed his lips together, showing no inclination to intervene. Upon arriving on this planet, he had initially been seated comfortably within the spacecraft by Jinghao, lost in thought. Yet, Otsutsuki Shorin had suddenly approached him, claiming to sense a familiar bloodline within this world. This immediately piqued his interest, prompting him to exit by Jinghao and set foot on the planet's surface. However, the moment he touched the ground, both he and Otsutsuki Shorin sensed the peculiarities of the planet. This anomaly bore a striking resemblance to the state of the ninja world under the control of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous noise erupted from the battle between the Uchiha, drawing the attention of both Edward and Otsutsuki Shorin. This allowed them to arrive just in time to rescue the Uchiha, who were trapped in a life-or-death struggle, one of whom was still holding his ground against Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Alas, it seems Otsutsuki Shorin is still no match for that fellow. In the next moment, Edward returned to reality, turning his gaze back to the clash between Shorin and Momoshiki. At this point, Otsutsuki Shorin had unleashed his ultimate technique, the Jinin Zhuanqing Bao, colliding with Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Strangely, no matter how much damage Otsutsuki Shorin inflicted, Momoshiki would rapidly recover moments later, as if the planet were continuously supplying him with energy. Allow me to lend you a hand. Seeing Otsutsuki Shorin on the verge of defeat, Edward could no longer restrain himself. He understood that if Shorin were to fall to Momoshiki this time, it would undoubtedly inflict significant psychological damage upon him. Simultaneously, as Edward uttered this phrase, a surge of power intermingled with the aura of Conqueror's haki descended upon him. What is this? Otsutsuki Shorin, engaged in battle with Momoshiki, gazed at the red haki enveloping his hand, astonished. This was a force he had never encountered or sensed before, as if it belonged to a realm beyond their own. What is this? Why does it sever the chakra supply from the divine tree? Soon, with the temporary enhancement of the Conqueror's haki, it seemed that Momoshiki's injuries could no longer mend and remain stagnant. Zhuan Shenjian, Nu Jinin Zhuanqing Bao. At last, at a perfect moment, infused with the Conqueror's haki, Otsutsuki Shorin unleashed a powerful attack upon Momoshiki. What is this thing? Upon being struck by the attack combined with the Conqueror's haki, Momoshike's body could no longer withstand the force and shattered into fragments. Thank you. After defeating Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Sharon's body relaxed, the borrowed strength returning to Edward. For him, engaging in combat with such a formidable adversary would have led to his swift defeat had it not been for Edward's power. No, he is not dead. Yet, upon witnessing Momoshiki's body explode, Edward shook his head. He could perceive, through his observation haki, the lingering chakra presence of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Perhaps soon, he could reconstitute his body and resurrect. Are you certain? Can he survive such an attack? Hearing this, Otsutsuki Sharon, feeling somewhat disheartened, tensed his body again, questioning Edward in confusion. Of course, can you not see the fragments of his shattered body? Sensing the disbelief in Sharon's words, Edward pointed to the remnants of Momoshiki's body slowly dissipating, as if returning to the essence of this world. Look, this planet is sustaining him. They then turned their gazes toward a particular direction. That direction was the very center of the planet. Meanwhile, on the other side, a colossal tree extended countless branches, connecting with the planet, while numerous silhouettes were ensnared within its limbs. A closer inspection revealed that these figures were the beasts and other life forms that once inhabited this world. This great tree was continuously siphoning energy from these beings. And this was the so-called divine tree of chakra. How pathetic, you actually lost to these inferior beings. From deep within the tree's heart, a figure clad in white, gazing down with a condescending expression, addressed the gradually reconstituting Otsutsuki Momoshiki. This is impossible. How could I lose to a failure? Soon, Otsutsuki Momoshiki fully manifested his form, his mind in turmoil, unsure how to confront the man before him. Losing is losing, if you are not my guardian. You would have long since become sustenance for the divine tree. Staring at this utterly inept guardian, the man fixed his gaze upon him. In that moment, he truly desired to convert this guardian into a source of nourishment for the divine tree. Grant me one more chance, and I will eliminate them all, transforming them into part of the divine tree. Hearing this, the still unyielding Otsutsuki Momoshiki gritted his teeth. Ha! Very well, they're already on their way. Do not disappoint me this time. Closing his eyes, the man, lost in thought, projected an energy into Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body. All right, Otsutsuki Momoshiki merely uttered a single word before his form became a mere shadow, vanishing from sight. In another direction, Edward and Otsutsuki Sharon had finally arrived. Sharon, if all goes as expected, this should be their base. Brother Edward, I believe you are correct. The duo, one large and one small, soared through the air, engaged in conversation. At this moment, Otsutsuki Sharon, having won the previous battle with Edward's assistance, now regarded Edward with deep reverence, addressing him as Brother Edward, a term that sounded quite endearing. We have found it. I never expected it to resemble the divine tree in the ninja world. It seems the Otsutsuki clan is far more complex than it appears. After soaring through the skies for what felt like an eternity, they finally located the immense divine tree, which exerted control over the entire planet. Brother Edward, what should we do next? Otsutsuki Sharon inquired, unaccustomed to such experiences. It is rather straightforward to identify the unseen puppeteer controlling this divine tree and apprehend them, Edward declared confidently as he descended with a mighty blade. Is it truly that simple? A peculiar expression emerged on Otsutsuki Sharon's face upon hearing these words. Do not speak, he is coming. At that moment, Edward raised a finger to hush everyone, and his large face turned towards a specific direction. Clearly, that direction was where Otsutsuki Yinshiki, who had fully restored himself, was now glaring at the two with a menacing gaze. Yinshiki did not anticipate your recovery to be so swift. Despite Otsutsuki Sharon having mentally prepared for this moment, he was still slightly taken aback by the sight of the unscathed Yinshiki before him. As long as the chakra god tree stands, I am invincible, Yinshiki asserted fiercely, gesturing towards the sphere of energy coalescing in Sharon's hand. Unbeknownst to him, someone was eavesdropping on his words, acquiring crucial intelligence. How audacious! Yet, this divine tree is indeed different from the one in the previous shinobi world, Edward scoffed after hearing Yanshiki's proclamation. He did not regard the minor Otsutsuki Yanshiki with any seriousness. His true concerns lay with the individual standing behind Yanshiki. The Otsutsuki Yanshiki, now fully charged with energy, did not hesitate and launched an attack towards Edward and his companion. Quake! Upon witnessing this energy sphere, even Edward had to brace himself, as the force of the collision between his weapon and the sphere produced a tremendous shockwave. In the midst of this upheaval, Yanshiki charged forward, aiming to strike Edward. "You are no match for Sharon. Do you believe you can contend with me?" Edward retorted while defending against Yanshiki's relentless assaults with his colossal fists. "With the support of the Chakra God Tree, what can you possibly do?" Yet, Yanshiki continued to engage Edward with unabashed ferocity, their exchanges reverberating with resounding impacts. Observing this tumultuous clash from a distance of several thousand meters, Otsutsuki Sharon, devoid of Edward's Six Paths power, could only silently watch the battle unfold, his heart yearning for strength to assist Edward. Crush! Amid their continuous skirmish, Edward seized an opportunity, grasping Yanshiki's head and forcefully inducing a sensation akin to bursting. In an instant, Yanshiki's head was crushed, leaving his body spinning in place, unable to comprehend the situation, his fists still flailing. "Is he dead?" Sharon murmured, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he observed the unfolding combat. However, disappointment soon washed over him, for in less than a second, Yanshiki's head restored itself, and he resumed his assault on Edward. "Huh? Did you think I could be defeated here? I am immortal," Yanshiki roared triumphantly as his body reformed. Quake! Yet, in the next moment, Edward's fist struck him, shattering him into numerous fragments. Throughout the confrontation, Yanshiki was perpetually in a state of being crushed. However, due to his connection to the Chakra God Tree, he possessed the ability to regenerate infinitely, allowing him to survive. Cross-eyed, crucifixion of death. At a certain moment, overwhelmed by the onslaught, Yanshiki finally unleashed his cross-eyed technique, pulling Edward's consciousness into his realm. Is this an illusion? Once ensnared, Edward quickly discerned the nature of his predicament. His immense form was affixed to a crucifix, while Yanshiki hovered above, looking down upon him. If one were to describe it, this place resembled Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami space. Ha ha! How does it feel to experience the strongest illusion? After drawing Edward into the crucifix space, Yanshiki began to revel in his madness. For no one had ever escaped from his domain. The strongest? Ha! In comparison to another's illusion, you are vastly outmatched, Edward scoffed, flexing his hands to liberate himself from the crucifix's grasp. This is impossible. Kill! Witnessing this spectacle, Yanshiki's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. After all, the surprises of the day were too much for him to process. After uttering the command to kill, countless black rods and blades surged towards Edward's colossal form. "This is strikingly similar to Itachi's Tsukuyami space," Edward murmured, but he effortlessly broke free from the onslaught. Huh! With a mere wave of his hand, Edward scattered the innumerable blades and rods. "No! How can you retain your original strength within my crucifix space?" Yanshiki could no longer endure this revelation, hastily dispelling the crucifix space. At that moment, he comprehended that he was not a match for the towering giant before him. Even with the immortality granted by the Chakra God Tree, he could only be crushed, depleting its chakra. Perhaps it would be wiser to retreat and allow his superior to handle the situation. "This illusion is inconsequential in the shinobi world," Edward proclaimed as he exited the crucifix space. Despite the extensive events that transpired in the illusion, in reality, less than a second had elapsed. "Damn it, you will regret this. The technique will hollow out your body, merging you with the Chakra God Tree, contributing the last of your strength to the impending fruit." Yanshiki cast one final glance at Edward before disintegrating into nothingness, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Has he fled? "Pursue him," Edward commanded, narrowing his eyes as he tightened his grip on the blade, directed at Otsutsuki Sharon. "Understood," Sharon replied, swiftly following Edward in search of Yanshiki's traces. Within the inner sanctum of the Chakra God Tree, a familiar figure observed with indifference as Yanshiki, still only half recovered, stood before him. It appears you have failed once more. Forgive me. I am too weak, unable to eliminate them, Yanshiki articulated slowly, gazing at the cold visage of his superior. I willingly offer myself as a part of the chakra god tree, to further the process of solidifying the chakra fruit. Yanshiki had always aspired to surpass his superior. Yet the chasm between their bloodlines and stages felt insurmountable, leaving him disheartened. Haha, Yanshiki, you have truly disappointed me, his superior sighed, extracting the essence from within Yanshiki's being. As a guardian, failing to protect me is a grave sin. Holding the essence in his hand, Wushi gazed at the spherical form transformed from it. However, he was not yet prepared to consume the essence of Otsutsuki Yuan-Shi entirely or to merge it with the Chakra Divine Tree. He intended to wait until the Chakra Divine Tree reached its ultimate critical point before integrating the essence sphere of Otsutsuki Yuan-Shi into it. I willingly accept my punishment, he declared. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Yuan-Shi emitted another sound before falling completely silent. Hee, but do not be too hasty to accept your fate. At present, I am immobilized within the divine tree, relying solely on my clones to sustain my existence, Wushi stated slowly, not wishing for Otsutsuki Yuan-Shi to meet such a grim demise. Grant me your aid once more, and help me manifest a physical form. With that, Wushi opened his eyes wide, and a creature reminiscent of the white Zetsu from the ninja world materialized before him. Enter, and let us become one. Following this, both Wushi's clone and the essence sphere in his hand merged into that creature's body. The sensation returned after millennia, bringing immense comfort. Finally, as the creature, akin to white Zetsu, twisted its form and visage, a man emanating boundless power, clad in white robes, materialized. A closer inspection would reveal that he possessed 2 horns and the Rinnegan with 9 tomo. He was none other than the one Otsutsuki Yuan-Shi had long protected, Otsutsuki Wushi. Let's resolve this swiftly. Besides these few individuals, I sense 3 formidable technological entities 1,000 miles away, Otsutsuki Wushi said coldly, twisting his body and flexing his hands. He then merged into the divine tree, freely drifting within its trunk. Outside the heart of the divine tree, it seemed that the entity they sought resided within this colossal tree. After a lengthy search yielded no results, they finally pinpointed the locations of Otsutsuki Yuan-Shi and another figure. Let us proceed. Break through, Edward said gravely, gazing at the immense tree towering far above even the divine trees of the ninja world. The adversary he was about to confront might prove significantly more formidable than Otsutsuki Yuan-Shi. Reincarnation Chakra Mode, Silver Wheel Reincarnation Blast. Upon hearing Edward's command, Otsutsuki Shirin erupted in green flames, forming an attack in his hands. Are you searching for me? But just as Otsutsuki Shirin was about to unleash his Silver Wheel Reincarnation Blast, a figure interrupted him. What is this? Otsutsuki Shirin stood frozen, gazing at the white-robed man, who appeared far more ethereal and powerful than Otsutsuki Yuan-Shi. The one hidden behind Yuan-Shi has arrived, Edward thought, his expression heavy with concern. He sensed a significant threat emanating from this individual. I am the master of this world, Otsutsuki Wushi. Welcome to my realm, unknown one. The 4 exchanged glances for a while, and Otsutsuki Wushi could no longer restrain himself, finally speaking. However, as he did, the branches of the divine tree, under his control, transformed instantaneously into several colossal dragons that lunged at Edward and Otsutsuki Shirin. This was Otsutsuki Wushi's probing attack against the 2. Such immense vitality. The offensive power of these dragons rivals that of Senju Hashirama's would release. 1,000 hands, Edward remarked, furrowing his brow at Otsutsuki Wushi's effortless display of strength. Leave these dragons to me. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Blast. Otsutsuki Shirin, eager to prove himself, quickly positioned himself in front of Edward to intercept the dragons. If you think the power of the Chakra Divine Tree is merely this, you are gravely mistaken, Otsutsuki Wushi said, folding his arms and observing the battle with a disdainful expression, although he had intended for a swift resolution. A playful disposition arose within him after being confined to the divine tree for a millennium without utilizing his true power, relying solely on his clones for mobility. Curse it! What is happening? Why can't I shatter them? Otsutsuki Shiran, exerting all his strength in his assault, found himself in a humorous predicament, as the wooden dragons seemed to possess an immortal quality akin to Otsutsuki Yuan-Shi. No matter how he attacked, he could not completely obliterate them. Enough! Do not waste your effort. To shatter these dragons, you must eradicate the chakra within the divine tree, Edward finally interjected after observing for a considerable time. Ha! A clever one. Before we engage in battle, might you share your origins with me? Otsutsuki Wu-Shi asked, having listened intently. Origins? I am the Whitebeard of Konoha. After revealing this, Edward's muscles tensed, unleashing a wild surge of power that resonated within both of them. In the next moment, Edward leaped high into the air, brandishing his Tsongyun Chia, releasing a shockwave that shattered the wooden dragons into splinters. Quite impressive. Only such strength qualifies you to challenge me, Otsutsuki Wu-Shi remarked, his previous disdain replaced by respect as he grasped a black staff that materialized before him, preparing to engage Edward in combat. A myriad of dazzling and lethal techniques ensued between them, with the residual force pushing Otsutsuki Shiran back several kilometers. Excellent. It has been over 1,000 years since I last felt the thrill of battle. After a prolonged clash, Otsutsuki Wu-Shi licked his lips, seemingly reveling in the experience. I never anticipated such a grand reward upon arriving on this planet. Edward appeared equally enthralled, his muscles quaking as he spoke. At that moment, both acknowledged each other's strength. Allow me to show you this technique, Giant. 9-Tomo Rinnegan Illusionary Birth Reincarnation Technique. As he finished speaking, time appeared to freeze in that instant, with only the third eye on Otsutsuki Wu-Shi's forehead wide open. Edward, still engaged in combat, was suddenly halted, his eyes wide with surprise as he remained poised for battle, unaware that his consciousness had been drawn into Otsutsuki Wu-Shi's 9-Tomo Rinnegan. His mental space echoed with the incantation of the 9-Tomo Rinnegan Illusionary Birth Reincarnation Technique, causing his thoughts to drift aimlessly while his body remained suspended in that moment. In the early morning, the sun shone brightly in the sky, while birds chirped and insects buzzed among the trees. Fish in the pond danced and sang, creating a rhythmic plop sound. The sounds of classmates playing in the playground mingled with the voices of teachers instructing in the classroom and students answering questions. All of these sounds converged into Bai Hua's ears, prompting him to lift his head from his desk. Where am I? Bai Hua, with drool at the corner of his mouth, gazed around in confusion, recognizing the familiar surroundings that instantly evoked memories. Bai Hua, hurry up. Don't fall asleep. The teacher will call the rolls soon. Beside him were his desk mate and roommate, playfully jostling his body and speaking to him in bewilderment. Huh? Am I awake? Gazing at the familiar yet strange figure beside him, Bai Hua rubbed his eyes. Silence. Are you asking me? He chuckled, amused. His desk mate, taken aback, asked with a hint of curiosity. All right, it's nothing. You needn't worry about me. Upon hearing this, Bai Hua felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Are you all right? Should I call a doctor for you? After teasing him for a moment, his desk mate decided to let him be and turn to frolic with others. Was everything before just a dream? Bai Hua thought, patting his still-dazed head. Now he was truly himself, a soon-to-be graduate of his undergraduate studies. But was this dream not excessively prolonged? Reflecting on his past, Bai Hua shook his head in despair. Ding, ding, ding. Class is over. Everyone prepare for the next professional course. The stern voice of the teacher resonated in every student's ears alongside the ringing bell. Class is over. I'm so sleepy. I need a nap for a bit. I'll play Naruto all night, but thankfully, hard work pays off. I finally made it to Super Shinobi. Suddenly, the classroom erupted with the sounds of students clamoring to go to the restroom, smoke, or shop, each with their own intentions. This was the essence of university life that unfolded before Bai Hua's eyes. Bai Hua, want to go to the supermarket to buy something? A voice broke through Bai Hua's reverie, snapping him back to reality. No, you go ahead. I have other things to attend to. Looking up, he saw it was his roommate. Given his current state, Bai Hua had little time to accompany him, so he promptly declined. All right, I'll go by myself then. With Bai Hua's refusal, his roommate responded and left the classroom. Go ahead, Bai Hua muttered as he remained seated. He then fixated on the pages of the book before him, flipping through them. This was familiar yet strange to him, leading to feelings of disconnection with the world. I need to take a leave and go home. Ultimately, Bai Hua closed the book with a firm thud, emotions swirling within him. Bai Hua, what's going on with you today? Observing Bai Hua's unusual demeanor, his classmates began to express their concern. I'm fine, Bai Hua replied softly before striding out of the room. What is up with Bai Hua today? He seems off, the surrounding students murmured, watching him leave the classroom with giant strides. Outside the teaching building, Bai Hua took out his phone and sent a leave request to his counselor, deciding not to concern himself with school affairs any longer. Should I call? I wonder if Dad is busy. Stopping at the entrance of the building, he scrolled through his contacts, musing quietly. Beep, beep, beep. Within moments, he could not resist tapping the number, and the phone echoed with ringing. Hello, is this my son? The familiar and weary voice of Bai Hua's father greeted him on the other end. Hey, Dad, where are you now? Upon hearing the word son, tears welled up in Bai Hua's eyes as he responded. I'm at the office, son. What's the matter? His father's voice turned urgent upon sensing the mixed emotions in Bai Hua's tone. I'm fine. I just miss you. Please continue with your work, Dad. Sensing his father's anxiety, Bai Hua quickly reassured him. That's strange. You should tell your dad if something's wrong. I'm your biggest support. Bai Hua's father, hearing his son's restored spirit, jested before comforting him. All right, I understand. Actually, I'm running low on living expenses. Knowing he was speaking to his closest kin, Bai Hua finally set aside the thought of the past and began inquiring about financial support. Oh, I knew it ulterior motives. How much do you need? Is 2,000 enough? Bai Hua's father teased, but recalling Bai Hua's earlier words about missing him softened his heart. That's sufficient. Just remember to transfer it to me. By now, after a smooth conversation, Bai Hua ended the call with a sweet smile. Ding dong, ding dong. Shortly after, his phone chimed again, signaling the sound of his father sending him money via WeChat. Son, if you ever run low, remember to ask your dad. Don't starve at school. After receiving the transfer, Bai Hua's father sent another voice message. All right, I understand. After replying to his father, Bai Hua abandoned the thought of taking leave to go home. However, having already requested leave from his counselor, he decided to return to his dormitory for a while. Yet upon seeing the irretractable leave message and the counselor's response, Bai Hua could only sigh in resignation. With determination, he took large strides back to his dormitory. His dormitory was located on the 6th floor, and without an elevator, it took him considerable time to reach it. Phew, so tired, but for some reason, I feel invigorated. Once back in an empty dorm room, Bai Hua lay down on the bed, emptying his mind. Forget it. I should wash up. I didn't brush my teeth this morning. However, after lying there for a short while, Bai Hua stood up and rushed to the window to freshen up. Such a familiar scene, like in the Hokage building in Mai. As he washed, he reached the windowsill and gazed at the view from the 6th floor, pondering. What am I even thinking about? Noticing he was slipping back into that state of mind, Bai Hua shook his head, resolutely dispelling the thought, and resumed his washing. Edward, is this the truth you spoke of? A voice echoed in his mind, awakening him from his reverie. Ho. It seems I've discovered someone's secret. Just then, two familiar voices resounded in Bai Hua's mind, startling him awake. Is that Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru? Bai Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Do not be ensnared in this world. Return, Edward. There are many waiting for you outside. The voices continued, tempting him as he stared wide-eyed. What? So, the dream I had was indeed real. After calming his mind and taking deep breaths, Bai Hua gazed at his hands and pondered. How can I return? Once he regained his composure, he inquired again of the two voices. Open the window before you and leap out while time permits. However, the voices fell silent, merely enticing him to commit dreadful acts. Should I jump? Listening to the seductive whispers, Bai Hua could not resist opening the window before him, gazing down at the ground dozens of meters below, murmuring. Yet deep inside, he did not wish to leap or abandon this world, leaving him in a state of hesitation. The maple leaves below, Kakashi, Tsunade. Upon recalling these familiar figures, Bai Hua finally steeled his resolve, gritting his teeth as he confronted his fear and jumped from the towering height. In the world of Hokage, within that celestial sphere, numerous events had unfolded since Edward's consciousness was drawn into the illusionary realm of the Kyuubi Sharingan. Why do you still linger? Already. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was relentlessly thrusting a black rod into Edward's immense form, producing squelching sounds. A pool of blood had already formed beneath him, while nearby, Otsutsuki Shoten lay unconscious, murmuring Edward's name, oblivious to his fate. What is this? Such a formidable being possesses a dual personality? As he continued his assault, Otsutsuki Kinshiki suddenly sensed something amiss and quickly distanced himself from Edward. The term Kyuubi Sharingan illusion referred to the highest illusionary technique birthed from the Kyuubi Sharingan, capable of pulling the victim into their own sealed memories, ensuring they remain trapped within. Moreover, it could effectively alter the subject's memories, indirectly influencing the reality they recalled. The only means of liberation lay in the victim's ability to recognize their entrapment within the illusion and possess a strong desire to return to reality, ultimately relying on death to achieve true escape. Such conditions were exceedingly arduous to fulfill. Yet, it was astonishing that this giant was a deranged individual with a dual personality. Initially, Otsutsuki Kinshiki had intended to permanently confine Edward within that realm and manipulate his essence through the power of memory. To his surprise, Baiwa had recognized that he was ensnared in a false world. This prompted Otsutsuki Kinshiki to exploit the opportunity, attempting to eliminate Edward from the physical plane. However, it was only with the emergence of Edward's dual personality that this plan was thwarted. How painful! Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru, have you saved me? Fully aware of the illusion's potency, Edward murmured as he covered the multitude of wounds on his body. Tell me, how does such a strong individual possess a dual personality? How disappointing. Upon witnessing Edward's return to consciousness, Otsutsuki Kinshiki became agitated. A dual personality? No wonder the supposedly deceased Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru appeared to remind me. It turns out it was my own dual personality. Hearing this, Edward's heart trembled as he returned to reality. He realized that it was the remnant of his unresolved affliction that had salvaged him. What a stroke of luck. Had you been devoid of that so-called dual personality and those individuals, you would have perished long ago. Pointing to the unconscious Otsutsuki Shoten, Otsutsuki Kinshiki spoke ominously. Otsutsuki Shoten. Following Kinshiki's gesture, Edward's pupils dilated, and he gripped his sword tightly, roaring, unforgivable. You shall perish. His inner fury ignited, as if it would pierce the heavens. In the next moment, he began to shift, wielding his great blade, creating numerous afterimages that simultaneously struck at Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Is it truly worth such wrath over a mere triviality? How do you deem yourself worthy of your own power? Observing this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki felt a pang of regret as he engaged in combat with Edward, the sound of their clash reverberating. How can a heartless being comprehend the essence of emotion? The two exchanged blows while debating fervently. Sometimes, the outcome of strength is less significant than the clash of ideologies. If one could alter the other's beliefs, they might even draw the opponent into their fold, becoming part of their strength. Hence, the verbal sparring might be more fearsome than the battle itself. Heartless? Those with feelings are also destined to fail. Such a simple truth, do you not grasp it? Otsutsuki Kinshiki retorted, baring his teeth and unleashing a swarm of white long worms that bit into Edward's flesh. What is this? It can drain my chakra and 6 paths power. Edward's eyes widened in shock upon feeling the rapid depletion of his strength. Do you feel it? This is the power of the chakra god tree. Otsutsuki Kinshiki laughed maniacally as he absorbed Edward's energy. The chakra god tree? I never anticipated it would grow so powerful. Even I cannot escape its grasp. Edward, with one hand blocking Kinshiki's assault and the other tearing at the biting worms, spoke gravely. Yet, no matter how he pulled, the worms clung to him as if rooted. Their bodies remained locked in a peculiar and strange position. Si passe reversal technique. Finally, recalling Uchiha Madara's strength, Edward successfully unleashed the ninjutsu, breaking the stalemate. Quite the impressive technique. Where did you acquire it? Observing Edward's return to form, Otsutsuki Kinshiki licked his lips, expressing his envy. This is the power of a friend. Perish now, Six Paths Rebirth Yin-Yang Technique. As Edward recalled Uchiha Madara's abilities, his eyes twisted into the Six Paths Sharingan, fixating on Otsutsuki Kinshiki with unwavering intensity. What is this? Are you attempting to rival my Six Paths power? Do you not realize I command the Chakra God Tree? Captivated, Otsutsuki Kinshiki momentarily lost focus, feeling the relentless drain of his own Six Paths energy. Damn it, this technique is futile. I cannot compete with him. Hearing this, and sensing the vast energy within Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Edward promptly abandoned the technique. To engage in a battle of attrition with the one controlling the Chakra God Tree was beyond his capacity. Nevertheless, this technique was indeed remarkable. Its creator was a true genius. As he perceived the ephemeral Six Paths power slipping away like quicksand, Daitomyu Wuxia savored the moment. Now, his attention shifted. He aimed to claim Edward's formidable strength as his own, transforming it into his own power. The fact that you could wield such power without sustaining any harm is indeed remarkable. In response to Daitomyu Wuxia's praise, Edward retorted with a different tone. However, if it is merely that, then let it become a part of my being. In the next instant, Daitomyu Wuxia, with a greedy lick of his lips, lunged towards Edward. Dream on. Edward shot back, charging at Daitomyu Wuxia in kind. The two clashed, creating a resonating hum. Meanwhile, Daitomyu Sharon, lying on the ground in an uncertain state between life and death, gradually awakened and struggled to stand. Residual Six Paths power within him allowed him to mend his injuries and regain his strength. However, this recovery exhausted his remaining Six Paths power. Should he sustain such severe injuries again, he would surely perish without a chance of revival. What a nuisance, you're still alive, Daitomyu Wuxia remarked, glancing at Sharon, who had managed to stand. You are far too arrogant, Daitomyu Wuxia. Just as Daitomyu Wuxia became distracted, a colossal fist struck his face. Ugh! This blow sent him flying over 1,000 meters, leaving his body in tatters. Indeed, it was a grave error to engage in a contest of strength with such a being. After a considerable pause, Daitomyu Wuxia finally managed to rise once more. You can only rely on the Chakra God Tree. Edward laughed heartily, having regained his sense after that strike. Earlier, he had truly tasted the flavor of death within the illusion known as the Ninetales Six Paths reincarnation. Ignorant. Upon hearing this, Daitomyu Wuxia cast a glance at Edward before soaring towards the Chakra God Tree. I must uncover his weaknesses, or this cannot continue. Observing Daitomyu Wuxia's flight towards the Chakra God Tree, Edward muttered in frustration. He then followed in pursuit and issued a command to Daitomyu Sharon along the way. I understand. Brother Edward, I shall do well. Nodding in compliance, Daitomyu Sharon departed from the battlefield, as he was no longer fit to remain. Kulme, let me show you my true power. With Sharon gone, Edward, fully charged with strength, hovered in the void and shouted at Daitomyu Wuxia. He was determined to test Daitomyu Wuxia's vulnerabilities with all his might. If all else failed, Edward would consider fleeing this planet. Daitomyu Sharon had just returned to the spacecraft, organizing its departure from this world. Giant, do not be overly confident in your power, Chakra God Tree. Daitomyu Wuxia also hovered in midair, now positioned before the God Tree. As he spoke, the branches of the Chakra God Tree began to entwine around him, elevating his already imposing height to match Edward's. You wish to compete in strength? Let us see. Daitomyu Wuxia, now of equal stature to Edward, gazed steadily at him. Chakra God, Tree entwine, earthquake, earth-shattering. With that proclamation, neither hesitated further. Tremendous force surged in their hands as they unleashed colossal attacks. The powerful punches and kicks were akin to a flood, tearing through their bodies and producing a cacophony of sounds. Blood and various other stains marred their forms, rendering their faces grotesque. The sound of the space around them fracturing echoed constantly, a testament to their immense power. Bang! After an extensive clash, both figures retreated to a considerable distance, staring motionless into each other's eyes. Their bodies were severely damaged, riddled with gaping wounds. Do you see? This is the true application of the Chakra God Tree. Touching the wounds on his body, Daitamyu Wusher's injuries healed almost instantaneously, returning him to peak condition. It seems I must adopt a different approach. Otherwise, I cannot hope to vanquish him, Edward murmured, somewhat regretful upon witnessing this recovery. God Tree's hand. Yet, before Edward could catch his breath, under Daitamyu Wusher's command, the Chakra God Tree transformed into a colossal hand that grasped towards Edward. Such immense power. Underneath this hand, Edward felt akin to an ant in the face of its approach. Shatter. Just as the hand was about to seize him, Edward unleashed a surge of power, obliterating the hand. However, the true lethal strike was yet to come. Daitamyu Wusher had cleverly concealed himself behind that very hand. Once Edward shattered it, Daitamyu Wusher's form became fully visible, wielding a black spire that he thrust towards Edward. A finishing move? Upon seeing the black spire, Edward's pupils constricted as he raised his sword, Songyun Chia, to block it. Humph, how fortunate. Your weapon possesses decent strength. Daitamyu Wusher, frustrated that Edward successfully blocked his strike, retorted with irritation. What is that weapon? Edward, narrowly evading the attack from the black spire, scrutinized it with caution. I did not expect you to recognize its uniqueness. Listen well, it is called assassination. Daitamyu Wusher, brandishing the spire, proclaimed boastfully. This weapon was forged through arduous trials, amalgamating metals from countless planets. Previously, it had slain innumerable powerful foes, yet here it faltered against Edward. Assassination? Quite an extraordinary name. Upon hearing Daitamyu Wusher's words, Edward swung his sword, forcing Daitamyu Wusher back several dozen meters. Ha ha ha! Countless lives are concealed within its making. Daitamyu Wusher, wielding assassination, pointed it at Edward, shouting, Is that so? With that, Edward charged forward with Songyun Chia. With a mere mundane tool in your grasp, how could you possibly compare to my divine weapon? Daitamyu Wusher held his spire against Edward's sword, and once more, the battle was poised to resume, with their energies coalescing to a critical zenith, seemingly on the verge of breaching the heavens above. Sky dominance. In the next moment, following Edward's exceedingly bold and commanding proclamation, his domineering haki surged forth like a torrent. What is this? Wrapped in Edward's overpowering haki, Otsutsuki Mashiki found himself momentarily breathless, exclaiming in disbelief. Simultaneously, his body froze in midair, immobilized. Seizing this opportunity, Edward's eyes widened, and with a sweeping motion of his sword, Songyun Chia, he struck decisively. He intended to create a moment that would expose Otsutsuki Mashiki's vulnerabilities. Slash! With that exclamation, Otsutsuki Mashiki's form was cleaved asunder, resembling decaying timber. Now, shatter! Witnessing the bifurcation of Otsutsuki Mashiki's body, Edward wielded his power, reducing the two halves to mere fragments. Yet, this was not Edward's primary objective, for if this were all, it would not be long before Otsutsuki Mashiki regenerated. Hence, his true target lay behind Otsutsuki Mashiki, the colossal god tree. With Otsutsuki Mashiki too fatigued to counter Edward's onslaught, Edward knew he must act decisively in this critical juncture. What? Fragmented yet retaining consciousness, Otsutsuki Mashiki gazed in astonishment at Edward's actions. But what followed shattered his very essence. Under the force of Edward's strike, the Chakra God Tree was violently disrupted. Although this did not inflict severe damage upon the God Tree, it drained a significant portion of its energy. A fatal blow to Otsutsuki Mashiki, who had awaited a millennium for this moment. Detestable lowly creature, you have successfully ignited my wrath. Upon uttering this, Otsutsuki Mashiki disregarded his shattered form, transferring his consciousness into the Chakra God Tree. His true self had long been concealed within the God Tree, quietly nurturing its energy. However, Edward's actions had unavoidably crossed a line. Then, amidst the violent tremors of the Chakra God Tree, a radiant figure resembling Otsutsuki Mashiki emerged, almost divine. This is, Edward halted, transfixed by the sight of the towering Otsutsuki Mashiki, whose form exceeded that of Kagaya Otsutsuki, brimming with battle experience. Such power was beyond his capability to contend with, leaving him with but two choices: to retreat swiftly from this terrifying place or to fight on, with the resolve to face certain death, hoping for a slim chance of victory. I cannot perish yet. I am followed by countless souls who depend on me, Edward thought, gripping Song-Yun Xie resolutely. You hideous beast. Yet, Otsutsuki Mashiki offered no opportunity for Edward to escape, unleashing a barrage of energy blades, each 100 meters in length, directed at him. Cursed 6 paths of reversal. Song-Yun slash. Edward, momentarily hindered by Otsutsuki Mashiki's assault, had no choice but to parry the deadly blades before seeking an opportunity to evade. You stand no chance against me. Surrender is your only viable option, Otsutsuki Mashiki remarked, recalling the feeble guardian, Yuan Shi, as he beheld Edward's unwavering resistance. What is this? The power of Otsutsuki Yuan Shi? However, Edward remained undeterred by Otsutsuki Mashiki's words, his attention drawn to a nearby essence previously bestowed upon Otsutsuki Mashiki by Yuan Shi. As Otsutsuki Mashiki abandoned his clone for his true form, the essence now floated aimlessly in the air. Damn fool. Must you create complications even in death? Otsutsuki Mashiki's eyes narrowed as an invisible hand reached for the essence, attempting to seize it before Edward could. Come to me. Yet, Edward was swifter, grasping the essence and sealing it within himself. Retreat, shatter space. With a powerful swing of his fist, Edward tore open a gaping void in the surrounding space, stepping through and vanishing from sight. He fled into another dimension. Otsutsuki Mashiki, now revealed in his true form, blinked in surprise at Edward's disappearance. You cannot escape, you grotesque giant. But in the next instant, a gleam ignited in Otsutsuki Mashiki's eyes, and countless clones erupted forth. Bound to nurture and protect the Chakra God tree, he could only emit signals to alert the rest of the Otsutsuki clan. Meanwhile, Edward found himself in a purple forest, turning to survey his surroundings. He was uncertain of his location. I must find Otsutsuki Sharon and the others quickly, lest I envision the dire consequences, he whispered, gripped by a sense of foreboding. The ninja army he brought with him paled in comparison to Otsutsuki Mashiki and Yuan Shi. They were woefully inadequate. Found it. Have he already departed this planet? With his observation haki fully activated, Edward detected the trail of a spacecraft, casting his gaze skyward. You cannot escape, you hideous giant. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a radiant glow emanated from the ground beneath him, and Otsutsuki Mashiki ascended slowly. So swift, Edward's heart raced at the sight of the towering figure. Assassinate! At his command, Otsutsuki Mashiki unleashed a multitude of blades, aiming to pierce Edward. What a nuisance! Faced with the onslaught of countless blades, Edward raised his sword to defend himself. I must find a way to escape this place. While parrying the lethal projectiles, Edward contemplated alternative means of evasion. You cannot flee. Black hole. Otsutsuki Mashiki reiterated his previous threat with fervor. If he could ensnare Edward now, it would be his best chance. Otherwise, capturing him after his escape would prove arduous. Shockwave. As Otsutsuki Mashiki declared black hole, several dark spheres materialized around Edward, intent on drawing him in, compelling him to retaliate with all his might. Ha ha ha! Descend into the abyss of death. As Edward struggled against the gravitational pull of the black hole, Otsutsuki Mashiki reformed the previously scattered blades, launching them toward him. Was his power still insufficient? If only my strength were greater. These relentless assaults plunged Edward into a difficult predicament, leaving his mind in turmoil. However, amidst contemplation, he did not forget to wield his great sword in retaliation, the resounding echoes reverberating in the air. The forest began to succumb to destruction under their onslaught, almost as if it were an illusion. Earthquake. After successfully fending off a series of strikes, Eihua immediately launched a counterattack, denying Otsutsuki Mashiki even the slightest opportunity. What is this? The increasingly anxious Otsutsuki Mashiki gazed at the quaking ground beneath him. Caught off guard by his urgency, he found himself ensnared in the tremors, his internal energy being drained by the seismic forces. Retreat. Observing this, Eihua showed no inclination to linger, swinging his sword to unleash a projectile towards Otsutsuki Mashiki, and his body leaped into the air. Damn it! I will hunt you down relentlessly, you lowly, grotesque, repugnant giant. Otsutsuki Mushiki shouted in a fit of rage as he witnessed Adehua ascending into the sky, preparing to distance himself. Hey, next time, the outcome might not be in my favor. Adehua, soaring through the skies, could not help but chuckle at Otsutsuki Mashiki's desperate demeanor. He then vanished from sight, unleashing a series of sonic booms as he departed from the planet. Having acquired the essence of Otsutsuki Mototsuki, he needed to swiftly assimilate this energy to regain his strength. In outer space, 3 colossal space rockets floated silently in the vacuum. Within the rockets, a multitude of discussions erupted. Why hasn't the 4th Hokage returned yet? Could he be in danger? Impossible. The 4th is incredibly powerful. Do not speak foolishly. No, I must return to assist the 4th Hokage. The ninja's eyes glistened with concern as they exchanged anxious words. Recently, Otsutsuki Sharon had returned, injured, which prompted their exodus from the planet, leaving them all feeling unsettled, as if they had lost their anchor. Enough. Everyone quiet down. Finally, Tsunade, stationed in the main control room, could no longer contain herself and shouted into the intercom. At her command, all chatter ceased, and everyone turned their attention to the woman speaking. It is known that she is the 5th Hokage, a woman whose authority rivals even Aidewa's, albeit slightly less. Sharon, what on earth happened? What transpired? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed as she looked at Otsutsuki Sharon, who was quietly nursing his injured arm. Sigh, I'm not entirely sure. I only know that I suddenly encountered 2 formidable foes. In terms of combat power, I was no match for them. Otsutsuki Sharon, glancing at the bandaged arm, fell into reminiscence. 2 formidable foes? Are there still others on this planet? Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell silent, gazing out at the verdant planet, murmuring to herself. She had always believed this planet to be merely abundant in flora. In truth, she was among the first explorers to set foot on this planet, and at that time, not a single complete life form had been discovered. Uncertain, we should wait for Adehua to return. Otsutsuki Sharon tightened his bandages, looking expectantly at the green planet. What is that? Suddenly, a dark speck gradually came into view, prompting Otsutsuki Sharon to widen his eyes in curiosity. It's Adehua, he exclaimed loudly, finally recognizing the figure. What? Adehua? Tsunade rushed forward, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, it is Adehua. Quickly, relay my orders to open the gate and allow him entry. After observing closely, Tsunade swiftly instructed those below. Phew, I knew Adehua would return. This command brought a sense of relief to those who heard it. Soon thereafter, amidst a flurry of activity, Aidewa's massive form finally entered the spacecraft. Adehua, what happened to you? The first to greet him, Yamashita Maple, looked at his injuries with deep concern. Adehua was covered in numerous wounds and bloodstains, a sight that was quite alarming. I am still too weak. My power is insufficient. However, Adehua seemed to disregard Yamashita Maple's concern, murmuring to himself. Adehua, Tsunade, and Otsutsuki Sharon hurried over to express their concern. There's no need for such worry. I am fine. Adehua finally responded, waving his hand. His body still bore the essence of Otsutsuki Mototsuki, which he needed to digest. Thus he wished to avoid unnecessary distractions. Are you truly all right? Do you need medical attention? Tsunade inquired, her worry evident. No, it's fine. Everyone retreat. We should have gathered sufficient resources by now. Adehua reassured them, waving his hand dismissively. Ignoring the emotions of those around him, he strode purposefully away, heading to his quarters to assimilate the essence of Otsutsuki Mototsuki. Adehua, yet, he failed to notice a figure in the corner, silently observing all of this. To this day, Adehua had not acknowledged a single word from him, leaving him feeling profoundly sorrowful. I am truly useless. Unlike Sharon, I cannot assist Adehua in any way. Yamashita Maple, overwhelmed by his own feeble strength, succumbed to self-reproach. If possible, he would even consider making a pact with death to gain temporary power to aid Adehua. Regardless of Yamashita Maple's turmoil in Aidewa's chamber, The energy from the essence was remarkably potent. Taking a deep breath, Adhwa focused intently on absorbing the essence within him. This energy even surpassed that of the Sage of Six Paths, brimming with immense power. Unfortunately, the essence of Otsutsuki Moritsuki seemed unable to be precisely harnessed to every fragment of this energy. He could only control it with his limited vision. I wonder if I can acquire the memories of Otsutsuki Moritsuki through this energy, if possible. With this thought in mind, Adhwa concentrated all his attention on the endeavor. Time flowed like sand slipping through his fingers. He was unaware of how long had passed, perhaps a day, a week, or even a year. Yet, Adhwa felt as though only a few hours had elapsed as he digested the essence of Otsutsuki Moritsuki. In the process of assimilating this essence, he finally obtained fragments of Otsutsuki Moritsuki's memories. Regrettably, due to the transformation of Otsutsuki Moritsuki into essence, Adhwa could only absorb remnants of these memories. It turned out that the Otsutsuki clan hailed from a distant planet, possessing lifespans of thousands of years, and could utilize Wedge for reincarnation, transcending death itself. They were born with immense power, requiring no arduous training like mortals. The Otsutsuki clan possesses and wields a multitude of formidable beings known as the Ten Tails, utilizing them as instruments for invading foreign worlds. Each member of this clan is adorned with distinct horns, possesses silvery white hair, and is clad in white garments. Those of pure bloodline are inherently endowed with Byakugan and boast lifespans stretching over millennia. Their unwavering obsession lies in the collection and consumption of chakra fruits, relentlessly pursuing these goals at any cost, with aspirations of attaining the status of the supreme god. Every Otsutsuki has the ability to levitate and traverse the cosmos freely, regarding Earth's inhabitants as inferior beings, viewing themselves as divine entities. The Otsutsuki clan cultivates god trees on foreign planets, using the juvenile Ten Tails to devour all forms of life, thereby acquiring chakra fruits. These fruits contain immense energy and genetic information, encompassing the life forms of numerous planets scattered throughout the universe. When an Otsutsuki consumes the elixirs crafted from the chakra fruits of the god tree, they continuously evolve until they reach the unparalleled moment of becoming a god. Is this truly the case? After perusing the residual memories of the Otsutsuki, Edward mused while seated on his grand bed, gazing out the window. At last, he had finally come into contact with some of the hidden truths. He had not anticipated the existence of such tenacious races beyond the ninja world, realizing that he had previously been overly arrogant. After digesting the memories of the Otsutsuki, Edward lamented that he had learned the clan comprises numerous members, some of whom are overt, while others remain concealed, their whereabouts unknown. However, a commonality persists. They are all scattered across various planets, slowly cultivating chakra god trees to procure chakra fruits. Although with the powers of the Otsutsuki and the Otsutsuki, they could be considered elite combatants. There exist even more formidable adversaries above them, not to mention the Otsutsuki god itself. Now, having absorbed the energy of the Otsutsuki, Edward wondered if he could contend with these beings. He recalled his battle against the Otsutsuki, and the realization dawned upon him that it was insufficient. With his current abilities, he could not even slay the Otsutsuki, who possessed a chakra god tree. Yet in the next moment, Edward firmly closed his eyes, pondering with some distress. Fusion degree panel, can you assist me? Suddenly, he opened his eyes, as if a thought had struck him. However, disappointment washed over him as he shut his eyes once more. The fusion degree panel remained unchanged, stuck at a fusion degree of 99, unable to progress further. Could it be that the intermittent changes had caused him to deviate from his original state as Whitebeard, thus stalling the fusion degree panel at 99? Reflecting on this, Edward opened his eyes, his thoughts racing. Had he pursued a steady development without becoming Hokage and enacting those earth-shattering policies to transform the ninja world, he might have indeed reached a fusion degree of 99 and become the Whitebeard of the Great Ninja War. Alas, it was too late for such reflections. It seems I must rely on myself. If they can thrive on the chakra god tree, then so can I. Edward's gaze turned toward a specific direction, recalling the dormant chakra god tree hidden within the ninja world. Now he understood the path he must tread and how to augment his power. Edward, are you awake? At that moment, Tsunade burst in, having been vigilantly monitoring Edward's awakening. How long has it been? Edward fixed his gaze upon Tsunade. If the time on the rocket is accurate, it has been approximately over a year. We have already stopped for resupply for 2 weeks. Tsunade reminisced about their year-long journey through the stars. A year? I wonder how the ninja world is faring. Why not return to the ninja world? Edward expressed his surprise. Without your orders, we would not dare to return to the ninja world, Tsunade replied with a wry smile. In terms of authority, Tsunade was indeed just a notch below Edward. Yet regarding strength, her influence paled in comparison to his, even lesser than that of the Otsutsuki Shin. Convey my orders. Return to the ninja world. After a prolonged silence, Edward, uncertain of his feelings, ultimately issued the command with conviction. Yes. Tsunade's eyes lit up, her face brimming with excitement. They had been adrift in the cosmos for an extended period, and to claim they did not miss home would be a falsehood. Then let us proceed immediately. After Edward's declaration, Tsunade swiftly departed to relay the orders. What? We're going home? Is that true? We're returning to the ninja world? Splendid. The crew aboard the spacecraft erupted in excitement at Tsunade's announcement. That day, the personnel aboard the spacecraft collectively held an impromptu celebration to express their emotions. Each individual longed for their home, and at last, they could cease their cosmic wandering and return to their homeland. Subsequently, the crew dedicated themselves to their tasks, working diligently to contribute to their return. As for how much time passed during this return, it was uncertain. In a ninja world within Konoha village, a voice resonated within the Hokage building. Well, 6th Hokage Kakashi, you seem to be living quite comfortably. It was the voice of Uchiha Bido, a subordinate of the 6th Hokage Kakashi. Speak, what has transpired? Kakashi, peering at his longtime friend, pulled down his Hokage hat. Ahem, it's nothing major. Just that Rin and I are about to get married. Here, the wedding invitation. You must come. Uchiha Obito, feigning a cough, shyly produced an invitation from his pocket. Indeed, since Kakashi and Sakura had become involved, Uchiha Obito had intensified his pursuit of Noera Rin, leading to this development. Is it progressing this quickly? Congratulations, Obito, Kakashi remarked, picking up the invitation from the table to examine it closely. Hehe, thank you, Kakashi. Uchiha Obito, scratching his head with a blush, gazed around nervously. If Kakashi had harbored any significant feelings for Noera Rin, Uchiha Obito would have found himself in a precarious position. Thank me for what? You should be thanking yourself for all your hard work over the years. Kakashi dismissed Obito's gratitude with indifference. Well, I'll leave you to your tasks. I must take my leave. You must attend my wedding, or else I will come looking for you. Obito declared emphatically before departing. Sigh, Obito remains the same as ever. Kakashi said, shaking his head while seated in the Hokage's office chair. Over the years, since he ascended to the position of the 6th Hokage, he has experienced rapid growth, presenting a more mature demeanor. This maturity, however, has yielded significant benefits, as he has effectively organized the entire Hokage world, garnering widespread admiration from the villagers. It is uncertain where his father is now, or how they are faring. After casting aside thoughts of Obito, Kakashi stood up and quietly observed the greatly transformed Konoha. Skyscrapers now towered over the village, and high-speed rail systems had become widely accessible. The entirety of Konoha was interconnected by these railways, greatly enhancing convenience for the villagers, allowing everyone to traverse the village within an hour. Beyond the village, the changes were monumental. The specter of war had vanished from the lexicon. With a widespread dissemination of education, many within the shinobi world have begun to embrace civility and politeness. Kakashi pondered whether his father would feel a sense of solace upon witnessing the current state of Konoha. With a hand pressed to his chest and eyes closed, Kakashi mused. I am so weary. I long for a brief respite. Perhaps I shall rest tomorrow. Moments later, he reclined his chair, reflecting on the taxing efforts he had exerted to maintain balance within the village. Despite his desire for rest, he found it merely a fleeting thought. as he had consistently remained vigilant, even neglecting to attend to Hana at home. Report. Before Kakashi could settle into his chair, the office door was abruptly flung open. A ninja rushed in, his face alight with excitement and fervor. Sarutobi Shin, what has caused you such haste? One does not usually see you in this state. Kakashi, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, inquired. They have returned. The white whale, black shark, and dolphin ships have made their way back from the cosmos. Sarutobi Shin exclaimed, his eyes wide with exhilaration. What? Why only now? Upon hearing this, Kakashi slammed his hand on the desk and stood up, his voice brimming with excitement. Since Edward had departed with that group, countless individuals had yearned for their return, Kakashi being among them. You just claimed I was the one who was excited. Sarutobi Shin replied, somewhat exasperated as his emotions settled. Now, let us hasten to find them. Kakashi interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Yes, Lord Sixth Hokage. Sarutobi Shin straightened up, brimming with energy. Outside Konoha, at the landing site of the spacecraft, the ninjas swiftly mobilized upon the spacecraft's descent, preparing the area to welcome the arrivals. The fourth Hokage is returning. Long live the new god of the shinobi world, the fourth Hokage. As the spacecraft landed with a resounding thud, the gathered ninjas cheered in unison. After the hatch emitted a hiss, it swung open, revealing several figures within. Edward, alongside Yamashita Kid and Tsunade. It is the fourth Hokage. The ninjas erupted in excitement, pointing at the figures. Ah, I'm finally back. I wonder how Kakashi is faring. Edward mused as he calmly surveyed the crowd. I have not inhaled such fresh air in ages. It feels exquisite, Tsunade exclaimed, shedding her space combat suit and taking deep breaths of the atmosphere. Brother Edward, shall we head directly back to Konoha? Yamashita Kid asked, turning to Edward, disregarding Tsunade's sentiments. Yes, but you and Tsunade should first organize the ninjas from the spacecraft before returning, Edward replied with a nod. Understood, Brother Edward, Yamashita Kid affirmed, relishing the opportunity to assist Edward, feeling more useful here than in the cosmos. All right, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You may proceed at your own pace, Edward said, casting a glance at Yamashita Kid before departing with a burst of speed. Now, he needed to rapidly assess the overall situation in the shinobi world and locate the chakra god tree and the Ten Tails. Shortly thereafter, Edward arrived at the Hokage Tower. Lifting his gaze to the figure before him. Is that Kakashi? What a fortuitous encounter, Edward remarked as he stood, adopting a perspective of authority. Father? What is happening? How have you come to be here? Kakashi, who had just exited the Hokage Tower to greet the returning spacecraft, expressed his astonishment. A great deal transpired en route, necessitating a premature conclusion to our plans and a return to the shinobi world, Edward succinctly explained, struggling to articulate the full extent of the events. Did you encounter difficulties? Kakashi inquired, piecing together the implications and entering a contemplative state. Indeed, I require your assistance. Have there been any notable occurrences in the shinobi world recently? Perhaps involving individuals clad in white? Edward recalled the terrifying Otsutsuki clan, lamenting their peculiar activities in the shinobi world as depicted in Boruto. Individuals in white? Not that I am aware of. Under my administration, the shinobi world has been quite stable, with no major incidents, Kakashi proudly asserted, having scoured his memory for any mention of the figures Edward described. Very well, then. You should hasten to welcome Tsunade and Yamashita Kid's group. I have other matters to attend to, Edward concluded, striding into the Hokage Tower and leaving Kakashi momentarily alone. Father, Kakashi murmured, turning to watch Edward's retreating figure, his mind filled with unspoken thoughts. Everyone, follow me to the back mountain of Konoha. We shall welcome the fifth Hokage. Kakashi called to those around him, leading them away. He understood that his father must be facing some urgent circumstance to act in such a manner. Meanwhile, Edward was diligently searching through documents within the Hokage's office. It appeared there truly was no sign of the Otsutsuki clan, as he found no trace of their presence. After thoroughly reviewing the documents, Edward closed the folder, realizing that the quickest way to grasp the state of the shinobi world was through the information contained within these files. These documents chronicle significant events, both grand and minute, that transpire within the realm of the shinobi. It is imperative that no major incidents are overlooked. It seems I must hasten to locate the chakra god tree and the 10 tails. I recall absorbing the power of the 10 tails. Yet according to Yuan Shi's memories, the 10 tails, as a biological weapon, is intrinsically linked to the chakra god tree. Contemplating Yuan Shi's memories, Edward fell into deep reflection, stating, for what I gather, the 10 tails can be understood as the chakra god tree. Yet the chakra god tree is not the 10 tails. It is an evolution of the 10 tails. After evolving, the 10 tails can detach from the chakra god tree to become an independent entity. This perplexity led Edward to ponder the fate of the 10 tails power that he had absorbed within himself. Could it be that I am the 10 tails now? No wonder I am able to absorb various powers. I had initially thought it was due to the fusion with the Tsung Yun Xie of the Box of Bliss. Suddenly, with a realization, Edward felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Unlike Uchihamadara and Orochimaru, perhaps the difference in our bodily systems account for the distinction. He absorbed the entirety of the 10 tails power, while Uchihamadara and Orochimaru sealed the 10 tails power within themselves for their own use, showcasing a significant divergence in approach. The only remaining enigma is the chakra god tree. Its whereabouts remain unknown. Edward then departed from the Hokage building, his body floating amidst the astonished gazes of the villagers of Konoha. Was that just now the 4th Hokage? Am I imagining things? I think I saw it too. Perhaps we missed the 4th Hokage too much. The villagers murmured, despite the fleeting moment of apparition. In the Thunder Fire Gorge, where Orochimaru once declared war during the 4th Shinobi World War, the landscape remained unchanged, a desolate wasteland since that conflict's conclusion. Observing the scorched earth below, Edward murmured to himself. However, his presence here was not without purpose, for it was in this vicinity that Uchiha Madara had summoned the chakra god tree, unleashing the infinite Tsukuyami. Where could it be? After an extensive search, Edward expressed his confusion aloud. Since the disappearance of the chakra god tree, it seemed to have vanished entirely. Perhaps I can find answers within Uchiha Madara's memories. After another fruitless search, Edward settled in a place to delve into Madara's recollections. It was known that Uchiha Madara had summoned the chakra god tree. Is that how it works? One must rely on the power of the 10 tails and the strength of the 6 paths for the summoning. Finally, after rummaging through the recesses of his mind, Edward exclaimed, to summon the chakra god tree, there exists a specific terminology and method. At this moment, the chakra god tree resides in a hidden dimension of the shinobi world, silently supporting it. Yet, I wonder if I am capable of summoning the chakra god tree without the 10 tails physical form, only possessing its power. Edward pondered anxiously. Chakra god tree. He resolved to act, rising and thrusting the Tsung Yun Xie into the desolate ground, shouting. The myriad powers within him converged into a unique seal that was then unleashed. Come forth. In a brief moment, the scorched earth began to tremble as numerous branches and trunks emerged from the seal's symbols. The immense form of the chakra god tree extricated itself from the ruins. We meet again, divine tree. Edward marveled, gazing up at the colossal tree, his thoughts adrift. He commenced circling the magnificent tree, seeking a breakthrough to master it more swiftly. According to Madara's memories, one must first establish a chakra link with the tree. After a while of circling, Edward paused mid-air, diligently searching through his memories. If that is the case, then let us give it a try. I must master this tree today. Hovering in the air, Edward focused intently on the tree, initiating the establishment of a link between himself and the chakra god tree, weaving countless threads of chakra into the tree. Time seemed to elapse as he experimented with various approaches. Fortunately, the powers of the 10 tails and Uchiha Madara within him enabled him to successfully command the chakra god tree before him. Is this the essence of the chakra god tree? To plunder and absorb? With newfound understanding, Edward ceased his movements and remained still. If I am to wield this chakra god tree, must I employ this method? Reflecting on the tree's operational mechanics, Edward gazed skyward, feeling a tinge of melancholy. According to Otsutsuki Yuan Shi's memories, An entire planetary system was claimed by the Otsutsuki clan for the purpose of bearing fruit. If Edward wished to cultivate a chakra fruit, he would need to envelop the inhabitants of a shinobi world to extract their chakra for condensation. However, this fundamentally contradicted his original philosophy of protecting the shinobi world. How could he drain the chakra from its denizens to enhance his own power? Thus, this strategy was immediately discarded in favor of seeking alternative methods. Yet, there exists another approach. What if I siphon the chakra from the Otsutsuki clan to obtain the chakra fruit? A sudden realization struck Edward, prompting him to gaze at the luminous moon above. If he could extract the chakra from the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya within the moon, he could rapidly augment his strength. Otherwise, no other means would suffice for his enhancement. Indeed, he possessed the Ten Tails power, enabling him to absorb others' abilities. Yet this method proved too slow. Adhering to this plan could prolong his struggle against the formidable Otsutsuki clan indefinitely. Just wait, Otsutsuki clan. I shall claim all your power as my own and ascend to become the Otsutsuki god you so revere, Edward murmured, contemplating the chakra god tree before him. If this plan proves feasible, he could truly become a sovereign, ruling over this universe. Upon a violet-hued planet within the cosmos, a pale-skinned figure with silvery hair, devoid of eyebrows and adorned with two circular markings on his forehead, observed with a smirk. Two rabbit-like ears protruded from his head. His eyes were the color of white. In his palms bore crimson rinnegan. His left hand was clad in a black glove. How utterly incompetent, Otsutsuki Mushiki, to be reduced to this by an outsider. You are truly inferior to me. Dressed in garments reminiscent of nobility and high-heeled wooden clogs, a man draped in feathered attire disdainfully remarked, According to the tracking signal left by Daitongmu Wushir, is it on the planet of the traitor Daitongmu Kagaya? He chuckled. I never anticipated that Kagaya would suffer such consequences due to your foolishness. As if recalling something, the man slightly raised an eyebrow and continued. How fortuitous that I am heading to that very place to resolve matters concerning Kagaya. This individual was none other than Daitongmu Taoshur, a member of the illustrious Daitongmu clan. At this moment, he observed the sky with an arrogant expression, his hands clenched, eager to undertake some endeavor. Having recently crystallized a chakra fruit, he was now ready to take action. Jinshur, we have work to do. Cease your bizarre antics, he suddenly instructed Daitongmu Jinshur, who stood not far behind him. Oh, understood. Jinshur replied, turning his head away from the living entity he had been handling. Then let us proceed at once and swiftly conclude this matter. With his partner's words in mind, Daitongmu Taoshur grinned, as he had not felt the exhilaration of battle in quite some time. With that, Daitongmu Taoshur and Daitongmu Jinshur departed from the planet, soaring into the cosmos in search of something. Meanwhile, Edward had finally mastered the chakra god tree. Observing the magnificent tree before him, he casually manipulated its branches and trunk. Now, it is your turn, Daitongmu Kagaya, he said as he gazed toward the moon. In the next moment, he vanished and ascended into the sky, unleashing sonic rings. Come forth. Allow me to experience the power of the progenitor of chakra, Edward declared as he soared into the cosmos, his expression grave. He needed to acquire power swiftly to confront the Daitongmu clan. Otherwise, should they invade the ninja world, he would be utterly defenseless. Shortly thereafter, Edward reached the moon, soaring through the sky. Tremor force, shatter for me. With the power of the six paths, Edward struck the moon with a tremendous punch, causing countless cracks to appear. Boom! Boom! Yet, the moon remained unshattered, prompting Edward to unleash an even more potent attack, ultimately obliterating it in a single moment. Debris floated in the vacuum of space as the moon lost its gravitational pull. Amidst the chaos, a hazy figure emerged before Edward, stretching its limbs with abandon. What is happening? Has the plan succeeded? Daitongmu Kagaya, who possessed extensive knowledge of the ninja world, inquired slowly. However, as she turned to survey her surroundings, she found no familiar faces, only a man who watched her with intense scrutiny. Is this the so-called progenitor of chakra, Daitongmu Kagaya? After releasing Kagaya, Edward felt the power coursing through him and regarded her with a piercing gaze. "Who are you? Why have you appeared here?" Feeling the intensity of Edward's gaze, Daitonmu Kagaya, slightly puzzled, released an aura of white energy. "Garala, I am a challenger from the ninja world. Come fort, Daitonmu Kaguya," Edward shouted, having fused with Daitonmu Yuan Sure, feeling his strength surpass that of Kagaya. The once sealed Kagaya found herself at a disadvantage in terms of power, leading Edward to believe he could defeat her. "What? Is there someone who dares to challenge me?" Kagaya murmured, her hand resting on her chest in disappointment. Edward, however, was unfazed and struck Kagaya with a powerful punch, confident in his superiority. The weak have always been dominated by the strong, destined to exist in their shadows. Tremor Force. Transform into chakra fruit. Edward bellowed as he struck Kagaya. "Eight Gods airstrike. How dare you treat me this way? You will regret it," Kagaya exclaimed, her voice filled with anguish as she gazed at Edward. Despite being sealed for over 1,000 years, she had not forgotten her past. Having been imprisoned by her own offspring, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for the ninja world. If given the chance, she would seek to obliterate it entirely. "Is this the extent of the progenitor of Chakra's power?" Edward remarked, effortlessly shattering Kagaya's techniques with a swift motion of his blade. "Alas, where do I stand now? Having betrayed the Daitonmu clan?" Kagaya expressed her astonishment at the ease with which her skills were vanquished, her attacks dissipating into the void. Now, having betrayed her clan, she found herself at a loss, contemplating whether to surrender or accept her current reality. After all, these were her descendants, the very beings she had brought into existence. Did I truly err in my past decisions? I never anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary. As Kagaya reflected on the shattering of her skills, she felt a profound sense of defeat. The power she once wielded was severely diminished due to her prolonged imprisonment. She sensed that she was no match for the man before her. Is this all there is to the so-called progenitor of chakra? Edward, now slightly less tense, floated in the vastness of space and asked, "Who are you? And can you tell me what has become of the ninja world?" After halting her attacks, Daitonmu Kagaya gazed intently at Edward. "The ninja world is thriving. Under my efforts, true peace has been achieved," Edward responded, looking down at the verdant planet below. "Is that so? Quite impressive. I no longer wish to partake in these conflicts. What is your intention? Do you seek to possess my power?" Kagaya inquired, lowering her proud head. In her former days, she would have engaged in a decisive battle with Edward. However, after a millennium of reflection, she had grown weary of conflict. "Indeed, your clan has set its sights on me. I require your strength. Surrender it to me," Daitonmu Kagaya, Edward stated, observing Kagaya's demeanor. "It seems you still harbor concerns regarding my power. But why should I trust you?" Kagaya pondered, memories of a past betrayal flooding her mind. She had been deeply wounded by that man, and she feared further pain. "By my very essence, do you understand? Your clan has inflicted immeasurable suffering upon the universe." As Edward gazed upon the entranced Otsutsuki Kagaya, he spoke with a heavy heart. Had she altered her intentions back then, the ninja world would undoubtedly not have been engulfed in turmoil. "Very well, let me test whether your strength can bear the weight of this burden." At last, upon hearing Edward's words, Kagaya waved her delicate hand, summoning an array of luminous blades beside her. "If you cannot withstand my power, then perish." With a haughty demeanor, Kagaya addressed Edward, who stood before her. "Let the battle commence, Jinjin." Upon hearing this declaration, Edward unleashed the power within him to counter Kagaya's assault. The outcome of this confrontation would surely determine the victor, for only the triumphant could dictate the course of destiny. Boom! Subsequently, the shockwaves from their clashing attacks erupted throughout the cosmos, rippling through the air. Within this tumult, both unleashed their might, pitting raw strength against one another. Your battle experience is woefully inadequate. If this is the best you can muster, your defeat is assured. Observing Kagaya's struggle to fend off his relentless onslaught, Edward proclaimed with unwavering confidence, "I have yet to reveal my true power. Now, experience the might of the Otsutsuki clan, be a Kugan rabbit hair needle." With her eyes aflame with chakra, Kagaya unleashed a barrage of needles towards Edward. The air seemed to freeze in that moment, as countless needles darted towards him. This sensation, seeing the myriad of piercing needles before him, Edward stood his ground, brandishing his Tsongyun Xie to block the incoming projectiles. Should these needles strike true, Edward would surely find himself at a disadvantage in an instant. Rinnegan, realizing her attack had restrained Edward, Kaguya once again called upon her power. Galala, if that is all you can muster, you cannot hope to move me. With a single punch, Edward scattered the needles, declaring his resistance. Various attacks erupted within the vastness of space, and the two engaged in a fierce standoff, the duration of which was uncertain. How is it possible for you to possess such strength? This does not resemble the manifestation of my chakra at all. Witnessing Edward's explosive force, Kaguya's expression turned grave. As the progenitor of chakra, she was immune to any ninjutsu, yet Edward's power could harm her. Galala, this power is derived from my ancestors. How can you possibly withstand it? Otsutsuki Kaguya. As he felt his own energy dissipated by Kaguya, Edward furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his force would be so easily countered. Cataclysm, observe how you fare against this might. After realizing his strength was thwarted, Edward coalesced another wave of energy, infused with Conqueror's Haki, directed at Kaguya. Airstrike. As this assault approached, Kaguya waved her hands, meeting it with several light blades. Boom! The clash of their forces erupted once more, sending shockwaves rippling outward, their presence resonating across all dimensions. This magnitude revealed to me the origin of your extraordinary power, Kaguya inquired, her brow furrowed as she beheld Edward's Conqueror's Haki. Galala, submit to me and become a part of my strength, progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kaguya. Edward chose not to divulge the source of his power. Instead, he laughed heartily and solemnly declared, if this allows me to incorporate Kaguya into my being, it will be a most advantageous choice. Perish. Upon hearing this, the proud Kaguya, unable to bear the insult, conjured an infinite array of photons that surged towards Edward. How pitiful! Is this truly your only technique? Observing the oncoming photons, Edward did not evade. Instead, he swung his blade, cleaving through them effortlessly. Mun, you have successfully ignited my wrath. With that, Kaguya accelerated her assault, the photons glowing crimson as they charged towards Edward. Yet, these rudimentary techniques posed no challenge to the battle-hardened Edward. He wielded his Tsongyun Xie like a propeller, shattering the photons, while steadily advancing towards Kaguya. Cease this at once. Finally, at a pivotal moment, having obliterated the photons, Edward delivered a decisive strike aimed at Kaguya, cleaving her in twain. Is this truly the end? After bisecting Kaguya, Edward paused, gazing at her dismembered form suspended in the air. Yet, in an instant, the two halves rapidly rejoined, restored to their former state. As the progenitor of chakra, I am invincible. You cannot kill me unless all traces of my chakra are eradicated from the ninja world. Kaguya, now reformed, declared from her elevated position. She was a woman of immortality within the ninja realm. Is that so? I anticipated it would not conclude so simply. Hearing this, Edward turned towards the ninja world, murmuring to himself. He had gleaned crucial information from Kaguya's words. To eliminate her, he must eradicate all chakra that bore her essence from the ninja realm, including the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, whose chakra resonated closely with hers. Even if she were to be shattered by Edward's might, she could gradually regenerate with the aid of their chakra. So what will your choice be? With the scales of victory tipping in her favor, Kaguya looked down upon him. Yet, deep within, she felt an emptiness, a solitude. She did not desire this so-called immortality. Sealing, I shall confine you within my being. Gazing at the overconfident Kaguya, Edward concluded with clarity. Simultaneously, his previous ambition of transforming Kaguya into chakra fruit through the god tree began to fade. Should he truly seal Kaguya within himself, he would only be able to rely on the power of the Ten Tails to absorb her strength. What? Sealing. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? You wretched being. At this, Kaguya erupted in fury, resembling a cat whose fur had been ruffled. More than death, She dreaded the interminable weight of confinement. Though she belonged to the Otsutsuki clan, her emotions were not unlike those of humanity. She too possessed a mind capable of infinite thoughts. For a combat-oriented race like the Otsutsuki, such a profound intellect could prove fatal. They feared sealing, terrified of being trapped in an endless void with nothing but their thoughts. C'est pas sealing technique. Regardless of how vehemently Otsutsuki Kagaya screamed, Edward, burdened by his emotions, executed various seals to perform the sealing technique. Ultimately, he did not genuinely wish to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya away. If given the choice, he would prefer to crystallize her into a chakra fruit. What is this phenomenon? Is it akin to the Six Paths, Heavenly Star technique? Reflecting on the sealing techniques employed by her two descendants, Otsutsuki Kagaya trembled, murmuring to herself, "I apologize, but you, who possess such formidable power, must vanish." Edward, recalling this woman's tragic history, felt a pang of sympathy. In the original narrative, Otsutsuki Kagaya could be considered a victim of fate, betrayed by her husband, friends, and sons, ultimately leading to her sealing. "I am sorry." After uttering these words once more, Edward's Six Paths power began to surge rapidly. Now endowed with the strengths of Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru, the Sage of Six Paths, and Otsutsuki Kagaya's original form, he was far superior to her. "No!" With this exclamation, the surrounding space began to whirl, drawing the helpless Otsutsuki Kagaya into Edward's navel. This should suffice. But how can I successfully absorb her power? Due to the fact that Otsutsuki Kagaya's original form had already condensed into essence, Edward could absorb it with relative ease. Nevertheless, it took him over a year to fully assimilate that essence, let alone the complete form of Otsutsuki Kagaya. He anticipated it would take him at least a decade to absorb her power. "I must discover alternative methods to enhance my strength, otherwise." Reflecting on his intense disdain for Otsutsuki Kagaya's original form, Edward felt an overwhelming pressure. "Otsutsuki Kagaya, do you have any thoughts at this moment?" Subsequently, Edward concentrated his spirit and entered a different space. Now, having sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya, Edward felt akin to a Jinchuriki, able to traverse that space at will. "There is nothing left to say. You will surely regret your actions." Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki cannot bear to see the noble Otsutsuki clan sealed in such a manner. Otsutsuki Kagaya closed her eyes and remarked. She had accepted this reality and no longer wished to make futile efforts. "I know not who Otsutsuki Momoshiki is, but I have indeed confronted Otsutsuki Kinshiki." Edward recalled the man with the chakra god tree, feeling a surge of indignation. You have faced Otsutsuki Kinshiki? He is quite formidable." Otsutsuki Kagaya gasped in surprise, aware that the Otsutsuki clan had varying levels of strength, with Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Momoshiki surpassing her. Indeed, had he not possessed the chakra god tree, I might have stood a chance against him. Contemplating Otsutsuki Kinshiki's power, Edward's expression grew grave. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's strength was indeed impressive, particularly his Nine-Tails Sharingan rebirth technique, which had nearly placed Edward in a life-or-death situation. Had it not been for the dual personas of Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru saving him, he might have been defeated by Otsutsuki Kinshiki from the very onset. "I never anticipated you would confront him and survive. It appears you are quite remarkable." After absorbing this information, Otsutsuki Kagaya turned her head, lost in thought. "But should you face them again, I fear you will undoubtedly fall short," she retorted. We shall see who emerges victorious," Edward replied, withdrawing from the sealing space and returning to reality. However, at that moment, uncertain of his next course of action, he simply floated in space, gazing at the drifting stones surrounding him. I must restore the moon. The ninja world feels incomplete without that luminous orb." After contemplating the floating rocks for a moment, Edward regained his focus. "C'est pas reversal technique." In the next instant, Edward clasped his hands together, and time seemed to rewind, causing the floating stones to coalesce into a large sphere. The moon has returned. Observing the radiant moon, Edward felt a tinge of melancholy. It reminded him of his previous life, a time of peace and tranquility. There, he had parents, friends, and brothers, often gathering for small celebrations over drinks. Unlike now, where the pressure is overwhelming, leaving him perpetually fatigued. He wondered how they were faring. Ever since he fell into the illusion, he had begun to miss them. Reflecting on the myriad of memories, Edward whispered. Yet, he could not linger on such thoughts. He must prepare to acquire formidable strength and not remain idle. I recall there being several allusions to dragon veins in the original work. Suddenly, Edward lifted his gaze, narrowing his eyes in realization. Could this signify a return to other parallel worlds to harness the powers of those strong individuals? Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I shall not surrender. Edward then turned and soared back toward the azure planet below, determined to seize that fleeting opportunity. In the ninja world, amidst a vast desert, the dragon veins stretched long and the terrain was magnificent, with towering peaks piercing the sky and steep ravines flowing with rushing waters. In front of the mountains lay lush grass, while behind them bloomed extraordinary flowers. Ancient pines and cypress trees, as well as venerable bamboo groves, adorned the landscape. This was indeed the location of the dragon vein depicted in the Naruto film series. Is this the dragon vein? The chakra energy contained within is truly tumultuous. Gazing at the undulating mountain range before him, Edward spoke with a tone of gravity. It seems I must exercise caution if I wish to utilize this dragon vein. The dragon vein is the lifeblood of the earth, harboring chakra beyond that found in other regions. If used carelessly, it could potentially obliterate the entire land, Edward cautioned. Would the destruction of the Wind Country prevent the narrative of the Naruto original from unfolding? With these thoughts crystallizing in his mind, Edward rubbed his brow and tightened his grip on the Tsongyun cutter. Let us proceed and locate that entrance. With that, Edward's form flickered as he unleashed his observation haki, seeking the ruins of Lulan within the dragon vein. Not long after, he successfully located the so-called Lulan ruins using his keen perception. How deeply hidden they are. I never expected to find them here. With a single punch, Edward shattered the mountain wall, revealing the altar of the array before him. This location is the so-called Lulan ruins, the site to control the volatile chakra of the dragon vein. But how does one utilize this artifact? It seems that a single misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire ninja world. With this thought, Edward extended his hand and began to manipulate the altar array before him. With the power of the six paths at his disposal, he was unafraid of the impending eruption of chaotic chakra. If one could tame this furious chakra and absorb it into oneself as personal strength, it would indeed be a remarkable feat. Edward, contemplating the stone blocks of the array before him, expressed his thoughts. However, after several attempts, he relinquished these notions. The current state of this chaotic chakra cannot yet be absorbed by me. Otherwise, it may trigger a chain reaction that could detonate the entire dragon vein. Holding the Tsongyun Xie, Edward spoke slowly, pondering. Let us see if I can return. How does one activate this altar? Subsequently, Edward shifted his thoughts and began to seek a method to activate the altar. The dragon vein of Lulan possesses the ability to warp time and space, potentially sending one back to the past. It seems there are specific requirements to initiate this process. Yet after searching fruitlessly for a while, Edward abandoned the idea of traveling back in time as the original narrative suggested. Instead, he resolved to utilize the power of the six paths. With careful control, it should pose no significant risk. Ultimately, Edward decided against prolonging this endeavor. He concentrated his energy into a sphere, placing it directly in the center of the array. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Soon, the array began to emanate light, enveloping Edward in an endless radiance. Has it begun? Has external force triggered the protective mechanism of this array? Edward mused, as he felt the surrounding time and space gradually shift. I cannot simply return like this. I must prepare contingencies, six paths of reversal shadow, jutsu. At the moment the teleportation array activated, Edward swiftly formed a seal, leaving behind a man identical to him, seated upon the ground, while his true self vanished into the array, plunging into the infinite twists of time and space. Such immense pressure. Is it attempting to compress me into a mere sheet of paper? Edward felt discomfort as he navigated the distortions of time and space. Perhaps due to the overwhelming magnitude of his power, the experience was far from the gentle teleportation experienced by the protagonists of the original work. Instead, it felt as if the entire dimension sought to expel him. I cannot endure this any longer. I must escape. Unable to restrain himself, Edward struck a nearby spatial barrier with his fist, shattering it, and stepped through. The sensation was overwhelmingly unpleasant. He had no desire to linger in that space. Prolonged exposure could intensify the crushing pressure until it ultimately proved fatal. Where am I? Wasn't the Lulon I returned to supposed to be intact? Upon stepping out of the time-space, Edward found himself in the same ruins of Lulon as before. Even the surrounding flora appeared unchanged, though more vibrant and youthful. Could it be that my premature exit prevented me from reaching the ancient Lulon of the original narrative? After pondering for a moment, Edward seemed to grasp something. So this place now is. As he scrutinized his surroundings, Edward contemplated his next move. The altar remains. Can I not enter it once more? Looking down at the altar beneath his feet, Edward murmured, "No, this energy is insufficient to support my re-entry. If I wish to traverse again, I must wait." After a thorough assessment, Edward shook his head and uttered, "If only I could continuously access it and travel to other parallel worlds. This altar would be akin to a bug in the system. No, that seems incorrect. According to the original narrative, Naruto and the others traveled back to the past, not to alternate realities." The next moment, a thought struck Edward, and he lifted his gaze toward the horizon. If that is the case, and if the timeline is correct, then another Edward must be influencing this time as well. Well, only one way to find out. I shall depart this place and explore elsewhere. The 6 paths of reversal shadow jutsu posed no issues. Worst case scenario, my true self could swap places with the shadow and leave. Confident in the contingency he left behind, Edward felt no trepidation. Now he intended to accomplish something monumental in this world, something that would impact the ninja realm. Meanwhile, in inKonoha village, Hizashi stated, "The QB should belong to our root. It must undergo our training." Seated in the Hokage Tower's conference room, the bandaged figure of Shimura Danzo began to speak. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize the aged forms of Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Gate. "I will not agree to this. Let us refrain from discussing this matter further," Danzo, Sarutobi Hizashi replied, taking a puff from his pipe. If we continue to allow that beast to run rampant, it will surely lead to trouble." "Do not regret it, Hizashi," Danzo retorted coldly, turning his head as he rubbed his injured arm. "Rest assured, I have my own judgment," Hizashi responded, unfazed by Danzo's words, continuing to smoke his pipe. "Let us discuss pertinent matters. Danzo, Hizashi, Mito, the Cloud and Rock Ninjas are once again demanding compensation. Should we acquiesce to their requests?" Tsunade interjected, her expression gentle as she addressed the assembly. Given Konoha's current situation, it would be prudent to comply. The ninja realm requires peace. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the others fell into contemplation, until only Hizashi spoke up. "Hizashi, those brutes and simpletons are not worthy of compensation." However, upon hearing this, Danzo was the first to voice his dissent, his tone dripping with disdain. "Do you possess a better solution?" Hizashi turned to face Danzo. At that moment, Danzo fell silent, unable to respond. "Very well, it is settled. Remember, the ninja realm requires peace." After casting a glance at the still silent Danzo, Hizashi rose and declared, "Danzo, you may proceed with the orders." With the meeting's outcome determined, Tsunade and Mito exchanged smiles, rising from their seats. They both yearned for a tranquil Konoha, wishing to spend their twilight years in peace within the village. Thus, the resolution of this meeting brought them great satisfaction. "Let us adjourn," Hizashi concluded. The first to exit the conference room, followed closely by Tsunade and Mito, leaving Danzo alone at the table, motionless. How weak! The position of Hokage will eventually be mine. Wait for it, Hizashi, I shall surpass you. After witnessing the others depart the conference room, Danzo mused, stroking the bandages wrapped around his eyes. The eyes within that realm were none other than the Mangekyo Sharingan acquired by him after recently vanquishing Uchiha Shursui. The orders were given, and the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation was set for tomorrow. After concluding these thoughts, Shimura Danzo exited the conference room and addressed the two root ninjas who awaited him. "Yes, Lord Danzo," they replied, their expressions devoid of emotion, as if they had lost all semblance of feeling. Upon hearing this, they nodded in unison. "Well then, let us return," Danzo said, satisfied with their response, as he strode out of the Hokage building, heading back to his base route. "If I were the Hokage, I would undoubtedly ensure that Konoha held the most significant power and influence." Moments later, Danzo finally returned to route, settling into his designated seat, muttering in frustration. Every decision made by Sarutobi Hiruzen left him utterly disillusioned, hastening the progression of his assassination plan. "Gulalala, Danzo, you have finally returned." "Who?" At that moment, an exceedingly peculiar sound erupted, causing Shimura Danzo to swiftly turn around and draw his kunai, entering a state of alert. "Boom! I am here." As he spoke, the wall beside him disintegrated, revealing an enormous figure. This individual was none other than Edward Newgate, who had traversed through time to arrive in this unfamiliar world. "What are you? How can a human be so colossal? Is this a mutation created by Orochimaru?" Upon witnessing the towering Edward, Danzo was instantly taken aback, gripping his kunai, unsure of how to defend himself. "Root, engage." In the next instant, Danzo commanded the nearby root ninjas with authority. However, regardless of his orders, the ninjas stood motionless, as if they were lifeless. "Is this an illusion? I cannot believe this fellow possesses such mastery over Jinjutsu." Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Recognizing the advantage in the current situation, Danzo ceased to command the root ninjas. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed a wind bullet towards Edward. "These techniques are futile against me." Yet, the giant merely raised his hand, effortlessly dispersing the wind bullet, showing no signs of injury. "This is impossible." Witnessing his well-practiced wind release being scattered with ease, Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. "There is nothing impossible. Tell me where Orochimaru is. I must seek him out." After casually dispersing the wind technique, Edward, wishing to avoid lingering, turned to Danzo and spoke. His purpose for coming was to ascertain the current trajectory of the ninja world and to locate Orochimaru for further research. Upon encountering Danzo, he immediately comprehended the present state of the ninja realm, feeling a profound sense of repulsion. "Are you here to find Orochimaru? Do you harbor some grudge against him?" Upon hearing this, Danzo lowered his kunai, feigning a casual conversation as he unwrapped the bandages around his eyes. After witnessing the giant's strength, he quickly understood the vast disparity in power between them, giving rise to a frenzied idea within him. Even at this juncture, you still wish to. Well, it is true that your aged self pales in comparison to your younger self, whether in mindset or in various other aspects. Aware of the significance of Danzo's actions, Edward spoke with a heavy tone. At this stage in his life, Danzo was repugnant, having committed heinous acts that garnered the hatred of countless individuals. I am unaware of what you speak. You should simply resign yourself to becoming a part of my power, descent of the deity. With a tone that left little to the imagination, Danzo unraveled the bandages around his eyes and cried out in exuberance. If he could control the giant before him, he believed the title of Hokage would lose its significance. "Enough, you shall remain buried in the old era, 6 paths, reincarnation of life and death." After uttering these words, Edward ceased further dialogue, his eyes warping into the Rinnegan as he gazed upon Danzo. "This cannot be. Why do my eyes have no effect on you? Did that Shursui fellow tamper with them?" As he locked eyes with Edward, Danzo's descent of the deity proved ineffective, and he cried out in frustration. Simultaneously, he could feel his lifespan rapidly draining away. Should his lifespan be completely exhausted, he would meet his demise, unable even to use Izanagi to resurrect himself. "I never anticipated that this world was beyond my control. Am I truly just an outsider?" Utilizing the 6 paths, reincarnation of life and death, Edward disregarded Danzo's struggles. Lost in his own thoughts, "Spare me. Whatever you desire, I will grant you." During this brief moment, Danzo found himself succumbing to the frailty of old age, his hair falling out in droves, wrinkles multiplying, and even his Sharingan beginning to lose its potency. No need, I will take matters into my own hands. Soul absorption. With those words, Edward placed his hand atop Danzo's head, extracting his memories. This truly is the world of the original storyline. As for Orochimaru, after perusing Danzo's memories, Edward casually discarded the lifeless Danzo to the ground. The Sound Village, is it? He murmured, and in an instant, his colossal form vanished from the scene. Now possessing the power of the Six Paths, he could swiftly traverse the ninja world. If he truly wished to locate Orochimaru quickly, he could even activate his Kin Bunchika Haki to cover vast areas of the ninja realm in search of him. However, such an endeavor would severely drain his mental fortitude, akin to sifting through a vast crowd, leaving him quite fatigued. Additionally, driven by the desire to meet Danzo once more, he chose to wait at route for his arrival. Yet, upon encountering the man himself, Edward found himself sorely disappointed. This was not the Danzo he wished to converse with. The man before him lacked ambition, utterly seduced by the allure of the Hokage title. Meanwhile, in the skies above the Sound Village, Edward activated his Kin Bunchika Haki after soaring through the air for quite some time. I did not expect such profound concealment. Truly, you are the white snake of the ninja world. After completing a thorough search, Edward's gaze fell upon a secluded area. Within this space lay a secret base, constructed with materials designed to thwart surveillance. Who has arrived? They did not appear to be friendly. At this moment, Orochimaru, sensing Edward's presence through his heightened awareness, lifted his head to the ceiling and rasped, "Do we need to take action, Lord Orochimaru?" His subordinates, hearing the commotion, approached and knelt on one knee. "This matter is beyond your capabilities. That individual is not someone you can contend with," Orochimaru replied, before swiftly vanishing into the wall, leaving only those words behind. "It seems that Lord Orochimaru no longer requires our assistance," remarked several subordinates as they listened to Orochimaru's voice echoing through the base. "Should we then?" However, before they could finish their thought, a chill ran down their spines, prompting them to busily seek out tasks to occupy themselves. After all, they certainly did not wish to become subjects of Orochimaru's experiments. "Ah, you've arrived, Orochimaru," said Edward, descending gracefully from the air, observing the puzzled Orochimaru before him. "Who are you? You appear to be familiar with me, yet I do not recognize you," Orochimaru replied, scratching his chin thoughtfully, his curiosity piqued by the distinct chakra aura emanating from Edward. "Gurura, I am the new shinobi god from another ninja world, the fourth Hokage, Edward Newgate, the mightiest man in the ninja realm," Edward declared, his tone imbued with amusement as he gazed at the unperturbed and solemn Orochimaru. "Another ninja world? What does that mean?" Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing this, as he gleaned crucial information from Edward's words. "Do you doubt my words?" Then, after a moment of scrutiny, Edward grinned, his shoulders beginning to twist in an unusual manner. "This is..." Soon, a face emerged from Edward's shoulder, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that this visage bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru himself, a remarkable likeness to the formidable pseudo-Six Paths Orochimaru from the previous era. "Familiar, is it? This is you from the other ninja world, far more powerful than your current self?" Edward teased, addressing Orochimaru with a playful tone. "Ho ho ho, I did not expect you to pique my interest so effectively. Let us converse, peculiar giant," Orochimaru responded, gesturing for Edward to follow him. "Regardless, you always maintain this audacious demeanor," Edward mused as he matched his stride with Orochimaru, knowing full well the reason behind Orochimaru's bravado. It was due to his myriad, life-preserving techniques, instilling a sense of confidence that he could evade Edward's grasp. As they navigated through a series of passages, Edward expressed discomfort. "This space is rather cramped." "Ho ho ho, just a little further and it will be more accommodating," Orochimaru replied, casting a sidelong glance at Edward. "Let's hope so. Otherwise, I might be compelled to take certain measures," Edward warned with a subtle undercurrent of tension. Their conversation concluded as they pressed onward, soon entering a vast cavern, its height soaring at least several meters, granting Edward ample room to stretch. Does the Orochimaru of the ninja world have anything to convey to me? Orochimaru inquired, wiping moisture from his lips as he regarded Edward. No, but I can relay his sentiments on his behalf, Edward replied, sifting through his memories of the pseudo-six paths, Orochimaru's actions, before addressing Orochimaru directly. Oh, then do share. I am listening, Orochimaru said, his eyes glinting with interest. In that case, I wish to convey that immortality could be a profoundly lonely existence. At times, it is wiser to adhere to the laws of nature, Edward suggested, summarizing his thoughts for Orochimaru. Upon hearing this counsel, Orochimaru lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. This version of Orochimaru from another ninja world represented a facet of his future, compelling him to reflect deeply. Understood. So, what brings you to seek me? After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru finally gathered his thoughts and posed a question to Edward. The imposing figure before him could not have merely come to share such musings. Orochimaru sensed the depth of Edward's formidable power. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. I require your assistance, Orochimaru. With that, Edward infused Orochimaru's mind with a memory, granting him insight into certain secrets. Could it be that the concealed truth behind the Shikigami sealing technique is so vast? Do you wish for me to investigate this? Orochimaru exclaimed, astonished after absorbing Edward's imparted memory. Precisely, but I lack any leads. If possible, I would appreciate your help in examining this matter, Edward replied, straightening his posture and stretching his limbs. Yet beneath his composed exterior, Edward felt an unsettling sense of unreality. Not only Orochimaru, but the entire world felt disingenuous to him. Perhaps it was because this world was not the one he was accustomed to, resulting in an absence of emotional attachment. Even his curiosity about Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara dissipated entirely. My apologies. I once delved into the mysteries of the Shinigami, but with my current strength, I am unable to effect any change, Edward responded, and after a moment of silence, Orochimaru spoke with an air of embarrassment. Very well then, Orochimaru, let us part ways. Edward's voice faltered momentarily, and he swiftly departed from the scene. This world was not one he recognized, leaving him devoid of the desire to engage in conversation with Orochimaru. How peculiar, he pondered. What might my future self become? I am so intrigued, and I too wish to possess such extraordinary power. As Edward vanished, Orochimaru remained rooted in place, lost in thought. Subsequently, Edward soared toward Konoha, employing a transformation jutsu to assume the guise of a tall, elderly man, seamlessly integrating into the village. Still the same, it has changed not at all, Edward mused, casting his gaze around at the familiar structures of Konoha, reminiscent of its appearance during its 58th year of establishment, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. Halt! Who are you, a civilian? After spending some time in the village, a squad of Uchiha guards intercepted Edward, surrounding him with inquiries. They had been observing Edward's suspicious demeanor for quite some time, any sign of oddity, and they would swiftly apprehend him. And you are? Apologies, but I am here in search of a relative. Edward feigned a hint of trepidation as he addressed the Uchiha guards encircling him. A relative, you say? What is their name? I can assist you in your search. One of the guards replied, producing a sealing scroll and revealing several registries documenting the names of various individuals within Konoha. His name is Yamashita Koha, my long-lost brother. Edward recalled, a note of nostalgia creeping into his voice as he revealed the name. Yamashita Koha? Who is that? I have not heard of him, the guard responded, bewildered. The members of the Konoha guard displayed a peculiar expression as they began to search through the roster. However, no matter how diligently they searched, they could not locate the individual referred to by Edward as Shanxiaofengye. 2. Take a look at this roster. Given his advanced age, we should be able to find the person he mentioned in the old manual. A moment later, the captain of the Uchiha guard hesitated briefly before retrieving an ancient roster from a sealing scroll. This roster contained records of many elderly individuals. Is it Shanxiaofengye? Unfortunately, he was selected into Elder Danzo's route at the tender age of 9. However, he perished during training due to unforeseen complications. After a considerable search, The Konoha guard finally discovered the personal information of Shanxia and recounted it to Edward. What? How is this possible? Upon hearing this, Edward's eyes widened, and the people of Konoha stood frozen in place as he seized the roster and began to examine it. Shanxia, male, possesses exceptional chakra attributes with wind, lightning, and fire elements. Selected for root but died due to insufficient physical strength at the age of 9. Edward quickly finished reading the text on the roster, leaving him in a state of shock. I had no idea my careless actions could have saved Shanxia. After reading the roster, Edward's expression darkened. This revelation filled him with profound disdain for the world before him. Is this the true ninja world? Without my intervention, it would descend into chaos. Contemplating this, Edward sighed. Yet, deep within, he vehemently rejected this notion. In his heart, the ninja world he controlled was his true home. Subsequently, having come to terms with everything, Edward departed from that place, feeling no lingering attachment, for in his eyes, this world was a mere illusion. Hey, what happened to that person just now? Time resumed, and several members of the Konoha guard exchanged bewildered glances. Was it an illusion or something else? Should we report it? Another guard murmured. Forget it. The current Konoha isn't worth our concern. There are more pressing matters tonight. Just then, their captain decisively led them away from the scene. Meanwhile, on the moon, Edward, who had just left Konoha, gazed intently at the luminous orb before him. Edward, does this world acknowledge my existence? Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had become familiar with Edward, inquired from within him. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it does, but what difference would it make? According to your words, I cannot eliminate you. After pondering, Edward replied in a tone of resignation. No, you can indeed kill me. You merely need to absorb the chakra of this ninja world. I sense your hesitation. Hearing this, Kagaya spoke with a tempting tone. At that moment, the state of their relationship resembled that of a Jinchuriki. Kagaya understood Edward's thoughts well. He cared only for the individuals within the ninja world, not the world itself. This was the reason Edward could not bring himself to eliminate her. He was ensnared by emotion. However, that was no longer the case, for Edward held no feelings for this ninja world. If he were to eradicate everything within it, he could transform the progenitor of chakra within the world into chakra fruits for his consumption. Hesitation? I know what is right and wrong. My heart is clear. After a moment of silence, Edward spoke in a nonchalant tone. Whitebeard is not the type to kill innocents for power. But you are different. You are not the true Whitebeard, merely a fortunate soul who acquired immense power by traversing into the ninja world. You and I are alike. If you wish to act, then do so, Kagaya remarked, having grasped Edward's inner thoughts. Through their time together, she had come to realize that this man was not as domineering as he often appeared, a fact supported by various reasons. The dual personality lingering within Edward and his unresolved past life were sufficient evidence of this. Everything is for my family. After considering Kagaya's advice, Edward lingered on the moon for quite some time before finally voicing his thoughts. Now that it has been proven that this ninja world bears no relation to the one I control, it is time to take action. After spending a considerable amount of time there, Edward cast a long glance at the moon before returning to the ninja world. Chakra God Tree, arise. Earlier, when he summoned the Chakra God Tree, Edward had sealed Kagaya away in a similar manner. Now, he could freely manipulate the Chakra God Tree within the sealing space. This was the expression befitting a true, powerful being. Within Edward's sealing space, Kagaya remarked upon witnessing the disappearance of the Chakra God Tree behind her. I am sorry, Tsunade, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others in this world. Although the people of this ninja world are innocent, the thought of Shanxia, who perished at the mere age of 9, brings me profound pain. Infinite Tsukuyami. Immerse yourself in the torment of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and become my strength. Following this, Edward slowly floated above the Chakra God Tree, his eyes twisting into the blood-red, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, at this moment, he intended to utilize the Chakra God Tree to absorb all the chakra from the ninja world to condense chakra fruits. If all went according to plan, with Kagaya sealed on the moon, Edward could potentially condense 2 chakra fruits. Soon, Under the reflection of Edward's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the moon transformed to a crimson hue, casting a scarlet light upon the land of the ninja world. The entire earth was enveloped in this red glow, compelling everyone to gaze up at the moon. What is happening? Why has the moon turned red? What could this mean? My head aches. In that moment, the ninja world seemed to revert to the state it had been in when controlled by Uchiha Madara. However, the one now wielding control was no longer the arrogant Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, within a cave, what is going on? Who initiated the infinite Tsukuyami? Is it the will of Mother? As Kagayas will return to the familiar appearance of the ninja world, Black Zetsu exclaimed in astonishment. Gradually, under the influence of the red light, all eyes in the ninja world became vacant, entering a state of soullessness. They were all ensnared in the illusion of infinite Tsukuyami, except for a solitary black figure who appeared bewildered as they spoke to themselves. Is it truly the will of my mother? Why does this force feel so unsettling? This entirely black entity is none other than Heiju. Its essence manifests as the will of the great Otsutsuki Kagaya from this ninja realm. Thus, it naturally cannot be drawn into the infinite Tsukuyami. No, this is not the sin of my mother. Who has disrupted my plans? In the next moment, the Heiju, detecting a different aroma, suddenly went berserk, merging its body into the earth. Over at Edward's side, controlling the chakra god tree, he pondered, have I succeeded? As long as I envelop them within the god tree and drain their chakra, it will suffice. Observing the chakra god tree beneath his feet, which had begun to operate, Edward's gaze grew exceedingly complex. With Naruto and Sasuke yet to mature, there exists no one in this world who can rival Edward's strength. Therefore, there are no so-called protagonists to impede him. I have begun to appreciate you gradually, Edward. The Otsutsuki Kagaya sealed within Edward's body echoed this sentiment. In their clan, being troubled by emotions is a sign of weakness. The speed at which this chakra fruit is condensing is truly slow. Ignoring Kagaya words, Edward expressed his frustration. In his eyes, the chakra god tree resembled a press, squeezing the chakra of all beings in the ninja realm into droplets, slowly solidifying into chakra fruits. At this rate, it would take at least 100 or even 1,000 years to complete. Finally discerning the operational process of the chakra god tree, Edward remarked, Is this slow? Do you have any idea how much chakra can be added by condensing a chakra fruit? Upon hearing this, Kagaya immediately retorted with an expression of disbelief within Edward's body. However, I am in dire need of time. Knowing that Otsutsuki Kagaya and Kinshiki would soon invade the ninja realm, Edward stated, if it truly takes this long to condense, should Edward lose to Kagaya and her allies, would it not amount to offering them a dowry? Hot time? This world is not like your previous one. However, if you genuinely find yourself short on time, I can offer you a splendid suggestion. As if recalling something, Kagaya shifted her tone and addressed Edward. What suggestion? Speak. Upon hearing this, Edward perked up his ears, eager to listen to the words of Kagaya sealed within him. The suggestion is to capture me in this world and seal me within the chakra god tree for it to absorb, thus allowing the chakra fruit to condense in a much shorter time. The only downside is that this method would result in a significant waste of chakra energy. Your initial plan to condense 2 chakra fruits would only yield 1. After delivering this lengthy discourse, Kagaya concluded, a commendable suggestion. But how can you be certain that I won't seal you within the chakra god tree instead? Gazing into the sealing space, Edward fixated on Kagaya with a chilling demeanor. True strength does not fear death. After all, I have lived long enough, and I harbor no attachment to this world. Upon hearing this, Kagaya heart trembled slightly, but she quickly responded with composure. For this woman, who has suffered greatly and has been sealed on the moon for thousands of years, death can sometimes be a form of liberation. Rest assured, I will not simply kill you. In response, Edward withdrew his consciousness from the sealing space and stated, for him, killing Kagaya now would offer no advantage. Most importantly, should he eliminate Kagaya within him, she would unknowingly revive in the ninja realm. This prospect terrified Edward, leading him to dismiss the thought. Inside him, there is a scent reminiscent of his mother, akin to that of a Jinchuriki. How peculiar. Meanwhile, as Edward continued with his endeavors, a tremor erupted from the earth, revealing a black head that spoke in an unusual tone. This black head belonged to Heiju, which, in its frantic search, quickly located Edward. Heiju! Yet before Heiju could fully emerge, Edward's sharp gaze was already fixed upon it. Not good. I've been discovered. What is this? The discovered Heiju exclaimed in shock, attempting to meld into the ground to escape. But faster than his movements was Edward's departure, swiftly capturing Heiju with his conqueror's haki. Heiju, upon being seized, elicited an immediate response from Kagaya within Edward. This is not the Heiju from our ninja realm. That one has already been eradicated by me. Hearing Kagaya emotional tone, Edward replied disdainfully. He harbored a deep loathing for this entity, a disruptor who had schemed against the entire ninja realm. I understand. Kagaya within Edward nodded in acknowledgement, showing no further reaction. Heiju was merely a manifestation of her will, devoid of substantial emotions. She held a slightly complicated sentiment towards this being, having observed its actions closely. Why do you carry the scent of my mother? Upon being captured, Heiju ceased to conceal its intentions, shouting vehemently. The scent of mother? Is it she? With that, Edward partially revealed Kagaya within him. What is this? Heiju's eyes widened in astonishment as it shouted in terror. Heiju, relinquish your resistance. Kagaya stated, wishing not to see Heiju meet its end so easily. No, you're not my mother. I can sense my true mother on the moon. Yet suddenly detecting something, Heiju began to struggle violently. Alas, witnessing this scene, Kagaya could only let out a soft sigh before vanishing from sight. She had granted Heiju its final chance, yet failed to seize it, disappear completely. As Kagaya returned to the ceiling space and concluded her conversation with Heiju, Edward could no longer hold back. The Six Paths' power erupted, compressing down upon Heiju, shattering it to pieces just as he had done to the previous Heiju. Ridiculous. How could such a small being contend with me? After vanquishing Heiju, Edward turned his gaze away, instead lifting his head to observe the bright moon in the sky. If I were to shatter that moon, would the infinite Tsukuyomi come to an end? Since the method of utilizing the God Tree to absorb chakra only exists within Uchiha Madara's memories of the infinite Tsukuyomi, Edward pondered. Now only able to utilize the infinite Tsukuyomi. Deep down, he understood that the infinite Tsukuyomi was merely a flawed version of a technique for utilizing the God Tree. There must exist a superior technique suitable for mastering the God Tree. However, Edward was unaware of it. By the way, Kagaya, do you know how to directly control the God Tree? Suddenly recalling that Daitonmu Kagaya was the previous user of the Divine Tree, Edward abruptly slapped his forehead and directed a question to Daitonmu Kagaya, who resided within the ceiling space. It is quite simple. Simply utilize your Rinnegan with the Nine Tails, and gradually you will master it, Daitonmu Kagaya said slowly, her eyes closed, lost in contemplation. Is that so? Is it truly that simple? Upon hearing this, Edward pondered for a moment before responding. Then let us give it a try, infinite Tsukuyomi. Subsequently, Edward exited the ceiling space, concentrating all his attention upon the moon, meticulously controlling his focus. No, your center of gravity should be the Divine Tree, not that useless moon. It is merely a slightly larger stone. Just then, Daitonmu Kagaya interjected unexpectedly. Thank you, Edward replied, realizing his mistake, and promptly redirecting his focus to the Divine Tree. If you wish to harness the Divine Tree to absorb the chakra of this ninja world, you must immerse your body and spirit entirely into the chakra of the Divine Tree. I wonder if you have witnessed how Daitonmu Otsutsuki utilized the chakra of the Divine Tree when you encountered him earlier. Observing Edward beginning to execute his instructions, Daitonmu Kagaya spoke again. The method employed by Daitonmu Otsutsuki seemed to involve completely merging with the Divine Tree, rendering even his body immobile. Recalling the state in which he had fought against Daitonmu Otsutsuki, Edward hesitantly remarked, if that is the case, how can he resist the impending invasion of Daitonmu Kinshiki and others? Must he truly create a clone to battle them, just as Daitonmu Otsutsuki did? Precisely. Only in this manner can one fully master the divine tree and unleash its utmost potential. Upon hearing Edward's murmurs, Daytonmu Kagaya responded, "In that case, perhaps it is best to delay this matter until I capture you from this ninja world, and then I shall contemplate the divine tree." Edward, having gained insight into how to operate the divine tree, stated, at present, he could not afford to be ensnared by it. Immediately, Edward dismissed these futile thoughts, and his body flickered through the air. He was heading to the moon to capture Daytonmu Kagaya from this ninja world. Here it is. Within lies another version of you. Are you excited? Edward soon arrived at the moon, gazing at the great orb. There's indeed a hint of anticipation, Daytonmu Kagaya murmured, unsure of her own feelings. Then let begin. Without further ado, Edward unleashed the power of the six paths, causing the tremor fruit to explode, fracturing the moon with countless cracks. What is the situation in the ninja world? How did this man appear? As the moon shattered, Daytonmu Kagaya emerged, speaking slowly. Due to the manifestation of the will of Kurizetsu, she sometimes was aware of the circumstances within the ninja world. Yet during this time, all she knew was that an unexpected guest had arrived, with no further information. Even the will of Kurizetsu had been extinguished and vanished. You are the progenitor of chakra in this ninja world, Daytonmu Kagaya. Upon releasing Daytonmu Kagaya, Edward unleashed a formidable force, inquiring before her. Who are you? Why are you here? What is your purpose? Hearing such disrespectful words, Daytonmu Kagaya's eyes widened as she exclaimed, how could anyone dare to speak to her in such a manner in the past? Those who did so were already dead. There is no point in words. Let actions speak. Six paths, tremor fruit. Edward shouted, revealing dozens of small black orbs in his hands. This was a new skill he had developed during his recent seclusion, perfectly merging the power of the six paths into the tremor fruit to condense black orbs. Each black orb contained energy equivalent to dozens of nuclear bombs. Not to mention the dozens he now held. Such terrifying energy, 80-god void strike. Daytonmu Kagaya's face turned pale as she sensed the black orbs in Edward's hands. Though she had previously stated that she did not fear death, after being sealed for a millennium, she certainly wished for a clearer understanding of it. Boom! Boom! Soon, the dozens of black orbs collided with Daytonmu Kagaya's 80-god void strike, unleashing an immense force. The entire universe seemed to tremble, waves of energy rippling outward. Ultimately, Daytonmu Kagaya spat blood and was sent flying backward. How could you defeat me, who possesses another version of yourself within me? Edward, clutching his chest, addressed Daytonmu Kagaya, who was hurtling through the air. The area he touched on his chest was precisely where the ceiling space containing Daytonmu Kagaya was located. Through their gradual communication, Edward's charismatic personality had begun to influence Daytonmu Kagaya, leading her to lend him her power and enhance his strength. This chakra feels so familiar. After being propelled for quite some time, Daytonmu Kagaya finally stabilized herself, murmuring while feeling her injuries. It is I. But the next moment brought a shocking revelation for Daytonmu Kagaya. She beheld the Daytonmu Kagaya from within Edward's ceiling space slowly emerging, gazing at her with a complex expression. Who are you? Why do you resemble me so closely? Are you a clone of the Daytonmu clan? The astonished Daytonmu Kagaya exclaimed, staring at the other version of herself. No, I am merely another you from a different world. There is no need for such astonishment. After observing the Daytonmu Kagaya before her, she spoke. You are not a match for this giant. I can attest to that. After contemplating briefly, she continued. In truth, she did not wish to dissuade the so-called Daytonmu Kagaya before her. She understood well the nature of her own personality. Externally, it appeared to be a blend of emotions. Yet internally, it embodied a lofty demeanor, impervious to intrusion. How disgusting! I never imagined that my future self would attempt to dissuade me. Upon hearing this, Daytonmu Kagaya furrowed her brows and replied, Sigh. With that, the other version of her once again merged into Edward, and power surged back into him. Six-path shock slash. Gripping the Tsungyun cutter tightly, Edward instantaneously mounted Daytonmu Kagaya's head and struck down fiercely. Opening. With no other choice, Daytonmu Kagaya struggled to defend herself using chakra. However, How could the inexperienced Daitongmu Kagaya stand against Edward? As she attempted to block, Edward split into 3 clones, encircling her. "You're no match for me, slash." With those words, Edward hesitated no longer, and each clone wielded their blades to strike down. In no time, under the relentless slashes, Daitongmu Kagaya's body was cleaved apart. Her limbs shattered. The primordial chakra energy of the clan's progenitor. "I shall absorb it." With a sweeping motion, Edward drew in all the limbs into his ceiling space. To him, these were glowing chakra energies, ripe for the taking. Should he succeed in absorbing all of Otsutsuki Kagaya's chakra into his being, he could subsequently drain the chakra from the ninja world. Consequently, Otsutsuki Kagaya would be unable to resurrect herself through the ninja realm. So formidable, even surpassing the likes of Peach and others. Severed at the hands, Otsutsuki Kagaya swiftly retreated from Edward's attacking perimeter, her expression grave. "Is this how I am to perish? I can sense that the divine tree of the ninja world has fallen under his control." Watching Edward silently, Kagaya felt a twinge of sorrow. If I were to die by Edward's hand, it would truly be a disgrace to the Otsutsuki clan. No, I cannot die here. There remains the Otsutsuki clan. Suddenly recalling something, Kagaya lifted her head, a flicker of fury igniting within her. It was one thing to be sealed for over 1,000 years, but to be attacked upon her release and to perish at the hands of another was utterly unacceptable. To re-establish the connection of the Otsutsuki clan? It has been ages since that occurred. Reflecting on those she once knew, Kagaya hesitated, feeling a certain energy within her whisper. Yet Edward showed her no mercy, delivering blow after blow. Whitebeard-FusedOrphan. Finally, having seen through Edward and understood the situation, Kagaya activated the chakra connection, establishing a link with the remaining Otsutsuki clan members located thousands of miles away. On a cerulean purple planet, Otsutsuki, Peach remarked. Otsutsuki Kagaya, the traitor. How is she re-establishing chakra connections with our clan? As before, he bore a pallid complexion and long, gray-white hair, devoid of eyebrows, with 2 circular marks upon his forehead. 2 rabbit-like ears sprouted from his head, his eyes were white, and each palm bore a red rinnegan, his left hand adorned with a black glove. Clad in noble attire and elevated wooden clogs, he spoke with a haughty demeanor. However, unlike before, his inner thoughts had shifted to confusion. Behind him stood a stout, bizarrely horned figure, the duo being Otsutsuki Peach and the imposing Otsutsuki Kinshur. According to Kagaya's location, she remained on that very planet. Kagaya. This saves me the trouble of searching for you. Prepare to face the judgment of the Otsutsuki clan. Sensing the chakra link established with Kagaya, Otsutsuki Peach laughed arrogantly. Regardless of your desire to reintegrate into the Otsutsuki clan, betrayal is betrayal, no matter your previous standing. Presently, he gazed skyward with a brazen expression, hands clenched, intent on some grand endeavor. He was on the verge of producing chakra fruit. With a little more time, he would successfully create it anew. Having just birthed chakra fruit, he had nothing better to do but venture into the ninja world. Kinshur, I truly wonder where you acquired that perverse penchant of yours, Peach remarked, casting his gaze toward the nearby Otsutsuki Kinshur. At that moment, Kinshur was busy tormenting numerous humans, his body releasing countless white tendrils that penetrated them. Very well. Upon hearing this, Kinshur nodded, hastening his pace, causing those beneath him to suffer immensely. This was an everyday occurrence in this tedious ninja world. I must hasten to condense the chakra fruit. It has been ages since I last exercised my body. With Kinshi's acquiescence, Peach's clone dissipated, focusing intently on controlling the divine tree to facilitate the fruit's formation. Meanwhile, Edward had successfully subdued the inexperienced Otsutsuki Kagaya. You cannot kill me, human. Severed of her limbs and ensnared by the overwhelming power of the 6 paths, Kagaya's voice was laced with despair. Yet her sorrow stemmed not from her dire predicament, but from the reality of being defeated by this towering figure before her, an outcome she found intolerable. Initially, she had resolved to disengage from such futile battles. However, reality had relentlessly forced her into a corner, progressively challenging her limits. Unable to endure any longer, she chose a path of mutual destruction. If so, how might I convert her energy for my own? However, as Edward was not of this world, he regarded Kaguya, now under his control, not as an equal life form. Instead, he reduced her to a miniature figurine, toying with her in his palm. You will surely regret this. Dare to treat the Otsutsuki clan this way, and they will make you experience true suffering. As he toyed with her, humiliated, Kaguya retorted fiercely. Then I shall eliminate you and deposit your energy into the divine tree. Yet Edward paid no heed to Kaguya's indignation. After erasing her will with the power of the six paths, he returned her lifeless form to the ninja world. Divine tree, accept me. Soon, Edward found himself once again at the summit of the divine tree, speaking solemnly to it. Mirje. In the next instant, he integrated Kaguya's remnants into the chakra divine tree. Simultaneously, his eyes transformed into the 9 Tomo Rinnegan, and his massive form gradually melded into the trunk of the chakra divine tree. Now, he sought to control the divine tree akin to Otsutsuki Himura. At last, he had seized control of the divine tree. With Kaguya's guidance within him, Edward swiftly mastered the tree, his gaze emanating a piercing brilliance. The Otsutsuki Kaguya of this world shall become my offering. Subsequently, having assimilated the divine tree, Edward's focus turned to the remnants of Kaguya wandering within it. Should he condense Kaguya's chakra into the chakra fruit, he could significantly accelerate its formation, achieving success in a remarkably short time. You have succeeded halfway, as you wished. However, earlier I sensed that Kaguya of this world had re-established a chakra link with the Otsutsuki clan. Within Edward's sealing space, Kaguya expressed her incredulity upon realizing the established link. What astonished her was the fact that she had, in this world, rekindled chakra connections with the very clan she had betrayed. To her, it was a grand jest. Have connections been established with the Otsutsuki clan? Upon hearing this, Edward fell into deep contemplation. This implies that in the future, the Otsutsuki clan may send someone to seek vengeance upon you. Recalling the ruthless nature and the exalted hierarchy of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Kaguya remarked, "Is that so? However, I shall not be afraid." Suddenly enlightened, Edward closed his eyes and spoke. At this moment, he too possessed the power of the chakra divine tree. As long as the energy within the divine tree was sufficient, he could rely on its chakra for infinite resurrection. You have known this for only a few days. The voice from within the sealing space, Otsutsuki Kaguya, chuckled lightly, teasing him. She recognized this man's immense confidence. Apart from the ninja world, he feared nothing in existence. Yet, this did not signify that he was stronger than the incoming members of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Mamashiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Urashiki, and Otsutsuki Ishiki, all of them wielded formidable power, not to mention the supreme Otsutsuki god, whose might was unparalleled. Although she had never truly witnessed the power of the Otsutsuki god, it was said that annihilating a planet was a trivial feat for him. Well then, let this be. Do not disturb me further. After conversing with Otsutsuki Kaguya, Edward closed his eyes, focusing intently on controlling the chakra divine tree. The primary objective now was to solidify the chakra fruit, enhancing his strength. Otherwise, everything else would be meaningless. Only power could serve as the best declaration to him. In the days that followed, Edward devoted himself wholeheartedly to mastering the chakra divine tree. All life forms in the ninja world had been enveloped and absorbed by the chakra divine tree. Time seemed to pass without value. And due to the absence of timekeeper, no one could ascertain how long had truly elapsed. Only the remnants of once great human structures began to crumble and succumb to dust, indicating that perhaps over a decade had passed. If an observer were to witness the current state of the ninja world, they would find it akin to a desolate wasteland. Even the growth of plants had been suppressed due to the absorption of chakra. Cough, how long has it been? At long last, one day, the interior of the divine tree emitted a series of coughs, shattering the tranquility of this realm. I do not know. Having spent over 1,000 years in the sealing space, I have grown indifferent to the passage of time. A voice immediately responded, though both voices were quite unfamiliar. These two voices belonged to Edward, merged with the divine tree, and Otsutsuki Kaguya, sealed within him. 1,000 years? How pitiful. Upon hearing this, Edward, feeling the weight of time slipping away, expressed a semblance of empathy. Merely a decade had passed, and he was already overwhelmed by the erosion of time. How could one fathom the centuries Otsutsuki Kagaya had endured on the moon? The sensation was unbearable. The ravages of time could extinguish the life of any being. Has the chakra fruit solidified sufficiently? Edward then shifted his focus back to the divine tree, muttering to himself. This pace is still inadequate. Based on my third intuition, I sense that Mamashiki and the others are on their way. I believe they shall arrive here within a few years. Hearing Edward's soliloquy, Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ceiling space cautioned him. This speed is insufficient. What should we do? Upon hearing Kagaya's voice, Edward's thoughts raced. At this point, he had exerted his utmost efforts to accelerate the solidification of the chakra fruit. If this pace remained inadequate, there would be no alternative. Indeed, it is far from enough. You do not comprehend the swiftness of the Otsutsuki clan. Recalling several familiar faces, a sense of battle intent emerged within Otsutsuki Kagaya. I did not expect to evade you. Very well, if it is insufficient, let them come to battle. With that, Edward ceased to regard Otsutsuki Kagaya any further, instead concentrating diligently on controlling the chakra divine tree. Now, endowed with a divine tree brimming with chakra, he did not fear the arrival of those so-called members of the Otsutsuki clan. Fool. Hearing Edward's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya snorted coldly. Afterward, the two fell silent. Edward remained focused on the divine tree, while Kagaya seemed to have become mute. Days turned into weeks, and the ninja world could hardly be recognized after Edward's devastation. Years swiftly passed by, and no one could recall the former state of the ninja world. All that remained was a swirling storm of sand, rendering the entire landscape a barren wasteland. The apocalypse was manifested here, for not a single life form existed in this world. Finally, one day, two swift figures pierced through the clamor of the ninja world, restoring some semblance of vibrancy. They were two beings clad in white robes, their skin pale and their eyes strikingly unusual, one large and one small. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these two were Otsutsuki Mamashiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki from the previously mentioned cerulean planet. Having concluded their affairs on that planet, they arrived in the ninja world bearing their chakra fruits. Is this the domain overseen by Otsutsuki Kagaya? Where's that traitor? The first words from Otsutsuki Mamashiki brimmed with confusion. I do not know. You may use your Rinnegan to investigate this place. However, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who had just arrived with Mamashiki, was already eager for reconnaissance. It is well known that intelligence holds great significance before battle. If two adversaries possess comparable strengths, the victor will be determined by intelligence and various disparities in information. This planet appears to be under the control of the chakra divine tree. Yet I recall that Otsutsuki Kagaya was deemed a traitor. Could there be more to this story? Otsutsuki Mamashiki activated his red Rinnegan, scanning the area with keen observation. I have a hunch that a formidable presence awaits us here. Otsutsuki Kinshiki also employed his probing abilities, gradually merging into the earth. Kinshiki, do you think a member of the Otsutsuki clan has already come before us to resolve this matter? Is it possible that Otsutsuki Ishiki and his companions are still investigating? Suddenly, Otsutsuki Mamashiki seemed to recall something. That should not be possible. Otsutsuki Ishiki's speed in solidifying fruits cannot surpass ours. As for Yurashiki, hearing this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki reminisced about the members. Yet, no matter how he reasoned, he could not deduce that any member of the Otsutsuki clan had arrived before them. Let us gather intelligence first, then investigate this location thoroughly. Upon reaching this point, Daitamu Taosher ceased further inquiries with Daitamu Jinsher. Both of them activated their blood-red Rinnegan, which began to operate fervently. Daitamu Jinsher melded completely into the earth, employing his unique method to comprehend this world. Their skill range swiftly enveloped vast expanses of the shinobi realm, extending from hundreds of miles to thousands, and now encompassing tens of thousands. In that fleeting moment, they finally detected the unmasked chakra god tree, located at the very heart of the shinobi world, which stirred a sense of bewilderment within them. Could it be that a member of the Daytamyu clan has come here to resolve the matter of that traitor? After discovering the Chakra God tree, both withdrew their skills and exchanged glances, perplexed. "I'm not entirely certain," Daytamyu Jinshi responded, emerging from the earth. "Fool, let us go and investigate. If it is indeed a member of our Daytamyu clan, we must extend our greetings," Daytamyu Taosha remarked, a smile adorning his face, radiating an indomitable spirit of battle. He had not felt the thrill of combat for millennia, having only engaged in minor skirmishes with Jinshi during moments of leisure. Though not a particularly belligerent race, the passage of 1,000 years had stifled their desire for conflict. Soon, the two hastened through the skies of the shinobi realm, soaring past dilapidated structures and lifeless forests. It appeared that humans once inhabited this planet. Reflecting on this intelligent yet feeble species, Daytamyu Taosha expressed his disdain. "Those lowly creatures? Our experimental subjects." Hearing Taosha's words, Daytamyu Jinshi regarded the decaying buildings below with a scrutinizing gaze, affirming, "Indeed, this resembles what they would construct, those bipedal monkeys." After his examination, Jinshi averted his gaze, speaking with a tone laced with contempt. Subsequently, the two departed without a second thought, for in their eyes, humanity was a race unworthy of their regard, even viewing them as mere toys. However, upon their departure, a closer inspection of the structures below would reveal a flag proudly waving, emblazoned with the words, "The Will of Fire." After a considerable flight, they finally arrived at the location of the Chakra God tree. "This is the place. Let us unveil the truth," Daytamyu Taosha said, hovering in the air, his excitement palpable. Yet this tremor was not one of fear, but rather of exhilaration, as he struggled to contain the fiery spirit of battle igniting within him. "Taosha, do not be so hasty. I sense an unusual presence emanating from this god tree," Daytamyu Jinshi cautioned, displaying his usual calm demeanor, preferring to toy with the bodies and souls of living beings rather than engage in combat. "Unusual? Huh. I have not detected anything," Taosha retorted dismissively. In his eyes, Jinshi was merely a temporary resource. "Come, let me see who controls this god tree." With that, Daytamyu Taosha floated forward, brimming with excitement, oblivious to the consciousness within the Chakra God tree that was closely observing him. The Chakra God tree bore the essence of the Daytamyu clan, yet this essence led Taosha to the tree's apex, where he tore off a piece of bark and began to inhale its scent deeply. This was the simplest and most direct method for members of the Daytamyu clan to identify one another. Is it Daytamyu Kagaya, who has merged her chakra into this god tree? Upon completing his inspection, Daytamyu Taosha's expression shifted dramatically. He became wary, his body tensing as he sought to escape. The Daytamyu clan did not deal with traitors in such a manner, for it was an extremely wasteful method of expending chakra energy. In their case, they would employ a far more ruthless approach that conserved chakra in dealing with Daytamyu Kagaya. Hands of the god tree. Just as Daytamyu Taosha attempted to flee, an array of runes flared beneath him, followed by a resounding voice. The entire god tree began to quake, countless branches ensnaring Taosha's limbs and binding him in midair. This was the hidden intervention of Edward, who had awaited this opportunity to exploit Taosha's moment of vulnerability. The hands of the god tree was a super sealing technique he had meticulously prepared, gathering immense energy to seal Taosha momentarily. Taosha, observing the tumultuous disturbance, Daytamyu Jinshi reacted promptly, intent on aiding Taosha. Six Paths God, Tree Chakra, Fusion Giant. However, Edward would not grant Jinshi the opportunity. The god tree shuddered violently, giving birth to an enormous tree giant. A closer look would reveal that this tree giant bore a striking resemblance to the earlier shinobi deity Senju Hashirama's would release. Yet, in comparison, Hashirama's would release paled against this tree giant, for its power was derived from the Chakra God tree. Who dares to attack our Daytamyu clan? Upon witnessing the emergence of the giant from the god tree, Daytamyu Jinshi quickly conjured a red, laser-like shield and axe to defend himself. Roar! However, this giant, born from Edward's amalgamation of the Six Paths and the Chakra of the god tree, chose to confront him head-on without a word. A mere puppet cannot possibly withstand me. In an instant, their battle erupted into ferocity, with countless strikes exchanged between them. Gradually, the god tree giant began to falter. It was no match for Daitamu Jinshi. "Victory is mine," Jinshi declared, his voice heavy after gaining the upper hand. Dihu, just as he was about to execute the tree giant before him. The chakra god tree trembled once more, and two additional giants identical to the first surged forth. Seizing the opportunity, the battered god tree giant withdrew to join forces with the newcomers. The situation now was three god tree giants against Daitamu Jinshi. Regardless of the outcome, these three giants could delay Jinshi for quite some time. However, Edward's primary objective today was not Daitamu Jinshi, but rather Daitamu Taoshi, who was ensnared. "Who are you to dare to seize the treasures of our Daitamu clan?" The ensnared Daitamu Taoshi finally reacted, his body thrashing violently as he sought to break free from the binding control. Yet how could this immensely prepared super sealing technique, orchestrated by Adhwa, be so easily broken free from? Despite the relentless struggles of Daitamu Taoshi, he was unable to escape its grasp. Damn it! It seems that I must resort to the power of the six paths to extinguish it. After much futile effort, Daitamu Taoshi finally relinquished his attempts and spoke earnestly. He could only blame his own arrogance and impatience for wanting to engage Adhwa in battle, which led to his current entrapment. "Daitamu Taoshi, I have awaited your arrival for a long time." Suddenly, a voice emerged from within the god tree, echoing in Daitamu Taoshi's ears. "Who are you?" Startled by the voice, Daitamu Taoshi quickly regained his composure and shouted, "One who hails from beyond the heavens, possessing profound knowledge of your Daitamu clan." Upon uttering these words, numerous photon blades appeared in the air, striking Daitamu Taoshi. "This is the power of Daitamu Kagaya, that traitor." As the photon blades pierced his body, Daitamu Taoshi let out a howl of agony. How could he not comprehend the current predicament and its implications? It could only mean that either Daitamu Kagaya had allied with this mysterious being, or that this celestial entity had seized control of her powers for his own use. Six paths, 80 god air shockwave. In response, Adhwa paid no heed to Daitamu Taoshi, instead summoning even more photon blades imbued with various energies. He aimed to inflict as much damage as possible during Taoshi's confinement, perhaps even slay him, with piercing sounds of flesh being torn and bones shattering. The photon blade struck Daitamu Taoshi, creating countless gaping wounds. However, before long, his body began to heal, returning to its previous state. "No, you cannot kill me. I possess an immortal body." With a fearless grin, Daitamu Taoshi mocked. Six paths dominance 80 god air shockwave. Yet Adhwa disregarded him, unleashing even more photon blades towards him. Having previously battled Daitamu Kagaya, he was well acquainted with this so-called immortal body, which merely relied on energy replenishment. The methods to maintain this immortality are threefold. First, one must control a chakra god tree, continuously restoring oneself with its chakra, capable of reviving even from utter destruction. Second, by utilizing one's own six paths power and chakra to heal and resurrect. The third method, employed by Daitamu Kagaya, involves sowing one's chakra seeds. As long as her chakra exists in the shinobi world, she can resurrect indefinitely. However, this method has its drawbacks, namely, a painfully slow resurrection speed and a lengthy planting time for chakra seeds. At this moment, Daitamu Taoshi evidently relied on the second method. If Adhwa could deplete his six paths power and chakra, he could utterly annihilate Taoshi. For Adhwa, this was not a daunting task, as he currently wielded a chakra god tree for his own use and resurrection. What kind of energy is this? It can actually drain my chakra. The six paths 80 god air shockwave unleashed by Adhwa soon struck Daitamu Taoshi, inflicting tremendous damage. Countless individuals have asked this question. Ignoring Daitamu Taoshi's cries, Adhwa whispered to himself and unleashed even more shockwaves upon him. "I cannot continue like this, or I will eventually be drained here." "Jinshi, that fool, what are you doing?" Bound by the seal, Daitamu Taoshi could only passively endure the pain, venting his frustration towards Daitamu Jinshi. If only Jinshi could exert himself a bit more. He could break the seal and free him. Together, they could easily deal with this mysterious being that dared not show itself. However, on Jinshur's side, he remained ensnared by the three god tree giants, his red axe exuding an impressive aura. To speak candidly, that axe was a unique weapon inherited from his ancestors. The Bowie god. It could manifest various weapons from chakra, each capable of immense destruction when fully unleashed. Such formidable defense and recovery capabilities nearly rivaled my own. Daitamu Jinshur found himself encircled by the giants, a heavy sound resonating. The situation on Taoshur's side had become dire. He needed to swiftly eliminate these formidable foes. Bowie God, Byakugin virtualization. Subsequently, Daitamu Jinshur activated Bowie God, summoning red weapon blades while widening his Byakugin to attempt to draw the god tree giants into his domain. Virtualization is a unique space-time ninjutsu of Jinshur's Byakugin, allowing him to traverse freely between spaces, enter alternate dimensions, or even render himself intangible. He aimed to use this skill to draw the three god tree giants into an alternate space, thereby restraining them. A commendable skill, quite similar to Obito's Kamui. However, Adwa, who remained focused on Daitamu Jinshur, would not allow him to succeed, as the god tree extended numerous tendrils toward him. Damn it, virtualization has been interrupted. Jiatsue, seeing his virtualization disrupted and ensnared by the branch-like tendrils, Daitamu Jinshur immediately unleashed a powerful attack to cleave through them. Concentrating chakra at his fingertips, he formed a fiery red shadow energy and pressed it against the tendrils, releasing it. Jinshur, you idiot! Can you not handle these things? Or perhaps you should just hand your power over to me. Yet, Daitamu Taoshur, still trapped, could no longer wait. He was being relentlessly pierced by numerous blades, depleting his strength. If this continued, he would soon be utterly drained. Upon hearing Daitamu Taoshur's complaints, Daitamu Jinshur fell into silence, his axe continuing to swing. Having never encountered such a tenacious opponent, he had always concluded battles with overwhelming force until meeting Adwa. Kanyu. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Daitamu Jinshur found an opportunity. Seizing it, he launched multiple weapons toward a single direction, his body following the weapons in a surprise attack. This was his rescue tactic. He intended to use this skill to charge in and save Daitamu Taoshur. Truly, as a member of the Daitamu clan, his technique and combat experience were impressively adept. Yet he was wholly unlike you. Upon witnessing this, Edward, who had inadvertently let the Tomoku Kinshur escape, furrowed his brow and expressed his disdain towards the Tomoku Kagaya. I am unlike them. They are merely a band of battle maniacs. In the ceiling space, upon hearing these words, the Tomoku Kagaya immediately retorted, unable to maintain her composure. Disliking combat by nature, and having the guardian de Tomoku Ishiki clearing the path for her, she had seldom engaged in battle. This indirectly elucidates one of the reasons you shall succumb to me. At this remark, Edward chuckled softly and directed his focus towards the pinnacle of the divine tree. There, he beheld the Tomoka Momo, who had been liberated by Kinshur, and the two swiftly retreated thousands of meters, quietly hovering in the air. Impressive. You have managed to corner us to such an extent. Your strength has earned my respect. The Tomoka Momo, floating in the air, gritted his teeth and spoke. Although it was sheer happenstance that he had found himself ensnared, having experienced the pain, he would not let Edward off easily. As expected, you have managed to survive. After gazing at the two for a moment, Edward murmured to himself. Following this, his body began to ascend slowly before their eyes, reminiscent of the Tomoka Mu's entrance. You, who have pilfered the secrets of our Tomoku clan, shall experience torment akin to that of purgatory. Upon witnessing this, the Tomoka Momo's hatred intensified as he proclaimed. A mere glance revealed that the mysterious figure before them had completely mastered the chakra of the divine tree. For the lofty Tomoku clan, this was unforgivable. Meanwhile, Edward had ascended into the heavens, revealing a colossal ethereal form before them, as he still needed to wield the power of the divine tree. His true form could not be revealed at this moment. Revealing his true self would significantly diminish the power he could harness from the divine tree. How utterly repulsive. The power of the six paths. After uttering this, The four of them simultaneously unleashed their powers, setting the stage for an inevitable clash. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the battle commenced, with the aftermath resonating throughout the entire shinobi world, centered around the chakra of the divine tree. Distant villages were affected by the shockwaves, reduced to ashes, a testament to their formidable might. Divine tree chakra clones. With this command, Edward summoned countless ethereal clones from the divine tree, assailing the Tomoka Momo and Kinshur from all directions. Kinshur charged. Upon seeing these clones, the Tomoka Momo remained unfazed, opting instead to restore his six paths energy first, allowing Kinshur to advance. In his eyes, regaining his strength took precedence over engaging in feudal combat. Yes, Jachue, responding to the Tomoka Momo's command. Kinshur immediately gathered chakra at his fingertips, unleashing flames that surged outward. As his guardian, he had to fulfill his role at this moment. Tremor. However, Edward's endless ethereal clones collectively harnessed the power of the tremor fruit, creating an overwhelming momentum. No, I cannot withstand this thief of the divine tree. Kinshur, encircled by the tremor's force, widened his eyes in disbelief as his body expanded, attempting to envelop the Tomoka Momo and use his ethereal form to escape. With the divine tree's chakra at my disposal, how can you contend with me? Edward squinted, employing the power of the six paths to halt Kinshi's phasing. Damn it! I can only endure Bowie's divine shield. With his phasing interrupted, Kinshur could only brace for the impending attack, activating the weapon on his back. Hihi Kagaya, what is your take? Observing Kinshi's shield, Edward remained unfazed, already perceiving Kinshur as inconsequential, merely cannon fodder. Do not get too complacent. You must be wary of Momo, for he has yet to make his move. The Tomoku Kagaya interjected from the ceiling space, her tone laced with caution. Oh, how does Momo compare to Mu? Upon finishing his words, Edward's ethereal form began to flicker, and the divine tree instantaneously sprouted countless branches that ensnared Kinshur and Momo. This is impossible. Soon, under the relentless assault, Kinshi's shield began to crumble, and the protected Momo was caught in the chaos. You useless waste! Momo exclaimed in anger, his restoration thwarted, as his dissatisfaction with his guardian deepened. Kinshur, too, had no retort, having recognized the disparity in strength, and was forcefully driven to the ground by Edward's onslaught. Let me handle this personally. You will soon regret this. Time freeze. Having glanced at the beleaguered Kinshur on the ground, Momo could no longer contain himself and officially entered the fray. Once he did, the scene appeared to freeze, rendering everyone motionless. He, under my true power, even with the divine tree at your command, you are futile. Witnessing Edward immobilized, Momo grinned maliciously. However, his sinister smile was abruptly interrupted as Edward began to move once more. Time stop? How have you mastered such power? As Edward stirred, he murmured a few words. And reality resumed its normal flow, with photon blades and branches of the divine tree hurtling towards him. This is absolutely impossible. No one can survive under my power. Freeze time! Freeze time! Momo, witnessing this, was filled with disbelief and attempted to activate the time stop again. Yet, regardless of how many times he invoked it, the outcome remained the same. Edward shattered the confinement. Gulalola, the hand of the divine tree, with a mocking tone directed at Momo. Edward commanded the divine tree to continue its relentless assault, batting him around as if he were a mere ball. External path technique. Ultimately, Momo had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. With his Rinnegan wide open, numerous black rods shot forth to seize the branches. A familiar technique. It was ineffective against me. Observing the branches of the divine tree being pierced and rendered limp, Edward silently mused. In the next moment, the branches sprang to life, striking back with renewed vigor, the black rods tumbling to the ground. Damn it, Inazuka Kenmei. Kazukari. In response, Momo immediately transformed Earth-style chakra into serpentine creatures with dragon heads and used Fire-style chakra to summon birds, launching them at the branches. Fully aware of the divine tree's might, he knew he must eliminate it without delay. At this moment, the earth and fire attributes are the most suitable skills to combat the divine tree. However, on the other side, AI Dahua would not passively allow the fire and earth combination skills to incinerate his divine tree. Remembering the technique of Shun Luo Tianzhong, he unleashed it. You despicable creature, I never imagined you would dare to steal the Rinnegan of our Otsutsuki clan. Upon witnessing this situation, Otsutsuki Tao Shi immediately comprehended everything and angrily shouted. He had completely relegated AI Dahua to the status of a petty thief, stealing the power of their clan. Wan Xiang Dianin, Liu Zhaozhen Gongji. Nevertheless, AI Dahua held a different perspective. As long as the skills could enhance his strength, he would accept them regardless of how they were acquired. Yuan Yan. Upon seeing AI Dahua use Wan Xiang Tianin, Tao Shi promptly utilized his fire and earth chakra to create a magma giant and merge himself within it, simultaneously ceasing his loud outcries. A trivial technique. Lu Dao Niu Zhuan Jishu. However, AI Dahua, observing Otsutsuki Tao Shi merging with the giant, mockingly exclaimed as he raised his left hand to unleash his power. The surrounding space began to warp slowly, and the magma giant swiftly disintegrated into dust. Are you certain you wish to merely compete in techniques with me, you inferior being? Otsutsuki Tao Shi could no longer contain himself and unleashed all the power within his body with a roar. Survival of the fittest. Do you not comprehend this principle? AI Dahua also began to channel a vast amount of mixed energy, forming an enormous energy sphere. From the current battlefield advantage, AI Dahua had consistently maintained the upper hand, pressing Otsutsuki Tao Shi and Jin Shi. However, this was all due to AI Dahua possessing the chakra of the divine tree and the power lent to him by Otsutsuki Kagaya. Without these, facing Otsutsuki Tao Shi would undoubtedly be far from simple. Jin Shi, merge with me. Otsutsuki Tao Shi, in a thunderous shout, summoned forth a force that created a pull even stronger than Wan Xiang Tianin, drawing the fallen Otsutsuki Jin Shi towards him. As for Jin Shi, who had already accepted his fate, he remained silent, choosing to quietly accept this reality. There was no other choice. Otsutsuki Tao Shi was his superior, his strength far surpassing his own, and he was merely a guardian. Do you wish to evolve? Then perish. The situation on the scene shifted dramatically, and AI Dahua, caught off guard, could only wave his hand, directing various spatial rifts towards him. Yet these attacks could not interrupt Otsutsuki Tao Shi's transformation. Abaye bloquade et de UAE spatial rift. Transformed, you shall now face the true form of Otsutsuki Tao Shi. Otsutsuki Kagaya, observing this scene within the ceiling space, immediately furrowed her brows. Every member of the Otsutsuki clan possesses their unique inheritance. Just as Otsutsuki Jin Shi Esbo Wei Shun, each Otsutsuki has their exclusive skills. Let's wait and see. Upon hearing this, AI Dahua remained indifferent. Having previously defeated him, he did not believe that Jin Shi could triumph over him again. Allow me to remind you, it is quite possible that Otsutsuki Tao Shi possesses a fully formed chakra fruit. Our Otsutsuki clan cannot consume the fruit at will. It must be returned to our ancestral land and presented to our superiors. Otsutsuki Kagaya, after a moment of contemplation within the ceiling space, spoke again, this time siding with AI Dahua. Oh, it seems I am indeed fortunate this time. With that, AI Dahua directed his gaze toward the transforming Otsutsuki Tao Shi. If he could defeat and kill Otsutsuki Tao Shi, he might acquire another chakra fruit. On the other hand, Otsutsuki Tao Shi's eyes had transformed into a golden hue, with a golden Rinnegan appearing on his forehead, and the Rinnegan in his palms also took on a golden shade. His hair grew exceedingly long, and multiple black stripes appeared across his body and face. His horns stood upright, resembling a death god. This transformation occurred after he consumed the chakra fruit from Otsutsuki Jin Shi, henceforth referred to as the death god form. Jin Shi still has some utility. After transforming into the death god form, Otsutsuki Tao Shi continuously assessed his own power. This was the inheritance from his ancestors, enabling him to adeptly transition into a combat form. Perish! Can you withstand me in this form? In the next moment, Otsutsuki Tao Shi, now in the death god form, focused his attention on AI Dahua, and, with a thunderous sound, charged towards the divine tree. Simultaneously, the rinnegan on his forehead and palms shifted to red, signaling the activation of another technique. His rinnegan could absorb all ninjutsu and chakra, allowing him to reclaim the absorbed techniques and chakra to restore his own power, as well as release Black Rod from a distance to restrain his opponent's actions and chakra. Furthermore, the rinnegan in his left hand could amplify the power of absorbed techniques before countering. However, there was a distinct characteristic. When absorbing or releasing ninjutsu, the rinnegan on his forehead and the ones in his palms would instantaneously switch to red. Do you think you can consume the chakra within my divine tree? Upon witnessing Otsutsuki Tao Shi charging towards the divine tree and activating his exclusive skill, AI Dehua immediately grasped the situation, murmuring. He recognized that Otsutsuki Tao Shi intended to absorb the chakra from the divine tree completely. Shinshu Jilong. Subsequently, AI Dehua commanded the chakra of the divine tree to solidify into a giant entwined with a colossal dragon. These trivialities are of no use to me. Chakra Energy Cannon. Otsutsuki Tao Shi, now in the Death God form, showcased an unfathomable increase in attack power, speed, and explosive force. The energy cannon instantly struck the giant entwined with the dragon, shattering its form significantly. Suck! After the energy cannon hit the giant, Otsutsuki Tao Shi ceased his focus there and dedicated himself to absorbing the chakra from the divine tree. Shinshu Jishou. Shinshu Jilong. Recognizing the impending danger, AI Dehua swiftly began utilizing the chakra of the divine tree to solidify more dragons and giants to confront Otsutsuki Tao Shi. Yet, Otsutsuki Tao Shi appeared to be in a berserk mode, effortlessly shattering all the divine tree dragons and giants with each punch. He could not allow this to continue. At this pace, Otsutsuki Tao Shi would soon absorb a significant portion of the chakra from the divine tree. Having discerned that Otsutsuki Tao Shi was absorbing the sealed chakra, il a finalement réacted. Absorbing sealed chakra indicated that he sought to become a vessel, aspiring to transform himself akin to the divine tree. Should he lose the divine tree, it would be catastrophic for AI Dehua. He would be left with no choice but to flee in desperation, living perpetually under the shadow of the Otsutsuki clan. Main body condense. Without further hesitation, AI Dehua's illusory form flickered and entered the chakra of the divine tree. Shortly after entering the realm of the Jia Kalash and Shu, a more formidable and intimidating entity emerged. This was the true form of Idehua, who had opted not to manipulate the divine tree, but instead to confront Otsutsuki Momoshiki with his own power. So this is your true essence? At last, I have drawn you out. Chakra Energy Cannon. The emergence of Idehua's true form instantly captured the attention of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who unleashed a colossal shockwave with both hands. 6 pads of shockwave. Yet, could Idehua be so easily subdued by a mere shockwave? With a decisive swing of the Tsungyun Xie, he cleaved the shockwave in twain. Simultaneously, his 6 paths of shockwave surged forth towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Ha ha ha, lowly creature. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. The death god form of Otsutsuki Momoshiki flickered and dodged the residual shockwaves, appearing before Idehua, eager for close combat. A death god, you say? Upon seeing the death god form of Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly materialize before him, Idehua swiftly engaged, clashing his Tsungyun Xie against Momoshiki's claws. This is the power of the golden style, wave god. However, due to Momoshiki's lack of weaponry, his claws were swiftly severed, forcing him to retreat hundreds of meters from the battlefield. Once distanced, he conjured a crimson scythe in hand. Having absorbed the golden-style powers of Otsutsuki, he now wielded its abilities with remarkable proficiency. Come, this is the battle I have longed for. With that, Otsutsuki Momoshiki charged forward, scythe in hand, re-engaging Idehua. The resulting shockwaves from their clash reverberated throughout the entire shinobi world, transforming it into an unrecognizable realm compared to decades past. Boom! Boom! Countless sounds erupted as their weapons collided. 6 pads, Tsungyun shockwave, slash. Idehua glared fiercely, his great sword descending with tremendous force. Currently, Otsutsuki Momoshiki could match him in sheer strength. Yet, one must not forget that behind Ide Hua stood the Jacqueline Shu. Thus the outcome had been determined from the very beginning. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. However, Otsutsuki Momoshiki appeared unfazed, wielding his scythe to unleash a flurry of blade energy. These energies clashed with Ide Hua's shockwave slashes, painting the entire shinobi world in a brilliant white. If this is all you have, you're destined to lose. After a prolonged battle, both combatants exhibited signs of fatigue, momentarily separating to face each other. Lose? Impossible. I am of the Otsutsuki clan. Behold this technique. Deep Crimson Spiral. In the next instant, Otsutsuki Momoshiki unleashed a move resembling an enormous tailed beast bomb, its dark red hue capable of expanding infinitely with abundant chakra, threatening to envelop Ide Hua entirely. 6 paths of earth-shattering shock. Witnessing the massive Deep Crimson Spiral, Ide Hua steeled himself, swinging his sword upwards. The blade, imbued with countless shockwave energies, collided with the Deep Crimson Spiral. The space around them was engulfed in blinding light as a terrifying heat permeated the area. Such potent energy. Realizing the threat of the Deep Crimson Spiral, Ide Hua retreated a considerable distance, murmuring to himself, "If that hits me, it would indeed cause harm." Not yet finished. Deep Crimson Spiral. In the following moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, clutching the Deep Crimson Spiral in one hand and the Crimson Scythe in the other, advanced menacingly. Seize the moment. Take the life. This was a universally acknowledged truth. Bang, bang, bang. The two resumed their fierce combat, each strike infused with tremendous power, surpassing even the 6 paths' might. Time freeze, second style Rinnegan. As their battle raged on, the entire realm dimmed, darkness shrouding the shinobi world. What is this? Ide Hua sensed the encroaching darkness and raised his Songyun Chia defensively. This is the second branch of time freeze, capable of obscuring your perception. The true hunting hour begins now. With that, Otsutsuki Momoshiki created several clones, all wielding scythes, encircling Ide Hua with stealthy precision. Is that so? In the face of absolute power, what do they matter? 6 paths of cosmic reversal. Ide Hua declared, flipping the veiled realm of darkness into blinding light. What is this? The clones of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, now illuminated by the bright light, became exposed. Destruction be upon you. 6 paths of multiplicative reversal. Ide Hua then employed the branch technique of the 6 paths reversal, binding Otsutsuki Momoshiki in place. Why is my body being controlled? Otsutsuki Momoshiki was astonished to find his death god clones reverting back to him, diminishing his chakra. 6 paths of rotational reversal. Yet this was not the end. Ide Hua unleashed his consecutive technique, firmly restraining Otsutsuki Momoshiki in position. Attempting to break free from my death god form? Such a task is not simple. Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt his body constricting, as if reverting to a previous state. He was exerting all his effort to resist the binding of this 6 paths power. Songyun Shockwave Slash. However, Ide Hua would not squander this opportunity for a counterattack, bringing his great sword down with ferocity. A sharp sound. Bound in place. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was cleaved in two by Ide Hua's Songyun Xie, accompanied by a violent rumble from within. Damn it, lowly creature, you have successfully enraged me. Severed in half, Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, and like a golden cicada shedding its shell, he retreated, leaving only his remnants behind. I underestimated you. It seems the only way to conquer you is to consume you. After retreating several thousand meters, he halted at a distance from Ide Hua, revealing a fruit brimming with chakra energy in his grasp. What is this? A chakra fruit. Upon seeing the luminous fruit in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hand, Ide Hua's eyes widened in astonishment. Lowly creature. Yet, Otsutsuki Momoshiki merely cast a sideways glance at Ide Hua before preparing to swallow the chakra fruit. 6 paths of reversal. In that moment, the power of the 6 paths erupted from the air, separating the chakra fruit from Otsutsuki Momoshiki's grasp. My fruit. Witnessing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes widened in disbelief. Fortunately, I had the foresight of Huyaji's warning, which prompted me to remain vigilant. Otherwise, gazing at the chakra fruit that had been separated to the center, Edward murmured, "Return it to me. It is my power." Subsequently, both individuals leaped simultaneously, extending their hands towards the coveted chakra fruit. The current situation was clear. Whoever possessed this chakra fruit would wield the power to alter the tides of battle. Only the strong were deemed worthy of such a prize. In their fierce struggle for the chakra fruit, the two soon found themselves entangled in a flurry of physical maneuvers. "You inferior being, wretched thief, I shall not let you escape." The entangled Otsutsuki Momo shouted hoarsely. In this moment of urgency, as members of the esteemed Otsutsuki clan, they indeed possessed the authority to consume the fruit. However, should it fall into the hands of another, the consequences would be dire. If the fruit were truly lost, the highest authority of the Otsutsuki clan would undoubtedly deem him unworthy of his power and strength, and everything he currently possessed would be reclaimed. When will you haughty members of the Otsutsuki clan ever comprehend our thoughts? You have long dominated us. I shall make you aware of the taste of oppression. With renewed vigor, Edward intensified his force, causing Otsutsuki Momo to struggle for breath. Having exited his Shinigami form, he found himself outmatched in strength, speed, and physique against the giant Edward. Boom! Yet, in the end, Otsutsuki Momo activated his Rinnegan, executing a crimson spiral to repel Edward, though he himself crashed heavily to the ground. Such formidable power, but what of it? Edward slowly remarked, gazing down at the gaping hole in his chest where his heart should be. However, he swiftly healed his wounds through the transmission of the God Tree's chakra. The situation had grown increasingly dire. I could not afford to continue in this state without the chakra fruit. Witnessing Edward's instantaneous recovery, Otsutsuki Momo could only force himself to stand, albeit in a state of disarray. Revert to the previous moment. He then spread his arms, merging the six paths power within him with chakra to unleash a white space. This white space rapidly enveloped the entire ninja realm, reverting its changes to an earlier state. "What is this phenomenon?" Edward exclaimed, astonished by the swift alterations occurring around him. He had not anticipated that this technique could actually reverse time. Impressive indeed. Gradually, the chakra fruit positioned at the center vanished, evidently returning to Otsutsuki Momo's body. Edward was forcibly drawn back into the God Tree, his internal depletion seemingly unchanged. Only Otsutsuki Momo remained in his previous location, panting heavily after utilizing the technique. I never imagined I would be defeated by him. However, I must depart swiftly, for the toll has been immense. After catching his breath, Otsutsuki Momo stood tall once more, gazing in the direction of the God Tree. This technique could revert everything within the confines of the white space to a specific point in time. As long as Otsutsuki Momo possessed sufficient power, he could even restore the entire ninja realm to its prior unscathed state. Trying to flee? It won't be that easy split. Yet Edward would not grant Otsutsuki Momo such an opportunity. He immediately separated from the God Tree, reaching for Momo with an unstoppable force. Phantom. Seeing that Edward intended to continue the fight, Otsutsuki Momo's face paled as he activated the Kinji technique to escape. Edward's grasp found nothing but air. Is it this technique again? But I have seen through everything with my Nine Tails Rinnegan. With that, Edward swung his hand, shattering the space, and his hand reached in. Within the alternate dimension, Otsutsuki Momo trembled with fear, exclaiming, "What is this? How could you find me in this alternate space?" Indeed, he was now engulfed in panic, utilizing all his power, yet failing to dispel the crisis. Fear, a sentiment that the Otsutsuki clan had not encountered in ages, began to take hold. Typically, he would conquer other planets, crushing and even slaughtering their inhabitants to gain strength. When had he ever faced such a formidable adversary? What had transpired on the planet controlled by Otsutsuki Huyaji, the disgrace of their clan? Soon, Edward's hand seized the now defenseless Otsutsuki Momo, pulling him out amidst his frantic shouts. "I found the little mouse." Edward, visibly exhilarated at having captured Otsutsuki Momo, began to mercilessly squeeze his body. "Thanks to your ability, Both the god tree and my state have returned to their peak. I truly appreciate it. He then brought Otsutsuki Momo before him, teasingly holding him. You shall regret this. You will. Momo, struggling against his capture, cried out in despair. It was his first encounter with the terror of death, shattering the illusion of his former superiority. Regret? From the moment I was born, I have been unfamiliar with the very concept of regret. Edward tightened his grip, scrutinizing Otsutsuki Momo with an intense gaze. He examined Momo's body, searching for the location of the chakra fruit he had concealed. Damn it, time freeze. In response, Otsutsuki Momo ceased his words, attempting to unleash a technique. However, the depletion of his six paths power and chakra led to only a partial execution, which ultimately failed. Now you lack the strength to resist, Edward declared, increasing the pressure until Otsutsuki Momo struggled to breathe. No matter how Momo fought back, he was no match for Edward in his current state. Where have you hidden the fruit? Edward continued, alternately squeezing and releasing his grip on Momo. Despite Edward's inquiries, the humiliated Otsutsuki Momo would not yield to him. Give up, they will not be like me. Observing the scene within the sealed space, Otsutsuki Huyaji could no longer restrain herself. No need, for I've already found it. In response to her words, Edward fixed his gaze on the center of Otsutsuki Momo's chest, murmuring. In the next moment, Edward's hand, shaped like a spear, plunged into Momo's chest, eliciting a scream of agony. After probing through Momo's ribcage, Edward extracted a glowing orb, the chakra fruit. Return it to me. The Otsutsuki clan shall never let you go. Otsutsuki Momo could only watch helplessly, devoid of any means to resist, as he repeatedly voiced his despair. Gulala, I shall graciously accept this chakra fruit. With those words, disregarding Otsutsuki Mamashiki, Edward tossed the chakra fruit into his mouth and swallowed it whole. No. Immediately after Edward consumed the fruit, Otsutsuki Mamashiki began to struggle violently, attempting to escape Edward's grasp. Yet, Edward would not grant him such an opportunity, ensuring that he could not break free. Do you see? This is the suppression of absolute power. It appeared as though Edward was speaking to both Otsutsuki Mamashiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya as he shouted loudly. Simultaneously, he meticulously sensed the transformations occurring within his body. If one were to observe his internal state at that moment, they would be astonished to find that the chakra fruit was beginning to dissolve in his stomach. A tremendous amount of chakra energy flawlessly integrated into every corner of Edward's being, causing a continuous transformation within him. Is this the power of the chakra fruit? It feels different, Edward remarked as he keenly felt the changes in his body. At that moment, he sensed himself akin to an engine, lubricated by the chakra fruit. Should he confront Otsutsuki Mamashiki again, he was confident he could swiftly defeat him. You actually consumed the fruit. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Mamashiki's mind lingered on the image of Edward devouring the chakra fruit, muttering something under his breath. As for your words, they shall be transformed into my power. With that, Edward ruthlessly crushed Otsutsuki Mamashiki's body, absorbing the energy that floated in the air. The inheritance of power? How intriguing. After absorbing it, Edward suddenly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance as he spoke. However, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. With the passage of time, Edward would undergo a true transformation. You have indeed accomplished it. With your strength, I believe that Wusher and the others are no longer your adversaries. In the sealing space, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who observed everything, floated and spoke. So what if you succeeded, and so what if you did not? Hearing this, Edward responded with a hint of disdain. It is not significant, Otsutsuki Kagaya retorted. Hee. After saying this, Edward no longer lingered, levitating towards the chakra god tree. He needed to continue nurturing the fruits within his chakra god tree. Only in this manner could he maximize his gains. I can sense that the chakra fruit within me is far from over. After drifting towards the chakra god tree, Edward merged with the divine tree, meticulously observing his body as he spoke. He felt that with every passing second, his strength grew more formidable, and the techniques he unleashed became increasingly potent. To exhaust it completely, you will need some time. Otsutsuki Kagaya in the sealing space began to speak. Ha! No wonder the chakra fruit is so vital to your Otsutsuki clan. Possessing it is akin to having an infinite supply machine, Edward remarked, his voice tinged with excitement. It is worth noting that another chakra fruit is brewing within the chakra god tree. If he were to absorb that fruit, his strength would significantly surpass its previous state. The god of Otsutsuki? I wonder when I shall reach such a level. Edward then closed his eyes, focusing on controlling the chakra god tree to solidify the fruit. As this process unfolded, many years swiftly passed, until one day, the chakra god tree suddenly withered. Has it finally come to fruition? However, it is a pity that a single chakra god tree can only solidify one chakra fruit. Feeling a sense of regret, Edward gazed at the withered chakra god tree. Immediately afterward, he delivered a powerful punch to the chakra god tree, extracting a lustrous fruit from within. This is the chakra fruit I have solidified. I wonder what changes it will bring me. With that, Edward began to carefully sense the power within him, his eyes reflecting anticipation. After all these years, Edward had completely digested the previous chakra fruit brought by Otsutsuki Mamashiki. What truly delighted him was that upon digesting that fruit, he had comprehended a powerful technique, named infinite chakra form. Essentially, upon entering this form, Edward could wield minimal chakra to unleash even greater power. With such a chakra amount, the vast chakra within him could sustain itself for years without significant changes. This is the so-called infinite chakra form unique to Edward, rivaling even Otsutsuki Mamashiki's death god form, and surpassing it by several levels. You have acquired what you desired, Edward. Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ceiling space could no longer contain herself and spoke again. Having remained in the ceiling space, she had long forgotten what loneliness felt like. Whenever she had the chance, she would seek Edward to confide in him. Throughout this time, Edward had gradually become good friends with her as she shared her thoughts. Have I truly obtained what I desired? Yet, this is still far from sufficient. In response to Otsutsuki Kagaya's word from the ceiling space, Edward replied, if it were merely these two chakra fruits, it would not suffice to contend with the Otsutsuki clan over there. What are your plans moving forward? I have been here for an indeterminate time. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ceiling space spoke again. Well, my next plan is to return to my ninja world. I wonder what changes await there. Reflecting on the ninja world he had protected, Edward spoke nostalgically. Very well, let us return. After all, that is our true home. Otsutsuki Kagaya added. Yes, I understand. After their dialogue, Edward immediately soared into the sky, preparing to return to the ninja world. He wondered how the god tree in that world was faring, if it still existed. Suddenly, Edward halted midair, a deceptive thought surfacing in his mind. He had previously utilized the chakra god tree from his own ninja world to solidify the fruit, yet the god tree in this ninja world had yet to be utilized. Let's give it a try. With those words, Edward descended to the ground, harboring a glimmer of hope. Summon. Another intricate series of hand seals connected to the chakra lines in the void, causing the earth to tremble. Rumble, rumble. Finally, after a prolonged period, the earth began to shake, and the chakra god tree in this ninja world slowly emerged. It truly exists? How splendid. With anticipation gleaming in his eyes, Edward mused. Soon, the chakra god tree in this ninja world was fully revealed, and with a wave of his hand, Edward drew it into his ceiling space. The chakra god tree? Indeed. These two ninja worlds are entirely unrelated, but do you know? Your actions have undoubtedly led to the complete annihilation of this planet, remarked Otsutsuki Kagaya upon witnessing Edward's deeds. Annihilation? But what does it matter to me? If I lack power, what will become of my home? Hearing Kagaya's voice, Edward immediately engaged in a debate with her. Throughout, Edward's internal conviction had never wavered. His sole purpose remained the unwavering protection of his home, striving for its betterment. To achieve this, he felt compelled to undertake actions akin to those of the Otsutsuki clan. Each individual possesses their own stance and choices. Thus, while their methods may lack morality, they are fortified by their justifications. Very well, this mindset is precisely what you ought to embrace. Kagaya finally closed her eyes and stated after Edward finished speaking. In truth, she did not blame Edward. Her words were merely unintentional. After absorbing the chakra from the divine tree within the ninja realm, Edward's figure flickered as he reappeared by the dragon vein. Was this energy still so tumultuous? It was far from gentle. Upon arriving at the dragon vein, he began to scrutinize it closely. However, to his dismay, the dragon vein remained as it had been, even more violent and damaged, rendering it impossible for him to absorb. He could not even activate the formation to return to his home. If that is the case, it appears I shall have no need for it. Fortunately, I had arranged a contingency plan. After contemplating this, Edward opened his mouth wide and absorbed all the rampant and damaged chakra before him into his body. Although he could not fully absorb it, he could reserve it for later use. Savoring the turbulent chakra he had pacified within himself, Edward spoke with a tone of satisfaction. All right, it is time to return. Although this will incur some loss of Six Paths power, I have no alternative. Six Paths clones exchange technique, Edward murmured, feeling the intangible connection with his clone. This technique allowed him to swap positions with his main body under his unique control. However, the drawback was that the Six Paths power he left with the clone would not be recoverable. With a whoosh, he connected with the distant clone, and in an instant, he vanished from that place. I'm almost back. I eagerly anticipate how my ninja realm has transformed. As Edward exchanged positions, he closed his eyes, his heart racing with excitement. Wait, something feels amiss. The familiar pressure. The next moment, sensing something was wrong, Edward immediately opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. To his astonishment, he realized he had not returned to his ninja realm. This is the space-time. This is not good. With wide eyes, Edward exclaimed in disbelief. Where's my clone? He then redirected his attention to the Six Paths clone. However, that clone had not encountered any issues. It had successfully swapped places and entered the previously destroyed ninja realm. Shortly after settling in that realm, the clone could no longer withstand the pressure of the space-time fluctuations and began to self-destruct, vanishing entirely from that realm. It seems something has gone awry. Perhaps the Six Paths power I left with the clone was insufficient, resulting in my failure to return to our ninja realm. At that moment, Kaguya in the ceiling space could not help but analyze the situation as well. Indeed, it appears that we must prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. Otherwise, we may. Edward ceased speaking, as it was evident that if he had not succeeded, he would never return to his time. Indeed, Kaguya replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. 9 Tomo 6 Paths Reincarnation Infinite Chakra Form. 6 Paths Enhanced Observation Haki Perception. Edward then activated his most powerful state to date, as he needed to endure the pressure of the space-time to locate his rightful realm. One misstep could lead to total obliteration here. Truly, the realm of time and space is something the strongest dread to confront. This pressure is more than even I can endure. In his pinnacle state, Edward quickly began his search for his realm. Yet, it was not long before his body began to crack under the overwhelming pressure of the space-time. Blood streamed from his shattered skin, coating him completely and rendering him a figure of crimson. I must locate my ninja realm swiftly, otherwise. Contemplating that terrifying reality, Edward struggled to accept it. If he could not find his ninja realm and was instead transported to another world, he would have to rely solely on his own strength to reopen the space-time and return to the past. However, achieving that with just his power would not be a simple task. Such overwhelming pressure. Is this the turbulence of time and space? My body can scarcely withstand it. Edward gazed at his fractured form, his expression grave. He was both fearful and apprehensive of the tumultuous currents of time and space, wishing to avoid them at all costs. The so-called turbulence of time and space refers to the uncontrollable forces of time that, if they were to ensnare Edward, would completely disrupt his body and soul, leaving no trace behind, ultimately causing him to be lost within the fabric of time. Cough. I cannot continue like this. The pressure is intensifying and the turbulence draws nearer. However, no matter how Edward searched for his ninja realm, he found no results, only the edges of time. The pressure and the impending turbulence weighed heavily upon him. Edward, you must leave this place. Otherwise, both you and I shall perish here. In the ceiling space, Kaguya observed the unfolding events with growing urgency. Although she could revive herself using the chakra of descendants from their former ninja realm, She had developed feelings for this giant who had sealed her away, yet remained by her side, and she did not wish for him to die here. Cough, I understand, but I have yet to find my home. I have a premonition that my home must be nearby. Coughing twice, Edward, who was coughing up his own organs, spoke painfully. Although he understood the consequences of his situation, he could not simply give up. No, I still possess a chakra fruit that can grant me a bit more time. With that, Edward attempted to retrieve the chakra fruit stored in the ceiling space to gain some extra time. Are you mad? That is a precious fruit you labored to obtain. It must not go to waste. Kagaya halted him, causing him to pause. Yet, during this momentary hesitation, the turbulence of time surged beside him, forcing him to withdraw his body to evade the impending harm. I can no longer withstand this. Ultimately, the tumult of time brushed against his body, entwining him in a cocoon before vanishing into the ceaseless river of time. In a primitive village, the dwellings were supported by rudimentary wooden frames, topped with thatched roofs. Nestled by the mountains and rivers, this village echoed with the sounds of roosters and dogs, where golden-haired children frolicked joyfully, resembling a veritable paradise. Father, what is that? A child playing in the river suddenly pointed at a large mass in the riverbed. This immediately captured the attention of nearby farmers toiling in the fields. However, upon glancing in the direction the child indicated, they were met with a sight that caused panic. A massive, bloodied lump towering over 4 meters. What is that? A monster. The farmers, horrified at the sight of the grotesque mass, fled in disarray. Only a few brave villagers remained, uncertain of what actions to take. Quick, summon the ninjas to investigate. Understood. I shall head to Konoha village at once. The courageous villagers quickly strategized and departed, leaving behind 2 trembling individuals to guard the grotesque mass. They stood watch for what felt like an eternity until at last 2 ninjas arrived, escorted by the villagers. Is this the place? One of the ninjas inquired. Yes, it is that dreadful thing. The villagers stammered, pointing at the grotesque mass with trepidation. Upon hearing the villagers' words, the ninjas approached cautiously to examine the mass. There is a heartbeat and a chakra presence. Is this a tailed beast or something else? After a prolonged inspection, one ninja expressed his confusion. Should we report this to the Lord of the Ninja World? I sense an unstoppable force emanating from this mass. The other ninja, visibly trembling like the villagers, concurred. As a reconnaissance ninja, he possessed heightened perception, capable of sensing many concealed energies. Wouldn't this trouble the Lord of the Ninja World too much? He has been exceedingly busy managing the affairs of the newly established Konoha village. The first ninja voiced his disapproval, citing the village's lack of elite and mid-tier combatants. Consequently, many matters had fallen to Senju Hashirama to handle personally through his shadow clones. There is no other option. Even I cannot discern what this entity is, let alone the other from my clan. He lamented, reflecting on his family, a remnant of the once mighty clans that had dwindled in power due to the previous conflicts of the warring states. Very well then, shall I return? Retreat. The first ninja contemplated the suggestion, intending to inform the Lord of the Ninja World in Konoha. Yet before he could act, the grotesque mass began to stir. Gradually, limbs and a head unfurled from the mass, revealing a giant that had merely been curled up. This is a giant. The 2 ninjas gasped in fear as they recoiled. Cough, cough, where's this place? The giant, evidently Edward, who had been harmed by the tumult of time, began to recover rapidly, thanks to the residual 6 paths power within him. Is this all the 6 paths power I possess? Thankfully, I exhausted it to alter my fate. Otherwise, I shudder to think what might have transpired. Edward mused, reflecting on his misfortunes of encountering the rare time distortion. What exactly are you? Why does such a creature exist in this world? As Edward pondered aloud, the 2 ninjas suddenly shouted at him. Can you inform me of this location? Edward's attention was drawn to the ninjas. Who are you? However, the ninjas remained silent, on guard with kunai drawn at him. I am Edward Newgate, the strongest man from a future of the ninja world, Edward declared proudly, straightening his posture and gripping his weapon, congenital cloud cutter. What? The future? The ninjas exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Yes, can you tell me where I am now? Edward pressed further. Should we report this to the Lord of the Ninja World? He claims to be from the future. I don't know, but we should probably report it. The ninjas continued their conversation, disregarding Edward's inquiries. Do you not respect me at all? Edward's displeasure was palpable. In his own ninja world, anyone encountering him would respectfully address him as the fourth Hokage. How could he be treated with such disregard here, with the ninjas lacking even basic politeness? Apologies for the oversight, but please cooperate with us. Sealing technique. The ninjas exchanged glances and simultaneously formed hand seals, ensnaring Edward with chains. Ignoranza brats fea. This sight ignited Edward's fury. With a single motion, he shattered the chains with ease. This power. The ninjas were instantly taken aback, paralyzed with shock. They had never witnessed such overwhelming strength capable of obliterating sealing chains. In this ninja world, perhaps only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama possess such might. Be vigilant. Upon witnessing Edward shatter the chains, the ninjas hastily retreated. Their intention had been to seal Edward's movements before bringing him back to Konoha for questioning. However, now, faced with his intimidating display of power, fear overtook them. I have been more than patient, yet all I have received is your disrespect. Thus, I shall extract your souls. Edward's gaze darkened, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible force drew the two ninjas toward him, their souls being pulled from their bodies. He would not spare those who dared to attack him. This was his unwavering principle. Is that so? I never anticipated being transported to this era. After absorbing the memories of the two ninjas, Edward discarded their lifeless bodies on the ground, murmuring to himself, a demon. The villagers nearby screamed, fleeing in terror. Yet Edward paid them no mind, allowing them to escape. Pitiful fools, devoid of courage, he mused, shaking his head slightly. What is this? Suddenly, as the fabric of space began to mend, the two ninjas, who should have perished, slowly returned to their previous state, unharmed. Be vigilant. Once again, the two ninjas performed identical movements as before. Strange, musée du YG. What do you think? How shall I return? Crossing over to this place does not bode well. Uncertain of the circumstances, Edward, who had been lost in contemplation for quite some time, inquired of the Tsumu Huiji, who was sealed within the space. I am uncertain as well, but this ninja world feels so familiar, as if it mirrors the one we once inhabited, she responded, using her perceptive abilities to sense the surroundings. I share that sentiment. Could it be that this ninja world is indeed ours, albeit at a different point in time? Edward remarked, furrowing his brow. It is quite possible. Are we perhaps situated within a third quadrant? Tsumu Huiji began analyzing the situation further. A third quadrant? What do you mean by that? Edward asked, his expression becoming serious. Indeed, in my view, the third quadrant represents the memories of our former ninja world. We currently reside within that memory. Visible, tangible, yet unable to effect significant changes to this realm, the Tsumu Huiji explained earnestly. Is that so? I understand now. We are essentially within our past, and we must wait for time to slowly flow until I can merge with my true self, Edward said, his expression grave yet relieved. However, if that is the case, does it mean I cannot utilize my powers? He exclaimed. Following this, Edward began experimenting, unleashing his power to shatter the space. Yet, upon its destruction, it returned to its original, unbroken form. Indeed, it appears I cannot alter this ninja world significantly. This memory repairs itself. Rendering me akin to an invisible man, Edward murmured, feeling a headache coming on. True, but it is still preferable to being transported to another world. Let us remain here. Thus, the current situation was that Edward resembled a transparent man devoid of transparency. He would have to wait for time to pass until he could reclaim control over the ninja world and exert influence upon it. Datesu Muuyiki, accustomed to the passage of time, was unperturbed. It was merely a matter of waiting several decades. Very well, let us stay here. It will give me the opportunity to restore my waning Six Paths power, which is a fine choice, Edward said with a light chuckle. Who are you that you can shatter our chains? The two oblivious ninjas shouted at him. Hearing their cries, Edward cast them a sidelong glance, before vanishing in a flash. Huh, where'd he go? The ninjas remarked, scanning their surroundings with vigilance after witnessing Edward's disappearance. We must seize this opportunity to locate Lord Ninja God and report this matter, one ninja suggested seriously to his bewildered companion. All right, let us set off, the other agreed. And after their exchange, they both utilized the body flicker technique to vanish from sight. Meanwhile, in the newly established inKonoha, have we truly entered an era of genuine peace? Senju Hashirama laughed heartily at Uchiha Madara beside him. Humph, that is merely your perception of peace, Uchiha Madara replied, turning his head away, lost in thought. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. Lord Ninja God, Lord Madara. The two ninjas who had previously used the body flicker technique greeted Senju Hashirama. Humph, another inconvenience. Hashirama seems to welcome them without hesitation. Uchiha Madara remarked with dissatisfaction before departing. Do not mind him. Please, what brings you here? Senju Hashirama asked warmly, displaying kindness to the two ninjas. What was it again? One ninja pondered. I do not know. However, as the two ninjas attempted to report on Edward, they found their memories exceedingly vague. What is the matter? Senju Hashirama inquired, frowning at their perplexity. While he was capable of addressing the myriad affairs of the ninja village, that did not imply that anyone could simply approach him. The memories are so unclear. The two ninjas, amidst mutual pushing, could not recall a single detail about Edward. Sigh. Please leave and return once you have confirmed your information. Senju Hashirama sighed, waving them off. Apologies, Lord Ninja God. The two ninjas awkwardly mumbled before parting ways, continuing to discuss their earlier conversation. It seems I must seriously consider Madara's words about establishing a Konoha guard, Senju Hashirama muttered helplessly. Above Konoha village. Is this truly the newly established Konoha? How familiar it feels, Edward murmured, gazing down at the ongoing construction of buildings. Familiar? This was once your home. After sharing some dialogue, Edward ultimately decided to release the Tsumuhuiji from the ceiling space. For now that he had grown accustomed to her presence, there was no reason to confine her. Indeed, it is nostalgic, Edward said, feeling the gradual restoration of his six paths power within. You should focus on restoring your strength, Tsumuhuiji remarked with a sigh. Let us depart from here and await the passage of several decades, Edward proposed, leading the way out of the newly established Konoha village. The scene shifted to a cave within a mountain peak. Gulalala, this place should suffice. A bit of arrangement will do. Edward observed the various items and a large bed crafted by ninjutsu, laughing heartily. Such a style is rare. I used to rest on mere grass mats. Tsumuhuiji commented as she surveyed the room Edward had developed. Let's stay here comfortably, Gulalala. After their conversation, they both sat on the large bed, beginning to gradually restore their powers. Yet, shortly thereafter, the bed began to vanish, leaving the two bewildered individuals staring at one another in confusion. Is this not permissible? Edward said, his expression darkening as he watched everything around him dissipate. It is time to restore your strength. Cease this frivolity, Tsumuhuiji replied, shaking her head in disinterest. Very well. Upon hearing these words, Idehua slightly nodded and then sat down on the ground to rest. This respite extended for an indeterminate duration, during which it became evident that the legendary shinobi of Konoha had perished, ushering in the era of the third Hokage. Regrettably, both Idehua and Otsutsuki Kagaya, situated in the third quadrant, were incapable of altering the course of events. Have you awakened? I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time, Otsutsuki Kagaya remarked, her gaze fixed intently on the towering figure before her. Indeed, I have awakened, and the power of the six paths within me has nearly been restored. Idehua responded, rubbing his brow with a hint of nostalgia. By the way, I must have traversed into this world. Let's take a look around. Suddenly recalling something, Idehua rose and beckoned Otsutsuki Kagaya to follow him. Very well, let us proceed, Kagaya replied, her expression shifting slightly before she vanished from sight. With that, Idehua grasped Kagaya's hand and soared into the skies, arriving at Konoha. Have they truly lost sight of us? I had not anticipated the third quadrant's influence to be so profound. Idehua mused aloud upon arriving in Konoha, observing the villagers who could not perceive him. Indeed, Kagaya affirmed, nodding in agreement. This is the place, this is me. He then led Kagaya to a building, the very same where he had previously resided. Oh, is that the muscular young man exercising? He appears quite different from your current self, Kagaya remarked with a subtle smile. Her eyes widening at the sight, Idehua indicated. Are you looking down on me? Idehua teased, drawing Kagaya closer, locking eyes with her, heavy with intent. No, Kagaya stammered, evading his gaze. Ah, you truly cannot withstand provocation. Idehua chuckled heartily, releasing her from his embrace. Once freed, Kagaya fell into silence. How nostalgic it is. Back then, I was exceedingly vigilant towards this world, Idehua reflected, gazing at the young boy within the house. Heh, Kagaya replied nonchalantly. Yet now, I certainly need not remain so wary of this world. At that moment, a domineering glint flashed in Idehua's eyes as he exclaimed loudly. All right, I comprehend, Kagaya said with a resigned gesture, witnessing Idehua slipping into his usual demeanor. Let us not linger here any longer. There is nothing of interest. Let us visit the dragon vein. After observing the young man exercising for a while longer, Idehua closed his eyes, dismissing any further intrigue. I shall heed your wishes. Kagaya supported his decision, lacking a sense of direction herself, and was not as captivated by the notion of power as Idehua was. Then let us take flight. After uttering these words, Idehua ascended from Konoha, with Kagaya closely following. After traversing countless mountains and rivers, they finally reached their destination. The ancient kingdom of Lulan had yet to meet its demise. However, upon witnessing their surroundings, Idehua realized the difference. Indeed, it has not been destroyed, Kagaya echoed. I wonder if the sacrificial array has been constructed. If it has, might we have the opportunity? Idehua's eyes sparkled with the thought of the mysterious sacrificial array. In truth, he had the capacity to create a sacrificial array utilizing the unique energy of the dragon vein. However, being situated in the third quadrant, he felt incapable of instigating change in this world, which quelled his inner aspirations. Idehua, I can sense an unusual energy fluctuation here. Aside from our own, Kagaya's gaze suddenly darted toward a direction. Unusual energy fluctuation? Idehua inquired, quickly channeling his observation haki to capture the source of that energy. There, he exclaimed, having successfully identified the energy fluctuation, causing his body to tense with anticipation. He sensed formidable strength emanating from it. Although his own power of the six paths had nearly been restored, he still required time to recuperate. This indicated a significant reduction in his overall strength. Could it be the Otsutsuki clan? Let us proceed, he proposed, and after their brief exchange, they both soared toward that direction, their presence enveloped in an aura of power. They were acutely aware of the challenges that awaited them. Meanwhile, in the direction of Konoha, a man with pale skin and light blue hair, tied in a high ponytail, devoid of eyebrows, with two circular markings on his forehead and two horn-like protrusions resembling headbands. Clad in white robes and bearing a red luminescent fishing basket along with a fishing rod, scrutinized Konoha with a piercing gaze. What ill fortune! I did not expect to encounter temporal turbulence while traversing through space-time. I wonder which fool caused this. He bellowed, frustration evident in his tone. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize him as Otsutsuki Urashiki, the individual spoken of by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. However, it is indeed regrettable that Momoshiki and Kinshiki met their demise in battle. Such a loss is truly lamentable. After maintaining his furious expression for a while, Otsutsuki Urashiki soon adopted a look of sorrow. Initially, upon receiving news from Otsutsuki Kinshiki, he had planned to follow closely behind Momoshiki and Kinshiki to that world. Yet, upon arriving, he was left utterly astounded. The deaths of Momoshiki and Kinshiki ignited his fury, compelling him to seek out the mastermind behind their downfall and obliterate the shinobi world. However, just as he was about to execute his plan, he discovered that there were still members of his clan within this shinobi world, Otsutsuki Sharon. This revelation made him reconsider his intent to destroy the world. And after some dialogue, he began to depart from the area. After regaining his composure, he contemplated the matter further. If Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki had perished at the hands of this elusive mastermind, how could he possibly stand a chance against them? Thus, he resolved to employ the most direct method, utilizing the Otsutsuki clan's artifact, the plow, to return to the past and eliminate the mastermind during his childhood. This way, he could resolve the dilemma without exerting even an ounce of power. Moreover, filled with profound regret for the Otsutsuki clan, he intended to traverse time to the period of Otsutsuki Kagaya's arrival in this ninja realm, hoping to persuade her to return with mere words. However, an unforeseen incident occurred during his temporal journey. Unexpectedly, a clumsy individual triggered a temporal turbulence that engulfed him, transporting him to this era of reminiscence within the ninja world. If all had gone correctly, I should have landed at the precise moment. Damn it, it is all that fool's fault. The Otsutsuki Urashiki exclaimed in anger, gripping his red, glowing fishing rod. Alas, it seems I must wait until the plow is recharged before escaping this period of memories. After a considerable time spent in fury, Otsutsuki Urashiki eventually calmed his turbulent emotions. But wait, there is something amiss over there. He suddenly changed his expression, gazing in shock towards a certain direction. That direction revealed the approach of Edward and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Is that Kagaya? The very figure described as the mastermind behind the events. Upon discerning their appearances, Otsutsuki Urashiki took a step back, apprehensive about confronting such a duo. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer defeat. Kagaya, who is this individual? Is he also of the Otsutsuki clan? Finally, Edward and Kagaya landed gracefully before Otsutsuki Urashiki, calmly observing one another as Edward murmured, "Otsutsuki Urashiki, why have you come here?" However, Kagaya did not respond to Edward first. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Otsutsuki Urashiki, inquiring, "Have you truly betrayed the Otsutsuki clan?" The words of betrayal ignited a furious reaction within Otsutsuki Urashiki as he witnessed her alongside the towering giant. Simultaneously, the notion of returning to Kagaya's time, to dissuade her with words, vanished from his heart. Think as you will. In any case, I can no longer return to the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya lowered her head, glancing at Edward before resolutely declaring, "I no longer wish to return to the days that confine my freedom, where I was compelled to gather chakra fruits for the Otsutsuki deity." If possible, she wished to remain by Edward's side, living freely. Why betray the Otsutsuki clan, you traitor? Upon hearing these words, Otsutsuki Urashiki's gaze began to waver. Even now, he could not comprehend why Kagaya genuinely chose to turn her back on their clan. Very well. Since we now stand on opposing sides, let us perish together. Phoenix form. After uttering these words, Urashiki consumed his red, glowing fish basket and activated his Rinnegan, morphing into a new form. His Byakugan turned golden. A golden Rinnegan emerged on his forehead. Black stripes appeared across his face, and two enormous wings resembling bird feathers sprouted from his head, while his feet transformed into black claws. His arms could morph into wings, allowing him to soar through the air. This was the transformed Urashiki, now immensely powerful in both martial arts and strength, capable of wielding Shinra Tensei, devouring ninjutsu, and conjuring black rods. What is this? Is it akin to the death god form of Otsutsuki Momoshiki? How intriguing. Are people now favoring transformations? This spectacle instantly ignited Edward's contemplation. However, if that is the case, then my infinite chakra form, 6 paths domination. Upon speaking these words, dark red energy coiled around Edward, an overwhelming surge of chakra and 6 paths power bursting forth. This represented his most formidable state thus far, and upon entering this state, Edward's presence overshadowed that of the transformed Otsutsuki Urashiki. Is that all? I shall tear your flesh piece by piece, then consume it as my meal. After transforming into phoenix form, Otsutsuki Urashiki's demeanor became exceptionally violent and arrogant, his speech turning crude and belligerent. Such coarse language. Upon hearing this, Edward felt a surge of dissatisfaction within him. With a wave of his hand, countless fissures erupted towards Urashiki. In his normal state, he would not behave thus. It was solely due to his transformation, as he recalled Kagaya, who had previously exhibited a similar crude nature when transformed. D. Over here. Otsutsuki Urashiki remained boastful and crude, his tearing claws clashing with the spatial fissures. Yet upon impact, his expression changed dramatically as his claws shattered. Ridiculous. How can my power be something you can withstand? Edward proclaimed, pressing forward and wielding his sword to cleave through Urashiki, severing a significant portion of his body. Is this the extent of your strength? You are still far from being able to kill me. Seeing his severed limb, the arrogant Otsutsuki Urashiki shouted defiantly. Ignorant fool! Arm Manhaki, sword chi slash. As Edward's gaze turned indifferent, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy that enveloped Urashiki. You cannot catch me. Yet, due to his phoenix form, Urashiki, with his heightened agility, evaded the sword energy entirely, even charging forward to engage Edward in close combat. Their fists collided instantly, and Otsutsuki Urashiki's body entwined around Edward like a small bird. What kind of power is this? It hurts. After a brief exchange in close quarters, Otsutsuki Urashiki sensed something was amiss, observing the mysterious force that shattered his flesh and blood. Meanwhile, Edward, enveloped in black armament haki, remained entirely unscathed. Foolishness. However, Edward had no interest in explaining anything to Otsutsuki Urashiki. Instead, he laughed heartily and struck again. A clone? With that strike, Otsutsuki Urashiki was cleaved apart as easily as tofu, causing Edward to frown. Has he fled? But escaping is no simple task. He then focused on a direction, murmuring as he began to pursue. That direction was where Otsutsuki Urashiki was currently fleeing, fully aware that he was no match for Edward, having abandoned any intention of fighting him. 3,000 black rods. Realizing Edward was in pursuit, Urashiki's heart raced as he unleashed a barrage of black rods from his wings to obstruct Edward. He had resolved to forcibly utilize the Otsutsuki clan's treasure, plow, to traverse to another world and escape this place. Otherwise, the only fate awaiting him here would be death. Black rods? That nonsense no longer holds any effect on me. Upon seeing the incoming black rods, Edward effortlessly swatted them aside with his sword, declaring, "What?" His own 3,000 black rods had been so easily dismissed by Edward, causing a sudden jolt in Otsutsuki Urashiki's heart. "Plow, open for me." He then ceased to ponder further, preparing to directly employ the treasure plow to breach the fabric of space-time and depart this locale. What treasure is that? Could it truly harness the power of time and space? I must possess it. Upon witnessing the actions of Daitongyu Pushur, Edward's heart raced with anticipation. For such an extraordinary treasure, he was determined to acquire it at all costs. That was the prized artifact of the Daitongyu clan, Li, capable of manipulating the forces of time and space to traverse through them, even enabling one to return to their childhood and eliminate themselves. He had to stop him. Initially, it was assumed that Edward could easily capture Daitongyu Pushur, but Daitongyu Kagaya, who had refrained from intervening, soon joined the fray. Understanding the significance of that treasure, she knew that if they allowed Daitongyu Pushur to escape now, their time would be severely limited. Spatial rift shock. The two unleashed their full power against Daitongyu Pushur, who was on the brink of stepping into the realm of time and space. They were resolute in their determination to keep him from leaving today. Farewell. I won't let you get away. However, Daitongyu Pushur had already stepped into the time-space continuum, leaving only half of his body behind. He still managed to escape. Daitongyu Kagaya remarked with a hint of resignation upon seeing the remnants of Daitongyu Pushur on the ground. It seemed they could no longer afford to be idle. She realized she had to take action. Edward, furrowing his brow, echoed her sentiments, his mind swirling with worry. The escaped Daitongyu Pushur had become a significant concern for him, filling him with dread. According to Daitongyu Kagaya, he could even travel back to Edward's childhood to eliminate him, a truly perilous prospect. Edward, focus on enhancing your strength. While that treasure is in its dormant phase, You can seize this opportunity to attempt to break through time and space and capture Daitong Pushur, Daitami Kagaya advised with earnestness. She did not wish for the giant she had only recently become acquainted with to meet an untimely demise. A dormant phase, you say? I understand now. It seems I still have some time, and I possess an untouched chakra fruit. Perhaps it will yield some surprises. Reflecting on the chakra fruit sealed within his space, Edward exclaimed with a spark of hope. Initially, he intended to let the fruit mature within him for better absorption, but given the current circumstances, he could not afford to wait any longer. Let us return to the cave. With that, Edward turned and soared back to the cavern that had previously sheltered him. He intended to recuperate and enhance his strength by consuming the chakra fruit to break through the time and space barrier. Yet, the likelihood of succeeding in this endeavor seemed rather slim. Sigh, Daitami Kagaya sighed softly, following Edward, unsure what to say. Within the cave, Edward sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed intently on the chakra fruit in his hand. I hope you bring me some surprises. Now, back in his cavern, he prepared to utilize this interval to bolster his power. With a swift motion, Edward tossed the chakra fruit into the air, allowing it to arc gracefully before landing in his mouth. The familiar surge of energy washed over him. It was the power of the chakra fruit. After consuming it, Edward narrowed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to the sensations within. Having previously ingested a chakra fruit, he quickly began to channel the energy throughout his body to facilitate its acceptance. I wonder if I can rapidly assimilate the energy from the chakra fruit during this time. Please do not let me down. With those thoughts, Edward diligently guided the energy within him, striving to expedite the process of absorption. I must hasten. I cannot afford any further setbacks. I've already lost too much. Nearby, Daitami Kagaya lowered her head, her chakra energy flowing fervently into Edward's body. She sought to expedite his absorption of the chakra fruit's energy in hopes of alleviating his pressing concern. Time passed slowly as the two maintained their positions, allowing Edward to absorb the energy more effectively. Ultimately, their efforts bore fruit. Within just a year, Edward had assimilated the majority of the chakra fruit's energy. On that day, both opened their eyes simultaneously. How long has it been? Edward inquired, his voice tinged with familiarity and a rosy complexion. It must have been a year, Daitami Kagaya replied, her pale face betraying her exhaustion. Throughout the year, she had continuously supplied her chakra to aid Edward's absorption. Thank you for your efforts, Kagaya. Noticing her weary countenance, Edward nodded, a complex expression on his face. At last, he had come to accept this woman, the unfortunate soul long sealed away. It was no trouble. After uttering those words, Daitami Kagaya suddenly closed her eyes and leaned against Edward's chest. Due to Edward's height, she had utilized her innate power to adjust her stature to 6 feet. Then let us rest well. When you awaken, everything will be better. Edward gently embraced her for a moment before placing her into the ceiling space. Now, let me see what power this chakra fruit has bestowed upon me. With that, Edward redirected his focus inward, scrutinizing his own being. How intriguing. I did not expect this ability to be granted to me. After a thorough examination, Edward nodded in satisfaction. The chakra fruit he had absorbed had indeed not betrayed his expectations, bestowing upon him a formidable power. However, this newfound strength seemed insufficient for his current predicament. He needed to act swiftly. Suddenly, Edward's expression shifted as he recalled the escaping Daitong Pushur. He was acutely aware that an unseen Daitong Pushur was constantly threatening him. At any moment, he could be in peril due to Daitong Pushur's potential to eliminate the child version of Edward, causing him to vanish into oblivion. I should investigate the dragon vein. I wonder if I can use it to break through time and space. With that, Edward's gaze shifted in a specific direction as he murmured softly. During the year of recovery, he had not only absorbed the energy of the chakra fruit, but had also fully restored his innate power, achieving a true peak state. If he were to return to the moment he first encountered Daitong Pushur, he was confident he would not allow him to escape. On the other side, Otsutsuki Pushi finally recovered after the Great War, and only now could he once again wield the plow. Covering his mouth, Otsutsuki Pushi spoke, a faint pain lingering in his chest. The previous battle had compelled him to hastily utilize the plow, leading to its slow restoration. There was no time to waste. He must swiftly eliminate that detestable giant. As for Kagayaheim, recalling the woman of his Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Pushi remarked with a meaningful expression, "We shall deal with you later." Once he grasped the situation, a smile crept across Otsutsuki Pushi's face, and he dismissed the matter from his mind. Break. Having spoken, Otsutsuki Pushi directed the plow in his hand towards the space before him and unleashed its power, although it was not fully charged. Traversing back to the giant's childhood should not pose a problem. Observing the plow in his grasp, Otsutsuki Pushi expressed a hint of anticipation. After all, the plow was not infallible and required meticulous control. Any misstep could result in minor issues, while significant errors could lead to temporal chaos. After a series of operations with the artifact in Otsutsuki Pushi's hand, the space before him shattered as it had before. Haha, success! Just in time to expend its last shred of energy. With a sinister chuckle, Otsutsuki Pushi stepped through. Upon entering, he found himself in an exceedingly dense forest, where several civilians were pushing carts along. "Excuse me, where is this place?" Otsutsuki Pushi inquired as he emerged from the rift, catching sight of a civilian. Typically, he was quite serene, treating everyone with utmost kindness. "Who are you?" The civilian, upon seeing the figure clad in white, exhibited a look of panic. Just moments ago, he had been alone, and this man had silently appeared behind him. Yet, due to Otsutsuki Pushi's gentle demeanor and the supplies in his cart, the civilian hesitated to flee. "My name is Otsutsuki Pushi. Could you please direct me to Konoha village?" Otsutsuki Pushi asked without any disdain for the civilian. "Ahem, this is the border of the Land of Wind. If you wish to reach Konoha, it could prove quite troublesome." Coughing twice and still appearing anxious, the civilian gripped his cart tightly and spoke cautiously. The supplies within were all the food his family had for the next month. Any mishap would be disastrous, especially given the desert terrain back home. Losing it would be tantamount to a death sentence. "That's all right. Just provide me with a general direction and route," Otsutsuki Pushi replied, seemingly oblivious to the inconvenience he was causing. "If you truly wish to go, that path should lead you back to Konoha," the civilian said, pointing uncertainly in one direction. "Oh, I am truly grateful to you. You have been a tremendous help." After hearing this, Otsutsuki Pushi stroked his chin, gaining insight into his current surroundings. Had the civilian not informed him, he would have expended considerable effort in searching for Konoha. "Not all. If there is nothing else, may I leave now?" The civilian, tightening his grip on the cart, trembled slightly as he spoke. "Of course," Otsutsuki Pushi replied, stepping aside to allow passage. He had initially contemplated bestowing some power upon the civilian, hoping to make him a companion in this world, but the man's eagerness to depart extinguished that notion. Such is life. Fate can be inexplicable, and what is meant to be will inevitably occur. Conversely, what is not destined to be cannot be attained, no matter the effort expended. Good. Seeing Otsutsuki Pushi yield, the civilian promptly hurried away, his focus solely on the supplies in his cart. For there could be no room for error. "Poor human," Otsutsuki Pushi murmured, shaking his head after reading the civilian's thoughts. Yet, he would not extend any further opportunities. Sometimes, a single chance is sufficient. "Konoha, here I come." With that, Otsutsuki Pushi levitated into the air, utilizing his perception abilities to follow the civilian's indicated route. It proved to be less troublesome than anticipated. After some time, he discovered a large ninja village and felt a surge of joy. "Is this Konoha?" It looks entirely different from the Konoha I once knew. Even the surroundings are mountainous. However, as he descended upon this large ninja village, he sensed something amiss. This ninja village bore a six-tenths resemblance to Konoha, featuring familiar structures like the Hokage building and the Hokage rock. Yet, upon closer inspection, the differences became stark. "Never mind. I shall inquire further." Shaking his head, Otsutsuki Pushi dismissed his thoughts. However, after posing his question, his anger flared. How dare that civilian deceive me? If not for his trickery, I would have already eliminated the giant in his childhood. Otsutsuki Pushi's eyes blazed with fury as he internally shouted. His inquiry revealed that this place was the so-called IWA Ninja Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages alongside Konoha. Tenku Shuriken, unable to contain himself, Otsutsuki Pushi drew forth the weapon from his back, the red light fishing rod, and unleashed a barrage of red light fishing hooks upon the ninja village. Boom! Boom! The red light fishing hooks, propelled with immense force, detonated within IWA Ninja Village, wreaking havoc and causing widespread destruction. Buildings crumbled under the explosive force, and IWA Ninja Village was thrust into chaos, all stemming from the uncertainty of a single civilian's directions. Ah, that feels good. Now, it is time to attend to business. After releasing his pent-up frustration, Otsutsuki Pushi stowed the red light fishing rod and ascended into the sky, heading towards the previously indicated direction of Konoha. The scene left behind was one of devastation, plunging IWA Ninja Village into disarray. Meanwhile, in Konoha, within the Ninja Academy, 2 boys of vastly different heights were engaged in conversation. "Brother Edward, we have class soon. Please do not drag me off anywhere." The 2 boys were none other than the child versions of Yamashita Kid and Edward. At that moment, Yamashita Kid wore a bashful expression, wishing to escape Edward's grasp, as Edward had plans to take him into the forest for some undisclosed activities. It's just a self-study session. Sitting there is a waste of time. However, Edward paid no heed to Yamashita Kid's words and directly pulled him out through the back door of the ninja school, sighing in response to his elder brother's insistence. Yamashita Kid could only acquiesce and refrain from arguing further. Listening to me is not a mistake. Acquiring these hunting skills is far more beneficial than languishing in that classroom, Edward remarked, observing Yamashita Kid's reluctant expression with a sense of exasperation. In his view, the ninja world was fraught with peril, and even in Konoha, they were merely seen as tools and cannon fodder, leaving him devoid of any sense of security. Thus, Edward was determined to expedite Yamashita Kid's training to enhance his strength. Fine, I will heed your advice, Brother Edward. Yamashita Kid finally nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the 2 ventured into the forest behind the ninja school, where, although it was not truly wilderness, capturing some small beasts would surely augment Yamashita Kid's combat experience. With a serious demeanor, Edward placed his hands on his hips and stated earnestly, if one observes closely, they would notice that he appears to be around 10 years old. While his physical strength is not immense, it is not insignificant either. At his age, Edward had already unlocked the fusion panel and possessed the strength of Genin. Even a Chunin. Ugh, I can't catch anything. Yamashita Kid quickly became a source of disappointment for Edward, as he failed to even catch a small mouse. Sigh, I was too hasty. Perhaps we should revisit this matter later, Edward lamented upon witnessing Yamashita Kid's ineptitude. Let us return to the school. There is no need to linger here. Edward's desire to impart combat experience vanished entirely as he set off to leave. Wait for me, Brother Edward. Upon hearing this, Yamashita Kid's eyes sparkled with determination as he hurriedly followed behind, calling out loudly, "Who goes there? Who dares to spy on me?" Suddenly, Edward halted, his eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. "Brother Edward, what is it?" Yamashita Kid, who had been closely following, bumped into him, puzzled by his sudden stop. Yet, Edward was too preoccupied to address him, for he sensed a mysterious force observing him. This unsettling sensation made him feel utterly uncomfortable, yet he could not discern the source of the gaze. "Hello there." A voice emerged from the branches above after a few minutes had passed. It was clear that this mysterious individual had been monitoring him all along. "What is this?" Hearing the voice, Edward immediately looked up and hurled a kunai from his waist towards the sound. However, the kunai was effortlessly caught by the mysterious figure, as if it bore no weight. "Regardless of how powerful you may become in the future, at present, you are merely a plaything in my hands," the figure stated, revealing himself as Otsutsuki Urashiki. How swift! Upon witnessing the manifestation of the mysterious figure, Edward's eyes widened in shock as the kunai pierced through his chest. "Brother Edward!" Yamashita Kid screamed in alarm upon seeing his esteemed elder brother injured. "Do not worry about me. Flee as far as you can," Edward shouted back, pulling the kunai from his chest. Being a time traveler, he quickly recognized the identity of the individual before him. What puzzled him was why this person had come to attack him. Brother Edward. Hearing the urgent shout, Yamashita keyed, aware that he could do little. Cast one last glance at Oitsutsuki Urashiki before turning to flee. You have some courage. No wonder you are that man's successor, Urashiki remarked, noting Edward's extraction of the kunai with a hint of admiration. As for Yamashita Keed's departure, he dismissed it entirely. Who are you? Why are you here? Edward shouted, gritting his teeth, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from this man, which filled him with despair. Who am I? You need not concern yourself with that. Just know that I am in a good mood and wish to play with you for a while, Urashiki replied with a playful grin, as if recalling something amusing. Why is this happening? What have I done wrong? Edward pondered, his head buried in his hands, overwhelmed by the situation. What a pity. I am truly sorry. But do you have any idea of the devastation your future self will bring to our Oitsutsuki clan? Urashiki remarked, his voice tinged with mock sympathy as he observed Edward's bowed head. Future me? Oitsutsuki clan? What is that? Edward exclaimed in shock, raising his head, having deduced some clues from Oitsutsuki Urashiki's words. Indeed, let me clarify. I hail from a noble Oitsutsuki clan, and my name is Oitsutsuki Urashiki, here specifically to eliminate you in this timeline, Urashiki revealed, floating in midair. Oitsutsuki Urashiki? But what exactly has my future self done to you? Why treat me this way? Edward clenched his fists, feeling utterly powerless. At that moment, he longed for strength, yearning for greater power. Your future self? He is a terrifying being, Urashiki recalled, contemplating the formidable figure that awaited Edward. Can you tell me what my future self is like? Edward inquired, lost in thought, yet eager for information. Greedy human. Enough of this. I have far too much to attend to. It is time to conclude this, Urashiki declared, his patience waning. With the memory of the future Edward's terrifying power in mind, he resolved to end the young man's life swiftly. As he waved his hands, countless black rods materialized in the air, raining down upon Edward like a torrential downpour. No, I can't escape. Edward's pupils constricted in terror at the sight of the descending black rods. As a time traveler, he could not simply perish without understanding the reasons behind his death. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Earth style, earth wall. At that critical moment, a colossal fire dragon surged forth, and a massive stone wall rose to block the black rods. Is it the third Hokage? Seeing the familiar face in the distance, Eidwa felt a tremor in his heart and whispered to himself. He never expected that the person he had been so wary of would actually save him. Aidehuaye. Beside the third Hokage was Shanxia Fengya, who had clearly summoned him. It was fortuitous that the third Hokage happened to be inspecting the ninja academy today when he was suddenly informed by the disheveled Shanxia Fengya of an attack. Upon sensing the fluctuations of battle, he hastily rushed to the scene. May I ask who you are? Seeing the middle-aged man who had suddenly interrupted his plans, Daitongmu Pushi furrowed his brow and inquired with a hint of agitation. Where the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn. The flames shall illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. I'm the third Hokage of Konoha. How could I allow you to harm the budding flowers within my village? Facing Daitongmu Pushi, the third Hokage summoned his golden staff, preparing for combat. At that moment, he still did not consider himself old. He believed he could easily defeat his adversary. What foolish words! Upon hearing the will of fire from the third Hokage, Daitongmu Pushi appeared momentarily stunned. After all, he was not someone who had grown up in Konoha. How could he possibly comprehend what the third Hokage was articulating? It is better to demonstrate my strength. Suiryuda no Jutsu. Raiden. Unperturbed by Daitongmu Pushi's stupor, the third Hokage immediately unleashed a menacing dragon aimed at him. The lightning followed closely behind, wrapping around the dragon, enhancing its terrifying appearance. Chakra ninjutsu? Although it possesses some power, it is ineffective against me. With a mere wave of his hand, Daitongmu Pushi dispersed the lightning dragon effortlessly. How could this be? The third Hokage exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, witnessing his water dragon technique being so easily nullified. Nothing is impossible. After uttering this phrase, Daitongmu Pushi drew a red glowing fishing rod from behind and aimed it at the third Hokage. Golden staff. upon seeing the red glowing fishing rod approach. The third Hokage quickly raised his golden staff to block it. Thud! In the next moment, the third Hokage was sent flying, his staff knocked away and disappearing from sight. So powerful, I cannot remain passive any longer. Katan Guka Mekyaku. This is a secret fire technique passed down through the Sarutobi clan, unleashing fierce flames that can intensify the fire's ferocity. Yet this was not the end. In the next moment, the third Hokage unleashed several successive techniques. Doton, Doryu, Taiga, Futon, Rasengan, Suiton, Suiryuda no Jutsu, Raiden, Reijiki. These techniques surrounded Daitongu Pushi like a cage, leaving him no avenue for escape. Surrender your resistance. These techniques are futile against our Daitongu clan. However, Daitongu Pushi remained unfazed as he waved the red glowing fishing rod, dispersing all the ninjutsu before the astonished expression of the third Hokage. The third Hokage was still in shock, unsure how to respond. But the red glowing fishing rod in Daitongu Pushi's hand offered him no time, striking down upon his skull. Third Hokage-sama. In the incredulous gaze of Shansha Funya, the third Hokage was sent crashing through countless trees, falling silent. How boring. Observing his effortless victory over the foe, Daitongu Pushi spat disdainfully. Now is your turn. Perish. He then swung the red glowing fishing rod toward the fleeing Eidwa. Damn it, the third Hokage's distraction was far too brief. As the red glowing fishing rod approached, Eidwa felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, memories flooding back as he simultaneously lamented the third Hokage. Yet, in this critical moment, the void twisted, and a large hand emerged to grasp the red glowing fishing rod. Apologies for my tardiness. A voice, heavy and imbued with a sense of security, resonated. This person was none other than Eidwa, who had just consumed the chakra fruit. Daitongu Pushi, are you prepared to meet your demise? After uttering these words, the future version of Eidwa manifested before the astonished eyes of the younger Eidwa. Is this truly my future self? Witnessing his robust and towering form, the youthful Eidwa felt a surge of excitement. What? How could you possibly be here? You lack the ability to traverse time and space. Upon recognizing the formidable Eidwa, Daitongu Pushi instinctively took a step back, incredulous. Previously, I lacked such abilities, but after consuming the second chakra fruit, that has changed. With a sinister grin, Eidwa brandished his sword, Kanji Yunki, severing the red glowing fishing rod and swiftly moving in front of Daitongu Pushi. Indeed, it was thanks to the second chakra fruit granting him new powers that allowed him to traverse through the dragon vein to this place. Otherwise, he would surely have met his end. No, seeing the giant appear right before him, Daitongu Pushi screamed in a frenzy. Yet, despite his desperate cries, Aidewa's fist landed heavily upon his face. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Daitongu Pushi was sent soaring into the sky by Aidewa's powerful blow. The third Hokage should be fine, merely unconscious. Please take care of him. After propelling Daitongu Pushi into the air, Eidwa turned to the two individuals still standing behind him. Without further ado, Eidwa propelled himself into the sky. Who is this giant? The youthful Shansha Funya shuddered at the sight and murmured as he approached the youthful Eidwa. Shoo! Do not inquire. Let us focus on reviving the third Hokage. However, the younger Eidwa, aware of some truths, was reluctant to divulge too much to Shansha Funya and swiftly ran towards the unconscious third Hokage. In the skies above, how could you traverse time and space to arrive here? This is utterly illogical. Though sent flying, Daitongu Pushi had managed to stabilize himself during this moment of respite. It is precisely thanks to the new abilities granted by another chakra fruit. Would you like to experience them? Eidwa grinned mockingly. Rokudo Genshin Sanshoku Haki Mugen Takara no Kata. Activate. Instantly, Eidwa unleashed the most powerful and ferocious force he had ever wielded. Under normal circumstances, he might struggle to control such wild power. However, due to the new ability granted by the chakra fruit, balance, he could fully harness this overwhelming force. Furthermore, the violent chakra from the dragon vein was restrained under Aidewa's balance, enabling him to traverse time and space to this location. No, As Adwa activated this raging power, Daytamupushi's face paled in terror. However, in the next moment, his cries transformed into anguished screams as his body was instantaneously reduced to a mist of blood. Truly fragile, Edward remarked, his eyes, now bloodshot, scanning his surroundings. He understood that Otsutsuki Pushur, who possessed the power of the six paths, would soon recover. I shall not let you escape. Send form. 1,000 paper cranes, instantaneous movement. Indeed, not long after, the figure of Otsutsuki Pushur reappeared in midair, even unleashing his Sen form and techniques. His technique, derived from his blue Rinnegan ability, allowed him to transform into several red glowing paper cranes at the moment of being attacked, disappearing from his enemy's sight and reappearing at will. Bang! Bang! What followed was a fervent chase between the two. But due to Otsutsuki Pushur's 1,000 paper cranes' instantaneous movement, Edward found it temporarily impossible to catch him. Got you, Edward declared nonchalantly as he ensnared Pushur's ankle with his hand enveloped in Red Conqueror's haki and armament haki. Here we go again. Heavenly Susanoo Red Light Sphere. In response, Otsutsuki Pushur could only summon a massive translucent red sphere with his red glowing fishing rod to defend against Edward's assault. Quake! Yet, how could this translucent red sphere withstand the might of Edward's tremor? Soon, Edward's power shattered it to pieces, sending Otsutsuki Pushur crashing violently to the ground. You have already lost. Merge with me. With that, Edward opened his mouth wide, resembling a demon. Do you intend to seal me or consume me? Fear finally etched itself upon Otsutsuki Pushur's face as he incredulously questioned. At this moment, he could no longer discern whether Edward aimed to seal him or devour him. Gulalala, perhaps you are unaware that I possess the power of the 10 tails within me. After narrowly missing a bite, Edward laughed heartily. You mean you harbor the power of the 10 tails? Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Pushur's eyes widened in disbelief. On their planet, the 10 tails was merely a tool in the eyes of the Otsutsuki clan. No one would absorb the power of such a tool to transform into one themselves. Yet, Edward was completely different, for he was not of the Otsutsuki clan. Indeed, so merge with me. After repeating himself, Edward firmly grasped Otsutsuki Pushur's body and opened his enormous mouth wide. No, no. As the giant before him opened its mouth, Otsutsuki Pushur screamed in madness. However, in this form, Edward rendered any struggle futile, and soon, Otsutsuki Pushur's entire body was consumed within Edward's mouth. I must digest him quickly. It's a bit of choke. After devouring Otsutsuki Pushur, Edward immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, compressing the stomach pouch within him to assimilate him. Simultaneously, he expelled Otsutsuki Pushur's weapon, the red glowing fishing rod and the red glowing fish basket, along with the Otsutsuki clan's treasure, the plow. Quite impressive, Edward remarked as he tossed everything into the storage space of his Tsongyun Xie. He wished for Tsongyun Xie to digest all these items. The pressure is still too great for Tsongyun Xie. If that's the case, however, Edward soon realized Tsongyun Xie's limited energy, and the power of the 6 paths surged into Tsongyun Xie without restraint. This should suffice. Do not let me down. Gripping Tsongyun Xie in his hand, Edward smiled broadly. He had never forgotten this battle companion who had always been by his side. Now it is your turn, Otsutsuki Pushur. I will slowly digest you, allowing you to perish in fear. Edward then focused his attention on the stomach pouch within him. It was noteworthy that Otsutsuki Pushur had been the greatest threat to Edward since he entered the realm of the 6 paths. Just a moment more, and Edward would have forever disappeared into the endless abyss of time. Has the reassembled memory arrived? Thanks to that misguided civilian and the third. Otherwise, Edward spoke while gradually digesting Otsutsuki Pushur within his stomach. At this point, Otsutsuki Pushur had lost all consciousness, reduced to merely a possession of Edward. I should leave here quickly. Otherwise, I fear it may affect reality. With that, Edward did not linger, his body swaying as he vanished. Each second spent here could alter the course of the future. Remaining here should pose no significant issues. After distancing himself from the land of fire, Edward carved out a cave and took residence within. He intended to absorb the power of Otsutsuki Pushur completely while allowing Tsongyun Chia to assimilate the powers of those weapons. He wondered if any changes would occur after Tsongyun Chia absorbed the Otsutsuki clan's treasure, the plow. Filled with anticipation, Edward gazed intently at Tsongyun Chia and murmured. Subsequently, Edward remained in that cave for countless years. It was only after fully assimilating Otsutsuki Pushur's power that he awakened. You are awake, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The awakened Edward surveyed the sealed space containing Otsutsuki Kagaya. I have been awake for quite some time. I simply remained here, making no moves. Otsutsuki Kagaya quietly murmured, lingering in the sealed space. Oh, that makes sense. You must have grown accustomed to the passage of time. In response, Edward offered a wry smile before exiting the sealed space and returning to reality. Is Tsongyun Chia almost ready? Allow me to lend you a hand. He then directed his gaze towards Tsongyun Chia. In the next moment, upon his utterance, the power of the six paths and the power of equilibrium surged into Tsongyun Chia. He intended to provide Tsongyun Chia with additional energy while it was brimming with the energy from devouring Otsutsuki Pushur. This way, it could fully digest all of Otsutsuki Pushur's energy without causing him any detriment. Just a bit more. Only the plow from the Otsutsuki clan remains to be shattered. Once absorbed, I feel Tsongyun Chia will undergo a transformation. Edward's gaze was resolute as he fixated on Tsongyun Chia and murmured, if Tsongyun Chia successfully transformed this time, it would undoubtedly significantly enhance Edward's strength. Has a new energy manifested within Tsongyun Chia? Finally, with Edward's assistance, Tsongyun Chia shattered and absorbed the Otsutsuki clan's treasure, the plow, giving birth to a new energy that captured Edward's attention. This energy bears a striking resemblance to that of time and space, Edward remarked, scrutinizing Tsongyun Chia. He was now certain that Tsongyun Chia had likely acquired a power akin to that of the Otsutsuki clan's treasure, the plow. However, this transformation has yet to reach fruition. It still requires a modicum of effort. In the next moment, Adhwa intensified the transmission of the six paths power and the power of balance within himself. For he could sense that Tsongyun was embarking on a pivotal step. It succeeded. Shortly thereafter, Adhwa abruptly ceased the transmission of power, exclaiming with an expression of surprise. This was because Tsongyun's metamorphosis had been completed successfully, elevating him to a new pinnacle. Whether in sharpness, hardness, or integration with my own power, has it truly ascended to a new height? Observing the gleaming Tsongyun in his hand, Adhwa could not help but express his astonishment. No, the most crucial aspect remains its fragility. Yet this was not the end. In the next instant, Adhwa seized Tsongyun and unleashed the energy within it. Cleaving through the air, the very fabric of space shattered, time quivered, as if the entire world could not withstand the might of Tsongyun. This was merely Adhwa employing half of his strength. Should he unleash his full power, the results would be unfathomable. I can sense it. With Tsongyun in my possession, I no longer require the dragon vein for teleportation. Adhwa contemplated, a look of grandeur gracing his visage. Open. In the next moment, Adhwa lifted Tsongyun and harnessed the energy within it, creating a fissure in the space before him. Has it truly been so effortless to breach the dimensions of time and space? Gazing upon the comparatively gentle dimensional rift before him, Adhwa gradually stepped inside, stating, I shall enter. Thereafter, under the protection of Tsongyun's energy, Adhwa found himself enscathed within this realm. I never anticipated your energy could be utilized in such a manner, Adhwa thought, a spark of excitement igniting within him. I must locate my world before the energy of Tsongyun is exhausted. I shall seek it. Subsequently, Adhwa fell silent, unleashing his kin Bunchika Haki to keenly search the nearby realms. I found it. Within a short span, Adhwa discovered the world to which he belonged, his voice brimming with exhilaration. This time, he was no longer marred by wounds, nor was he subjected to the compressive forces of time and space as he located that which he sought. Is this the power granted by the Otsutsuki clan's treasure, the plow? How formidable indeed. Yet Adehua understood that all of this was a gift from the treasure that Song Yunk had absorbed from the Otsutsuki clan. Without that treasure's absorption, Adehua would not have so easily found his world. Indeed, do you feel it? This is merely the tip of the iceberg you will confront in battle. Observing Idewa's actions from within the sealed space, Otsutsuki Kagaya gazed upon him with a sense of satisfaction. Just the tip of the iceberg? And yet what of it? In the battles to come, I shall unleash my fists upon them. Upon hearing this, Adehua replied without restraint. He then ceased his dialogue with Otsutsuki Kagaya and stepped boldly out of the realm of time and space, returning to his original world. The familiar scent enveloped him. He wondered what changes had transpired in this place. Stepping out of the temporal dimension, Adehua remarked, "It seems decades have passed since I last departed this world. If indeed decades have elapsed, I can only imagine what transformations the shinobi world has undergone. Fear not, it shall not be prolonged. At most, merely a few years have passed in this world, for time has a way of gradually correcting itself." Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke with an air of control. "Is that so? Then perhaps I have overthought it. Yet, a few years is not a trivial matter." Upon hearing this, Adehua felt a sense of relief wash over him. Turning in a certain direction, he said, "Well, I suppose it may not be short in your eyes." Otsutsuki Kagaya replied, "Let me return and reunite with them. I have longed to see them." After uttering this, Adehua activated his Kenbunchika haki, locking onto the general direction of Konoha village and soaring forth. Indeed, in this world, the only thing that piques my interest now is that Otsutsuki Shorn you once mentioned. Reflecting on their earlier conversation while she was sealed, Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke with a different sentiment. Though her descendants have sealed her for generations, it still evokes a distinct feeling within her. Perhaps this is love. Were I in your position, I would never forgive them. Hearing this, Adehua jested in response to Otsutsuki Kagaya. You do not understand. I have grown indifferent to the meanings represented by sealing and harm." Otsutsuki Kagaya shook her head within the sealed space. "Very well, perceive it as you wish." In response, Adehua, not wishing to prolong the discussion with this woman, replied, How dismissive." Upon hearing Adehua's response, Otsutsuki Kagaya emitted a cold huff of displeasure, choosing to disregard him. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with Adehua's reply. "Think as you will. All I desire now is to see those I cherish." Remembering his brother, Yinshan and Kakashi, Adehua spoke with a nostalgic tone. Meanwhile, within Konoha village, towering skyscrapers rose prominently, and the village's expanse had nearly doubled from its former size. The only constant was that the Hokage building remained unchanged. However, the village's transportation and conveniences had evidently ascended to a new level. Whether it be the newly invented electric vehicles or the convenient buses populating the streets, they all served as testaments to Konoha's advancement. In the Hokage office, Father Kakashi was seated in the Hokage chair, holding a photograph and murmuring nostalgically. "Kakashi, do not overexert yourself, or I shall be quite distressed," stood beside him his wife, Hualing, cradling a child in her arms. Clearly, during Idewa's absence, they had wed and welcomed a son into the world. Yet for Kakashi, the true wedding ceremony had yet to occur, as it lacked one vital figure. "I am fine. Do not concern yourself with me. You still need to care for the child. There is no need to come running every day." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, tenderness evident in his gaze. They were indeed a perfect couple, living blissfully and joyously together. "Yes, I understand." Hualing nodded slowly while cradling the child. "By the way, when you return home, please remind Uncle Yinshan to prepare some ingredients. Tomorrow is an important holiday." Suddenly recalling something, Kakashi spoke sweetly to Hualing. For tomorrow marked their 3rd wedding anniversary. "Uncle Yinshan? He should be teaching at the Ninja Academy now. I will go prepare later." However, Hualing seemed reluctant to trouble Yinshan Fengya. "Aren't you tired? You still have to tend to the child." Upon hearing this, Kakashi rubbed his weary eyes. Shadow Klon technique. In the next moment, Kakashi formed a series of hand seals, and a similarly weary-looking Kakashi appeared before them. "There's no need for this, your body," Hualing murmured, biting her lip upon seeing the shadow clone. "It's all right. I'll have a shadow clone prepare the ingredients. You should return and rest. You have been quite exhausted these past few days," Kakashi replied, waving his hand dismissively. Hualing nodded, no longer refusing, and prepared to leave with the child in her arms and the lunchbox. She had specifically come during this time to deliver lunch to Kakashi. Suddenly, they felt a distortion in the void behind them, and a shadow enveloped them. "Father, you've returned?" Upon hearing that familiar laughter, Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. However, having grown accustomed to the comings and goings of inKonoha, he was not as astonished as before. "Haha, I'm back. I was delayed by some matters," inKonoha said, settling into his usual seat after apologizing. "This seat hasn't been moved?" he remarked comfortably as he stretched in the chair. "This chair has always been here, waiting for you." Father Kakashi smiled, stretching his own body. Meanwhile, Hualing felt uncertain upon seeing inKonoha, her previous thoughts evaporating, rendering her momentarily stiff. "Is this my daughter-in-law?" inKonoha teased, noticing the presence of both Hualing and the child. Upon hearing this, Hualing's face turned crimson. "Cough, cough, father." Kakashi was at a loss for how to react, covering his forehead. "All right, enough joking. You can call me father just like Kakashi does, Hualing," inKonoha said, shifting his gaze to her. "Okay, father," Hualing replied, nodding heavily after regaining her composure. "Come, let me see my grandson." "Hey, little one," inKonoha exclaimed, reaching out to take the child from Hualing's arms, playfully entertaining him. The child laughed joyfully at the sight of the towering figure before him, sensing the immense kindness emanating from him. "He's adorable. What's his name?" inKonoha inquired, having made the child giggle. "His name is inKonoha Kakai," Kakashi and Hualing responded in unison. "inKonoha Kakai, is it? What a splendid name." Thankfully, you did not choose something like Kakadome or Kakashi, for that would be quite unappealing, inKonoha quipped, recalling a joke from past life. "Ha! The group erupted in laughter at inKonoha's words. "Father, tomorrow marks the 3rd anniversary of Hualing and my wedding. I hope to hold another ceremony under your witness," Kakashi suddenly said with a serious expression after the laughter subsided. "A wedding, you say? That sounds splendid." inKonoha nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of indebtedness to Kakashi for not having spent enough time with him, even missing out on their wedding. "Very well. It is settled," Kakashi affirmed, his eyes shimmering with joy. I shall return home to rest for a bit and check on my mountain," inKonoha remarked before the space behind him began to warp, drawing him in. "Father's power has grown even stronger." Kakashi smiled, knowing that with inKonoha's return, he would no longer have to bear such burdensome toil. The following day, the wedding was held in a rather low-key manner, without much fanfare. The attendees included Tsunade, Otsutsuki Shorin, Jiraiya, and a few others. "Oh, I must indulge myself in a grand feast, for I specifically rushed back for this occasion," Tsunade exclaimed while seated in the garden of the villa. "Is this inKonoha's son?" Otsutsuki Shorin remarked solemnly beside her. They were unaware of inKonoha's return. Only Hualing and Kakashi were in the know. Thus, the group felt bewildered, unsure why they had been summoned for a wedding anniversary celebration. However, they would come at Kakashi's invitation, simply because he was the most formidable ruler of the age, the son of the world's strongest man, inKonoha Nyogaita. "Haha, look who has arrived." Just moments after Tsunade's exclamation, a hearty voice resonated through the air. "What is this?" The uninformed individuals turned their heads toward the source of the voice. "Is that inKonoha?" Otsutsuki Shorin expressed with a hint of anticipation. Though he had assimilated into the ninja world, he bowed only to one man, the one who had defeated him, inKonoha. "Indeed, it is inKonoha." Another exclaimed as, to their astonishment, Hualing accompanied the towering figure of inKonoha Nyogaita. Hey, where have you been all this time?" "Super strength fist," Tsunade shouted angrily, swinging her fist toward him. She was quite incensed by his sudden disappearance from the ninja world. Cough, calm down, little Tsunade," inKonoha said, effortlessly gripping Tsunade's fist and lifting her up. Let me go," she protested, struggling fiercely. All right, but you must calm down, otherwise I will keep you like this all day," he grinned mischievously. "Fine." Tsunade reluctantly nodded in submission, realizing she could not match inKonoha's strength. As she landed on the ground, Jiraiya rushed over to his sister. "inKonoha, you truly are quite rough," he remarked, observing the scene. Shrin," I imagine you have many questions? Hua turned his attention to the now silent Otsutsuki Shorin. Indeed, there are many questions. This ninja world is different from what I had envisioned. Otsutsuki Shorin reflected on his memories of the ninja world during his time away. Before meeting Hua, he had perceived the ninja world as filthy and reeking of decay. However, upon encountering Hua, he realized that the world was entirely different, maintaining a genuine sense of peace that even his ancestors had failed to achieve. With this newfound understanding, he seized the opportunity to enhance his strength during this time, aiming to further improve the ninja world after Hua. Gulala, how is it? Have you grown fond of this place? Edward nodded and responded with a hearty laugh. It is all right, but I sincerely thank you for rescuing me, said Daitomyu Shi-run with heartfelt words. Gulala, then I shall graciously accept your gratitude, Edward replied with a warm smile. Upon hearing this, Daitomyu Shi-run also expressed his happiness. He secretly acknowledged his fondness for Edward, who accepted him, and intended to assist him in making the ninja world a better place. Gulala, I suppose I shall remain in the ninja world from now on, so you need not worry any longer. After a brief pause, Edward suddenly stepped forward, patting Daitomyu Shi-run on the shoulder in comfort. My strength can also protect the ninja world. Upon hearing this, Daitomyu Shi-run defiantly retorted. Enough. Let me show you who this is. Kagaya-hime, come forth. Edward then turned the conversation, addressing the Kongjong. Kagaya-hime, Daitomyu Shi-run and several others expressed their confusion simultaneously. However, they were not puzzled for long, as a remarkably noble and aloof woman materialized in the air. This woman was none other than Daitomyu Kagaya-hime, who had been sealed within Edward's space. This is the one I have always protected. Upon seeing this woman, Daitomyu Shi-run could hardly contain his excitement. Fear not, she is mine now. There is no need for such alarm. Edward waved his hand, urging Daitomyu Shi-run to calm down. Who is this woman? Tsunade, standing nearby, seemed somewhat jealous as she exclaimed. She is the progenitor of Chakra, Daitomyu Kagaya-hime, the original developer of our chakra powers, Daitomyu Shi-run replied slowly. Indeed, upon hearing this, Daitomyu Kagaya-hime raised her hand. Be on guard. Seeing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately became vigilant, fearing that Kagaya-hime might do something. Gulala, I have yet to make a move. Look at how frightened you all are, Edward said with a calm demeanor, knowing well Kagaya-hime's intentions. Hearing Edward's words, the group gradually relaxed. Indeed, the strongest presence at the scene, Edward, had not yet acted. Why should they be alarmed? After all, if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to hold it up. I wish to show you something. Accept me. Daitomyu Kagaya-hime, raising her hand, approached Daitomyu Shi-run and placed her hand upon his head. In truth, she had many words she wished to convey prior to seeing Daitomyu Shi-run, but upon meeting him, all her words were swallowed back. Now, she felt that some words directed at Edward sufficed. Thus, she intended to allow Daitomyu Shi-run to witness certain truths before returning to Edward's body. I never expected it to be like this, Daitomyu Shi-run said, feeling Kagaya-hime's hand on his head, as he received a transmission of memories regarding their entire lineage. All right, I have revealed all the truths to you. As the last true descendant of mine in this ninja world, Daitomyu Kagaya-hime stated after transmitting her vast memories. She then expressed her desire to depart, her body vanishing back into Edward's sealed space. Gone? Tsunade and Jiraiya stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such power, with not even a slight ripple of energy appearing before them. You have seen it all, haven't you? What are your thoughts? Edward asked Daitomyu Shi-run, observing him without surprise. I feel nothing, save for a deep resentment towards my own inadequacy. I never fathomed that the origins of everything and the truths surrounding my ancestors were of this nature. Daitomyu Shi-run responded coolly, his earlier joyous expression now faded. Oh, in that case, you must strive to elevate your strength, Edward said with a slight smile, offering his support. However, regardless of how Daitomyu Shi-run attempts to enhance his power now, it is unlikely to surpass Edward's prowess. In fact, even catching up to Edward's shadow would prove exceedingly difficult. All right, I understand. I shall not linger here much longer, Daitomyu Shi-run said, covering his eyes. feeling disheartened and troubled. Through Kagaya Haim's special transmission of memories, he learned of her origins and the birth of their ancestors. To Daetongyu, Shiren at present, all of this felt exceedingly far-fetched, leaving him with a sense of unreality. Therefore, he needed time to process this information. Very well. Understanding Daetongyu, Shiren's discomfort, Edward nodded in agreement. He had initially intended to invite Daetongyu Shiren for a heartfelt conversation with Kagaya Haim before formally attending Kakashi's wedding. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Daetongyu Shiren abruptly turned away without uttering a word, leaving the atmosphere heavy with silence. It was evident that he was in distress. The scene was left with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others who began to discuss among themselves. Enough. Your primary purpose for coming today was to witness Kakashi's wedding. Meanwhile, Yamakita Kid, who had been inactive for a while, stepped forward and spoke up. A wedding? Hadn't their wedding already been held? Jiraiya exclaimed loudly. Fool! Can a wedding without Edward truly be considered a genuine wedding? This prompted Tsunade to lose her patience, delivering a punch to Jiraiya's head. That hurt. You are still as violent as ever. Jiraiya, clutching his head where a large bump had formed, lamented. However, both had long accustomed themselves to such interactions, and after Tsunade's cold huff, they returned to normalcy. At that moment, Kakashi and his wife emerged. Yet, both appeared rather plain in their attire, as if dressed for an ordinary occasion. Thank you all for coming to our wedding. The couple exchanged a brief smile before Kakashi spoke. Originally, they had planned to invite more guests for a lavish second wedding banquet. However, due to Edward's suggestion, Kakashi relinquished that idea. In fact, this time, even Kakashi's mentor and his wife, Obito, and Might Guy were not invited. Only 3 individuals were extended invitations: Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Daetongyu Shiren. However, having just sent Daetongyu Shiren away, the gathering consisted only of Tsunade and Jiraiya, aside from Edward's family. Gulala, let us commence. In the next moment, Edward brought forth a large chair and sat upon it, observing the couple. Yet, in his heart, he harbored other thoughts, namely, to use this opportunity to facilitate a connection between Tsunade and Jiraiya. Otherwise, Edward would not have suggested that Kakashi invite the two of them. Although Edward was aware that Tsunade held feelings for him, however, due to their long-standing relationship, Eidwa regarded her as a daughter, making it impossible for him to agree to Tsunade's request. The scene shifts to Kakashi and Hualing, who stand before Eidwa, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Beside them is Yamashita Finya, cradling their child. Come, this is our most formal wedding, Kakashi declared, breaking the intimate gaze as he retrieved a ring from his pocket and placed it on Hualing's finger. Upon seeing the ring, Hualing could no longer contain her tears. This was the first time Kakashi had put a ring on her finger. Previously, they had not exchanged rings due to Idiwa's absence. Father, we hope you can bless our love under your witness today, they said earnestly, hands clasped as they approached Eidwa. Gulalala, I agree, Eidwa exclaimed, bursting into joyful laughter, filling the atmosphere with warmth. Thank you, Father, the couple embraced, their nervousness dissipating, for this was their first formal meeting with parents in celebration of their union. Kulme, let us drink. After confirming their relationship, Eidwa led everyone to a grand dining table, unveiling several barrels of fine wine and exquisite dishes. Fine wine. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands itching to partake. Eat, drink. At Idiwa's command, the guests could no longer restrain themselves, feasting heartily on meat and indulging in drink. Brother Eidwa, where have you been these past years? Yamashita Fina suddenly inquired amidst the revelry. Much has transpired over these years. I have vanquished many foes. Yet it is still not enough, Eidwa replied, his expression solemn, recalling the multitude of events that had unfolded during his absence. It feels as though I have been away for decades. Seeing Idiwa's grave demeanor, Tsunade cast him a sidelong glance, her lips pursed in discontent. While Idiwa's travels were not particularly concerning, she wished to accompany him, desiring to be by his side. You don't understand. This is the nature of men. At this, Jiraiya chimed in with a knowing smile, teasing Eidwa. What do you mean? Don't project your filthy thoughts onto Eidwa, Tsunade retorted, promptly knocking Jiraiya to the ground. Gulalala. Let us continue drinking. Meanwhile, Edouard remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy his wine, the sounds of hearty drinking and laughter filling the air. Father, how much has your strength grown? Kakashi asked, unable to contain his curiosity. My strength? Would you like to see? Edouard responded, a significant expression crossing his face as he looked at Kakashi and the others. The group nodded eagerly in anticipation. Then watch closely. Conqueror's Haki. With that, a swirling black-red aura enveloped Idiwa's hand, emanating an overwhelming pressure. As the aura erupted, everyone at the table was pinned down, unable to move, their thoughts frozen as they could only gaze unblinkingly at the table. Gulalala, do you feel my power? Release. Seeing their state, Edouard finally relented, lifting the oppressive force, allowing them to raise their heads. What just happened? They murmured, bewildered, completely unaware of the phenomenon that had just transpired. They had merely felt a daze before their heads struck the table, as if they had lost consciousness. Is it just the aura that can affect me like this? They pondered in confusion. Would you like to continue testing my strength? Edouard asked, a hint of pride in his voice. No, let's not, they quickly replied, waving their hands in refusal, now fearful of Idiwa's power. Gulalala, then let's leave it at that. Edouard resumed his seat as though nothing had happened. All right, the others, too, carried on as if nothing had occurred, continuing to enjoy the feast and drink. However, the lively chatter at the table had noticeably diminished. After a moment's reflection, they understood. After all, they were all formidable figures in the ninja world. If others knew that merely Idiwa's presence had rendered them unconscious at the table, they would surely be the subject of ridicule. Hey, why is everyone so quiet? Edouard said, lifting a barrel of wine. Cough, cough, it's nothing, you drink, they replied, maintaining their uneasy expressions. Gulalala, Tsunade, you're not getting any younger. It's high time you found a partner, don't you think? Edouard suddenly posed a question to Tsunade. A partner? Have you had too much to drink, Edouard? Tsunade's face flushed, and she slammed her hand on the table, raising her voice. Meanwhile, Jiraiya turned away, lost in his thoughts. Little did they know, this invitation was meant to facilitate their union. I haven't had too much to drink. Let's take this opportunity to have a heart-to-heart, Tsunade. We can sense your feelings for me. Idiwa's tone shifted, addressing Tsunade earnestly. What feelings? What are you talking about? Tsunade's expression changed, her hands fidgeting uncertainly. Idiwa's words struck at the very core of her emotions, touching upon her most sensitive spot. Tsunade, I have no feelings for you, so let it go. Witnessing her reaction, Edouard suddenly lowered his head, realizing he no longer wished to delay her. In this peaceful era of the ninja world, he wanted to prevent any regrets for Tsunade, believing it best to express his thoughts sooner rather than later for their mutual benefit. Bang! Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's face darkened, and with a punch, she smashed a large hole in the table. After casting a deep glance at Edouard, she turned resolutely to leave. Tsunade. Seeing this, Jiraiya could no longer sit idle. He moved to pursue her, believing this was the best opportunity bestowed upon him. If he let it slip away now, it might never return. Isn't what you did a bit excessive? You've hurt her feelings. Upon witnessing the departure of the two individuals, Otsutsuki Kagaya, sealed within the confines of her space, let out a light chuckle. Did it hurt? I cannot say. All I know now are two words, power. Without those two words, I would likely be dead by now. In response, Edward's consciousness returned to the ceiling space, where he candidly confessed to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Power, you say? That truly aligns with your image, does it not? A giant who disregards everything for power. Otsutsuki Kagaya teased Edward with a smirk. Hee. However, shortly after Edward's laughter, his consciousness withdrew from the ceiling space and returned to reality. Oh man, this dining table. The individuals present in reality seemed at a loss on how to deal with everything before them, standing frozen in place. It cannot be helped. She is simply that kind of person. Let's clean up. I was too hasty. Edward, feeling that he had ruined the entire wedding banquet, shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, he had been too impatient. He had originally intended to slowly discuss the matter with Tsunade after the meal, gradually guiding her to accept it. Yet, in the heat of the moment, he found it difficult to wait any longer. You all should go rest. I will clean up. Yamanaka keyed, said, as she stepped forward, handing the child to Hualing, and began sweeping the remnants of food off the floor. She also used a sealing technique to store the damaged dining table away. All right, make sure to rest well, Kakashi. This is your rare day off. Seeing Yamanaka keyed take the initiative to tidy up, Hualing gently stroked Kakashi's chest and said, "Rest assured, now that the old man is here, I will have ample time to accompany you all in the future." Kakashi, in turn, tenderly patted Hualing's head and replied, "Don't worry." After Yamanaka keyed finished cleaning up, the villa returned to a state of tranquility. Kakashi and Hualing made their way back home. "It's over. This must be my final moment of relaxation," Edward murmured, swaying slightly while clutching a barrel of alcohol, feeling somewhat tipsy. In truth, had he desired, even 1,000 barrels of liquor would not have intoxicated Edward. Yet, it was precisely because he wished to indulge that he appeared somewhat inebriated at that moment. "So, what do you plan to do next?" Only Otsutsuki Kagaya, hearing his murmured words, responded to Edward. "I shall confront the Otsutsuki clan alone to enhance my power." Reflecting on the Otsutsuki Kagaya he had once defeated, Edward lowered his head with a grim expression. "You remain the same as ever," Kagaya sighed upon hearing his words. "You should sleep well tonight." Thus, their conversation came to an end as Edward swayed into his room. The familiar scent greeted him. Observing the once familiar arrangement of items and a large bed before him, Edward reminisced, time for sleep. Subsequently, he lay down on the bed, succumbing to the chaos in his mind and slowly drifting into slumber. Brother Edward has fallen asleep. Outside the door, Yamanaka keyed. Witnessing this, gently closed the door, muttering to herself. This sleep lasted a considerable time, and it was not until the afternoon of the third day that Edward finally awoke. How delightful! It has been ages since I enjoyed such a refreshing slumber. The morning light bathed his face as he stretched his body, reveling in his rejuvenation. "You have slept for 3 days. I never imagined someone at your level could sleep so long. It is quite embarrassing," Otsutsuki Kagaya remarked, somewhat exasperated. She believed that those of their caliber did not require sleep and could remain vigilant for 24 hours straight. "You do not understand. Sleep is an essential part of human life," Edward replied with a smile, detecting the exasperation in Kagaya's tone. He then rose, washed up, donned his attire, and stepped outside. "Old man, you're awake?" The first person he encountered outside was Hualing, who greeted him while cradling the child. "Indeed, that slumber has replenished all my energy," Edward responded, appearing invigorated. "That's wonderful. Kakashi, come and see your grandfather." Hualing gently addressed the child in her arms. "Gulalala, is this my grandson? I shall see who dares to bully him," Edward exclaimed, laughing heartily, his face brimming with confidence. Should any adversary dare to bully Kakashi in the future, Edward would ensure they learned what it meant to face the world's strongest man. By the way, where are Kakashi and Yamanaka keyed? After jesting with Hualing about Kakashi, Edward shifted his thoughts. "Well, Kakashi should be at the Hokage office, and Uncle Yamanaka is currently teaching at the Ninja Academy," Hualing replied after pondering for a moment. "Is that so? I had to realize they both had stable jobs now. But Kakashi really is something else, leaving you home alone," Edward remarked, feeling a slight headache. He understood the burdens of being Hokage. The workload was immense, with various critical matters requiring the Hokage's attention. This was precisely why he had established the Hokage Advisory Council, delegating all affairs to them for management. What about the Advisory Council? Did Kakashi disband that department? Why is he so busy? Remembering the purpose of the Advisory Council, Edward expressed his dissatisfaction towards Hualing. "No, the Advisory Council is still intact, but Kakashi has voluntarily taken on some of their responsibilities," Hualing noted, also displaying a hint of displeasure upon seeing Edward's discontent. "This is unacceptable. I shall call him back at once." Has he forgotten the original purpose of the Advisory Council? Edward exclaimed, increasingly frustrated. He harbored a deep disdain for those who abandoned their spouses to raise children alone. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Kakashi pondered over documents. "Is this regarding the southern region?" he analyzed with a serious expression. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed in his mind. "Kakashi, hurry back here." The voice was Edward's, calling him back from the villa. "It's the old man. What's wrong?" Kakashi, startled by the shout, quickly stood up, his eyes wide with concern. Did I do something wrong? No, that voice sounded like it was directed at me. Furrowing his brow, he stood frozen, uncertain of what he had done to warrant such a call. Multi-shadow clone technique. He quickly executed a shadow clone and then leaped out of the window, leaving the Hokage office to find his father. In the villa's small garden, Hualing, still holding the child, voiced her concern. Old man. Shouting like that one frightened Kakashi. Will it? I cannot tolerate Kakashi treating you this way. However, Edward reclined in his chair, embracing a barrel of wine, and leisurely remarked, Very well, I shall heed the old man's words. Upon hearing this, Hualing chose to remain silent, quietly cradling the child and awaiting the next moment. She dared not voice any further thoughts, for he was undoubtedly the most esteemed figure in their family. Subsequently, the two engaged in their respective activities, lingering in the garden for a considerable time. Here they come, Edward suddenly declared, opening his eyes at that precise moment as Kakashi returned. Father, did you summon me for something? Kakashi inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. How, Shiku? Edward did not elaborate further, and a wave of dark crimson ambition enveloped Kakashi. However, compared to the previous manifestation of his Haoshiku, this one was evidently weaker, merely capable of suppressing Kakashi. Father, what is the meaning of this? Kakashi gasped, feeling suffocated under the weight of the ambition. Do you know what I despise most? Men like you, who disregard their family. You may betray the entire shinobi world, but you must not betray those who love you, Edward exclaimed, his face ablaze with anger as he reprimanded his son, Kakashi. Upon hearing Edward's words, Kakashi fell into a contemplative silence, unsure of how to respond. Do you have any objections to my words? Edward pressed, his expression darkening at Kakashi's silence. No, you're right. This is all my fault. Yet, Konoha still needs me, Kakashi replied after a moment of thought. He sought to validate his worth and wished to contribute to the betterment of Konoha. Enough said, you should spend quality time with Hualing these days. She needs you, Edward stated, his anger dissipating as he withdrew the ambition back into himself. He understood Kakashi's intentions. They were both striving for the sake of the shinobi world. Father, Konoha still, Kakashi began, seemingly unwilling to comply with Edward's words, only to be silenced by a commanding glare from Edward, forcing him to swallow his words. Fine, I understand. Ultimately, Kakashi conceded and approached Hualing. By the way, you should dismiss your shadow clones. I've already spoken to the advisors. Otherwise, this will be exhausting, Edward added. Turning to him, Kakashi, upon hearing Edward's instruction, took Hualing's hand, signifying his agreement. That's my good child. Witnessing Kakashi's expression, Edward's smile returned. He then disregarded the affectionate couple behind him, clutching the barrel and reclining back into his seat. Kakashi, as long as I am here, I will not let you bear the burdens. As Edward closed his eyes, he pondered painfully, wishing to shoulder all suffering to bring joy to those he cherished. I will remain here for a few more days. Then I shall seek out that enemy who once defeated me. Edward's eyes drifted, his consciousness wandering to unknown realms. He yearned to confront Otsutsuki Kagaya and seize her chakra fruit to enhance his own power. Edward, do not forget that the Otsutsuki clan members, Kagaya, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Yurashiki, are not dead. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Kagaya's voice echoed from a ceiling space. She recalled vividly that the foes they had vanquished were not from this timeline. This implied that it would not be long before Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Yurashiki might descend upon this world. Rest assured, I am well aware. I will eliminate these threats, Edward replied, appearing unconcerned as he meditated. His strength had surpassed those Otsutsuki by an unfathomable margin. Encountering them now would be mere annihilation. Just as long as you remember. I fear the turbulence of time may disrupt your memory, Kagaya remarked, relieved. She did not wish for the shinobi world, nurtured by Edward's efforts, to be destroyed. By the way, I recall that Momoshiki and Kinshiki should appear after Boruto's birth, Edward mused, reflecting on the events of the original Naruto series, feeling somewhat perplexed. If that is indeed the case, it suggests that the invasion by Momoshiki and Kinshiki is still many years away, thus alleviating Edward's sense of urgency. Never mind. I shall leave a few of my six-path shadow clones here. I cannot shake this sense of unease. Edward expressed his lingering apprehension. You are quite invested in this shinobi world, Kagaya observed, aware of Edward's thoughts. Of course. After all, the shinobi world is my second home, Edward responded, sensing something profound. Second home? What, pray tell, is your first? Kagaya inquired, intrigued by Edward's statement. Yes, Edward teased, his interest piqued. You wanted to guess? How amusing, Kagaya replied, raising her elegant brow. I believe I may have mentioned this to you before. I am not from this world, Edward confessed, feeling no need to conceal anything further given his formidable power. Not from this world? You never mentioned that, Kagaya said, puzzled, recalling their past conversations. It seems I must have misremembered. I told Abito instead. Edward recalled an old friend with nostalgia. Indeed, Uchiha Abito was the first to whom Edward had truly opened his heart, leaving a lasting impression. Yet despite this fondness, Edward had no desire to resurrect him now. Do share. From which world do you hail, and why have you come here? Kagaya inquired, her expression deepening with curiosity. I hail from a distant azure planet, and one day I shall return there, Edward stated with a tone both resolute and heavy. Is that so? It seems the Otsutsuki deity was correct. Time and space are infinite, and your growth to this extent is no mere coincidence. After listening to Edward's words, Kagaya closed her eyes, lost in reminiscence. A single tear escaping her eye. I never imagined that even the Otsutsuki clan could possess such emotions. How amusing. Observing Kagaya's tear in the ceiling space, Edward found himself momentarily speechless. In his perception, he believed that the Otsutsuki clan was devoid of emotion, fundamentally cold-hearted. However, the demeanor of Otsutsuki Kagaya has transformed his rigid understanding of the clan. Feelings? That is merely something we wish to cast aside. Some individuals have discarded them, while others have not, she expressed in a profoundly resonant voice. It appears that every individual and every race carries their own narratives. Your Otsutsuki deity must also be a figure of intrigue, mustn't he? Upon hearing this, Edward shook his head and chuckled softly. The Otsutsuki deity? That is a heartless being. As he spoke, a flicker of terror crossed Kagaya's gaze. If she were truly destined to confront that Otsutsuki deity in the future, she would prefer to embrace death. For the deity was reputed to possess the power to obliterate a planet with a mere flick of his wrist. The potential unleashed in full force was even more daunting. The magnitude of destruction unknown. Is that so? No wonder your Otsutsuki clan venerates the abandonment of emotions, Edward replied in response to Kagaya. Indeed, that is likely the reason. After concluding their conversation, Edward rose from the recliner, his gaze directed upward. Is that the adversary I am to face? He mused aloud, recalling some unpleasant memories. Best not to dwell on such matters for now. However, shortly thereafter, Edward shook off those thoughts and returned to his villa. If he were to confront them, he must diligently maintain his strength, achieving peak condition when the time arrived. As he entered his room, Edward contemplated this. Kakashi, I will be secluding myself in my room for a while. You must keep watch over everything. He then communicated telepathically with Kakashi, entering a state of meditation. Upon receiving the message, Kakashi muttered, "Oh, Dad is making a move again," rubbing his temples in mild frustration. Is he entering that so-called seclusion period once more? Observing this, Hualing comforted him, for they had only recently reunited, and it felt as though they were to part ways again. It's all right. This time, Dad is secluding himself nearby, so there is no need for concern, Kakashi reassured, glancing toward Edward's room. Meanwhile, there was another who silently observed the unfolding events, Yamashita Maple, who had fallen behind Edward in strength. Having just finished teaching and returned home with groceries, he had become merely a supporting character since Edward entered the realm of the Six Paths. His contributions now paled in comparison to those of the current Otsutsuki Shurin. Alas, strength, he sighed, ultimately distancing himself from the situation. He needed to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal, as it was lunchtime, and following that, he would return to the Ninja Academy. During Edward's prolonged seclusion, the ninja world slipped into a state of tranquility. You were awake? One day, Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly opened her eyes and spoke. Yes, this seclusion has allowed me to solidify my power. The consciousness of my split personality has completely integrated with me, truly bringing me to the pinnacle. Edward also opened his eyes, exuding an aura of power capable of shaking the heavens. As he still had to face Otsutsuki Kagu, he did not wish to eliminate his split personality. However, as his strength grew, he increasingly regarded the mere Otsutsuki Kagu with disdain. Shall we begin? You have awaited this moment for a long time, Kagaya remarked, pressing her lips together. She was eager to finally encounter her true old friend in this world, anticipating their reactions upon meeting. Let us commence from Kongxia, the 6 paths of time and space distortion technique. With that, Edward glared fiercely, summoning Kongxia to his hand, his form shifting into 3 Edwards. Simultaneously, with a mighty swing, the fabric of time and space shattered before him. Under his command, he was drawn into that rift, leaving behind a solitary Edward, eyes closed in meditation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Otsutsuki Kagu was aware. The scent of time and space, murmured Otsutsuki Kagu as his consciousness returned from the god tree. The prior devastation wrought by Edward had irrevocably altered the landscape. In a bid to hasten the crystallization of the chakra fruit, Otsutsuki Kagu had infused a portion of his own power into the process, which was on the verge of completion. Yet, just as the crystallization succeeded, he beheld the shattered time and space from which emerged a colossal figure. Is that the hideous giant? Upon recognizing the familiar massive silhouette, Otsutsuki Kagu seethed with loathing. It was this giant who had disrupted his plans and reduced his power to its lowest tier. I cannot believe you dare to come here. You shall remain here for good. My chakra fruit is about to be complete. The deeply resentful Otsutsuki Kagu, a specter hovering above the god tree, sent forth countless hands from the tree to seize Edward. Is it you, my old companion, Kagaya? Edward remarked darkly, observing the approaching hands of the god tree. It was indeed this figure who had previously forced him into a desperate retreat. Yet, circumstances had changed. He had now attained unparalleled strength. Yes, it is the Otsutsuki Kagu, but I am puzzled. Where is his guardian, that fellow? Kagaya mused, witnessing Otsutsuki Kagu before Edward. The one with the horn? He is deceased, Edward declared. With that, he swung Kongxia forward with a fierce strike, severing and shattering innumerable hands of the god tree. The Edward wielding Kongxia was the true essence of Edward. The other 2 were mere projections. Now, Edward held the utmost respect and combat spirit towards Otsutsuki Kagu, who commanded the chakra of the god tree. What? Your power has increased again? Otsutsuki Kagu clenched his teeth in rage, witnessing the destruction of the hands he controlled. Indeed, the infinite chakra form, the power of balance, the power of the 6 paths, Edward shouted, his strength surging forth in a magnificent display. He intended to awaken Otsutsuki Kagu, who manipulated the chakra of the god tree. With his actions, he sought to convey to Otsutsuki Kagu that they were no longer in the same realm. Damn it, just a few years have passed, and your power has grown to such an extent. The overwhelming aura emanating from your body has made Otsutsuki Mashiki somewhat apprehensive. He no longer perceives Edward as a mere pawn, but rather as an equal adversary. Yet is this truly the case? Is Edward's strength merely sufficient to match him? The next moment, Edward's swift afterimage provided Otsutsuki Mashiki with the answer. The chakra god tree shattered beneath the force of Edward's punch, releasing an abundance of chakra energy. No, my chakra god tree. Witnessing the destruction of the chakra god tree, Otsutsuki Mashiki exclaimed in disbelief. Simultaneously, his true form quickly coalesced, revealing his genuine visage. However, this was still under Edward's deliberate control. Had Edward unleashed his full power, it is likely that the chakra god tree would have been utterly obliterated by now. Shattering the chakra god tree was not his true objective. His real aim was to compel Otsutsuki Mashiki to reveal his true form. Edward had already regarded that chakra god tree as his possession. Damn it, I will make you, that detestable, grotesque, evil giant, pay the price. The words that had echoed in his mind for an indeterminate time finally escaped Otsutsuki Mashiki's lips. Grotesque? Evil? Are those not the very traits of your Otsutsuki clan? Six paths, void slash. With that, Edward raised his sword, Kanji-Unki, and struck with incredible speed, unleashing a flurry of slashes that left Otsutsuki Mashiki defenseless. This speed, I can't even react. As the slashes approached, Otsutsuki Mashiki's body was instantly cleaved, his limbs soaring through the sky. This was an unstoppable force. Fear was all that remained in his mind. Fortunately, I possessed the Chakra God Tree, which allows for infinite regeneration. Yet, due to the Chakra God Tree's presence, his wounds healed significantly in no time. Gula la la la, did you expect this? When we meet again, it will be for the final farewell. Edward laughed heartily, waving Kanji-Unki as he spoke. Final farewell? Even if it is a final farewell, it will surely be you. Otsutsuki Mashiki, however, refused to yield, unleashing various techniques to counter Edward's assault. The two engaged in a fierce clash, the sound of explosions resonating as if the very fabric of space were about to rupture. Now is the moment. Taste my eyes, 9 tails, 6 paths, reincarnation, illusion, sealing technique. After an indeterminate duration of battle, Otsutsuki Mashiki finally spotted a flaw in Edward's defenses. Simultaneously, his Rinnegan began to rotate, transforming 9 Tomo into a vortex aimed at drawing Edward in. This technique can no longer capture me. Kinbunchaku, however, Edward, ever prepared, would not allow himself to be ensnared by Otsutsuki Mashiki's gaze. Although this illusion was indeed formidable, it possessed a fatal flaw. One must make eye contact with the illusionist to be ensnared. If there's no gaze, how could one fall into the illusion? Edward, possessing the Kinbunchika haki that allows him to sense his surroundings without opening his eyes, was effectively immune to Otsutsuki Mashiki's 9 tails. 6 paths, reincarnation, illusion, sealing technique. Why won't you open your eyes? Otsutsuki Mashiki, who had unleashed the illusion, desperately attempted to fend off Edward's attacks, growing increasingly agitated. If Edward were to open his eyes, Otsutsuki Mashiki was confident he could pull him into the illusionary realm. Gulalalala, Bedich, Jinjin, unrestrained. Edward finally struck Otsutsuki Mashiki's chest with a punch, reducing him to fragments. Yet this was not the end, for if it were merely that, Otsutsuki Mashiki would soon revive due to the God Tree. Thus, Edward had to make a daring decision. He intended to absorb all of Otsutsuki Mashiki and the Chakra God Tree's energy into his own body, planning to digest it slowly. Are you out of your mind? Having developed consciousness, Otsutsuki Mashiki shrieked as he witnessed Edward open his mouth wide, ingesting everything. I am not mad. You simply do not comprehend my immense power. After uttering these words, Edward hastened his absorption, drawing Otsutsuki Mashiki along with the Chakra God Tree into the sealing space. Within the sealing space, after Edward absorbed them completely, the space split in two. One half contained Otsutsuki Mashiki, burdened with the God Tree, while the other half held Otsutsuki Kagaya, also accompanied by the God Tree. The difference, however, was that the God Tree behind Kagaya was one Edward had sealed from another world, devoid of chakra energy. Who are you? Otsutsuki Kagaya. Could it be that you did not betray us, but were instead controlled by this grotesque giant? Upon seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya sealed in the distant space, Otsutsuki Mashiki expressed disbelief. After a moment of reflection, he quickly realized the implications. After all, this was an enemy even he could not defeat, let alone Otsutsuki Kagaya. Long time no see. Otsutsuki Mashiki. Upon seeing Otsutsuki Mashiki, Otsutsuki Kagaya smiled at him, seemingly unconcerned with Mashiki's earlier words. What has transpired to you? I never expected you to end up like this. Observing Otsutsuki Kagaya, who appeared accustomed to being sealed, Otsutsuki Mashiki spoke with a tinge of anguish. When has our Otsutsuki clan suffered such humiliation, all because of that giant? You. Yet before long, Otsutsuki Mashiki's mindset shifted dramatically. This was due to Edward's consciousness appearing beside Otsutsuki Kagaya. It is not as you perceive, Otsutsuki Mashiki, Otsutsuki Kagaya said, leaning against Edward's consciousness. What is it then? What has happened to you? Hearing this, curiosity ignited within Otsutsuki Mashiki, causing him to widen his eyes. I have allied with him. After a moment of silence, Otsutsuki Kagaya finally revealed this truth. What? You have allied with him? Then those powers were granted by you as well? Otsutsuki Mashiki's voice rose an octave upon hearing this. Not at all. Those powers were acquired through his own efforts and have little to do with me. Otsutsuki Kagaya replied, glancing at Edward's consciousness beside her, shaking her head slightly. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Mashiki's body stiffened, his mind racing with thoughts. To think that someone could achieve such heights independent of race and bloodline is truly. After remaining rigid for a prolonged period, Otsutsuki Mashiki sighed, collapsing to the ground. Gula la la la. It is precisely because of this mentality within your Otsutsuki clan that you have met with failure. After standing still for a considerable time, Edward finally spoke. If each member of the Otsutsuki clan was exceedingly cautious, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to even the smallest matters, then Edward would undoubtedly fall short of such heights. Unfortunately, whether it was Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Mamashiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, or even Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Tenji, despite their distinct personalities, they were all fundamentally bound by an inherently superior mindset. Enough of this idle chatter. Defeat is defeat, but mark my words. You shall face the execution of the Otsutsuki clan. After sitting on the ground for a long time, Otsutsuki Urashiki suddenly regained his composure and shouted at Edward. Ah! How dull! Yet I must thank you for this divine tree. It shall become a source of sustenance within my being, Edward said, a smile curving on his lips. Clearly pleased. Edward, has the battle over there also concluded? At that moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya, recalling something, addressed Edward beside her. The battle over there? Are you referring to my other clone? Edward responded as he regained his focus. Earlier, in his home in Konoha, aside from his main body, he had conjured 2 clones. One clone remained in Konoha to continue its guardianship, while the other ventured into the vast cosmos. Searching for the violet planet they currently inhabited based on the memories devoured from Mamashiki. The battle should be commencing soon. I cannot say for certain. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed. After contemplating, Edward felt the moment was ripe and declared. He then surged upward into the sky. Meanwhile, on the violet planet, events were unfolding. Kinshiki, our chakra fruit, is finally on the verge of successful formation. Otsutsuki Mamashiki, residing within the chakra divine tree, manifested an ethereal form to converse with Kinshiki beside him. All of this is thanks to Lord Mamashiki. The Otsutsuki deity will surely reward you with greater merits, Kinshiki responded, turning his massive form toward Mamashiki upon hearing his words. Ha ha ha. Kinshiki, you always know what to say. The ethereal form of Otsutsuki Mamashiki laughed heartily. As the guardian of Otsutsuki Mamashiki, Kinshiki had always remained silent, never daring to contradict him, which greatly satisfied Mamashiki. Their relationship within the Otsutsuki clan exemplified the harmonious dynamic between guardians and those they protect. Only on rare occasions did Kinshiki's actions evoke dissatisfaction from Mamashiki. I shall always guard you, Otsutsuki Mamashiki, Kinshiki declared. Fully aware of Mamashiki's ruthless nature, hence he continued to shower him with praise. Ah, splendidinda. Although Otsutsuki Mamashiki perceived something beneath Kinshiki's words, he still felt joy. By the way, let's head over to Otsutsuki Kagaya once we're done here. We must resolve this matter swiftly. After dealing with the traitor Kagaya, we shall return to our planet, Mamashiki said, his face radiating with smiles, buoyed by the impending success of the chakra fruit's formation. Everything shall be as Lord Mamashiki wishes, Kinshiki replied, flattering him. Very well, it is settled. I must now focus all my efforts on controlling the chakra divine tree. You may amuse yourself elsewhere. With those words, the ethereal form of Otsutsuki Mamashiki vanished into the air. Everything shall be as Lord Mamashiki wishes. Ha ha. After witnessing the disappearance of Mamashiki's ethereal form, an unusual expression appeared on Kinshiki's face. He then stepped forward, manipulating a few puppets for amusement, one of his few sources of entertainment. What is that in the sky? Their movement. Just as he began to manipulate a few puppets, Kinshiki's eyes turned skyward, his heart racing. he spotted a figure plummeting like a meteor, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Could it be a member of our clan? Have they come to seek us out for the chakra fruit? Kinshiki pondered, recalling the white smoke rising from the crater. It was not an impossibility. He decided to approach and investigate. After murmuring to himself, Kinshiki trudged forward, heavy steps leading him to the crater. What is this? But suddenly, the figure in the crater stood up, shrouded in white smoke, eyes glowing red. Ha ha ha! My main body seems to have dealt with Otsutsuki Urashiki. It is now just a matter of time for me. The figure was none other than Edward's clone, his nine-tomo Rinnegan swirling as he gazed at Kinshiki. After a hearty laugh, Edward swung his fist toward Kinshiki with force. What? So swift? Kinshiki was taken aback. Witnessing the afterimages of Edward's movements and the ethereal forms appearing in the space around him. At that moment, he recognized that the individual before him was not a member of the Otsutsuki clan. This left only one conclusion. This individual was a vengeful entity from another planet. Indeed, the Otsutsuki clan had committed many heinous acts across the cosmos, inevitably drawing the ire of intelligent life forms seeking retribution. A vengeful one, is it? Come forth. Let me witness your strength. Having spoken, Kinshiki's form began to fade, allowing Edward's attack to miss. Is this the same technique again? Dull, this spatial phasing. Edward expressed his frustration after missing the punch. Since you employ phasing, I shall not hold back. Let the power of time and space be unleashed. With that, Edward channeled the power of time and space from his main body, transferring it to his clone. Against those possessing phasing and spatial abilities, Edward could only respond with overwhelming force. The surrounding space began to shatter as sonic booms and the sounds of space fracturing erupted around Edward. How can this be? You possess such power. Is this not the force of the Otsutsuki clan's divine artifacts? Kinshiki exclaimed, filled with dread as he was expelled from the ethereal realm. Ha ha! Indeed, you possess keen insight. This is precisely the power of your Otsutsuki clan's artifacts. After a few hearty laughs, Edward placed his hands on his hips, pointing at Kinshiki. Curse be it! Has that fellow Urashiki been captured by you? Kinshiki recalled the kind-hearted Otsutsuki Urashiki, and a surge of anger welled within him. Otsutsuki Urashiki was one of the few benevolent members of their clan, maintaining good relations with many, including Kinshiki. Thus, upon hearing Edward's acknowledgement, he could no longer contain his rage. Bow to the divine. Perish, you wretched creature. You loathsome, inferior being. Otsutsuki Kinshiki could no longer tolerate the affront. As two crimson axes materialized from the deity behind him, striking towards Edward. Do you dare to confront me? You weakling. Upon witnessing this, Edward merely smirked. Although this clone lacked the kanji-yunki, it was trivial for him to handle a mere Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The power of tremors manifested within him. Die. Immediately, the force surged forth, and with a swift punch, he clashed against the crimson axe wielded by Otsutsuki Kinshiki. How is this possible, my deity? In an instant, the crimson axe was shattered by Edward, leaving Kinshiki in utter shock. Is this the extent of your power? How feeble! It is not even a tenth of mine. After obliterating Otsutsuki Kinshiki's axe, Edward approached him, exuding an immense sense of pressure. Such a formidable avenger. It appears I must summon all my strength. Observing the oppressive aura emanating from Edward, Otsutsuki Kinshiki braced himself. Kanyu Yuyashi. In the next moment, Kinshiki unleashed multiple weapons in a singular direction, his body following suit to launch a surprise attack. Oh, what are you attempting? Edward regarded Kinshiki's actions with curiosity, halting in his tracks. He was eager to see how Kinshiki would retaliate. Subsequently, Edward waved his hand and sent all the weapons crashing to the ground. Shinju. With Edward effortlessly dispelling his attacks, Otsutsuki Kinshiki transformed into a purple lightning bolt, charging towards his opponent. He needed to seamlessly connect his prior assault, leaving Edward breathless. Jiachue, fall before me. Kinshiki darted to Edward's side, gathering chakra at his fingertips, igniting flames that radiated a red glow upon the earth. This was a devastating taijutsu attack with an extensive range, capable of inflicting severe harm upon its victim. Should it connect, the victim would sustain internal injuries. leading to irreversible damage. As Kinshiki's hand struck the ground, the shockwave manifested upon Edward. Is this all? However, Edward felt no trace of that power, wearing an indifferent expression as he gazed at Kinshiki. Impossible. How can you emerge unscathed from such an attack? Have you transcended into that realm? Witnessing Edward's body, as solid as a rock, Kinshiki retreated several hundred meters, murmuring in disbelief. That realm? What do you mean by that realm? Hearing this, Edward's interest was piqued. How infuriating. You regard me with such disdain. Observing Edward's nonchalance in conversation, Kinshiki was filled with fury. I must awaken Otsutsuki Mamashiki. Otherwise, I shall surely be no match for this individual. Yet, Kinshiki's mind remained unusually clear as he sprinted towards the Chakra Divine Tree. Gulalala. You haven't answered my question yet. Witnessing Kinshiki's disheveled state, Edward laughed heartily. He surged towards Kinshiki, seizing him within his grasp. Release me. Release me. You will surely regret your actions. Kinshiki shouted frantically as he was held captive by Edward. Regret? I shall not regret. You fail to understand me, you feeble creature. Edward proclaimed as he tightened his grip. Suddenly, a formidable suction emanated from his palm, drawing Kinshiki's form inexorably inward. What are you planning? Do you intend to devour me? Kinshiki exclaimed in panic, aware that if this continued, Edward would absorb the essence of his being, leaving him unable to resurrect. What do you think? Only by consuming the remnants of your kind can I fulfill my ambition. Upon hearing this, Edward intensified the pull within his grasp, consolidating all of Kinshiki's energy and essence. Unlike Otsutsuki Mamashiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki would transform into pure energy, absorbed by Edward. This exemplifies the disparity of power, the distinction between the strong and the weak. If Otsutsuki Mamashiki possessed only the strength of Kinshiki, Edward would treat him in the same manner. No, spare me. At this juncture, Kinshiki could only futilely struggle. What has happened to Otsutsuki Kinshiki? Why does it seem as though his aura is waning? Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Mamashiki, nestled within the Chakra Divine Tree, suddenly opened his eyes, a jolt of realization coursing through him. He could distinctly sense Kinshiki's life force rapidly diminishing, an irreversible fate. Should Kinshiki's vitality vanish completely, even the Chakra Divine Tree would be incapable of resurrecting him. Let me investigate the situation. After uttering these words, Otsutsuki Mamashiki transformed into an ethereal form, extending beyond the tree. However, upon witnessing the events unfolding outside, his eyes widened in shock. What he saw was a colossal figure gradually absorbing Otsutsuki Kinshiki into his palm. Stop! Otsutsuki Mamashiki no longer hesitated, sprinting forth in an attempt to thwart the giant's actions. A true quarry has appeared. Yet in a brief moment, Kinshiki was consumed by Edward, who then turned to glare menacingly at Otsutsuki Mamashiki. How dare you, lowly creature, refer to me as prey? With acute hearing, Otsutsuki Mamashiki reacted angrily to Edward's words. While he lamented Kinshiki's demise, Edward's provocation ignited a deeper rage within him. Who are you? Why do you appear here? An avenger, perhaps? Otsutsuki Mamashiki inquired, seeking clarity before exacting vengeance upon Edward, intending to reduce him to mere fragments to feed the Chakra Divine Tree. An avenger? You may interpret it as such, Jinjin. Upon hearing the term avenger for the second time, Edward pondered briefly before responding. Following his reply, countless tremors coalesced into a massive wave, launching towards Otsutsuki Mamashiki. It appears to be true, then perish. Upon seeing the colossal wave, a sinister smile crept across Otsutsuki Mamashiki's lips as he commanded the divine tree behind him to shield against the assault. Countless wooden structures erupted from the earth, converging into a formidable wooden wall. Yet, in the next instant, this wall was shattered by Edward's wave. Remarkable indeed, a true figure of prowess. And what about this technique? The Shunshu Juren? Upon witnessing this, the Tongmu Tao Shi praised Edward as countless giants coalesced from the divine tree, surging towards Edward. A familiar skill, it holds no sway over me. Jinbeng. With that declaration, a formidable tremor erupted from Edward's body, enveloping him like a formidable armor. Simultaneously, his physique began to enlarge, eventually matching the size of the giants. Bang! The enlarged Edward collided with the giants, producing a thunderous roar. Insignificant, amidst the disdainful remarks. Edward's fists, imbued with shockwaves, struck the giants relentlessly. The rumbling intensified as several giants were obliterated by Edward's powerful blows, leaving Tong Mu Tao sure utterly astonished. What kind of power is this? How can it possess such formidable offensive might? Tong Mu Tao sure muttered, his expression shifting. Yet, I can sense that your internal energy is dwindling, poor Avenger. Gazing at Edward, whose fists erupted with tremendous force, Tong Mu Tao sure smiled. The energy sustaining this clone is indeed running low. Upon hearing Tong Mu Tao sure's words, Edward reflected upon his own reserves. His earlier confrontation with Tong Mu Jin Sure had drained his energy significantly due to his reckless use of techniques. However, dealing with someone as trivial as you is more than sufficient. In the next moment, after shattering the final divine tree giant, Edward charged towards Tong Mu Tao Sure. Oh, intriguing. Observing Edward, who seemed unperturbed by his diminishing energy, Tong Mu Tao sure murmured in confusion. Yet, shortly thereafter, that bewilderment faded as Edward's fist struck him in an instant. Such speed, Tong Mu Tao sure exclaimed in disbelief as he was hit. Zenli Quan. Edward offered no time for contemplation, unleashing a barrage of punches upon him. He even pounded the ethereal form into oblivion, causing it to dissipate. Gulalala. I have stated that even though this is merely a clone, it is more than adequate to deal with you. After obliterating Tao Sure's ethereal body, Edward shifted his focus towards the chakra, Shinshu. Cursed! Cursed! You wretched, lowly creature! Following the destruction of his ethereal form, Tong Mu Tao Sure had no choice but to materialize another one. Roaring Die. Chakra Infinite Shun Shu's hand. Without hesitation, Tong Mu Tao Sure unleashed a significant amount of chakra from the divine tree. Boom! Boom! Once again asserting control, the chakra Shun Shu responded immediately. Countless branches extended like tendrils towards the towering Edward. It appears he is enraged. Witnessing this scene, Edward scoffed disdainfully. However, given the magnitude of chakra involved, I must endure until my true form descends. With a faint sigh in his heart, Edward unleashed his shockwaves to meet the divine tree's hand. The air was filled with explosive sounds, the snapping of branches, and the shattering of the earth as chaos erupted. The very fabric of reality seemed to shift due to their clash, as if the world were fracturing. Am I ultimately unable to contend with him in terms of energy? In the end, Edward's clone succumbed to the entanglement of the divine tree's hand, binding him. This is indeed the most cunning aspect of the chakra Shinshu. In terms of energy, Edward's clone could hardly match a divine tree. Yet, if Edward's true form were present, none of this would matter. Ha ha! You have still fallen to my hands, lowly creature seeking revenge. Despite the immense energy expenditure of the chakra Shinshu, Tong Mu Tao sure laughed heartily, relishing the thrill of battle once more. It would merely take hundreds of years to condense another chakra fruit. None of this is significant. Binding Edward, Tong Mu Tao sure turned his gaze toward the chakra Shinshu, murmuring, "Hee hee, do you think you have one?" However, at that moment, the bound Edward interrupted Tong Mu Tao sure's self-indulgence. What do you mean by that? Tong Mu Tao sure asked, perplexed, casting a curious glance his way. Gulalala, look above your head. Without providing a direct answer to Tong Mu Tao sure's inquiry, Edward teased. What? Hearing the sound, Tong Mu Tao sure was astonished to see the bound Edward erupt in a cloud of smoke, disappearing from sight. How can this be possible? What is that above? Seeing Edward vanish amidst the smoke, Tong Mu Tao sure widened his eyes, looking up. Meteor? As Tong Mu Tao sure uttered those two words, a colossal object descended from the sky, crashing down upon his ethereal form, dispersing it. Gulalala, well done. Observing that this clone did not bring shame upon him, Edward's true form laughed heartily. In truth, he could have directly shifted the clone's position to transfer himself. However, That would have been an extravagant waste of Edward's energy, and the clone's energy would dissipate as well. Therefore, Edward opted for this method to return. Fortunately, the clone did not disappoint Edward's expectations. What are you? On the other side, the Tong Mu Tao Shi, having reformed his ethereal body using the chakra Shinshu, exclaimed in shock, I am the Avenger you spoke of earlier. With that declaration, Edward's true form no longer lingered, unleashing his full power upon him. In a single punch, the Tong Mu Tao Shi's ethereal body was shattered. Zhen fruit. Infinite chakra form. Fragmentation of space-time power. In the next moment, Edward wielded Song Yun Xie, cleaving the massive chakra Shinshu in two. So powerful, the Tong Mu Tao Shi within the chakra Shinshu could only reveal his true form, retreating to observe from a distance. Gulalala. Enter my body and become my strength. Seeing the Tong Mu Tao Shi step away from the divine tree, Edward immediately prepared for his next move. As long as the Tong Mu Tao Shi is not within the divine tree to control it, the tree can be considered a masterless entity, easily manipulated by Edward. Drawing upon his previous experience sealing the Tong Mu Wu Shi, Edward swiftly unleashed an absorbing void, aiming to consume the divine tree. Instantly, a black hole erupted from his chest, drawing the entire divine tree slowly into his being. How can this be possible? What manner of creature are you? Witnessing this scene, the Tong Mu Tao Shi, already shocked beyond measure, roared. But this could not halt Edward's actions. Before long, the chakra, Shinshu, was absorbed into him. Next, it is your turn. In the astonished gaze of the Tong Mu Tao Shi, Edward turned to him with a devilish grin. Subsequently, his body seemed to undergo a miraculous transformation, appearing beside Tong Mu Tao Shi and seizing him tightly in his grasp. Absorb. Edward chuckled, and a tremendous suction emanated from his palm, rendering Tong Mu Tao Shi utterly incapable of resisting. No! With that anguished cry, Tong Mu Tao Shi was drawn in before he even had a chance to react. It is over, Edward declared with an air of dominance, surveying the scene where the battle had concluded in mere moments. This, indeed, was the power Edward now possessed. The once mighty Tong Mu clan could not even compare to him. Even those who could contend with him could not endure for long. So formidable, Tong Mu Kagaya, sealed within a spatial confinement, uttered with a slight tremor. Despite having witnessed Edward's might on multiple occasions, she still found it hard to believe he had grown to such an extent, within the confines of the sealing space. Both the Chakra God Tree and Tong Mu Tao Shi had been ensnared. This space had even created a position for him to confront Tong Mu Wu Shi face to face. Both remained silent, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Is it Tao Shi? Why? Tong Mu Wu Shi, looking weak, finally spoke. Wu Shi, it appears we have encountered a powerful adversary. Tong Mu Tao Shi felt somewhat relieved to see Tong Mu Wu Shi present. Indeed, I battled him for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Tong Mu Wu Shi recalled his rather humiliating combat experience and spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Little did he know that Tong Mu Tao Shi's expression would dramatically change upon hearing his voice. Ahem, I too was quite close. However, in the end, he was slightly superior, or else I would have emerged victorious. Unable to bear losing to Tong Mu Wu Shi, Tao Shi broke the silence after a moment. What, just slightly inferior? I was similar. Upon hearing this, it was Tong Mu Wu Shi's turn to change his expression, uttering words that weighed heavily on his conscience. Even now, the two were still engaged in a comparison. Is this what your so-called Tong Mu clan is like? Truly laughable. Observing this, Edward, now in ethereal consciousness, materialized beside Tong Mu Kagaya, his visage cold and foreboding. He harbored an immense hatred for such beings, those who lacked the willpower and conviction to rival the ninjas of the ninja world, yet possessed such strength. This universe is immoral, bestowing the powers of the strong upon the weak and vice versa. Indeed, they are born with such power, Tong Mu Kagaya admitted somewhat sheepishly. If one were to speak candidly, their mentality could at most be deemed ordinary. Yet, it was precisely this power that transformed them, rendering them neither human nor ghost. I understand now. After much contemplation, Edward finally uttered this phrase, and his form vanished from the sealing space. He sought to change, to alter this detestable reality, to transform the universe governed by the Daitongmu clan. In the ninja world, since Edward concluded his conflict with Daitongmu Taoshi and Daitongmu Wushi, he had remained inactive. Time swiftly passed, and no one knew what had transpired with Edward. The ninja world was rapidly evolving. Towering skyscrapers became the norm, and computer games emerged under Edward's subtle influence. It seemed as though this ninja world had transformed into the peaceful realm Edward once knew. However, compared to that small blue planet, the ninja world had achieved genuine peace. Until one day, the arrival of a figure shattered this tranquility. Is this the place? The descending figure surveyed everything in the ninja world from a lofty perspective. Hey, excuse me. Could you direct me to Konoha village? The figure casually approached a few fortunate passers-by, inquiring, who are you? Is this person of a different race? The fortunate individuals pondered, gazing at the man with alabaster skin clad in an opulent white robe. Due to the ninja world's open peace, both commoners and villagers became aware of the mysteries within. Many peculiar races, like the Seimu clan or the Serpent people, had become familiar sights. Thus, they no longer found these suddenly appearing, fearsome beings to be alarming. They understood these entities would not attack them without provocation. Otherwise, the martial organization in the heart of the ninja world would relentlessly pursue them. Interesting. They're not afraid of me. Witnessing this, the man chuckled. Why should we fear you? By the way, you mentioned Konoha village? It has now been renamed Konoha City. That way, don't take a wrong turn. The villagers pointed in a direction, their expressions betraying an odd mixture of curiosity and amusement. He must be a country bumpkin. We needn't concern ourselves with him. Let us be on our way. With that, the villagers departed, their conversation incomprehensible to the man. How intriguing. What sort of world is this? According to the information from Daitongmu Taoshi and Wushi, the Avenger should be nearby. The man, his brow furrowed in confusion, murmured to himself. Indeed, this individual was Daitongmu Puishi, who had come to the ninja world, holding the Daitongmu clan's treasure, the plow. He believed himself unafraid of the Avenger who had defeated Daitongmu Taoshi and Wushi. Is it in that direction? Let me witness your power. With that, Daitongmu Puishi took to the skies, grinning as he flew toward Konoha City. After soaring for quite some time, he soon arrived at the location indicated by the villagers. Unlike his previous experiences, Daitongmu Puishi did not stray from his path this time. He effortlessly reached what was now Konoha City. Before him lay a true steel metropolis. In the skies, metallic flying machines buzzed about, while on the ground, round vehicles zipped past. These were the products of a new era in Konoha City, symbols of advanced technology. What is this place? Daitongmu Puishi's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered momentarily speechless. This place bore no resemblance to the ninja villages he had previously visited, akin to stepping from a backward countryside into a technologically advanced city. Halt! Who are you? Soon, a few vigilant Konoha guards, piloting gliders, spotted Daitongmu Puishi and approached him. What on earth has happened in this world? How can ordinary people soar freely? Daitongmu Puishi's expression grew serious as he observed the guards gliding toward him. Halt! This is our second warning. The guards brandished cylindrical devices toward Daitongmu Puishi. Oh, were these things? Upon witnessing the round tubes held by several guards, Otsutsuki Pushi murmured softly and approached them. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed, prompting an immediate counterattack from the Konoha guards, who unleashed either blue or red lasers from their tubes. Indeed, these were the newly modified chakra firearms, now referred to as chakra tubes, capable of firing chakra projectiles corresponding to the unique chakra attributes of each ninja. Was that a chakra energy sphere? As he gazed at the gaping wound in his chest, Otsutsuki Pushi remained suspended in the air, motionless. Leave it to me. In the next moment, his injuries rapidly healed, and with a sweeping motion, he sent an invisible shockwave toward the guards. What is this? Retreat. The Konoha guards, upon witnessing the shockwave, hastily attempted to flee. However, how could the might of the Otsutsuki clan be resisted by mere ninjas possessing chakra? In mere moments, the guards, along with their gliders, were obliterated in mid-air. leaving only a few tubes floating in the sky. What manner of object is this? A trivial item wielding such astounding power. Contemplating the wound previously inflicted upon him, Otsutsuki Pushur slowly directed one of the tubes to his line of sight, gently caressing it. If I could modify it, then our Otsutsuki clan would, ha. Lost in a reverie of grand visions, his expression radiated joy. Unbeknownst to him, the death of those two Konoha guards had stirred a commotion throughout the entirety of Konoha. It had been an indeterminate duration since the last display of military might against the ninja world, and yet, here they were, provoking trouble once more. Countless hovering warplanes descended from the sky, swarming around Otsutsuki Pushur like a plague of locusts. You have violated the first inviolable treaty of Konoha. Show no mercy. Upon the commander's declaration from the aircraft, the hovering warplanes began to lock onto Otsutsuki Pushur, unleashing an unending barrage of bullets. How vile! Do they seek to suppress me with firepower? Time stopped. As bullets filled the sky like raindrops, even Otsutsuki Pushur felt a hint of pressure. Ultimately, he begrudgingly resorted to his abilities against this group. Activating the time stop skill, he resolutely declared, I cannot allow Otsutsuki Pushur and the others to discover this. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that this very skill had awakened a truly terrifying entity. Within a luxurious grand castle at the heart of Konoha, a colossal figure, having remained seated for decades, slowly opened his eyes and whispered, Have they come? This was Edward, who had spent years digesting the essence of Otsutsuki Pushur, Otsutsuki Mushur, and the two divine trees. Since their last encounter, his strength had undoubtedly surged to unfathomable heights. Even seated, his presence exuded an unspoken authority. You have finally awakened. It has been far too long. In the ceiling space, Otsutsuki Kagaya also opened her enchanting eyes, addressing the two entities before her, now reduced to mere husks, alongside the withered trees behind them. Cough! Did the foolish Pushur come alone? After a heavy cough, Otsutsuki Mushur lamented as he slumped to the ground. I do not know, responded Otsutsuki Pushur, hearing the voice. The two had lost all ability to act, their energies entirely drained by Edward, who had absorbed even the chakra from the divine trees. It is time to conclude this. Subsequently, Edward's consciousness descended upon them, regarding the two with a gaze filled with intent. Squeeze. In the next instant, Otsutsuki Pushur and Mushur found themselves clenched in Edward's grip, the two withered divine trees vanishing from existence. With a slight exertion of his strength, Edward could extinguish their lives at any moment. And us, Otsutsuki Pushur and Pushur, trapped in Edward's grasp, groaned in desperation. And you? Wouldn't that be too merciful? Edward retorted with disdain, intent on inflicting a fate worse than death upon them, shattering their proud dignity. The two Otsutsuki, rendered speechless, fell into silence. Indeed, there is no longer a need for their existence. Perhaps granting them an honorable demise would be best, commented Otsutsuki Kagaya, unable to bear Edward's intentions. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, she understood the cruelty that would befall Pushur and Mushur if Edward proceeded with such humiliation. Enough, I understand. Fear not. Turning his gaze towards Otsutsuki Kagaya, Edward departed with the two husks in tow. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Pushur, having activated Time Stop, began to gather an enormous energy sphere to strike down upon Konoha. Though inherently benevolent and gentle, this did not imply that he was entirely dissimilar from other members of the Otsutsuki clan. Like them, he possessed the innate pride characteristic of their lineage. Is that Otsutsuki Pushur? Yet, before he could unleash that colossal energy sphere, a massive figure materialized before him. Who are you? Upon hearing this voice, Otsutsuki Pushur accidentally released the energy sphere in his hand. Shinra Tensei. However, Edward merely emitted a repulsive force, reducing the immense energy sphere to ashes. How is this possible? Otsutsuki Pushur stood frozen, disbelief etched across his features. Those are Otsutsuki Pushur and Otsutsuki Mushur. Before he could recover from his astonishment, Otsutsuki Pushur was further shocked to see Edward grasping the two husks. At a cursory glance, they bore no resemblance to Otsutsuki Taoshur and Mushur. It was only through his keen sense of smell that Otsutsuki Pushur identified their presence. "It seems your vision is quite keen," Edward remarked with a faint smile, casually tossing Otsutsuki Taoshur and Mushur to the ground. Bushi, the two, now discarded upon the ground, emitted a faint and tenuous energy. This was utterly unforgivable. Witnessing the scene before him, Otsutsuki Pushur could no longer contain his fury, his aura erupting with intensity. "How laughable! Do you wish to challenge me?" With this, Edward also unleashed his own aura, overwhelming Otsutsuki Pushur in his place. "Impossible!" Gasping for breath, Otsutsuki Pushur exclaimed in disbelief. Yet in the next instant, Edward's colossal fist descended upon him, transforming him into a mist of blood that dissipated into the air. The sentiment of weakness overwhelmed me as I contemplated embarking on a journey through the cosmos in search of your so-called Otsutsuki deity. Edward, his heart swelling with pride, proclaimed this. "No, you are far from being his equal. You have much to learn," interjected Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was keenly aware of the power of the Otsutsuki deity. She understood that Edward's past self would be akin to delivering vegetables to that formidable being. "How long must I wait? I am eager to resolve this matter." Edward's expression darkened. "At least another millennium, if you continue to progress at this pace," Otsutsuki Kagaya stated with a serious demeanor while observing the scenes beyond the ceiling space. "A millennium? I cannot endure such a delay." With that, Edward concluded his conversation with Kagaya and returned to reality. At that moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki had utilized the power of the six paths to restore his injuries. "I cannot defeat him. I must escape this place," Urashiki exclaimed in terror. Fully aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Edward, he then rolled up the two pieces of Otsutsuki firewood on the ground and, using the treasure plow, stepped into the space-time continuum. "Another treasure? Thank you," Edward remarked with a slight smile as he witnessed this. Gripping Songyun Xie and forcefully cleaving through the fabric of space before him. Without hesitation, he extended his hand into the space-time continuum, groping around recklessly. "Impossible! How could this happen?" In that moment, Edward's hand seized Otsutsuki Urashiki, who sought to escape using the power of the plow. Despite Urashiki's frantic attempts to break free, all were in vain. He could not evade Edward's grasp. "Urashiki, I have heard from Kagaya that among your clan, you possess the most amiable disposition," Edward remarked while scrutinizing Urashiki. "Kagaya, have you taken control of her?" Hearing this, Urashiki's expression shifted dramatically, as if everything had suddenly clicked into place. "No, it is quite the opposite. She was my greatest adversary at the outset," Edward replied, shaking Urashiki with a proud demeanor. Over time, Edward had evolved into an entity of unfathomable strength, far surpassing Kagaya. "Is that so? Well, you have triumphed. Decide my fate," Urashiki said, appearing to accept the reality of his situation. "You are far more agreeable than your two fellow Otsutsuki," Edward complimented, noting Urashiki's calm demeanor. "However, I remain perplexed. How did you harness the power of space-time?" Urashiki inquired, his teeth clenched and a hint of anger on his face. It was known that even he could not directly touch the enigmatic power of space-time. He could only utilize treasures to access it. This was the source of his confidence in believing he could remain undefeated by relying on the plow. He had not anticipated that this giant before him could wield the power of space-time at will, leading to his defeat. "How did I come to wield the power of space-time?" "Perhaps as a gift you bestowed upon me," Edward explained, tossing aside the plow he had seized from Urashiki. "A gift from me? What does that mean?" Urashiki asked, bewildered. "Indeed, it is a gift from another version of you," Edward stated, not allowing Urashiki to respond further. With a firm grip, he crushed the plow into essence and infused it into the floating Songyun Xie beside him. "Just like this," he said, smiling as he held Songyun Xie. Should Songyun Xie successfully absorb the plow, the power of space-time within it would become even more formidable. "I see. You discovered the mysteries of space-time long ago," Urashiki murmured, lowering his proud head, a look of confusion crossing his face. After acquiring that treasure, he had envisioned numerous ways to augment his strength, such as traversing through various time and space to gather energy for condensing chakra fruit. Yet, due to his benevolent nature and concern over disrupting the fabric of space-time, he had refrained from executing that reckless plan. In that case, let us conclude this. Become my power, and I shall grant you a painless departure, Edward declared, redirecting his gaze back to Otsutsuki Urashiki. Without hesitation, Edward's palm transformed into a black hole, obliterating Urashiki's consciousness. It seems the matters concerning the Otsutsuki have reached their conclusion, Edward remarked, observing the now condensed essence of Urashiki before him. Urashiki, the two individuals lying on the ground, now reduced to firewood, lamented quietly. And you too, it is time for your end as well. With that, Edward merged them into the essence of Urashiki. Finally, he opened his mouth wide and consumed the vast essence. No, it is not finished. The members of the Otsutsuki clan are endless. At that moment, Kagaya's voice echoed within Edward. I understand your meaning. It is you who has misconstrued my intent, Edward chuckled, shaking his head. Over these decades, he had not merely digested Urashiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki, but had also been covertly seizing control of the heart of the ninja world under Kagaya's guidance. Although the progress was slow and arduous, Edward eventually prevailed through diligence. I see you intend to carry the entire ninja world away from here, Kagaya exclaimed cutely, slapping her forehead. Indeed, you are correct, but there is no reward, Edward laughed in response. He indeed planned to transport the entire ninja world elsewhere to acquire even greater power, seeking a shortcut to defeat the so-called Otsutsuki deity. By the way, I recall that becoming that so-called Otsutsuki deity requires a substantial quantity of pure eyes. Edward reminisced about Kagaya's earlier words and the memories of Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki. Indeed, were you not already preparing? How many have you managed to acquire? Kagaya inquired, her eyes wide open. The pure eye, characterized by its light blue iris and black sclera, does not exhibit the bulging veins associated with the Byakugan when activated. The pure eye represents a mutation of the Byakugan, possessing its fundamental abilities. Notably, it can perceive the movements of Yo in space-time and the locations of spatial transfers. Thus, one could call the pure eye the initial state of the Rinnegan. However, unlike Otsutsuki Shoten, the pure eye can only be regarded as genuine when the bloodline is entirely fused, whereas Otsutsuki Shoten's variant is merely a defective product. Edward had already acquired 4 pieces, yet he found this object to be of little use. With a mere thought, the Jingyan materialized in Edward's hand. You may not know this, but only by truly merging a substantial number of Jingyan can one harness their potential, Kagaya Otsutsuki remarked with a faint smile. These 4 Jingyan were, in fact, the eyes of individuals like Tao Shi and Wu Shi, which is why Edward could easily produce them. For members of the Otsutsuki clan, however, successfully condensing Jingyan necessitated submission to higher authorities. Kagaya, with a hint of envy, expressed her desire to possess them. This is the reason why the Otsutsuki clan has always had only one Otsutsuki deity. Huh, but I am not a member of your Otsutsuki clan. Edward laughed heartily upon hearing this, though his gaze darkened with a profound shade of gloom. The more he learned, the deeper his disdain for this so-called Otsutsuki deity grew. It was possible that the members of the Otsutsuki clan were merely puppets under the deity's control. Now, how should I utilize these Jingyan? Edward inquired, holding the Jingyan in his hands. As for the method of use, I am unaware. Previously, we simply handed over the Jingyan to the upper echelons of the Otsutsuki, who would then submit them to the Otsutsuki deity, Kagaya replied, shaking her head in ignorance. Could it be similar to the Rinnegan, allowing for hot swapping? Are they intending for me to sprout eyes all over my body? After uttering these words, Edward began to experiment, attempting to insert the Jingyan into his eye sockets. No, this is not how it works. This method completely fails to unleash the power of the Jingyan. Yet, he quickly removed the Jingyan. A look of confusion etched on his face. He could feel that this way would utterly fail to harness the power of the Jingyan, even inferior to the Rinnegan. However, if the hot swapping of eye sockets could not genuinely utilize the Jingyan, Edward could not conceive any alternative means of usage. There must be a unique method of control for these Jingyan. Otherwise, they would not exhibit such peculiarities. Edward placed the Jingyan he had extracted alongside the other three, stating, "If there truly is a special method of control, then it must involve a means to assimilate the energy of the Jingyan." Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, Edward's eyes widened as he murmured, "Could it be?" In the next moment, he tossed one of the Jingyan into his mouth and swallowed it whole. The Jingyan dissolved immediately upon entering Edward's stomach, transforming into essence that augmented his power. Is this how it is utilized? Or is it due to the 10 tails within me? No, it is certainly not solely the 10 tails. I can sense other forces aiding my digestion and fusion of the Jingyan, Edward said, furrowing his brow. Yet he soon relaxed, the fog that had clouded his mind dissipating. Perhaps it was due to his bloodline, having absorbed so many Otsutsuki members. His lineage must also carry the essence of the Otsutsuki clan. Lifting his gaze to the sky, Edward spoke, "This is, after all, a world that values bloodlines. Without a bloodline, one is merely an ordinary person." Subsequently, Edward consumed all the Jingyan, absorbing them into his strength. I can sense that the Jingyan is a one-time power. With a sigh, Edward seemed to have uncovered a secret of the Otsutsuki deity. "You are truly remarkable," Kagaya, sealed within her space, remarked with a hint of admiration. Edward accomplished what she had neither achieved nor dared to attempt. "Now it is my turn to strategize. I shall observe whether your Otsutsuki clan can evade my game." A meaningful smile graced Edward's face as he spoke coldly. In the next moment, he stretched out his arms, unleashing his kin Bunchika Haki to encompass the entire shinobi world. A heavy, profound voice resonated in the ears of all inhabitants of the shinobi realm. Is that the voice of the fourth Hokage? What is happening? Is the fourth Hokage making an announcement? All the people raised their heads, their expressions filled with confusion as they gazed at the sky, murmuring. However, as they listened to the voice, enlightenment dawned upon them, their eyes widening in astonishment. "To all citizens of the shinobi world, I am Edward Newgate, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, the strongest man in the world, and I am now addressing all citizens of the shinobi realm through the power of Six-Path Chakra. True peace has been achieved within the shinobi world, yet a group of malevolent invaders from beyond seeks to disrupt our tranquility and plans to invade our realm. Thus, I have resolved to protect this shinobi world that nurtures me, as well as all its citizens. This world yearns for the arrival of peace. Those who obstruct it have perished over the long years. However, unless we confront the true source of hatred beyond the shinobi world, animosity will continue to fester, not only directed at our shinobi realm, but also towards other worlds. I cannot accept such a vision. Hence, to vanquish them, I will lead the shinobi world beyond the solar system, beyond this universe, to acquire even greater power until I obtain the strength to defeat that Otsutsuki deity. This proclamation resonated in the ears of all, marking the dawn of a new era. The shinobi world could no longer be referred to as the shinobi world. It should henceforth be called Edward's world. I support the fourth Hokage's decision. I agree with the fourth Hokage's choice. After a moment of astonished silence, the shinobi realm erupted with fervor. Their voices united in support of Edward, the strongest man in the world. Are you truly prepared, Edward? This will be a momentous decision. Kagaya, sealed within her space, could no longer remain silent and rushed forth to speak to him. Indeed, I shall reveal to you the path I will take, Edward responded, his eyes reflecting profound determination. In truth, he harbored many other thoughts, such as returning to his previous life in the realm of basketball, and addressing the system that had been stuck at 99 fusion. Over the course of time, Edward finally grasped the true purpose of the system. It seemed that the system aimed to transport him into the world of One Piece, to replace Whitebeard in the original narrative and fulfill Whitebeard's aspirations. However, due to certain circumstances, the system had misdirected him, delivering Edward into the world of Naruto, which was why he remained stuck at 99, unable to progress further. Whitebeard's true wish was to protect his family, not the individuals Edward sought to safeguard. No matter how much Edward accomplished, or how similar he became to Whitebeard, he could not fulfill the true desire of Whitebeard's heart. Therefore, to achieve a 100 fusion with the system, he must realize Whitebeard's aspirations. Edward, feeling a profound headache as he contemplated the system's fusion level, pondered whether he possessed the strength to fulfill Whitebeard's wish. To accomplish this, he must traverse dimensions. Yet, this power seemed to belong solely to the deity of the Otsutsuki clan, leaving Edward uncertain of when he might attain it. Perhaps it would be wiser to harness the spatial powers of the Tsungyun Xie within the shinobi world to conquer other parallel realms. For it was the only means through which he could swiftly obtain the strength he sought. With a fierce expression, he gazed at the Tsungyun Xie in his hand and declared his intentions. Gradually, he ascended into the air, his eyes surveying the shinobi world. "Enter my sealing space," he commanded, closing his eyes as an overwhelming force enveloped the shinobi realm, transforming it into a mere sphere under his control. "Is this the shinobi world?" he mused, a gentle smile gracing his face as he cast a protective barrier over it. He then placed the shinobi realm within his sealing space, allowing it to function normally. "Let us embark," he proclaimed, raising the Tsungyun Xie and striking forward into the void. "I shall return." With a heavy heart, he cast a lingering glance back before stepping into the unknown. The main world no longer suited him. Otherwise, the Otsutsuki members would only multiply, possibly including the deity of the clan. Thus, Edward had to seize this fleeting moment to depart from the primary realm. Within that familiar spatial domain, endless tunnels of infinite worlds unfolded, creating a grand tapestry. "Edward, which world will you choose?" inquired Otsutsuki Kagaya, who accompanied him. "I wish to select a world devoid of my presence, a realm where I can gradually cultivate chakra fruits and acquire the Byakugan," Edward envisioned. However, such an outcome would likely lead to the destruction of numerous parallel worlds. Yet, for Edward, such matters held little significance. His sole desire was to gain immense power to vanquish the Otsutsuki deity obstructing his path. Ultimately, he aimed to shatter the dimensional barriers and return to the world he longed for. "Is that so? Then let us proceed. I shall support your decision," Kagaya responded, her eyes closing as if she comprehended the gravity of their path. This journey was destined to be one of no return, a macabre affair steeped in slaughter and bloodshed. At that point, both Kagaya and Edward might incur the wrath of all parallel worlds. "Very well, I shall choose this one. The parallel world where the shinobi realm has yet to be born." With determination, Edward's gaze fixed upon a specific world tunnel. "Let's take action," Kagaya replied, and together they took their heavy steps into the tunnel. "Is this to be our new world? I can sense the vibrant energy of this planet," Edward remarked, gripping the Tsungyun Xie tightly as he surveyed the ethereal surroundings. He and Kagaya found themselves exposed to the vacuum of space, surrounded by shimmering celestial bodies. "This will suffice. It is teeming with vitality, ample for my chakra fruit cultivation." Soon after, Edward's keen eyes spotted a small green orb radiating with lively energy. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest," Kagaya affirmed, recognizing that her unconditional companionship was the right choice. Indeed, with the Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes fused with other energies, this should evolve into the Byakugan. After articulating these thoughts, Edward soared towards the vibrant green orb. The Byakugan? Each acquisition of a Byakugan necessitates the eyes of an Otsutsuki clan member, Kagaya reflected, her eyes closed in thought. The 4 Byakugan Edward had previously obtained were contributions from the Otsutsuki Momo and Urashiki, while the main world provided 1 each from Otsutsuki Wusher and Momo, leaving 1 Byakugan from Urashiki yet to evolve. If not for the necessity of pure bloodlines, she mused, she could possess at least 6 Byakugan by now. Recalling the eyes of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kin, Edward lamented, they were useless. Their eyes had already evolved into the deviant eye. Kagaya, fully aware of the numerous rules and customs of the Otsutsuki clan, understood the disparity between the protector and the protected. "By the way, since they have their guardians, where is yours, Kagaya?" Edward suddenly inquired. "My guardian? His name is Otsutsuki Ishiki." The mention of Ishiki stirred memories within Kagaya. "Could you tell me more about him?" "Such power is indeed rare." Edward's voice tinged with a hint of greed, having tasted the sweetness of seizing others' strength. He is exceedingly arrogant, ruthless, and will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, Kagaya recalled, a shadow of gloom enveloping her as she thought of that merciless individual. Her betrayal of the Otsutsuki clan was partly influenced by Ishiki. In ancient times, Ishiki had accompanied her to the shinobi realm to cultivate the divine tree. To nurture the 10 tails into the divine tree and bear its fruit, Ishiki had planned to sacrifice Kagaya. Yet, at the critical moment, Kagaya turned against him, launching an attack. Ultimately, Ishiki was caught off guard, losing his combat abilities and sustaining life-threatening injuries. This event had catalyzed Kagaya's decision to betray her clan, as she no longer wished to return to that cold-hearted family. "Oh, is that so? He must be dead by now," Edward mused thoughtfully after hearing her account. "Indeed, he has perished," Kagaya replied, recalling the merciless man. "What a pity. Otherwise, I could have absorbed another portion of his strength," Edward remarked, his mind solely fixated on strength, oblivious to Kagaya's expression. "Sigh, if you continue down this path, you will become ensnared in your pursuit of power," Kagaya expressed her disappointment. Having enjoyed her time with Edward, but also recognizing numerous flaws in his character, she feared that his obsession with strength might lead him to madness. "But do you not recall the immense pressure I bear?" Edward retorted. "All the inhabitants of the Renji have entrusted their lives to me, while above me looms the formidable deity of the Otsutsuki clan, casting a watchful eye upon my every move." Edward heard the voice of Otsutsuki Kagaya and retorted against her. "Everything unfolds gradually. One cannot be so impatient." Yet, the thoughts of the two could not converge. Otsutsuki Kagaya held her own perspectives. "Very well. We have arrived on solid ground. Let's take our time to admire this place." Upon hearing this, Edward immediately lost interest in conversing with Otsutsuki Kagaya and settled himself upon a verdant meadow. In the end, Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded slightly and ceased her words. "The world, infused with the essence of life, is indeed wondrous." Edward extended his arms, inhaling deeply and closing his eyes, uttering, "Yes, but soon this place shall become a wasteland." Otsutsuki Kagaya stated with clarity. "Ha! But isn't this the sort of thing your Otsutsuki clan would do? Why can't I take my turn?" Edward chuckled lightly, questioning Otsutsuki Kagaya. "The world operates in such a manner. A good person may frequently engage in virtuous acts, yet should they commit a single wrongdoing, they are deemed a villain. Conversely, a villain who performs an act of kindness at the last moment may be celebrated by all. This paradoxical notion often leaves many perplexed. I do not say it is impossible. I merely wish to prevent you from becoming ensnared by power," Otsutsuki Kagaya said, lowering her head as she observed Edward's slightly grave demeanor. "All right, I understand." However, in the next moment, Edward placed his large hand upon her head, playfully ruffling her hair. "What are you doing?" Feeling such intimate contact, Otsutsuki Kagaya swiftly pushed Edward's hand away, her face flushed as she exclaimed, "Haha, enough of this. Let us not delay and commence our actions." Having said this, Edward ceased to tease Otsutsuki Kagaya and took large strides forward. The flora on this planet flourished exuberantly, with trees of purple and green standing tall in the soil. However, it was regrettable that this world bore few living beings, with only the occasional microscopic organisms appearing. Next came the time to plant the chakra god tree. "I need to cultivate the life forms of this planet." Edward, somewhat inexperienced, inquired of Otsutsuki Kagaya. "No need, though. In that case, the speed of crystallizing the chakra fruit would be accelerated." Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had experience in planting the chakra god tree, explained to Edward. Due to her prior experience, she understood many principles that Edward did not grasp. "Is that so? I see. But if we are to cultivate life forms, will that not be rather slow?" Edward furrowed his brow, recalling Otsutsuki Kagaya's words. "Do not worry. You may absorb the energy of this world while simultaneously cultivating the chakra within the life forms." Otsutsuki Kagaya proposed to Edward, drawing upon her experience. "Ha, now I understand. Let's begin." With a hearty laugh, Edward manifested the chakra god tree, which had been sealed within space upon this planet. The magnificent, beautiful, and captivating chakra god tree emerged, yet it was shrouded in immense danger. It is well known that often what is most beautiful is also the most perilous. Once the chakra god tree manifested upon this planet, its vast branches spread across the land. You must understand, it is not I who harms you, but that deity of the Otsutsuki. If I do not act in this manner, this universe is destined to be mired in chaos, Edward said, a pang of guilt stirring within him as he closed his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes opened, and the conviction in his heart transformed into resolute determination. For he knew that failing to act would render him a failure. Come forth, plant the chakra energy, he shouted as he controlled the chakra god tree, driving its branches deep into the heart of the world. These branches penetrated the world's core, continuously siphoning energy from it. This feast belonging to Edward had officially commenced. Time passed, and the absorption seemed to take an eternity. It appeared that seizing the fruit was a swifter endeavor. Observing the actions of the chakra god tree before him, Edward pondered, I shall not linger. Crystallizing this chakra fruit will take many years. Otsutsuki Kagaya, with her head lowered, appeared to recall events from the past. Very well, then you may rest within my body. Upon hearing this, Edward addressed Otsutsuki Kagaya. All right, Otsutsuki Kagaya, no longer wishing to converse, instantly entered Edward's body, returning to his sealed space. For her, this sealed space had become akin to a home. Having betrayed the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Kagaya now saw only Edward in her eyes. Once she had returned to his sealed space, Edward began to exert control over the chakra god tree. Under Edward's guidance, the chakra god tree began to proliferate rapidly, drawing forth more power to manifest upon this planet. It was as if this planet were entirely under the dominion of the chakra god tree. Time passed once more, and perhaps much longer had elapsed. Edward mused that if so much time had indeed passed, then the ninja world within his sealed space would surely undergo significant transformation. Thus, Edward eagerly anticipated the changes that would have taken place in the ninja world. Subsequently, Edward immersed himself within the chakra god tree, wholeheartedly focusing on its control. Unbeknownst to him, years slipped by as he maintained this control over the chakra god tree. Finally, one day, Edward awakened, realizing that the chakra fruit had reached its later stages of crystallization. He had successfully nurtured a multitude of life forms on this planet, bestowing upon them an abundance of chakra, enabling these chakra-infused beings to contribute vast amounts of energy to the chakra god tree. Hence, the crystallization of the chakra fruit progressed rapidly. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer. Time passed swiftly, and Edward, realizing that the chakra fruit was nearly complete, remarked, I wonder how the ninja world is transformed. Let me see what changes have occurred. Otherwise, the crystallization of the chakra fruit would proceed at an even slower pace. Time passes swiftly. I did not expect the chakra fruit to be nearly completed so soon. Edward, having awakened, remarked upon the vast amounts of chakra produced by the chakra god tree. So much time has elapsed. Although I have not explicitly felt the passage of time, I find myself somewhat nostalgic, he expressed, reflecting on the individuals from the shinobi world. Has Otsutsuki Kagaya still not awakened? What has she become now? Edward's gaze turned towards the slumbering figure of her within the ceiling space. As he directed his attention there, he noticed Kagaya's breath was faint, as if she had merged with the ceiling space itself. Oh, what does she intend? Does she aspire to control my ceiling space? Quickly discerning Kagaya's likely intentions, Edward mused. However, this could prove beneficial for my combat prowess. After a brief contemplation, he resolved, Kagaya likely requires a bit more time. Thus, I shall not disturb her for now. Subsequently, Edward withdrew his consciousness from Kagaya, redirecting it towards the still planet nearby. The scene remained unchanged, the maple leaves rustling below, Kakashi and Otsutsuki Sharon. Edward's keen eyes observed the entire shinobi world. It appeared as though the shinobi world had not undergone any significant transformation since Edward had sealed it away. Then let us lift the time freeze. I apologize, this is my selfishness. With a twinge of regret, Edward began to manipulate the ceiling space to set the shinobi world in motion. A resounding rumble echoed as the shinobi world resumed its original form, rotating within Edward's ceiling space. The only alteration was that the inhabitants of the shinobi world, both great and small, could finally move their bodies. The time freeze was thus lifted. This is the shinobi world I yearn to protect. Observing the rotating planet, a smile of satisfaction graced Edward's face as he beheld the smiles of its inhabitants. This is sufficient. Once he uttered these words, Edward ceased to focus on the happenings within the ceiling space and withdrew his consciousness. The chakra fruit, how much longer? Edward murmured as he exited the ceiling space. Controlling the chakra god tree. The crystallization of the chakra fruit requires just a little more, merely the final touch. Perhaps this world need not exist any longer. With those words, Edward's gaze became resolute. Simultaneously, his actions quickened. The chakra god tree expanded instantaneously under the influence of Edward's six paths power. It towered like the world tree, rising to thousands of meters in height. The verdant planet grew increasingly desolate, its vitality seemingly extinguished. Following this, a green energy sphere emerged from within the chakra god tree, floating in the air. Is this the chakra fruit condensed with the strength of an entire planet? It was evident that this was the chakra fruit Edward had manifested. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the fruit before him. He reached out with his large hand, eager to grasp the verdant chakra fruit. Just at that critical moment, a white phantom flashed by, and the chakra fruit vanished from the air. Following its disappearance, the chakra god tree immediately began to wither, its sturdy branches transforming into slender twigs. Ultimately, the branches snapped and crashed to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Yet, none of this captured Edward's attention. All he knew was that an audacious individual dared to snatch something from him. Who are you? His eyes widened, and at the slightest movement from the intruder, Edward was prepared to strike. The thief of the chakra fruit was clad in an elegant, fitted white tailcoat and loose black trousers that concealed his bare feet. His sleeves bore patterns matching his tattoos, complemented by pale skin and grayish-white hair. A long, curved horn sprouted from the back of his head, resembling a crown, while a single eyebrow, positioned above his right eye, framed his unique golden wheel-patterned pupil, encircled by 8 triangular shapes. This individual was none other than Otsutsuki Ishiki, whom Edward had previously mentioned to Otsutsuki Kagaya. After lying in ambush within the god tree for so long, I have finally obtained what I sought, Ishiki declared in an icy tone, gazing at the verdant chakra fruit in his hand. The next moment, he tossed the chakra fruit into his mouth. Time halt. Edward would not acquiesce to Ishiki's whims. The power of time and space manifested instantly. Time resumes. However, Ishiki was not to be underestimated. Despite being a guardian, his mastery of techniques was quite formidable. Yet compared to Edward, he still fell short, and time ultimately came to a standstill. Since Ishiki simultaneously employed his own space-time ninjutsu, both he and Edward retained the ability to act. I have observed your strength, which is why I must seize this opportunity. Frowning deeply, Ishiki spoke with grave intensity. In the next moment, he lunged towards the suspended chakra fruit. Do you not realize you're playing with fire, foolish one? Time rewind. Edward was unwilling to grant him an opportunity. With a command, time began to reverse, restoring all things to their previous state. The chakra fruit returned from its suspended position back into Edward's grasp. Such a thing is beyond your reach, he said disdainfully, tossing the verdant chakra fruit in his hand. Now, speak. From whence do you come? For someone who resorts to theft to gain power, Edward held no respect. Me? You must have known me for quite some time. My name is Otsutsuki Ishiki. Realizing his attempt had failed, Ishiki sighed in resignation. Long ago, he had awakened, but due to his injuries, he chose to conceal himself within the god tree to recuperate. It was only when Edward stored the chakra god tree, along with him, in the ceiling space that he was fully awakened. Yet, due to his lack of understanding regarding Edward at the time, Ishiki intended to employ a control technique to dominate Edward. Ultimately, after Edward captured several members of the Otsutsuki clan, including Momoshiki and Kinshiki, he was jolted to awareness. Thus, he had to remain hidden within the ceiling space, merging with the god tree, becoming part of the chakra god tree itself. This was how he evaded Edward's detection and escaped calamity. However, The downside was that, as he integrated with the chakra god tree, their fates became intertwined. One could not flourish without the other. This time, the attempt to obtain the chakra fruit was unsuccessful. Thus, Otsutsuki Ishiki is destined to dissipate swiftly alongside the vanishing chakra god tree. Even if it were not the case, Otsutsuki Ishiki is acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and the colossal figure before him. He is certainly no match for that giant. Otsutsuki Ishiki, while concealed, inquired, "Pray tell, how did you evade my detection?" Edward, his eyes glimmering with intrigue, posed the question. "As for me, I merely merged with the god tree. The god tree is me, and I am the god tree," Otsutsuki Ishiki replied, closing his eyes as he elucidated this to Edward. However, as he spoke, his mind was already plotting an escape route. He was uncertain whether he could utilize this ability to survive. Countless thoughts flickered through his mind as he pondered heavily. He yearned for survival, and to achieve his goal, he would resort to any means necessary. The wedge allows the Otsutsuki clan to replicate themselves and digitize their essence, which is then implanted within another's body. A black diamond mark appears on the palm of the host as a symbol of this wedge. As long as the wedge remains, Otsutsuki Ishiki can resurrect himself. They exist beyond death. Even if the wedge's imprint fades, the data of the dissolved Otsutsuki Ishiki persists within the vessel, allowing for continued self-restoration through data. Is that so? Remarkable. I never anticipated such courage from the haughty Otsutsuki clan, Edward remarked, praising Otsutsuki Ishiki upon hearing this. He understood the implications of such actions, essentially relinquishing control over his own life and death to another. "Ah, so you're Edward Newgate?" Otsutsuki Ishiki said to Edward, seemingly indifferent to life and death. Beneath that facade, however, lay profound calculations. He intended to possess Edward's body. "Indeed, how did you come to know my name?" Edward inquired, turning his head slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Yet, he quickly regained composure, his expression darkening. "Are you implying that you have merged with my chakra god tree?" Edward said coldly, gesturing toward the withered and collapsed chakra god tree on the ground. "Yes." Otsutsuki Ishiki nodded in affirmation. "Then it means you have been within my body for over a decade," Edward questioned, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Otsutsuki Ishiki. This was a moment of utmost significance for him. He had never suspected the existence of an enemy within himself. "And so what? I have already lost. Do you not desire my power? I can bestow it all upon you," Otsutsuki Ishiki proclaimed, arms outstretched, appearing to surrender. "Power? How significant do you believe that to be for me?" Edward replied, concealing the menace in his eyes. He could distinctly sense that this individual before him possessed a certain character. "Cough. I can no longer survive. You might as well seize this opportunity to absorb the remnants of my power," Otsutsuki Ishiki said, coughing twice and glancing at the fallen chakra god tree with a tone of regret. "Interesting. It seems you possess a keen sense of self-awareness," Edward chuckled lightly. Yet he remained hesitant to advance. He understood that this version of Otsutsuki Ishiki was undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Now, spatial portal. At last, as the chakra god tree withered and his body began to decay, Otsutsuki Ishiki took action. His form created multiple phantoms, and a black hole suddenly manifested ahead as he entered. "I await your move, yet you shall never defeat me," Edward proclaimed, waving his hand, unleashing a powerful assault through the fabric of time and space. "The wisdom of the Otsutsuki clan is beyond your comprehension, Wedge." Yet, it appeared that these attacks had little effect on Otsutsuki Ishiki, as the black hole materialized beside Edward, and Otsutsuki Ishiki's body began to fade into the ethereal realm. "What is this? Datafication?" Edward squinted at the myriad of data manifesting beside Otsutsuki Ishiki, astonished. The garbled text resembled the corrupted files he had encountered in his past, igniting alarm within him. Simultaneously, his mind began to race, as if confronting a terrifying realization. "Data, you say?" murmured Edward, feeling he had touched upon the truth. "You cannot escape this strike. Rest assured, my power shall henceforth be yours." The essence of Otsutsuki Ishiki transformed into data, seemingly poised to merge with Edward's being. However, his expression soon shifted, the data of his form fracturing. The chasm between us is akin to that between this planet and myself. This was the result of Edward harnessing the power of time and space to obstruct Otsutsuki Ishiki's actions. Yet, your earlier mention of possession gives rise to a brilliant scheme, Edward said, using the power of time and space to revert Otsutsuki Ishiki to his original form, firmly grasping his body. I concede, Otsutsuki Ishiki uttered, ceasing his struggles. This time, he had genuinely lost, utterly and completely, unable to muster even a hint of resistance. You are now of no use to me. But should this power be transferred to Yamashita Kid, it could enhance his strength and lineage, Edward mused, feeling the pressure as he had long refrained from engaging with Yamashita Kid. However, this did not imply that Edward had forgotten him. On the contrary, Yamashita Kid was among those he cared for most. What do you mean? Do you intend for me to become another strength? Otsutsuki Ishiki's pupils flickered with a hint of realization upon hearing this. His thoughts began to wander into unknown territories sparked by Edward's words. Precisely, that is my intention. Yet your consciousness need not persist. Edward laughed heartily, casting a glance at the subdued Otsutsuki Ishiki. He then tightened his grip, channeling all his power into Otsutsuki Ishiki's mind. Are you seeking to extinguish my will? Abandon such notions. It is a futile endeavor. Otsutsuki Ishiki protested incredulously as Edward's power encroached upon the vast majority of his conscious space. The Otsutsuki clan was known for their strictness, and the upper echelons had implemented innumerable protective measures over their consciousness. Thus, Otsutsuki Ishiki did not believe that this colossal figure could easily obliterate his will. Yet, soon his expression shifted dramatically, his visage contorting in confusion. What manner of adversary have I provoked? With that, Otsutsuki Ishiki's consciousness faded entirely, leaving only his corporeal shell behind. After extinguishing the consciousness of Otsutsuki Ishiki, Edward held the lifeless form in his grasp. Let us bestow this upon Yamashita Kid, seal and transport. In the next moment, the body of Daitongmu Ishur in Edward's hands was absorbed into the sealing space. Meanwhile, in the resuming shinobi world, Edward's elder brother was indeed correct in his actions, and I wholeheartedly support him. Reflecting on Edward's declaration from that day, Yamashita Kid, seated on the tatami, closed his eyes. Since that day, he had noticed that Edward's presence had entirely vanished from the shinobi world. Even Daitongmu Shurin and Tsunade were unaware of Edward's whereabouts this time. What is this? It is the power of my elder brother Edward. Yamashita Kid exclaimed suddenly, his eyes wide open. Before him appeared the unconscious body of a Daitongmu clan member, which was the very Daitongmu Ishur that Edward had previously subdued. Yamashita, this is a gift from your elder brother Edward, he said with a chuckle. Not long after, Yamashita Kid unraveled the mystery as Edward's voice echoed in his mind. The body of Daitongmu Ishur merged into Yamashita Kid's own being. Thank you, elder brother Edward, he murmured, bowing his head and placing a hand over his heart, overwhelmed with emotion. For in love, he finally understood that Edward had never forgotten him. Returning to Edward, he laughed heartily. Yamashita must be quite happy to receive the gift. After completing all these deeds, he turned his attention to the emerald green chakra fruit. With a swift motion, he tossed the fruit into the abyss of his immense mouth. That familiar sensation washed over him as he closed his eyes, savoring the taste of the chakra fruit. Has it fused with the power within me to become a new strength? In the next moment, Edward made a new discovery, channeling all his energy into the convergence of his bodily powers. As the emerald green chakra fruit integrated into Edward's being, it intertwined with vast amounts of other energies, ranking them in order. Finally, after completing the rankings, they formed a long chain of power. Ah, this feeling, this is a new strength, Edward exclaimed, releasing a contented breath. This power bears a striking resemblance to the strength of the 10 tails. Has it advanced? Once the power chain was established, Edward realized that all the energies within him had undergone a transformation due to the influence of the emerald green chakra fruit. The powers of the 6 paths, Chakra. Shock waves, three-color domineering, space-time, balance, and 10 tails merged into one, culminating in a massive power chain led by the 10-tail strength. Is it due to the purity of my Daetongmu bloodline that this occurred? Had there been no transformation, I would have remained stuck at that equilibrium point. Is this the limitation imposed by the so-called Daetongmu deity? Truly insidious. However, Edward quickly summarized the cause, recalling the actions of the chakra fruit. This convergence of all my powers felt akin to breaking through limitations, a choice forced upon me. Thus, it can only imply that had I not relied on the chakra fruit earlier, I would have remained trapped in that realm. Fortunately, this power beyond the cosmic system has enlightened me, allowing my strength to grow even more formidable. Edward closed his eyes once more, savoring the essence of the power within him. Plunder? This shall be the path I tread henceforth. Upon discerning the destination of his powers, Edward opened his eyes and murmured to himself. Indeed, he recalled the countless life forms he had absorbed along his journey. This path was most suitable for him. From now on, I shall refer to you as the power of plunder. This strength pleases me. This is the culmination of all my powers. And should I seek to enhance my strength further, it will undoubtedly not be as effortless as before. However, the newly merged energies within me can transcend this limitation. Henceforth, with my power of plunder, acquiring the strength of others shall become significantly easier. I wonder if I can plunder from this planet. Eager to test his newfound abilities, Edward cast his gaze upon the planet beneath his feet. This planet had not yet completely withered. It still retained a sliver of energy sustaining its operation. Once that final energy was expended, the planet would truly crumble and shatter. Upon invoking his power of plunder, Edward instantly drained the planet of its life force. This is true power. After extracting the essence from the planet, Edward stretched his body in satisfaction. In the next moment, 7 dark orbs materialized behind him. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that 6 of these dark spheres bore a striking resemblance to Edward's previous Jingon. Indeed, these were the fruits of his Jingon's evolution after merging with the power of plunder. Initially, Edward possessed 4 Jingon. The 2 new additions included one captured from Daetongmu Pushi and another evolved from his own Rinnegan. The 7th dark orb emerged immediately after Edward drained the planet. Can I now refer to you as the power of planets? Edward mused, gazing at the 7 spheres floating behind him, reminiscent of the sage of 6 paths alas. Like the Jingon, these powers are one-time use only. Contemplating the 7 potent spheres suspended behind him, Edward murmured, however, there are advantages. My ability to condense the power of planets will accelerate, requiring only the plunder of energy from other celestial bodies. Clenching his fists, he declared with unwavering determination in his eyes, "Rumble." At that moment, the planet beneath Edward could no longer withstand the strain and began to fracture. The land split apart, soil rose, and stones floated in the air. This planet was on the verge of vanishing from the shinobi world. I should depart from here, Edward said, glancing at the surroundings where everything floated in the absence of gravity, feeling a twinge of guilt. To speak truthfully, the changes this planet underwent were entirely due to Edward's actions. What is happening? Daetongmu Kagaya, sensing the commotion outside the ceiling space, awakened and inquired. Yes, I have successfully condensed the chakra fruit and obtained greater power, Edward replied, hovering above the planet, preparing to leave. Is that so? Congratulations. Kagaya responded with a look of consolation upon hearing his words. Indeed, this is truly a fortunate event. Edward nodded in acknowledgement. Having already soared beyond the confines of that celestial body, observing the transformations occurring upon it. Plunder is the act of seizing what belongs to others, converting it into one's own power. With myriad thoughts racing through his mind, Edward reflected upon the myriad events of his life. So what shall he do next? He began to question his own heart, remaining still in contemplation. Edward, are you prepared to embark on a frenzied spree of plunder? The understanding of his current situation was clear to Otsutsuki Kagaya, who spoke decisively. Yes, I shall commence my reckless plundering. Upon hearing this, Edward swung his fist, causing the fabric of space to rupture and form a black hole into which he stepped, declaring his intent to raid other planets and acquire even greater strength. The path of plunder is the one most suited to the present Edward, Baiwa, from inception to conclusion. The universe is in a state of infinite expansion, and amidst this expansion, various substances coalesce fortuitously. Ultimately, the outcomes of these coincidences remain unknown. Galaxies, star systems, and planets are all products of such happenstance. Yet, where there is formation, there inevitably exists a terminator to that process. In this cosmos, the harbingers of destruction are none other than the so-called Otsutsuki clan and the current Edward. In pursuit of power, the Otsutsuki clan and Edward have obliterated countless planets. Continuous friction of varying magnitudes has rendered Edward a prime target for the Otsutsuki clan's bounty. However, Edward's rapid ascension in strength has rendered the Otsutsuki clan incapable of restraining him. A monumental confrontation between this clan and Edward is destined to unfold. On this very day, the anticipated clash was imminent, heralded by the emergence of an immense figure. The height of this presence was unfathomable, with thousands of dark orbs levitating behind it. Accompanying it were several other formidable beings. Kaguya, Shunrin, Yamashita, I have succeeded. The Otsutsuki clan shall no longer stand as my adversary. This figure was none other than Edward, who had previously plundered the strength of planets. Throughout this interminable period, Edward had evolved into an entity surpassing the Otsutsuki clan. Ah, this is my homeland, Kaguya remarked as she stood beside Edward, gazing at the planet before them. On this day, having made ample preparations, Kaguya brought Edward to this location. Elder brother Edward, Yamashita, Keed appeared as if he wished to speak, yet remained silent. Since that day when Edward bestowed upon him the Otsutsuki physique, Keed's strength had surged dramatically. Eventually, unable to contain themselves any longer, he and Otsutsuki Shunrin implored Edward to release them from the confines of the ninja realm, which he consented to do. Let us begin this so-called Otsutsuki clan. With those words, Edward's rage ignited, and the myriad orbs of planetary power began to swirl around him. His colossal hands, imbued with formidable strength, were poised to strike the planet. Should Edward's attack succeed without opposition from a powerful being, that planet would be obliterated in an instant. Wait! Just as Edward was about to strike the planet, an ancient voice called out. A protective barrier manifested to counter Edward's impending blow. The deity of the Otsutsuki you seek is not here. The voice belonged to an elder from the Otsutsuki clan, who stepped forward alone. Not here. Then where might he be? Edward's immense form radiated an aura of authority. We sincerely apologize for our previous actions. The elder, sensing Edward's overwhelming power, lowered his proud head. Ha ha ha. Do you think this will spare you? Planetary power. Plunder. Edward dismissed the elder's apology, continuing to manipulate the planetary energy against the Otsutsuki's protective barrier. With resounding crashes, one blow after another struck until, beneath the elder's horrified gaze, the barrier shattered. Following the destruction of the barrier, Edward's plundering power erupted, extracting the entirety of the planet's energy. The members of the Otsutsuki clan stood no chance against Edward's relentless assault, disintegrating into nothingness. Is this the strength of your Otsutsuki clan? How enticing it appears. Edward grinned as he surveyed the plethora of chakra fruits, pure eyes, planetary powers, and the unique abilities of the Otsutsuki that he had drawn forth. We have bowed our heads to you. What more do you desire? The elder, unable to contain his outrage, shouted. In his eyes, their submission to a lower being was a profound gesture of respect. Moving. Your notion of submission is insignificant to me. Edward laughed heartily, once more directing the planetary energy towards the elder. How dare you? Infinite pure eye form. The elder of the Otsutsuki clan could no longer hold back, unleashing numerous pure eyes from his back, transforming his body. Black and white patterns enveloped him, and various pure eyes floated behind him. His muscles swelled, and his height surged by hundreds of meters. Do you think you can contend with me in this form? Yet Edward remained unconcerned by this desperate last-ditch effort from a dying insect. Prepare to perish. Pure hyper-energy sphere. In the next moment, The elder propelled himself toward Edward, conjuring an enormous white energy sphere thousands of meters wide with the aid of his pure eyes. Is this all you can muster? Edward narrowed his eyes, dismissing the attack with indifference. He then brought down his massive hand, colliding it with the colossal white energy sphere. The planet beneath seemed like a mere trinket to Edward, who showed no concern. His palm descended like a celestial shroud. Boom! At last, the energy sphere met Edward's hand, unleashing a titanic shockwave. Yet, before the shockwave could fully manifest, Edward's hand locked it in place. This cannot continue. Plapala to die. Witnessing Edward's monumental strength, the elder erupted with even greater power. His body moved at such speed that it left only a fleeting white line in its wake. But how could he possibly rival Edward? Without even opening his eyes, Edward simply gestured, identifying the elder's location and sending him hurtling away. Elder Otsutsuki, the clan members, anxiously awaiting the conclusion of the battle, cried out in alarm. We shall never permit a group of inferior beings to run rampant above us. A Guay form, White Tiger form, Ascension form. After their cries, they could no longer endure, and all the members erupted forth, reminiscent of a swarm of locusts. Huiji, Shanxia, Shirun. Edward, disinterested, commanded those hovering nearby. Yes, the hovering individuals responded, and Edward's planetary power manifested within them. This was Edward lending his planetary force to them. Otherwise, given their rate of growth, their strength would still be far inferior to that of the Otsutsuki clan. The sounds of rumbling echoed, though the crowd could not hear them. Nevertheless, the intensity of the battle could be inferred from the explosive shockwaves. It was time to conclude this. You are merely a pack of defeated hounds. Witnessing such a fierce conflict, Edward shook his head and stated, reluctant to wait any longer for the battle's end. The planetary power behind him began to stir. After its movement, the power coalesced into countless circles surrounding Edward. Upon completion, each circle of power released a thread of energy, converging before Edward into a pitch-black energy sphere. This sphere was ominously dark, as if it possessed the power to consume the entire universe. This was Edward's advanced application of his planetary power, a skill aptly named black hole. Indeed, once this dark energy sphere was unleashed, it would instantly obliterate a planet. However, due to the overwhelming strength, it would subsequently form a black hole. This was the origin of the skill's name. What is this? The members of the Otsutsuki clan gazed in disbelief. They could sense immense power emanating from that unfathomably deep black energy sphere. I cannot allow him to shatter my homeland. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki elder, having steadied himself, was equally astonished. I cannot betray the god. Let me use my life to stop this. Upon uttering these words, the pure eyes hovering behind the elder merged into his body. Come on, you cursed demon. You will regret this. After the fusion, the Otsutsuki elder charged toward the black energy sphere. He intended to unleash the full force of the pure eyes within him, seeking to perish alongside the black hole. He even fancied that the ensuing shockwaves might annihilate Edward. Had Edward known of his thoughts, he would likely have found it laughable. At last, the black hole had coalesced. However, this energy sphere was not as vast as others imagined. It shrank from an initial size of 10,000 meters to 1,000, and finally to a mere 100 meters. The black hole's form grew narrower by the moment. Yet this did not imply weakness. On the contrary, its power increased manifold even as it diminished, instilling fear in all observers. With a heroic spirit, I have come like a grand villain. Observing the solitary charge of the Otsutsuki elder, Edward muttered under his breath. He then waved the black hole, which, in his eyes, resembled a small marble, slowly descending toward the planet below. Ah, come fort! The Otsutsuki elder shouted in fury, propelling himself forward toward the descending black hole. Ultimately, the hundreds of meters of the black hole collided with the thousands of meters of the Otsutsuki elder's body. Surprisingly, there was no sound. Moreover, the elder's colossal form was gradually drawn into the black hole until it vanished completely. After this occurrence, the black hole showed no signs of disturbance, continuing its descent. Elder, all members of the Otsutsuki clan below were in disbelief. After all, He was their strongest warrior. They never expected his demise to be so effortless. However, it was not that the Otsutsuki elder was weak, but rather that Edward's strength was overwhelmingly superior. Perish, as those planets I have obliterated. The black hole continued its slow descent toward the planet, despite numerous Otsutsuki members attempting to obstruct it, all in vain. Eventually, the black hole settled upon the planet, bringing only a moment of tranquility. Let it linger for a while. Edward closed his eyes, unperturbed, relishing this moment of serenity. The Otsutsuki Hui Yi Ji, Otsutsuki Shiran, and Shan Xiaofeng Yi all gathered beside him. Brother Edward, has it all come to an end? Shan Xiaofeng Yi remarked, gazing at the motionless planet below, a flicker of desolation crossing her eyes. If these foes were so easily vanquished, would it not be rather dull? Yes, life ahead will only improve. I shall take control of the Otsutsuki clan and govern this universe. Edward nodded slightly, his eyes opening at that very moment, just as the planet below began to change. In an instant, the black hole erupted. The entire planet was enveloped by the black hole, awaiting complete dissolution. Stop! Yet in that very instant, a resounding voice echoed from the void. The voice exuded nobility and authority, casting a condescending gaze upon Edward. The Otsutsuki clan's planet was thus preserved, drawn into his grasp. It was the god of the Otsutsuki clan. Hearing this, Edward lifted his head to face a specific direction. There, a towering figure, adorned in black and white stripes, emerged, accompanied by countless pure eyes fixated upon Edward. If the number of these pure eyes were to be compared to Edward's, they would only outnumber him. Who are you? A faint voice resonated, reaching Edward's ears. In truth, the god of the Otsutsuki had noticed Edward the moment he shattered the protective barrier of their planet, teleporting in haste. However, desiring to observe Edward's strength, he chose to remain shrouded in the void. I am Edward Newgate, the most powerful master and marauder in this universe. Edward's voice rang out, unperturbed as he addressed the god of the Otsutsuki. This deity was the last obstacle standing in Edward's path. Understood. The god of the Otsutsuki nodded slowly after hearing Edward's words. Simultaneously, countless pure eyes unleashed a barrage of lasers, coalescing into a super-thick beam directed at Edward. The planetary power behind Edward swiftly responded, forming an equally substantial laser aimed at him. This was the unspoken understanding between the strong. No dialogue, no communication, only the dichotomy of power. The two beams collided, illuminating the entire star system. However, the lasers emitted by the two individuals differ significantly in color. One is a pure white, while the other is an inky black. The laser of Daitongyu no Kami emanates a pristine white, exuding an air of nobility and embodying righteousness. In stark contrast, Edward's laser is a deep black, exuding an aura of sinister charm, rife with malevolence. This stark dichotomy symbolizes a battle between perceived justice and evil. Yet, is this perception truly accurate? No, neither of them belongs to the side of righteousness. Perhaps Edward was initially passive, but after plundering countless planets and causing innumerable casualties, he has become as wicked as Daitongyu no Kami. In their eyes, the concepts of good and evil have long been discarded. All that remains is the notion of power. The stronger one's power, the more likely they are to emerge victorious and reshape history. With a tremendous clash, the intensity of their lasers escalated. Kagaya-Heim, Sharon, and Yamashita, who were near Edward, entered his sealed space. Only Edward and Daitongyu no Kami remained engaged in combat. Behind them stood numerous onlookers, eagerly anticipating the triumph of one over the other. Ultimately, the collision of their lasers formed an immense sphere, surpassing their heights by countless degrees. Their energies reached a zenith, and should this energy sphere detonate, it could obliterate the entire galaxy. Nothing, Daitongyu no Kami uttered, and in that instant, everything before them vanished. His words manifested as a potent energy derived from countless pure eyes. Heh, are you reluctant to see the galaxy perish? Edward retorted disdainfully, clenching his fist and striking towards Daitongyu no Kami. He scoffed at the idea that, at such a critical juncture, Daitongyu no Kami would still feign benevolence. You do not comprehend. This is my conflict, Daitonmu no Kami replied, as the pure eyes behind him coalesced into a protective barrier. The sound of shattering glass echoed as Edward's fist collided with the barrier. Galactic power. Edward then waved his hand, unleashing thousands of spheres of planetary energy towards the pure eyes behind Daitonmu no Kami, intending to annihilate more of them through the ensuing explosions. He understood that his galactic power was vastly inferior to the number of pure eyes at Daitonmu no Kami's disposal. In a battle of attrition, it was only a matter of time before Edward would face defeat. Thus, he sought to utilize this method to exhaust Daitonmu no Kami's pure eyes and bridge the gap between them. Is this my calamity? Yet, Daitonmu no Kami merely hovered in the air, observing the explosions of the pure eyes behind him without making a move, even as they detonated in triple numbers. What calamity? What do you wish to convey? Edward smiled, his eyes filled with vigilance as he summoned Kanji Yunki into his grasp. However, he failed to grasp the meaning behind the melancholy and admiration reflected in Daitonmu no Kami's eyes. All things possess limits. To transcend these limits, one must endure a trial. Upon hearing Edward's words, the melancholy and admiration in Daitonmu no Kami's gaze vanished. Is it truly so? Yet I refuse to believe it, he exclaimed. Galactic power. Hearing Daitonmu no Kami's discourse on the strong, Edward shouted defiantly. After his roar, all the galactic power behind him surged into his being. He resolved to alter his combat style to engage in close quarters, which happened to be his forte. Up your eyes. Observing Edward's transformation, Daitonmu no Kami let out a sigh. Subsequently, his own pure eyes merged into his body, mirroring Edward's actions. Once merged, the two locked eyes, each brimming with intensity. The battle was poised to erupt. Their forms vanished entirely, leaving only the cosmos reverberating with colossal explosions. However, due to the vacuum of space, there was no sound. Only the dissipating remnants of energy bore witness to the ferocity of the encounter. If this continued, the universe would inevitably be shattered beyond recognition. As their physical assaults collided, Daitonmu no Kami lamented the potential destruction of a universe he had worked to protect. What concern is that of mine? Edward replied coldly. You are colder than our Daitonmu clan. This statement left Daitonmu no Kami at a loss for words. Meanwhile, after uttering his remark, Edward found himself momentarily taken aback. Had he truly allowed the concept of power to consume him? As he pondered, Edward and Daitonmu no Kami resumed their movements, creating a flurry of afterimages and countless strikes. The sounds of their impacts echoed as their attacks landed upon each other, causing reverberations throughout their bodies. Beneath this cacophony, innumerable spheres of galactic energy and pure eyes shattered. Ultimately, this was a contest of the respective energies within their bodies. The first to exhaust their galactic power or pure eyes will be the first to succumb to defeat. I am well prepared for this calamity. Allow me to shatter you, pure eyes. With that declaration, Daitonmu no Kami extended his hands, unleashing an invisible shockwave that propelled Edward away. He then soared above Edward, his eyes radiating white light that illuminated the surroundings. Endless waves of white light erupted, shattering space and time. Strangely, after the onslaught, the universe began to fragment, as though something had been obliterated. Yet, nothing had truly been destroyed. Only the white light remained suspended in the void of the cosmos, leaving the meaning behind it shrouded in ambiguity. Do you not care for the energy consumption within you? Edward's form rapidly retreated, seeking to distance himself from the shockwave. Should he be caught in its grasp, he would be instantaneously vaporized. Is it truly powerful? This is the result of countless pure eyes. Daitonmu no Kami hovered in the air, gazing down upon Edward with an air of superiority, pondering his own thoughts. Indeed, it is a formidable shockwave, yet to me, it is merely a futile expenditure. You cannot hope to strike me. Edward squinted, unleashing his galactic power as he propelled himself upward, shouting, I am aware, but do you understand why I am doing this? After uttering these words, Daitonmu no Kami unleashed another barrage of shockwaves, disregarding the depletion of his pure eyes. What is it that you truly intend? Edward's eyes widened as he observed the attack that could not possibly reach him. Only by creating an existence as powerful as my own can the barriers be shattered. Do you understand why you are here? The deity of Otsutsuki gazed at Edward with eyes that radiated divinity. What do you mean? Edward, taken aback by the deity's declaration, stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. He could already glean some insights from the deity's words. Indeed, your existence was deliberately brought forth by me. Only in this way can the barriers be broken. The Otsutsuki deity, eyes aglow with a brilliant light, proclaimed, feeling that the moment had arrived, as the energy of his pure eyes had been nearly exhausted. Throughout this encounter, he harbored no intention of defeating Edward. I need to know everything. What is it that you truly desire? Edward finally shouted, unable to contain himself, having sensed a disquieting undercurrent. It seemed that every action he took was being manipulated by the Otsutsuki deity. Since it has come to this, allow me to make it clear, you exist for my sake. With that, the Otsutsuki deity unleashed all the energy of his pure eyes, compressing the surrounding space and time to an extreme, whispering softly. Then, a stream of white memories flowed into Edward's mind. The cycle of slaughter and battle commenced. All of this unfolded in Edward's consciousness, and upon absorbing the memories transmitted by the Otsutsuki deity, he finally understood. So this is how it is? After I unleashed powers beyond the realm of the shinobi, you took notice of me? Edward raised his gaze, looking somewhat bewildered at the Otsutsuki deity. From the memories bestowed upon him, he learned that in this universe, power has its limits. Upon reaching this plateau, the Otsutsuki deity found that his strength could no longer advance. He traversed countless dimensional spaces, exploring numerous other worlds, only to discover the truth. To his astonishment, outside his own universe existed a three-dimensional dimension. He belonged to the two-dimensional realm, which could not even begin to compare. A mere finger from the three-dimensional realm could obliterate him. This reality was utterly unacceptable to the Otsutsuki deity. Thus, he secretly sought to cultivate a multitude of powerful beings. The pure eyes stored by the Otsutsuki clan were created for this very purpose, with the ultimate victor referred to as Calamity. Yet in the end, none emerged as a true powerhouse. It was only with the arrival of Edward that he glimpsed something different. I never expected that, as the Otsutsuki deity, you had already recognized the uniqueness of this universe. Edward remarked, observing the Otsutsuki deity, whose energy was now depleted. Through the memories transmitted to him, he had unraveled the entire truth. It was simply that the current Otsutsuki deity wished to utilize his power to break the barriers set by the Otsutsuki. However, what the Otsutsuki deity did not realize was that Edward hailed from that very dimension, having traversed from the third dimension into this second dimension, and he possessed a mysterious system within him. Dimension. It is a word that evokes trepidation. The Otsutsuki deity stretched out his arms, a serene expression gracing his face. Come, let's take the final step. Without further hesitation, he addressed Edward. What do you intend to do? The power of these planets belongs to me. Edward, tense and gazing into the eyes of the Otsutsuki deity, replied, I am aware that this power is yours, but that does not imply I cannot invoke it. This is the trap I have laid. You must understand, I acquired power akin to that of the planetary force even before you did. The Otsutsuki deity spoke with an air of arrogance. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting you can manipulate the power within me? Edward exclaimed, astonished. However, deep down, he desired to combine their strengths, breaking through this dimension and entering the next, for he was indeed a being from that next dimension, transported here due to the system. He longed for the little blue sphere that belonged to him. Invoke. In the next moment, the Otsutsuki deity uttered a single word, and the white light he had previously released began to swirl around Edward. Are you attempting to resonate the energy of these pure eyes with the planetary force within me? Edward exclaimed in disbelief, for this implied the possibility of mutual destruction. In essence, the Otsutsuki deity was harnessing the power of his pure eyes to connect with Edward's planetary energy, as their energies were of the same origin. I will not allow you to succeed. Ultimately, Edward refused to yield, unleashing the full force of his planetary energy. This energy surged forth, as if each unit were on the verge of bursting. What are you trying to accomplish? Let me tell you, this is futile. I have orchestrated this plan for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. The Otsutsuki deity observed Edward's movements with clarity. Do you intend to combine my power with yours to shatter the barriers? In the end, both our strengths would be rendered worthless. Edward's expression darkened as he spoke. He had just received a negative answer in his attempts. He could not disrupt the trap laid by the Otsutsuki deity by detonating the planetary energy. Indeed, whether it be experience or your planetary force, these are ultimately but one-time powers, and once they vanish, they are gone. The Otsutsuki deity bore a look of resignation. Yet Edward's heart rebelled against this notion, for he had invested an immeasurable amount of time to gather this planetary energy. If it were to be used for such a purpose, he would have been better off not gathering it at all. Boom! Despite Edward's profound reluctance, it was all in vain. As the energy of the pure eyes intertwined with Edward's planetary force, they merged to produce an even greater energy, shattering the surrounding space. The space around them fragmented like shards, revealing a vast void, a dark abyss. Ultimately, a colossal black hole began to expand, centered around Edward and the Otsutsuki deity. Has it finally begun? I have lingered here long enough. The Otsutsuki deity eagerly surveyed the unfolding spectacle, having awaited this moment for far too long. It feels as though I am being drawn into it. Edward, noticing the ever-expanding black hole behind him, furrowed his brow, his mind racing for a strategy. In the end, there must be a sacrifice, and that sacrifice is you. The Otsutsuki deity discerned Edward's thoughts and spoke. What does the term sacrifice signify? Do you intend to advance over my lifeless body? Edward spoke with a weighty tone. Indeed, once the barrier is formed, it necessitates one individual to detonate the energy within themselves, thereby truly shattering the wall. At this moment, the space of the broken barrier is already established. It merely awaits that individual's self-detonation to breach the authentic wall. The deity of Daytongmu gazed intently at Edward, stating, "What if I refuse?" Edward reciprocated the deity's fierce gaze. He comprehended the deity's intent entirely. Now marked the inception of their true confrontation. Whosoever emerges victorious shall possess the ability to genuinely dismantle the wall and enter the third-dimensional space. Come fort, stagnation explode. Without a moment's hesitation, the deity of Daytongmu uttered these 3 words, and his body immediately initiated action. Why can't I move? Edward pondered. Is this the power of the deity of Daytongmu? To his astonishment, even without the Byakugan, he remained formidable. Edward struggled vigorously, attempting to break this predicament with the amalgamation of the 6 paths power, tremor power, and balance power. This is the true application of chakra energy. As long as you possess chakra energy within you, I can control your every action. The deity of Daytongmu proclaimed with a triumphant expression. What? Is this also part of your scheme? Edward exclaimed in astonishment. Chakra energy is a cultivation method passed down by the deity of Daytongmu, a term that directs energy. Unbeknownst to him, it had already spread throughout this universe, becoming the mainstream cultivation method for all life forms. Yet now, the deity of Daytongmu revealed to him that he could manipulate chakra energy. This realization illuminated everything for Edward. The dissemination of chakra energy as cultivation terminology had its reasons. I suppose so, but I never imagined you would evolve into such a form. Initially, I believed that only members of our Daytongmu clan could reach this height. It appears to be a miscalculation, the deity of Daytongmu remarked, producing a white energy rod in his hand, gradually floating towards the still Edward. What do you intend to do? Kill me? Edward's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the white energy rod. He understood that the loser would face a tragic fate. If Edward were to lose, those who stood behind him, anticipating his victory, would perish alongside him. Can you not comprehend yet? It is time to end this. Farewell. The deity of Daytongmu, having no desire to engage in further dialogue with Edward, thrust the white energy rod with immense force towards Edward's heart. Armament hockey. Conqueror's hockey. At a critical moment, Edward bellowed, his body instantaneously transforming to a dark hue. Simultaneously, a surge of dark red aura emanated from him, propelling the deity of Daetongyu away. Is this the mysterious power within your body? The deity of Daetongyu observed Edward. If you can control the chakra within me, then I shall refrain from using it. With a solemn expression, Edward tightened his grip on the Tsungyun Xie. The vast chakra energy within him was entirely converted into the most fundamental life energy. This should suffice. You cannot control this life force. Edward noted the absence of chakra energy within him. He understood that refraining from utilizing chakra would result in a significant loss of his strength. How intriguing. Do you still wish to resist? The deity of Daetongyu grinned at Edward, who stood poised with his weapon. I shall never concede, Edward retorted. Following their exchange, both combatants vanished from sight. Countless sounds reverberated through the air, yet none inflicted harm upon the space. At present, they both wielded the most primitive powers within their beings. The distinction lay solely in the fact that the deity of Daetongyu could still harness his chakra energy, while Edward could not. Thus, it was Edward who was sent flying. No, with nearly endless chakra energy at his disposal, I stand little chance of defeating him, Edward thought grimly, sensing the transformation of his chakra into life energy. Once chakra had been converted, it indicated that he could no longer utilize that life energy to augment his physical strength. Fortunately, the Six Paths power could still operate under the support of life energy. After being propelled backward, Edward regained his footing and began to channel his life energy. In the next moment, the Six Paths of Seeking Tao appeared behind him, forming concentric circles. Come, let's engage in battle. Edward, vigilant and on guard, called out to the deity of Daetongyu. The Six Paths power? I possess it as well. I have not utilized such strength in ages. Upon witnessing the familiar Six Paths power manifesting on Edward, the deity of Daetongyu reminisced. Subsequently, he too summoned the Six Paths power. Once the deity of Daetongyu unleashed his Six Paths power, he dashed toward Edward. The most formal and earnest duel commenced at that moment. Countless sounds erupted in the air. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh, and the sporadic appearance of black blades bore testament to the ferocity of the battle. Their bodies fluctuated in size, energy spheres detonated, each attempting to influence the other. Ultimately, Edward landed a punch squarely on the deity of Daetongyu's face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of crimson blood. Not bad. I have drawn blood from my face. The deity of Daetongyu paused in astonishment before touching the blood on his face. For centuries, millennia, this was his first experience of bloodshed. He was not a battle madman. He typically favored ranged attacks and had never fought with such fervor. Hence, this instance of bleeding imparted upon him a profound realization. Continue. This means little. Before long, the injury on the deity of Daetongyu's face was mended with chakra energy. Damn it, this fellow can utilize chakra energy. Edward seethed. If it were him, he could only employ the Six Paths power to heal his wounds. The life energy derived from chakra energy was merely a heap of useless energy residing within him. This cannot continue. Six Paths enhanced tremor power. Edward roared, swinging the Tsungyun Xie with both hands. He must force the deity of Daetongyu to exhaust his chakra energy under the relentless barrage of his assaults. Only then could the disparity in their strengths be narrowed. My eyes have seen through all your intentions. As Edward's formidable blade swept towards him, the Otsutsuki deity conjured two photon sword blades in each hand to counter the attack. This blade of yours is of little use, he remarked, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Through prior observations, he had noted that this weapon was always by Edward's side. Could this be what one calls affection? I too wish to possess such a bond. Yet, his realization dawned swiftly, and a yearning expression graced his visage. The Tsungyun Xie, which had fought alongside me for so long, would be retained by my side, regardless of its apparent ineffectiveness, especially with the power of Jinjin. With that, a triumphant smile spread across Edward's face. It is worth noting that Tsungyun Xie could channel his Six Paths power along with Jinjin's might. Boom! Crack! Crack! Under the conduit of Tsungyun Xie, Jinjin's power erupted, shattering the photon blades in the hands of the Otsutsuki deity into mere fragments. After obliterating the blades, Song Yun Xie continued its advance, cleaving through the Otsutsuki deity's form with a decisive strike. A splatter of crimson sprayed through the air as the deity was bisected. What? What is this power? Yet this was not the end. The Jinjin power surged forth within the deity's severed halves. An overwhelming force coursed through his body, causing what was once two halves to disintegrate into countless shards. How can this be? This was the last utterance of the Otsutsuki deity as he lost his final consciousness. This technique has never failed. No one can withstand it. Following the destruction of the Otsutsuki deity, Edward unleashed Jinjin's power in the surrounding area. Knowing full well that soon the deity could revive through chakra energy and the Six Paths power. Space shatter. Indeed, it was not long before mysterious consciousness returned to this realm. With a calm statement, the space surrounding Edward began to twist violently. What is this? The warping space sought to tear Edward's form apart. The Six Paths twisting and splitting body. Ultimately, Edward had no choice but to rely on the technique of distortion to separate his immense form into countless smaller Edwards, scattering them throughout. What a commendable response. Truly, none who emerge from the grave are to be trifled with. The previously fragmented body of the Otsutsuki deity reformed, gazing at Edward's swift adaptation with admiration in his eyes. And what of this? C'est pas rebirth technique. In the next moment, a smile crept across the deity's face as he extended his right hand toward Edward. A mysterious energy surged forth, engulfing the scattered small Edwards. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of sounds, the bodies of these small Edwards began to twist grotesquely. Soon, the contorted forms halted their distortion. What? My body? Amusingly, these small Edwards had transformed into pigs, chickens, or other commonplace animals. Now you possess no power to resist. Observing the transformation of Edward into a horde of small creatures, the Otsutsuki deity grinned. Subsequently, he gathered a formidable energy in his left hand, directing it at the group of small animals. Damn it, this technique is utterly perverse. Feeling the utter impotence of his current form, Edward's thoughts darkened. In their first confrontation, he had triumphed, yet this second encounter heralded his defeat. Soon, the energy coalesced in the deity's left hand struck the small animals, reducing them to nothingness. I shall see just how much Six Paths power you can recover from this. After annihilating Edward's transformed forms, the Otsutsuki deity murmured. Now, the contest between them lay in the extent of energy each possessed within their bodies. The one who exhausts their energy first shall become the sacrificial offering to breach the wall, by completely obliterating the life of the other. The energy from the breached spatial realm would ignite, triggering a cataclysm that would shatter this barrier and lead to the third dimension. Six Paths empowered, Overlord's armed Jinyun slash. In an instant, Edward, harnessing the Six Paths power to draw forth the life energy within him, completed a restoration. Once rejuvenated, he summoned back Song Yun Xie, appearing above the Otsutsuki deity to strike down. Here it comes. Energy shield. Despite the rapid succession of events, the Otsutsuki deity remained motionless, merely raising a hand to conjure a white energy shield around himself. Crack, crack. The formed energy shield interrupted Edward's assault, thwarting his attack. But that was not the end. Unwilling to concede, Edward poured more power into Song Yun Xie. Finally, amid the sound of shattering, Song Yun Xie breached the white energy shield and cleaved towards the Otsutsuki deity. Bang! An energy wave radiated from the two as the deity manifested white photon sword blades in his hands to block Edward's strike. You wish to engage me in close combat? The Otsutsuki deity declared, launching a fierce offensive against Edward. Jinjin, Edward, undeterred, retaliated with Song Yun Xie. Their weapons clashed, producing a cacophony of sounds, crackling with fierce ionic sparks. Is your weapon inferior to mine? Yet ultimately, the Otsutsuki deity found himself retreating, his weapon beginning to splinter, emitting crackling sounds. This is our third round. Who shall emerge victorious? Seeing the weapon in the deity's hand fracture, hope ignited in Edward's eyes. The outcome is yet to be determined. However, the Otsutsuki deity chuckled ominously. In the next moment, his weapon shattered completely, and Edward's blade struck him once more, cleaving him cleanly in two. This is our third round. You have lost again. 6 paths empowered. Edward sighed in relief, believing the Otsutsuki deity had no further tricks up his sleeve. But was that truly the case? After a light chuckle, the Otsutsuki deity revealed the truth. Rewind. With merely those 2 words, everything returned to its prior state. The already shattered and fragmented white photon sword blade, previously struck by Eidhua, reappeared in his hands. The body of Datomu no Kami also retreated behind Eidhua, rendering his current attack, imbued with the power of the 6 paths, meaningless. With a soft sound, Datomu no Kami wasted no time and swiftly wielded the photon sword blade, thrusting it into Aidiwa's body. Did you not expect this? Datomu no Kami chuckled as he pierced Eidhua with the photon sword blade. This indeed was a commendable tactic. Feeling the agonizing pain radiating from his abdomen, Eidhua maintained an expression of stoicism as he uttered 6 paths reversal technique. Following this, Eidhua unleashed his signature move. Much like Datomu no Kami's retreat, he vanished from his original position, and the wounds on his body disappeared. In this third round, it was a draw. Eidhua, sensing the minimal depletion of his 6 paths power, declared, "Let the 4th round commence." Observing that Eidhua had fully recovered, Datomu no Kami remarked, and with that, they resumed their standoff. Each gathered a sphere of energy in their hands, their gazes locked onto one another, waiting for the other to make a move. Once one acted, the energy spheres would erupt. Eidhua noted that he still had a substantial amount of 6 paths power remaining as he concentrated the energy sphere in his hand. Go! At that moment, Datomu no Kami hurled his energy sphere toward Eidhua. Here it comes. Eidhua swiftly braced himself, summoning Kanji-Unki. He clashed with the energy sphere while simultaneously sending his own energy sphere towards Datomu no Kami. Condense. In a mere moment, Datomu no Kami had coalesced numerous energy spheres in his hands. Countless energy spheres were hurled at Eidhua, detonating upon impact. The energy sphere Eidhua had previously formed was rendered useless, exploding in the air upon contact with Datomu no Kami's energy spheres. The 5th novel boom, bang, bang, bang. However, Aidiwa's situation was dire. The multitude of energy spheres detonated around him. He could not afford to continue this way, allowing his injuries to be mended solely by the 6 paths power. Eidhua murmured, his gaze fixed intently on Datomu no Kami. Without regard for the explosive energy spheres surrounding him, he soared towards Datomu no Kami. In close combat, Eidhua was indeed the master of the battlefield. Do you still wish to engage in close combat? Datomu no Kami, undeterred, summoned a white long staff to meet him. Their attacks collided against each other's weapons in a relentless exchange, preventing either from pausing. Time slowly passed, and their injuries worsened significantly. Datomu no Kami found himself gradually at a disadvantage, his wounds more severe than Aidiwa's. Yet, due to his simultaneous use of chakra and 6 paths power, Datomu no Kami's injuries healed rapidly. Aidiwa's wounds were also mended by the 6 paths power. The pace of recovery exceeded the severity of their injuries, placing both in an exceedingly precarious situation. It seemed that it would come down to a contest of who possessed more energy. Thus, Eidhua thought to himself, "Let us give it a try." Thus, their exchange continued. Time flew by. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Their internal energies seemed inexhaustible, still sustaining their battle. Huff, huff, huff. Finally, Eidhua, panting heavily, regrettably withdrew from the battlefield. "It seems you have lost this 4th round," Datomu no Kami proclaimed with an air of arrogance as he approached Eidhua. "Not necessarily. Your energy is running low as well, isn't it?" Eidhua replied, unafraid. Although he could not compete with Datomu no Kami in terms of energy, he was not to be underestimated in close combat. Throughout their prolonged battle, Eidhua had managed to deplete a substantial amount of Datomu no Kami's chakra energy due to his melee advantage. While Eidhua ultimately could not match Datomu no Kami in energy, a thorough tally would reveal that Datomu no Kami had consumed far more energy than Eidhua. "Oh, you guessed," Datomu no Kami remarked, forming a sphere of gray energy in his hand, distinct from the previous white energy sphere. This gray energy sphere was exponentially more potent. It seems I was right, Edwa thought with a smirk, realizing that Daitongmu no Kami's formation of this gray energy sphere indicated his growing desperation to eliminate him. Boom! The next moment, Daitongmu no Kami hurled the gray energy sphere towards Edwa. Time-space reversal. Edwa, however, deviated from his usual pattern and chose not to evade. Instead, he swung Kanjiunki at the gray energy sphere. A deafening explosion ensued, propelling Edwa far away. Did I succeed? Daitongmu no Kami chuckled inwardly upon witnessing Idewa's plight. Yet, mere seconds later, an identical gray energy sphere erupted beside him. Instantly, he was thrown back, his body shattered significantly. This is the other half. So you previously only unleashed half of your power. Daitongmu no Kami, now fully understanding Idewa's tactics, remarked. Only now do you realize? Unfortunately, it's too late. Edwa, previously blasted away, had already recovered from his injuries. Brandishing Kanjiunki with one hand while gathering a black-red energy sphere with the other, he soared towards the gravely wounded Daitongmu no Kami. Seizing this opportunity, Edwa aimed to inflict further devastating harm upon Daitongmu no Kami. The outcome unfolded as Edwa desired. Kanjiunki cleaved into Daitongmu no Kami, while the energy sphere detonated, obliterating him. By the time Daitongmu no Kami regained consciousness, his face was pallid, and his chakra energy fluctuated erratically. He could no longer sustain intense combat. Curse it! I never anticipated my defeat, Daitongmu no Kami lamented, lowering his head as he gazed at his battered body, his voice tinged with despair. But this is not yet over. With this proclamation, Daitongmu no Kami abruptly lunged towards Edwa. What? Edwa exclaimed, hastily raising Kanjiunki to strike him down. To Idewa's astonishment, Daitongmu no Kami did not evade. He allowed Idewa's attack to strike him directly. However, this action enabled Daitongmu no Kami to successfully grasp Edwa tightly. Let us together embrace the death of the flesh. Let us truly compare in that realm of death, ha! As the great Daitongmu deity uttered those words, he detonated his own body before the incredulous gaze of Edward. How could this be? Following this, the residual power of the pure I in the shattered space was triggered by the true death of the Daitongmu deity, resulting in a colossal explosion. The ground shook with a thunderous roar. The planetary forces followed suit, erupting in a cataclysmic display. The shattered space began to crumble, with only the area occupied by Daitongmu and Edward remaining intact, while everything else gradually dissipated. Ultimately, it appeared as though the universe had met its doom, leaving behind only this small fragment unscathed. Surprisingly, this fragment revealed an aperture that transcended dimensions. It was an exceedingly narrow opening, just wide enough for a single individual to pass through. In pursuit of this minuscule passage, the Daitongmu deity sacrificed the entirety of the universe behind him. Was this the third dimension I have long awaited? The Daitongmu deity gazed at the minuscule opening, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He had waited far too long for this moment. My body. Meanwhile, Edward, held in the embrace of the Daitongmu deity, cried out amidst the explosion. He was now reduced to nothing but a soul. His immensely powerful and resilient body had vanished into the shattered space. This disappearance was not illusory. It was a genuine obliteration. The life energy within Edward's body could no longer sustain him, leading to his dissipating essence. However, the remnants of Edward's soul survived, albeit with a limited lifespan. If he did not urgently find a new vessel, his soul would soon vanish alongside his corporeal form. Fortunately, Edward's sealing space existed as an independent realm, thus it did not disintegrate with the loss of his body. As long as Edward could control his connection to that alternate space, he could regain a new form, though establishing that connection proved to be a challenge. I am here, in the third dimension. The Daitongmu deity, oblivious to the cries of Edward's soul, propelled himself toward the opening. His condition mirrored Edward's. He too was reduced to a mere soul. Therefore, he needed to hasten through that aperture in search of a new vessel. Want to escape? It wouldn't be that easy. After failing to establish a connection, Edward had no choice but to abandon that endeavor and soared towards the opening alongside the Daitami deity. He had a premonition that once his soul passed through that opening, it would seal shut. Thus, he had to outpace the Daitami deity to traverse the passage first. Split the soul. All things shall perish. Upon noticing Edward approaching, the Daitami deity was taken aback. He immediately divided his own soul into two halves, intending to use one half to restrain Edward. He was resolute about entering the third-dimensional space and would not allow any unforeseen occurrences. Now is the time for his utmost seriousness. Damn it, he didn't even consider the extent of his soul's consumption. Seeing the split manifestation of the Daitami deity charging at him, Edward cursed under his breath. Yet his actions did not falter as he immediately countered the attack from the deity's manifestation. Shockwave. In the next moment, Edward aimed to unleash the formidable powers of his shockwave fruit, colliding with the manifestation of the Daitami deity. However, he was instantly taken aback, for he found himself unable to wield the powers of the shockwave. It seemed that without a physical form, he could not summon the strength of the shockwave fruit, relying solely on his soul. With a darkened gaze, Edward shouted toward the Daitami deity, who was on the verge of reaching the opening. What about this technique? Conqueror's Haki. Soon, Edward roared. This was his final opportunity. If even his Conqueror's Haki could not be summoned, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be the Daitami deity. Bang! To Edward's relief, the Conqueror's Haki remained potent, dispersing the manifestation into nothingness, and its power surged toward the Daitami deity without losing its efficacy. What is this? Upon witnessing the black-red Haki, the Daitami deity widened his eyes and quickly dodged to the side. This is my power, the three-colored Haki. Edward felt a slight sense of relief as he managed to restrain the Daitami deity. It seems that I must eliminate you to fulfill my dream. All things shall perish. With that declaration, the Daitami deity's eyes gleamed with determination, and a new soul manifestation appeared beside him. All things shall perish. An intriguing name. It had not previously affected me. At first glance, it appeared to be merely a manifestation. However, Edward understood that a technique bearing such an extraordinary name could not be taken lightly. It was only because I had not controlled him before that you were unharmed. But this time, upon completing that statement, the Daitami deity grinned wickedly and plunged his hands into the chest of the nearby manifestation. Why? To Edward's astonishment, as the manifestation sustained injury, he too cried out in agony. He could feel his soul rapidly depleting. If this continued unchecked, it would not be long before he faced true demise. The Daitami deity, relishing this splendid opportunity, again thrust his hands in a pointed manner into the manifestation. Conqueror's Haki. Unable to contain himself any longer, Edward unleashed the black-red Haki. Due to his soul state, he could not execute many physical attacks, rendering him reliant on mental assaults, a domain in which he was not particularly skilled. You have lost. Yet before Edward's Conqueror's Haki could reach the Daitami deity, the deity unleashed an even more ferocious attack upon the manifestation. The excruciating pain caused Edward's Haki to be forcibly interrupted. Have I lost? I can't hold on any longer. The pain that pierced to the depths of his soul rendered Edward nearly unconscious, leaving him dazed in place. His soul flickered between existence and oblivion, and Edward's will could no longer endure. Farewell. The manifestation beside the Daitami deity reached its limits and turned to ashes. However, this was merely the beginning. Edward was rendered immobile, requiring an extended period to recuperate. During this reprieve, the Daitami deity entered the opening with ample time to spare. Ultimately, I have succumbed to him. After a prolonged period of recovery, Edward finally regained his composure and murmured at the retreating figure of the Daitami deity. That excruciating pain was the most intense sensation he had ever endured, and he wished never to experience it again. Although it had not inflicted substantial physical harm, it had significantly impacted his will and soul energy. The third dimension. I have arrived. The Daitami deity, now at the threshold of the opening, gazed at it with rapt fascination. He then extended his hand into the aperture without hesitation. Afterwards, the body was entirely engulfed. Once Daitami no Kami entered the past, the entrance began to close slowly. This aperture, being the last ray of light in the universe, sealed tightly after Daitangyu no Kami's entry, never to be reopened. Only his solitary soul consciousness remained, engulfed by the endless darkness. This was the abyss of the second dimension, the most terrifying place. Has it come to an end? Am I destined to vanish forever in this void? Edward spoke with a tone filled with a desire to vent. However, as a soul entity, he could no longer express his feelings in any manner. The solitary tear of soul essence that trickled from the corner of his eye represented his current state of mind. Surprisingly, the residual energy here did not explode and obliterate his soul entity. Feeling the scant remnants of mixed energy surrounding him, Edward lamented. He had expected that upon Daitangyu no Kami's entrance, the remaining energy would ultimately erupt and destroy his soul entity. But what use is that? Must I remain in this universe, now nothing but emptiness, until my soul energy is completely depleted? A helpless sigh escaped Edward's lips, his heart devoid of any hope for resistance. Yet, I cannot simply give up. In the sealed alternate space, my family remains, the ones I must protect. Furthermore, there is Daitangyu no Kami, who exists in the third-dimensional space. I cannot allow him to act recklessly. Before long, Edward regained his composure, a fierce fire igniting within him. Indeed, he had his family and friends, the people he vowed to protect, behind him. I must take action. Let me attempt to connect to my sealed space, Edward said, as if a thought had struck him. He then devoted all his energy to establishing a connection with the sealed alternate space. I must complete the connection before my soul energy is entirely expended. The fire in Edward's eyes blazed fiercely as he cried out with unwavering focus. Time slowly passed in this endless void. No one could see, hear, or know that Edward still lingered here. Astonishingly, the flame of life within this soul entity continued to burn brightly. It should have long since extinguished, yet for some reason it persisted. The connection has been successfully established. At last, Edward's voice rang out, confirming that he was still alive. However, having lost his physical form and lacking chakra energy, I can no longer freely wield the powers within the sealed space, Edward expressed with deep regret. At this moment, despair filled his heart. I cannot hold on much longer. It seems my only path leads to death. Despairingly, Edward raised his head, unsure whether he was gazing upwards or in another direction, murmuring softly, "Edward, can you hear my voice?" At that moment, a voice reached Edward's ears. Who is it? Is it Kagaya? Hearing the familiar voice, Edward momentarily froze, then called out into the air. Yes, what has happened to you? Why has the sealed space vanished within you? Has it been transferred? Daitangyu Kagaya inquired of Edward. Since Edward's earlier confrontation with Daitangyu no Kami, Kagaya had completely lost contact with him. It was only now that they re-established their connection. Yes, due to my defeat, my physical body was detonated, and the sealed space was transferred. Otherwise, you would have perished back then, Edward explained, lowering his head as he recalled the previous situation. With Kagaya companionship, he felt somewhat better. So, what is the current situation? What is happening to you? Kagaya, now residing in the sealed alternate space, was filled with confusion and urgently sought answers. I am no match for Daitangyu no Kami. I have failed and shall perish here, Edward said, lowering his head, filled with guilt. Is there any solution? However, Kagaya did not share Edward's sense of urgency and pressed him for answers. If Edward were to die like this, the ungoverned sealed alternate space would inevitably collapse. The power of time and space was beyond Kagaya control. Only Edward could manage it. Currently, it was only Kagaya who was forcefully maintaining the planet's operation. Once her chakra energy was completely depleted, the surrounding alternate space would crush the sealed space into fragments. Before them lay two paths, death or desperate survival. No, if I could reopen the passage to the third dimension, there might be a glimmer of hope. But now I'm merely a soul entity. I cannot enter the sealed space through my soul form, nor can I utilize even a thread of power from within it. If only I had some remnants of the Six Paths power, I might still attempt something. But alas, Edward poured out his hopelessness to Kagaya. No, you still have me. After listening to Edward's lament, Kagaya fell silent for a long moment before finally shouting with determination. In this critical situation, as the most powerful being, she had to take action. Are you still with me? Edward misunderstood Kagayaheim's intent, lost in thought. He found himself in an environment of utter void and darkness. He could see nothing, touch nothing, hear nothing, and even the scent eluded him. How can I assist you? There is still a chance, albeit not entirely lost. Kagayaheim inquired of Edward. A chance? There is none left unless you can traverse time and space to reach me, Edward replied weakly, his soul energy nearly depleted. Traverse time and space? Can your Tsongyun Chia not harness such power? Kagayaheim asked with anticipation, as if a thought had struck her. Tsongyun Chia. Upon hearing this, Edward gazed at the Tsongyun Chia floating nearby, feeling somewhat bewildered. In the current situation, if I were to transfer Tsongyun Chia to you, it would drain my final vestiges of six paths power and soul energy, Edward explained to Kagayaheim with a sense of helplessness. However, there are no other options left. I will use my flame of life to provide you with a final glimmer of hope. Soon, Edward regained his resolve and spoke with a deep breath. His heart had now placed all hope in Kagayaheim. If fortune smiled upon them, perhaps Kagayaheim could master the power of time and space through Tsongyun Chia. Yet, if she failed to harness that power before depleting the energy within Tsongyun Chia, it would lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, Kagayaheim would not be able to recharge Tsongyun Chia through any other means. She could only wait for time to allow it to gradually regain its power over time and space. However, by that time, Oitsutsuki Kagaya's most pressing need would be time, and it would certainly lead to a dead end. At the very least, it meant that my home would not simply come to an abrupt end. Feeling somewhat comforted, Edward relaxed slightly and spoke. He intended to use the fire of his life to prolong the existence of his homeland. Although his era had come to a close, as long as his homeland endured, hope would remain alive. Edward, upon hearing this, Oitsutsuki Kagaya, who had begun to sense something amiss, gazed at him with a complex expression. Come now, I have been prepared for this for quite some time. Edward took a deep breath, ready to channel all the energy within him into the Kanjianki. However, Edward, I cannot control the power of time and space. I do not have enough time. In that final moment, Oitsutsuki Kagaya suddenly intervened, her eyes filled with resignation. What do you mean by that? Hearing her words, Edward felt a sharp pain in his heart and spoke with great anguish. As one who wielded the power of time and space, he understood just how challenging it was to master such abilities. Initially, he could only access the power of time and space through the Kanjianki. Had it not been for the fact that it was his destined weapon, he would still be powerless. Edward, I simply cannot extract enough energy. The energy from this ninja world is even more abundant than that of planetary power. Yet I cannot divide my spirit, Oitsutsuki Kagaya said, shaking her head in frustration. Although she had contemplated the suggestion Edward had just made, after careful consideration, she felt she could not undertake such a task. Perhaps if Edward truly proceeded with his plan, it would not be long before Oitsutsuki Kagaya could no longer endure. Edward fell into a deep silence after hearing the despondent tone in Oitsutsuki Kagaya's voice. Yet what to be done now? If he were to preserve even a fraction of planetary power, he could attempt to detonate this energy to open the third-dimensional space. But now he was at a loss for how to proceed. Once occupying the highest position, he could never have anticipated such a moment. Wait, did you just say that the energy of the ninja world is not less than that of planetary power? Suddenly, Edward's eyes widened as he recalled his earlier conversation with Oitsutsuki Kagaya. Huh, what is it? Oitsutsuki Kagaya, momentarily engulfed in despair, was affected by Edward's sudden enthusiasm. In nothing. Yet Edward seemed reluctant to continue his thoughts, becoming increasingly agitated. Within his mind, a wildly audacious idea took form, to entrust the Kanjianki to Oitsutsuki Kagaya, allowing her to utilize its power of time and space to transport the entire planet sealed within to their current dimension. Ultimately, they would detonate the planet, harnessing the surrounding energy to create a grand explosion that would open the third-dimensional space. The price would be that Edward would lose everything, left with nothing but his own existence. Are you suggesting Otsutsuki Kagaya, astute as she was, quickly grasped Edward's implication. She realized the meaning behind his hesitant words. "No, that is not my intention." Edward fervently shook his head in response to Otsutsuki Kagaya's inquiry. Everything that had brought him to this moment was because of his guardianship over the ninja world. Without it, he would be no different from a mere shell of a being. Let's take this gamble. It is at least better than asking me to master the power of time and space. Observing Edward's resolve, Otsutsuki Kagaya gently shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I will not do that. It will be far more painful than death." However, Edward disregarded her words, speaking fiercely. "If you do not proceed, I, and everything in the ninja world will dissipate with time. The ultimate victor will only be the Otsutsuki Kagaya who has ascended to the third dimension." Otsutsuki Kagaya began to offer Edward relentless counsel. "I am aware of all that you speak, but how could I abandon you?" Edward's mental state was one of profound anguish. Losing her and the entire ninja world would be a double blow, both mentally and physically. "Fool, once you reach the third-dimensional space, you can acquire the power to resurrect us." At that moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya's words stunned Edward into silence. Indeed, as long as he continued to push forward and persist, Edward could acquire greater power from the third dimension. Restoring Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ninja world would not be an insurmountable task. Ask the others in the ninja world. This is not a decision I can make alone. In the end, Edward spoke with a tremor, unable to bring himself to abandon Otsutsuki Kagaya. "After I comprehended the meaning behind your words, I consulted everyone, and they all support you," Otsutsuki Kagaya replied, weary from having just completed a monumental task. Given her control over the ninja world, transmitting her voice to everyone was no trivial matter. "Is that so? I understand now." At that moment, Edward's previously unfocused gaze gradually regained clarity, and a firm resolve began to take root in his heart. "I will not let you down." Ultimately, Edward spoke these words with great pain, having come to understand the true meaning of suffering. "Let us begin, Edward. I have faith in you," Otsutsuki Kagaya said, unafraid of death. Subsequently, the last vestige of the power of the Six Paths was channeled entirely into the Kanji-Yunki. Now, devoid of Six Paths power, his soul would dissipate more swiftly, and he could no longer condense Six Paths power through chakra. It could be said that Edward was left with nothing, compelled to gamble on the unknown of the third dimension. "Go!" With a roar that only he could hear, Edward hurled the Kanji-Yunki, which ascended into the space above. Under Edward's final vestiges of Six Paths power, the Kanji-Yunki broke through one spatial barrier after another. Ultimately, it shattered the fabric of time and space, locking onto Otsutsuki Kagaya's position and plunging fiercely beside her. "Edward, this choice will surely be the right one." Lost in thought, Otsutsuki Kagaya observed the appearance of the Kanji-Yunki beside her, murmuring softly. After her murmurs, Otsutsuki Kagaya began to act, grasping the Kanji-Yunki with both hands. "The power of time and space. I have known of your strength for quite some time." As she felt the immense power within the Kanji-Yunki, memories flickered in Otsutsuki Kagaya's mind. These memories were of the moments she had shared with Edward. Though they were sometimes mundane and ordinary, they had captivated her heart. Slash! In the next instant, Otsutsuki Kagaya no longer hesitated, suddenly raising the Kanji-Yunki and striking forward with fierce determination. "It is time to depart from this place. Regarding my words, do you truly support me?" After rending the fabric of space, Daitomyu Kagaya once again inquired of the inhabitants of the distant planet. Daitomyu Shirin replied, "I support you." Yinshan Maple Leaf added, "I am the first to agree concerning Brother Edward." Yet, as before, all responded with resolute tones. "Very well." After casting a final glance at the people on the planet, Daitomyu Kagaya transformed it into a small orb. Its appearance had now diverged entirely from the essence of the planet, leaving her uncertain about its potency. Daitomyu Kagaya observed the orb in her hand, which was erratically pulsating. Following a few more remarks, she stepped forward into the void ahead. Before her lay an abyss of infinite darkness, yet undeterred, Daitomyu Kagaya bravely plunged into the unknown. "Edward, I'm on my way." Upon uttering these words, she affirmed her arrival beside Edward. "Ah, You have come. Edward's voice echoed in the void, a sound that resonated through the air. What has happened to you? Daitonmu Kagaya exclaimed in disbelief, gazing upon Edward's spectral form, now a mere fragment of energy. Should this energy be depleted, Edward would dissolve into nothingness, a stark contrast to the formidable figure he once was. Indeed, are you now aware of the intensity of my battle with Daitonmu God? Edward sighed, a tone of resignation enveloping his words. I never anticipated such a transformation. Daitonmu God has concealed their true nature so well. Lowering her head, memories of the deity that only existed in her recollections flooded Daitonmu Kagaya's mind, leaving her in turmoil. Do you need a new vessel? I can procure one from the shinobi world. After a moment of silence, she expressed her concern for Edward. No need. When I was in a state of fusion with Daitonmu God as a spiritual entity, having a physical body was indeed pivotal. However, now should I inhabit new form, I may be unable to transcend the third dimension. Even if I could, I would merely become a shadow of my former self, rendering it utterly futile. Reflecting on the distinction between the second and third dimensions, Edward spoke with a tone tinged with melancholy. His confrontation with Daitonmu God would forever remain his gravest failure. Well, I cannot replenish your energy at this moment, Daitonmu Kagaya lamented. She felt an immense guilt towards Edward, knowing that her only recourse was to unleash the energy of the third-dimensional space. It is all right. I am the true sinner here. A bitter smile graced Edward's face as he gazed deeply into Daitonmu Kagaya's eyes, seemingly on the verge of expressing more. Yet ultimately, he could only shake his head in silence. None of this matters to me, Daitonmu Kagaya replied, unable to meet his gaze. Her lips moved as if to speak. But like Edward, she too was rendered mute by a loss of courage, her thoughts left unvoiced. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence. Your soul energy is invaluable. Thereafter, she ceased her dialogue with Edward, resolutely suspending the shinobi world above her. Thank you for your faith. Edward's essence felt as if it had frozen, his expression devoid of emotion. Yes, I shall proceed. With that, Daitonmu Kagaya nodded and ascended towards the distant star, unrefined by the essence of the planet. She had no choice but to detonate her own strength to release the planet's energy. This was a test not only for Daitonmu Kagaya, but for all inhabitants of the shinobi world, and indeed for Edward as well. I shall acquire greater power to resurrect you all. Edward's immobilized spirit could only utter this phrase. Upon hearing this, Daitonmu Kagaya stiffened, seemingly dissatisfied with Edward's response, and refrained from replying. With a resounding boom, the chakra within Daitonmu Kagaya began to merge with the power of the six paths, employing the methods Edward had once imparted to her to refine the planet's essence. Yet, during this refining process, any misstep could lead to a catastrophic explosion of the entire planet, which was indeed her mission. Although she had never succeeded before, the process commenced under her guidance, step by step. However, during the second phase, she found herself stymied. Chaos erupted as the trapped energy surged wildly, triggering a chain reaction that threatened to engulf the entire planet. With a thunderous roar, the planet began to explode, completing Daitonmu Kagaya's task. Yet she would vanish alongside the shinobi realm. If we are to be reborn, I hope to remain at your side forever, you big oaf. These were the final words Daitonmu Kagaya spoke before her disappearance. Due to Edward's numbness and lack of courage, they remained ensnared in this limbo. Yet, Daitonmu Kagaya could no longer bear it, bravely taking that step forward to voice her feelings. Very well. Upon hearing her farewell, a solitary tear escaped the corner of Edward's eye as he resolutely declared. Meanwhile, as Daitonmu Kagaya triggered the explosion of the planet, an immense surge of energy erupted, stirring the remnants of the void. Despite being but a fragment of energy, this final surge contained the power of countless planetary essences and pure energy. Its force far from insignificant. The void erupted once more, illuminating the darkness, as the cataclysmic explosion returned. Witnessing this, Edward swiftly retreated to a previously discovered position, skillfully concealing his ethereal form. Thus, he evaded the onslaught of the explosion, emerging unscathed. The explosion raged on for what felt like an eternity before finally subsiding. The incompletely fused third-dimensional space was once again torn asunder, revealing a narrow fissure mere centimeters in width. Success. This small gap brought an overwhelming sense of exhilaration to Edward, compelling him to direct his essence towards it. 30 minutes. This was the time Edward had left to survive. His dwindling soul energy would only sustain him for 30 minutes more. Beyond that, he would cease to exist. 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Hurry. Time dwindled, and Edward's remaining soul energy continued to wane. Yet, in that critical moment, he successfully maneuvered through the narrow gap due to the fragility of his spectral form. After Edward slipped through the narrow seam, it instantly sealed behind him, transforming the space into a void. No one knew that this place had once been a universe filled with numerous galaxies and had witnessed countless astonishing battles. On Earth, on a small island, cherry blossom trees flourished abundantly, creating a serene environment perfect for leisurely cherry blossom viewing, with renowned spots dispersed throughout. The air was infused with the fragrance of cherry blossoms, and their beauty was visible everywhere. Yet, within a narrow room on this island adorned with cherry blossoms, a multitude of clandestine events transpired. The sudden ringing of a telephone echoed in the room, prompting a man to rush over to answer it. Simamace, I will modify it immediately. Uncertain of what was said, the man expressed an apology and hung up, his expression revealing some vexation, seemingly due to work-related troubles. Perhaps I should take a break and not burden myself with too much pressure, especially since I just returned from a business trip yesterday. Unexpectedly, after ending the call, he chose to collapse onto the bed. I'm so tired. I need to address the issues with the anime club soon, as the sales of Boruto seem less than satisfactory. After resting for a short while, he quickly stood up, grabbed his keys, and exited the room. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar transformation was occurring within an already opened drawer. A long-stored book, titled Hua Ing Renji Ji Feng Chuan, opened slightly, releasing an invisible red-black mist. This mist, upon its emergence, rapidly dissipated, appearing quite anxious as it darted about before finally escaping through an open window. Outside, pedestrians ambled along the street, clutching briefcases, hurrying to their workplaces during their designated office hours. Hello, a formally dressed man spoke into his phone, completely unaware that the invisible red-black mist had infiltrated his body. What's this? He remarked, sensing something amiss. Just as he was about to shout, he shuddered and lost consciousness. However, his body did not collapse, but remained still in place. Hello, can you hear me? Are you still there? The voice on the phone continued to inquire, but silence ensued for a considerable time, enveloping the conversation in an eerie quiet. Here, the formally dressed man finally uttered, but his voice was chillingly indifferent. This was the voice of Edward, who had taken control of the man's body. The man's soul had been consumed by Edward to replenish his own spiritual energy. The crossing had been successful. 3 minutes had indeed sufficed. After uttering that single word, Edward abruptly hung up the phone and lowered his head, lost in thought. This is the third dimension. As expected, yet unexpected. Reflecting on the book from which he had emerged, Edward's expression darkened. All these years, I have existed as a mere character in a comic drawn by a manga artist in my original world. Does this mean I have been transformed into a weaker existence? One stroke of the artist's pen, and I could vanish forever. Edward spoke with an unusually cold demeanor. The entity that sent me to this second-dimensional existence is likely that being from the fourth dimension. He raised his gaze to the vast blue sky, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Hello, may I assist you with something? At that moment, a woman approached Edward, concerned that he had been standing motionless for too long. No need, I am merely contemplating something significant. Hearing familiar Japanese and observing the woman before him, Edward smiled gently and declined. He might possess the inclination to take over a stranger's life, but he would never usurp the body of someone extending kindness toward him. Oh, very well, the woman replied, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Edward nodded at her and then disregarded her concern, continuing on his way. What a strange man, she mused, though her curiosity remained buried as she watched him depart. As for Edward, he felt utterly powerless, devoid of any usable energy. I am currently without strength. I must swiftly begin extracting energy from the ground up. His expression clouded with determination. He pressed forward. Yet, due to the urgency of his crossing, he had consumed his original soul to restore his energy, leaving behind no memories. This left him in a state of distress, unsure of where to go. And even the phone in his hand was locked, inaccessible due to a password. Damn this Apple phone. No fingerprint unlock or facial recognition. Edward exclaimed in frustration, holding his phone and glaring at the lock screen. Now in Japan, he was lost and uncertain of where to stay. Eventually, Edward halted and found an empty chair to sit upon. There's no choice but to begin by extracting the most basic energy, chakra. With this thought, he felt a headache coming on as he struggled to control the energy swirling within him. Although he had previously deemed chakra, an energy belonging to the Otsutsuki clan, as somewhat discarded, he now had no option but to refine it. Oh no, I forgot. This is not the original dimension. Edward's eyes widened in realization. He could not sense even the slightest trace of chakra energy in the air. How infuriating! If the chakra extraction methods from Naruto are ineffective, then perhaps I must resort to those from One Piece. At this thought, Edward shivered. The training methods in One Piece involved consuming the protein of colossal beasts, yielding energy vastly different from what was available here. The haki he possessed could not be unleashed in his current state. Is the only method left to absorb the energy from others' bodies? Edward gazed upward, his eyes filled with anguish. The thought pained him, for if this were the sole means to gain energy, countless lives would inevitably be lost. If it weren't for me, perhaps the Otsutsuki deity would not have shattered the walls, and perhaps this would not have entangled Blue Star. Where are you, Otsutsuki deity? I will find you and make you pay for the lives lost. As Edward pondered, his eyes were consumed by hatred and fury, his body trembling uncontrollably. Little did he know that the very Otsutsuki deity he obsessively contemplated was raving mad within a house right behind him. What kind of bizarre place is this? The Otsutsuki god, having traversed into this realm, surveyed the form of a boy less than 12 years old, standing at under 1.50 meters. His heart was ablaze with rage. Like Edward moments before, he had emerged from the pages of the manga Naruto, Shippuden as a wisp of smoke. Unfortunately, his insatiable curiosity led him astray, and he ended up inhabiting the body of a young boy. Initially, he intended to rest for a while and refine his chakra energy to regain his peak, remaining dormant within the boy's body. However, as time passed, he realized something was amiss. He was unable to exit. This revelation ignited a furious rage within him, prompting a chaotic rampage throughout the house. Honey, what has happened to our son? Should we call the police? A concerned Japanese woman clutched her husband, who had hurried home. Don't worry, don't worry. The man reassured his wife, extending his hand with a gentle smile as he approached the frenzied child. Shin, what is happening to you? He spoke softly as he advanced. What? So? Upon hearing this, the Otsutsuki god was momentarily taken aback, halting his actions. How could this being, a deity of the illustrious Otsutsuki clan, be referred to as a son? Unforgivable. You shall perish. Unable to endure such an affront, the Otsutsuki god seized control of the boy's body and dashed towards the man with lightning speed. Shin, what are you doing? The man was momentarily stunned by the ferocious expression on the boy's face. This momentary distraction afforded the Otsutsuki god the opportunity to leap, delivering a swift kick to the man's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, the force of the blow caused the god's leg to fracture, resulting in his own fall. Shin, what happened? The woman, who had initially sought a breath of fresh air, rushed back in alarm upon hearing the commotion. However, upon witnessing the scene inside, her mind buzzed with disbelief. What had she just seen? Her husband lay unconscious on the floor, while her son appeared dazed, with a fractured leg. Call the police. After a brief moment of clarity, she made the most prudent decision, retrieving her phone to dial for help. In her assessment, having not grasped the full situation, she suspected a burglary or some other form of misfortune had occurred. No matter how she reasoned, she could not fathom that her son had incapacitated her husband, resulting in his own injury. It seems this feeble body cannot withstand the burden, the Otsutsuki god thought coldly, observing the unconscious man and the anxious woman outside. Mere mortals indeed. He then attempted to muster his strength to rise. However, devoid of energy and with a fractured leg, he could not withstand the backlash from his own body. Before he could stand for even a second, he collapsed again, the pain intensifying. There was no choice but to wait for this body to perish, allowing him to seek a new vessel. Seeing this dire situation, the Otsutsuki god sighed heavily. He relinquished his control over the boy's consciousness, and the body promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. As nightfall enveloped the world in darkness, Edward found himself in a police station. "You say you have amnesia?" a young police officer inquired. "Yes," Edward replied, clutching his growling stomach, his expression grim. Initially, he had planned to rest beneath the sky and on the ground, hoping to regain his energy. However, his hunger quickly shattered those plans. Upon hearing the officer's words, Edward nodded at a nearby girl. Subsequently, he ignored the well-meaning woman and began walking forward. What a peculiar man. As Edward departed, the woman felt a sense of confusion but buried her curiosity deep within. Meanwhile, Edward, devoid of any usable power, lamented his current state. "I am utterly powerless. I must rapidly begin extracting energy from the ground up." With a somber expression, he continued onward, contemplating his predicament. However, due to the urgency of his transmigration, he had consumed his original soul to restore his energy, leaving no memories behind. This left him in a state of distress, unsure of where to go. And now his phone had been locked with a password. Damn that Apple phone. No fingerprint or facial recognition. Frustrated, Edward glared at the locked screen. Now in Japan, he had no idea where to stay. At that moment, Edward found an empty chair to sit down. There was no other option. He had to start refining the most basic energy, chakra. With this thought, he felt a headache coming on as he attempted to control the energy coursing within him. Although he had previously deemed chakra, an energy unique to the Otsutsuki clan, as half abandoned, he now had no choice but to refine it. Oh no, I forgot. This is not the original dimension. Suddenly, Edward's eyes widened. He could not sense even a trace of chakra energy in the air. How infuriating. If the chakra extraction methods from Naruto do not work, then perhaps the techniques from One Piece? At this thought, Edward shivered. It should be noted that the training methods in One Piece involve consuming the protein of top-tier beasts, yielding energy that is entirely different from this realm. The three-color haki could not be unleashed in his current condition. It seems the only method left is to absorb the energy from the bodies of others. Edward looked up, his expression filled with anguish. What tormented him was the realization that if this was the only way to gain energy, countless lives would inevitably be lost. If it were not for him, perhaps the Otsutsuki god would not have broken through the barriers, nor would it have affected the blue planet. "Where are you, Otsutsuki deity? I will find you and make you pay for the lives lost." As his thoughts spiraled, Edward was left with nothing but hatred and fury, his body trembling uncontrollably. Little did he realize that the object of his obsession, the Otsutsuki god, was raving mad within the very house behind him. What kind of strange place is this? The Otsutsuki god, having traversed here, surveyed the boy's body of less than 12 years, standing at under 1.50 meters, his heart aflame with rage. Like Edward moments before, he had emerged from the pages of the Naruto, Shippuden manga as a wisp of smoke. But fate had led him astray, and he ended up inhabiting the body of a young boy, initially intending to rest for a while and refine his chakra energy to regain his peak. He remained dormant within the body of a young boy. However, as time passed, he realized something was amiss. He was unable to emerge. This revelation ignited an intense fury within him, causing him to wreak havoc throughout the household. "Honey, what has happened to our son? Should we call the police?" A concerned Japanese woman clutched her husband, who hastily returned home, gazing at their seemingly deranged child. "Do not fear," the man reassured his wife, extending a gentle smile as he approached the frenzied boy. "Shao Xin, what has transpired?" Upon hearing the word son, the deity of the Otsutsuki clan froze, momentarily halting his actions. How could a mere mortal dare to address him, a being of unparalleled power, as son? This was intolerable. Unable to accept such indignity, the deity seized control of the boy's body and dashed toward the man with astonishing speed. "What are you doing, Shao Xin?" The man was momentarily stunned by the boy's fierce expression. This hesitation granted the deity an opportunity. He leaped and delivered a swift kick to the man's head, sending him crashing to the floor. However, the force of the kick was so great that the deity's leg fractured upon impact, causing him to fall as well. Zhengming, Xiao Xin, hearing the commotion, the woman, who had initially sought fresh air, rushed back inside. Yet upon witnessing the scene before her, her mind spun in disbelief. What had she stumbled upon? Her husband lay unconscious on the ground, while her son appeared dazed, nursing a broken leg. Call the police. After a moment of clarity, she made the most prudent decision and dialed for assistance. Without first-hand knowledge of the situation, she surmised that a thief might have intruded, or some other calamity had befallen them. Little did she realize that her son had incapacitated her husband, causing his own injury. Is this frail body unable to withstand such turmoil? The cold-hearted deity reflected upon the unconscious man and the anxious woman outside, concluding that mortals were indeed weak. With a snort, he attempted to rise, but lacking energy and with a broken leg, he succumbed to the overwhelming feedback from his body. He fell once more, the pain intensifying. With no alternative, he resigned to the thought of waiting for this body to perish before seeking a new vessel. Witnessing his current predicament, he let out a resigned sigh and relinquished control of the boy's consciousness, causing the body to faint immediately. As night fell, enveloping the world in darkness, Edward found himself in a police station. You're saying you have amnesia? A younger police officer inquired of Edward. Yes, Edward replied, clutching his grumbling stomach, his countenance grim. He had initially planned to utilize the night as his blanket and the ground as his bed to replenish his energy. However, his ravenous hunger swiftly disrupted his plans. As the night deepened, the lights in the police station shone brightly. Edward sat in an interrogation room, facing a young officer diligently recording his words. His stomach's protest broke the silence. The officer looked up with concern. Are you hungry? I can fetch you something to eat. Before long, the officer returned with a sandwich and a cup of hot coffee. Edward accepted the food, his eyes gleaming momentarily before he devoured it ravenously. The officer, observing him, couldn't suppress his curiosity. Do you truly remember nothing at all? Edward paused, shaking his head and feigning anguish. My memories are fragmented, like shards, and I can recall only vague snippets. The officer gazed at him sympathetically. Do not worry. We will help you recover your memories. Eat your fill and rest. We shall continue the investigation tomorrow. Yes, thank you so much, Edward replied, nodding appreciatively. Despite being in an unfamiliar place, he was grateful for the kindness extended to him. After finishing his meal, Edward felt a warmth enveloping his stomach, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. He reflected on this rarity, his resolve hardening once more. Infused with a fierce determination, he had not forgotten the purpose of his presence in this realm, to locate the entity responsible for his ruin and ultimately eradicate it. It was time to set his plan into motion. Poor souls, he murmured softly, his gaze fixated on a certain direction, the location of the inmates in custody. Having yet to overcome the mental barrier that plagued him, Edward decided to experiment here. The officers were preoccupied with their duties, leaving the inmates unsupervised, presenting an opportune moment. Hey, look at that guy outside. What does he want? One inmate pointed out, observing Edward's approach. Who knows, he might be a lunatic. Let us ignore him, replied another, as they were all minor offenders awaiting release from this temporary holding facility. Yet in the next instant, the inmates were seized by an invisible force, a sensation of dread washing over them. What is this? They screamed internally as their souls were drawn upward, struggling in vain against the inevitable. Their physical bodies were powerless to resist, and they could only watch helplessly as Edward absorbed them. What a familiar essence! Is this the chakra of the sun? As he drew the souls into himself, Edward began to transmute them into energy. To his astonishment, he discovered that the souls of these men were indeed of the sun nature. Thus, the souls of women must surely be of the yin nature. Filled with amazement, Edward had never anticipated the cruel realities of fate. Should malevolent ninjas in the shinobi world discover this truth, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Alas, the chakra is becoming erratic. I must gain control. Edward struggled to harness the power, preventing it from spiraling out of control. With each absorbed soul, his strength amplified. Yet he was also enveloped by a profound sense of guilt. He did not wish to let this power harm the innocent, but for the countless shadows behind him, he felt compelled to proceed. As he continued to absorb souls, Edward sensed his abilities growing, yet he was simultaneously ensnared in a web of guilt and conflict. He closed his eyes, striving to calm the tempest within while simultaneously attempting to harness this burgeoning power, ensuring it did not spiral out of control. No, I require inKonoha to balance the Yang-Duan chakra, thus enabling the formation of a controllable Yang-Duan chakra. Edward swiftly discerned the pivotal point. He comprehended that the path he was traversing was fraught with uncertainty and peril. "What are you doing?" At that moment, he sensed a gaze directed at him, the voice approaching from a distance. Edward opened his eyes to behold a young police officer standing nearby, his expression one of astonishment. Clearly, the officer had also sensed the dissonance in the surrounding environment and rushed over to investigate. However, upon witnessing the anguished expressions of the convicts, he froze in place. Disbelief etched on his face. "Is this some sort of superpower?" the young officer exclaimed incredulously. Edward hesitated, aware that he could not fully elucidate the situation to the outside world. Yet, he was unwilling to become a monster driven by power. "Stay back." The young officer, upon seeing this, slowly distanced himself from Edward and immediately grabbed his radio, shouting, Captain, I have a strange individual here. He is attacking our convicts, requesting backup." With the officer's call for assistance, Edward realized that the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. He needed to act swiftly to prevent further misunderstandings and harm. "Listen to me. I am not your enemy." Edward endeavored to imbue his voice with calmness to soothe the young officer before him. Yet, he understood that the abnormal fluctuations of chakra within him and the agonized visages of the convicts had instilled a profound wariness in the young officer. "Keep your distance, you monster." The young officer retreated, nervously fixating on Edward, as the response from the backup team crackled through the radio. Edward was acutely aware that if the current predicament was not resolved promptly, matters would become exceedingly complicated. "Quickly, over here." Just then, the voices of the incoming officers drew near. Soon, numerous police officers flooded in, most wielding batons and electric rods, with one elderly officer brandishing a handgun. Upon witnessing this, Edward realized he would soon face a plethora of explanations and potential conflict. Nonetheless, he could not yield. He had to find a way to demonstrate to these ordinary individuals that his intentions were benign. "Let us all remain calm." Edward raised his hands in a gesture of peace, endeavoring to control the raging Yang-Duan chakra within him. "I do not wish to be your adversary. Please allow your captain to speak with me." Edward spoke in as soothing a tone as he could muster. The officers exchanged glances and ultimately decided to comply with Edward's request. Before long, a seasoned captain approached, scrutinizing Edward with a piercing gaze. "I am Captain Jean Mufone. Who exactly are you, and what are you doing here?" the captain inquired sternly. Edward took a deep breath, preparing to explain, but he knew how incredible his words would sound. "I am Edward Newgate. I understand you may not believe me, but this planet is on the brink of annihilation, and I am its savior." Edward spoke with utmost seriousness. "What? Are you some sort of jester summoned by a monkey?" The incredulous remarks from the officers erupted in laughter, their amusement palpable. "Edward Newgate? I am still Minato Namikaze," one officer retorted vehemently, alleviating some tension in the atmosphere. "Captain, these convicts are dead." Just then, a voice broke through, and all laughter ceased, replaced by an immediate seriousness. The atmosphere shifted back to a state of heightened tension and gravity. Should Edward exhibit even the slightest abnormality, the officers would not hesitate to strike. "I understand this is hard to believe, but I did not harm these convicts." Edward spoke as calmly as possible. "Please examine their bodies. You will find no external wounds. Their demise is related to the power I am attempting to control. But it is not as you perceive. For the sake of this world, I had no choice," he thought, lowering his head, lost in contemplation. "Oof. Nonsense." Captain Jean Mufang's eyes were icy as he gestured to his subordinates, prompting an officer to cautiously approach and inspect the convicts' bodies. "Captain, The bodies of these convicts are intact. Perhaps they were poisoned. Indeed, as Edward had asserted, there were no external injuries on the corpses, prompting the officers to exchange glances, each pondering the cause of death. Please explain what is happening. Why did you cause their deaths? Captain Jean Moufong pressed, his tone unyieldingly severe. Edward patiently elaborated. I possess the ability to absorb souls. I absorb these convict souls to restore my power. Souls? Are you claiming to possess some form of supernatural ability? Captain Jean Moufeng's voice betrayed a hint of skepticism, yet also curiosity. I understand this is difficult to grasp, but I am indeed trying to avert an impending disaster. Edward realized that without providing more compelling evidence or explanations, the situation would only deteriorate further. Just then, the young officer recalled something and whispered, "Captain, he seems to be the person who came to us asking for food earlier." Upon hearing this, Captain Jean Moufong furrowed his brow and, after a moment of deliberation, addressed Edward. "We can take you back for further investigation, but if you exhibit any inappropriate behavior, we will act immediately." "Very well." Edward nodded in understanding, cognizant that cooperation was the only path to gradually convey his true intentions. Yet at that moment, the Yongduan chakra within him surged violently, as if threatening to erupt from his being. "No, there is no time." Edward trembled, shouting, and immediately set his gaze upon one of the female officers. "I am sorry, but for the sake of this world." Ultimately, with a look of anguish in his eyes, he extended his hand toward the female officer, unleashing a powerful suction that gradually drew her soul forth. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from her. "Xiaoling, what is wrong with you?" In an instant, the scene descended into chaos, the officers utterly bewildered. Only Captain Jean Moufong remained solemn, fixating on Edward as he slowly disengaged the safety on his firearm. Fire! A sharp gunshot shattered the tranquil night, the bullet from Jean Moufeng's weapon piercing the air. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving everyone present in stunned disbelief at the unfolding events. Only Edward lowered his head, his gaze fixated on the wound in his shoulder, his eyes filled with incredulity, questioning the sudden turn of fate. There, a gaping wound continued to bleed profusely, the crimson liquid rapidly staining his garments and dripping onto the cold ground. "Raise your hands. Kneel on the ground. Otherwise, the next bullet may find its mark in your head." Jean Moufeng's voice was cold and stern as he wielded his firearm, his gaze fixed resolutely on AI Dahua, issuing commands with a commanding tone. His expression was grave, as if he were executing a critical mission. However, at that moment, AI Dahua seemed to inhabit another realm, his eyes vacant, murmuring repeatedly, "The people I sought to protect have betrayed me." His voice was laden with disappointment and anguish, as if recounting a tragic jest. "What am I even protecting?" He chuckled bitterly. AI Dahua's laughter echoed with profound irony and sorrow. Confusion and bewilderment filled his heart. He could not fathom why he had descended to such depths, nor why those he risked his life to shield would pull the trigger against him. Was he merely a madman? What had he done to Xiaoling? Observing AI Dahua's deranged demeanor, Jean Moufong tightened his grip on the gun, contemplating gravely. "Do not move. Every action you take is under my control." His tone betrayed no fluctuation, as if he had utterly suppressed his emotions, leaving only duty and obligation. AI Dahua remained motionless, blood oozing from his shoulder, yet his expression was eerily calm, even distant. He whispered, "I once believed I was safeguarding this world, protecting every innocent soul, but the truth is, I was mistaken in my guardianship." As his words fell, AI Dahua abruptly extended his hands, unleashing a surge of force. The surrounding officers, suddenly roused from their stupor, emitted anguished cries, while a few exchanged bewildered glances, appearing helpless. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. In this urgent moment, those who had not succumbed to the soul-draining phenomenon urgently called into their radios, plunging the scene into further chaos. Some officers collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads and groaning in agony, while others frantically sought assistance, the situation spiraling out of control. Amidst this turmoil, Jean Moufong maintained his composure. gripping his weapon tightly, his gaze fixed on inKonoha. Despite feeling shock and unease, he realized that the situation before him transcended mere law enforcement. It involved forces beyond human comprehension. You monster! With a voice filled with rage, Jinmu Feng pulled the trigger in rapid succession, the gunfire erupting in a cacophony. Bang! Bang! The sounds reverberated through the confined space. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the bullets hung suspended in mid-air, mere centimeters from inKonoha's forehead. This spectacle stunned all present. They now comprehended that the individual before them was no ordinary human. This was the power of Yin-Yang Dancha Chakra. With eyes imbued with desolation and sorrow, inKonoha swung his right hand toward Jinmu Feng, exclaiming, "Shun Luo Tianzheng." As inKonoha's voice resonated with fury, a formidable force erupted from the palm of his right hand, manifesting as a vast, translucent wave that spread outward. Jinmu Feng and all the officers present were thrust back by this invisible power, as if struck by a heavy blow, tumbling to the ground. The scene fell abruptly silent, leaving inKonoha standing alone, breathing heavily. His gaze reflected profound exhaustion and isolation, as if he had just made a monumental decision. What has led me to this state? Is it my experiences? inKonoha observed his hands, seemingly stained with blood. Just then, the wailing of police sirens grew louder as a significant reinforcement arrived on the scene. Even special forces and reporters arrived in droves, rushing into the police station with weapons drawn. Caution! Evacuate all unrelated civilians from this area. The officers swiftly established a perimeter, encircling the police station, their eyes filled with vigilance and fear. Not long ago, their radios had echoed with desperate cries for help, prompting immediate action. However, these calls for aid no longer came from the public, but from their own colleagues. Go! 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 Inside the besieged police station, the special forces relayed commands to each other, advancing deeper into the building until they encountered the severely damaged prison and the unmoving figure of inKonoha. "Sir, your actions constitute a violation of the law. If you do not cease immediately, we will resort to further measures," the special forces declared in grave tones. Should inKonoha refuse to surrender, they would swiftly fire upon him. "I am here solely to eliminate that wicked individual. Please understand my intentions." Upon hearing this, inKonoha turned his head to address them. The captain of the special forces regarded inKonoha with unwavering resolve. "We understand your motivations, sir, but we ask that you accompany us for now. We will ascertain the truth. If your claims are verified, the law will duly punish all wrongdoers." inKonoha paused in silence, then gradually nodded. He was acutely aware that, despite his formidable strength, he should not confront the police at such a juncture. Doing so would only exacerbate the chaos. Just as the special forces prepare to apprehend inKonoha, an urgent sound of footsteps approached the entrance. A breathless reporter, camera in hand, hurriedly navigated the obstacles, attempting to reach the tense scene. His lens aimed at inKonoha, the man targeted by firearms, eager to capture the most shocking footage. "Who goes there? Do not obstruct official duties." The special forces' voices were cold and severe as they swiftly turned their weapons toward the intruder, brows furrowed, their eyes flashing warnings. They understood that in such a scenario, any uncontrollable variable could lead to dire consequences. The reporter, taken aback by the sudden attention, felt his heart race. However, a hint of embarrassment and panic crossed his face. He raised his hands, signaling his lack of malice, while hastily explaining, "I am a reporter. I apologize. I didn't mean to intrude." His voice trembled, clearly shaken by the earlier gunfire. The captain of the special forces scrutinized the reporter, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. He recognized that journalists often disregarded everything for the sake of news and fame. Yet, he also understood the importance of information dissemination. Thus, he made a gesture to halt, signaling his team to lower their weapons. "Stand down. The suspect is under control. You may film, but afterward, you must accompany us." The captain's voice was calm, yet authoritative. Upon hearing this, the reporter initially froze, but then his face lit up with excitement. "Oh, thank you. Thank you. His voice brimmed with enthusiasm and gratitude, for he understood that this was a rare opportunity he must seize. His lens once again focused on Adehua, the man who remained remarkably composed under the gun's threat, hoping to capture this historic moment. Meanwhile, within a nearby children's hospital, Daetam Shun lay in a hospital bed, his gaze fixated on the television screen in the room. This television was unlike any ordinary set. It possessed advanced monitoring capabilities, capable of broadcasting information and news from around the globe. The technology here was astonishingly sophisticated. Even the luminous screen could surveil humanity. This technology I must acquire. A hint of excitement and greed permeated Daetam Shun's voice. His eyes sparkled like an explorer discovering a new continent, yearning to master this technology to amplify his own powers. This one is unappealing. Next, he uttered, and with a delicate flick of his finger, the television screen transitioned to the next channel. His actions seemed almost casual, as if he were accustomed to such whims of control. Suddenly, an urgent broadcast echoed from the television. A major suspect has attempted to attack the police station in Kagura County. The perpetrator has been apprehended. The reporter's voice brimmed with tension and excitement, his exaggerated gestures underscoring the news's significance. Isn't that the police station next to this children's hospital? What transpired there? Daetam Shun pondered curiously as he observed the animated reporter on the screen. In the next moment, the camera abruptly shifted, revealing the perpetrator being closely escorted by special police. That perpetrator was none other than Adehua Nyoyuete. His eyes were vacant, hands shackled behind his back, and his clothes were stained with blood, presenting an image of utter disarray. Daetam Shun's gaze was riveted on the television screen. When he beheld Adehua Nyoyuete being led away, his expression froze, excitement evaporating in an instant. A flicker of shock and confusion crossed his face, as though he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. That gaze cannot be mistaken. It is him. How is he still alive? Daetam Shun's voice resonated with disbelief and fury, unable to trust his own eyes. He vividly recalled how Adehua Nyoyuete had vanished forever into that cosmic abyss. How could he suddenly appear here, now a criminal? Immediately, Daetam Shun's anger erupted like a volcanic eruption. Dare to thwart my plans? I must eliminate this wretched man. Let him vanish for eternity. His voice was laden with resolve and hatred, as if Idewa's very existence was a dishonor he could not tolerate. Daetam Shun's gaze turned icy, emanating a palpable chill. Despite his lingering injuries, he rose without hesitation. He understood that although he was far from his former peak, this body was sufficient to fulfill his mission. Although I'm not what I once was, I have regained some measure of spiritual energy. It should suffice. Daetam Shun clenched his fists, his voice tinged with malice. His gaze was unwavering, as if he could already envision Adehua Nyoyuete's demise. With that, Daetam Shun's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. His speed was astonishing, rendering him nearly unfathomable. He knew he had to act swiftly. Otherwise, Adehua Nyoyuete might escape his grasp once more. Get in the vehicle, mister. Adehua, the court will render a fair judgment. The special police's voices were calm and resolute as they escorted Adehua towards the military vehicle parked by the roadside. Though they were unaware of the events that had transpired within the police station, the scattered bodies spoke volumes. Adehua nodded silently, his eyes revealing hints of fatigue and resignation. He understood that he would face a severe trial, yet he bore the responsibility to account for his actions. I will clarify everything with you. Adehua stood before the military vehicle, glancing back at the throngs of onlookers gathered around. His heart was burdened with conflicting emotions, yet he knew he must confront reality. The stars in the night sky twinkled with faint light, and Adehua slowly closed his eyes, attempting to feel the dwindling kindness that remained in this world. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not capture any signals of goodwill. Instead, he sensed only disdain and malice directed at him. Suddenly, Idewa's heart raced, sensing a powerful malevolence swiftly approaching, a presence that nearly suffocated him. No, that is Daetam Shun. Idewa's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp as he turned towards the source of the threat. His heart surged with vigilance and anger. He knew Daitongyu Shun had finally arrived. With a sudden force, inKonoha shattered the handcuffs binding him. This unexpected action sent a wave of tension rippling through the scene, leaving onlookers in disbelief. They had never witnessed anyone break free from handcuffs so effortlessly. "Stop. Do you have any idea what you are doing?" The special police stared in astonishment at inKonoha's actions, their eyes wide with shock. They quickly raised their weapons, prepared for any reckless move he might make. inKonoha regarded the special police, a glint of determination and resolve flashing in his eyes. He realized he had no time to explain himself to them. He needed to escape immediately. Otherwise, Daitongyu Shun's arrival would plunge him into a greater crisis. "I don't have time to explain." inKonoha's voice was urgent as he leaped forward. His swift motion left the crowd stunned, eliciting fearful screams as they scattered, desperate to avoid being caught in this unforeseen conflict. inKonoha's emotions were tumultuous. He recognized that his actions might instill panic and harm among the innocent bystanders. Yet he understood that his true enemy was not these ordinary people, but the swiftly approaching Daitongyu Shun. "Poor fellow, are you searching for me?" At that moment, Daitongyu Shun's voice echoed before inKonoha, his figure emerging from the shadows, a mocking smile gracing his lips. His eyes brimmed with derision and contempt, as if toying with a helpless prey. inKonoha's eyes widened, his body tensed, a surge of intense emotion coursing through him. He gazed at Daitongyu Shun, memories of past battles and the agony of parting flooding his mind. His body began to tremble slightly, as if bracing for the impending confrontation. "Is indeed you." inKonoha's voice was low and filled with rage, his fists clenched tightly, ready to strike at any moment. He understood that this adversary before him represented the greatest challenge of his life. However, to the onlookers, the scene appeared exceptionally eerie and terrifying. They witnessed inKonoha, seemingly deranged, display a fierce expression toward an innocent young boy, even attempting to attack him. "This man must be insane. Someone shoot him. Yes, shoot him quickly. There is still a child there." The onlookers were engulfed in shock and panic, retreating hastily, fearful of being drawn into this astonishing conflict. "Damn it, keep away from that child. Otherwise, we shall immediately enact emergency measures." The special police officers were also thrown into disarray, their weapons trained on Edward, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Simultaneously, their gazes reflected confusion, unable to comprehend Edward's actions, which they could only perceive as a threat. Countless officers gradually encircled the boy and Edward, their movements both professional and swift, aimed at safeguarding the innocent populace and preventing any potential harm. They dispersed the crowd, ensuring everyone could evacuate the scene safely, averting greater casualties. "D. Otsutsuki gut." Edward's voice resonated with fury and anguish, as he could no longer bear the relentless tide of painful memories flooding his mind. His body surged forward, as if to unleash all his pent-up rage. "Fire!" Concurrently, the officers' voices grew urgent. Upon witnessing Edward's erratic behavior, they hesitated no longer and issued commands. With the orders given, gunfire erupted, plunging the scene into chaos. Countless bullets rained down upon Edward like a torrential storm, saturating the air with tension and danger. Yet, amidst this tumultuous scene, the Otsutsuki god appeared remarkably composed. He surveyed the battlefield, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. His voice dripped with derision. "Look, this is the one you wish to protect, a fool as dim-witted as a swine, mistaking his guardian for an enemy." Such mockery only deepened Edward's torment. He felt an unprecedented sense of betrayal and anguish as darkness enveloped his vision, with only the Otsutsuki god's scornful smile flickering before him. "Shinra Tensei!" Edward suddenly bellowed, a formidable repulsive force emanating from his form. This power surged like a storm, deflecting the multitude of bullets aimed at him. "What the hell?" The officers cried in terror, witnessing the bullets whizzing perilously close, invoking an unprecedented fear. The projectiles seemed animated, tracing arcs through the air before rebounding at an even swifter pace. The officers promptly retreated, striving to evade these lethal rounds. However, despite their trepidation, they did not falter. They understood that to protect the child, they must stand their ground. Their gazes hardened. Weapons raised once more, prepare to resume firing. Continue firing. The captain's voice rang out, infused with resolve and courage. Upon hearing the command, the officers hesitated no longer and pulled the triggers. Once more, the sound of gunfire erupted, bullets pouring toward Edward like relentless rain. "You leave me no choice." Edward's voice brimmed with indignation and resignation. Unable to withstand the ignorance of those attacking him any longer, he resolved to retaliate. "Cho Shinra, Tensei." As his words fell, Edward's body erupted with immense power. Boom! An even greater repulsive force manifested, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Countless individuals and structures vanished beneath this overwhelming force, leaving the scene in utter ruin. Amidst the swirling dust, only a weakened figure and a child remained. Edward stood amidst the wreckage, his breath quick and his body swaying. Yet his gaze remained resolute, as if proclaiming to the world that he had never relinquished his fight. "Is this all you can do? I am sorely disappointed." Gazing at the resilient silhouette, the Otsutsuki god's eyes flickered with apprehension, though his lips remained defiantly set. He had not anticipated that within just 10 days, Edward would rise to such formidable strength. Given another month, or even a year, the Otsutsuki god could scarcely predict what Edward might become. "I shall not lose this time," Edward declared coldly. He gradually regulated his breathing, striving to maintain optimal condition in this life-or-death struggle. His gaze grew increasingly frigid, as if able to pierce through all barriers and gaze into the heart of his foe. Although the amount of yin-yang release chakra he had gathered during this period was relatively meager, Edward's extensive combat and ninjutsu experience enabled him to adeptly wield and control every ounce of chakra. "Upon your demise, I shall use your soul as a specimen. Eternally residing within the heart of my body," the Otsutsuki god uttered with sardonic tone, his voice laced with contempt and confidence toward Edward. In his eyes, Edward was already a dying man, incapable of posing any threat. Yin-yang release, black sphere creation. However, Edward remained unfazed by these taunts. Swiftly, he formed hand seals, gathering the residual spiritual energy in the air, converting it into yin-yang release chakra. Distortions began to ripple around his body, as if a formidable power was coalescing. Ultimately, this energy materialized into a colossal blade resembling the Kusanagi. The blade radiated a dark luminescence, its surface etched with intricate runes, seemingly imbued with boundless power. Edward gripped the blade tightly, feeling its immense strength coursing through him, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. He knew that this weapon would be the key to his victory over the Otsutsuki god. With this blade, he would sever all bonds and protect all that he held dear. In the next instant, Edward, wielding the black sphere blade, appeared above the Otsutsuki god in an instant. The blade descended with thunderous might, aiming to cleave the Otsutsuki god in two. The Otsutsuki god chuckled coldly, his form shifting slightly as he effortlessly evaded Edward's onslaught. "Do you think this is enough to defeat me? You are still too naive." With a flick of his wrist, a surge of black energy erupted from his palm, swiftly coalescing into a massive black scythe. He swung the scythe toward Edward with ferocious intent. Yin-yang release. Edward, realizing the imminent danger, quickly summoned his inner strength, conjuring a defensive barrier through yin-yang release techniques. His figure flickered like a specter in the air, narrowly dodging the Otsutsuki god's assault. As time wore on, Edward sensed his strength waning, while the Otsutsuki god seemed to have lost some of his earlier bravado. After a violent clash, both retreated a few steps, pausing their onslaught to catch their breath and regain their strength. "I cannot sustain this. My soul energy pales in comparison to his. If it weren't for my mastery of yin-yang release, I would have long since." Edward tightened his grip on the black sphere blade, furrowing his brow, acutely aware that this stalemate could not continue. As the battle progressed, he could feel the widening gap between them, both physically and mentally. He needed to discover a breakthrough to conclude this confrontation. Suddenly, an ingenious plan flickered into Edward's mind. Thus, a formidable force harnesses the power of the six paths to stir the consciousness of this world, activating the Tian Dao and expelling the soul of Daitongyu from the cosmos. In such a scenario, the unrevived Daitongyu would be utterly incapable of withstanding the erosion of the cosmic vacuum, leading to the gradual dissipation of his essence. However, the prerequisite for this is the obliteration of Daitongyu's corporeal form, exposing his soul entirely. Even if the price exacts Edward's very life, he bears no resentment. Yet, what remains for me now? With a steady resolve in his eyes, Edward fixated intently on Daitongyu, contemplating, "Daitongyu, I shall surely annihilate you, regardless of the cost." Following this, Edward bellowed at Daitongyu, his voice resonating with determination and valor. Daitongyu responded with a disdainful smirk, mocking, "Do you truly believe you can conquer me? Do not delude yourself. Edward, my power is eternal, while you are but a fleeting moment. Is that so?" Edward suddenly shouted, his entire being surging with energy as it rushed towards the black jade blade. Daitongyu sensed this extraordinary force, and a flicker of genuine alarm crossed his gaze. He understood that Edward's impending strike would be earth-shattering. Edward dashed towards Daitongyu, his figure tracing a luminous arc through the air, the energy coalescing upon the black jade blade, igniting the atmosphere itself, filling the space with an acrid scent. Daitongyu, not to be outdone, concentrated all his dark power into his scythe, prepared to confront Edward's ultimate attack. Now behold true power. Edward's voice brimmed with the anticipation of victory. The two colossal forces collided violently at the center of the battlefield, their radiance rivaling that of sun, illuminating the ruins of the police station as if it were daylight. A tremendous shockwave swept away all debris surrounding them, the intense wind pressure causing distant structures to tremble precariously. The plan must be executed swiftly. This body is on the verge of collapse. Edward silently admonished himself, acutely aware of his perilous predicament. His body had reached its limits after numerous fierce battles, each strike depleting his vitality. Yet, surrender was not an option. He must seize the opportunity to vanquish Daitongyu and safeguard the innocent lives. Drawing a deep breath, he steadied himself, momentarily suppressing the fear and anxiety within. He recognized that this was the climactic moment. Any hesitation or fear could lead to failure. "Six bots yin yang slash," Edward roared, his form transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from his original position to once more charge at Daitongyu. His speed was so extraordinary that it was nearly impossible to track his movements. The black jade blade in his grasp radiated a blinding brilliance, a weapon forged from the chakra of yin-yang, seemingly imbued with the power to cleave worlds. Its luminescence carved through the air, leaving behind dazzling trails, as if attempting to slice the very fabric of reality. To unleash the power of the six paths in such a place. "You are insane." Daitongyu felt Edward's resolve and determination, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. He could scarcely believe that Edward would risk his life to wield such overwhelming might. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. Edward's speed was unfathomably swift, his attack entirely unexpected. In that moment, Daitongyu sensed an unprecedented threat. Splurt! A frigid gleam flashed, cleaving Daitongyu's form in two. His visage bore an expression of disbelief. He could not accept that he had been defeated by one he once regarded as inferior. His body then transformed into a swirling black mist, materializing in the air. This was his true essence, a non-corporeal state of being. No, he beheld the destruction of his corporeal form, engulfed by boundless fury and resentment. Nevertheless, Edward offered him no chance for reprisal. Gripping the black jade blade tightly, he felt the immense power emanating from it. He understood that this moment of triumph was earned at the cost of his very life. "Ha! I have triumphed." Edward's voice emerged faint and hoarse. His body had reached its ultimate limit, gradually fracturing into fragments, dissolving into the air. His minuscule soul, having expended excessive energy through the six paths, was now exposed. Finally, it was over. Yet, a hint of satisfaction graced his visage. He knew he had protected the innocent and fulfilled his mission. Boom! As the latent power was unleashed, the world consciousness awakened at this moment. It sensed two foreign existences upon the earth, a formidable repulsive force enveloping their souls, akin to the very wrath of the world, punishing those who dared to challenge its authority. Ultimately, both felt their souls uncontrollably ascending towards the heavens. Their bodies became weightless, as if swept away by the wind. Their souls continued to rise, piercing through the clouds, journeying deeper into the cosmos. No, let me return. Daetongmu's voice was steeped in despair and helplessness. His eyes flickered with fear and pleading as he struggled, but that invisible force bound his essence like iron chains. In a vacuum of space, they slowly ascended into the universe, exposed to the void. The vastness and profundity of the cosmos rendered them insignificant and powerless. Their souls drifted in the boundless universe, akin to mere specks of dust. At this moment, the unyielding cosmic vacuum exerted its influence, relentlessly eroding the scant remnants of their soul energy. Under this force, their souls gradually turned transparent, as if on the verge of vanishing. Daetongmu's anguished cry echoed through the cosmos. He had aspired to conquer this universe. Yet he was no longer the omnipotent Daetongmu of yore, but a feeble spirit. His power appeared inconsequential within this universe, his pride and confidence utterly shattered in this instant. His cries gradually faded into the cosmos, his essence slowly dissipating in the vacuum. Ultimately, he transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, disappearing into the infinite universe. As for Edward, despite his own frailty, his eyes shimmered with determination and hope, which had yet to be extinguished. Even if you betray me, I will still love you all. Ultimately, Edward's gaze settled upon the resplendent star ahead, a smile gracing his features. There resided numerous adorable little beings resembling him, sharing the same bloodline, the continuation of his life. Yet, as he spoke, Edward's soul energy shattered into fragments, eternally vanishing within this universe. Fusion degree 100, imminent transformation. Just as Edward's consciousness began to fade, a mechanical and emotionless voice resonated within his mind. This voice was both familiar and alien, seemingly the voice of some system. What? A flicker of astonishment passed through Idewa's mind, yet there was no time for contemplation as his consciousness began to sink into an abyss of darkness. Upon his eventual awakening, he found himself reclined upon a grand bed, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of crashing waves, the surroundings swaying as if he were adrift upon the sea. As he surveyed his environment, he was surrounded by pirate-themed decorations and a collection of family portraits that bore a strikingly warm yet oddly dissonant aesthetic. These artifacts evoked a sense of familiarity intertwined with strangeness, as if he had encountered them before, but they were somehow detached from him. Where am I? Idewa's feeble voice emerged, revealing that although his body felt weary, it was significantly stronger than during his time on launching. He vividly recalled the fierce battle against Daetongmu no Kami, culminating in his ultimate victory. Yet, he could not comprehend why he found himself in this unfamiliar setting. Shouldn't I be dead? Why am I here? Edwa pondered aloud, scrutinizing his surroundings. He attempted to retrieve the details of the battle, but all that remained was the fleeting moment of his soul being wrenched away, after which he succumbed to unconsciousness. Gradually, as his thoughts became clearer, Edwa suddenly realized that he might be within the anime realm of One Piece, a world he had once cherished as a devoted fan. Now, it seemed he had become a part of this universe. This is One Piece, Edwa murmured to himself. He was overwhelmed with astonishment and exhilaration, filled with a sense of relief and excitement. This indicated that he was not dead. He could once again ascend to his former pinnacle and seek out his true family. Moreover, it appeared that he had become the genuine Whitebeard. Observing his familiar hands and body, Edwa spoke with a tone of intricate emotions. He had never anticipated that following his mutual demise with Daetongmu no Kami, he would still be alive, bringing him such a profound surprise. Could it be that my final actions allowed me to perfectly align with Whitebeard's essence, leading to my rebirth in this realm? Edwa pondered softly. At that moment, he finally understood the intentions of the creator of this system. It seems the system aims to alter Whitebeard's fate, he sighed. Subsequently, Edwa rose, beginning to assess his surroundings with a gaze that was both familiar and foreign. As he gradually acclimated to this new environment, his attention was drawn to a large sword nestled in one corner of the room. The sword lay there quietly, seemingly the guardian of the room, exuding an aura of majesty and mystery. Upon closer inspection, Adhwa noted its elongated form, formidable shape, and the intricate patterns engraved upon the blade, glimmering with a cold light. He instinctively reached out to touch the hilt, feeling a chill and weight. "We meet again, Songyin Xie," he said with a voice laden with complexity while caressing the familiar weapon. He had believed he had lost this sword forever, yet reality had returned it to him. Just then, as Adhwa was lost in thought, a heavy knock resounded on the door, accompanied by a voice. "Old man, are you awake? It's time to eat." "Is that Marco's voice?" The familiarity of the voice momentarily bewildered Adhwa, but he quickly regained his composure. "Yes, I understand. You all go ahead and eat," Adhwa replied, his tone filled with nostalgia. "All right, old man." The voice outside hesitated before gradually fading away. Adhwa knew his son had complied with his request. He slowly approached the window, opening it to a rush of sea breeze mingled with the salty tang of the ocean. He inhaled deeply, savoring this environment that felt both familiar and strange. "I am truly back," Adhwa whispered, his eyes sparkling with determination. He recognized the necessity to adapt to this world, to reunite with his family, and to discover his purpose. Furthermore, and perhaps most crucially, he needed to grow stronger. Only then could he safeguard his loved ones and realize his aspirations. However, at this moment, he felt exceedingly weak. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Adhwa was seized by a fit of coughing, a wave of weakness surging through his body. "Is this blood?" Gazing at the blood he had coughed up, Adhwa's eyes widened in disbelief. He understood that although he had reincarnated as one of the 4 emperors, he had returned to the very path he initially chose, the injured Whitebeard from the War of the Best. Adhwa murmured the words, his gaze becoming complex. He realized that not only had he become Whitebeard once more, but he had also returned to the most arduous moment of his existence. On the eve of the War of the Best, in a state of significant injury. Therefore, the War of the Best must be imminent. Adhwa attempted to sit up in bed, but felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, leaving him in a state of deep melancholy. "Old man." At that moment, the door gently creaked open, revealing a tall man who entered, carrying a large array of delectable dishes. His muscular frame resembled that of Diamond, his hair oddly styled, lending him a comical appearance. He was Diamond Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, renowned for his formidable abilities and indestructible diamond transformation. "Old man, why are you up? Your body hasn't fully recovered. You need a rest." Despite his imposing exterior, Jozu's voice was laced with concern and a hint of reprimand. He set the dishes aside and hurried to Adhwa's side, ready to assist him. "Gurara, I'm fine." Adhwa waved his hand to halt Jozu's actions, a smile blooming on his face, warmth flooding his heart. He realized that even though he was in an era fraught with challenges and dangers, he was not alone. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates stood as his steadfast support. "Old man, you—" Yet Jozu was interrupted as Adhwa continued. "All right, Jozu, I'm fine. We must begin preparations. A great battle awaits us in the near future." Adhwa's voice was resolute and powerful, undeterred by his current physical condition. Jozu nodded solemnly. "Old man, we are ready and on standby. No matter the adversaries we face, we shall give our all." "Yes, I trust you all," Adhwa softly responded, while inwardly contemplating future strategies. "Now, I must recover my strength and find a way to prevent the tragedies of history from repeating." Adhwa thought. He was acutely aware that he not only fought for his own life, but also for the future of the entire Whitebeard Pirates. "Old man, there is a gathering tonight, and everyone will attend. We hope you can join us." Jozu then directly addressed the matter at hand, looking at Adhwa with eager eyes. "Gurara, rest assured, I will definitely be there," Adhwa declared with a hearty laugh, his voice filled with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing Edward's response, Diamond Jaw's face broke into a joyful smile. He nodded and gently reminded, "Very well, then I shall not disturb your rest. The food is over there, and I trust you will remember to eat on time." Following Jaw's finger, Edward's gaze fell upon a nearby table laden with a sumptuous feast, emanating an enticing aroma. His stomach involuntarily grumbled, and he nearly salivated. Jaws chuckled softly and then retreated, carefully closing the door behind him. His movements were tender and considerate, as if he feared to intrude upon Edward's repose. Watching Jaws' departing figure, Edward felt a surge of warmth within him. Although he was not originally from this world, the sensation of being cared for and cherished filled him with immense comfort. Truly, they were a delightful bunch. With that thought, Edward approached the table and began to indulge in the delectable fare before him. Each bite brought him satisfaction and joy. He understood that tonight's gathering would be his inaugural celebration in this realm, and he was determined to share an unforgettable evening with these charming companions. As dusk fell, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the sea, where the water shimmered like diamonds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. At this moment, the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates was alive with activity. All the key figures aboard were gathered, busily arranging for a grand festivity. Fine liquor, meats, and tableware were continuously brought on board, forming towering piles. Among these, the bottles of spirits stood out, neatly aligned to create a stunning hill-like display. After considerable effort, the preparations for the gathering were finally completed. With everything in place, everyone patiently awaited the arrival of a singular individual, for only his presence could herald the official commencement of the celebration. "Look, the old man has arrived." Suddenly, a shout shattered the silence, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A tall figure appeared, seated in a wheelchair, adorned with an four-stand and nutrient solution, carefully pushed forward by Diamond Jaws. This figure was none other than Edward Newgate, the core of the entire pirate crew, and one of the four emperors of the pirate world. His entrance elicited excitement from all who cast him admiring glances. This legendary figure, renowned for his prowess in countless battles, embodied an aura of intimidation. At this moment, his arrival rendered the atmosphere solemn and reverent, as if time itself had momentarily ceased. "Old man, you are here." A familiar, caring voice resonated in Edward's ear. He looked up to see a young man with a distinctive yellow, pineapple hairstyle approaching. This young man was Marco, the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard pirates. Endowed with the powers of the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the Tori Tori Nomi clad in a striking purple outfit, Marco exuded a unique and captivating charisma. "Marco," Edward murmured softly, casting a glance in his direction. A complex array of emotions surged within him, mingling nostalgia for the past with anticipation for the future. "Indeed, I have come," Edward replied with a smile, his voice imbued with determination and confidence, as if he were ready to embrace this new chapter of his life. No sooner had he spoken than Edward turned his gaze towards the assembled crowd, his many sons. He observed their familiar faces, all adorned with smiles and glimmers of respect and joy. "My sons, let the feast begin." Edward slowly rose from his wheelchair, calling out with a resounding voice that echoed throughout the banquet hall. His words resonated like thunder, igniting a wave of exhilaration among the attendees. "Hooray! Cheers! Let us drink to the old man." The crew cheered, raising their glasses in unison. As music filled the air, the crew began to sing and dance, reveling in this rare moment of togetherness. Despite Edward's frail condition and advanced age, his spirit remained indomitable. He was still the strongest man. His very existence was a source of strength, instilling a sense of security and pride within all his crew members. However, at that moment, Marco approached Edward. Concern and worry filled his eyes, clearly indicating his apprehension regarding Edward's health. "Old man, perhaps you should drink a little less. It is not good for your health." Marco gently admonished. His tone, though soft, conveyed a firm resolve, clearly wishing to prevent Edward from overindulging. "Ha ha! All right, I understand," Edward replied with a chuckle, nodding in acquiescence. He recognized Marco's intentions were born out of care, wanting to protect his ailing body. Yet, simultaneously, Edward saw a familiar reflection in Marco. As Edward settled back into his wheelchair, he shook his head with a hint of resignation. He had once been so powerful and invincible, yet now, due to age and injuries, he was reliant on a wheelchair for mobility. This transformation was difficult for him to accept, but he knew it marked a new beginning. "Old man," Marco said, observing Edward's situation with a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. He approached Edward and gently patted him on the shoulder, wishing to offer comfort and support. "Old man, your health." Marco hesitated, wanting to inquire about Edward's condition, but fearing an unfavorable response. "Haha, do not worry. My body can still hold up. Do you not see who your old man is? I'm the strongest man in this world." Edward bellowed with laughter, his voice brimming with confidence and grandeur, as if to assure Marco that he was far from being too old to fight. "That is good to hear." Marco sighed with relief, a faint smile of reassurance gracing his face. After exchanging a few more words with Edward, Marco turned and rejoined the festivities. Meanwhile, Edward sat quietly in his wheelchair, observing the jubilant crew, his heart filled with emotion and anticipation. "I shall reclaim the strength I once possessed," Edward declared with unwavering resolve. He reminisced about his former family, a group of individuals who cared for him and loved him dearly. "I will bring you back." Without dwelling on painful memories, Edward redirected his gaze towards the celebration. "Cool, mate. Let's drink and continue. Cheers." Clink. The atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick was vibrant, as everyone reveled in the joyous ambience. Edward quietly observed it all, a smile of happiness gradually spreading across his face. In this moment, they were no longer renowned pirates, but a family supporting one another. If only time could stand still, allowing this beautiful moment to last forever. "All right, my sons, have you all had your fill?" Edward suddenly shouted loudly, his voice resonating throughout the lively banquet hall, capturing everyone's attention. Upon hearing his words, all gazes were once again fixed upon Edward, their eyes filled with respect and anticipation. They understood that, as their leader, what Edward was about to say was of utmost importance. Some shouted, "Old man, we are thoroughly enjoying ourselves." Their faces radiated satisfaction and joy, for within this great family, they felt an unprecedented warmth and sense of belonging. "Now let's discuss the impending war," Edward said, nodding slightly, his tone shifting to one of seriousness and gravity. As soon as he uttered this statement, the previously boisterous banquet hall fell into an immediate silence. Everyone lowered their heads, their expressions no longer reflecting the earlier merriment. For they all knew the war to which Edward referred, a battle that would determine the honor and status of their Whitebeard pirates. Ace. A myriad of complex emotions flickered across countless eyes, murmuring the name. Ace had once been a cherished member of their family, but he had been captured by the Navy and was now imprisoned in Marine Ford, awaiting execution. Firefist Ace was not only a vital ally, but also a lingering source of pain in their hearts. "We must rescue Ace, no matter the cost." At that moment, Marco suddenly declared with unwavering resolve. His voice was infused with determination, as if instilling strength into everyone present. "Yes, we must rescue Ace. Fight! Fight!" More crewmates echoed in agreement, their voices converging like a powerful tide. "Excellent. This is what I expect from my sons." Edward observed them, his heart swelling with pride and joy. He gazed at the familiar faces, quietly listening to their heartfelt voices and suggestions. "Now, let us devise a battle plan, for we are about to face the entire Marine headquarters," Edward stated with utmost seriousness. "Yes, old man." In response, numerous crew members gathered together, fervently discussing the impending war. Each person was thoroughly prepared, the atmosphere tense and solemn. "Old man, but your health." Just then, a crew member voiced his concern anxiously. "Do not worry. Your old man will not fall," Edward confidently reassured, noticing the unmasked concern in the crew member's eyes. In the world of pirates, the Marineford War was undoubtedly the most significant and grandiose conflict, sparked by Ace and the monumental clash between the Yonko Whitebeard and the Marine headquarters. However, the ultimate outcome was the death of both Whitebeard and Ace, with the Navy claiming final victory, a conclusion that Edward could not accept. Thus, he had long devised corresponding plans, creating 3 strategies. Plan A was to locate the user of the retrospective fruit, allowing her to revert Edward to his youthful prime, restoring him to his peak strength. Plan B involved finding the user of the surgery fruit to heal Edward's ailing body, freeing him from affliction. And finally, Plan C would see him revert to the path of soul collection, reconstituting yin-yang chakra. In that scenario, Edward would wield yin-yang ninjutsu to alter the tides of battle. Had there been a user of the retrospective or surgery fruit on Whitebeard's side during the Marineford War, a single application of their abilities would have allowed Whitebeard to dominate the battlefield, for none could withstand his formidable combat prowess. At that time, Whitebeard could unleash unparalleled conqueror's haki, rendering the Navy's numerical advantage moot. Even against Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji together, Whitebeard would not falter, undoubtedly shifting the tide of the Marineford War. "All right, old man, you must take care of your health," the crew member conceded reluctantly. "Yes, I will," Edward nodded solemnly, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He then turned to the other crew members, a surge of ambition rising within him. "No matter what happens, we will face it together, just as we always have." Suddenly, Edward raised his cup and proclaimed loudly, "Yes, the Whitebeard pirates are invincible." His declaration instantly ignited the spirits of everyone present, filling them with exhilaration. "For Ace," the crew members chorused in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the ship, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. They all raised their cups high, downing their drinks, their eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. This battle would be an unprecedented challenge, yet they believed that as long as they stood united, no enemy was insurmountable. In that moment, Edward profoundly felt the weight and honor of the title Whitebeard. He must not only fight as a formidable warrior, but also protect every member of this family as their leader. As the night deepened, the gathering gradually came to a close, and Edward returned to his quarters. He understood that the war ahead would be arduous, yet he believed he could alter history, turn the tides of battle. "So tired, I truly am worn out," Edward murmured, closing his eyes and allowing himself a moment of respite. Tomorrow, they would commence preparations for the Marineford War. Tonight, however, was their last moment of tranquility. Just before drifting into slumber, Edward silently vowed within his heart, "No matter what transpires, I will give my all to protect my family until the very last moment." The following day, as dawn broke, a faint rosy hue appeared at the horizon. As the sun rose, Edward opened his eyes. "My frail body, my weakened self," he murmured, sensing the frailty of his form. His voice, though low, conveyed an unyielding tenacity. Once he spoke, Edward mustered the strength to rise slowly from his bed. Each step felt like an arduous challenge, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Cough, cough. Edward coughed heavily, the sound resonating distinctly in the tranquil morning. Thankfully, there was no blood this time, which brought him a slight sense of relief. After simply dressing himself, Edward exited his room. "Old man, why are you out?" Diamond Jozu, who had been stationed at the door, immediately inquired upon seeing Edward emerge. His eyes were filled with concern and worry. "I am fine. By the way, did you receive any news regarding the intelligence I asked you to gather yesterday?" Edward casually waved his hand toward Diamond Jozu. Though his tone was nonchalant, it held an undeniable authority. "There is news, but the Heart Pirates are currently in the North Sea, quite far from us," Diamond Jozu replied, a hint of regret and helplessness in his voice. "Which specific location in the North Sea?" Edward continued to inquire, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "It is likely in the North Sea's Flevents. It is said that someone encountered the Heart Pirates there before." Diamond Jozu pondered for a moment before responding uncertainly. "Fule Fansu?" The homeland of Trafalgar Law from the world of pirates briefly flickered in Edward's mind as memories surged forth. His gaze deepened, as if ensnared by the echoes of bygone days. This nation, often referred to as the White Town, boasted a populace of remarkable wealth, where the landscape and trees gleamed as pristine as the snow-covered realms of fairy tales. Once it was a land of breathtaking beauty, akin to an earthly paradise. However, the discovery of a lead, or known as Puchian, precipitated the nation's demise. "Let us alter our course and set sail towards the North Sea," Edward declared with a tone laden with significance. After a night of restless contemplation, he resolved to seek out the wielder of the surgery fruit. The capabilities of the reversal fruit, while formidable, were fraught with uncertainties, and if hidden effects lurked within, the consequences could be dire. Thus, Edward made the decision to first pursue the surgery fruit in hopes of discovering a more favorable resolution. Indeed, Father Diamond Jaws nodded emphatically, affirming Edward's decision with a voice imbued with unwavering loyalty and strength. Subsequently, under Jaws' command, the Moby Dick gradually altered its trajectory, accompanied by other vessels. The entire Whitebeard pirates' fleet redirected towards their new destination. Whitebeard pirates set sail for the North Sea. Time passed swiftly, and within 2 days, the Whitebeard pirates descended upon the northern waters. This remote yet bountiful region buzzed with activity due to the arrival of one of the 4 emperors. Their presence incited a great stir, prompting myriad speculations regarding their intentions. The residents of the North Sea engaged in fervent discussions about the purpose of the Whitebeard pirates. Some conjectured they sought treasure, while others believed they aimed to conquer the land. Regardless, the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates infused the waters with an air of tension and excitement. Yet for Edward and his comrades, their singular focus remained to locate the wielder of the surgery fruit. Thus, they disregarded the surrounding clamor and commenced a quiet search throughout the North Sea. They dispersed, seeking information, hoping to uncover any clues pertaining to the surgery fruit. Day after day, the members of the Whitebeard pirates traversed the towns and villages of the North Sea, inquiring of anyone who might possess knowledge of the fruit. At last, through a fortuitous encounter, they stumbled upon a vital lead. Heart's pirates? A pirate's eyes glimmered with a hint of recollection when questioned. There had once been a pirate named Trafalgar Law who lingered here, if memory served. This must be the party they sought. Upon hearing this, Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, felt his heart race. Under Edward's guidance, he learned about Trafalgar Law, a pirate of distinctive character and the possessor of the surgery fruit. Where has he gone? Bista eagerly pressed. However, the pirate shook his head. I do not know. He merely passed through here, but he mentioned a place called Hive Island. Hive Island, Bista murmured repeatedly. He then bid farewell to the pirate, intending to report this information to Edward. On board the Moby Dick, after receiving Bista's intelligence, Edward gazed out at the vast sea. Hive Island? He murmured, disappointment tinging his voice. Hive Island lay within the New World, and the distance from the North Sea to Hive Island was substantial. Even a Moby Dick would require considerable time to reach there. We must hurry. We need to find Law before the war begins. Edward commanded after a long moment of contemplation. Yes, Father, Bista replied promptly. Edward then swiftly summoned all crew members as they prepared for their journey to Hive Island. The massive fleet of the Whitebeard pirates departed one by one, soon vanishing from sight. Phew, they have finally left. Indeed, this is the Whitebeard pirates. How fearsome they are. The residents of the North Sea sighed in relief at the departure of the Whitebeard pirates. Yet their curiosity about this maritime emperor lingered. They were not as terrifying and brutal as the tale suggested. However, in the shadows of the North Sea, a figure discreetly withdrew their gaze. The Whitebeard pirates have arrived in the North Sea. What could their intentions be? I must report this to the Navy headquarters at once. The individual swiftly vanished into the crowd, a spy tasked with monitoring the movements of pirates. Soon, the news reached the Navy headquarters in Marineford. As the lethargic voice of the transponder snail echoed, Sengoku swiftly answered the call. Moshi Moshi, what is it? Sengoku inquired. Report, Admiral Sengoku. The Whitebeard pirates have appeared in the North Sea. Their motives remain unclear, came the tense voice from the other end. Sengoku paused in contemplation, then replied sternly. Continue to monitor them, but do not act impulsively. Whitebeard is not to be trifled with. We cannot launch an attack recklessly. Maintain vigilance. I will convene an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. Understood, Admiral. The spy on the other end affirmed before ending the call. The Whitebeard pirates have ventured into the North Sea. What could their purpose be? Sengoku furrowed his brow in thought. The sudden appearance of the Whitebeard pirates in the North Sea was no ordinary occurrence. He must handle the situation with utmost caution, for Edward Newgate is among the world's most formidable pirates, possessing both strength and influence that cannot be underestimated. Soon, Sengoku gathered the senior officers of the Navy headquarters for an urgent meeting. Could they be seeking powerful allies? No, I suspect they harbor other intentions, perhaps in search of a wielder of a special fruit ability. During the meeting, they fervently debated the potential motives of Whitebeard and devised strategies for response. Various voices echoed around the conference table as discussions ensued. Should we enhance patrols in the North Sea to prevent any untoward actions by Whitebeard? One officer proposed. No, now is not the time. We require more intelligence before deciding our next steps, Sengoku asserted, emphasizing the importance of information. Yet soon, a spark of determination flickered in Sengoku's eyes. Faced with such a formidable opponent as the Whitebeard pirates, they must not hesitate or waver. Nonetheless, Ace's execution must be expedited. Sengoku spoke with a tone of urgency, as if time was slipping away. He absent-mindedly toyed with 2 steel beads, a habitual action while deep in thought. Whenever he felt anxious or tense, he would unconsciously fiddle with the 2 steel balls, which helped him clarify his thoughts. Now, immediately notify all naval bases. The execution date for Ace has been expedited, to be carried out in 7 days. Sengoku decisively issued the order. His voice was filled with determination and authority, leaving no room for doubt. He was well aware that the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates could impose tremendous pressure on them, yet they could not falter. Thus, as members of the Navy, they must execute Ace in advance to eliminate future threats. Moreover, we must bolster our defenses in critical areas. We cannot allow Whitebeard any opportunity. Sengoku continued, his eyes gleaming with vigilance. They were about to confront one of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, and they needed to be fully prepared. Understood, Admiral. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. They all recognized that this was a battle concerning the honor and future of the entire Navy. They must give their all. Then it is settled. Remain alert and await further instructions. Sengoku concluded, his voice brimming with confidence and resolve, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. After the meeting, the atmosphere in the naval headquarters became increasingly grim. Tension and immense pressure enveloped every naval officer as they immediately began to act, determined to afford the pirates no chance. Each of them understood that the impending arrival of the Whitebeard pirates would unleash a storm. Meanwhile, Edward and his Whitebeard pirates had already departed from the North Sea, their ship sailing towards Hive Island. Edward was unaware that the naval headquarters had received reports of their movements. His mind was solely focused on how to locate the Ope-no-Mi. The sea breeze caressed the pirate ship, and the crew was preparing for the challenges ahead. They remained oblivious to the fact that the eyes of the naval headquarters had quietly locked onto them. Amid this undercurrent, the prelude to the Marineford War had already begun. Time was of the essence. The Inyoung Dojitsu chakra must be extracted in advance. Gazing at the vast expanse of the sea, Edward murmured. During this time, he had been tormented daily by his injuries and weakened state. However, this realization also made him understand that the ailments within his body were not the primary cause of his diminishing strength. Rather, it was his aging. Human lifespans are fleeting. As he spoke, Edward struggled to maintain his frail body as he made his way towards the ship's dark hold. Diamond Jozu silently followed behind him, attentively caring for him. The two moved slowly until they finally reached the dark hold. The hold was dimly lit, but a pungent odor permeated the air. It housed a group of captured pirates, all notorious and exceedingly brutal. At that moment, these pirates fixated on the towering figure before them, their eyes filled with fear and despair. They recognized this man as Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. His reputation was legendary, and his might unmatched, instilling fear in all who dared to oppose him. Jozu, are you not concerned about your father's health? Now let me show you that I am not yet old. Edward suddenly halted, his voice low and resolute. After uttering this, he felt a jolt throughout his body, undergoing a profound transformation. He began to open certain meridians within Whitebeard's body to absorb soul energy for the conversion of Inyoung Dojitsu chakra. Soon, under Edward's extensive experience, all of Whitebeard's meridians were opened, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he seemed to endure immense pain. Father, are you all right? Observing Whitebeard's trembling form, Diamond Jozu quickly rushed forward to support him. Of course I'm fine. Edward waved his hand, letting out a strange laugh. Subsequently, he extended his hands forward, unleashing an invisible force from his palms. The surrounding pirates felt this overwhelming power and turned to Edward in terror. "What is this?" one pirate exclaimed, eyes wide with fear. Edward did not respond to their inquiries, but continued to wield his power. His hands danced through the air, as if weaving an invisible net. This net expanded, gradually enveloping the entire area. Under the immense suction, the pirates had no strength left to resist, collapsing to the ground in despair. Their souls were instantly drawn away by the powerful force, vanishing without a trace. With the departure of their souls, the pirates' corpses became shriveled, as if stripped of all vitality. The dark hold fell silent, leaving only Edward and the bewildered Diamond Jozu standing there, Edward radiating an unparalleled pressure. Before long, Edward had transformed the soul energy into inKonoha Dojutsu chakra. "Haha, my inKonoha Dojutsu chakra has returned." Feeling the familiar energy coursing through him, Edward laughed heartily. At this moment, a brand new power system, distinct from the world of One Piece, had been reclaimed by Edward. "Father, what on earth is happening?" Witnessing the terrifying spectacle, Diamond Jozu queried with astonishment. He had never seen his father wield such a peculiar ability, capable of draining the life force of enemies out of thin air. Hearing his son's inquiry, Edward turned, smiling at Jozu, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "This is the power of inKonoha Dojutsu chakra that I brought from another world. It not only enhances my strength, but also allows me to utilize certain special abilities." Edward spoke earnestly. He was not deceiving Diamond Jozu, for he knew his son would never betray him. "What?" Upon hearing this, Diamond Jozu was left speechless. Such power exceeded his comprehension. However, deep within, a surge of excitement welled up. This meant that the Whitebeard pirates would become even stronger. Regarding the forthcoming war, they now had increased odds of victory. "All right, Jozu. Now is not the time for astonishment. Remember to keep this a secret." Edward's tone shifted to seriousness. "I have much to accomplish, and I must master this power swiftly. We should return at once." Glancing at his weakened body, Edward stated, "Yes, father." Diamond Jozu nodded firmly. Though still reeling from shock, he understood his father's words were wise. They needed to prepare for whatever lay ahead. Shortly thereafter, Diamond Jozu carefully assisted Edward into a room. During this brief journey, Jozu was filled with complex emotions. He felt both astonished and relieved, but above all, he harbored hope and anticipation for the future. "Father, please rest well. If you need anything, just call for me. I shall be right outside." After assisting Idiwa into the room, Diamond Jozu gently closed the door with a tone of concern, ensuring that Idiwa could enjoy a tranquil environment to rest and recuperate. Truly my good son, although we share no blood relation, you are more akin to family." He reflected silently, observing every detail as Idiwa murmured at the now-closed door. Outside, Diamond Jozu stood quietly, his mind preoccupied with the extraordinary events he had just witnessed. What exactly was the nature of Father S' abilities? Was it truly the power from another realm? He pondered. He understood that the changes occurring within Idiwa would bestow the Whitebeard pirates with unprecedented strength. Never mind. As long as Father is safe, that is all that matters. Ultimately, Diamond Jozu closed his eyes and resolutely declared. Meanwhile, within the room, Idiwa shut his eyes, beginning to sense the newly acquired inKonoha Dojutsu chakra within him. He needed to master this power swiftly to unleash its full potential in the impending war. As time passed, Idiwa gradually entered a meditative state, his body and spirit rejuvenating in the serene environment. When he opened his eyes again, they radiated with fierce brilliance. The inKonoha Dojutsu chakra had begun to take form. It was time to select a crucial technique to master. Idiwa spoke with profound significance. The foundation of inKonoha Dojutsu techniques stems from the inKonoha Dunjutsu, which is the basis of all ninjutsu and illusionary arts. Dunjutsu represents the power of the spirit, capable of creating form from the formless. Yang Dunjutsu symbolizes the strength of the body, infusing life into the corporeal. The union of the two gives rise to inKonoha Dunjutsu. Uchiha Obito once explicated that Yin-Yang Duinjia derives from the spiritual energy governing imagination, manifesting the formless into form, while Yang Duinjia emanates from the physical energy governing life, bestowing life upon the corporeal. Therefore, Yin-Yang Dunjitsu can coalesce and form powerful energy regardless of its location. The Yin-Yang Duinjia sealing technique to eradicate wounds. Idiwa murmured this name, his gaze profoundly deep. This was the secret technique he had meticulously selected from countless Yin-Yang Dunjitsu, most suitable for his current state. This ninjutsu, as its name implies, possesses the mysterious power to seal all of one's pain. When the practitioner activates this secret art, all physical wounds and weaknesses will be temporarily isolated, restoring the practitioner to their optimal peak state, whether in the throes of a fierce battle or facing a life-and-death crisis. This secret technique can be the key to turning the tide. However, as formidable as it is, it bears a fatal flaw. When executing the Yin-Yang Duinjia sealing technique to eradicate wounds, it gradually drains the practitioner's stamina. Once stamina is depleted, this technique begins to erode the practitioner's lifespan to maintain its effects. Such a price is undeniably heavy, according to the rate of stamina consumption dictated by the technique. It is sufficient to unleash all my power. Yet, Idiwa could no longer afford to ponder. He recognized that the situation demanded his boldness, requiring him to face the war in his strongest state. Thus, he resolutely chose this secret technique. "This will do," Idiwa stated solemnly. As his words fell, a black, triangular mark began to materialize in the palm of his right hand. This mark seemed to harbor boundless power, akin to a latent curse, quietly awaiting the moment of liberation. When Idiwa activates the Yin-Yang Duinjia sealing technique to eradicate wounds, this black triangular mark will be unleashed, releasing formidable energy to seal away all his pain and weaknesses. Nevertheless, Idiwa harbored deeper intentions. He gazed at the black triangle in his hand, murmuring, "The Yin-Yang Dunjitsu is merely temporary. I shall reclaim the power of the six paths and attain true immortality." His eyes glimmered with unwavering resolve, as if he could already envision his future self, standing once again at the pinnacle of the six paths, overlooking the world of pirates. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, the silence of the room was abruptly shattered by a knock on the door, rousing Idiwa from his reverie. His gaze swiftly shifted from a daze to sharpness, as if he had instantly returned to reality from distant thoughts. "Come in." Idiwa's voice was calm, mirroring the steadiness of his heart, unshaken in the slightest. The door creaked open, and Diamond Josie appeared at the threshold, an unusual urgency etched on his face, suggesting that the message he was about to convey bore great significance. "Father, we have just received intelligence from a reliable informant regarding the movements of the Marine headquarters." Diamond Josie's voice was low, each word laden with gravity. "Oh." Idiwa's brow arched slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Josie, urging him to continue. He had already begun to surmise the nature of the information, mentally preparing himself. The Marine headquarters was mobilizing forces, seemingly preparing to instigate war and execute Ace ahead of schedule. Diamond Josie's words detonated like a bomb within the room, filling the air with an atmosphere of tension and seriousness. "Oomph, a bunch of impatient fools." Upon hearing this, Idiwa rose, his figure appearing particularly imposing under the light. He promptly issued commands, his voice brimming with authority. "It seems our time is even more pressing than anticipated. Notify all fleets to accelerate towards Hachino Island." "Yes, father." Diamond Josie replied with a nod, immediately turning to depart without hesitation. Before long, Diamond Josie conveyed Idiwa's orders to each fleet. They all understood that a battle concerning life and death was imminent. The pirates sprang into action, adjusting sails and gripping the helm, the entire fleet infused with renewed vigor, slicing through the waves towards Hachino Island. Among the vessels, captains and first mates began organizing the crew for urgent training, honing their combat skills and teamwork. The deck was alive with shouts and the clashing of swords. Everyone was preparing for the forthcoming battle, the atmosphere charged with tension and determination. Indeed, within a few days, The newsbird spread urgent newspapers across the seas. Breaking news. Due to the heinous actions of Whitebeard-FusedOrphan Ace, the Marines have decided to publicly execute him in Marineford 7 days from now. This news swept through the world like a toxic gas, startling everyone. It is essential to note that Whitebeard-FusedOrphan Ace is a core member of the Whitebeard Pirates. He is the son of the pirate king Joel D. Roger and the brother of Luffy, renowned as Fire Fist Ace, powerful and deeply respected by the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Marine headquarters decision is undoubtedly a provocation and declaration of war against the Whitebeard Pirates. This not only shocked other factions across the seas, but also ignited speculation about the consequences this war would bring. Some believed it would be an unprecedented conflict, one capable of altering the entire balance of the world. Concerns have been raised regarding the calamity this war may bring upon innocent souls. Nevertheless, the news has already stirred a considerable uproar, enveloping the world in a tense atmosphere. In the meantime, the Whitebeard Pirates, upon receiving urgent intelligence, have ceased their advance toward Hoko Island. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, every member of the crew feels an unprecedented weight of pressure. 7 days for them is far too brief to accomplish the multitude of tasks initially planned. At this critical juncture, Edward made a momentous decision. He resolved to halt their journey into the New World and redirect their course towards the Marines' headquarters, Marineford. This decision sent shockwaves through the entire Whitebeard Pirates, for they understood that it signified a direct confrontation with the Marines' mightiest forces. Edward stood resolutely on the deck of the Moby Dick, his gaze fixed upon the vast ocean ahead. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the impending battle, aware that this would be a fight determining the fate of the entire pirate crew and a chance to prove himself. The clever adversary remains oblivious to who will ultimately emerge victorious in this conflict. Edward murmured softly to himself, his voice revealing respect for his opponent while simultaneously expressing his yearning for triumph. After several days of recuperation, Edward had begun to harness the yin-yang release chakra to restore his physical condition. He was no longer as feeble as before, struggling to walk, but had regained a portion of his vitality and strength. During these days, he had adeptly mastered the yin-yang release chakra, enabling him to practice most elemental ninjutsu. The question arose, should he continue training these techniques? Edward gazed at the sea, seeking its counsel. Should he choose to persist in honing his ninjutsu, it would bestow upon him formidable power. However, this necessitated possessing a sufficient quantity of yin-yang release chakra to convert ordinary chakra for the execution of ninjutsu. This implied that he required a considerable number of souls to concentrate the yin-yang release chakra. There was no turning back. For victory, for my son, I must proceed. Ultimately, Edward spoke with a tone both fierce and resolute. He embarked upon a path as extreme as that of the Blue Star. During this time, he had utilized all the captives from the Whitebeard Pirates' holds for the conversion of yin-yang release. Thus, he must now seek out more individuals to gather additional yin-yang release chakra. Jaws, issue commands to the entire Whitebeard Pirates to begin capturing a multitude of humans. Edward stated firmly to Diamond Jaws, his gaze unwavering as he looked toward the distant horizon. He understood that his impending decision would alter the fates of many. Yet, for the sake of a greater purpose, he must persevere. Yes, father. Although Diamond Jaws harbored reservations, he comprehended the rationale behind it all. Ultimately, he accepted the command and began organizing a team to execute Edward's orders. What? Father wants us to capture humans? Very well. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates, though perplexed and uneasy about the act of capturing humans, chose to place their trust in Edward. They promptly dispersed, heading towards nearby islands and vessels in search of individuals to contribute their souls. Meanwhile, Edward remained within the hold, immersed in the practice of ninjutsu. He recognized that only by acquiring greater strength could he secure victory in the forthcoming war. He tirelessly recalled the various techniques of ninjutsu, each skill practiced repeatedly until he could wield them with ease. As time passed, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates gradually returned with captives. Edward placed these captives in designated holds and initiated the process of soul conversion. His heart was filled with conflict and struggle. Yet whenever he thought of his son and the future of the Whitebeard pirates, his resolve would reaffirm itself. Gather. Edward's voice suddenly reverberated across the vast space. As his command echoed, a powerful force erupted from his hands. This unseen strength was formidable, akin to an invisible beast, opening its greedy maw, ready to consume all. Help! I hate you. As the suction intensified, the souls of many were ruthlessly drawn forth, their mouths emitting harrowing cries. These souls struggled in the air, but could not escape Edward's grasp, being inexorably pulled towards him. Nearby, Marco and Diamond Jaws stood silently. In contrast to the disdainful onlookers of the Blue Star, their expressions were resolute, unwavering in their loyalty. They understood that Edward was engaging in the cultivation of a powerful secret technique requiring the absorption of numerous human souls to augment his strength. As members of the Whitebeard pirates, they bore the responsibility of safeguarding their father's training. After a considerable duration, Edward completed the absorption. The yin-yang release chakra surged within him, powerful energy boiling through his body as if it might tear him apart. Yet, his face bore no signs of pain, only a countenance filled with determination and resolve. "Father, shall we continue?" Marco inquired, witnessing the terrifying scene before him. A hint of concern lacing his voice as he feared Edward's body could not withstand such power. Edward turned to Marco, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. He realized that his choices would affect the fate of the entire crew. However, he understood that only by becoming stronger could he protect his companions and family. "Continue." Edward's voice was firm and decisive, leaving no room for retreat. He recognized the gravity of his responsibility and the necessity to rapidly enhance his power. Thus, the training persisted, while Marco and Diamond Jaws stood steadfast in the expansive space. At that moment, their sole objective was to safeguard their father and empower him further. In the blink of an eye, the 7 days swiftly elapsed. The war loomed ever closer with the passage of time, and all were aware that the Summit War was finally at hand. During this brief week, the Whitebeard pirates and Edward undertook a series of decisions and preparations. Meanwhile, the Marine headquarters did not remain idle. They commenced the process of Ace-S execution, heralding the onset of a battle that would determine the essence of justice and freedom. In the square of Marine headquarters, Marineford, throngs of soldiers had assembled. Clad in uniforms and armed, their gazes were resolute, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. These Marines knew they were about to face an unprecedented battle against the Whitebeard pirates, led by the man once hailed as the strongest in the world, Edward Newgate. Surrounding the square, rows of cannons stood aligned atop the towering walls, undoubtedly providing formidable firepower support for the Marines. At the center of the square, a tall gallows loomed, the focal point of the execution and the epicenter of this impending war. The generals of the Navy stood atop their lofty perch, their gazes fixed intently upon the square, their hearts brimming with tension and anticipation. They understood that the outcome of the impending battle would significantly alter the geopolitical landscape of the world, and they could afford no hint of complacency. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, a colossal pirate ship surged through the waves like a majestic white whale, leading countless vessels of the fleet across the sea. This was none other than the Whitebeard pirates. Aboard the Moby Dick, the shadow of war loomed over the entire ocean, and the air was thick with a palpable tension among the crew. On board, the voice of Diamond Jozu resonated amidst the anxious atmosphere as he approached Edward, whispering, "Old man, we are nearing the Navy headquarters at Marineford." Edward slowly opened his eyes, a cold and resolute glint illuminating his gaze. He knew that this battle was a matter of life and death for Ace, a question of honor and dignity for the entire Whitebeard pirates. He could not afford to lose. "Prepare for battle. This time, we shall surely prevail." His voice thundered across the sea, imbued with strength and confidence. Yes, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates felt their spirits surge upon hearing Edward's words. They followed him onto the deck, ready to confront the forthcoming conflict. The sea breeze caressed their faces as the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates carved through the waves, charging toward the naval fleet. The curtain of war was about to rise. Fire! The commanders of the Navy stood on the deck, gazing at the approaching Whitebeard pirates, their faces etched with tension and seriousness. With the command issued, the Navy fleet erupted into action, countless cannonballs being loaded into their cannons, poised to unleash a fierce assault on the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, the mightiest man in the world, had arrived. The Navy soldiers silently recited his name, their anxiety gradually being replaced by unwavering resolve. They understood that the Whitebeard pirates were one of the four emperors, a formidable force upon the seas. Yet, as naval officers, they bore the responsibility of upholding justice and peace, and retreat was not an option. Countless Navy soldiers swiftly loaded their ammunition, their movements practiced and efficient, every detail honed through rigorous training to ensure maximum efficacy at the critical moment. The cannonballs were readied, aimed at the distant Whitebeard pirates, and all was set. Fire! With the commander's decree, innumerable cannonballs soared from the Navy fleet, slicing through the air, hurtling toward the Whitebeard pirates. The war was on the brink of eruption. In that moment, the entire ocean was shrouded in the smoke of gunfire. The acrid scent of battle wafting through the air, heralding the onset of a fierce confrontation. Boom! Boom! The thunderous sound of cannon fire echoed relentlessly as the Navy fleet unleashed a barrage, countless cannonballs raining down upon a Moby Dick. The atmosphere on the sea escalated to an unbearable tension, as if a taut string was poised to snap at any moment. The soldiers of the Navy gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes resolute, knowing that this battle would determine the fate of justice and freedom. However, Edward aboard the Moby Dick remained unmoved, his gaze calmly fixed ahead. It was not that he was indifferent to the imminent assault. Rather, he trusted that his sons would shield him from these attacks. Indeed, just as the cannonballs were about to strike the Moby Dick, the members of the Whitebeard pirates revealed their true prowess. Hana Hana no Mi, Phoenix Strike. They either unleashed powerful slashes that shattered the cannonballs or employed the abilities granted by their devil fruits to deflect them. Among them, Marco and Diamond Jozu led the charge, their figures darting across the battlefield like two indomitable barriers, safeguarding the Moby Dick. Each of their strikes was precise and swift, neutralizing the Navy's assaults one after another. Edward stood on the deck, his gaze sweeping over Marco and Diamond Jozu before settling on the distant Navy headquarters. A cold glimmer danced in his eyes. He understood that this battle was merely the beginning, and many challenges lay ahead. Yet, regardless of the obstacles, he would lead his brothers of the Whitebeard pirates forward, fighting to the end for freedom and dreams. Soon, the Navy's warships were swept away like leaves caught in a tempest, swiftly dispatched by the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. These vessels were as fragile as paper against the overwhelming strength of the Whitebeard pirates, barely able to impede their advance. Unwavering, the Whitebeard pirates pressed on, drawing ever closer to the shore. Their objective was clear: Marin Fander, the stronghold of the Navy, their ultimate destination in this endeavor. At this moment, a thick fog enveloped the shoreline, as if a sudden mist had descended. However, as the fog dissipated, numerous notable figures emerged, standing silently at the edge of Marin Fander, awaiting the clash. These individuals were significant characters from the world of One Piece, their presence undoubtedly elevating the stakes of this battle. Guarding the forefront of the military was the notorious quintet of the Seven Warlords of the Sea: Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, the Empress, and Dracula Mihawk. Their expressions ranged from indifference to mockery as they remained motionless at the shore. Below the execution platform stood the Navy headquarters' strongest combat force, the three admirals: Admiral Akiji, Kazan; Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki; Admiral Kazuru, Borsalino. They sat in a peculiar manner, their feet dangling downward from their elevated seats, their faces marked by a blend of amusement and lethargy. At this moment, Ace knelt at the highest point of Marin Fander. Two cold execution swords crossed over his neck, his expression dark and despairing. He knew his life was drawing to a close, yet his heart bore no trace of fear, only a deep attachment to this world and concern for his comrades. Sengoku and Garp stood atop a distant rise, their expressions grave, silently surveying the scene before them. Surrounding them were the anxious and fearful soldiers of the Navy, their faces etched with unease and trepidation. From their vantage point, they could see countless ships slowly approaching, the vessels of the Whitebeard pirates. Their arrival heralded the imminent eruption of a fierce battle. The cavalry, including the likes of Doma, the Knight Requiem, the Dicalban brothers, and Big Wave Spider Squardo, each a first-rate expert, captains renowned across the New World, totaling 43 ships. The Navy recited these names aloud, their report laden with tension. Faced with such an imposing array, the Navy soldiers felt an unprecedented weight of pressure, swallowing hard as fear coursed through them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. However, amidst this overwhelming pressure, some individuals exhibited a markedly different demeanor. Observing the grand spectacle, Doflamingo licked his lips and, with a twisted smile, proclaimed, "How utterly fascinating! It is exhilarating. Come fort, Whitebeard." His grin revealed a profound yearning for battle and a delight in chaos. He was a true war enthusiast. The atmosphere was tense and solemn, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. In this charged environment, a faint gurgling sound suddenly pierced the silence, the soft murmur of the sea. Although subtle, this sound resonated with striking clarity on the desolate battlefield. Many formidable warriors took notice, their ears twitching as if attempting to discern the source of this sound. Their eyes brimmed with confusion and vigilance, for they understood that such a noise often heralds the onset of a great conflict. Among them, Sengoku slowly approached the condemned ace. His gaze fixed intently upon the ocean's surface, a vague premonition stirring within him. His expression grew grave, for he was acutely aware that the outcome of this battle would reshape the entire world's equilibrium. Suddenly, a colossal white whale surged forth from the depths of the sea. All eyes were drawn to this spectacle, their faces reflecting astonishment. Some members of the Navy, peering through telescopes, gasped in disbelief. "That is the Moby Dick, Captain Marco of the 1st Division. All 14 captains are present." Their voices were infused with awe and trepidation, for they recognized that the strength of the Whitebeard pirates was not to be underestimated. With its emergence, all captains had assembled. Their arrival undoubtedly invigorated the impending battle with new energy and unpredictable variables. The tension in the air escalated, and one could almost hear the heartbeat and breaths of every individual present. The forthcoming clash would be a battle for the ages, a collision between the new world and the old, a war that would determine the course of an era. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed on the Moby Dick, and a figure, wielding a massive sword, ascended to the deck. Clad in a white captain's coat, the prominent skull emblem on his back was unmistakable. He was Edward Newgate, once regarded as the mightiest man in the world and one of the 4 emperors of the sea. With a deep guffaw, Edward emerged before the collective gaze of all. His towering and robust figure, though seemingly diminutive among many powerful beings, exuded a presence formidable enough to challenge the entire Marine headquarters. At last, the time has come for the Marine-Forward War, Edward mused, his gaze steady upon the awaiting army before him. In his eyes shone unwavering resolve and determination. At this moment, he had come to rescue Ace. "It has been decades, hasn't it, Sengoku?" he continued, addressing Sengoku, who stood at the pinnacle. His tone was reminiscent of old friends conversing. Though his voice was calm, it was laden with profound emotion and nostalgia. "Whitebeard," Sengoku murmured, his eyes gravely fixed upon the familiar figure. His voice was rich with complex emotions, a blend of nostalgia for the past and anxiety for the future. "My dear son, is he unharmed?" Edward smiled broadly, his expression radiating paternal love and concern. He was acutely aware that Ace lay in the hands of their adversaries, and he needed to give his all. "Wait for me, Ace." Just as Edward finished this declaration, he plunged his sword into the deck with force. He then extended his massive hand and shook it violently, causing the very fabric of space to shatter, with countless cracks emerging and producing a cacophony of sounds. His movements were swift and powerful, showcasing his immense strength and determination. The atmosphere reached a boiling point, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the impending clash. On the other side, seated among the admirals, Kizaru remarked in a peculiar tone. "We have summoned a formidable assembly." His words dripped with sarcasm and disdain, as if mocking the audacity of the Whitebeard pirates. "Why speak of this now?" Akainu retorted, his demeanor calm yet resolute. He understood that the priority lay in addressing the current situation rather than squandering time with trivialities. "This is quite uncomfortable," Kizaru replied lazily, seemingly unfazed by the looming battle, more preoccupied with his own feelings. We have the strongest forces of the 7 warlords and the Marine headquarters, 3 admirals and 100,000 elites." Moria laughed boisterously, his confidence echoing across the battlefield. "Their opponents are the Whitebeard pirates and over 40 pirate crews. How will you breach their defenses, Whitebeard?" Moria continued to taunt, his words laced with contempt and provocation, relentlessly challenging Whitebeard's limits. "This is exhilarating." Doflamingo licked his lips again, his tone brimming with anticipation. His eyes sparkled with a desire for battle, as if he could hardly wait to engage in the conflict. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, causing everyone to glance around, hastily stabilizing themselves. This unexpected quake instilled a sense of unease and confusion. "What is this rumbling?" Moria ceased his laughter, inquiring with a puzzled tone. His gaze was filled with curiosity and wariness, as if searching for the source of the disturbance. Only Garp remained with a grave expression, his eyes fixed on the sea, as if he sensed something amiss. His extensive experience had acquainted him with numerous fierce battles and the might of natural forces, enabling him to perceive unusual signs amidst the sudden tremors. "It's coming. That fellow has triggered a seaquake, and a tsunami is heading our way." His voice was urgent and serious, clearly warning of the imminent danger. As his words concluded, a more violent tremor rippled through the battlefield, causing the very ground to quake. The Navy soldiers struggled to maintain their footing, many of them facing such a colossal natural disaster for the first time, their hearts filled with panic. "It's coming." "The Quake fruit user, Edward Newgate," Garp bellowed, alerting everyone around him. His voice thundered like a storm, striving to awaken those paralyzed by fear. In the next moment, a towering wave surged from the sea, its height seemingly reaching for the heavens, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure and terror in all. The faces of the Navy soldiers contorted in horror. Some began to scream, desperately seeking an escape route. "What is that?" One soldier's voice rang out, disbelief saturating his tone. "It's a tsunami, a colossal tsunami." Another soldier echoed, his eyes filled with despair. The soldier's legs weakened, rendered immobile by fear, as if consumed by it. In this life-and-death moment, they could only place their hopes in their comrades and commanders to devise a strategy to confront the impending crisis. "Even if we have a numerical advantage, we must not be so arrogant as to assume victory. It could very well be us who face defeat. For that man possesses the power to annihilate worlds." Gazing down at the chaotic Navy soldiers, Zhangguo spoke with utmost seriousness. The force approaching was the 47 pirate ships led by Hu Zi, facing the 2 great powers of the government, the Navy headquarters and the warlords of the sea. Regardless of who falls, the era will undoubtedly change. Such terrifying power. "Indeed, he is a monster," Doflamingo exclaimed with excitement, looking at the oncoming tsunami without an ounce of fear. Just then, sitting in the admiral's seat, Akiji, who possessed the Hai no Mi, made his move. Ice Age. He instantly utilized the shave technique to leap into the air, shooting 2 freezing beams from his hands into the tsunami. The oncoming wave was immediately transformed into ice, ceasing its roar. Even the sea hundreds of meters ahead was transformed into a smooth ice surface. The scene instantly became an ice age. "Kazan, you little brat," Edward remarked slowly, his voice filled with admiration and acknowledgement for Akiji, recognizing him as a worthy adversary. "Two-pronged spear." Yet, in response to Edward, Akiji's voice remained cold as he launched 2 ice spears towards him. Akiji's movements were swift and precise, his attack aimed directly at Edward, clearly intending to assert his dominance over the legendary pirate. Shatter. Faced with the incoming ice spears, Edward remained unfazed, exerting a powerful tremor from his hands. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the hard ice spears. With a crisp, shattering sound, the ice spears disintegrated into innumerable shards, sweeping towards Akiji like a fierce gale. However, unexpectedly, just as those sharp ice fragments were about to strike Akiji, he suddenly transformed into a crystalline ice figure, retreating at an astonishing speed, vanishing without a trace. The elemental transformation ability of the natural-type fruit is indeed a capability deserving of the term bug. Watching Akiji's retreating figure, Edward chose not to pursue, but rather contemplated how to conserve his stamina. After all, battling such an opponent would demand a tremendous amount of energy and physical strength. If he could not manage his condition wisely, he could easily find himself at a disadvantage. Let them witness our might. At this moment, the other captains, witnessing their father's display of formidable power, were invigorated, erupting in enthusiastic cheers. They understood their father's physical condition and knew he must not overexert himself. Thus, they all brandished various weapons and leapt from their ships, landing steadily on the ice surface. Charge! Accompanied by this roar, some wielded great swords, others brandished flails, and some utilized peculiar abilities, rushing towards the shore. The captains had also launched their attacks. Do not cease cannon fire. Continue firing. The naval officers, observing the pirates charging across the icy expanse, immediately issued commands. Boom! Boom! The cannonballs screamed through the air, producing deafening roars as they fell, causing immense noise and explosions. Great blade slash, the defense of the chest muscles. However, facing the formidable powers of these pirate captains, the cannonballs were as ineffective as fragile toys, unable to impede their advance. As a large number of pirates drew near the shore, many powerful figures emerged from the Navy ranks. Some had sinister gazes, while others gripped long swords tightly. Merely standing there, they exuded an overwhelming presence. The vice admirals of the Navy headquarters had also made their appearance. With this exclamation, countless eyes were drawn to those towering figures. Each one radiated an awe-inspiring aura, as if they were gods of war emerging from the battlefield. What a formidable aura! Gaze at those figures, a Navy soldier exclaimed in astonishment. These individuals represented the powerful mid-tier and even high-tier combat forces of the Navy headquarters, each possessing formidable strength. Just then, a man clad in a black cloak slowly emerged from the crowd. His steps were steady and powerful, as if every footfall resonated within the hearts of all present, causing them to tremble. This man was none other than Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, known as the Eagle Eye. His appearance immediately captured everyone's attention, particularly some of the Navy personnel who wore expressions of shock. Could it be? Dracul Mihawk, one of the warlords of the sea, is finally going to. A Navy officer gazed in terror at the daunting figure, muttering to himself. Other Navy officers hurriedly cleared a path, fearing to obstruct this legendary figure and provoke his ire. The admirals sitting at their posts, Kizaru and Akainu, exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. This is quite rare, Kizaru said with a sly smile. I never expected that headstrong Eagle Eye would want to join the fray, Akainu remarked, frowning in confusion. Meanwhile, standing beside Mihawk, Doflamingo's lips curled into a slight smirk. So, are you going to step in? Doflamingo teased. Mihawk paid no attention to Doflamingo, but continued to advance steadily forward. His gaze was indifferent, as if he cared not for his surroundings, merely seeking to test the extent of the gap between himself and the man before him. At last, Mihawk came to a halt, his voice calm and profound, as if recounting a trivial matter. Yet his actions sharply contrasted with his words. He placed his hand on the great sword behind him, a weapon symbolizing his identity and strength. Before the eyes of all, he slowly drew forth the mighty blade, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, rendering it nearly blinding. In the next moment, Mihawk's movements were clean and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Slash! He raised his great sword and instantly unleashed a blade of green light, extending for dozens of meters, aimed at Edward aboard the Moby Dick. This strike was as swift as lightning and as unstoppable as a raging torrent, as if to cleave everything in two. This action left all present in awe, their gazes fixated on Mihawk, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. for they all understood that the blade in Mihawk's hand was one of the rarest supreme swords in the world. The Black Blade Yuru. The sharpness and resilience of this sword had reached the pinnacle of human capability, combined with Mihawk's unparalleled swordsmanship. Anyone who locked eyes with this man would inevitably feel a sense of dread. Diamondization. Yet at that moment, Diamond Jozu unhesitatingly stepped in front of Edward. His body instantly transformed into diamond, exuding an unyielding hardness, resembling an indestructible statue. His voice was resolute and decisive, filled with loyalty to Edward and a desire to protect him. Boom! The moment Diamond Jozu collided with the immense sword energy, it emitted a deafening clash. With a thunderous roar, Diamond Jozu forcefully hurled a wave of sword energy into the sky, cleaving a colossal iceberg in half. His immense strength left onlookers in awe. What was this? How could anyone withstand the world's foremost attack? The Navy gaped at the resolute figure standing before Edward, mouths agape in disbelief. They struggled to comprehend that a single individual could endure the formidable sword energy unleashed by Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. That was the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu. Soon, someone shouted his name, prompting collective admiration from the crowd, astonished that he could repel the strike of the world's top swordsman. Truly, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were as formidable as monsters. Meanwhile, the reluctant Kizaru rose from his seat, emitting a peculiar sound. His tone was laced with respect for the Whitebeard captain's prowess, yet revealed his dissatisfaction with the unfolding battle. To minimize losses, one must capture the leader first. In the next moment, upon finishing his words, Kizaru's towering figure transformed into a flash of golden light, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was above Edward, hands aglow with countless golden beams, launching towards him. The speed of his attack was so swift that none could react in time. "Hey, why is it so blinding?" Edward remarked disdainfully, his voice filled with admiration for Kizaru's velocity, yet also conveying his contempt for the skirmish. Although he recognized that the man before him was the fastest in the world, he remained motionless, as if everything was under his control. Phoenix, accompanied by a high-pitched cry. An enigmatic and potent aura seemed to permeate the air. Indeed, the next second, a figure enveloped in blue flames appeared above Edward, resembling a guardian descending from the heavens. His presence shone brightly in the golden light, effortlessly dissipating the energy of Kizaru's beams, resulting in a significant explosion and billowing smoke. This astounding spectacle left the spectators in shock as they witnessed the remarkable power displayed by the Birdman. "Blue flames? Who are you?" Kizaru queried, his voice tinged with curiosity, as if he sought to unveil the secrets of this avian figure. "The captain of the 1st Division, Marco, who possesses the mythical Zoan-type phoenix fruit." This revelation struck Kizaru like a bolt of lightning, instantly clarifying the Birdman's strength and status. Kizaru's expression gradually shifted to one of cunning contemplation, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "How could you disturb my king's enjoyment upon arrival?" After the explosion, Marco emerged from the smoke, his tone laced with mockery. Like Diamond Jozu, his voice exuded loyalty to Edward and unyielding resolve against his foes. Terrifying, the Whitebeard pirates possess a mythical Zoan fruit, rarer than even the animal type, scarcer than the Logia. Hearing this, Kizaru displayed an excessively lewd expression, fear evident in his demeanor. "Look, his wounds are healing slowly." The Navy below gaped in astonishment, unable to believe that Kizaru's attack had been ineffective. "It's starting to take effect," Marco murmured, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he beheld his already mending body. He then soared into the sky, unleashing a fierce cry as he transformed into a massive bird wreathed in blue flames. "Phoenix, charge!" Marco let out a piercing bird call, barreling toward Kizaru. "How frightening! I have never seen such a bird before," Kizaru remarked in trepidation, yet simultaneously his hands glimmered with a blinding light, unleashing a barrage of golden bullets at the phoenix. They passed through. To everyone's astonishment, Kizaru's golden projectiles completely traversed Marco's form, leaving him unscathed. In the next instant, Marco flew beside Kizaru, abruptly reverting to human form and delivering a powerful kick with his talons. Boom! The impact sent Kizaru hurtling backward, crashing against the wall, generating a thunderous sound that left the Navy in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the battle would conclude with Marco, the Phoenix, emerging victorious. How impressive! But before they could fully process the outcome, Kizaru, glowing with radiant golden light, reappeared in his seat. Meanwhile, Diamond Jozu did not falter in meeting Edward's expectations. "Come at me," he bellowed, lifting a massive iceberg and hurling it skyward with tremendous force. His strength was astonishing. "The iceberg is coming. Run. Hurry. Get out of here." As the massive block of ice approached, the Navy erupted in frantic cries, scrambling to escape the impending danger. Their steps were chaotic and hurried, filled with fear and panic. "Unbelievable. You lot dare to abandon your posts." Finally, the silent Akainu could no longer tolerate the tumultuous scene before him. He abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the gigantic iceberg thrown by Diamond Jozu. His voice resonated with dissatisfaction and anger, deeply disappointed by the reckless actions of the Navy and the warlords. "If everyone were like you, who would protect this place?" After uttering these words, Akainu's right arm ignited with searing magma, flames roaring like a wildfire, radiating an oppressive heat. He advanced with firm and resolute strides, as if determined to pulverize any obstacles in his path. As he approached, the surrounding air grew increasingly scorching, enveloping all in a furnace-like intensity. When Akainu reached the forefront, he halted, staring intently at the looming iceberg. The massive ice structure loomed like a towering mountain, exuding an icy aura. Yet, Akainu felt no trepidation. Rather, he was filled with disdain. Great eruption! At last, Akainu's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, fixated on the iceberg, a sinister smile curling his lips. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength into his arms, then swung forward with great force. His voice thundered like a storm, resonating across the battlefield, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. Simultaneously, his arms swelled, the molten lava within surging forth, as if ready to erupt. With Akainu's motion, a pillar of blistering magma shot skyward, heading straight for the Whitebeard pirate's position. The magma column collided with the iceberg, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the surroundings. Subsequently, the iceberg began to tremble violently, its surface fracturing into myriad cracks. With a resounding crash, the colossal iceberg disintegrated under the assault of Chi Quan, transforming into countless fiery magma orbs that cascaded from the heavens, resembling a cataclysmic meteor shower. These molten spheres, exuding an intense heat, struck the ground, triggering a series of explosions and infernos. In the conference room of the Hokage building, a resonant voice echoed, "Edward Nyogai, are you truly resolved to instigate the Ninja World War single-handedly? Are you aware of the repercussions your actions will have on the future?"